In this world, everyone is given a planet and becomes an independent star domain lord. But he got a 3S level mechanical planet. Theoretically, it can create the ultimate battlefield for 1,000,000 mecha armies. However, glory never came, and what greeted him was endless ridicule. Garbage Lord. This is the label everyone gave him. It was because the primary territory construction materials of the mechanical department were almost impossible to collect. Either they are parts of ancient debris, or they are aggregated and transformed energy bodies. Since the birth of Blue Star, no one has ever truly completed the construction of a mechanical planet. But they didn't know that he had a perverted talent. Creation Engine Mai. It could greatly simplify the resources needed to build mechas and double the performance of all mechas, increasing it by a full 100%. 10 woods can build a star destroyer, 10 iron ores can build a war fortress, and 10 stones can build an incredibly powerful battle mech. When he saw that the pile of materials that had once made him hopeless was reduced to 10 iron cannons, he did not hesitate to start building his own war fortress. In just a few days, a super fortress comparable to a city was launched into the sky. The giant defense walls soared into the sky, the star energy main gun flashed coldly, and various sci-fi buildings rose one after another. They seemed to announce, the new mechanical overlord is rising. After the main fort was built, he immediately started the base upgrade. The moment the upgrade was completed, 3 mechas of different styles appeared on the system interface. Life Chaser, an exploration mecha, is proficient in resource mining. Shadow Hunter, a combat mecha, specializes in patrolling and suppression. Skynet, a superbrain AI mecha, is an intelligent mechanical life form with independent thinking. He decisively chose Skynet, not because he was cruel, but to win. The next second, a huge neural network appeared above the fortress. The transparent grid was interconnected in all directions and deeply bound to the entire fortress. Hello, Master. I am your superbrain intelligent butler. The system's voice came into my ears. Skynet, as the pinnacle technological product of the mechanical planet, already has independent consciousness. It will formulate the development plan that best suits the current situation according to the wishes of the Lord. Thinking of the previous humiliation and ridicule, he secretly made up his mind. He must develop combat mechas as soon as possible so that he can make a strong debut in tomorrow's Lord battle and shock the audience. The next morning, Qingting Academy welcomed the first actual battle of the Junior Lords. The Lord War was about to begin. All the awakened ones gathered in the academy early, rubbing their hands and eager to try. At this time, a boy dressed in extravagant clothes walked towards the school beauty Jiang Yunxiao and tried to invite her to join a team. He was Sheng Tianhao, an S-level dragon lord, with strong strength and proud eyes. Jiang Yunxiao saw the person coming but refused coldly, turned around, and walked towards Yi Zhiqi, who was not far away. Sheng Tianhao's eyes flashed with anger and fell on Yi Zhiqi's figure, and a chill suddenly arose. Yi Zhiqi, I thought you wouldn't come to attend today's graduation ceremony, Jiang Yunxiao said. Jiang Yunxiao, the school beauty who was cold and distant to everyone, showed a completely different attitude from her usual little girl when she walked in front of Yi Zhiqi. Why not? Yi Zhiqi answered calmly without noticing anything unusual. How about it? Do you want to team up with me? Jiang Yunxiao paused for a moment before continuing. I am an S-level lord from the Ice and Snow Kingdom. After a night of development, I already have a team of 10 Silver Lion guards. After she finished speaking, she looked at Yi Zhiqi with expectation. However, Yi Zhiqi's answer surprised her. No need. Hey, you're not really going to give up, are you? This is the graduation ceremony, and the supplies are abundant. Maybe I can help you gather the materials to build a primary mechanical base. Jiang Yunxiao wanted to continue persuading her, but Yi Zhiqi didn't wait for her to finish and turned around and left. When he left Jiang Yunxiao with a dashing back view, which made her so angry that she stamped her feet. This scene happened to be seen by Sheng Tianhao, who was secretly observing from the side. He witnessed the two people flirting with each other in an ambiguous relationship, and the jealousy and anger on his face became more and more obvious. He looked down at the bright red key in his hand, which was now emitting a reddish glow. This key was secretly given to him by his teacher so that he could designate someone to enter a specific area of the graduation ceremony. Originally, this key was a backdoor deliberately opened by Sheng Tianhao, who had the talent of an S-level lord. He planned to develop rapidly in an area rich in resources, and then crush other lords and win the championship of the graduation ceremony. However, now, he seems to have a new plan. The graduation ceremony started as scheduled at 9 a.m. All the junior lords gathered on the playground again, and Qingting Academy had already prepared a precious scene card. The scene this time is extremely cold land. As soon as you hear the name, you can imagine what the environment of this scene is like. For ice lords and those with strong environmental resistance, such an environment is undoubtedly more advantageous. S-level dragon lords and Jiang Yuxiao from the S-level Ice and Snow Kingdom are representatives of this. The atmosphere in Qingding College was also quite solemn. However, Shang Tianhao didn't care about it, and his eyes were always fixed on Yujiqi and the crowd. As the scene card took effect, the surrounding environment began to change dramatically. The bright red key in Shang Tianhao's hand suddenly emitted a faint light and then fell on Yujiqi. The next second, Yujiqi's normal body suddenly seemed to be pulled extremely hard and teleported to another direction at a very fast speed. Outside the venue, the host was explaining excitedly. Dear audience, as you can see, all the junior lords have entered the extreme cold environment card. Our teleportation is random and depends entirely on luck to ensure fairness and justice to the greatest extent possible. First, we saw Jiang Yuxiao. She was quite lucky. She landed at the bottom of a valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. It is easy to defend and difficult to attack to develop power in such a place. What's amazing is that she recruited a 10-man silver main iron guard in just one night. Next is another S-level gifted lord, Shang Tianhao. His luck was a little worse, and he landed on a plain with no resources around. Wait a minute, let's move the camera over here. Hiss. It's the useless mechanical lord who is famous throughout the school, Yujiqi. His luck is too bad. He actually landed directly in the core area of the Snow Clan's main city, the most powerful force in the extreme cold land. In the picture, Yujiqi had just landed, and in front of him was a scene of ice and snow, surrounded by dense ice sculptures. They seemed to have experienced some kind of mysterious power and were frozen in this moment. The moment Yujiqi appeared, these ice sculptures suddenly changed and the cracks began to gradually expand. The monsters sealed in these ice sculptures are breaking out of the ice. And in the entire Snow Tribe main city, there are millions of ice sculptures like this. At this time, outside the screen, Qingding College's president Zhu Guangfu frowned and stared at Yujiqi on the big screen. Without turning around, he asked directly, who secretly gave him the directional key? Although the scene cards are randomly transmitted, considering the safety factors of protecting novices, the randomly transmitted locations are usually risk-free areas that have been automatically detected. The transmission area that Yujiqi was currently in was obviously abnormal. As the dean of Qingding College, Zhu Guangfu keenly noticed the problem at a glance. Yes, it was me. I gave Shang Tianhao a directional key. He is an S-level gifted lord. My original intention was to let him enter an area with abundant resources so as to accumulate early advantages. I didn't expect that. A teacher tried to explain, but Zhu Guangfu waved his hand and interrupted him. There is nothing wrong with your approach. If I can establish a connection with an S-level lord, my Qingding Academy can also benefit from it. As for Yujiqi, I'm afraid he's already useless most of the time. Although dying in an environment card doesn't mean real death, this kind of mental trauma is definitely unavoidable. After he is eliminated by the snow monster, expel him immediately to avoid losing the reputation of my Qingding Academy. Zhu Guangfu's tone was calm, as if he was stating something very ordinary. Behind him, all the teachers watched coldly, and no one stood up to say a word for Yujiqi. At this moment, in the picture, Yujiqi, who was originally standing quietly, was suddenly surrounded by a group of snow monsters that broke out of the ice. The dense monsters quickly turned into a snow-white tide and pounced on Yujiqi in the center. Boom! A deafening roar echoed throughout the Snow Clan's royal city. This scene made Yi Xiaoli, who was sitting in the audience, stand up immediately from her seat. She was extremely nervous, with worry in her eyes. She stared at the big screen, feeling uneasy, not knowing whether Yujiqi was alive or dead. Some of the classmates who had bullied her yesterday had already started to deliberately laugh loudly. Haha, he died just after teleporting. Can he break the school record? Can anyone be more unlucky than him? It's simply against the will of heaven. Look, standing there is the trash lord's trash sister. Let's stay away from her, or she will get into trouble. I see this trash. What the hell is that? The laughter stopped abruptly in the middle of the words, because after the smoke and dust in the picture dissipated, what came into view was a giant mecha emitting a dark luster all over, standing proudly in the center of the royal city like a hill. This mecha has a graceful and powerful appearance. The black metal shell is as smooth as new and as stable as a mountain. It only has a pair of scarlet electronic eyes. The moment they light up, I can't tell whether it is anger or murderous intent. Inside the mecha cockpit, Yujiqi personally controlled his new mecha for the first time. His eyes were cold as he looked around. As the joystick was pushed to the top, the black mecha's engine roared loudly, and all the energy in the body was charged instantly. Yujiqi's cold voice echoed in the cockpit. The sound of electronic vortexes intertwined with human voices. Black Knight, destroy them. Final Star Warrior Mecha, Black Knight. Mechanical Lord Yujiqi exclusive creation. Mecha parameter list damage, 20W. Mobility, 5W. defense, 10W, health, 100W, linked and shared, mecha proficiency, top-level combat proficiency, top-level flight proficiency, all-weapon proficiency, ultimate star weapon destruction proficiency. Introduction. Super Brain Skynet 1 is an exclusive creation designed and built for the mechanical Lord Yijichi. It has a 100% soul compatibility and 100% coherence. Its strongest burst of combat power can destroy an asteroid, hence the name Final Star Weapon. Construction materials. Simplified 1 million wood, 1 million stone, 1 million iron ore, 1 million earth marrow essence, 1 million crystal ores, 1 million Lord World Core. Back in the morning, when Yijichi entered the mechanical planet with great anticipation, he thought he would see a full column of mechas. However, what greeted him was a lone Black Knight mecha, which was on standby. Even though this mecha has been simplified to the greatest extent possible, the resources it requires are still shocking. Report to the Lord. He has already plundered all the resources of the entire Lord's planet according to the plan, and combined with the resource reserves, he has designed and built the first Ultimate Star Warrior mecha that belongs to you. All the materials on the Lord's planet are used to build the Ultimate Star Warrior mecha. Yijichi was also stunned when he heard the news. He was surprised and puzzled. He felt that such expenses were too high. How could he make ends meet? However, when he personally entered the mecha and began to operate it, he immediately realized that this was a completely worthwhile investment. This mecha was undoubtedly a machine that could end the game. Yijichi took a deep breath and suddenly looked up at the sky. Following his action, the Black Knight mecha also made the same action, with a streamlined sharp mecha head and scarlet light emitting from its eyes. At the graduation ceremony, all junior lords were randomly teleported, but I was teleported to a place where there was no hope of survival. If it weren't for the protection of this mecha, I would have died without a burial place by now. Do you believe me if I say there is no trick or behind-the-scenes manipulation involved? Haha, since the Academy is so cruel and does nothing, don't blame me for being unfair. Let today's graduation ceremony end in the most unexpected way for you, Yijichi said. As soon as the words fell, the Black Knight's hand suddenly pressed on the ground of the Snow Clan's royal city. At this time, the live broadcast was broadcast to the entire audience through the broadcast. Everyone looked at each other in surprise, and many people were shocked. Some teachers who knew the truth were livid. They understood that this concerned the reputation of the college. If a scandal occurred, Ivy League College would bear immeasurable responsibility. Zhu Guangfu's face had turned completely black. He turned around abruptly and shouted at the stunned teachers, "What are you still standing there for? Cut off the live broadcast and evacuate the staff. Everyone, send your troops into the extreme cold land, immediately. I don't care where this student named Yijichi got this weird mecha from. I want you to solve this problem immediately." After saying that, he angrily threw the cup in his hand to the ground. "Humph, a mere junior lord, do you really think you can cause any trouble?" The screen was black, and the only thing left was the sound source that had not been completely cut off. Activate the Destruction Star Weapon, Super Energy Detonation Mode. Destruction Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Sizzle. Black lightning moved all over the mecha like black lightning snakes. Unfortunately, at this moment, the live broadcast had been cut off, and there was no sound. Chapter 6. It seems that he is not pretending anymore. Destruction Ultimate Star Weapon, Super Energy Detonation Mode is activated successfully. Current energy status is 98%. Energy efficiency increased by 100%. Mecha speed increased by 100%. Mecha weapon efficiency increased by 100%. Turn on light energy absorption to increase the duration of Super Energy Detonation Mode. As the mecha's prompt sounded, Yijichi felt the strength in every part of his body surging out. His state was stronger than ever before. At this time, the mecha has reached the state of full power activation. With this state, Yijichi believes that he can easily destroy a planet, not to mention the complex environment card in front of him. However, just when Yijichi had just fully activated the Black Warrior mech, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky over the icy environment, followed by flashes of black lightning. There is no doubt that this means that the entire environment card has begun to face the crisis of collapse. The speed of the crack expansion and the flashing of black lightning are all proof that this space is about to collapse. What's going on? Has the school's environment card mutated? Or has it been invaded? A student noticed the changes in the sky and immediately began to discuss. How could this happen? How could the school use such low-quality environmental cards? Another student's face turned pale, and he obviously realized that something was wrong. No, this world wasn't like this when we came in just now. It has changed now. A student's voice was filled with uneasiness. Almost everyone knows what it means when there is a problem with the environment card. The simplest explanation is that the monsters inside the environment card have mutated, causing the space to be unstable. Another possibility is that the alien army from the outside world has found the space anchor point and intends to invade here. No matter which possibility it is, it will make people feel chilling. While everyone was still panicking, Zhu Guangfu's face had turned livid in the principal's office. His clenched fists made everyone around him feel the rage in his heart. Zhu Guangfu is the president of the college and is known for his calmness and decisiveness, but today's situation is clearly beyond his control. Principal, we can't enter the environment card rashly. A teacher reminded carefully. Zhu Guangfu turned his head, his eyes as sharp as a knife, fiercely stabbing at the teacher who was speaking. The teacher shuddered at being stared at, and a chill ran down his spine. Remember, except for a few people, you don't need to worry about anyone else. Get rid of that Yujichi. Zhu Guangfu's tone was cold, with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. He knew very well that as long as Yujichi died, all the responsibility would be attributed to him, and their academy could be cleared of all charges. To Zhu Guangfu, Yujichi was just a grasshopper that could be crushed to death at any time. What made him angry was that this grasshopper had made him lose face. But if we go in now, the environment card may collapse, and then... Another teacher tried to express a different opinion. I know. Zhu Guangfu interrupted him. Our school has more than a dozen space stabilization cards. This kind of small problem is not worth mentioning at all. Zhu Guangfu's tone was full of confidence, even a little contemptuous. That guy is just a junior lord. No matter how powerful his mecha is, it is just a creation of a junior lord. What is there to be afraid of? The teachers around looked at each other in bewilderment. It was obvious that Zhu Guangfu's decision made them a little worried, but facing the principal's majesty, they dared not refute it anymore. At the same time, in that icy environment, Yujichi was already sitting in the cockpit of the mecha with full concentration, feeling every bit of power coming from the mecha. The crack in the sky gradually widened, but the light of the black lightning had disappeared, and almost all the energy was absorbed by the Black Warrior mech. If you activate this state, even if you stand still, you can easily sweep across the entire ice and snow space. Yujichi whispered to himself with an excited smile on his face. Only by driving this mecha personally can you truly experience its power. This is a creation that I have spent all my resources on, and it really didn't disappoint me. Yujichi was filled with pride. Now, he felt that he was almost omnipotent. The feet of the mecha were already piled with monster corpses, and the surrounding ground was also pitted by artillery fire. At this time, all living things no longer existed, leaving only a huge crater created by the artillery fire. There was still a trace of hot steam coming out of the crater, and a sense of oppression filled the air. Suddenly, a loud noise sounded in the sky, and the vibration spread throughout the entire ice and snow space. The shock wave stabilized the entire space instantly, and even the cracks in the sky disappeared without a trace. It seems that the Academy has finally taken action. Yujichi's eyes flashed with a sneer. He knew that the Academy had already used the space stabilization card, which was at least grade A. Only the Academy had the ability to take out such a card at this moment. The purpose of the Academy is very clear. I'm afraid it's not as simple as just wanting to stabilize this space. Yujichi thought to himself. At the same time, in the college's Sanhao conference building, several teachers were standing together in a solemn atmosphere. The space stabilization card has been used. Next, it depends on how Yujichi dies. Zhu Guangfu said lightly with a cold tone. His eyes were full of determination, as if everything was already under his control. And Yujichi's fate had already been determined. He would become a pawn to be sacrificed. At this time, Yujichi has entered a new combat state. The powerful power of the Black Warrior Mecha gives him the confidence to meet all challenges. The plan of the Academy is destined to be broken. Chapter 7. It's not a mountain, it's a mountain of corpses. 7 or 8 teachers stood in front of him, and among them was a bald, middle-aged man with a big belly standing in the middle. At this moment, the office door was pushed open, and a figure slowly walked in, with a puzzled look in her eyes, as if she was a little confused. Her steps were light, her figure was elegant, and her pair of legs like white jade made people unable to look away. She was the teacher who had just joined the Academy, Hong Yong, a one-star intermediate lord. Although she did not have strong power and resources, she had a good A-level talent. Compared with these, what attracted more attention was her appearance and figure. Wang. Director Wang, if we are afraid of hurting those students? Hong Yong asked with a hint of hesitation. Director Wang originally had impatience in his eyes, but after hearing this voice that made people think more and seeing who was asking the question, Director Wang's eyes suddenly lit up. Director Wang knew that although the new teacher, Hong Yong, had good talent but lacked resources and power, her appearance and temperament made him particularly interested. Haha, Hong Yong, you just came to our academy, and you may not understand many things. But there is one thing you should know. After awakening to become a lord, students are no longer children. Only after experiencing blood and fire can you truly understand the cruelty of the Lord's world. Director Wong's tone was relaxed, but with a hint of meaning. Of course, we try not to hurt them. But if they are too obsessed with something, we can only teach them a lesson. Director Wong's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible greed. The dean's request was clear. Solve the problem in the environment card, especially to shut up Yujichi forever. As a teacher of the college, if he had the opportunity to enter this special environment card, he would definitely get some benefits. The college didn't lack these resources, but being able to profit from it was better than doing nothing. Hong Yong's face looked a little strange. She always felt that something was wrong with what Director Wong said, but she couldn't tell what was wrong for a moment. After all, she had just joined the college, so Hong Yong could only nod silently and didn't say anything more. Yujichi sat in the cockpit of the mecha, sighing inwardly, and seeing that the space had stabilized, he was too lazy to move. The place was filled with monster corpses, but Yujichi did not intend to waste time collecting these low-level resources. Although some resource materials can be collected from monsters in the environment, most of them are of ice attribute, which is not of much use to him. It's such a pity to have so many corpses. We can't make good use of them, and they can only rot here. Yujichi felt a little regretful about the corpses around him. The resources in the ice and snow environment are mainly ice-based, and these resources are not of much value to Yujichi. What really caught his attention were the manufacturing drawings of mechanical buildings, especially the drawings of high-level mechanical buildings. Such drawings could often only be found in special environment cards, such as out-of-control AI environment cards or certain ruins environment cards. However, if I can find some high-level mechanical building blueprints, it would be worth a try. Yujichi whispered to himself, with a hint of desire in his eyes. Suddenly, Yujichi felt that the atmosphere around him became different, and he knew that someone must be approaching him. It seems that some more people have come here. If it weren't for me, they might have been in trouble long ago. Yujichi said to himself, with a sneer on his face. At the same time, in the Sanhao conference building of the college, several teachers were discussing quietly. It's really worthy of our college to handle it so quickly and stabilize the space. A teacher exclaimed. Yes, I heard that there is a genius in our college, but why hasn't anyone mentioned him? Another teacher said. Genius? Who are you talking about? A teacher asked in confusion. He's not an S-level lord. He should be SSS level. I'm the closest to him. It's really shocking. The teacher said with a smile. Haha, you are talking about Yujichi, right? His talent is mechanical territory, but he needs some rare and strange materials to build his own territory. Another teacher interrupted. While a few people were talking, the monsters around them began to approach. Although the number of monsters was not large, everyone was still cautious. Even the subordinates were not summoned. Their strength was enough to deal with these monsters. Everyone thought that they would encounter more enemies soon. However, after walking for a while, they suddenly realized that there seemed to be no monsters around. Have you noticed that there are no monsters around? One of the teachers whispered. Yes, the monsters suddenly disappeared. What happened? Another teacher frowned slightly. To ensure their safety, they quickly summoned their subordinates. Orcs and strange creatures appeared one after another, forming a huge formation of 100 people to protect them. Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, one of them suddenly pointed forward and said in surprise, Look. Everyone looked in the direction of his finger and saw a huge mountain in the distance, reaching into the sky. But as lords, their vision was far superior to that of ordinary people, and after a closer look, they found that it was not a mountain at all. What is that? Why is it so big? A teacher asked in shock. That's not a mountain. It's a mountain of monster corpses. Another teacher immediately realized something was wrong and shouted. Several people stared nervously at the area around the mountain of corpses, and suddenly they discovered a huge figure in the mountain. Black lightning was raging around it, and its figure was incredibly tall. The lords who had just awakened instantly felt a huge pressure coming. At this time, they realized that the environment card used by Qingting Academy this year was different from previous years. Not long after entering, the environment card was about to collapse and the space became unstable. It was obviously in an unstable state. Chapter 8. Just surrender? Leave me alone. When they first entered the environment card space, they thought they had entered some ancient lost ruins. It was not until they killed a few monsters that they realized that this place was not the ruins they had imagined. However, after the environment card space was stabilized, the scene before them completely stunned them. A huge mountain of monster corpses, rising into the sky, stood in front of them. Not only that, the air was filled with a faint smell of blood, and the breeze blew, bringing a bone-chilling coldness. This feeling made them suddenly realize that everything before their eyes was not a dream, but an extremely dangerous reality. What is this place? Why is there a mountain of corpses and that figure? A student spoke tremblingly. His legs seemed to have lost their strength, and the cramps between his toes made him miserable. Cold sweat poured down the student's forehead like a flood, and his body trembled involuntarily, as if a 1,000-pound rock was hung around his neck, and he was almost unable to move. "Shut up. Do you want to die?" Another student shouted in a low voice, his tone full of anger and tension. He quickly recalled the soldiers he had summoned, and then his action caused others to follow suit and recall their own soldiers. Everyone was secretly alert in their hearts, fearing that they would disturb the huge monster in front. This feeling of fear was completely different from what they experienced in the simulated environment. In the simulated environment, although there were some realistic battles and killing atmosphere, it was nothing compared to the real environment card. Suddenly, their eyes were involuntarily focused on the figure surrounded by black lightning. The existence that looked like a monster suddenly stood up and was no longer sitting there. "Wait a minute, that doesn't look like a monster. It's a mecha," one of them exclaimed. "Mecha? This environment card is for ice and snow. How come a mechanical monster appears?" Another student was even more confused. "Has the school's environment card been invaded?" "Impossible. This is obviously not an invasion. If it was an invasion, the crack in the sky should not be a gap, but a black hole." Several people exchanged glances and were even more surprised. At the same time, they moved more cautiously for fear of disturbing the giant in front of them. However, Yuzuchi was sitting calmly in the cockpit of the Black Warrior mecha at this time, with a calm expression. He had already noticed those people, but he ignored them because they were not people he knew. However, he was a little curious in his heart. Was there something wrong with the way he entered? He remembered that when he first entered the environment card, he summoned the mecha immediately after seeing the monsters besieging him, while those people summoned their soldiers first, but then took them all back. What did this operation mean? Were they saving energy by summoning soldiers? Yuzuchi suppressed his curiosity, and his attention was quickly attracted by another powerful aura. A legion was rushing towards this side quickly, and a middle-aged man in front of the legion was arrogant and seemed to be full of power. Those soldiers were dressed in beautiful armor and had a single horn on their foreheads. They were obviously not ordinary students, but a powerful army. "Yuzuchi, I finally found you. As a junior lord, you disobeyed the school's arrangement. I should expel you from the academy." The middle-aged man's voice was cold, with a strong sense of oppression in his eyes. "But it is not easy for you to build this kind of mecha. As long as you surrender, I will plead for you and let you go." Behind the middle-aged man, the aura emanating from the Unicorn Legion was like a force that could tear apart space, so powerful that it was shocking. However, although the space of the environment card is blessed by the stabilization card and its stability is several times higher than before, without the support of this stabilization card, a soldier from the opponent's legion alone can easily destroy this space. Seeing the other party's confident attitude, Yuzuchi smiled slightly. Although he knew that the other party could not see his expression, he still said coldly through the loudspeaker of the Black Warrior mecha, "Surrender? Let me go." Yuzuchi's words were full of disdain and doubt. At this moment, other students who had just arrived nearby also heard his voice. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Wait, that powerful legion, the person in front is Teacher Lee. I know his legion, it's the Star-Splitting Legion. It is said that this legion has a combined attack skill that can create cracks in the entire planet," a student said in surprise. "That black mecha? It belongs to someone? Not controlled by some out-of-control AI? Yuzuchi? How is this possible? How could it be him? The mechanical lord can't even establish a territory. How could he own a mecha like this?" Another person's face was full of disbelief. "Teacher Lee's legion? The mecha on the opposite side is actually Yuzuchi. Where did he get the mecha from?" Another student asked anxiously. "Yuzuchi? How is it possible? He is the mechanical lord. How could he gather all those materials?" Another student exclaimed. "How could this huge mecha have such combat power when he just awakened?" They questioned. "This is simply impossible. Teacher Lee is a 3-star intermediate lord, and the Holy Temple Guild has rated his combat power at the silver level. How dare he talk to Teacher Lee like that?" Several students couldn't help but become angry in their excitement. Lee Rufing's face also turned cold. Although he had a strong interest in Yuzuchi's Black Warrior mecha, he was more respectful of the ability and power of this mecha. Lee Rufing noticed the lightning snakes moving on the mecha. The interweaving black and red colors, and the black light even had a bit of charm. Even though the combat capability of the Black Warrior mecha itself is not outstanding, its appearance and powerful aura are enough to make it a collectible in his eyes. Chapter 9. Can a low-level lord cause the environment to collapse? Lee Rufo was thinking in his mind. He planned to spend a lot of star sources to buy Yuzuchi's mecha. This was also the reason why he had let Yuzuchi surrender. As long as Yuzuchi surrendered and left the cockpit of the mecha, he could immediately take action and seize the mecha. However, after hearing Yuzuchi's words, Lee Rufing's expression turned grim. After all, Yuzuchi is just a low-level lord who has just awakened. How dare he be so arrogant in front of me? Does he really think I dare not kill him? Is Yuzuchi a little too naive? Yi Zheqi, do you know what you were saying? Li Rufeng asked coldly, with a strong threat in his voice. He exuded the pressure of a mid-level lord. This pressure could easily suppress lords with low talents, especially those low-level lords who had just awakened. Even when facing a highly talented lord, Li Rufeng is confident of winning. However, at this time Li Rufeng overlooked a very important fact. Yi Zheqi possessed the SSS level lord talent. He didn't realize it at all. Although Yi Zheqi was a mechanical lord with no prominent background, his talent was amazing. Li Rufeng already regarded Yi Zheqi as a waste in his heart and completely forgot about Yi Zheqi's true strength. Although he knew how Yi Zheqi got the mecha, he still felt that the mecha was just a decoration and the mechanical lord was not of much value. Feeling the pressure of the intermediate lord, triggering the power of the Black Warrior's soul, the Shadow Breaker is activated. The system prompt sounded, and then the power in Yi Zheqi's body exploded instantly, accompanied by powerful energy fluctuations. He instinctively released a powerful pressure, which collided with Li Rufeng's pressure. Li Rufeng felt an inexplicable pressure, and almost at the same time, the aura in Yi Zheqi's body rapidly soared along with his talent. Originally, that breath was just like a bucket of water, but with the blessing of SSS level talent, it instantly turned into a vast ocean. Then, this aura was strengthened by the Black Warrior, becoming even more terrifying, instantly tearing the surrounding space apart. Boom! The space shattered like glass, and the powerful pressure caused the surrounding environment to vibrate violently. It was as if a crack in the dimension was broken, and the air in the space began to fluctuate violently. Under the pressure of this force, Li Rufeng's face changed. His eyes were full of shock and disbelief. He didn't expect that Yi Zheqi had such a strong resistance. At the same time, in the dean's office of Qingting College, Zhu Guangfu was sitting there with a calm expression but a tightly furrowed brow. As the dean of Qingting College, he had never suffered any loss from his students. Especially this Yi Zheqi, who had neither a strong background nor came from a famous family. Zhu Guangfu could not help but feel angry. Zhu Guangfu couldn't help thinking, Yi Zheqi is just a low-level lord. How could he threaten the authority of the academy? What is there to pay attention to about him? A mechanical lord. Yi Zheqi doesn't even have a background. How could he be his opponent? He had already begun to think about how to use the power in his hands to suppress Yi Zheqi. After all, as a low-level lord, no matter how powerful Yi Zheqi's mecha was, it could not be stronger than the legion of a mid-level lord. Humph, he's just a low-level lord, and the thing he's most proud of is just that mecha. No matter how powerful a low-level lord's mecha is, how can it possibly be compared to the legion of a mid-level lord? Zhu Guangfu said to himself. Although he said so, Zhu Guangfu was full of expectations. He felt that Yi Zheqi had no room to resist and would succumb to his powerful strength sooner or later. The 2 or 3 directors in the office did not dare to speak at this moment. They all knew that Zhu Guangfu was very angry now. Anyone who dared to speak would have to be careful of his situation. At this time, everyone understood that Zhu Guangfu's anger had reached its peak. At this moment, the door of the office was suddenly pushed open, and a female teacher hurried in. Her movements were hasty, and it was obvious that she had encountered an emergency. Seeing Zhu Guangfu's face become even uglier, the female teacher's expression became more anxious, and her eyes revealed uneasiness. What's wrong? Don't you knock before entering? Zhu Guangfu's voice was a little cold, and it was obvious that he was very dissatisfied with this sudden interruption. The female teacher looked at Zhu Guangfu's face and suddenly felt an invisible pressure, and her expression became nervous. However, she quickly restrained her emotions and tried to calm herself down. Dean, the female teacher finally spoke. Yi Zheqi's lord pressure has caused cracks to appear on the environment card. What? Zhu Guangfu was shocked and his face turned ugly. It's impossible. He is just a low-level lord. How could he cause cracks in a 6-star environment card? Several directors in the office couldn't help but make sounds of surprise. They could never have imagined that Yi Zheqi had such ability. As we all know, the strength of the environment card is very strong and can withstand considerable pressure. Moreover, the design of the environment card is very sophisticated, and even a mid-level lord will find it difficult to cause damage. Are you sure it was Yi Zheqi? Could it be that the vibration was caused by other teachers entering the environment card? One of the directors asked in confusion. The female teacher hurriedly shook her head, her tone tense. No, Dean, the cracks have begun to spread, and the situation is very serious. If no immediate measures are taken, the environment card will collapse in half an hour at most. Zhu Guangfu's face became even gloomier. He still didn't believe the news in front of him. He sneered and said, Impossible. Yi Zheqi is just a low-level lord. How could he have such power? Did you see it wrong? But the female teacher's expression was still anxious. She said firmly, "Dean, the cracks have expanded. It's really not an illusion. If we don't deal with it, the environment card will collapse." Zhu Guangfu took a deep breath and finally realized the seriousness of the situation. He snorted coldly and stood up. "Okay, in that case, I will go to the monitoring room to check it myself. How can a low-level lord turn the world upside down? It is wishful thinking for an ant to shake a giant tree." He sneered and left the office and walked towards the monitoring room. Chapter 10. It's just such a power. Zhu Guangfu became more and more angry as he spoke, and as soon as he finished speaking, he quickly disappeared from the spot. Seeing this scene, several people in the dean's office knew that Zhu Guangfu had gone directly to the monitoring room to check the situation. As soon as Zhu Guangfu left, the several directors who had stayed in the dean's office exchanged glances with each other and then hurriedly followed him. In the monitoring room, a huge environmental card is placed on the platform, which is constantly rotating. It is surrounded by various complex instruments that are responsible for maintaining the stability of the environmental card. At the 20 operating tables, the staff were operating nervously with serious expressions. They didn't even dare to raise their heads, and beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. When Zhu Guangfu stepped into the monitoring room, he was stunned. He did see that there was a crack on the environment card on the platform. How is this possible? The blessing of an A-level stability card can actually be crushed by the pressure of a low-level lord? This is simply impossible. Zhu Guangfu's voice was filled with shock and anger. The monitoring room clearly showed the projection of the internal space of the environment card, and one of the images happened to be Yi Zhiqi's mecha. The moment he saw the mecha, the anger in Zhu Guangfu's eyes immediately boiled, like a piece of firewood being lit. The fire became more and more fierce. He clenched his fists, and his bones crackled in his hands. Crack! Crack! Zhu Guangfu's angry voice could almost make the air tremble. Then, several directors also walked into the monitoring room. When they saw the current situation, they were all stunned and couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. For them, this was simply a fantasy. At the same time, in the internal space of the environment card, Zhang Yunxiao lowered her head and looked at the corpses of the monsters that had been killed on the ground, her face a little heavy. She was full of worry about Yi Zhiqi. "Why didn't you listen to my advice? If we act together, I will definitely be able to help you find a solution." Zhang Yunxiao's voice was filled with helplessness and incomprehension. Right next to her, another petite woman stood. She was much shorter than Zhang Yunxiao, but she still looked very threatening. Under her seat, there was a huge tiger, 5 or 6 meters tall and huge in size. "Sister, don't worry anymore. Yi Zhiqi is extremely capable, and he is the #1 genius in Qingting Academy. Even without you, he can still." Hu Tianhe said mischievously. Zhang Yunxiao's face suddenly turned gloomy, and a few veins even popped out on her forehead. "Tianhe, shut up." She gritted her teeth and said with anger in her tone. Hu Tianhe shrugged slightly and stuck out her tongue casually, looking like a rogue. However, she quickly stopped smiling and became serious. The tiger under her seat also stood up immediately and looked around vigilantly. Zhang Yunxiao hadn't noticed anything unusual yet. "Hey, if only I had a family-inherited territory like you, then Yi Zhiqi could also." All right, big sister, stop talking nonsense. That idiot is looking for you again. It seems that the academy did tamper with the environment card this time." Hu Tianhe suddenly interrupted her. Zhang Yunxiao's expression instantly became more serious, because the word idiot in Hu Tianhe's mouth refers to one person, Sheng Tianhao. She couldn't help but turn her head to look, and sure enough, she saw the young man. He was wearing extremely strange clothes and looked like a street idiot from hundreds of years ago. "Hi, Yunxiao, we really are destined to meet." Sheng Tianhao walked over with a smug look on his face. He could see that Zhang Yunxiao didn't seem to have much affection for him, but in his heart, he knew that he could win Zhang Yunxiao over no matter what. Yi Zhiqi was just a low-level lord. After sending the most dangerous environment card, he was already dead. In this way, it was only a matter of time for him to take down Zhang Yunxiao. Zhang Yunxiao responded expressionlessly. "Don't call me Yunxiao, we are not that familiar." Sheng Tianhao's face turned slightly blue. No matter where he went outside, he would get some respect, but Zhang Yunxiao always made him lose face. Facing her cold attitude, he no longer pretended to smile, and his tone became heavy. "Yunxiao, no matter what you think, I still have to tell you, Yi Zhiqi." Before Sheng Tianhao finished speaking, suddenly, an extremely powerful pressure swept across the entire space. Sheng Tianhao was so overwhelmed by the breath that he could hardly move or breathe. Zhang Yunxiao only felt a breeze on his face and was startled. Hu Tianhe and the tiger under her suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. The tiger immediately lay on the ground with its hair standing up. You guys, what's wrong with you? Jiang Yinshao originally thought that Sheng Tianhao had done something strange, but she soon realized that something was wrong. Hu Tianhe also seemed to have sensed something was wrong. Sure enough, the monsters in this space have mutated and are quite powerful. Jiang Yinshao's heart moved, and he immediately understood. Yinshao, come with me to take a look. This level of pressure should be attributed to the elders of the academy. It seems that the strength of the monsters in this environment card after mutation should not be underestimated. If we can find some corpses, the tigers in my territory will benefit greatly from it. Hu Tianhe said. Without waiting for Jiang Yinshao to say anything, Hu Tianhe summoned a strange fruit from his territory and stuffed it into the giant tiger's mouth. Jiang Yinshao sat on the giant tiger's back and disappeared with Hu Tianhe. Sheng Tianhao stood there in a daze, until he came to his senses and found that Jiang Yushao and Hu Tianhe had disappeared without a trace. He touched his head, a little confused. Where are they? What was that pressure just now? He turned around and saw the black thunder dragon flying in the air, and immediately swallowed his saliva. Faced with such a strong pressure, he dared not approach it again. Sure enough, I still have to take the safest way this time. Sheng Tianhao turned around calmly and walked in the opposite direction. A piece of dried tiger skin was hung on Sheng Tianhao's back, with 2 words faintly written on the skin. Fool. Yujichi's mecha has entered an extreme state of coercion. The black thunder snake has transformed into a thunder dragon, covering the entire sky. Yujichi knew clearly that such power could only last for 3 hours, after which the energy of the mecha would be completely exhausted. Although he possessed great power, he was still unsure of how strong he was. After all, he had never fought against other lords. In the internal space of the environment card, Extreme Coldland, the atmosphere became increasingly tense and the situation was on the verge of breaking out. Chapter 11. Another one. Li Rufu felt as if he was on a ship swaying in a hurricane, which could be swallowed up by huge waves at any time, or blown down by the invisible cold wind and sink to the bottom of the sea. This extreme uneasiness reminded Li Rufu of the fear he felt when he first awakened and became a lord. At that time, he also faced an extremely powerful monster, which he still cannot forget. Now, Li Rufu once again felt this intense fear, and it was from a low-level lord who had just awakened, which made him a little unacceptable. What is going on? How could your lord's pressure be so strong? Li Rufu finally reacted and realized that he seemed to have overlooked an important fact. Although Yujichi is a mechanical lord with average strength, his SSS level lord talent is real. Even if Yujichi is only a low-level lord, with such a talent, it is natural for him to resist the pressure from Li Rufu. However, what confused Li Rufu even more was that the intensity of this pressure seemed a little too great. He swept his eyes across the sky, and the black cracks appeared again, and the instability of the environment card became more obvious. Yujichi did not intend to continue talking nonsense with Li Rufu. He knew that the bonus of the mecha in its current state was very powerful, but at the same time there was also the problem of energy consumption, and it could not last too long. It could last for 3 hours at most. That is to say, during this time, he not only had to get rid of Li Rufu, but also had to deal with the environment card of the graduation ceremony. With Yujichi's thoughts, the energy of the Thunder Dragon on the Black Warrior mecha and the Thunder Dragon wandering in the sky all gathered into the mecha. Then, the sophisticated mechanical arm stretched out and condensed into a giant sword made of black lightning. Not far away, several students who had just approached were planning to see how Yujichi would deal with the next situation. When they saw the scene in front of them, their eyes were as big as copper bells. Everyone had just graduated and awakened to become a lord. Some people even had only a few kittens in their territories, but in front of them there was a giant mecha, a thunder dragon roaming in the sky, with overwhelming power. The pressure from a low-level lord actually suppressed a mid-level lord? This situation was incomprehensible to them. Have we entered an illusion? One of the students said incoherently, and it was obvious that he couldn't believe the situation in front of him. Logically speaking, we have just graduated, how can we be this strong? At most, there are a few dozen soldiers. If the rank is higher, there may be a few strong skills, but it is impossible to be this strong. However, Yujichi's mecha was not only huge, but the appearance of the Thunder Dragon also shocked them. This mecha was obviously extraordinary, and the Thunder Dragons wandering around it proved that this was definitely not an ordinary creation. Wait, he's going to attack Teacher Li. Oh no, let's go, another student shouted. How dare he attack Teacher Li? Another student screamed. Why not? Take a close look at his mecha. If it were you, you wouldn't even dare to mess with the dean. Another student answered calmly. Brothers, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and leave, another person hurriedly commanded. Although these students seemed calm, they did not slow down at all. They immediately called the soldiers and evacuated quickly. A dozen soldiers carried them and left the area quickly. Even so, they kept looking back. The scene before them might not be seen again for several years. It's no small matter to be promoted from a low-level lord to a mid-level lord. It consumes a huge amount of resources. One of them sighed. And when you are promoted, the territory test is also extremely strict. If you are not strong enough and force the promotion, the core of the territory will be destroyed and you will lose the qualification for promotion. As they retreated quickly, their eyes were still filled with shock, and their gazes followed Yi Zheqi's mecha closely, especially the condensed thunder sword, which was terrifyingly powerful. It's really about to start. Once this lightning sword strikes, the environment card will definitely break. A student said in horror. Hurry up, another student hurriedly urged. These students were carried by their own soldiers and evacuated quickly, and at the same time, they developed deep awe for Yi Zheqi's strength in their hearts. At this moment, Li Rufeng was in a panic. Wait, you can't do this. I'm a teacher at Qingting College. How can you, as a student, attack a teacher? Don't you want to graduate? He was horrified, his voice filled with fear. Although Li Rufeng was unwilling to believe in Yi Zheqi's strength or talent, the fear of death from his heart could not be ignored. When the Black Warrior Mecha gathered a long lightning sword, Li Rufeng immediately realized that he might really be facing a life-and-death battle. Yi Zheqi still said nothing, but the eye module of the Black Warrior Mecha emitted a flickering light. At this moment, Li Rufeng finally understood that Yi Zheqi was not planning to just attack him. His goal was to kill him with one strike. Dark Corner Legion. Use Shadow Fury, come on. In a hurry, Li Rufeng immediately ordered the summoning of his elite legion. Originally, he was planning to summon some new recruits, but after seeing Yi Zheqi's mecha, he decided to directly summon the elite legion. Fortunately, he made this decision at the critical moment, otherwise he might not even have the chance to react and would be directly eliminated by Yi Zheqi. As soon as Li Rufeng gave the order, the shadow army behind him immediately condensed a violent dark energy. Swish, swish. Before the two sides collided, a large number of cracks appeared in the surrounding space. Environment cards are low-level environment cards. Although they are valuable, they still cannot hide the fact that they are low-level. Just like a bicycle, no matter how gorgeous it is, it cannot accommodate 10 people. Star-slashing strike. At this time, in the monitoring room of Qingting College, Zhu Guangfu's face had become as black as coal, with anger and anxiety intertwined. Crack. The edge of the environment card began to crack, and it was obviously irreversible. Another stability card. Zhu Guangfu's voice was low and full of anger. Chapter 12. What? Don't you want me to surrender? Zhu Guangfu's words were clearly transmitted to the entire monitoring room. Everyone in the room was a lord with strong physical fitness, not an ordinary person. In addition, this was a special room. Zhu Guangfu's every word was not concealed, and naturally, it could be clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. The faces of several directors turned extremely pale. The value of the stability card is much more precious than the ordinary environment card, and each one requires a huge amount of resources and energy. Dean, are you sure you want another stabilization card? The image of Yi Zheqi is no longer detectable. Judging from the picture before he disappeared, it should be Mr. Li's Dark Abyss army. It is probably because Mr. Li's energy is too violent, so... A director asked cautiously. Zhu Guangfu was so angry that he almost burst out. The muscles on his face were tense, and his eyes seemed to be spewing fire. If this environment card is broken, the price we have to pay will be even greater. Not only will the current problems be troublesome, but the hidden problems that may arise in the future will also be more difficult. The most important thing now is to stabilize this environment card. As long as that kid dies, all the problems can be pushed onto him, Zhu Guangfu said. Zhu Guangfu's anger was obvious. The current situation made him feel extremely anxious and angry. If the environment card is broken, our Qingting Academy will lose all its reputation. Those noble children will definitely take advantage of the opportunity to reap the benefits. Hearing this, several directors in the monitoring room secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Zhu Guangfu had made up his mind. The dean is right. Then use a stabilization card. Another director also responded hurriedly. Zhu Guangfu's anger did not diminish at all. By the way, tell that kid that if he surrenders, I can forgive him. But if he insists on his wrongdoing, he must pay the price. After crippling him, ask him carefully how he got the mecha. Zhu Guangfu had obviously noticed that Yi Zheqi's mecha was unusual, especially the image of the Thunder Dragon rampaging before, which was completely comparable to the hero-level units of the intermediate lords. This is impossible. You are just a low-level lord. How can you break my Abyss army? Li Rufeng was almost crazy at this time. Seeing his Abyss army being chopped into remnants by Yi Zhiqi's sword, Li Rufeng was filled with anger and disbelief. Intermediate 4-star Legion Healing card activated. Intermediate 4-star Strength Enhancement card activated. Intermediate 1-star Speed Enhancement card. Intermediate 1-star Resistance Enhancement card activated. Li Rufeng began to use all the Legion War cards in a panic, trying his best to improve the combat power of the Abyss Legion. However, even with these cards, the Abyss Legion still could not cause substantial damage to the Black Warrior mech. Li Rufeng watched the Legion he had carefully cultivated being easily killed, and he felt angry and unwilling. To train an elite corps, not only a lot of resources are needed, but also a bit of luck. The elite corps in a territory can be said to be the backbone of the territory, and they are the ones that cannot make mistakes. Li Rufeng felt a pang of pain in his heart. He could not accept the collapse of the Dark Abyss Corps. Despite this, he still could not give up easily. Li Rufeng decided to summon more members of the Dark Abyss Corps. Although these new recruits were far less powerful than the veterans, they had to fight to the death. Go! Aim at all the gaps in the mecha, he roared. The joints of mechanical creations are usually their weak points. Li Rufeng knew this very well and quickly ordered the Abyss Legion to aim at the weaknesses of the Black Warrior mecha. However, despite his use of so many resources, the Black Warrior mecha still did not face any substantial threat. Black Thunder Energy Sword consumes energy plus 300%, current mecha energy, 93%, mecha damage degree, 1%. Yi Zhiqi swung the Black Thunder Sword and directly chopped the soldiers of the Abyss Legion into remnants. This slash consumed a lot of energy, but the effect of the attack was very obvious. Although Li Rufeng's Abyss Legion had obtained the blessing of various cards, it still could not cause any effective damage to the Black Warrior mecha. Yi Zhiqi sighed inwardly. He had to admit that this battle was really easy. However, he also knew that if he continued like this, his energy would soon be exhausted. It seems that I have to leave some energy, just in case. Yi Zhiqi slightly adjusted his strategy, preparing to get rid of Li Rufeng as soon as possible, while ensuring that he would not be interrupted by other teachers. Another sword. Yi Zhiqi swung the Thunder Sword again, and the power of this sword was even stronger. The surrounding Dark Abyss Legion suffered heavy casualties again, and almost hit with one blow. At the same time, students and teachers from afar rushed over. Seeing the Thunder Dragon wreaking havoc, everyone was shocked, especially when they saw that the dozens of huge space cracks appeared. Almost all of them were concentrated near the Black Warrior mecha. Some students and teachers began to realize the danger of the situation and began to evacuate, while some braver students stopped and watched the battle intently. It seems that I have to deal with this Li Rufeng quickly, Yi Zhiqi thought to himself. At this point in the battle, Yi Zhiqi had completely controlled the situation. As long as he made another full-strength attack, Li Rufeng would definitely not be able to withstand it. At the same time, he also left enough retreat for himself, ready to transfer all resources before the environment card collapsed. What? Aren't you going to let me surrender? Yi Zhiqi finally spoke. His tone was calm and fearless. Chapter 13. Hand over the mecha. Yi Zhiqi's voice echoed in the silent snow, and seemed to be intertwined with the biting cold wind and the constantly collapsing space cracks. At this moment, there was almost no sound in the snow except the whimpering of the cold wind. But even so, there were still many people rushing here. They were not for anything else, but just wanted to see this strange event with their own eyes. After all, this was an environment card arranged by the school, and most students did not expect that there would be such a big danger. Li Rufeng sneered. Don't talk nonsense to me here. It doesn't make any sense to us. After all, you just got the mecha by luck. If you can stop me, can you stop others? I'm not the only teacher here. Other teachers are also in this environment card. Having said that, Li Rufeng's self-confidence gradually recovered. Although Yi Zhiqi's mecha just chopped his Abyss army easily, which made him hard to accept for a while, Li Rufeng quickly reminded himself, no matter how talented you are, if you don't grow enough, you are still not worth mentioning. After all, there are many geniuses who died early on the road to becoming a strong man. Li Rufeng straightened his back and showed a smug smile on his face. Although the mecha operated by Yi Zhiqi just now shocked him. Thinking that if he retrained the Abyss army, it would take at least a year, Li Rufeng's face gradually turned cold. This change was clearly observed by Yi Zhiqi. Why? Why are you so expressive? Yi Zhiqi challenged, but his tone was not impatient. He did not simply want to anger Li Rufeng, but was ready to use the remaining energy to hit the environment card to the brink of collapse. Originally, this environment card had a time limit of 3 days, and students were free to choose to take away any resources they found. As a starting resource who had just awakened and graduated, Yi Zhiqi knew that waiting too long might bring more trouble. Shut up. Li Rufeng was furious, feeling that he had been completely provoked by Yi Zhiqi. At this moment, he could no longer remain calm. Sizzle. The electric current of the Black Thunder energy sword flickered and dissipated in the air, and an extremely dangerous aura spread from the mecha. The right arm of the Black Warrior mecha made a mechanical clicking sound, and then transformed into a thick black barrel, flashing with electric light. Purgatory energy. Yi Zhiqi was about to fire at those cracks, but at this moment, all the cracks suddenly disappeared. Another stabilization card. There is such a card. Yi Zhiqi was a little surprised. Stabilization cards are extremely rare items, each worth at least 80 million star sources. Moreover, if such cards appear in an auction, it will definitely trigger a buying storm. On the surface, these cards are used to stabilize environmental cards, but their true value lies in the fact that no one can predict how precious the resources in the unexplored environmental cards are. The Academy actually has so many stability cards. Yi Zhiqi couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. The function of the stability card is not only to ensure the stability of entering the environment card, but also to allow high-level lords to enter the low-level environment card and completely plunder the precious resources in it. In other words, the stability card is like a valuable herb collection license that can ensure the maximum harvest. However, Yi Zhiqi didn't have much time to delve into this. The Academy obviously planned to continue using this kind of card to recruit more teachers. If they wanted to deal with Li Rufeng, they had to act quickly. Well, I'll beat you into submission now, otherwise I won't be able to have a good ending after I leave. Yi Zhiqi's eyes no longer had any curiosity. He knew that now was the moment of the decisive battle. Swish, swish. Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking air in the distance, and then most of the teachers and some students of Qingting Academy arrived one after another. As more people arrived, the area immediately became lively. What on earth is going on here? Is this a mecha? How can such a huge mecha appear in this environment card? Someone said in surprise. This kind of mecha has never been seen, even in the AI out-of-control environment card. Wow, this mecha is so cool. Why are there so many monster corpses on the ground, piled up like a mountain? That one looks like Teacher Li. Why does he look so grim? What's going on? Why are the teachers from the academy in the environment card? Are they trying to steal our resources? How is that possible? They should be here to check if there are any mutated monsters in the environment card space. I think it should be invaded. Look at that mecha. I guess the AI is out of control and controlling this mecha. As more and more people came, the whole scene suddenly became noisy. Most people's attention was attracted by Yi Zhiqi's Black Warrior mecha. The huge body and black and red color scheme made it stand out from the crowd. The corpses on the ground seemed to be from the Shadow Unicorn Starbreakers, who possess powerful dark attributes. Soldiers of this race should appear in the Dark Demon Abyss series of environment cards. Someone analyzed. It should be Teacher Li's Abyss Army. It seems that this mecha caused it. Although many teachers were also attracted by the mecha, their goal was clear. After entering the environment card space, they would defeat Yi Zhiqi and eliminate the threat. Seeing so many people present, Li Rufeng's confidence increased greatly. He felt that the situation had changed instantly. Yi Zhiqi, why don't you surrender? Don't resist. As long as you hand over this mecha, I will no longer pursue the matter of you killing so many of my Abyss soldiers. Chapter 14. Let bygones be bygones. When Li Rufeng spoke loudly, everyone around, whether they were teachers from the academy or students who had just arrived, eyes widened considerably. The teachers in the academy knew very well that the mecha belonged to Yi Zhiqi. Although I don't know how Yi Zhiqi got it. But Li Rufeng is so shameless, and yet he sounds so righteous. They didn't even have time to think about it. My goodness, you, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, are you so cunning? Hong Yong also just arrived. His face looked strange. Shouldn't that mecha belong to Yi Zhiqi? Why, from what I heard, it sounds like it belongs to him. Hong Yong's voice is lower. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on the Black Warrior mecha and Li Rufeng. Wait, Teacher Li just said that the person controlling this machine is actually Yi Zhiqi. It's actually him. It must be fake. He's a mechanical lord, and he doesn't have a family to back him up. How could he possibly establish a territory? We probably all heard it right. Then according to what Teacher Li said, is there a possibility that Yi Zhiqi actually took Teacher Li's mecha? How did he get it? This kind of mecha must be placed in a safe place. And Teacher Li is a mid-level lord. How could Yi Zhiqi, a low-level lord, get this mecha from Teacher Li? I know, he must have stolen the school's mecha. Many students said something, each with their own reasons. They would never have thought that this mecha belonged to Yi Zhiqi. It is almost a recognized fact that it is difficult for mechanical lords to establish territories. No one would have thought that Yi Zhiqi had not only established a territory, but also that this mecha was the result of Yi Zhiqi utilizing all the resources of his low-level lord's territory. The Black Warrior mecha manufactured. Yi Zhi was naturally too lazy to argue with these students. However, one person stood up directly. Stop talking nonsense. Yi Zhiqi is a genius of Qingting College. He would never do such a shameful thing. You dare to make such a decision just by listening to one word. If anyone disagrees, come and argue with me. As soon as Jiang Yunxiao arrived, she heard so many people slandering Yi Zhiqi. The anger suddenly rose. If Hu Tianhe hadn't been pressing Jiang Yun's shoulders, Jiang Yunxiao would have rushed forward without summoning the soldiers in his territory. Just start fighting with others. The others saw that it was Jiang Yunxiao who was speaking. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. Except for some people who, like Jiang Yunxiao, have family power. They were silent from beginning to end. Rather than offending Jiang Yunxiao and the Jiang family by scolding Yi Zhiqi, it is better to look carefully at the situation in front of you. How did Yi Zhiqi get this mecha? Of these two things, they value the latter more. When Yi Zhiqi saw Jiang Yunxiao like this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. This girl had always had a crush on him a long time ago. Maybe it was a chance encounter before, and he helped me. Jiang Yunxiao became curious about him. At that time, he was busy accumulating his strength. Because I only have one sister. Hence the extreme effort, coupled with the rationality gained from 2 lifetimes as a human being. To become a genius in an Ivy League school, it was truly through his own efforts. Bang! Yi Zhiqi, who was in the driving seat of the Black Warrior, suddenly felt as if he was electrocuted. But there was no damage at all. I just feel a little bit numb. It should be because I gave up on releasing the energy cannon just now. The accumulated energy dispersed inside the mecha and was transmitted to me. Yi Zhiqi couldn't understand. It can only be attributed to this result. However, Jiang Yunxiao, who was preparing to fight 3,000 people alone outside, suddenly turned his head and looked towards the Black Warrior mecha. She suddenly felt a sense of hostility and a little anger for no apparent reason. That feeling quickly disappeared. She even thought it was an illusion. However, once awakened and became a lord, every time he summoned soldiers or other creatures from his territory, they will exercise mental strength and perception ability. It can be said that the physical strength of each lord is different, but the perception ability of each of them is not weak. Li Rufeng, how could you treat this child like this? Suddenly, at this moment, a compassionate middle-aged man's voice sounded. Many teachers and students. Li Rufeng. Yi Zhiqi. The entire audience's attention was no longer on Li Rufeng and Yi Zhiqi. Everyone's eyes looked in the direction where the voice came from. I saw a middle-aged man with a very smart hairstyle and a belly that was so big that it looked like he was holding a rock in front of his chest. This person was none other than Director Wang, who had set out earlier to explain the details to many teachers. Director Wang looked indifferent, but a hint of greed flashed across his eyes, which was still noticed by Yi Zhiqi. I thought the sun was rising from the west. Director Wang saw that everyone was looking at him. Even the head of the Black Warrior's mecha turned to him. This also proves that Yi Zhiqi was also watching him. Yi Zhiqi, stop here. As long as you hand over my mecha, I will forgive you for what happened. As soon as these words came out, Yi Zhiqi laughed out loud right inside the Black Warrior's mecha cockpit. Li Rufeng's face turned black. Well, as expected, Director Wang, he is indeed. Li Rufeng felt some pain in his liver. He had just lost nearly half of his Abyss army at the hands of Yi Zhiqi. His current strength may be equivalent to some low-level lords with extremely high talent levels. Your mecha? Haha, this is really interesting. You clearly watched me come here. If I resist, then it's my fault? Should I die here as you think? I have never done anything to let the school down in Qingting College. Are you treating me like this just because I have a mecha like this? After saying this, Yi Zhiqi paused slightly. Or is it because of your arrogance? After Yi Zhiqi finished speaking, Director Wang's expression became a little tense. On the one hand, he really didn't know the name of this mecha. On the other hand, this mecha originally belonged to Yi Zhiqi, but when he saw this handsome and powerful mecha, he couldn't help but feel a little greedy. However, another person shouted loudly. How is this possible? Yi Zhiqi, it can't be yours. This kind of mecha, this kind of powerful mecha, how can it be yours? Yi Zhiqi turned his head and was stunned for a moment. I saw something hanging on the man's back, emitting golden light that illuminated the sky. The two big characters are obviously eye-catching. Fool. Chapter 15. More than 20 intermediate lords besieged a student. At this moment, the entire extremely cold world is stuck in the environment. The person who attracted everyone's attention was no longer Yi Zhiqi's Black Warrior mecha, nor Li Rufeng, nor the Director Wang who had just talked nonsense. But it's Sheng Tianhao. There is tiger skin on the back with 2 words engraved on it, shining across the entire sky. Everyone's eyes were a little dazed at this moment. Ha ha ha. Hu Tianhe laughed like a fool, and his body was shaking nonstop. She jumped onto the giant tiger she had summoned. Her already petite body and 2 delicate feet were swinging wildly in the air. Not many people came to see this blood-pumping scene. When Jiang Yunxiao saw Shang Tianhao in such a posture, her face looked a little strange. Just hid back. At this moment, she didn't want to have such a suitor at all. This is no longer a question of whether or not you will lose face. This is a social death issue. When he saw Hu Tianhe next to him, he laughed so hard that he covered his stomach. Even after sitting on the giant tiger, he was about to fall off again. Needless to say, Jiang Yunxiao could tell at a glance that the tiger skin on Shang Tianhao's back was stuck by Hu Tianhe, although she actually didn't know when Hu Tianhe put it there. But they had met Shang Tianhao before, and there was indeed such an opportunity in the middle of the journey. In addition, there was a piece of tiger skin attached to Shang Tianhao's back. In Jiang Yunxiao's eyes, she couldn't find anyone else with this kind of material and this kind of funny way of playing tricks except her mean best friend. Shang Tianhao noticed that everyone's eyes were on him. For a moment, I felt more confident. Yijiqi, this mecha cannot possibly be yours. If I'm not mistaken, this mecha should belong to the academy. Don't you realize that you have affected our graduation ceremony? No matter how you got this mecha, you'd better hand it over as soon as possible, otherwise you will affect the reputation of all our students. At this moment, Shang Tianhao felt that he had spoken perfectly. At one point, he brought up the tone of his cousin's speech in the family. Whenever his cousin and his family spoke, the attitude and aura he revealed made him somewhat envious. Now, at this moment when everyone was watching, he did not bring shame to the family. Think of this. Shang Tianhao glanced around quietly again. Well, I guess it wasn't embarrassing. Maybe they were shocked by what I said. Where's Jiang Yunxiao? I remember seeing her just now. Why did she disappear as soon as I finished speaking? As expected, someone like me shouldn't have my due light blocked by a useless lord like Yijiqi. She should probably be regretting it at this moment. Shang Tianhao suddenly raised his head confidently. At this moment, several black lines appeared on Yijiqi's forehead. How to say it, he actually didn't take Shang Tianhao seriously. In his opinion, the other party was a bit like a child who had not yet experienced the beatings of society. But at this moment, the 2 sacred words on Shang Tianhao's back made Yijiqi admire him. Are you that one? Have we met before? As soon as Yijiqi said this, Shang Tianhao, who was standing in the sky and looking down on everyone, suddenly felt like he was slapped hard in the face. He has attracted so many people's attention now and said such a sentence. You were so quiet that the people around you were so surprised that they couldn't recover for a moment. And you actually asked me, have we met before? Yijiqi, you are so good. Shang Tianhao's face turned red in an instant, like the monkey's butt. Director Wang no longer had the heart to continue watching the show. Go down, or it will be bad if it affects you. Director Wang's face was cold, and his voice was as cold as a needle, piercing Shang Tianhao deeply. In an instant, Shang Tianhao shuddered. After meeting Director Wang's eyes, Shang Tianhao was speechless. Shang Tianhao is really amazing. After becoming a lord, he actually carved these 2 words on his back. Yes, there are not many people in the whole academy, no, in the whole world who dare to carve these 2 words. Those 2 words don't seem to be engraved. Something like this should be a treasure of the Lord or something like that. Do you want such a Lord's treasure? Unless it brings extremely high bonus attributes, forget it. When Shang Tianhao was about to go down, some people's voices came directly into his ears. His expression was odd, with a slight frown on his face. But in order to maintain his previous demeanor, he landed on the ground very calmly. In the middle of the process, he quickly glanced around. Of course, he was looking for Jiang Yunxiao. Well, I still haven't seen Jiang Yunxiao. As soon as he landed, he looked towards his lackeys. What's going on? Shang Tianhao could also notice that there was something wrong with the way people around him looked at him. His lackeys looked at each other. When Shang Tianhao saw this scene, his expression suddenly became unnatural. Shang Tianhao had just acted so pretentiously. Why was he being so timid now? Ahem. I, Shang Tianhao, have always been upright. If there is anything you can't just say. Shang, brother Shang, have you noticed that there is a piece of tiger skin on your back? Shang Tianhao frowned, and suddenly, a bad premonition emerged in his heart. But he immediately became firm again. Who is he, Shang Tianhao? He was not afraid at all under the gaze of so many junior lords and more than 20 mid-level lords. There is just a piece of tiger skin on the back. Is there anything else written on it? Shang Tianhao thought so and pulled off the tiger skin. Naturally, I saw the 2 words on the tiger skin at a glance. His expression changed from indifferent at first to puzzlement. to doubt, and then to confusion. Finally, the light in his eyes slowly disappeared. Thump dash. Sheng Tianhao fell directly to the ground. 2 clear tears slid across the air. Brother Sheng, Brother Sheng, Brother Sheng. When several lackeys found Sheng Tianhao fell, they all pounced on him. But at this time, not many people are paying attention to them anymore. Yi Zhiqi ignored it. It seems that the teachers are going to attack me? 20 intermediate lords besieging 1 student. It's really amazing. Director Wang's face turned pale. The faces of the others didn't look very good either. But at this moment, if they want to capture Yi Zhiqi, they can only do this. This mecha was coaxed directly from Yi Zhiqi. It was just an attempt without any expectations in my heart. Chapter 16. It's amazing that you can make it this far. Director Wang frowned. Hearing Yi Zhiqi's words, he could understand that Yi Zhiqi was not as easy to fool as other students. And before awakening, this Yi Zhiqi is also a genius in the academy. As an ordinary person, without the blessing of the Lord panel, he achieved extremely high scores in Lord simulation battles and other subjects. Unfortunately, before awakening, the teachers in these colleges don't care too much. Because after awakening to become a Lord, that is the real beginning. It's already remarkable that you've made it this far. I'll give you a chance to surrender. As long as you hand over this mecha, I'll forgive you for what happened. Don't think that you can change anything by relying on this mecha. You can't resist so many of us second-level lords. Give up. Director Wang had already sentenced Yi Zhiqi to death in his heart. If you want to fight, then stop talking nonsense. I don't want to be a piece of fish on the chopping board. Yi Zhiqi's tone was cold. Now that we've already broken off relations, there's nothing more to say. Director Wang immediately summoned the soldiers from his territory. The soldiers in his territory are all black snakes. These snakes are huge, and even with only a few hundred of them, they have already occupied a large area. Not only did it crush the mountain of corpses formed by the monsters that Yi Zhiqi had defeated before, and the entire area was surrounded. There were also several giant snakes flying in the sky. If it weren't for the lack of dragon horns, everyone would have thought that the type of soldiers Director Wang summoned were dragons. Sadly, snakes are still snakes, not some sacred dragons. More than 20 teachers attacking together? You think too highly of yourself. I'll say it one last time, if you don't hand over this mecha. When the time comes, I will destroy this mecha, including you. Director Wang didn't want any problems to occur with this mecha. Considering his level in this school, he should have no problem eating this mecha in the end. This mecha can not only be used, although I don't know what the grade is, but this look is already very good. Even if you just treat it as a collectible, it's actually not bad. Director Wang's face looked very ugly when he thought about the possibility of destroying the mecha. He has come to regard the Darth Vader mecha as his own. Wait, Director Wang, what you are doing is a bit against the rules. No matter what, as a college director, you shouldn't do anything to Yi Zhiqi. And this mecha doesn't look like it belongs to the school. If it is, why haven't you used it before? At this time, a pleasant spiritual sound appeared. The owner of this voice is Jiang Yunxiao. After seeing this scene, Sheng Tianhao, who had just been awakened by his younger brother, fell asleep again. He tried so hard to show his face in front of the goddess, but the goddess turned out to be his liquor. Whether it was what happened just now or now, Sheng Tianhao suddenly felt like leaving this city. He decided that once this matter was over, he would leave this city. If he can't develop, he won't come back. Thinking of my past self, with those 2 sacred words engraved on my back, I felt a little dizzy for a moment. Director Wang turned his head and took a look. The person who discovered and spoke was actually Jiang Yunxiao. His brows furrowed again. He almost forgot that Jiang Yunxiao liked Yi Zhiqi very much. He wasn't quite sure how he fell in love with her. However, the academy pays more attention to these children of nobles. The family behind Jiang Yunxiao is actually not weak. There is also a senior lord in the entire Jiang family. A high-ranking lord, his status itself is not weak. There are quite a few intermediate lords in every city. But there are only a dozen or so high-ranking lords in each city. To become a high-level lord, not only is the price to pay high, but the test of promotion is also absolutely extraordinary. I just said that he stole the school's mecha. Well, since I took the academy's mecha, I still have a question. If you can name the academy's mecha, I will hand it over. Yi Zhiqi also spoke up. Actually, after saying this, let's talk about 2. Add to that Li Rufeng's original words. Anyone with a bit of common sense can see that. Although no one knows how Yi Zhiqi got this mecha, but it is definitely not something from the academy. Stop talking nonsense. Don't blame us for being merciless since you are resisting so stubbornly. Director Wang has a very specific tone of voice. In the academy, when facing the teachers, he always had an attitude of what they said was what it meant. As for those students, he never took them seriously. Others didn't say much when they saw this scene. Yi Ziki's mecha is pretty good, everyone wants it. The teachers or directors in the college wanted it and tried to snatch it from Yi Ziqi. For most people, it's not surprising actually, because this is what Ivy League college is like. How can this be? It's okay. It's just the law of the jungle. If Yi Ziqi hadn't taken out his mecha during the graduation ceremony, he would have survived this ordeal. But if he doesn't take out the mecha, it seems that he can't survive in this environment card. Then hide and run. A momentary loss of temper can sometimes lead to your death. I don't think so. That mecha is tall and powerful. The power it displayed before was like a thunder dragon wandering around. There are not many intermediate lords who can be so powerful. Some people gloat over other people's misfortunes. Some people also think this is inappropriate. Some people even think that Yi Ziqi doesn't know how to endure. Those who were planning to stand on Yi Ziqi's side were all watched over by a teacher. Even Zhang Yunxiao was in the same situation at this moment, being watched by a teacher and his soldiers. Zhang Yunxiao, please don't make things difficult for me. I don't want to fight with you. After all, you are one of the most outstanding students in our Qingting college. Besides, your family has some cooperation with our college. Will your family agree to your children's love affair? A teacher said earnestly. He was not doing it for Zhang Yunxiao, he was doing it for himself. If Zhang Yunxiao really gets angry and insists on taking action, that would be a real headache. He didn't want to face that kind of outcome. In fact, it's not just this teacher. Hu Tianhe pressed Zhang Yunxiao's shoulders again. Are you stopping me too? Zhang Yunxiao suddenly became angry. Chapter 17. Kneel down and apologize? Write off everything? The anger in Zhang Yunxiao's heart at this moment was like a volcano about to erupt. It explodes at the slightest touch. Extremely unstable. What annoyed her the most was not the teacher, but the fact that Hu Tianhe was also stopping her. It feels like your very good friend doesn't help you, but instead helps others. The feeling here can be summed up simply by the word anger. Yunxiao, I don't intend to stop you, but think about it. If he doesn't resist in this matter and you help him, in the end, there will be no good results for both of you. And as he said, not all of your family members will necessarily stand by you. Have you forgotten that you also have a sister? As for this Qingting Academy, we will look for trouble with Director Wang after the matter has come to a conclusion. Hu Tianhe is usually dull-witted, but at critical moments, she would never make mistakes. When Hu Tianhe said these words, Zhang Yunxiao was already deflated. She can tell the difference, too. Although she has the support of her family, the family treats her as a member of the family who has some talent. The one being trained as the future head of the family was her elder sister. Okay, all right. The tightly clenched fists slowly loosened. There was an aura of death surrounding his entire body. When Hu Tianhe saw this scene, he sighed slightly in his heart. Then he turned his gaze to the teacher. Don't get in the way here, we won't do anything. Hu Tianhe narrowed his eyes and spoke softly. However, the teacher nodded slightly and then said, this. Suddenly, Hu Tianhe's aura changed. I am a person who seldom takes things seriously. Every time I take things seriously, I survive. Now, it is not us who are causing trouble for you. You are the one who is looking for trouble with us. How about a gesture? The aura of Hu Tianhe surged throughout his body. The giant tiger under the seat also stood up. Behind Hu Tianhe, a pair of tiger eyes slowly opened. No, that's not what I meant. The teacher turned and left. Director Wang was too lazy to even look at those students, because he knew that the teachers he brought in would help him take care of everything. Among all the teachers in the audience at this moment, except for Li Rufeng, whose combat effectiveness has declined, as long as Hong Yong stood there without moving. Threatening students in this way was somewhat inconsistent with her original intention. When he saw that students' things were good, he would take them directly. This attitude made her feel even more disgusted. Hong Yong stood there, not knowing what to do. But I already had some vague ideas in my mind. Yi Ziqi, who was sitting in the driving seat of the Black Warrior's mecha, had a smile on his face at this moment. There is no other reason. It was simply because only one person attacked him. If these more than 20 teachers, including Director Wang, take action together, he really wasn't sure he could take on all of them. But if it was just Director Wang alone, he still felt very confident. Just you alone? Boy, don't think that you can be so insolent to me just because you defeated Li Rufeng's Abyss army with this mecha. The difference between an intermediate lord and an intermediate lord is huge. It's not like you low-level lords, where the gap between 3 and 4 stars can be ignored to some extent. Director Wang snapped his fingers. The next moment, the sound of his snapping fingers fell. The bodies of the giant snakes he summoned grew a bit bigger. The snake's pupils continued to emit scarlet light. Basic frenzy state. Beast-like soldiers can basically learn this skill. Moreover, this skill has good effects, low consumption, and a low learning threshold for beasts. Apart from a significant reduction in combat intelligence, There are no other disadvantages. As for combat intelligence, most people control it by themselves. Therefore, this negative state of basic frenzy is not acceptable. To be honest, if Director Wong wasn't bald, the action of snapping his fingers, coupled with the roars of those giant snakes, would be quite handsome. It's that clever hairstyle that really makes people feel a little uncomfortable. Boy, I can tell you that after reaching the intermediate lord, 1 star is the difference of that 1 star. Unless it is a B-level talent against an SSS level talent, then the SSS level talent lord. At most, it can only leap over the 1-star realm. You were able to defeat Li Rufeng with this mecha, so I guess it must have consumed a lot of your energy. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Yi Zhiqi's mecha. They no longer care about Yi Zhiqi's talent. At this moment, they just wanted to see what Yi Zhiqi would do. In the entire history, it has never been possible to go from an SSS level mechanical lord to this point. He is also a unique one. Throughout history, is there any lord who can have such combat power right after awakening? It has only been a few days since I awakened. Yes, I said I would not be a fish on the chopping board. Black Thunder Energy Sword. Yi Zhiqi controlled the Black Warrior mech and condensed the Black Thunder Energy Sword again. In this state, more energy will be consumed to activate the Black Thunder Energy Sword again. But those giant snakes looked ordinary, just a little bigger in size. However, Director Wong only summoned these giant snakes and did not take any other actions, which showed that he was very confident. Moreover, these giant snakes also gave Yi Zhiqi a very dangerous feeling. Padash. The Black Thunder Dragon appeared again from the body of the Black Warrior mecha. The Black Thunder Energy Sword gathered in his hand. Many people were deeply attracted by the scene. I wish they were the ones driving the Dark Warrior mecha. Apart from anything else, this one is pretty majestic and handsome. You know, the soldiers in some people's territories are various monsters, such as gnolls and the like. A lot of ugly ones. With such a handsome mecha in front of him, it would be confusing for that man to put it on him. So this is the place. I was wondering why I couldn't find him. Director Wong, please don't hurt him. The dean has something to say. Another rough voice came. As soon as the voice fell, a figure appeared. After seeing the unique attire of Ivy League College on him, everyone could see clearly that this person was also a director. Director Shui? Director Wong was a little confused at the moment. Didn't he say before that Yi Zhiqi should be killed? Why did he suddenly change his mind? Director Shui just came over and there was no extra nonsense. He only noticed the situation here when he saw the Black Thunder Dragon. Yi Zhiqi, as long as you kneel down and apologize, we can write off everything you did before. Chapter 18. Why do we oppress him? Director Shui was also looking closely at the Black Warrior mecha at this moment. This mecha is really cool. How did this guy get it? Where did you get this thing from? I'll catch this guy and ask him carefully. On the surface, Director Shui, who had just arrived, only focused his eyes on the driving seat of the Black Warrior mecha. But in fact, at this moment he really wanted to circle around the mecha and take a close look at it. The matching colors of black and red also pleased him. It's strange that after he saw this mecha, there is always a very strange feeling. It's as if this mecha is alive. There are a great number of mechanical creations. He had never seen a living mechanical creature. I have seen many mechanical creations controlled by out-of-control AI. Kneel down and apologize? Don't be ridiculous. Write off everything. I guess you guys will arrest me as soon as I step out of the mecha, right? You actually have a lot of backup plans. What a pity. I don't have any backup plan, and you want me to kneel down and apologize. Are you kidding me? Director Shui turned and looked at Director Wong. Can you take him down? If you can take him down directly, I won't do anything. The graduation ceremony must go on. We have already wasted a lot of time. Since Yi Zhiqi is not going to beg for mercy, the only thing we can do is to cripple it first. Director Wong nodded slightly. The result is still no change. But Yi Zhiqi was one step faster than him and raised the Black Thunder Energy Sword. But the sword stopped immediately when it was halfway raised, because a large amount of blood mist suddenly appeared in the sky. Various humanoid monsters also appeared. These monsters were covered in festering blood and surrounded by mist. Some monsters have huge red wings on their backs. These monsters kept roaring, seeing the giant snake, including other lords. Everyone had saliva flowing from the corners of their mouths. Zombie race. It's actually a zombie race, the zombie race among the 10 disasters. Who summoned it? The zombie race is one of the 10 great natural disasters and cannot be measured by common sense. I remember that this race only exists in one family. How come people from that family came to our Qingting Academy? Everyone had a strange look on their face. A race at the 10th level of disaster is not some cabbage found on the roadside. A race called the Scourge. When you reach the intermediate lord level, you can jump 3 to 4 stars. He could even confront high-level lords directly at the level of a mid-level lord. It's actually a zombie race. That friend took advantage of the chaos to come to our Qingting College's environment card. This is our college's graduation ceremony. It's a bit against the rules to just barge in without even saying hello. Director Wang and Director Shui's faces both changed. This race exists, and they dare to summon it out so openly. Only people from that family dare to do this. In front of that family, not to mention them, even the entire Qingting Academy is probably nothing in the eyes of that natural disaster family. Could it be that this family has some relationship with Li Zhiqi? In the college's monitoring room. Thump dash. Pa dash. Zhu Guangfu was originally sitting on a stool. After all, as a dean, it's not impossible for him to sit on a stool in the monitoring room. However, when he saw the zombie race, suddenly he could no longer sit still and fell directly to the ground. The zombie race, this natural disaster race, everyone in that family is a war maniac. If you meet someone from other families, the problem can be solved if Zhu Guangfu pays some price. However, the family that summons zombies as the main soldiers of the territory are all war maniacs. If you can take action, never say a word. There's nothing to even talk about. When did this family member come? How did they get in? Zhu Guangfu felt like he was screwed at this moment. Hong Yang's face straightened. It's me. As teachers, why would we bully a student like this? He should be the student with SSS level mechanical talent. I remember that many of you scolded him in the office at that time. I don't know what he has done to offend you. Now, what's wrong with him coming to this environment card to enjoy the college's graduation ceremony? Hong Yang's figure immediately attracted the attention of the entire audience. Director Wang's face was startled. Suddenly, he remembered that Hong Yang's actual surname was Hong, and everyone in that family has the surname Hong. That being said, Hong Yang is from that family. Director Wang had some beads of sweat on his forehead. Fortunately, his previous dirty ideas have not been implemented yet. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Yi Zhiqi was also a little surprised. There was actually one teacher among these who was willing to stand on his side. Jiang Yunxiao saw Hong Yang's elegant figure and stunning looks, and she didn't know how many people's attention she had attracted. It's just that because of the soldier races summoned by the other side, they have gathered a lot of each. Jiang Yunxiao clenched his fist again. For the first time, I felt such a desire to become stronger. Hu Tianhe also glared. What on earth is so charming about this guy that why do you all want to help him? Hu Tianhe didn't understand. That guy messed up her hard-working hairstyle into a mess, and she remembered that. Every time he wanted to play a prank on someone, he ended up being played a prank by Yi Zhiqi. At the same time, I saw Hong Yong coming out. Hu Tianhe put the small piece of golden tiger skin in his hand back into his territory. Well, he says one thing, but does another. Ha ha ha. That little girl has someone she likes too. I thought that little girl would never get married. Ha ha ha. In a villa, an old man with a head full of white hair. But the muscles on his body bulge out one after another. There was a big white beard on his chin that reached to his chest. The aura on his body was like that of a tiger lying on the ground. A middle-aged man next to him looked somewhat helpless. Dad, you just saw it through the tiger skin. Aren't you curious about this mecha? What curiosity? Our granddaughter is finally getting married, and you're not happy. When the middle-aged man saw his father, his eyes widened like a pair of tiger's eyes, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Given Tianhe's personality, it's actually not bad to marry her off. She also likes that boy very much, and that boy happens to have a talent for mechanics. Let him join Xiao Tianhe's territory. Bang! The middle-aged man is calculating the future development path for his son-in-law. A palm suddenly hit me from behind my head. It didn't hurt at all, but there was a crackling sound in my head. You idiot, this kind of thing should be left to the younger generation. Chapter 19 Zhu Guangfu definitely doesn't have anything like this. The middle-aged man was shocked to see his father suddenly slap him in the face. Didn't say much. To some extent, this is a tradition in their family. It was just because he gave birth to a daughter. So this tradition has not yet been passed on to his daughter. Father? Do we really not care? The middle-aged man looked skeptical. You don't think that he can solve the future with such a mecha, right? Although I don't know how he got it. But he definitely couldn't bring out a second one, and wars between lords were won by legions. There was only one mecha like him. It is impossible to control two. If the opposing army is too large, then his combat power will not be fully exerted. The middle-aged man pointed out the huge problem Yi Zhiqi was facing at the moment. The most important point is that once a mecha is activated and started, it needs to be maintained, otherwise it will degenerate over time. The properties of the mecha will definitely decline. All mechanical creations cannot escape this law. The middle-aged man gave a lot of analysis. The old man was also angry, but the smile on her face remained, and she neither refuted nor agreed with what her son said, silently waiting for his son to finish. To sum up, his combat power is indeed very high. If he wants to continue on the path of becoming a mechanical lord, the resources and energy he needs to spend will be disproportionate. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he looked at his father with a confused expression. From what perspective do we look at the wheelless? After Hu Tianhe marries Yi Zhiqi, Yi Zhiqi's territory will become their family's territory. In this way, Yi Zhiqi will also benefit. It will directly transform its territory into a mountain of beasts and summon various beast soldiers. The price he paid was that his original SSS level mechanical lord talent would be reduced by 1 level. This is also the way out for most mechanical lords. So far, no one has been able to build a mechanical territory. It is because the materials needed to build a mechanical territory are too strange. Basically never seen it. There is still no replacement material. Most of the territories that are built require materials with various attributes and grades. However, if the same material cannot be found, it can be replaced with materials of the same properties and grade. This way, a territory can be established. But the mechanical lord's territory is different. Not only are there all kinds of strange parts without attributes, but it is also unclear what effect a part has. In this case, it is impossible to replace the materials. Who knows? Maybe we should give him some time. Back then, your great-grandfather awakened the D-level talent of the Lord of the Mountain of Beasts. Didn't we establish our lineage later? I noticed that boy before. He is very different from ordinary people. What I admire most is that this kid has never intended to rely on any family. The old man smiled and stroked his white beard. In the beginning, he could have relied on Tianhe and the girl from the Jiang family to provide him with convenience. But he didn't do that. Don't forget that boy has a sister and his parents are not around. If you were given these conditions, could you do what he did now? The old man narrowed his eyes as he smiled. The middle-aged man pondered for a while and shook his head slightly. That little girl from the Jiang family. The old man naturally understood what the middle-aged man meant. The Jiang family doesn't train Jiang Yunxiao as an heir, but just as a member of the family. They found an eternal environment card outside before. This environment card has also been targeted by another family. You know the things in the eternal environment card, from low-level to high-level lords, and even after high-level lords, there are things of that level. There was a gleam in the old man's eyes. Eternal environment cards are different from environment cards created by card makers. The eternal environment card is the result of an energy explosion that occurs when the core of a high-level lord's territory collapses after his death. Blow up the territory's space into ruins. Under the ruins, something new will surely be born. Finally, it developed into a world. Such a world has a spatial anchor point, plus the core of the territory that originally collapsed and disappeared. The Eternal Space card was born. The biggest difference between the Eternal Environment card box and the ordinary environment card is that one can only be explored once. After all the things inside are looted, the environment card is considered scrapped. However, the Eternal Environment card is different. The space inside it is a world of its own. The resources inside will be restored over time, and its stability is also extremely high. The white-haired old man didn't have any thoughts about this Eternal Environment card. On the one hand, it is because his current granddaughter has a good relationship with the little girl of the Jiang family. On the other hand, his injuries have not healed yet. The territory is also in a cursed state. It can be said that being alive is a blessing. Then how can they compete with other families for the Eternal Environment card? The Jiang family and another family are planning to share the environment card. They want to tie the two families together. The easiest way is. Having said that, Mr. Baihu was too lazy to continue. After all, the words are already so obvious. And the rest of the words weren't nice either. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. The best way to bind families together in a short period of time is naturally through marriage. This method has existed thousands of years ago and has never changed. Although it is a bit tacky, it does work. Speaking of which, it's a bit strange that the current environment card of Qingting Academy hasn't collapsed. It seems that Zhu Guangfu has definitely used the environment stabilization card. I was wondering why Tianhe would use this kind of teleportation tiger skin. It turns out that this environment card has been reinforced. From this point of view, it may be more than just an environment stabilization card. Zhu Guangfu definitely doesn't have such a thing. He should have used the card given to him before. He even used 2 of them. Don't just sit at home. Bring your family members and go to Qingting College. Hong Yong, we are not bullying him. It's just because he took things from the school. Director Wang still had the nerve to do so. Director Shui standing by has already started contacting the dean outside the environmental card office, Zhu Guangfu. A look of sarcasm flashed across Hong Yong's face. Director Wang, are you treating me like a fool? If you dare to keep talking nonsense like this, let's have a Lord Death fight. Chapter 20. Give him a job. Hong Yong's face turned cold. How could she not know who the Dark Warrior mech belonged to? Besides, when she first entered the environment card, she was really afraid of making a mistake. My goodness, after looking at it for a while, I couldn't tell it was her. Even those students who knew nothing have understood. How could Hong Yong not understand? I had been thinking that she should get some experience outside the family and not just start a fight for no reason. It's okay now. She also felt something strange when looking at Director Wong before. Now she understood. This is just a villain. Like to say some very high-sounding words to cover up his despicable behavior. Think of this. The look on Hong Yong's face was even more disdainful. Director Wong was indeed a little dumbfounded at this moment. The deadly fight between lords means attacking each other's territory. The final result can only be that only one exists and the other perishes. He and Hong Yong. Not to mention the Hong Yong family's territory and the combat power of the zombie race. Let's talk about the family that Hong Yong relies on. Although the people in that family spread the word that they would not interfere if any of their family members died in battle outside. But just listen to this. Finally, let's talk about Hong Yong's combat power. These zombie races will infect their own soldiers and even hero units in the end. Of course, there are no heroic units in Director Wong's territory. In the same way, the final result will inevitably be Hong Yong's victory. He died. For a moment, Director Wong was at a loss for words. Director Shui has already been in touch with Zhu Guangfu. Dean, what should we do? Hong Yong is from that family, and now she wants to protect Yi Zhiqi. Give her a position, any position you can think of, and keep her stable first. There are no eternal enemies in this world. As long as we keep her stable, everything will be easy for us later. If she is still stubborn, you two should start a fight and hold her back first. Kill Yi Zhiqi. When Zhu Guangfu talked about Yi Zhiqi later, his tone was full of gnashing teeth. In his opinion, ever since Yi Zhiqi entered the environment card, just doing this one thing cost him 2 stability cards. And now this matter is not over yet. If things develop according to his ideas, then the benefits to those families will not be lost. It can be said that this is another wave of heavy bleeding. The only thing that could be a consolation might be Yi Zhiqi's mecha. Director Shui hung up the phone. At this moment, Director Shui held his head high and chest puffed out. Hong Yong, our college has unanimously decided to give you a higher position. From now on, you are also the director of Qingting College. If you are still willing to stay in Qingting College, I hope you won't hinder us from doing our job. If you join us in taking action against Yi Zhiqi, we can give you something better later. After all, we are not enemies. It is inappropriate to make enemies with us just because of a useless mechanical lord. Although Director Shui held her head high and chest puffed out, she was still very polite when she spoke. One of the 10 great natural disasters. It's not that we can't fight. After the war, it may take 3 or 4 years for one's territory to recover. As expected of Qingting College. I've heard that this college bullies the weak and fears the strong. Keep your voice down. After all, you'll always pick on the weak. Have you forgotten that we don't have a family, and we haven't gotten out of the environment card yet? It looks like Yi Zhiqi is going to fail. If I were teacher Hong Yong, I would agree. After all, everyone has their own standards. He is already very impressive. Don't forget, he is a mechanical lord. The academy has taught us a lesson today. Hey, I heard he has a younger sister, who seems to be also in Ivy League college. What? In this case, he can't resist even more. Looking at the students now, everyone knows that it is amazing that Yi Zhiqi has such a mecha. It has surpassed a large number of lords. Moreover, Yi Zhiqi has no family to rely on. If you think about it carefully, it has not been easy for Yi Zhiqi to come this far. Snapdash. Zhang Yunxiao clenched her fists. The bones were crackling. This damn academy. Zhang Yunxiao's anger reached its peak. At this moment, she actually hated herself for the 3 years she had spent in the academy. She actually has a lot of time to become stronger. But most of the time she had wasted it. It's no exaggeration at all. Her best friend, Hu Tianhe, seems to be out of tune most of the time. But Hu Tianhe is now stronger than her. Hu Tianhe frowned again, and his upper and lower silver teeth clenched tightly together. TSK, it seems this woman is unreliable. Xiao Xiao, do me a favor and stabilize the space around me. I want to call my grandfather a 1-star senior lord, and my 4th uncle, 5th uncle. This is the action of Hu Tianhe. Zhang Yunxiao was completely dumbfounded. The students and some teachers around also heard Hu Tianhe's words. 1-star senior lord. If they are really called over, this will not be a graduation ceremony, but a battle to defend Ivy League College. Following Hu Tianhe's words, teacher Chiba just ignored those ordinary students. Directly came to the vicinity of Hu Tianhe. Classmate, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil. When fighting with Hong Yong, at least they don't need teachers to go. But Hu Tianhe is the heir of the Hu family. Everyone in the Hu family is generous, until Hu Tianhe's father, who are relatively calm and elegant. But there is nothing we can do about the way he does things. What if the old man from the Hu family comes? Just say something to stretch your body. Then wouldn't these people be in trouble? Hong Yong also laughed out loud at this moment. Haha, what a joke. Since I have stood up, I naturally disdain to be in the same boat with you. I understand why some people pass our family's test and die directly. With people like you, if you really take this kid's mecha, you will cause him trouble later. In this case, Hong Yong's hair fluttered in the air. The zombie-like creatures all over the sky let out huge roars. Come on, all of you. I, Hong Yong, will take them all. It's just a fight to the death. At this moment, Yi Zhiqi was still standing in the cockpit of the mecha. Everyone is a little dazed. The Black Warrior mecha holds a Black Thunder energy sword in its hand. It's not right to move, but it also seems a bit inappropriate not to move. What's going on? How did things turn out like this? Chapter 21 should have done it earlier? Yi Zhiqi finally decided to call a halt. Although the other party helped me this time, the problem was not completely resolved. The Academy already knows about his Dark Warrior mecha. Even Hong Yong was stopped by the Academy today. But then, more troubles arose. Besides, how will he repay Hong Yong for her help? You can't just say thank you and be done with it, right? Teacher Hong Yong, I appreciate your kindness, but I hope you can protect my sister more than me. If Teacher Hong Yong has any requests in the future, I will try my best to satisfy you. Originally, the atmosphere at this moment was a little tense. Hong Yong is willing to declare war on the entire Ivy League Academy on his own. The people from Qingting College really didn't dare to answer it. Once the fight starts, it won't be easy to stop, especially because Hong Yong is a member of that family. He would not consider anything else when fighting. Until Yi Zhiqi said this, everyone was a little dumbfounded. But if you think about it carefully, everyone can understand it. Yi Zhiqi still has a soft spot in his heart. Like his sister, it seems that Yi Zhiqi is also going to give in. This result is not surprising. I don't think he necessarily surrendered. If he did, he would have surrendered at the beginning. Why wait until now? You mean he wants to fight those two directors? Those two directors are not comparable to Li Ruffing and his ilk. That's right. The strength of those two directors is extraordinary. In addition, he has just defeated Li Ruffing's Dark Abyss army. How could he not have consumed any energy? Perhaps, after a few more struggles, he will give up, so he wants teacher Hong Yong to help protect his sister. Li Ruffing. Many students were not surprised at Yi Zhiqi's choice, but they actually misunderstood. Now they no longer have much ill will towards Yi Zhiqi. First of all, the fact that Yi Zhiqi has reached his current level is something they may not be able to catch up with even in 1 or 2 years. And Yi Zhiqi is a genius. Originally when they were in school, many people didn't take those things seriously, and they all thought that the real beginning would come after they awakened to become a lord. Hong Yong turned her head and glanced at Yi Zhiqi a few times. Okay, then don't die later. Hong Yong then took back all the zombie creatures he had summoned. The red mist in the sky also completely disappeared. Jiang Yunxiao had a complicated expression. He looked at Hong Yong, then at Hu Tianhe, and his expression said nothing. But deep down, she was desperate for power at this moment. Originally, she didn't even care that her family didn't train her as an heir. And she also hated her family's practice. It feels too tiring and troublesome. At this moment, she already felt a little regretful. Hu Tianhe put down the white tiger skin in his hand. Of course, it wasn't because she suddenly changed her mind. It's because her father has already brought people here and is now in the college. His gaze returned to Yi Zhiqi. At this time, the first two people to arrive were Director Wang and Director Shui. To be honest, when facing Hong Yong, the two of them were really panicked. There is no way. The enemy is a zombie-like race. As the fight goes on, all your soldiers become their own. How to fight in this situation? It is not impossible to use war cards directly, but even if they use war cards, they may not be able to win even if the two of them join forces. Otherwise, the zombie race would not be called the 10 Scourges. Yi Zhiqi, you finally figured it out. I thought you couldn't figure it out. Don't worry, as long as you hand over the mecha, walk out of the driving position of the mecha, kneel down and attack. We will not care about what you did, nor will we embarrass your sister, and we will also give you some resources to develop your territory. Director Wang straightened his back. He also took a few steps forward. It seemed that he was about to reach out and touch the outer armor of the Black Warrior in the next moment. He just raised his hand for a moment and immediately realized that Yi Zhiqi had not yet kneeled down in surrender. How could Director Wang make a fool of himself in front of so many people? Thinking of this, he put his hands in the air again. I admire you as a student. You are able to bend and stretch. Director Wong still looked confident. Sudden, his eyes widened and cold sweat broke out all over his body. A sense of crisis of great terror and death appeared in his heart. He wants to kill me. Director Wong discovered that the Black Thunder energy sword in the Black Warrior's palm did not dissipate, but became more condensed. Not good. Hiss. Hiss. Dozens of giant snakes rushed up immediately. Director Wong also quickly stepped back. He actually dared to take action. Director Shui had the same expression at this moment. How dare he do that? Isn't he afraid of the two of us attacking him? How can he be so confident with just a mecha like this? Director Shui was both shocked and angry. It is impossible to defeat Hong Yong, and even more so to offend the family behind him. But what is this Yijichi? There is nothing else except this mecha. In an instant, Director Shui became even angrier when she thought of this. You are so arrogant. Does this mecha give you so much confidence? Six-winged sky guard. Out. Director Shui immediately summoned the soldiers from his territory. Each of his soldiers had 3 pairs of white wings. They look a bit like angels in the west. Of course, if you just go to see the wings, it is true. But the heads of these creatures are all dog heads. Others were no longer surprised by this strange creature. Some people feel that it is good enough if the soldiers in their territory look like human beings. Just don't look weird. This is still within the acceptable range. This is also why many people have greed in their eyes after seeing Yi Zheqi's Black Warrior Mecha. Sizzle dash. After the Black Thunder energy sword swept past, half of the sky was covered by black lightning. These dozen or so giant snakes were also injured to varying degrees. Those injuries were just flesh wounds. When Yi Zheqi saw this scene, he sighed in his heart. Sure enough, now that they have reached the director level, their strength is definitely not weak. I can chop down Li Rufing's Dark Abyss army with one sword, but I can't kill a giant snake like this. Yi Zheqi clenched his fists. If that was the case, he would have no choice but to reveal all his cards. Chapter 22 War Fortress. Coming. Director Wong showed up. There was not a speck of dust on him. He dodged the sudden sword attack just now. Although this kid is protected by a mecha and has good combat experience, it's a pity that he doesn't know how to use it. The lightning should be concentrated at one point and explode instead of covering it like this. Director Wong said this in his heart. On the surface, he looked very proud. Yi Zheqi, you don't think that the directors of our colleges are no different from ordinary teachers, do you? I'm telling you, Yi Zheqi, only a 5-star intermediate lord can be the director of the academy. And this is just the most basic condition. Surrender. I'm not pitying you. I'm just worried that this mecha will be destroyed because of your stupidity. How can such a good mecha be scrapped because of you? Director Wong's words were full of arrogance. Director Shui also saw that Yi Zheqi's Black Lightning Energy sword did not seem to have much effect. But it is true that Yi Zheqi is now, after all, just a low-level lord. Just awakened. It is not known whether the territory has been established yet. Even if it is established, it will take some time to develop before the core of the territory can be assessed. After passing the assessment of the territory core, only then can you become a 1-star low-level lord. Director Shui also took a step forward. Yi Zheqi, surrender. There is no need to fight any further. Your mecha has limited energy. Are you sure you can defeat the two of us before the energy runs out? Director Shui also put some pressure on us. However, Yi Zheqi remained unmoved. Don't forget your... He was just about to mention Yi Zheqi's sister. Suddenly, I thought that Yi Zheqi's sister is now protected by Hong Yong. To be honest, at first he didn't know that Hong Yong had such an identity, and that the race in the territory was the zombies, one of the 10 natural disasters. There was no sound from his mouth again. In particular, he suddenly felt an extremely cold gaze directed at him. His neck turned somewhat stiffly. He saw Hong Yong staring at him with cold eyes. Director Shui couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Are you going to threaten me? Or are you going to threaten me with my sister? Do you think I can do nothing to you? Do you think you can defeat me? I asked Sister Hong Yong to help me, not to give in to you, but to better deal with you. Sizzle dash. Bang. The Black Thunder energy sword in the palm of the Black Warrior Mecha dissipated into the air. The next moment, Yi Zheqi controlled the Black Warrior Mech and stretched out his hand, raised it high, and reached up into the sky. Skynet, summon the territory, War Fortress, stop the war. Skynet receives the ordered. Instruction executing the refraction of the projection position. Needs to consume 60% of the Black Warrior Mech's energy. Please select the placement location. A shadow of a territory appeared that only Yi Zheqi could see. The size of this territory can even completely cover this large area. However, projecting and deploying this war fortress directly onto the ground would certainly be very limited. Although the soldiers currently summoned by Director Shui and Director Wong are all melee type, He still didn't know whether there was any long-range attack method. Just in case, Yi Zhiqi planned to project the war fortress directly into the sky. What is he doing? I don't know. Let's take a closer look. Maybe his mecha still has some tricks that it hasn't used yet. That should be the case. He sounded so confident. It's obvious that he is fully confident. What tricks can we use? Even the big tricks are not good enough in front of those two directors. Should we stand further away? It would be bad if they affect us. Yes, it's time to move to a farther station. I think it's about time. We should leave here and look for some resources first. Things have come to a conclusion. Yes. This is a free environment card. I haven't found anything yet, except for killing some ice monsters. Haha, I picked up a 4-star low-level ice attribute material on the way here. Is there anyone who hasn't gained anything yet? Is there anyone who not only has not gained anything, but also lost a lot at this time? I don't know why. The words of several students were casually heard by Li Rufeng. Especially that sentence, I paid a lot of compensation. Li Rufeng's heart was bleeding. In fact, the person who stands most firmly on Yi Zhiqi's side is Li Rufeng. Yi Zhiqi, yes. That's it. Shoot down those two idiots, and don't let go of the soldiers they summoned. In this environment, I can't be the only one who gets hurt. Li Rufeng muttered to himself, but the expression on his face was one of worry. Director Wang instinctively felt that something was wrong. Go. Disrupt his posture. No matter what Yi Zhiqi is going to do, the important thing is to immediately stop Yi Zhiqi from raising the mechanical arm. What if Yi Zhiqi really used some big move? So it's a loss for them too. Swish dash. Sizzle dash. Buzz dash. Suddenly, an electromagnetic sound appeared in the sky. In addition, there was an extremely heavy sound of electronic devices being activated. Everyone looked up instinctively. Suddenly, a phantom constructed by electromagnetic force appeared in the sky. Is this electromagnetic? What is he trying to summon? The electromagnetic waves became more and more, and finally a huge fortress was built in the sky. It looked like a blueprint appeared in the sky. Hong Yong does have quite a bit of knowledge. She may not be very proficient in personnel matters, but she is extremely knowledgeable about things related to combat. At this moment, her eyes were also full of shock. This is a territory projection. You, a mechanical lord, actually built a territory. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present widened their eyes. It is not certain whether there is a lord who establishes a mechanical territory. Anyway, no one here has ever seen a mechanical lord who established a territory. Territory. He actually succeeded in building a mechanical territory. Base. At this moment, many cracks appeared in the originally stable space. War Fortress Jigu arrives at the battlefield. The explosive Star Destroyer has completed charging and arrived at the battlefield. Endless Psionic Tower. It takes 1 minute to reach the warp. Sky Thunder Explosion Pool. It takes 10 minutes to reach the warp point. The mechanical prompt sound resounded throughout the environment card space. Chapter 23 Director Wang. What have I done? When the first mechanical prompt sound appeared, the entire sky had already darkened. It is not because the internal space of this environment card enters the dark time. This is because most of the area above the entire space is covered by war fortresses. War Fortress Jigu arrives at the battlefield. The explosive Star Destroyer has completed charging and arrived at the battlefield. Endless Psionic Tower. It takes 1 minute to reach the warp. Sky Thunder Explosion Pool. It takes 10 minutes to reach the warp. Stormbird Drone Defense Network. It takes 10 minutes to reach the warp. Antiparticle Blast the Star to destroy the Uranus cannon. It will take 30 minutes to reach the warp. Under the sky, everyone's eyes widened. This powerful war machine was actually summoned by Yi Zhiqi. Even because this mechanical creation is too powerful, most of the war turrets on it seemed to have not been fully summoned. Director Wang looked anxious. Just rub it now. When he looked up, he saw 4 or 5 crescent-shaped turrets. The size of these turrets, just one of them, is comparable to that of the Dark Warrior Mecha. There's nothing I can do now. This thing that looks like an electromagnetic cannon should be the explosive Star Destroyer cannon. Star Destroyer cannon. At this moment, Director Wang's heart was screaming. How could he have such virtue? He had never destroyed a star before, but today he was targeted by a Star Destroyer. Can this be fought? How can this be fought? Zhu Guangfu, why don't you go ahead? I no longer want to be the director of this college. Director Wang did not utter a single sound while he was roaring in his heart. It was just that body that kept shaking, eyes that had shrunk to the size of a pinhole, and a back that was wet with sweat. All of which show his panic at the moment. As for Director Xuen next to him, he didn't do anything. It seemed that such a huge war machine did not bring any shock to him, and the word calm was evident in him. Unfortunately, if you look closely, you will find that Director Xue has stopped breathing at this moment. As for the other teachers and students, they all stood there in a daze. in the environment card of this extremely cold world. There was no other sound in the inner space. The only sounds left in the entire space were the whistling of the cold wind and the mechanical sounds of the equipment swinging above Yijichi's war fortress in the sky. Sizzle dash. Sizzle dash. This time, more cracks appeared in the space inside the environment card. Some of these cracks have broken into a gap and are no longer a thin crack. The moment it broke open, it healed immediately. Such scenes kept appearing. Many people suddenly came to their senses because of this strange phenomenon. This kind of war machine is probably as powerful as a high-level lord. Where on earth did he get such a mechanical creation? Don't worry about anything else. I'm retreating. If this continues, this space will be broken sooner or later. Doesn't the Academy have a stability card? Do you think that stability card is a piece of cabbage? That kind of thing is more valuable than you. It's already amazing that the Academy can produce 2 of them. It's time to evacuate this place. It's no place for small fry like us to get involved. Aren't you going to look for some more materials? What the hell are you looking for? In this situation, if that thing up there fires a blast, you'll be lucky to still have a whole body. Go, go, go. In just 1 or 2 seconds, all the students immediately and voluntarily left this space. Not only the students, but even some teachers immediately left the space of the environment card after seeing the students' actions. If you don't leave now, how long will you wait? Hu Tianhe opened his little mouth wide. When did this person have this thing? How come I didn't know about it? Yin Xiao, do you know? Hu Tianhe now also feels a little confused. In her opinion, Yijichi had shown good talents before he awakened his lord talent. And when I woke up, they were naturally there too, but at that time, Hu Tianhe knew very well. At that time, Yijichi must have needed some space of his own. So she and Zhang Yunxiao did not disturb them. Later, Zhang Yunxiao couldn't bear it anymore and went to find Yijichi. That is the period of time before the college activates the environment card. At that time, Hu Tianhe keenly felt that something must have happened to Yijichi that they were not aware of. I don't know. At this moment, Zhang Yunxiao felt both happy and sad. It's a bitter smile. Seeing Yijichi like this, he was out of danger. She was indeed very happy in her heart. But then I thought about how I had said at the beginning that I would be Yijichi's backer, but in the end, whether it was Hong Yong just now or her best friend. In other words, Hu Tianhe also planned to help. As for her, she wanted to help, but it wouldn't make much sense. It can't even help much. First, the support she received from the Jiang family was actually just the protection that an ordinary family provides to their children. Second, her strength is not that strong. Excluding those ordinary students, compared with other family children, her strength is relatively backward. There are definitely some family members like her who have been hiding themselves and have not revealed their strength. Hey, this guy is quite steady in his work. I thought he was just good at talking. Hu Tianhe turned his head and looked at Zhang Yunxiao beside him. The joy on his face suddenly faded. Okay, don't be sad. At least he is safe now, right? Think about it. When he first awakened his talent as a mechanical lord, he faced so many people's ridicule and ridicule. Chunf, let's go out first, otherwise we will take a shortcut in life after this shot. Zhang Yunxiao was originally moved by Hu Tianhe's previous words, and her confidence was restored. A girl in love directly stunned Zhang Yunxiao. Let's go. Hu Tianhe glanced at Zhang Yunxiao with a complicated expression. To some extent, she was also quite envious of Zhang Yunxiao. It was only a few short seconds. Brother Sheng, are you awake? The younger brothers around Sheng Tianhao discovered that Sheng Tianhao's temperament had completely changed at this moment. He is no longer as impetuous and arrogant as he was at the beginning. There was no longer the arrogance in his eyes. Those lackeys were originally ordinary people, and they were often looked down upon by Sheng Tianhao. But for some reasons, they don't mind. Chapter 24. Long time no see, Xiaofu. After Sheng Tianhao got up from the ground, he glanced around again. Finally, he took a few more glances at Yijichi's black warrior mecha. Then he turned his attention to the younger brothers beside him. Why don't you leave? Sheng Tianhao's expression was complicated. He also witnessed Yijichi being besieged by teachers from the academy. I remembered my malicious behavior again. I also thought back to the past few years in college, when I had always been favored by others. No matter where he goes, there will always be people who give him face. After so long, I have become accustomed to the flattery of others. I am also somewhat confused about myself. The 2 words on the tiger skin were correct. I was indeed a fool. Brother, are you kidding me? Have you forgotten that we have been hanging around with you since before you had your own territory? Yes, Brother Sheng. Yijichi is really hard to deal with now. Brother, let's go out first. The ability of the younger brothers to read people's expressions was developed long ago. What's wrong with you today, brother? Are you having trouble accepting the facts? This is all the younger brothers can think of in their hearts. Well, I'm sorry for you in these 3 years. After these words were spoken, several younger brothers were stunned. How could the word apology possibly appear in Sheng Tianhao's dictionary? Brother you. I'm not kidding. From today on, you are my little brothers. At this moment, Sheng Tianhao glanced at Yi Zhiqi again. I finally understood why my family was unwilling to train me. It turned out that those words were just to deal with me. Let's go. An inexplicable aura emanated from Sheng Tianhao. The younger brothers looked at each other. They could all see that something had definitely changed in Sheng Tianhao. These changes appear to be good ones so far. Didn't think much about it. They left immediately as well. Soon, there was no one left in this entire environment card space. No, there are 3 more. Apart from Yi Zhiqi, there were only the 2 directors left. Director Wang and Director Shui looked at each other and immediately left the space. Yi Zhiqi felt relieved when he saw them leave. After discovering that the 2 directors had left, Yi Zhiqi immediately stopped the war fortress and continued to fold the weapons. By the way, the endless psionic tower that had just been teleported over, as well as the explosive Star Destroyer cannon, were all sent back to the territory. All that remained of the entire war fortress were some basic laser cannons. Apart from that, there is nothing. After removing the endless psionic tower and the explosive Star Destroyer cannon, this space is slightly more stable. The cracks that had been constantly appearing and healing had now turned into gaps as thin as hair. In this way, the internal space of this environment card will be stable for at least 1 or 2 hours. Skynet, scan the resources in this space. See if there is anything we can use. Bring it back to the territory. But those people have all left. There are not many resources in such an environment card that can be taken away. Those people can't take away so many resources. But that doesn't mean that Yi Zhiqi has no other options. With the existence of Skynet, an intelligent series of mechanical creations, he can take away all the resources in the entire environment card. After all, this war fortress is equivalent to his base. Scanning will take 10 minutes. Preliminary scan of surrounding resources. It is recommended that the Lord create a temporary collection robot. Many biological corpses were found, which can be used in biomass combustion furnaces to replenish the base's energy. Discovered many ice materials, low-level 2-star ice materials. Discover. Hearing the constant reminder sounds from Skynet, Yi Zhiqi couldn't help but smile. There are so many things, even if he doesn't need much of them, he can go to the market to exchange them for some star sources. Star source is the currency between lords. It also has the ability to expand the Lord planet and increase the regeneration rate of renewable materials on the Lord planet. And it can continue to catalyze the Lord planet to a certain extent. Expand the area of the Lord's planet. Skynet, I'll listen to you. First, we'll create a temporary collection robot to collect all the materials that can be collected. I want to take away all the resources in this space. How long will it take? Or just take away some of the more important resources. Don't worry about the ordinary ice or anything like that. The Lord can use the collection robot to collect materials and build a temporary beacon. After 30 minutes, all the resources in this space can be transmitted to the Lord's Lord planet. Some unhatched monster eggs were found in this space. The beacon can only transmit dead objects and mechanical creations, not living creatures. It doesn't matter. I don't need those monster eggs. I'll be satisfied if I just take the materials away. You have to know that this is a resource in the environment card. Although it is a low-level environment card. But often the resources of an environment card can bring at least a few hundred people to explore and get a lot of good things. But the materials of the entire environment card cannot be taken away. After all, there will be some left. But after the war fortress did this, all the materials in this environment card can be taken away. There will definitely be some good stuff in here. I didn't expect you to come here in person. What's the matter with you coming to our college? In the extremely spacious principal's office of Ivy College. At this moment, Zhu Guangfu's brows were almost twisted together. But his words were still very polite. Xiaofuer, long time no see, huh? I've been feeling a bit bored at home lately, so I wanted to go out with my son. I also heard that today is the graduation ceremony of Qingting College. My granddaughter Tianhe should be in your college. Although I am old, my memory is still very good. Huh? Then, there is nothing wrong with this graduation ceremony. The 3rd generation of the Hu family is Hu Yanggan, 2-star senior lord. They had one son, Huxing. The Hu family had only one heir in each generation, until the 5th generation, Hu Tianhe, a woman. At that time, many people were wondering whether the Hu family was going to have a baby. Later it was discovered that the Hu family was planning to train Hu Tianhe as their heir. At that time, there were people who were willing to associate with the Hu family, and there were quite a few people who almost stepped on the Hu family's front teeth. Later, some branches of the Hu family also had the same idea. As a result, The old man got furious and killed a few blind people who spoke unpleasantly. No one cared about Hu Tianhe's engagement anymore. Chapter 25, Where are the others? But there are many people who have been paying attention to the Hu family. Women can give birth to children, but they need a man to do so. A lot of information about the Hu family flashed through Zhu Guangfu's mind. Then he turned his head and looked at people from other families. Just as he expected. In this Nantian city, all the families with descendants in his Qingting Academy have come. It's just that there's only the Tiger family. Some people came. Zhu Guangfu sensed that there were nearly 900 people from the Hu family gathered in the academy. Among these people, there are more than 100 lords who are intermediate 4-star lords or above. What are they doing by mobilizing so many people? Are we going to go to war with Ivy League Academy? Although the laws of the empire are much more relaxed, if he really exposes this kind of thing, judging from the efficiency of the empire, he is afraid that he will not be able to continue serving as the dean in the next few years. And not to mention that not long ago, he used 2 of the stable cards issued to him. This is not some cheap thing. It is extremely precious and has a special purpose for being given out. Originally, he wanted to frame Yijiqi. Unfortunately, judging from the current situation, this plan has fallen through. Well, of course, our Qingting Academy sends tens of thousands of talents to the empire every year. Since all of you have sent your juniors to our Qingting Academy, you must be extremely confident in our academy. Zhu Guangfu looked at the people around him. It was discovered that the old man of the Hu family, Hu Yangon, scratched his neck. There was an undisguised sarcasm on his face at these words. Someone from the Sheng family also came. This man has a handsome face and cold eyes. The only person following behind him was a person brought out from the family. After Zhu Guangfu's words came out, he was too lazy to even move his eyes. The same is true for people from other families, where there is an extremely sarcastic look on his face, or they just sit there indifferently and don't express any opinions. However, the only person with such cold eyes like ice knives is the young man from the Sheng family. What I'm more curious about is how you stabilize the environment card. Everyone in the empire, no, in the entire world, knows that in order to stabilize the space of a low-level environment card, it is possible to allow mid-level lords or even high-level lords to enter low-level environment cards, and only stabilization cards can stabilize them. When the young man from the Sheng family said this, the others were shocked. They don't know about the environmental cards, but they had to believe this person from the Sheng family. This person is also a genius of the Sheng family. In the entire Sheng family, this person's influence is almost as strong as that of the head of the Sheng family. Although my cousin is a little stupid and has received a lot of benefits from your college, as long as he is alive, it's fine. The young man said that, and didn't pay any more attention to it. Slowly close your eyes. This posture does not mean sleeping, but rather sinking into one's own territory. Some sweat appeared on Zhu Guangfu's forehead. Sheng Fan, the most outstanding genius in the Sheng family in the past 7 generations, is an S-level talented lord who acts in a steady and vicious manner. He also noticed that the person standing behind Sheng Fan seemed to be doing something sacred. Sheng Fan will indeed receive great support within the family. After Zhu Guangfu looked at all the families in the venue, he did not find anyone from that family. I felt a little relieved. Luckily, they didn't come. Zhu Guangfu thought to himself, just when he was thinking about how to deal with these family members. The door of the dean's office was suddenly pushed open. Dean, the students and teachers have all come out. I almost got stuck just now. The person who knocked on the door and spoke suddenly noticed that there were quite a few people sitting in the dean's office. It seemed to be following his words. Sheng Fan opened his eyes immediately. Are the students safe? Seeing Sheng Fan, one can see the nobleness of the man, and most importantly, the aura of a superior. Although he didn't know Sheng Fan, anyone who could sit so casually in the dean's office was definitely someone he couldn't afford to offend. The students are safe. We finally got out. Yijiqi is really quite capable. Think about it. He is a lord with a talent for mechanics, but he has come up with 2 such things. I don't know where he got that kind of stuff from. Maybe he made it himself. What nonsense are you talking about? He must have inherited a treasure or legacy from some powerful person. Some lords would store some things in space before they died. Then find a card maker to create a space card based on the space you have opened up. Setting a start condition. Not necessarily. Maybe it's something from the academy. Humph. If the college had something like this, there would be no need to call it Qingting College. When many students came out, they all had expressions as if they had survived a disaster. After all, in that space, since Yijiqi's war fortress appeared, most of the sky in that space has been directly covered. The feeling of being oppressed by a giant is not pleasant. Zhu Guangfu also came to the college square at this moment. Director Wang and Director Shui were already standing in front of him. What happened? Is he still alive? Zhu Guangfu gritted his teeth. If people from those families had not arrived, he would have lost his temper long ago. Director Shui was also sweating profusely. Director Wang standing by was not in much better condition either. He's still alive. The two of us are no match for him. The voice was low. Many family members heard it. After taking a look, they stopped paying attention. Once you hear something like this, you just hear it. It would be too stupid to ask directly. However, this also made many people in the family extremely curious. There was some curiosity in Sheng Fan's eyes. It seems that a genius has emerged in this academy. I will ask my cousin later. How is that possible? You two are mid-level lords, and both of you are 5-star mid-level lords. How is it possible that you can't beat a low-level lord? Don't tell me that you two were defeated by his mecha. With your strength, how could you not be able to suppress that mecha? Zhu Guangfu's saliva flew onto the faces of the two men. Naturally, the two directors didn't dare to say a single extra word. How did you lose? It's impossible that you all came out before the fight even started. Wait, where are the others? Chapter 26 Its Family. Zhu Guangfu suddenly discovered something was wrong. All the students in the square came out, but there was no sign of Yi Zhiqi. Could it be that he used something to transfer all of you out? Or what happened? Zhu Guangfu was actually very anxious at this moment. Since Yi Zhiqi is not dead, it means that he has to find a way to get 2 stability cards issued by their academy. But the problem is that this stable card is not a cheap one. There is no such thing on the market. It is only available at auctions and some black markets. Not to mention how much star power one has to pay to buy that kind of card, but after buying it, there are many people who are eyeing it. And he didn't know when he offended the Hu family. With the intelligence system of these families in Nantian City, if he wants to buy a stable card, the news will definitely reach the ears of these people. Even they knew everything, but they just didn't point it out directly in the dean's office. After all, they all intend to talk about interests. It's not an intention to go to war. Dean. Director Wang had a complicated expression. What? It doesn't hurt to tell me. That kid used the mecha to summon a war fortress, which is large enough to cover more than half of the area of the environment card, and it is equipped with star-destroying weapons. As soon as these words came out, it wasn't just Zhu Guangfu who widened his eyes. Many family members also moved their ears and slowly opened their mouths wide enough to fit a duck egg. At first they were still a little bit unconvinced. But many students also said that Yi Zhiqi used the mecha to summon a fortress floating in the sky. So many people are saying this, it's obviously not a fake thing. Sheng Tianhao walked out with his younger brothers with a calm expression. Brother, where are we going? Come back to the clan with me first, then we'll go outside and form a team and try to win the prize together. Lottery. There are some environment cards that have been explored many times, and there are not many things left in them. But it's not certain, there are still some things that have not been discovered. The card owner will take out the environmental card and rent it out. Entering such an environment card is commonly known as a lucky draw. Generally, the sporadic low-level lords who just graduated from the academy have this kind of start. If there is support from the family, maybe the family will also take out an environment card. Although this environment card is precious, it can still be bought as long as you have money. Sheng Tianhao suddenly stopped. There was a young man, with what seemed to be a bodyguard behind him, standing in front of him. Hey, who are you? Why are you standing in front of us? One of Sheng Tianhao's younger brothers immediately opened his mouth and asked. Sheng Fan smiled. There was more curiosity in his eyes. He felt that his cousin seemed to have changed, and changed a lot. He no longer looks like a fool as before. The expression of someone who really wants to get things done is completely different. Well, let me introduce myself, too. I am the current heir of the Sheng family, Sheng Fan, a 7-star intermediate lord. It's your turn. There was a teasing look in Sheng Fan's eyes. The younger brother standing next to Sheng Tianhao was stunned. He actually had never met Sheng Fan. But this did not prevent him from hearing about Sheng Fan, the heir that the Sheng family is currently training with all their strength. He is terrifyingly powerful and has an extremely steady style of doing things. Most importantly, there are almost no people in the entire family who do not support Sheng Fan. Even Sheng Tianhao used to admire Sheng Fan. This. Cousin, why are you here? Logically, I shouldn't need you to come in person. Are you surprised? I'm just curious about how Zhu Guangfu stabilized the environment card. It seems that he used the stabilization card. He is really brave. A hint of sarcasm flashed in Sheng Fan's eyes. He could see through people like Zhu Guangfu at a glance. Of course, I'm too lazy to say any more nonsense. Originally, he planned to ask Zhu Guangfu for some resources and then go back. But his cousin also came out and happened to come over to take a look. He still loves his family members very much, no matter whether they are elders or juniors. It was this cousin of his who had given him a headache before. Now, this cousin of mine seems a little different. Then you don't have to worry about Zhu Guangfu. In 2 or 3 months, the higher-ups will take action. By then, a group of people will come. The last time the higher-ups took action was 4 years ago. Let's not talk about him. I'm curious about 2 things now. First, Yijichi, and second, you seem to have changed. You don't look like my cousin anymore. There was a hint of wariness in Sheng Fan's eyes. Some lords know tricks like soul parasitism. Sheng Tianhao laughed at himself. Cousin, I am who I am. I just got taught a lesson today. As for Yijichi, I will tell you everything I know about him when I get back. Good. The Sheng family's experience was simple and easy. At this moment, the other families no longer wanted to take anything from Zhu Guangfu. At this moment, they also wanted to know more about Yijichi. Grandpa, when did you die? Hu Tianhe held Hu Yong'an's arm with one hand, but his eyes kept glancing at Jiang Yunxiao not far away. She noticed that her best friend's face looked a little strange. It was obvious that his face turned pale with anger. What is happening? Hu Tianhe was confused. Tianhe, most of the time we won't care about you, but regarding Jiang Yunxiao's affairs, I hope you won't interfere. If you insist on intervening, our Hu family won't be able to bear the consequences. Hu Yong'an put one hand on Hu Tianhe's head and rubbed it. Hu Tianhe glared. How could that be? Judging from the strength of their family. Yeah, it's family. Having said this, Hu Tianhe immediately understood. Low-level 8-star renewable resource, ice riverbed. Introduction. This riverbed is located under the glacier, and every once in a while, it will produce rapid ice foam. Quick ice water foam, low-level 3-star material. Introduction. After using it on a soldier, there is a certain chance that the soldier can comprehend the ability of ice attribute. After harvesting a lot of materials, Yijichi never imagined that in this low-level environment card, there was such a core of renewable resources. Very good. I didn't expect there are such good things in this environment card, under the glacier. I don't think most people can find it. In this case, it's actually best for me to explore the environment cards alone in the future. Chapter 27. Are you willing to join my tiger family? Yijichi thought about it carefully again. Now if he goes out, it won't be so easy to find the environment card. You can only try your luck and win the prize alone. The price of an environment card that has not been explored at all is extremely high. The best way is to find a family team in the Lord's Association. Let's count these things first. Most of the resources on my Lord's planet have been consumed. Only then was the Black Warrior Mecha created. I don't know if there is anything I can use among all these materials. It would be better if there is something I can use. Otherwise, my large collection of materials will be noticed by many people. For Yijichi, a big part of the reason for summoning his own base, the War Fortress, was to make the Academy give up any thoughts about his Dark Warrior mech. If only there was one Darth Vader mech. The college must be still harboring evil intentions. He just didn't believe that Zhu Guangfu could be dealt with so easily. Not to mention that all the resources of the environment card were taken away by him alone. 2 stability cards have been used, and Yijichi is well aware of how valuable these stability cards are. That kind of card is something that can only be seen in dreams. The stability card used by Zhu Guangfu was definitely issued by the Empire. Zhu Guangfu will definitely think of filling these 2 loopholes. It's unlikely that we can just leave it at that. All materials above 2 stars have been collected. Ordinary material collection. 2-star ice attribute materials 78416. 3-star ice attribute materials 4602. For star ice materials 1004. 6-star ice materials 246. Special material collection. Low-level 8-star renewable energy, ice riverbed. Collect treasures, heart of ice, low-level 2 stars. Broken ice crown, low-level 4 stars. Frozen wings, low-level 2 stars. Good job. A bunch of prompts from Skynet brought Yijichi back to his senses. So many talents and materials, and treasures. Yijichi took a closer look at the treasures and found that there were 20 pieces in total. This treasure can be used by the Lord himself or on the soldiers in the territory. And in Yijichi's territory, there is only one soldier, the Black Warrior Mecha. In theory, they are indeed soldiers. It allows Skynet to be controlled wirelessly. With so many treasures, then find a few to equip my Black Warrior Mech Skynet. Take a look at those treasures that can be integrated with the Black Warrior Mech. If treasures are to be prepared for soldiers, there is a prerequisite. That is the compatibility between soldiers and treasures. For example, this treasure is a sharp long knife. It can increase the sharpness of all soldiers' weapons by 10%. Then the compatibility of this treasure is very good and can be used by most soldiers. If this treasure was a Bible, then it may not be prepared for undead soldiers. After scanning by Skynet, none of these materials or treasures can be used to make the Dark Warrior Mecha. The material properties of the Dark Warrior Mecha are 30% Dark Attribute, 30% Thunder Attribute, 30% Fire Attribute, and 10% Biological Attribute. There are two options. Option 1. Use all the materials to create an ice-attributed mecha again. The strength of this mecha is higher than that of the Black Warrior. Option 2. Use all the materials to create a large number of small mecha soldiers. Yijichi did not continue to look at the attributes of the Black Warrior mecha. He understood it when he saw that 30% of the attributes of the Black Warrior mecha were dark attributes. How could these materials with ice properties be compatible with the Dark Warrior mech? Go ahead and take option 1. I forgot for a moment that these materials all have ice properties. My Black Warrior mecha is naturally not very compatible with these things. By the way, when making an ice attribute mecha, remember to use all the materials, including the icy riverbed and Skynet. Can you do it? The icy riverbed is a low-level 8-star energy source. This energy can continuously generate another resource. It is equivalent to high-level material among low-level materials. However, his War Fortress base is essentially a low-level scattered base. Although the combat power is much higher than that of the Intermediate Lord's base, but it is still a low-level and scattered base. Previously, most of the resources on the Lord's planet were in the low-level to 3-star range. Skynet is able to collect all the materials to create the Dark Warrior mecha, thanks to his talent as the creator. Although the icy riverbed can be used as a material, the current territory grade is too low. Adding this material has a certain chance of causing the mecha to fail in manufacturing. Lords, please choose carefully. Then there's no need for that. Just keep this icy riverbed for now and find a place to put it on the Lord's planet. I'll leave the construction and planning of the territory to you. At this moment, Yijichi was sitting on the shoulder of the Black Warrior mecha, leaning against it casually. Now I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Once the new mecha is manufactured, his combat power will be greatly improved. At that time, he will directly control the new mecha, and Skynet can control the Dark Warrior mecha. Even during the battle, Skynet can assist the Dark Warrior to a certain extent when controlling his mecha. Well, then the subsequent territory promotion should also be put on the agenda. Yijichi glanced around. He found that wherever he looked, there were only ordinary ice blocks. Even the pile of corpses of the monsters he had just killed on the ground had disappeared. It is also transported back to the territory and burned as carbon, providing a large amount of energy for the entire base. The reason why we don't take away 1-star materials is because 1-star materials are actually not much different from ordinary wood, stone, and other things in reality. If you insist, you will say it. One 1-star wooden material is roughly equivalent to 3 or 4 ordinary woods. It's time to go out. Yijichi watched as Skynet dismantled the temporary beacon that had just been built. He left the space of this environment card with a thought. After a feeling of earth shaking, he had returned to the school playground, where there were still quite a few people. There was one old man in particular, looking at him with a weird smile on his face. The old man's upper body muscles bulged one after another. Yijichi felt that this old man was extremely powerful, and one punch could probably make a hole in the Black Warrior mecha. In this world, when an old man walks with the gait of a dragon or a tiger, it does not just mean that he is in good health. It also represents the territorial strength of the other party. Most territories become stronger as they develop. However, the old man's next words made Yijichi a little dazed. Boy, are you willing to join my Hu family and become my Hu family's son-in-law? Chapter 28, I'm satisfied. The old man's sudden words made Yijichi completely confused. What's going on? I have never seen this old man before. He can't be a lunatic. How did this person get in? Son-in-law of the tiger family? As Yijichi was puzzled, he suddenly saw Hu Tianhe next to the old man. Grandpa, what? What else are you saying? The expression on Hu Tianhe's face was extremely flustered. She originally thought that her old man had some plans for staying here. After all, most of the family members present had left. Even Sheng Tianhao left with his cousin. In the entire square, the only person who is similar to her, and also a member of a family, is Jiang Yunxiao. Jiang Yunxiao has also been waiting. She naturally knew her best friend, so she stayed there and waited, with an expectant look on her face. Obviously, it was for Yijichi. Apart from Yijichi, who else would make her wait like this? Also because of what my grandfather said. Hu Tianhe was usually a fearless iron head, but at this moment, he became like an ostrich. I have no idea what to do. As for her feelings towards Yijichi, she actually had some fluctuations in her heart. It was just because of Jiang Yunxiao that she didn't show it. And also because of her personality. She is not a gentle and polite person. In addition, she happened to hear that men generally like gentle women. For various reasons, Hu Tianhe never expressed his true thoughts. However, Hu Tianhe was indeed able to hide it from others. Unfortunately, no matter how well she performs, there will always be a moment when she is exposed. Naturally, The people at home could notice that something was wrong. He's out. I didn't expect there's such a big gap between him and us. Be more confident, maybe. Well, actually, the most difficult thing for a mechanical lord is to build a territory at the beginning. He obviously already has it. And he also has a set of mechas like that. At least we are graduated now and don't have to stay with monsters like this and compete for resources. Speaking of which, the teachers in our academy are also very talented. Teacher Hong Yong's soldiers are actually zombies. You don't know? Teacher Hong Yong only entered our school about a week or two ago. It seems that she just came here for the right reason, or because she liked her. Of course, I don't know if she still likes her now. Let's go, let's go. We can't compete with such a freak genius. Fortunately, he doesn't care about us. Otherwise, we might not be able to get out now. That old man. Could he be the guardian of the Hu family? It should be him, the one from the Hu family. Although he is old, he has a very generous heart and doesn't like to beat around the bush. It should be him, for sure. If Yi Zhiqi really joins the Hu family, then he and the Hu family will definitely move to a higher level. In a few years, the Hu family in Nantian City will probably be ranked in the top 3. It's not that exaggerated, right? Yi Zhiqi only has those 2 mechanical creations. If those 2 things were facing a high-level lord, they would definitely not have it so easy. Yes, and he has now established a territory as a mechanical lord, but it is not easy for him to be promoted from a low-level sporadic lord to a 1-star lord. You can question me, but you don't have to question the vision of the old man from the tiger family. Many people immediately noticed Yi Zhiqi, who had just come out of the internal space of the environment card. Their eyes were filled with shock and confusion. What was shocking was Yi Zhiqi's Black Warrior mech and the War Fortress base. No matter which of these 2 things you have, having just one of them will allow you to walk around freely at the level of a low-level lord. Not to mention, Yi Zhiqi has both. Now that the Hu family has said this, if they were ordinary people like them, without the support of their families, they would have joined without hesitation. Not to mention other benefits. The petite body of Hu Tianhe, the pair of white and tender radishes, and the well-shaped 2 mountains. Her face looks more like a round apple. Her beauty is not inferior to Jiang Yunxiao's. Even in some people's hearts, Hu Tianhe's appearance is the best in Qingting Academy. When Director Wang and Director Shui set their eyes on Yi Zhiqi, there was still a flash of fear in their eyes. To be honest, when they were targeted by the War Fortress's explosive Star Destroyer cannon, both of their hair stood on end. Generally speaking, if they encountered such a situation, even if they did not die, they would be seriously injured. Now there is no injury on my body. It's also considered extremely lucky. Among many teachers, Li Ruffing stood there stupidly, like a toad, without moving at all, if it weren't for the sound of his breathing. The other teachers thought something was wrong with Li Ruffing. In fact, Li Ruffing was in a pretty good mood at the moment. In the environment card, some people gain something, but most people gain nothing. But there is only one person who loses. That was Li Ruffing, whose carefully trained and built Dark Abyss Legion was crippled by Yi Zhiqi. And he invested all his resources in his Abyss Legion. Now all the veteran members of the Abyss Legion are dead, although some remnants are still alive. However, after the other soldiers in his territory were promoted to the Abyss Legion, their strength would be at least 10% lower than that of the original Abyss Legion. In addition, the speed at which other soldiers are promoted to the Abyss Legion is much slower than before. Because they were led by veterans of the Abyss Legion in the past, some soldiers were easily converted to the Abyss Legion in advance. Now, the veterans in the Abyss Legion are either disabled or dead. Why? Li Ruffing turned around and left silently. His lonely and desolate back was really sad to see. Jiang Yunxiao smiled when she saw Yi Zhiqi coming out. But later she also heard what the old man from the Hu family said. His body suddenly trembled. His face was full of surprise, which lasted for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth slightly raised. But no matter how you look at it, this expression is filled with great sadness. A woman stood behind her. It turned out to be him, but it doesn't matter. The restrictions on the mechanical lord are too great. Even if he was lucky enough to create a mecha or a base, the promotion of the territory still requires materials. You should not regret it. This is for the family. The family provides you with shelter and resources. You have to give something back to the family. Jiang Yunxiao's complexion gradually returned to normal. I am already satisfied. Chapter 29. Good, cruel enough. Jiang Yunxiao's satisfied words made the woman nod slightly. Well, I thought you were the kind of person who would never change. If that's the case, then that's great. Of course, I have to say something in advance. Your marriage is very urgent. In a few days, the other party will come to get engaged and give betrothal gifts. Remember to accompany him well on that day. After hearing these words from the woman's mouth, Jiang Yunxiao felt a little sad. What is she doing? A piece of goods, a commodity. I don't feel like you've been wronged. This is what you should do most for the sake of your family. You're not a child anymore. You should understand that from the moment you awakened your Lord talent, you have already entered this cruel world. Think about it carefully. At least with the existence of the family, you don't have to consider some possible dangers. Born into a family, you are naturally able to avoid many problems. The aunt's voice was extremely cold and indifferent, but there was an extremely greedy look in her eyes. A timeless environment card. As long as that eternal environment card exists, their family will become stronger and stronger as time goes by. Then who is the one I am marrying? There was already a lot of mist in Jiang Yunxiao's eyes. This feeling is extremely uncomfortable. She never thought that there would be such a day for her. The second son of the Wu family, Wu Hao. Wu Hao, isn't he a fool? The woman frowned. No matter what he is, you just need to marry him. You won't care about bottom line and reputation anymore once you lose them. And luckily he is a fool. In a few years, if you have a way, you can make him die of illness. Of course, this kind of thing cannot be exposed to the family, you understand. The expression on Jiang Yunxiao's face was extremely sad. Let's go. He uttered these two words in a voice as small and trembling as a mosquito. For a while, because of Yi Zhiqi, most people's expressions changed. The person who benefited the most from this graduation ceremony was only Yi Zhiqi. As for the others, they have become supporting roles in the final analysis. Some people have already accepted the fact that they are just a foil. Some people still hold a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Compared to most people's admiration and recognition of Yi Zhiqi. At this moment, there was a person with red eyes, staring at Yi Zhiqi with bloodshot eyes. How are you still alive? How can you be alive? How can you be alive? If you are alive, what should I do? What about the 2 stability cards I paid for? What about the resources I paid to those families? You just pat your butt and walk out of the environment card like that. Zhu Guangfu already had the intention of swallowing Yi Zhiqi into his stomach. Even so, he still felt a little unsatisfied. However, at this moment, another teacher from the monitoring room quickly came to his side. Dean, something happened. Base dash. Zhu Guangfu turned his head. It seemed as if 2 red rays of light were about to shoot out of his eyes. The whole person's face seemed to be twisted together. When the teacher saw Zhu Guangfu's appearance, he was so scared that he stuttered immediately. Zhu Guangfu restrained his breath slightly. If Yi Zhiqi was a mid-level lord or a senior lord, he would not be so angry. After all, among the mid-level lords and senior lords, there are indeed some people who are extremely evil and talented. But Yi Zhiqi is different. Yi Zhiqi is just a novice lord who has just awakened. However, Zhu Guangfu was repeatedly defeated by this novice lord. It feels like, after you have practiced for hundreds of years, most people in the sect are no longer your match. However, you go out and wander down the mountain. When passing by a village, a child peed on you in the face and scolded you. The most hateful thing is that you can't do anything with this child for the time being. Tell me what happened. When Zhu Guangfu spoke, it seemed as if a murderous aura was spewing out of his mouth. The environment card. That environment card can no longer be used. It has turned gray. What? The internal space of the environment card may contain extremely scarce materials, or the total amount of material resources may be extremely low, or there may be no living creatures in the environment card. Then the environment card will turn gray and cannot be used. Of course, the eternal environment card will not have such a problem. A permanent environment card is equivalent to another world. How is this possible? When those students came out, few of them said how much they took, even if they found a lot of materials and treasures. But without more than a dozen trips, they may not be able to take out all the materials in this environment card. The materials and resources in the environment cards are not left as is and will not be placed outside directly. They are all in some hidden places in the environment cards. And there are usually some monsters guarding them. These students have been out for almost half an hour. Half an hour later, Yi Zhiqi finally came out. In other words, Yi Zhiqi collected all the materials in this environment card in half an hour. How is that possible? No, he should have used his mecha to blow up a lot of materials and resources. He can't take them away, so he will also cause losses to me, right? Very good. Zhu Guangfu didn't see what was behind. When Yi Zhiqi summoned the war fortress, he had already gone to the dean's office. Because all the family members came. This is also why. As soon as he saw Director Wang and others, he immediately asked the reason. Okay, that's cruel enough. He could never have imagined that Yi Zhiqi did not destroy those materials at all, but took them all back to his own territory. But this situation has never happened in history. Boy, what do you think? I'm not in a hurry. You and my granddaughter can cultivate our relationship first. Ha ha ha. There was a happy smile on Hu Yong'an's face. His territory is full of tiger soldiers. Tiger Man, double-winged cloud sky tiger, huge-fanged mountain stabilizing tiger. The lord will also gain bonuses from his own soldiers to a certain extent. Some lords only get some bonuses to speed or strength. The bonus that Hu Yangan obtained was instinctive perception. Feel how powerful an existence is through instinct. When Hu Yangan saw Yi Zhiqi, the hairs on his arms stood up. Chapter 30. Explanation? What explanation? Hu Yangan discovered that when he set his eyes on Yi Zhiqi, he seemed to see two shadows behind Yi Zhiqi. One of them was naturally the black warrior Mecha, and it seemed as if the shadow was alive. A living mechanical creation? Hu Yangan was greatly shocked. Mechanical creations are dead objects, things without souls, and can only be controlled by AI or other beings. Without waiting for Hu Yangan to calm down, the other phantom, which was many times larger than the black warrior Mecha, gave him a great shock. The shadow was so big that it almost covered the sky and the sun. There are various turrets on it. One of the turrets, like a magnetic track, opened slightly and began to gather all the light around it. If you get hit by such a shot, you may not die, but there is an 80% chance that you will be seriously injured. That's the reason. Hu Yangan shouted those words after he came to his senses. Old man, thank you for your kindness, but no matter what, you should respect Hu Tianhe's ideas. Yi Zhiqi actually likes the girl Hu Tianhe. It's just that before, I was unsure of my talent and my future strength. So I don't have enough confidence. He had no intention of responding to Jiang Yunxiao's feelings. The situation is of course different now. Not to mention the War Fortress and the Dark Warrior mech. Skynet is now using the materials just now to build a second mech. By then, he was being promoted. The strength will be greatly improved. Territory promotion will bring bonuses to soldiers and lords. At the same time, the effects of the territory itself will also be strengthened. Ha 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 ha. Yes, now it's you young people who are in charge. Since Tianhe has nothing else to do, let's go back first. Hu Yangan pulled his son, and Hu Xing immediately walked forward. Hu Xing saw that his father was a little different from usual. Although I had doubts in my mind, I didn't point them out directly. He could see that his father seemed to be extremely concerned about that young man Yi Zhiqi. Could it be because of that mecha? As for the mecha, when it was in the family before, the old man didn't seem to attach so much importance to it. Hu Tianhe didn't dare to look at Jiang Yunxiao at this moment. I just glanced around. I found that I have died, and not many people are still paying attention to this place. Except for Zhu Guangfu. Well, he must have suffered a lot of losses, and he was so angry that his eyes wished he could fly over and crush Yi Zhiqi to death. As for Jiang Yunxiao, she only saw his back. Old Yi, please come to my house later. Yi Zhiqi didn't think much about it. When Hu Tianhe spoke to him before, he was just like a brother. Is Jiang Yunxiao not here? Where is she? Yi Zhiqi looked around and also noticed Jiang Yunxiao's departing figure. Hu Tianhe discovered it at this time. The old man, Hu Yangan, who had just walked forward and passed Yi Zhiqi, immediately turned around and gave her a thumbs up and the look of surprise and admiration. Okay, granddaughter, you are awesome. The next moment, Hu Yangan, Hu Xing, and other family members quickly left. Everyone in the Hu family is shocked. They never expected that Hu Yangan would support Yi Zhiqi and Hu Tianhe so much. The most important thing is that Yi Zhiqi doesn't care about these things at all. A few black lines flashed across Hu Tianhe's forehead. She also knew that that was the most important thing now. Come to my house later, and we'll talk about it in detail. Hu Tianhe frowned. She is in a complicated mood now. What made her happy was that she found that Yi Zhiqi seemed to have a good feeling towards her. What's a little annoying is that Jiang Yunxiao is also her best friend, and they are not enemies. She also didn't want to see Jiang Yunxiao become a victim of the family. According to her grandfather, Jiang Yunxiao was going to marry the second son of the Wu family, Wu Hao. What about Wu Hao? He is not even a normal person. It will be nighttime soon. I have to go home at night. I am worried about my sister being alone. Hu Tianhe didn't even think about it. Another sentence came directly. Then bring your sister along. We can have a meal together at my house. It shouldn't be a problem for me to clean up a room for her. Bring my sister with me. I'm going to your house late at night. Well, it's my home. Hu Tianhe stroked his chin. After Yi Zhiqi knew about Jiang Yunxiao's affairs, he might not be able to calm down. And the fewer people who know about this kind of thing, the better. Otherwise, it would put a lot of pressure on him. It's best to be at my house, where no one will bother me. Where no one will bother you. It would be convenient if no one bothered me. Hu Tianhe didn't even realize what vicious words he was saying. The eyes of people around me are gradually getting weird. Convenient? What do you want? Don't ask. You'll know when the time comes. For things like this, we have to find a place where no one will disturb us. After saying this, Hu Tianhe looked up and met Yi Zhiqi's questioning and puzzled eyes. But the corners of Yi Zhiqi's mouth slightly raised again. A wicked smile. Suddenly, his face turned red, just like that pink apple. She immediately realized what she had said just now. Bang! He raised his palm and hit Yujichi. Don't laugh at me. I really have something important to do. I'll be waiting for you at my house. Taking into account what her grandfather said before, plus the words she just said inadvertently, this moment is even more misleading. Now Hu Tianhe really wants to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Yujichi shook his head and decided to go home first. By this time, my sister should go back. Wait a minute, classmate Yujichi, shouldn't you give me an explanation? The environment card has been scrapped, and many students didn't get any treasures. The following sentence is pure nonsense. The person who said this was none other than Zhu Guangfu. Zhu Guangfu gritted his teeth and took a step forward, and the next moment he was in front of Yujichi. Yujichi looked calm. The main thing is that Yujichi is tall and handsome. Zhu Guangfu is 1.6 meters tall and has to raise his head when looking at Yujichi. Don't you think you should give me an explanation? Zhu Guangfu has now also discovered this. The anger in my heart seemed to be about to erupt again. However, he stopped immediately. He can use various means. However, if he dared to attack Yujichi in public, the price he would have to pay would be so great that even if there were 10 of him, he would not be worthy of paying it. Although the imperial laws are relatively lenient, some things, once touched, will be punished with terrible consequences. Explanation? What explanation? Chapter 31. Don't forget that you still have family. Zhu Guangfu's eyes narrowed slightly. He never thought that Yujichi could question him so casually in front of him. And there is no euphemism or concealment at all. Zhu Guangfu narrowed his eyes slightly, forming a slit as thin as a hair. The upper and lower teeth are tightly clenched together. The corners of the mouth are slightly raised. This expression looks like a smile, but it gives people a chilling feeling. I really can't imagine where you get the confidence from. Just relying on the mecha in your hand and the mechanical territory? A low-level lord is a low-level lord. I could also tell you that you have your own family, that is, your sister, and if you don't give me face, I will also take action against your sister. That girl is quite cute. You don't want anything to happen to her because of you, do you? Zhu Guangfu narrowed his eyes and stared at Yujichi's face intently. He wanted to see some despair or anger from Yujichi. Only in this way can he feel better. When I thought about how I didn't gain anything from this graduation ceremony, but instead gave away a lot of resources. Both stable cards were taken out. What annoyed him the most was that these two stabilization cards had no effect. More than 20 teachers and 2 directors were sent to the environmental card. One of the teachers has already suffered combat damage. You know, each of the 20 teachers assigned to the environment card is not weak. For those weaker teachers who lack talent, he usually assigns them some clerical work, or some job that doesn't involve combat. In addition, the environment card that was prepared previously was also scrapped because of Yujichi. Well, come on. Yujichi didn't care at all. The corners of his mouth even curled up in a smile. At this moment, Zhu Guangfu was the one who was a little confused. Based on his investigation of Yujichi, Yujichi cares a lot about his sister, who is his only family member now. Otherwise, Yujichi would not have worked so hard before he awakened his lord talent. Hehe, Dean Zhu, you are really despicable. Why didn't I see that when I joined the academy? Well, it turns out that I still need to practice my ability to judge people. Behind Zhu Guangfu, an elegant and pleasant voice came. When this sound falls into the ears of others, it sounds quite charming. Zhu Guangfu turned his head immediately. He wanted to see who was still looking for trouble. If he were someone from one of those families, he would not be at a disadvantage at this moment. After all, everything that should be given has been given. If you are still taking advantage of me, that would be a bit too much. Zhu Guangfu is not made of clay either. However, the face that had just turned around suddenly froze. Then he changed his expression again. Because the person who was speaking was Hong Yong. How could someone like you come to our college? Of course, I'm not unwelcome, but we don't have any good things here, so I'm sorry I can't entertain you. Zhu Guangfu took a deep breath. He really can't afford to offend Hong Yong. When he first met Hong Yong, he thought she was just an ordinary person. That was totally ignored. But he never thought that Hong Yong's lord soldiers were actually from the zombie race. The zombie race is extremely powerful. You can easily possess the combat power of Yueshing. Entertainment? How about a fight? Hong Yong's face suddenly showed some interest. Zhu Guangfu frowned. Everyone in that family is a war maniac. If a fight breaks out, Zhu Guangfu will never have a peaceful life again. Forget about this. I know the combat capability of zombies very well. I am too weak to be compared with you. Really? That's great. I'll tell you something. His sister is under my protection now. I thought something was wrong with the academy. I'm so lucky that I was the first to sign up. It was originally said that a group of teachers would be sent to the environmental cards to help those students. For Hong Yong, she thought that the monster in the environment card had mutated. After entering the environment card, I saw everything clearly from beginning to end. Zhu Guangfu's eyes froze. His expression was complicated. He turned his head and glanced at Yi Zhiqi. He noticed that Yi Zhiqi didn't pay any attention to him at this moment and still looked in another direction. He actually ignored me. Good, good, very good. Do you really think that I, Zhu Guangfu, have no way to deal with you? Zhu Guangfu's teeth seemed to be about to break. Without saying anything else, he turned and left. Boy, your mecha is pretty good, and there's also that war fortress flying in the sky. If we have time, let's have a fight. Lords can attack each other. There are two types of this kind of attack. One is that both parties agree on several rules in advance, and then fight in a mirror space. The other is the Lord's Deathmatch. As the name suggests, only one of the two will survive. The winner gets to take everything from the loser. Yi Zhiqi immediately withdrew his gaze from Jiang Yinxiao's back. If you have any questions, go to Hu's house and ask them later. Thank you for your help, Teacher Hong Yong. As for the two of us, I am no match for you. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me. As long as I can do it, I will do it. Yi Zhiqi fixed his eyes on Hong Yong. His expression was very serious. Hong Yong had indeed helped him before. No matter what, he should thank Hong Yong. At this moment, Yi Zhiqi suddenly discovered that Hong Yong was very beautiful. There is a different kind of temperament about him. Boy, stop looking. I don't need you now, but I don't know what will happen in the future. I just don't like it. There's no special reason. But you have to be careful. That Zhu Guangfu is not a good person either. I can only protect your sister on the surface. I will leave this college in a month. At first, I plan to stay here for a while. Cultivate some good seedlings. Then you can fight with me every day. As Hong Yong spoke, her face turned red and excited. A few black lines appeared on Yi Zhiqi's head. However, he immediately captured the key elements in Hong Yong's words. 1 month. 1 month is enough. Hey, you are quite confident. It seems you have the confidence. I guess so. Okay, kid, I'll take a look at your performance in a month. After all, if you're a good person, you should do your best to help him. After seeing Hong Yong's extremely excited expression, Yi Zhiqi was somewhat suspicious whether Hong Yong was looking at the war fortress he summoned. So I was eager to learn from him. Chapter 32 is nothing. The affairs of the academy had been settled, and after Yi Zhiqi and Hong Yong talked for a few more words, they returned home. As soon as the door opened, my sister was so excited. Brother, do you know that many of us are saying today that you defeated the entire Qingting Academy by yourself? That Li Rufeng and Director Wang, none of them can match you. I also heard that you almost blew up the academy, and Sheng Tianhao, who had been causing trouble for you, seemed to have been hit by you. Yi Xiaoli looked extremely excited. Since she started school, she has been facing all kinds of malice and bullying every day. After so many years, she has become somewhat accustomed to it. Also, brother, you don't know that when those people wanted to bully me again today, a female teacher with a particularly explosive temper suddenly appeared to support me. When you hadn't come back just now, some people even gave me a lot of resource cards. It was only at this time that Yi Zhiqi noticed that the cards on the table in his home had piled up into a small mountain. It was as high as half the room. Just a glance. A low-level 1-star basic iron resource card. Low-level 1-star basic food resource card. A low-level 1-star basic wood resource card. A low-level 1-star basic water resource card. A low-level 1-star lava resource card. In addition, there are some other types of resource cards. In addition to 1-star resource cards, there are also some 2-star resource cards. Ordinary people usually give this kind of resource card as gifts. Because no matter which territory is developed, it still requires some basic resources. Especially during the period of low-level lords. When you reach the intermediate lord stage, the demand for basic resources will be greatly reduced. As for high-level lords, they don't need basic resources at all. It seems they are pretty quick. Yi Zhiqi looked at Yi Xiaoli's face. At this moment, the scars on the little girl's face have completely disappeared. There were no scars left on his face. The anger in my heart immediately dissipated a lot. Compared to those people who have caused trouble for Xiaoli, Yi Zhiqi no longer wants to pay attention to them. Giving this gift is considered as an apology in person. On the one hand, he had his reasons, and on the other hand, Hong Yong was there. He didn't believe that anyone would dare to cause trouble for his sister. It's time to change the place where I live. Although I can go to Hu Tian's home later, it is someone else's home after all. It's okay to stay one night. I have to find a house for Xiaoli tomorrow. The teacher who helped Xiaoli is called Hong Yong. Next time you meet, remember to give all these cards to teacher Hong Yong. It was also a favor to Hong Yong that he did. Yi Zhiqi has no idea yet as to how to repay this favor. I can only send these things to Hong Yong first. Whether the other party accepts it or not is one thing, and whether you send it or not is another. Tell me what happened. What happened in there? There are many of our people in the academy, and someone sent a message to the family saying that you fainted from anger. What's up with that guy's mecha? And in the last moment, did he really summon a mechanical creature that could crush a mid-level lord? As soon as I returned to the family, Sheng Tianhao and several of his younger brothers were brought by Sheng Fan to the family meeting hall. 7 elders, a family head, and a dozen juniors like him, Sheng Tianhao. However, these people have already graduated from the college. There are also some who did not graduate from Ivy League colleges. Nantian City is so big, it is very likely that there is only one Qingting college. The younger brothers behind Sheng Tianhao were also a little nervous at this moment. It was the first time for them to attend such a family meeting. And he is an outsider. To put it nicely, they are Sheng Tianhao's subordinates. To put it bluntly, they are chess pieces that Sheng Tianhao can throw away at any time. At this moment, many people in this family were also somewhat dissatisfied with Sheng Tianhao. It's because he brought all these people in. Tianhao, this is a family meeting anyway. One of the elders was about to say this, and Sheng Tianhao immediately interrupted him. I will be leaving in a moment. I came back just to answer your questions. First of all, I have been confused by the flattery over the years, and I can't recognize myself. Today I am lucky. I have finally gained enlightenment. I have also answered all your questions about my cousin. Yi Zhiqi was already a genius at Qingting Academy before he awakened his talent as a lord. You will know this if you investigate. As for his mecha and war fortress, I can tell you that their combat power can indeed crush most mid-level lords. Sheng Tianhao stood up again after he finished speaking. That person is a genius. I am not as good as him. His awakened lord talent is an SSS level mechanical lord. I don't know anything else. In addition, there should be some explored environment cards in the family. Give me one. These words came out of Sheng Tianhao's mouth. Everyone looked a little surprised. In their opinion, Sheng Tianhao is a somewhat uneducated person. In addition, there are many traitors in their family in the academy. Moreover, the college also took good care of Sheng Tianhao. This is what led to Sheng Tianhao's bad character and extreme immaturity. Originally, it was because their Sheng family had a genius named Sheng Fan. They just didn't care about Sheng Tianhao anymore. There are indeed quite a few environment cards that have been explored. I will naturally have someone give them to you later. Don't leave in a hurry. I saw that it was my cousin who was talking. Sheng Tianhao looked puzzled. Logically speaking, his cousin has great power in the family and has great support from the entire family. Almost everyone agreed that Sheng Fan would be the next head of the Sheng family. Why? Cousin, do you have anything else to ask? If so, just tell me, and I will tell you everything. I just want to test your ability. Some things will affect the people of the entire Nantian City. Sheng Fan said this inexplicably. Sheng Tianhao looked puzzled. He didn't quite understand what Sheng Fan meant by this. The next moment, a powerful aura of a mid-level lord pressed heavily on him. In this breath, he suddenly saw the phantom of an icy world. The lord's pressure. Snapdash. Compared to this kind of pressure, this illusion of territory. Sheng Tianhao suddenly thought of the war fortress that covered the sky and the sun summoned by Yi Zhiqi that he had seen in the Academy environment card. But, that's all. This kind of pressure is nothing compared to the pressure I felt at the beginning. Chapter 33. Death. No need to continue wasting resources. A look of surprise flashed across Sheng Fan's face. When you want to improve your resistance to pressure from other lords, there are generally only a few ways. The first one is available to everyone, which is to upgrade one's territory level and one's lord level. The second method is to rely on your own lord's talent. However, when the opponent's lord's talent is higher than yours, this method will be invalid. There is another method that many people still use. That is to take the initiative to find the senior lord and feel the pressure from the senior lord. But this feeling is almost the same as self-abuse. If you can resist the opponent's pressure from the beginning, then there will be no improvement in yourself. If you can't resist, you must keep your heart in this process. Otherwise, your spirit will be scattered and you will lose your fighting spirit. But no matter what, after feeling the pressure from the high-level lords, those who were originally unable to withstand the pressure from the low-level lords can now withstand it. You managed to hold on? This kid has just awakened his lord talent. Yes, I just woke up the day before yesterday. This is Sheng Fan's lordly pressure. Sheng Fan is also a genius. Many people looked extremely surprised at this moment. Sheng Fan also immediately put away his lord's pressure. In fact, he didn't use his full strength, only about 70%. But judging from the situation, even if one uses 100% of it, the result won't be much of a change. Cousin, your pressure is nothing compared to his. He used the pressure of a low-level lord to directly break the pressure of a mid-level lord. That Li Rufing's Abyss army was destroyed by his mecha with just one sword. Sheng Tianhao had a look of nostalgia. I also feel a little emotional. At this moment, it was the first time that he felt the world was so clear. It was no longer like the past when he always felt confused. I wonder what the matter my cousin is talking about is that will affect the entire Nantian city. Sheng Tianhao was a little curious. The other members of the family had the same expression. They had never heard of this incident. And the person who said this was Sheng Fan. At this moment, the head of the family is not here, so Sheng Fan is equivalent to half of the head of the Sheng family. Sheng Fan shook his head slightly. Now is not the time to talk to you. Just remember to improve your strength first. Then, I won't be able to save you. When Sheng Tianhao heard Sheng Fan say this, there was no strange expression on his face. He felt that since he witnessed the entire process of Yi Zhiqi in the environment card, his state of mind had rapidly improved. In that case, I'll leave first. Sheng Tianhao left the family's meeting hall with several of his younger brothers. The others looked at each other. Even the elders were a little confused. In the future, you should also try your best to support him. If anyone wants to be like him, they just need to bear 70% of my lord's pressure. In the next period of time, I'm about to break through, and it will take at least 20 days. You can make your own decisions. Let the Wu and Jiang families deal with their own affairs. We won't get involved. And that Yi Zhiqi, find a way to visit him and see his attitude towards our family. Sheng Fan paused here. I am also a little curious. However, thinking about what might happen next, he suppressed his curiosity. The current Nantian city seems to be no different from usual. But in fact, a storm was brewing in secret. As for the academy, should we continue to provide them with resources? Of course, their family knew about the conflict between Yi Zhiqi and the academy. To some extent, it seems that the conflict in this academy is still caused by the Sheng family. There are no eternal enemies in this world. Fortunately, the other party doesn't care much about us. Otherwise, they would have come to our door by now. As for the academy, there is no need to pay attention to them, let alone give them any resources. What's more, Zhu Guangfu will be a dead man in the future. There is no need to continue wasting resources. Hey, you're finally here. I thought you weren't coming. In fact, you should have come earlier. The food is getting cold now. I didn't need a single bite for you. Tiger family. Hu Tianhe had been looking forward to Yi Zhiqi's arrival for a long time. After returning home, Hu Tianhe became more and more scared the more he thought about it. She was really afraid that Yi Zhiqi would not come to her. I'm even too lazy to ask her. Because in the past, Yi Zhiqi had no emotional response to either her or Jiang Yinxiao. In other words, because of her personality, Hu Tianhe and Yi Zhiqi are almost like brothers. Well, that's good. After I starve you to death, I'll feel like the world is at peace. Yi Zhiqi said this jokingly. The look on his face was very relaxed. Yi Xiaoli on the side kept his head down. She had never been to such a beautiful place. Whether it is the gate, the green plants in the courtyard, or such a large room. The murals above are also extremely beautiful. Yi Xiaoli only dared to glance at her secretly out of the corner of his eye. She didn't know much else, but she understood one thing very well. Any item here was more expensive than hers. Huh. Hu Tianhe's eyes froze. Then I came to my senses. Okay, then don't eat it. Butler, you heard me. Throw his share to the dog. After feeding the dog, remember to put the dog in your territory and feed it directly to the tiger. When the butler at the side heard Hu Tianhe say this, he couldn't help but smile. Hu Tianhe waved his hands at the housekeeper angrily again. The butler then walked out very tactfully. At this time, Hu Tianhe also noticed Yi Xiaoli. Wait a minute, little sister, what's your name? Come on, raise your head. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Hu Tianhe. From now on you will follow me, and I guarantee you will have good food and good drinks. Hu Tianhe jumped and came to Yi Xiaoli's side. Yi Xiaoli raised his head cautiously. She found that Hu Tianhe's eyes were a little nervous and a little distressed. But there is no such malice. Yi Xiaoli. Haha, have you noticed that you seem to be the same height as my sister? Hu Tianhe, who was rarely dignified, froze in his expression. Turning his head to look at Yi Zhiqi, his nose was almost bent with anger. Shut up. If you don't talk, I think you're still alive. If you can talk, just say more. After Hu Tianhe finished speaking, he took a deep breath. He turned and looked at the butler. Take Xiaoli to have a good meal, and then clean up a room. Xiaoli will stay here tonight. Chapter 34 Wu Hao. Hu Tianhe is also a person who pays great attention to details. Wait until the housekeeper takes Yi Xiaoli away. Hu Tianhe looked into Yi Zhiqi's eyes again. Perhaps you should have discovered it. Yin Xiao was treated as a sacrifice by her family. Anyway, when the words came to his lips, Hu Tianhe didn't know how to say it. For Yi Zhiqi's safety, she herself didn't want Yi Zhiqi to get involved. Although Yi Zhiqi's current strength is not weak. But after all, He is just a low-level lord who has just awakened. No matter how strong or talented you are, when facing a high-level lord and the pressure from the high-level lord, you may not even be able to resist. But if Yi Zhiqi is not allowed to get involved, then what should Jiang Yunxiao do? As Jiang Yunxiao's best friend, she just watched it happen and didn't let Yi Zhiqi do anything about it. In short, it is very difficult to do. There is also a reason that can explain all this. Her Hu Tianhe's strength is not strong enough. This reason can explain almost all problems. Well, it seems that she has also encountered problems. Let's talk about it. There are still a few days left. The family that is engaged to her can't be tomorrow. I don't know if the second mecha can be built tomorrow. If it were tomorrow. While promoting the territory, Skynet continued to build the second mecha. Becoming a low-level 1-star lord will bring him bonuses in all aspects. Now Yi Zhiqi feels that he will have no problem facing an intermediate 5 or 6-star lord. As soon as the second mecha is manufactured. His strength. Well, not so fast. It was the Wu family. They found an Eternal Environment card together. My grandfather was not in a position to sell it, so they planned to share the Eternal Environment card. For the sake of cooperation between the two families, they decided on a marriage between the two families, and Jiang Yunxiao was the victim. The second son of the Wu family was said to be a fool with an IQ of only 6 years old. The news of their engagement should be released soon, at least within a week. It should be very quick. After all, their two families are eager to explore the inner space of the Eternal Environment card. Hu Tianhe lowered his head and did not dare to look up at Yi Zhiqi. After all, she and Jiang Yunxiao are good friends. They are real best friends, not fake sisters. In this regard, she actually asked her grandfather Hu Yang'an for help before Yi Zhiqi came out of the environment card. However, his grandfather also told her everything. So the Hu family was powerless. 7 days? That's plenty of time. In that case, let's eat first and leave the rest to me. Hu Tianhe's eyes froze. Don't you know what the strength of those two families is? Let me tell you, the Zhang family is headed by the Great Elder, a 2-star senior lord, and the head of the Wu family is a 1-star senior lord, but there are 7 intermediate 5-star lords. These two families are now married. If you want to find out about their affairs, Yi Zhiqi stretched out his hand and placed it on Hu Tianhe's head. Believe me, since we have 7 days, I have a way. Yi Zhiqi's tone was very serious. After hearing Yi Zhiqi's tone, Hu Tianhe gradually felt relieved. Just like the environment card for the previous college graduation ceremony. She also didn't expect that Yi Zhiqi could come up with such a mecha. In that case, what's wrong with trusting Yi Zhiqi once? The Wu family lived in a not very big house next to the courtyard. The decoration inside is not very luxurious, and the space inside is of ordinary size. It is also a place where people live. It's not a pigsty or a dog kennel. Second young master, as you expected, the fake Eternal Environment card has been leaked, but most families in Nantian City don't care about it. The Hu family remained where they were. As for the Sheng family, the young man in charge did not make any moves. At present, they did not plan to take any action. There is no news about other families, except that they have all gone to find out about Yi Zhiqi. A woman quietly reported to the young man in the room. There were some graffiti on the young man's face. What was placed on the table in front of him were not resource cards, but a number of building blocks for children to play with. He is the second young master of the Wu family, Wu Hao, as he is known to outsiders. Well, that card was my failure. I also deceived the family. They are planning to let the Jiang family and I get married, right? That's right. I am the second son of the Wu family, so I have enough weight. When he was talking about his second son, his face looked slightly ferocious and angry. Master, in my opinion, given time, it won't take long. Once they are in my card, everything will be shackled by me. I want them to have a taste of what my mother and father felt back then. Just because my mother and father got a blueprint, they became greedy and even killed my parents directly for the manufacturing blueprint. Did they think I knew nothing? The second young master died a long time ago. The second young master reached out and touched his face. The whole person's appearance suddenly changed. The dazed boy, who was a little fat, had graffiti on his face and dirty clothes disappeared. Only a woman with a cold and elegant aura was left there. Her face was extremely lovely, but the expression on her face was unusually cold. 2 extremely white and tender legs are placed together. Her figure is even more arousing. At this moment, she was naked and had no clothes on. His eyes were just like those 2 ice knives. Wherever his eyes went, it seemed as if he could scrape 2 icy marks in the air. I have endured humiliation for so many years, and finally, I have come to this moment where I understand everything. I have waited for this day for too long. The dawn is just around the corner. The female attendant nearby saw this scene and said nothing. There was just a look of admiration in his eyes. How strong have you become? Thanks to the second young master's training over the years, I am already a 5-star intermediate lord, just like those elders. But I took advantage of the siege of the second young master by those people and gave him. That's enough. Even if you are only 2 stars, it's enough. I don't want you to fight head-on. But it's better this way. This way I can be more confident. The sun rises, and it's another beautiful day. Yi Zhiqi woke up from the bed and instinctively felt a little relaxed. After getting up, he suddenly remembered that he was not in his own home, but in Hu Tianhe's home. After quickly packing up, he planned to leave the Hu family. The second mecha has not yet been completed. According to Skynet, it will still take a day or two. Chapter 35, Non-Intermediate Environment Card, Dwarf Dead City. For Yi Zhiqi, it was only 2 days and he could afford to wait. At the same time, he was even more curious about how powerful this second mecha could be. You should know that it took at least 8 hours to manufacture the Black Warrior mecha. The manufacture of this new mecha actually took 2 days. It may be because of the amount of materials and the specificity of the materials. All of them are materials with ice attributes. The mecha made of this material must have great bias. For example, if you are in a magma environment or encounter a lord who can summon fire attribute soldiers, the restrictions it faces are certainly not small. So he also needs to make some basic or small mechanical soldiers so that he can directly use the Black Warrior mech to fight. It might also affect his own mechanical soldiers. Forget it. Let's focus on highly powerful machines like the Black Warrior. The theory that an ant can kill an elephant may not be applicable in this world. Yi Zhiqi rubbed his cheeks, stood up, and walked out of the room. Come to the hall. At this time, the servants were already preparing some breakfast. Anyone can become a lord, but the development of a territory requires a lot of resources. After some people establish a territory, the functional buildings in the territory also require resources. Except for some special territories. For example, his war fortress, from the moment it was built, the defense of the entire territory and all the ancillary buildings such as the RD room were directly built. Because the resources needed to develop a territory are simply too many. Therefore, there are some people who choose not to place resources in their territories, but instead pile them all on themselves. Only when you have no need for them will you use the resources in your territory. However, the prerequisite for such development must be that the Lord's talents strengthen his own attributes. No matter which kind of development, it is inseparable from resources. Leave the meal to me. After all, he stayed at someone else's place for 1 night and left the next day. Yi Zhiqi felt that it was a bit inappropriate. It just so happens that he has some cooking skills, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to cook a meal. Several servants looked at each other. Finally, Yi Zhiqi started to cook. Soon, some fragrance wafted out from the kitchen. Hu Tianhe slowly woke up from his bed. When I woke up, I smelled the fragrance of rice. What does this smell like? What's this dish you're cooking today? With a bang, Hu Tianhe immediately jumped up from the bed. She got out of bed, put on slippers on her white and tender feet, and ran quickly to the hall. At this time, I discovered that a lot of food had already been placed on the tables in the hall. The meals were relatively simple, but still exuded an aroma that tempted the taste buds. A little saliva slowly came out of his mouth. Hu Tianhe, who has often eaten a variety of delicious food, now feels that these ordinary meals can also be so fragrant. I made this meal. You can try it since you are awake now. Yi Zhiqi came out of the kitchen and put another meal in his hand on the table. Hu Tianhe's eyes lit up. He nodded slightly and immediately sat down at the table. After becoming a lord, you can choose not to eat or drink to a certain extent. But most people still have appetite. Whether you are hungry or not is one thing, but whether you eat or not is another. In a study room in the Hu family. Old man, you didn't tell me until last night why you suddenly cared so much about that kid. Hu Xing knew that his grandfather very much agreed with Yi Zhiqi and Hu Tianhe. After all, regarding Yi Zhiqi, his old man had already noticed him before Yi Zhiqi awakened his talent as a lord. He is very clear about this. At first, he was also curious why the old man chose Yi Zhiqi. If you went to Qingting College at that time, you would be able to see many geniuses. Care about it. You have to hold on tight to such a good thigh. I had a good feeling about this boy's personality at the beginning, and Tianhe also likes him very much. The old man made a riddle. It seemed like nothing was said. Take it for example, when they went to the academy yesterday, no matter how much the old man thought of Yi Zhiqi, he shouldn't have said such words directly. What is the reason for being so anxious? Big thighs. Hu Xing looked confused. According to the rumors from the teachers in the academy, Yi Zhiqi's current strength should be quite strong, and he is even stronger than most of the mid-level low-star leaders. As for the war fortress that the academy has been talking about, he has never seen it. So I remain skeptical. Hee. You know my talent, the instinct of a beast. I have trained this B-level lord talent to be no less than A-level. That kid, cough, cough, cough. The old man who was laughing suddenly started coughing. Blood kept gushing out from the corners of his mouth. Hu Xing's expression suddenly changed. Father, your body. Hu Yong'an's body had long been scarred by past events, and now it could even be said that he had become just an empty shell. If a war of lords were to break out, the old man would not be able to fight against an opponent who was also a high-level lord. Hu Yong'an's face turned pale. His forehead was immediately covered with sweat. He stretched out his hand to stop Hu Xing, who wanted to come over to help. Ahem, ahem. I'm not going to die. You don't need to help me up. I'm just injured. How could I die at this moment? Hu Yong'an's face was frighteningly pale. This condition doesn't look like just an injury. It's almost like poisoning. It's not a good idea for your health to continue like this. I think I'll give you that tiger bone. No, that piece of tiger bone must be kept for Tianhe. I can't use it. I can't die before that kid enters the Hu family. Hu Xing looked at his father, Hu Yong'an's resolute and extremely serious expression, and felt extremely helpless in his heart. Father, why are you so strong? Hu Xing naturally couldn't persuade the old man. As for the old man's physical condition, he only told Hu Tianhe a little bit. Only Hu Xing knows the real situation. I sighed silently in my heart. Afternoon. In a dense forest outside the city. Boy, I'll say it again, I don't care how you got into our team. Even if you have that person's face, we may not be able to protect you with this intermediate environment card. After exploring this environment card 4 times, there are not many good things in it. Moreover, it is an environment card like the Dwarf Dead City. We only go in to get some weapon materials. Chapter 36. Our team is full of strong people. After Yi Zhiqi came out of Hu Tianhe's house, he immediately started looking for a team. Most ordinary people rent environment cards that have been explored by others. The less times this environment card has been explored, the higher the rental price. Generally, after an environment card has been explored 3 times, it will be rented out directly by the card owner, used to exchange for some star sources. Originally, Yi Zhiqi planned to find it himself. But after a few words from Hu Tianhe, he gave up the idea of going to look for it in person. Can you find it? Aren't you afraid of being cheated? Besides, you are a mechanical lord, and out-of-control artificial intelligence copies are also very rare. Moreover, you may not be able to find the dwarf series. Most people, when entering such a less popular environment, either play alone or have their own team. Go buy a card from the Free Lords Guild. You don't have that star source, so I'll help you find it. It will be done in no time. Yi Zhiqi did not reject Hu Tianhe's kindness, so I joined the current team. As for Hu Tianhe himself, he entered the environment card prepared for him by his family. The territory of the tiger crane belongs to the territory that commands the wild beasts. Coupled with the family inheritance, Hu Tianhe's future path can be said to have been determined. All that remains is to see Hu Tianhe's personal potential. This is also why, even though some people have awakened their lord talents, the final results have not changed. Return your gaze to the present. These people include both men and women. There are 7 in total. The man in the lead had a scar on his face. The injury is not unrecoverable. It can be treated with potions, powders, or by asking other lords to summon a soldier with medical skills. But all these require star sources. We are a team of strong people. I hope you can keep up with our pace. If you die in the environment card space, we can't save you. I won't tell you the knowledge of this environment card again. You are also a student who graduated from that college, so you should know about the environmental card. The scarred man who was in the lead had a very unhappy expression on his face. The others had similar expressions. If it weren't for the Hu family, they would never have included Yi Zhiqi in the team. If we add someone to the team, at least the other person must have some experience. Wow, this guy is a recent graduate. When Gao Wei first found out about this, his eyes almost popped out of his head. It feels like your company has just been founded. The shareholders decided to add a person to the company, and you thought there was nothing wrong with it. But what you didn't expect was that this person was only 8 years old. Yi Zhiqi was also a little embarrassed. After all, he was using the favor of the Hu family. As the saying goes, one should be grateful to those who have eaten one's food, and one should be grateful to those who have received one's gifts. This is the state Yi Zhiqi is in at the moment. Well, my strength is still, I think it's okay. As soon as these words came out, Gao Wei felt that the scars on his face were trembling. Take a deep breath. Okay, now let's go into the environment card. Remember, pay attention to your own safety. We may not be able to distract ourselves to protect you. The faces of the others turned a little dark. They already felt that the exploration of this environment card would not be smooth. Is this kid okay? Who cares if it works or not? Just join us if you want. There's nothing we can do about it. Well, he shouldn't hold us back, should? Several team members whispered a few words. Gao Wei's expression also became serious at this time. Before we go into the environment card, let me ask you, What kind of soldiers do you mainly summon? Are they ranged? Although the ranged troops are about to die, they can still make use of a little bit of their remaining energy. If it is a melee type of soldier, forget about making use of your remaining energy. Only one of the death squads can go and explore the way. If you really face the monsters in this environment card directly, it depends on the low level and sporadic bonuses of the opponent's lords. Can this be fought? This is impossible to fight. It should be considered a close combat. He is relatively large. Gao Wei's eyes flashed. A large melee soldier. Then can't we pull it out to be a meat shield or bait? Very good. This is the only good news. So, how many such soldiers do you have? 10 or 100? There should be at least 10 of them. 7 or 8 is not a bad idea. There's only one. What do you need me to do? Yijichi was also very curious. The other party's expression changed so suddenly. Is it possible that there is something about the usage of my own troops that I am not clear about or do not understand? That shouldn't be the case. When the Dark Warrior Mecha was created, it was essentially a powerful killing machine. All the material is used on how to kill. Well, one is just right. How many? One soldier. Since it is a development territory. At the beginning, there were at least 5 or 6 soldiers. Why is there only one soldier? Are there any skilled soldiers in your territory? The so-called technical soldiers. It means mastering some other abilities. For example, those who are good at blacksmithing, forging, and refining medicine are soldiers with skills. The things made by these soldiers can not only be used by other soldiers, but also by the Lord himself. And with the blessing of the Lord's talents, the effect will become even better. No, just one. Just one soldier. Since you awakened your Lord talent, you only have one soldier now. When someone just activates a territory, he has to spend some resources to create 11 or 12 soldiers. That's it. There's nothing to expect from this kid. Forget it. Let's go into the environment card now. Gao Wei was already disappointed. He understood that Yijichi was most likely sent by the Hu family to discuss them. Even if the Hu family sent a weaker person, they would not be unable to accept it. But someone like Yijichi is really too weak. It's okay. It's okay, kid. Just remember, after entering the environment card, don't run around, don't move around, and don't flip around. Wherever we go, you go there. Don't wander around by yourself, or I won't be able to save you if you die. Gao Wei said with a cold face. In his opinion, Yijichi was a stupid student who obviously hadn't figured out what an environment card was. Yeah, okay, then the materials. Based on the points you contribute, if you don't do anything, you'll get 30%. This is what we agreed on before. You won't get any of the treasures. Everything else is easy to discuss, but the interests must be clearly defined in advance. What did you agree on before? Yes, that's what the princess from the tiger family said. Chapter 37, then I will definitely not hold you back. Gao Wei touched his neck. The original words were that we should guide you and help you accumulate experience in exploring environment cards. As for the materials, if you don't do anything, we can only give you 30%. Isn't it accumulated? You quietly. This just graduated from school. I'm afraid he doesn't even know what a Lord Death fight is. To be honest, he didn't even think about it at the beginning. Now he swore in his heart that if the Hu family gave him more people to join his team next time, he would either pay more money or give him more money. Or don't bring it at all. As for 30% of the materials, this is something that should be paid for. People like them don't seem to be as anxious as their families. But going out on your own to find environmental cards and explore is like buying a lottery ticket. You have to find a reliable one. Another thing is that the materials you get from the environment card may not be what you need. It can be sold directly to these families. To replenish yourself. These families will never miss you. And they will also offer market prices. Generally speaking, it is more convenient. Well, then, I will definitely not hold you back. Yijichi looked serious. A mid-level environment card. Although I don't know what level the monsters in it are at. But I still have some understanding of my own strength. At the very least, he has the ability to protect himself. Gao Wei didn't want to talk. Silently took out an environment card and pinched it with 2 fingers. The environment suddenly emitted a dazzling light. The next moment, a strange feeling of spatial fluctuations enveloped my body. Open your eyes again. They have come to another world. This world is not like the previous extremely cold world in Qingting Academy. Looking up, there is a mountain wall. The place where they were was more like an underground town. The walls are extremely smooth. It has also been polished a bit. There are some weathered wooden wine glasses on the roadside. There was a dead silence all around. There was no sound in the entire space. It was extremely quiet. This environment card has been explored 4 times. This is our 5th time. There are not that many monsters around us now, but it does not mean that there are no monsters in this environment card. Everyone, pay attention. Come closer. There are usually some traps in the environment cards of the dwarves. Although Gao Wei felt a little uncomfortable, but still responsible, Yi Zhiqi nodded immediately. The school environment was difficult before, and he had no choice but to be besieged. Directly summon the mecha in the final analysis. It means fighting from beginning to end. This time I happened to follow this team to see what they should do under normal circumstances in an environment card. Let's explore the surroundings first, mainly to determine our current position, and summon a few warriors to explore the way. As soon as Gao Wei said this, the team immediately summoned dozens of soldiers from their own territory. These soldiers are made entirely of quicksand. No legs, like sandworms standing upright. These sandworms immediately ran out separately. Gao Wei also discovered at this time that Yi Zhiqi was watching very seriously. If nothing else, this attitude is still a good one. Gao Wei's impression of Yi Zhiqi improved a little. At least he's obedient. Don't touch or bump into anything randomly. After all, some people are looking for death and cannot be stopped. It's not like Gao Wei has never trained new people before. As long as we explore the surrounding environment clearly, we can decide what to do next. By exploring such explored environment cards, we can usually get a map. The lessor will also provide it, and the price of the map will fluctuate according to the level of the environment card and the number of explorations. Yi Zhiqi nodded slightly. I thought they only rented out the environment cards, but they can also sell maps. If you just rent it out, you'll easily lose money. But you can sell some maps and items that monsters are more afraid of among the environment cards. Compared to renting out environment cards, the map and the props are the big deal. So, no one defaults on their debt. You asked a stupid question, kid. If you default on your debt, you will be blacklisted by the Lords Association. Then, you will not be able to buy or sell any cards in the Lords Association. After that, you can no longer rent any environment cards. If you want to get resources, you can only find people and connections, and you may not be able to find them. I advise you not to have such an idea. Although the Empire has no laws regarding this, you cannot afford the price of doing this. It will even bring shame to the Tiger family. For a moment, Gao Wei thought that Yi Zhiqi was the kind of person who didn't know his place. In fact, Yi Zhiqi was just purely curious. Well, I'm just curious. Are the general explorations of environmental cards like ours, with 7 or 8 people able to start a wave? Of course not. Our environment card is an unpopular environment card. For a popular environment card, there will be hundreds of people in one wave, and these hundreds of people will be assigned to different areas. Some people were killed by monsters as soon as they entered, while others found a treasure as soon as they landed. Many people also died from this. Yi Zhiqi nodded slightly. He was also curious at first why all the Lord talents had been awakened. Still, many people like to rely on their families. He thought it was because of resource issues. It now seems that this problem comes from many aspects. Of course, you can also buy a key from the lessor. This way, you can ensure that the surroundings are absolutely safe when you just enter the environment card. Brother Gao, we've finished exploring. There's nothing nearby. To the west, about 4,000 meters away, there's an open door. To the south, about 10,000 meters away, there are 12 dwarf puppets wandering around. The man who had already checked the surroundings immediately reported to Gao Wei. Gao Wei also immediately straightened his expression. There are 9 of them, 8 if Yi Zhiqi is not counted. 12 dwarf puppets. How strong are they, and what's there? Intermediate 7 stars. There is a dried dwarf corpse among them. You can clearly see that there seems to be a dwarf hammer on the corpse. The dwarven hammer is either a weapon treasure that provides skill bonuses, or a treasure that directly increases the damage ability of soldiers, or both. Gao Wei looked expectant. If we take this treasure, we can get our money back directly. 12 dwarf puppets. Do you want to do it? If so, let's go to the south. No. Chapter 38. Too big. 12 dwarf golems. Intermediate 7 stars. To be honest, Yi Zhiqi wanted to try it himself. Just when he was about to summon his own Dark Warrior Mecha. Reminder to the Lord, the current space is too small for the Black Warrior Mech and cannot be summoned. It is recommended that the Lord collect some available materials. Skynet can help the Lord create a temporary combat robot. Yi Zhiqi's eyes froze. Yes, the height of the Black Warrior Mecha is almost several hundred meters, and the underground space is at most a little over 200 meters. How to do this? Could it be that he is really collecting some materials to build a temporary combat robot? This environment card is due to the existence of Gao Wei and others. But if you get to the environment card, the space inside is relatively small, and if there is a monster as soon as he steps in, what should he do? Waiting to die? Then why not send it? At the same time, standing on the territory planet, in the center of a black plain, the Black Warrior Mech sat cross-legged. Suddenly, without anyone controlling her, she stood up, the black lightning snakes on her body moving freely. There was a constant crackling sound. She slowly raised her head and looked towards the sky. There is nothing in this sky. But she could see Yijichi through this sky. At this moment, a girl wearing white stockings and a sailor suit suddenly appeared beside her. Dark Warrior, I advise you not to go out on your own initiative. Without the Lord's summons, you cannot go out on your own initiative. Moreover, once you go out, with your body size, it will be easy to burst that space. At that time, the Lord will be caught in the turbulence of space. The voice was cold and without any emotion. And she is just a humanoid projection of Skynet and has no entity. However, due to the current level of the territory, she is unable to create her own entity. The Black Warrior mecha immediately lowered its head. This speed doesn't seem like that of a bulky mecha at all. Instead, he looked like a murderous madman. Skynet could sense the anger in the Darth Vader mecha. Don't you have any solution? Yes, I was just about to talk to the Lord, please wait a moment. Bang! The black lightning on the Black Warrior mecha suddenly dissipated. She sat down where she was, feeling somewhat depressed. The other side. Yijichi didn't know what happened on the Lord's planet. The conversation between Skynet and Darth Vader was completed in just a few seconds. Reminder to the Lord. You can open a part of the Lord's space to let some monsters in, or use the open space door to let the Black Warrior mecha take action. Both methods can easily solve the predicament in this space. After Skynet gave this sentence, Yijichi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. His confidence all lies in the two mechanical creations, the Dark Warrior mech and the War Fortress. If the Dark Warrior mecha cannot be summoned, then there is no need to think about the War Fortress. I still have to make some smaller basic combat robots in the future. Otherwise, if I run into a monster that suddenly attacks me in this environment, it will be quite troublesome. As long as the Lord breaks through to the low-level 2-star, the Black Warrior mecha, including the Snow White Extreme Cold Howler that is about to be manufactured, can start the form change. With the form change, it can facilitate any needs of the Lord in all aspects. Yijichi didn't understand what Skynet meant. Boy, why don't you summon the soldiers in your territory? Since there are soldiers in your territory, you should go with the development flow, not the individual flow. The development stream is to develop the territory, and most people follow this stream. For individual abortion, it is basically what I said before, putting all the resources on yourself. Just when Yijichi was communicating with Skynet, Gao Wei and his men have already summoned most of the soldiers in their respective territories. Since it is to overcome such an environmental card, naturally, they used the best soldiers from their respective territories. Then, they discovered that Yijichi had not summoned anything. My soldier has a body so big that I can't summon him out. At this moment, Yijichi felt that perhaps he should not come out to look for environment cards and resources first. You should go to your own territory space first, and let the territory core be promoted. With his current strength, it would not be a problem for him to be promoted directly to 5 or 6 stars. After Yijichi said this, everyone stared at each other in amazement. Too big? This underground space is estimated to be between 200 and 3 meters high. Such large-sized troops can only be possessed by mid-level lords. How can you, a low-level lord, have such troops? Would such troops obey the orders of a low-level lord like you? You don't have any soldiers, do you? That's why you make such an excuse. The others in the team looked at each other. Say nothing. We have already entered this environment card. What else is there to say? Just like the boss's silly son, just laugh it off. As for the rest, well, I won't say much. Gao Wei sighed slightly. It's okay. It would be great if Yijichi could avoid causing more trouble. Well, very good. We have just decided to go to the south. When we are about the same distance away, you should stay where you are and don't move around recklessly. Because by that time we may not be able to take care of you. Don't worry, you won't lose anything with 30% of the materials. Gao Wei stared into Yijichi's eyes very seriously. In the environment card, especially when there are strangers in the team, the benefits must be explained clearly. Otherwise, it's easy to get stabbed. In the Lord's world, the only thing that matters when it comes to reason is the morality of both parties and their bottom line as human beings. However, there are also many people who have secretly thrown away all these things in order to become more powerful lords. Good. Yijichi kept following the team and did not fall behind. He took a look too. In fact, these people are not as strong as Li Rufeng in the academy. Even if they attack together, they may not be able to defeat Li Rufeng's Abyss Legion. As expected, all the teachers in the academy are quite capable. Gao Wei and his people were just independent players, and they were basically all of this level of strength. Okay, let's do it here. It's quite a distance away from those puppets. We can't get any closer. Yijichi immediately stayed where he was. He could also see those dwarf puppets now. Each of these dwarf puppets is made of a material that is a fusion of copper and iron. It can be said that this kind of monster can also be considered as some material. Anyway, we have the materials, so it doesn't matter if there are fewer. After exploring this environment card, go back and upgrade the territory first, and then find an environment card for yourself. Chapter 39, Sweeping the Dwarf Dead City. Just when Yijichi was thinking this, Gao Wei had already rushed forward with all his teammates. It seemed as if they were planning to fight those dwarf puppets to the death. As a result, halfway through the journey, they all stopped at the same time and stood still. Go ahead. Go, Sandswarm. Crush them, Iron-Fanged Coyote. A few people just moved their mouths and ordered the soldiers they summoned to rush up. This area is considered to be large enough. More than 1,000 different soldiers rushed forward in a chaotic manner. Those dwarf puppets were originally moving slowly, but suddenly, they twisted their necks, and their eyes quickly paid attention to this side of the crowd. Immediately, everyone felt as if they were fully charged. The movements are incredibly fast. It's no longer as slow as before. Click dash. Click dash. The sound of the mechanism turning rang out quickly. This sound gave everyone a bad feeling. I saw blades popping out of the arms of each of these dwarf puppets. More than a dozen densely packed tiny black holes appeared on his body, from which iron needles kept flying out. The attack methods of this dwarf puppet are quite comprehensive, including both long-range and close combat. Yijichi was stunned. This style of play was something Yijichi had never thought of. Shouldn't it be like this? Melee combat in the front, ranged combat in the back, with highly mobile troops ready to provide support at any time? What is this? Direct F2A? Yijichi suppressed his curiosity and took a closer look before discovering it. In fact, they had no intention of continuing to fight with these 12 dwarf puppets. The only target in these people's eyes was the dwarf's corpse on the ground, which had been dried up by the wind and looked unrecognizable at some point in time. To be more precise, it should be for the dwarven hammer in the corpse's hand. With that hammer, they felt that their trip was worth it. If you find something else later, it will be a net profit. Low-level, 6-star melee enhancement card. There were some elites mixed in with the group of miscellaneous soldiers, but they still couldn't get to the weathered dwarf's corpse. And it seemed that the closer they got to the dwarf's corpse, the more steam these dwarf puppets emitted and the faster they moved. Seeing such a scene, Gao Wei did not continue to stand there and watch. Instead, he immediately threw out a war card. For a moment, the soldiers he summoned had flashes of light on their bodies. The sharp aura emanating from each of them became even stronger. The same thing happened to the others. Each of them took out a low-level war card and used it directly. After more than 10 minutes of hard fighting, finally a soldier touched the weathered corpse. Gao Wei saw this scene. His eyes widened, and excitement appeared on his face. Okay, let's go. Everyone, that kid, follow us and don't fall behind the team. Everyone else, pay attention, we have got the body. There might be other things on it. Guya, send some soldiers to find a safe place. Gao Wei immediately gave his order. His voice was not too loud, but it still reached Yijichi's ears not far away. Yijichi immediately rushed out. The speed is incredibly fast. His attributes will actually gain bonuses from the mecha to a certain extent. There are black warrior mechas and large mechanical creations like war fortresses. With the addition of these two, Yijichi's speed is much faster than Gao Wei and the others. First, he rushed in the direction of Gao Wei and the others. Then Yijichi gradually increased his speed. Gao Wei and others who were also running wildly in front suddenly looked a little strange. They already felt a strong wind coming. When he turned around, he found that the source of this strong wind was actually Yijichi. Huh, you, how come you're so fast? Gao Wei could feel his physical strength being constantly consumed. Yijichi was a little confused. Where are we going? Why don't we just kill all those dwarven puppets? Why are we running? Yijichi didn't understand. But for later, I want to explore the environment by myself so that nothing goes wrong. Yijichi planned to learn from these veteran drivers. After all, in this environment, if you die, you really die. Not that there's any chance to start over. Boy, you are really fearless. These dwarf puppets are not living creatures. They are mechanisms and mechanical creations. You can't stop them completely unless you smash them into pieces. If they were creatures, we could still fight them, but these dwarf puppets, the defense is extremely high. It is not easy for us to break it, and the materials on him are not very valuable. It turns out that it is not easy to kill him. Not very convenient. Then why are you asking him to run? Why not just smash him to pieces? Boy, this dwarf puppet is of the intermediate 7-star level. The bonus at this level must be either a stronger type of soldier. If not, it must be at least an intermediate 8-star level to be able to. Gao Weijing said anxiously. The expressions of the other teammates also changed. At such a critical moment, No matter who it is, if there is a slight mistake, it is very likely that someone in the entire team will die. Yijichi suddenly stopped where he was. He turned his head and looked at the dwarf puppets rushing towards him. These dwarf puppets are also quite tall. Each one is about 60 meters. Of course, compared with Yijichi's Black Warrior Mecha. Boy, are you looking for death? Of course not. I just don't want to escape. It seems that it is more reliable to just use the mecha to sweep across. Your methods are not suitable for me. Yijichi finished speaking. A huge hole in space suddenly appeared above his head. The next moment, an extremely huge mechanical arm stretched out from it. The palm of that mechanical arm was much larger than those of the dwarf puppets. Bang dash. Pa dash. A huge mess of parts were flying everywhere. The owner of this mechanical arm seemed to be extremely angry. He slapped down with one palm, smashing a dwarf puppet into pieces. Sizzle dash. The black electric current gathered into one black lightning snake after another that moved around everywhere. These black lightning snakes exploded directly after touching the dwarf puppets. In the blink of an eye, these 12 dwarf puppets have all become tatters. The corpses of these monsters should be considered good materials. I'll take them all. You don't want them anyway. I'll take 100% of these monster corpses. Is that okay? Chapter 40. You don't want to be hated by the Lord, do you? Yijichi looked excited. Previously, in the extremely cold world environment card, so many monster corpses were directly turned into power generation materials. Generally speaking, the utilization efficiency is still somewhat low. The monster corpses in the low-level environment cards are simply garbage that no one wants. Yijichi can be considered a waste of resources. However, Yijichi always felt that there should be more ways to use the corpse of this monster. For example, cyborg creatures. Let biology and machinery be a perfect fusion. First, we need to analyze the genes of these organisms. If we could create a living machine, then the strength must be extraordinary. The Black Warrior's mechanical arm slowly retracted. Yijichi took the opportunity to close the crack in the Lord's space that he had opened. You guys don't want it, right? Why? You guys want it too. Yijichi asked this question again, because he saw that Gao Wei and the others were completely stunned, not moving. Even Gao Wei's mouth, which had just finished speaking, remained open, without any movement at all. The whole person seemed to be frozen in place. After Yijichi asked 2 questions, Gao Weikai immediately came to his senses. The other teammates also looked at each other. At this time, their eyes were filled with great doubts. Does such a strong person need us to lead the team? I don't think it's necessary. We are not waiting for the wrong person, are we? How is that possible? This person was brought here by the Hu family. He looks young and like a student. Are all the students so powerful now? They just summoned a mechanical arm. With such a large mechanical arm, it should be no problem for it to sweep through this environment card. I don't think there's any problem. The expressions of these ordinary teammates were extremely complicated. At the very beginning, they felt that Yijichi didn't seem to be able to do well. A completely new look. But because of the Hu family, they didn't say much. Gao Wei swallowed deeply. No, big brother, you misunderstood. I was distracted just now. You can take all the corpses of these dwarf puppets. Damn, with such strength and such powerful mechanical soldiers under their command, you told me that these were students who just graduated? Do you need me to take you there? This can be called leading, but it's more like being led. Thinking of his ignorant behavior just now, Gao Wei felt a little embarrassed. That would be great. I don't want the best, intermediate 7-star materials. I will never complain about having too many materials. After making the second mecha, you will need to collect materials for the third and fourth mechas. Although he has the talent of the creator, the most obvious ability of this talent is to greatly reduce the materials needed to manufacture mechanical creations. But this also means that Yijichi can use this talent to make some low-level materials produce better results. For example, the materials obtained from the extremely cold world before. All materials can be directly used to make a second mecha, and its strength will definitely be extremely strong due to its properties. But the weaknesses must be quite obvious. In that case, let's just push forward. First, find the area with the most monsters nearby. There should be a lot of monsters in this environment card. There was an excited look on Yijichi's face. At the same time, he immediately put all the corpses of the dwarf puppets on the ground into his lord's space. At the same time, the corpses of several dwarf puppets that had just fallen into the lord's space directly fell near the Black Warrior Mecha. The Black Warrior Mecha was already very annoyed because he couldn't go into battle. The things we see now have entered the lord's space. Suddenly, a fighting spirit rose in my heart. Boom dash. The black lightning was directly stimulated to the maximum. A sword made of black lightning appeared in his palm. Wait, Dark Warrior. These corpses were thrown in by the Lord not for you to vent your anger. These things will definitely be used to make other mechas in the future. Skynet's humanoid projection immediately appeared nearby. The damage caused by this warrior's furious attack is quite significant. These corpses will definitely all vaporize and disappear. Even a huge gap could be smashed out where the corpse was. However, the Black Warrior did not disperse the Black Thunder energy sword immediately and still held the sword. Want to take action? Seeing this scene, Skynet knew the character of the Dark Knight too well. This Black Warrior was created by her for Yijichi. You don't want the Lord to hate you, do you? Seeing Skynet say this, the Black Warrior immediately dispersed the Black Thunder energy sword in his hand. Don't be angry. According to the Lord's plan, he will definitely upgrade his territory next. Once the territory is upgraded, both you and the extremely cold that is about to be created can change their forms. At that point, you won't be restricted from going out. You'll also be able to further activate your core strength. The Black Warrior Mecha nodded slightly. Good. In the environment card, at this moment Yijichi and others were really walking sideways. Everyone has already seen the weathered dwarf's corpse. Has a necklace and dwarven hammer. The attributes of these two treasures are that they increase the forging skill ability. The grade is intermediate 6 stars. Originally, Galway planned to give these two treasures directly to Yijichi, but Yijichi did not intend to take them. In his opinion, these two treasures were not as valuable as the monster corpses. It seems that after several explorations, the number of monsters in the environment card is small. After all, when the previous people came in, they killed these dwarf puppets more or less. Yijichi was still somewhat excited. But as he walked, he never encountered a dwarf puppet. His face suddenly darkened. However, it felt different for Galway and the others. With Yijichi around, they felt like they were on a spring outing. This is a feeling they had never experienced even when they graduated from college. The environment card prepared for graduation from the academy contains resources, but you also have to kill monsters and look for treasures. We're almost there. There's a door not far ahead. I think after we pass that door, there will be more or less some dwarf puppets on the other side. Galway's face looked even more excited than Yijichi's. There was no way. Since he had been the Lord for so long, every step Galway took had been carefully calculated. It's not like it is now, being led by Yijichi. Chapter 41 Controlling the Mechas means controlling everything. Well, I'm not in a hurry. It's just because of my Lord's talent that I really need materials. Do you know where there are generally unexplored environment cards? What is the general selling price? It is best to be mid-level, which contains environment cards for mechanical monsters. Mechanical monsters, Yijichi's personal guess. For Skynet, it must be able to analyze various blueprints. By then, the efficiency of manufacturing mechas might be higher. While thinking this, Yijichi immediately asked Skynet again in his mind. If you disassemble mechanical creations, your efficiency in manufacturing mechas will be greatly improved. Skynet received Yijichi's words in an instant. It will be improved, but the efficiency of doing so is not very high. The Lord should first upgrade the territory level, so that he can build various laboratories in the War Fortress. Production rooms, refining rooms, and other buildings that have some benefits for production. As long as there are materials, all these problems can be solved. I have many plans for the development of the territory. All of this is to enable the Lord to cope with large-scale wars, but there is a prerequisite, which is the need for materials. Skynet also expressed its needs. To sum up, it's just about the materials, any materials will do, and you don't have to worry about the rest. Another one is the promotion of territory. As long as the territory is promoted, some blueprints will be unlocked, and there will also be some bonuses that Yijichi himself is not clear about. Yijichi nodded slightly in his heart. Indeed, he came out in a hurry this time. You should go to the territory to get promoted first. At least it can allow the Dark Warrior Mecha to change its shape. This way, he wouldn't have to focus too much on his surroundings. If he summoned them slowly, he wouldn't be very confident that he could defeat these dwarf puppets. If it is a low-level dwarf puppet, Yijichi felt that he was still somewhat confident. Turn your eyes to Galway's face. Galway frowned slightly at this moment. Generally, the price of low-level environment cards starts at 1 million star sources, and the price of mid-level environment cards that have not been explored is 10 million star sources. High-level environment cards are relatively rare. Generally, few people sell them. However, people like you who have the support of the Tiger family can also buy them in large quantities directly. Generally, they will get a discount. 1 million star sources. Wow, I can buy dozens of resource cards. This is just the selling price of a low-level environment card. It seems that in the future, I can only find a car that goes the same way when I go out. It would be a bit difficult to start a group by myself. Now we don't even have any startup capital. Just like the dwarf hammer they just got, there is also a necklace treasure. The total price of the two is 50,000 star sources. Well, actually I don't have much star source, so if the tiger family wants to help, it will be enough. Yijichi felt that it would be best for him to rent an environmental card by himself. Soon, everyone then passed through the door they had explored before. One step in. After walking for a while in a not-so-long tunnel, the crowd then came to another underground town. This town is much larger than the previous one. Galway doesn't need to say much. The man who Galway had previously called Dog Teeth immediately released his sandworms and quickly dispersed around. Yijichi felt that he should learn this pioneering action. For example, when I enter the environment card alone, I can directly ask Skynet to create some small drones to explore the way. Directly find monsters or treasures. If the space is large enough, the war fortress can also scan a large area. Not to mention things on the ground. Even things under the ground can be swept out for you. Why not? Let Skynet try it now and see if it can scan it. Skynet, can you scan how much is left in this space now? Scanning in War Fortress. It will take 10 minutes to scan this entire space. It is recommended that the Lord hold the environment card in his hand before entering the environment card, and Skynet can scan directly, which is faster and only takes 1 second to clearly explore the situation of the entire space. My goodness, I didn't know until I asked, and I was shocked when I did. You can scan directly with the environment card in your hand. This way, next time you enter the environment card alone, you won't have anything to worry about. Then scan my surroundings first, and help me see if there are any monsters or treasures near me. 1,000 meters southwest of the Lord, there is a dwarf brewery with 10 dwarf puppets and 4 treasures. To the southwest of the Lord, 1,300 meters away, there is a deep dwarf warehouse that requires a key to open. It is recommended that the Lord smash it directly. There are 40 dwarf puppets and 7 treasures inside. After Yijichi finished speaking, Skynet was just like sending a telegram to Yijichi, directly reporting several locations. No need to wait for your sandworm to return. I know the way to go. Follow me. Everyone looked at each other immediately. They didn't see what Yijichi put out just now. In addition, the map Galway was looking at indicated that this area was a relatively safe area. There is nothing at all. However, they said nothing about the strength shown by Yijichi before he went there. Just looking at Galway. We can't afford to offend Yijichi and the others. Galway is also the captain of the team. Well, then follow Big Brother. No one should be left behind. Guya, and you should also pay attention to your surroundings at all times. The meaning is very simple. Follow Yijichi. The exploration of the surrounding environment cannot stop. In the college. Still in the dean's office. Everyone, what should we do? You should know that if I am no longer the dean at the end of the year, what will be your fate? Zhu Guangfu's eyes were cold. At this moment, he wanted to chop Yijichi into pieces and swallow them into his stomach. No way. It is difficult to see the loss clearly. Only after a careful calculation will you know exactly how much you have lost. What made Zhu Guangfu even more troubled was that he had no way to deal with Yijichi for the time being. Now the other party has the support of the Hu family. There is also the support of the Hu family. The only way to take revenge on Yijichi is in secret. As for Yijichi's sister, I heard that she has already moved into Hu's house. Although he was studying in Qingting College, he was protected by Hong Yong. Zhu Guangfu had no way out at all. At this moment, Director Shui stopped daydreaming. He looked at Zhu Guangfu seriously. If you control the mecha, you control everything. Chapter 42 Stable. If we control the mecha, we control everything. As long as we can control the mecha, all the problems we have will no longer be problems. We can also directly put the blame on Yijichi. Even if someone knows the truth, they only know that Yijichi lost control of his mecha. Those people will understand what the truth is. Director Shui looked serious. Others haven't reacted yet. As for Zhu Guangfu, his eyes rolled quickly. He was thinking carefully about the suggestion made by Director Shui. Yes, to put it bluntly, his reliance is that mecha. As long as we can control that mecha, everything will be easy. Yeah, that's right. A toothless tiger can be kneaded however you want. But, doesn't he have an enormous war fortress? I heard you say before that the war fortress can tear a planet apart with one movement. Director Wang nodded quickly at this time. That cannon is called the Explosive Star Destroyer Cannon. The barrel is probably half as thick as the square in our academy. I felt extremely threatened by it, and my soldiers dared not move. Even if we control the mecha and have the war fortress, we still can't do anything to him. For a moment, the dean's office fell into silence again. It's still Director Shui. He just smiled coldly. I still say the same thing. As long as you control that mecha, it means you control everything. Director Wang, have you forgotten that he relied on that mecha to summon the war fortress? If this mecha is under our control, our academy's current strength plus that mecha. As soon as these words came out, whether it was Zhu Guangfu or other people in the dean's office, everyone had a look of joy on their face. The combat capability of their academy is already quite strong. Over the years, their combat power has remained on par with that of other academies. If I got a war fortress and that black mecha, add the two together, their college is superior to all other colleges. If this continues, all the family members in the entire Nantian city will definitely fight for admission to their Qingting Academy. By then, people like them will also rise with the tide. This is a really, really huge deal. Zhu Guangfu's somewhat cold voice was heard. At this moment, there was a rare expression on his face. There was actually a smile. However, if what happened to him happened to other people, I'm afraid few people would be able to laugh happily. Good. This is a good idea. It's great. I've been thinking about how to kill him and destroy his mecha. Director Shui, your idea is the best one. In this way, Zhu Guangfu's position as dean will be more secure. I'm afraid that in the future, the person holding this position will still be Zhu Guangfu. In the future, he will even be able to decide the direction of the new generation of the entire Nantian city. At that time, if the legions or guilds of the entire empire wanted to recruit people, they would definitely come to their academy to recruit people. The benefits involved cannot be explained in a few words. By then, the so-called environment cards in a few chapters will be nothing more than a drizzle. As a senior lord himself, Zhu Guangfu's one-star territory can also achieve considerable development. He has been stuck at this level for 10 years. Of course, he can choose to improve and upgrade his territory at any time. However, the promotion of a territory requires an assessment of the territory's own comprehensive strength. When he was promoted from the intermediate 9-star to the senior lord, he almost failed the assessment. Now he had no confidence at all and went directly to face the promotion assessment for the 2nd-star senior lord. He failed the intermediate lord assessment, his realm dropped, and he lost the opportunity to be promoted to a senior lord in the future. But if a high-level lord fails the assessment, the result will be the collapse of the territory, the destruction of the core, and the death of the lord. When you reach the level of a senior lord, it is quite difficult to improve yourself even a little bit. The simplest thing is that high-level environment cards may not be available in the market even if you have money. That's the reason. The prices of treasures or materials that can upgrade high-level lords have been raised to extremely high levels. People can negotiate prices. The development of the territory is never told to you. Whatever material you want, you get it. Now, these problems are no longer problems. Zhu Guangfu has already imagined in his mind that when he breaks through to the level of a 7 or 8-star high-level lord, the Empire's legions will come knocking on his door. Also give a job to do. By that time, reputation and resources will no longer be a problem. For a moment, Zhu Guangfu felt that the eyes of the people around him were full of admiration. But that mecha is not weak either. How are we going to control it? Snapdash. Zhu Guangfu suddenly felt that everything around him was shattered. Well, it turned out to be an illusion. The words of a director immediately brought him back to his senses. There's no rush for this. Let's plan it out first and figure out how to get him to use the mecha. As for the things used to control the mecha, I'll figure it out. Zhu Guangfu was very confident. Control failure. Uncontrollable. These two situations were not even within Zhu Guangfu's consideration. In his opinion, Yi Zhiqi is not an AI, so how could he not be able to control mechanical creations? If it is AI, there is still a high probability that the control will fail. But the one controlling the mecha is just a low-level lord. He is just a low-level lord. How can he resist when he is driven by some mid-level treasures? Let him use the mecha? Can we call him back now? No, his sister Han Yong is here. If any of you are sure that you can challenge that family, you can go and cause trouble for her sister. Don't worry about his sister. I do have an idea. Do you know about the Jiang and Wu families? Everyone looked confused at first. Then his eyes widened. Yes, Jiang family, Jiang Yinshao. In the past, Yi Zhiqi was just an ordinary person, without awakened lord talent. But now, Yi Zhiqi is no longer an ordinary person. With that mecha, he is almost the top combat power among the intermediate lords. With such strength, would Yi Zhiqi just watch Jiang Yunxiao and the Wu family work together? The Jiang family, indeed. I forgot that the Jiang family existed. Since his sister cannot be touched, why don't we start with the Jiang family? But what if Yi Zhiqi? Zhu Guangfu smiled coldly. Then let's publicize his relationship with Jiang Yunxiao. Even if Yi Zhiqi stays where he is, the Jiang and Wu families will definitely come to him on their own initiative. Zhu Guangfu raised his head and looked out the window. It's stable. Chapter 43, Imperial 7th Division. There was a look of great excitement in Zhu Guangfu's eyes. He seemed to feel that the air around him had become extremely fragrant. After a day or two, He was completely troubled by Yijichi. Now there is finally a better result. And the results so far seem to show that the harvest is quite large. A mecha that can sweep away intermediate and low-level star lords. There is also a war fortress that can almost crush the entire intermediate lord level. With these two mechanical creations, the expression on Zhu Guangfu's face was as smiling as a flower. The directors around also looked at each other. They all nodded. Indeed, if this happens, there will be nothing that kid can do. He can't hide even if he wants to. But what if he runs away and leaves Nantian City? Run away? Where can he go? Don't forget, his sister is still here. Besides, he is just a young man. How can a young man run away from something like that when he is full of blood and energy? How could he possibly run away? If he had just attacked directly, he wouldn't have said those words in the original environment card. Zhu Guangfu gradually came to his senses because of the words of these directors. Snorted coldly. Run? He won't run away. Without further ado, you should go to these two houses right now. Visit them carefully for me. Click dash. The door of the dean's office was suddenly pushed open. Zhu Guangfu's face suddenly turned dark. His brows immediately frowned. This is the situation he hates the most. When he was doing something, someone suddenly came in and interrupted him without knocking. Zhu Guangfu also quickly glanced at the many directors in front of him. Yes, all 8 directors are here. Not one is absent. Zhu Guangfu was filled with anger. Hello? Hello? Why didn't you give us a notice when you came? We are in a meeting for the graduation ceremony. Zhu Guangfu saw clearly who pushed the door open. His eyes narrowed immediately. Like a gap. A smile quickly appeared on his face. He seldom shows such a smile. It was not just Zhu Guangfu's face that had such changes. The other directors also stood up, their attitudes extremely respectful. The man was wearing a black suit with a golden scorpion embroidered on the left chest. The scorpion looked like a living creature. The person who came had an extremely terrifying aura. Although he hadn't said a word yet, his posture and attire were terrifying. Zhu Guangfu knew very well the origin of the person in front of him. Excuse me, before I came here, I heard that you have a genius here. The man who came was already middle-aged, but his breath was steady, his steps were powerful, and there was a violent, evil spirit around him that was undetectable. What's the name of that genius? I think his name is Yijichi. Can you help me find him? I came here to some extent because of him. Xiaofuer, we haven't seen each other for a few years. After so many years, you seem to have changed a lot. Zhu Guangfu looked at the person in front of him with somewhat evasive eyes. Bai Su, the 4th captain of the 7th division of the Empire. Strength, Senior Lord 4 stars. The Empire has captured a planet before. Don't think that a planet with nothing on it has no value. Even if a planet is killed to get the eggs, it can be directly decomposed into a star source. It is enough to give birth to hundreds of high-level lords in a city. And this person is Zhu Guangfu's teacher. Zhu Guangfu's current position is an opportunity given to him by his teacher. Otherwise, how could he, with the strength of a 1-star senior lord, be able to compete with his 2-star colleague? Although that colleague has left. I heard that he also joined the Imperial Legion. And the level of development is only higher than his, not lower. There was a flash of helplessness and disappointment in Bai Su's eyes, but he concealed it very well. I can only blame myself for not being optimistic at the beginning. You shouldn't regret it now. There is a saying that goes, the road you choose must be walked to the end even if you have to crawl on your knees. Similarly, the person that he was looking at the beginning has now been corrupted into this state. He had already suppressed the matter of the 2 stable cards. This was also his last time for Zhu Guangfu. Over the years, Zhu Guangfu has done more than just this. Teacher, please take my seat. Shaoli, hurry up and serve some tea. Don't just stand there. Zhu Guangfu's face looked so happy. In his opinion, his teacher was absolutely perfect. Although his teacher is currently more curious about Yijichi, it doesn't matter. As long as he laid the facts out, he believed that his teacher would definitely support him given the interests at stake. Soon Zhu Guangfu's face froze. Bai Su raised his hand. You don't have to worry about the 2 cards, but you won't be so lucky in the future. Back then, your father asked me to take care of you. Now I have done all of this. Now, where is that kid named Yijichi? I hope you can do me a favor and bring him here. Bai Su's face was full of indifference. Zhu Guangfu originally wanted to explain something. But when Bai Su raised his eyes and looked at him, Zhu Guangfu immediately felt the indifference and some disappointment in his eyes. This time, when Bai Su came, he was not the only one there. He also brought 2 people from the 7th division. Of course, these people are also confidants. Zhu Guangfu's face turned pale in an instant. If he lost Bai Su's support, there was no need to talk about the position of dean. Facing trouble afterwards is the scariest thing. It's not like he hasn't offended people over the years. Okay. Then teacher, please wait here first. I will go find him myself. Zhu Guangfu walked out of the room quickly, without even raising his head. The other directors also felt an inexplicable sense of oppression in the air. Obviously, the dirty things they had done over the years had long been known to the person in front of them. Director Wang swallowed deeply. Well, there are still many things to do in the academy, so I'll leave first. The others also found several excuses and quickly left the dean's office. If they continued to stay like this, they were afraid that Bai Su would ask them questions. Then just ask and have a chat. Of course they can't lie. It's not impossible to lie, but the other party will definitely see through it. At that time, the other party will slap you to death, and the laws of the empire will not care. Chapter 44, Leaving Now? No need to move out. After seeing all the directors leave, Bai Su sighed slightly. In the city of Nantian, especially in Qingting College, such a thing has already happened. He has not visited the other 3 colleges yet. However, the current situation also shows that the other 3 companies are probably not much better. At this time, a confidant beside Bai Su saw that these people had completely left. A hint of contempt flashed through my mind. It can be said that they have thoroughly investigated the affairs of Qingting College. Especially when so many students and teachers have seen it, it's better not to cover up such a thing. It is because the consequences of these things have not yet fully fermented. But it only fermented a little bit, which made Zhu Guangfu unable to cope with it. Captain, when Zhu Guangfu left, he was still a little unconvinced. He seemed to think that a mecha and a war fortress could impress you. Disappointment rose again in Bai Su's eyes. Umph, you want to snatch 2 things from the young generation. It's rare to find such a genius in Nantian City. Just because he resisted, you want to attack him. How arrogant. All they care about is their own interests. It seems they have been living in peace for too long. Bai Su's face looked extremely ugly. Tomorrow, graduates from the 4 major colleges will have completed their graduation ceremonies. In theory, the graduation ceremony should last at least 2 or 3 days. But Qingting College is on this side because of the presence of Yijiqi. It ended early in the day. Currently, many lords' guilds and some families have not started to snatch people. On the Qingting Academy side, since it has become Yijiqi's personal show, the strength of the Qingting Academy graduates has become a mystery. As usual, after each college graduation ceremony, that is, after the college's environment card has been explored once, the college will rely on its own monitoring system to grade students to a certain extent. The most direct combat capability accounts for a very high proportion of the scoring criteria. Captain, should we take care of that kid's affairs? In fact, Bai Su had heard directly what Zhu Guangfu and the others had planned just now. Of course they didn't point it out in the end, and there's no need to point it out. That kid hasn't joined us yet, so let him do his own thing. Don't forget that he was a mechanical lord from the beginning. You must know what mechanical lord means. There was still some disbelief in Bai Su's eyes. A mechanical overlord. Creating your own territory is as difficult as ascending to heaven. The materials required by each mechanical lord are slightly different. That is, ordinary circuit chip materials, which are more common. Things like body cores and other strange materials, I have never even heard of them. If a lord cannot even create a territory, can he still be called a lord? Therefore, the most useless talent is mechanical lord, no matter what grade it is. But Yijiqi is different. It had only been a short time since they had a set of mechas and a war fortress. Moreover, the strength of these 2 mechanical creations was not ordinary. Don't forget that Yijiqi's strength is only at the 0-star level of a low-level lord. However, because of his talent in mechanics, not many people pay attention to Yijiqi. Zhu Guangfu and others met again after they went out. After explaining things in detail, Zhu Guangfu asked them to find the 2 families. After seeing the backs of those directors leaving, Zhu Guangfu was not as happy as before. Why? Teacher, why don't you understand me? All I do is to help you. Zhu Guangfu opened his panel and took a look. Sea-level talent. These 4 words made him feel a little dazzling. This feeling is very uncomfortable. Now, it's time to go look for that kid. As for the location, let's go to whose house first. Which one is this? I don't know. There must be at least hundreds of them. These things look quite fragile. Fragile? Why don't you try it yourself? No. The new generation is really terrifying. He seems to be just a low-level lord. He is a low-level lord. The 4 major colleges in Nantian City don't know which college he graduated from. I think it should be Qingting College. I accidentally heard the news before that a monster appeared in Qingting College this year. A monster? It looks like it must be him. And that monster had the talent of an awakened mechanical lord. I just thought it was a joke at first. Everyone looked at the distance with a dazed look in their eyes. Yijiqi is now doing things extremely smoothly. Snap your fingers. Directly summon a mechanical arm from the Black Warrior Mecha in the territory space through the crack. You can sweep away these dwarf puppets. From the beginning, all the way to now, I have encountered several relatively powerful dwarf puppets along the way, but he still couldn't withstand the Black Warrior's palm. It seems that sometimes a joke is actually a fact. Who could have imagined that there is actually a mechanical lord who established a territory? Yijichi glanced around. Seeing that there were no more dwarf puppets, he directly took all the broken dwarf puppet corpses into the territory. At this time, Gao Wei suddenly appeared beside Yijichi like a phantom. "Brother, I think we should go out now." Gao Wei's face was filled with extreme embarrassment. What did the Hu family say when they sent people over at the very beginning? It was about how Gao Wei led the team and helped Yijichi gain some experience. By the way, some materials and treasures were also distributed to Yijichi, a recent graduate. Now, except for the beginning when they fought, the rest of the time they were just like on a spring outing. To be honest, I don't know how many years it has been since I became a lord, but this is the first time I have explored the environment card so easily. At this moment, there are already 8 treasures in his territory. All of them are obtained from this environment card. Leaving now? Aren't you going to empty this environment card? Yijichi's face changed. How could this be possible? The corpse of this dwarf puppet was at least a mid-level 6-star material, and it has no attributes. Such materials mean great compatibility. It can then be melted down and used to strengthen the Dark Warrior or to strengthen the second mecha that is about to be released. These are all available. Chapter 45 Dwarf Shock Cannon. Materials, materials, materials. Materials are what Yijichi lacks most. Even if there is Star Source, Yijichi still plans to exchange for more materials. Yijichi is different from others. He can quickly convert materials into combat power. Other lords can also strengthen their own troops. However, their strengthening efficiency is naturally not as high as Yijichi's. First of all, their materials must be compatible with their own arms. In this case, once a handful of materials are thrown down, various problems may arise in the middle. For example, it cannot be absorbed. For example, after absorption, the physical constitution of the soldiers themselves cannot bear it. Or the attributes of the troops are already good, but after the materials are strengthened, the way of attack has changed. In short, it is not easy to strengthen the military in all aspects. Yijichi handed it over directly to Skynet, and all the issues were taken care of. Just be responsible for taking out the materials. As for those treasures, in fact, it is equivalent to extremely fine grinding of one or more materials. In addition to the environmental cards, there are also some lords who have mastered this skill. So Yijichi has a very high demand for materials. Now Gao Wei said he didn't want to fight anymore and wanted to leave. Is that okay? That's not okay. Or are there a large number of monsters ahead, and you feel a little uneasy? You know, now his Black Warrior mech is still in normal condition. It didn't explode at full force. When it bursts out at full power, a sweep of the Black Thunder energy sword can cause large buildings and underground spaces here to completely collapse. At this moment, Yijichi is very confident about this. Gao Wei wiped the sweat from his forehead. The main reason was that he felt a little guilty. Well, it's not impossible, but we originally planned to find 6 treasures and then leave, but now we have 8. Don't even think about the materials. I made all these dwarf puppets, so they should belong to me. You can only take 10% at most. The materials are Yijichi's lifeblood. No one can touch them. Especially this kind of intermediate material. According to Skynet's calculations, the efficiency of this material is 90%. For example, a mid-level material, the bones of a certain monster, has a material efficiency of 30%. This is also because we have Skynet, anything can be used. Under normal circumstances, how can bones be used to make mechas? No, big brother, you misunderstood me. What I meant was that these 8 treasures are enough for us for a year. We will consume resources for the promotion of the territory's troops and the development of the territory. It will take at least half a year. With these 8 treasures, I have a price in mind. They can be sold for 1.5 million star sources. In this map, I just calculated that our harvest this time is already at least 5 million star sources. Gao Wei paused. Maps, monster information, 2 complete sets of treasures, and 3 individual treasures. A complete set of treasures means that when you equip the entire set, more attributes will be increased. Moreover, the attributes triggered by the suit are much higher than those of a single piece of treasure. We have gained so much. I am really embarrassed to take so many things. After all, our team is also indebted to the Chenghu family to a certain extent, and we didn't do anything along the way. The only one on the side. The man who Gao Wei had previously called Dog Teeth turned pale, with sweat covering his forehead. He looked as if he had been fished out of the water. In the entire environment card, starting from Yijichi's start to exert his strength. He ordered his soldiers to explore the surrounding area without stopping for a moment. Whatever the soldier sees will be directly transmitted into his mind. Although he is a mid-level lord, his mental power is extremely high. This kind of consumption is naturally nothing to him. But I can't keep using it. On the way, he also swallowed a bottle of intermediate spirit refining potion to restore his spirit. Until he heard Gao Wei's words, we did nothing. There was a huge look of confusion on his face. His spirits were already tense, and at this moment another image of a soldier came into his mind. If there is a first, there will be a second. Puff dash. A stream of blood flew out of his nose. Goya calmly swallowed another bottle of intermediate spirit condensing potion. Didn't say much. He just looked at Gao Wei. As for Yijiqi, well, there's no need to look at him. After all, he is the main output and the thigh. No need to look. Yijiqi's face was serious. You see, it's not easy for dog teeth to be like this. If you really feel bad about it, you take 30% and I take 70%. How about that? Yijiqi himself doesn't really care whether it's a treasure or not. His combat power increase is not mainly due to that. It still mainly depends on the materials. Gao Wei turned his head and glanced at Goya. He felt that if he refused, after he went out, Goya would take half of his family property and go directly to the assassination guild to place an order. Good. The situation is simple from now on. Not only Goya, but almost all members including Gao Wei became scouts. Look around. As long as there are monsters, just release flares. The speed suddenly became much faster than before. I don't know how much time has passed. A dwarf puppet that was taller and looked more complicated in manufacturing than the other dwarf puppets suddenly fell to the ground. Several treasures fell out of it. At the same time, a blueprint flew out. At this time, no one moved, because they all knew that this strongest dwarf puppet was destroyed by Yijiqi. All the spoils went directly to Yijiqi and the others had no complaints. Now Gao Wei and others have already taken 15 treasures. After this trip, they might not have to go to work for a whole year. And being able to consume all these resources within half a year is considered a fast speed. Yijiqi immediately put the blueprint and the tall dwarf puppet corpse directly into his lord's space. He also casually put a few treasures into his own lord's space. Dwarf shock cannon. Intermediate 8-star. Artillery power, 160,000. Cannon durability, 60,000. Material, Dwarven alloy X 30,000. Dwarven refined alloy X 6,000. Dwarven dirty blood X 300. High concentration alcohol X 10. Introduction, a type of dwarven siege cannon. This cannon was invented by a dwarven engineer who drank the poison wine given by the Night Elf King. He drew the blueprint in despair and anger. It contains the hope of the dwarven city of Rizika. This blueprint is still somewhat useful. For the Lord, it can be used as a city defense cannon or a siege cannon. For Yijiqi, it doesn't seem to be of much use. Chapter 46, Must Build One. After putting the blueprint into the territory space, Yijiqi asked Skynet to see if it could be of any use. If you have it, keep it. If not, just sell it at a good price. The price of a blueprint is no less than that of an intermediate environment card. A blueprint is meant to build a strong foundation for defense. Like Yijiqi, there are not many people whose territory at the beginning is a war fortress. Skynet is analyzing. Analysis successful. Blueprint decomposition successful. The explosive Star Destroyer's warp speed increases by 2% and its power increases by 1%. Increases the speed of the Endless Psionic Tower's warp battle by 10% and its power by 1%. Soon Yijiqi heard a bunch of artillery names that he had never heard of. Because of the decomposition of that blueprint, all of these artillery pieces have been greatly strengthened to some extent. Based on the decomposed blueprint, a large-scale war machine blueprint has been improved. Walking War, Targeting Core Mecha. Sky-Splitting General, Afterglow. Intermediate 8-star. Artillery power, 30,000. 10 shots can shatter a planet. Durability, 1.5 million. Special skills, Energy Fire Control, Afterglow, Short Death Strike, Light of Hope, Town Commander. Making materials, reduced by the talent of creation, 3,000 starting materials for low-level 5-star. Introduction, the core force in large-scale wars. The passive skill of Energy Fire Control can greatly improve the accuracy of its attacks and the speed of firing, the afterglow of light. As long as there are mechanical bodies on the battlefield, even if the durability is exhausted, the power of the artillery of the Sky-Splitting Town General will be doubled, and the durability is locked at 1. It cannot be broken except by regular attacks. It will be a short-term death battle. The power of the next shot will be increased by 16 times. After the third shot, the Sky-Splitting Town General will be shattered. Good job. This thing is called a mechanical creation. With this thing, he can rely on his Black Warrior mech to charge into battle. The 1 million rift towns behind will aim at the fixed point and provide fire support. To be honest, Yijichi was almost going crazy with this kind of combat power. But after taking a look at the materials required for manufacturing, Yijichi also had a headache. According to the logic of the Lord's world, the materials required for manufacturing must be of the same grade. High-level materials cannot be used in low-level blueprints or the like. It seems that I will have to collect some low-level materials later. However, Skynet's voice immediately came from the Lord's space. Low-grade 5-star materials are just the minimum requirement. The Lord can also use mid-grade materials. This blueprint is from me. The mid-grade materials are of a higher quality, but the total amount does not need to be as much as the low-grade materials. With the materials the Lord has collected now, he can make one. Do you want to build it? At this moment, the voice of Skynet was like the most beautiful music to Yijichi, which made him intoxicated. Okay, build it for me. You must build one. Receive the Lord's order. The manufacturing time is 2 hours. Yijichi couldn't contain the excitement on his face. Although I don't know how powerful other people's machines similar to this kind of artillery are, but he felt that the power of his sky-splitting town cannon was definitely not weak. Especially the skill of short-term death. The power of artillery fired directly increased by 16 times. What is the concept? The original artillery power was so strong that about 10 shots could destroy a planet, but now it has increased by 16 times. With one shot, not only planets, but also stars can be pierced. Afterwards, Yijichi and everyone else left the environment card space. The place we returned to was still the wild. Generally, you will exit the environment card from the same place you entered it. Yijichi responded with a few words and prepared to leave. After returning to the tiger family, Yijichi, who had been very excited, suddenly turned cold. Because he is very familiar with this person and even hates him. If it weren't for the fact that I still don't know the other party's strength, he should now directly start a Lord Death match. It's a pity that after all, he is just a low-level lord. Think of this. Yijichi wished he could upgrade his territory immediately. Xiaofua, why are you here? Is there something you want to talk to me about? In the middle of the Hu family, old man Hu Yangon was drinking tea quietly. Hu Xing has disappeared, probably because he is busy with his own or his family's matters. The only two people present in the entire hall were Hu Yangon and Zhu Guangfu. When Zhu Guangfu heard Yijichi's words, he instantly became furious. You! Bang! Hu Yangon held Zhu Guangfu down with one hand. Xiaofuer, don't be angry. The child is still young and doesn't understand. Don't you have something to ask him? How dare you hurt the person that the 4th captain of the Imperial 7th Division wants? Hu Yangon seemed to be comforting Zhu Guangfu, but in fact his words were full of warnings. Zhu Guangfu's face turned cold. The whole body was emitting cold air. However, Hu Yangon's is actually very useful. He didn't dare to take action against Yijichi now. Otherwise, his teacher would probably send him to the Empire's prison himself. The Empire's prisons are not nice places. After going in, the people who come out are no longer distinguishable as humans or ghosts. The Imperial 7th Division? Yijichi has been in this world for such a long time, so naturally he has heard of the Imperial Division. I heard that every lord there is very powerful, and to a certain extent, they attach great importance to military records and military achievements. As for where these two things come from, the star field of alien races in the universe, the star field of the Federation. Go to those places, capture people, seize things, and strengthen the planet. These are the most direct military achievements. The greater the military achievements, the greater the voice. This is the only thing that matters in the Imperial Division. After all, the entire Imperial Division can be said to have gathered together the geniuses and strongest men in the entire empire. The strong only respect the strong. Well, I heard that it was a captain of the 7th Division named Baisu, and the 4th captain was also at the captain level. Each division has a maximum of 10 captains, and the higher the ranking, the stronger. But I also heard that this person's strength should actually be 2nd. It's just that for some reasons, he was ranked 4th. Alas. The smile on Hu Yongon's face faded a little, and he looked at Yijichi with a complicated look. This sound. It can be said to be a double entendre. Anyone with eyes and ears in the entire Nantian city can clearly understand the relationship between Zhu Guangfu and Baisu. Hu Yangon also sighed. What if Yijichi went to the Imperial Division? Is he still willing to join his tiger family? The current Hu family sounds nice, but he himself knows best that he is just a paper tiger. It simply can't withstand any test. If one is not careful, that would be the collapse of the entire family. Such a result was something Hu Yangon did not want to see. Chapter 47 My Mech has consciousness. Although Zhu Guangfu was extremely furious, after so many years, he still had some ability to endure. For my teacher. Naturally, he was still able to control his anger to a great extent, even though the veins on his forehead were bulging at this moment. But there were still no unnecessary movements. Yes, that person is my teacher. I hope you can go with me to see him. He is. I don't have the time to see me. Is this how you invite someone? Why don't you just take me away? Yijichi said with a Qiaokan implication. There was contempt in his eyes. Yijichi had no good feelings towards Zhu Guangfu at all. At the same time, he also felt a little resentful towards the person from the Imperial Division whom he had never met before. Boy, don't be too arrogant. Do you think you are strong just relying on that mecha? I tell you, this world is much wider than what you see now. In the Empire's divisions, there is no one who is not a genius monster. This invitation to you is a recognition of you, so please don't be ungrateful. The muscles on Zhu Guangfu's face twisted together. His eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. Yijichi sneered and turned back to his room. Then let him wait for now. I can go back to school in 7 or 8 days. Old man, I need to promote my territory in the next 1 or 2 days. Please allow me to stay here for a while longer. When Hu Yonggan heard Yijichi's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. Okay, it's no problem, son-in-law. You can stay as many days as you want. Do you need some war cards for the promotion of your territory? No, thank you for your kindness. I don't really need those things. I just explored an intermediate environment card today, so I got some gains. Yijichi waved his hand. More than 60 intermediate treasures appeared in the hall. These intermediate treasures are at least of intermediate 5-star level. There are several treasures inside, some of which are complete sets. Hu Yonglan's eyes widened. He could naturally see that these treasures all had dwarf words on them. And that was this morning. His granddaughter asked someone to take Yijichi to find a team that often cooperated with the Hu family. The environment card that the team is going to explore is the intermediate environment card of the dwarf series. The entire Hu family cannot be said to be just the Hu family. All the families in the place called Nantian City. The main fighting force of each family has at most 4 or 5 or 7 or 8 intermediate treasures. And this is all accumulated over the past 2 to 3 years. Now Yijichi brought back more than 60 items directly. There are also a few sets in there. Even if it is not used to arm the family, it can be sold for a lot of star sources. Ha ha ha. Kid, you are quite conscientious. However, our Hu family is not short of it. Grandpa, then give them all to Hu Tianhe. There will always be 1 or 2 items that she can use. When Hu Yonggan heard what Yijichi said, the expression on his face suddenly became a little helpless and a little appreciative. This person knows how to give back and is not an ungrateful person. And this EQ is not low. Zhu Guangfu's face turned even more pale. There are so many treasures. Even if you don't want them, I can keep them for you. You should know that these treasures are not low-level treasures, but mid-level treasures. And it is a starting intermediate 5-star treasure. The effect of using troops in the territory is extremely good. Okay, I'll listen to you then. Yijichi also smiled, turned around, and went into his room. Hu Yonggan then turned his attention to Zhu Guangfu. Ah Fu, you've seen that this kid is busy improving himself now. Why don't you go back and make some concessions first? There was also some mockery in Hu Yonggan's expression. If he wasn't afraid that Zhu Guangfu would despise him. At this moment, Hu Yonggan was about to laugh out loud. Zhu Guangfu also knew that there was nothing he could do about the Hu family, and he couldn't touch Yijichi either. I can only tell my teacher the truth. I thought about the look my teacher had given me before. Zhu Guangfu felt very uncomfortable. After entering his room, Yijichi went to his own territory without much hesitation. As soon as he entered his own territory, Yijichi was surprised by the scene in front of him. Except for the war fortress in the center. Not far away, there was a dark area. The sky was filled with black lightning, like a sea of thunder. In that dark land, the black warrior Mecha was standing quietly in place, not moving at all. Just when he arrived, he seemed to discover that this black warrior Mecha seemed to be alive. Yijichi, who had just had this idea, immediately shook his head. What are you thinking about? How could a Mecha be alive? It was nothing more than Skynet that was controlling it before. Welcome, Lord. A voice that sounded very cold and emotionless rang in my ears. Yijichi felt that the voice seemed a little familiar. He turned his head and took a glance. I was stunned. The girl in front of me has fair skin, with white silk stockings wrapped around her legs. She is wearing a figure-revealing sailor suit with her belly exposed. Wow, this posture is really tempting. Yijichi felt that he was somewhat out of control. Wait, how could there be such a living organism in my territory? My lord, this is my projection. Due to the restrictions on the territory level, it can only be a projection and cannot be built into a physical body. It is indeed just the form, but not the spirit. Just like the Red Queen that Yijichi saw in his previous life. At this time, Yijichi also noticed it. In such a large area of black land, all the lightning that was originally constantly moving in the sky has disappeared. He remembered it clearly when he just entered this territory. This can be said to be a black sea. Did you specially modify the environment of the territory to be like this? I also think that this environment is quite suitable for the Black Warrior Mecha. Is there any way to enhance the Black Warrior Mecha now? Yijichi turned his head and looked at the huge Black Warrior Mecha again. To be honest, he himself is also very satisfied with the Black Warrior Mecha. In terms of appearance, it is the black and red color scheme that he himself particularly likes, and there is no need to say more about its combat power. I have experienced it myself, and I can look down upon many mid-level lords. And this was when he was in the situation of a low-level lord. My lord, this area was transformed by the Black Warrior himself. This environment will be more comfortable for her. Chapter 48. Use all your strength. Such an environment should indeed be more comfortable for the Dark Knight. After all, the attributes of the Black Knight include dark attributes and thunder attributes. There are these two properties. The Blackland environment is extremely suitable for the Black Warrior Mecha. It's just the Black Warrior Mecha in this environment. It does look a bit like an evil mecha created by a villain. Well, it's really good. This kind of environment should be very comfortable for her. This environment is. Yijichi's eyes suddenly widened. He turned his head and looked quickly at Skynet. To be precise, it is the projection of Skynet. There is still no change in Skynet's projection. There is only a shape, and there is no expression on the face. Is this environment created by the Black Warrior Mecha itself? Only then did Yijichi react. What exactly did Skynet say just now? A mecha transformed its environment by itself? Well, there's nothing in this area, and the War Fortress can be moved at any time. There's no problem using this place as a boost environment for the Dark Warrior Mecha. Skynet thought Yijichi was disgusted by the fact that the Dark Warrior Mecha occupied such a large area. My lord, whether it is the Black Warrior Mecha or the new mecha that is about to appear, they all need a place to serve as their own enhancement area. In the enhancement area, their mechanical injuries can be quickly recovered, and their strength will grow over time, to some extent. Except for mechanical soldiers like the Sky Splitter General, their structural level does not allow them to have high intelligence and can only be used for basic combat. As for things like emotions, it is impossible for them to have them. Skynet quickly explained all the differences between the mechas and the mechanical soldiers of Likong Town. Yijichi's face was full of disbelief. No, Skynet, you misunderstood. I'm not disgusted by how much space they occupy. I'm just a little surprised that the Darth Vader mecha actually has self-awareness. The expression on Yijichi's face gradually became excited, even almost laughed out loud. At this moment, in his eyes, this Black Warrior mecha is like his own child. It's like a doll that you carefully crafted and you take great care of it. Suddenly one day you discover that this doll actually has self-awareness. Black, Dark Warrior, can you hear me? Yijichi walked quickly towards the Black Warrior mecha. At this moment, his expectations were fully maxed out. No matter what kind of mechanical sound it is, it can make Yijichi's soul boil. Lord, I can't hear you. The mechanical sound of the Black Warrior mecha was a bit stuttering. She wanted a quick response. But the rules of this territory seemed to restrict her invisibly. Yijichi's eyes widened, and the expression on his face was full of excitement. Good. That's great. Huh. Yijichi walked quickly towards the Black Warrior mech. At this time, the Black Warrior quickly bent down and extended his mechanical hand completely. He slowly lifted Yijichi up with one hand and placed him on his shoulder. I'm really surprised that you have self-awareness. I'm happy to. The Black Warrior mech responded with some difficulty. The projection of Skynet watched this scene expressionlessly. Maybe she had facial expressions, but this projection couldn't show them. Lord, please upgrade the territory as soon as possible. Only when the territory level is upgraded, the Black Warrior mecha will also unlock many restrictions. Yijichi also understood. Perhaps the reason why the Black Warrior mecha was so hesitant in speaking was probably because of territorial restrictions. Just like an ordinary wooden tank, there is nothing wrong with putting a lot of water in it. However, the quality and weight of the water were getting higher and higher, but it could not break through the wooden tank. Therefore, it is very uncomfortable for this water, and there are some restrictions. Yes, let's promote the territory first. Yijichi's figure flashed and disappeared on the Black Warrior's shoulder. And at this moment, the Black Warrior mecha was also looking forward to it. Because as long as the territory level reaches the low level 2 stars, her mechanical form can be transformed. The combat effectiveness of the transformed form may be relatively low, but it is also more convenient. Yijichi came to the front of the Lord's Core. The location of this Lord's Core is exactly inside the War Fortress. For something as important as the Lord's Core, No matter which lord it is, they will attach great importance to protecting it. Most of them are placed directly in the territory, in the command building. One hand was placed on the core of the territory in front of him. Whether to promote the territory. Once the territory promotion begins, it will release a spatial aura. This aura cannot be suppressed. At the same time, these auras will also attract some mirror monsters from other worlds, as well as void beasts. There is no need to worry about the void beast. The promotion of a low-level lord will not attract them. Buzz. Soon, after Yijichi chose yes. A special aura emanated directly from the core of the territory. This aura was unstoppable. Fortunately, other creatures in this territory have been exterminated by Skynet. When other lords first create their territory, there will be some other species of creatures in the territory. You can choose to destroy or subdue these populations. Outside the war fortress, Skynet's projection was stunned for a moment. It can't be said that she was dazed, but she just calculated how many monsters would arrive in this space. In 1 minute, 6,000 low-level 1-star unknown creatures will invade here. Dark Warrior, will you come or? Leave it to myself. This is my chance to show off. You should give it to me. There was a hint of anxiety in the voice of the Black Warrior machine. She also carefully looked in the direction of the core of the territory in the war fortress. Okay, I guess the Lord will not choose to promote you to only 1 star, maybe 5 or 6 stars. During this period, I will also collect your data, and you can do your best. I have already transported the second mecha to the interior of the war fortress. You can use all your strength and don't have to worry about energy. In the territory space, our energy recovery speed is 100 times faster than outside. Don't hold back on those monsters. Low-level 1-star materials are too bad to make anything good. After Skynet's projection finished speaking, it slowly dimmed and disappeared from the spot like a phantom. Boom dash. The black thunder dragon in the sky let out a loud roar. Some monsters that had just appeared from the sky, tore a hole, and had scarlet eyes were directly blasted into powder and disappeared. Chapter 49. Promotion to low-level 6 stars. This wave of monsters didn't even make the Dark Warrior move. The black thunder dragon swam freely in the sky, roaring continuously. As for the invading monsters, the front foot has just stepped in. The next moment it turned into powder and disappeared. Only a minute or two passed. Yijichi was just about to go out of the war fortress to see the situation. Although Skynet is there, he still wants to see what kind of monsters are attacking his territory. Territory promotion successful. Current territory level, low level 1 star. Energy efficiency of all units plus 10%. All aircraft firearms efficiency plus 10%. All units energy shield efficiency plus 10%. All machine function efficiency plus 10%. Intelligent mechanical body, calculation speed plus 10%. Intelligent mechanical body, invasion speed plus 10%. Wow, after this promotion, all mechanical bodies received a 10% bonus. And it's almost all round. So fast. Then keep going. Keep advancing, and advance to 6 stars for me. In Yijichi's opinion, being promoted to 6 stars is just right. If he could be promoted directly to the level of intermediate lord, then he will definitely be arrested. 6 stars, it can be said that he broke through by relying on the combat power of his mecha. After all, there is not much difference between a low-level lord's 1 or 2 stars and 4 or 5 stars. The gap is not that big. Only when you reach the intermediate lord level, each star will have a certain degree of difference. And if it comes to the case of a high-level lord, the difference of 1 star can be said to be like heaven and earth. The gap is extremely obvious. There is a possibility that the combat power of intermediate lords can exceed that of other stars. However, after reaching the level of high-level lords, there are only a few people in the entire empire who have the ability to cross stars. Start promotion. I have received the Lord's order. Promotion target, 6 stars. After doing all this, Yijichi immediately rushed to the edge of the war fortress's wall. The moment he appeared on the city wall, Skynet's projection followed closely behind. If Yijichi put his eyes on Skynet at this moment, he would find that Skynet's projection seemed to have become more agile. But at this moment, Yijichi's attention was all on the Black Warrior mech. At this moment, the Black Warrior mecha was flashing red light all over its body. The entire body is constantly rising. In the sky, the Black Thunder Dragon's body was also growing bigger. Obviously, after this promotion, in addition to the bonus from the territory, the Black Warrior mecha also gained a little benefit. Good, very good, really good. Yijichi was so happy. Skynet continued to analyze the Dark Lord's combat data. Although the Darth Vader was created by her. However, after this thing is manufactured, only after experiments can a more accurate conclusion be drawn. The same is true now. Skynet plans to study the future enhancements to the Dark Warrior Mecha. The current Black Warrior Mecha is already quite powerful. But if it is possible to be stronger, why not try? Really? He seems to be an interesting boy, and the rumors are not false. With that kind of strength, he can be arrogant indeed. Baisu had a smile on his face. He was not angry at all because Yi Zhiqi did not come to see him. Geniuses all have tempers to some extent. Teacher, that kid doesn't take you seriously. He ignored you and went straight into the room to promote his own territory. Regarding the invitation of the Empire, this kid is simply. Zhu Guangfu became more and more excited as he spoke. He wanted to call Yi Zhiqi a sinner. The flesh on his face is almost twisted into pieces. The teeth are about to spark. The resentment in his body was almost condensed into substance. Baisu saw this scene. There was no longer any disappointment in his eyes. Guangfu, I should have told you that your father is my comrade in arms. Now that you have achieved your current success, you don't really need my help. You will have to rely on yourself in the future. At this point, I want to tell you something. Sometimes, you should not offend too many people. Arrogance will often lead to your own downfall. Having said this, there was a rare look of confusion on Baisu's face. His comrade in arms had a personality that was completely different from Zhu Guangfu's. That's why, after the death of his comrade, many people in the division spoke up for him. Pity. Baisu clenched his hands instantly, and then slowly loosened them. However, Zhu Guangfu was a little dumbfounded at this moment. As long as he is not an idiot, he will be able to understand the meaning of Baisu's words. Teacher Yu, it's this hour. I won't bother you in the academy anymore. I have my own things to do. Baisu left the academy directly with his two confidants. There's no point walking. Disappeared right where it was. After realizing that he could not sense Baisu's breath, Zhu Guangfu was very puzzled, and tears inexplicably appeared in the corners of his eyes. For Zhu Guangfu, he has no son and no relatives. The only person who can be considered a relative in his heart is Baisu. I don't know how much time has passed. Zhu Guangfu's eyes were bloodshot, and his murderous intent had even become reality. Yi Zhiqi, just wait and see. One day, I will kill you with my own hands. Because of you, I have lost the thing that I value most. Tiger family. Hu Yangon looked at the treasure in front of him, and his eyes gradually widened. At the very beginning, he didn't even look at it carefully. Then while waiting for Zhu Guangfu to leave, he also thought a lot. Even if Yi Zhiqi does not plan to marry Hu Tianhe, he will definitely take care of Hu Tianhe in the future. With such a genius, Hu Yangon could finally breathe a sigh of relief. After persisting for 1, 2, or 3 years. Once this kid grows up, I can go down there with peace of mind. Old woman, you can't scold me this time. I have protected our granddaughter very well. Just as he was thinking this, Hu Yangon suddenly saw an intermediate 9-star treasure. He had only seen 1 or 2 sets before. The quality is intermediate. I didn't take a closer look to see how many stars it has. For a moment, Hu Yangon sat up straight and looked at all the treasures without missing a single one. The more I watch, the more frightened I become. Wow, there are all kinds of them, from mid-level 5-star to 9-star. The 9-stars treasures also come in a set. The most powerful high-level 1-star treasure set of their Hu family is the Tiger Roaring Sky Mist. That was passed down from our ancestors. Now this is an intermediate 9-star set, which can also be regarded as a family heirloom. Did this guy clear all the environment cards? I thought he was just lucky, but now it seems that he has completely cleared all the environment cards. In other words, that guy's current combat power is almost invincible at the intermediate level. Chapter 50. You can rest in peace. After coming to this conclusion, Hu Yangon couldn't believe himself. But these treasures in front of us are real things, not illusions. Hu Yangon had not had time to ask someone to collect all the treasures. Someone pushed the door open and walked in. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. This person is Hu Xing. It is still the business of the Wu and Jiang families. Originally, today the Jiang family and the Wu family had invited representatives from almost half of the families in Nantian City. Basically, everyone has expressed that no one has any plans to take the intermediate eternal environment card that the Jiang and Wu families are determined to obtain. There are even many families like the Jiang family and the Wu family who started businesses. The family that bought the potions and war cards directly sold them for 3 million star sources. As the saying goes, if there is a first cooperation, there will be a second one. The other 2 families don't really need the Hu family's things. These are not really a problem. But at the last moment, someone from Qingting College suddenly came. Talked about Jiang Yunxiao and Yi Zhiqi. Originally, the Jiang family and the Wu family naturally knew about this matter. But Yi Zhiqi is not alone now, nor is he a soft persimmon. Naturally, I pretended not to see it. An eternal environment card, in trouble with a low-level lord. It is obvious which one is more important. But the people from Qingting Academy directly withdrew from the matter. If nothing is done, the Jiang and Wu families' faces will be trampled on the ground. There was no way. At that time, he couldn't become a deaf mute. I can only deal with a few sentences. Let everyone step down temporarily. The Jiang and Wu families also had the same idea. However, they originally had no intention of paying attention to it. Now the Jiang and Wu families should be waiting for the Eternal Environment card to be stable before they start to cause trouble for Yijiqi. About this, Hu Xing is extremely confident in his own judgment. Father, why are you displaying so many treasures? Intermediate 9 stars? Sets? Father, where did you find these? Hu Xing was suddenly confused. His feeling at the moment was that his family ran a small restaurant, so although he was not rich, he could at least have enough to eat. But when he returned home, he saw several million on his father's desk. Who wouldn't be confused? Dwarven short hammer? Dwarven short sword? Necklace of admiration between dwarven brothers? Dwarven rage ring? Father, did you scan an intermediate environment card? Hu Yanggan raised his head and his face froze. Bullshit, how can I enter the intermediate environment card? Others don't know the situation of our family, and you, the head of the family, don't understand it? How can our family have something like a stability card? Let me tell you, these things were all brought back by that kid for Tianhe. Look at him, and look at yourself. You are so old now. How many treasures have you brought back for Tianhe over the years? Hu Yanggan said this, and inexplicably reached out to his feet. He grabbed the slippers in his hand. I saw Hu Xing's confused look again. Decided not to resort to violence. You can't blame the kid. The kid's mecha is extremely powerful. No wonder Zhu Guangfu from Qingting Academy has such thoughts. A few black lines appeared on Hu Xing's forehead. Dad, what are you going to do? You were going to hit me. I went out to show my face today, but I put the issue aside for the time being. Wait, you mean, these treasures were brought back by Yijiqi? Did you bring this nonsense back? This kid already has such strength. This if so, then the Jiang and Wu families are afraid. Father, where did Yijiqi go? I have something to tell him. What's wrong? Kid, tell me what happened. What's going on with those two families? Yijiqi is in the room right now, and he's getting promoted. You can't interrupt him. Hu Yanggan immediately sat up from the sofa. At this moment, old man Hu Yanggan no longer seemed to be an old man who squinted at everything. But it is a tiger that has just revived. Behind him, it seemed as if thousands of giant tigers were lying on the ground, ready to strike with thunder at any time. Seeing this posture, Hu Xing knew that the old man was planning to kill someone. Is he being promoted? Well, don't get angry, just listen to me. Wu family, still in a house. Wu Hao was not wearing any disguise at this moment. You're back? How was your day? What are those families planning? You, please tell me everything word for word. I can only rely on you for this matter. As long as we pass this level, there will be a rainbow in front of us. The Wu family will be the broken bones and rotten flesh under our feet by then. Wu Hao's tone wasn't that heavy, but there is a hidden meaning in the words. Ayu understood that Wu Hao was also extremely excited at the moment, also very uneasy. Whether it is failure at the last moment or a bright future, no matter what the result is, it means that life in the future will be completely different. Things are complicated, and those family members basically don't plan to participate. Hearing what Ayu said, Wu Hao's elegant face suddenly became happy. Such a look is really eye-catching. It's a pity that no one appreciates the scene at this moment. Only, just what? Just say it all at once. For so many years, I have been pretending to be stupid and taking one step after another, all for this moment. Success or failure, all the weight is on the line. I'm going to take a gamble. Wu Hao's heart beat faster and faster. It was just that at the last moment, someone from Qingting College suddenly showed up. It seemed that Jiang Yunxiao had an unclear relationship with Yijiqi before, and the family had known about this for a long time, but those two people did nothing. But since it was said in public, the family was in a bit of trouble. Finally, the Hu family stepped in and the matter was temporarily suppressed. I see. It's just a small matter. We can just prepare for the so-called wedding in a few days. I'll go out tomorrow to feel the free air in advance. Then what is your reason for tomorrow's? Reason? Humph, there's no need to keep pretending tomorrow. Just go out. Their eyes won't be on you. You can just put a substitute here when the time comes. Wu Hao's face looked very excited. She shouldn't actually be called Wu Hao. Her name should be Wu Xing. What is more regrettable is that she is not very lucky. At least that's what it seems like for now. She had nothing to do with luck. My dear brother, I have been living with your name all these years, and you have also been cursed, but I won't do that anymore. You can rest in peace. I will avenge our family soon. Chapter 51 Extreme Darkness, Black Warrior Mecha. Wu Hao's eyes were full of joy. Although there were some deviations along the way, those deviations did not affect the overall situation. A plan does not require whether it can be carried out smoothly. As long as it can be carried out to the end and get a good result, it is something to be happy about. Wu Hao. No, he shouldn't be called Wu Hao now. It should be called Wu Xing. If you want to go out like this, you'd better dress up a little. As for the rest of the trip, leave it to me. Yes, indeed. After all, for them, Wu Xing is dead, and Wu Hao has become a fool after that incident. I'll leave everything after that to you. Please help me arrange it. Wu Xing was as happy as a little girl of 5 or 6 years old. With an innocent look in his eyes, he stretched out his hand and squeezed it. Like a curious baby. It is rare to see Wu Xingka in this attitude. It can even be said that it is somewhat difficult to see. When you saw Wu Xing so happy, she also felt a little excited. Although the relationship between the two of them is that of master and servant. But after so many years, the relationship between them is no longer as simple as master and servant, but more like a family. If we go outside, we might as well find an environment card to explore. We can find a wild team and try our luck together, or try to win prizes, or go to the guild and find some professional lords. The wild team is basically composed of individual lords. The touch prize is to randomly find a few extremely weak and not very wealthy people to rent an environment card that has been explored more than a dozen times. It would be a great luck to find 1 or 2 treasures. As for going to the guild to find some professional lords, those lords are not weak either. Some are even stronger than those in their family. But you also have to be more careful. Forget about the lottery. Most of the people in the guild are cunning. I'm too lazy to scheme against them and be on guard against each other. I'll just find a random team and try my luck. After Wu Xing's words flew out of his mouth, he then lay down comfortably on his bed, which was a bit worn out. When you lie on it, there is a squeaking sound. However, Wu Xing didn't care much about this voice. He was used to it. Ayu nodded and left the room. No one in the Wu family cares about Wu Hao's affairs. Who would pay special attention to a fool? Find someone to take care of you every day. Just stay alive so that others won't laugh at you. Yi Zhiqi's expression at this moment was also very excited. After the territory broke through to the low-level 6-star level, regardless of his own strength. It can be said that the strength of the Dark Knight Mecha and the capabilities of Skynet have been comprehensively enhanced. The most intuitive point is the Skynet projection, which is extremely agile at this time. If you don't look closely, it looks just like a living person. The subtle expressions on his face make him look like a real person. It seems that the promotion of this territory has been of great help to you, and you have also gained a lot of strength. Yi Zhiqi glanced at Skynet a few times. I have to say it. Skynet's projection is too easy to make people aroused. The calves were slender and delicate. The waist looked extremely soft, and although the 2 peaks on the chest were just showing their pointed corners, she had such a small body. Coupled with that cold voice of Tian Wang, the sailor suit on the upper body and a set of white stockings on the lower body. If this is put into reality, it will definitely be up to 3 years. Skynet has been greatly strengthened. As long as the Lord allows the territory to continue to advance and provides materials, Skynet will arrange everything for the Lord's development. The current construction plans of the territory are all in preparation for large-scale wars. Is there anything that needs to be changed, Lord? Skynet's voice was as cold as ever. It's just that when he said these words, his eyes were a little lively and not so rigid anymore. Unfortunately, Skynet is still a projection. As soon as Yi Zhiqi had this idea, he immediately felt that his idea was a little too dangerous. Well, as for the development and construction of that territory, we just need to carry out normal development now. We don't need to prepare for any large-scale wars. It was the graduation ceremony that I had prepared carefully for the college. That is the environment card of the college. By now the graduation ceremony of Ivy League College has already been completed. The most important thing now is to wait for the second mecha to be manufactured, and by the way, collect some materials and manufacture some sky-splitting generals. Think about it. When the fight started, he himself was controlling the second mecha, the Black Warrior mecha, and the 2 mechas directly attacked the entire field. The territory space in the rear will be opened at any time to allow Skynet to provide controlled fire support to Lycong Town. With this fight, he was 100% sure that he could crush other intermediate lords at the intermediate level. Skynet has received the order. Change the territory development direction to normal development. Yi Zhiqi nodded, turned his head, and looked at the Black Warrior mech again. At this moment, the Black Warrior mech was much taller than before, probably more than 1,000 meters tall. There was also a cold and evil aura lingering around his body. Yi Zhiqi felt that if he were to attack Director Wang and the others now, he would not need to use his full strength. Even if it's only half as strong as it used to be, it's enough to give those people a good beating. My lord. This time it was the Dark Warrior mech who spoke first. Yi Zhiqi could also hear it. The Black Warrior's tone seemed a little anxious at this moment. This kind of anxious and concerned feeling was the first time that Yijichi felt from a mecha. Not bad, not bad. It seems that you have gained a lot of benefits. A panel with data about the Dark Warrior suddenly appeared in front of Yijichi. This time, when Yijichi took a glance at the panel, he was extremely surprised. Extreme Darkness, Black Warrior Mecha. Low level 6-star. Mecha durability, 900W/900W. Energy shield, 6000W/6000W. Special skills, Star Slashing Strike, Darkening, Dark Thunder Naturalization, Dark Matter Reflector Cannon, Super Limit, Dark Feather Sky Thunder. Introduction. The Black Warrior mech has been fully enhanced. Due to the Lord's presence, the Black Warrior has a strong fighting spirit in his heart. In order to please the Lord, he uses all his strength to strengthen himself, just to become the most powerful mech in the Lord's hands. Chapter 52 Second Form. This panel can be said to be simple, yet powerful. The most intuitive point is that the Black Warrior mech is no longer the same as it was before. The strength has been enhanced in all aspects. Although there are still many attributes that are not reflected in the panel. However, the power emanating from the Black Warrior mecha alone can be said to be able to directly oppress the sky. This feeling was something Yijichi had never felt before. Okay, Dark Warrior mech, your combat power is now at least twice as strong as before. Yijichi was so excited at this moment. He didn't expect that the Dark Warrior mecha would be transformed because of his breakthrough. At this time, Skynet also spoke up. According to my analysis, the Black Warrior mech also has a very high self-growth ability. If the host has Dark Attribute or Thunder Attribute materials, the efficiency of the materials can be brought to 200% for the Black Warrior mech. I suggest that you collect more of these two materials. As long as you have the materials, you don't have to worry about the development of your territory. Skynet said this. Yijichi was stunned on the spot. Yes, he still had to collect a lot of materials, and there were still a little bit of materials left from before. But the surplus is not enough. It is impossible to manufacture another mecha or another sky-splitting general. His territory is a big consumer of resources and materials. No matter how much you have, it is not enough. Okay, materials, no problem. He can just randomly look for intermediate monsters above 7 or 8 stars, and then directly sweep away the monsters inside. As for the advanced environment cards, he currently has no intention of attracting so much attention. Students who have just graduated for a day or two dare to apply for the advanced environment card. This will be noticed directly no matter how you look at it. Moreover, Yijichi always felt that after reaching the high-level Lord, that was the end. There is definitely a level behind this. It's just that he doesn't know it. After all, most people were stuck at the intermediate Lord level, and some were stuck there for a lifetime and never broke through to the senior Lord level until they died. This kind of thing happens to many people. A Lord talent has already restricted many people. This is why many people attach great importance to the Lord's talent when he just awakens. Dark Warrior Mecha, didn't you say before that you have a second form? Show it to me. Is the second form stronger? Yijichi suddenly remembered. Previously, when in the Dwarf Environment card, Skynet had told him about the situation of the Black Warrior Mecha. Has a second form. I don't know if there is a third or fourth form. Yes, my lord. The voice of the Black Warrior Mecha was a little high-pitched. What she liked most was when Yijichi looked at her very seriously. That feeling was her favorite. The most important thing is that now, she can finally express her thoughts and words clearly. Before, it would have been very difficult for her to say a word. The language transmission system is like a stuck thing. Immediately afterwards, there were flashes of dark red light. These streams of light became more and more dense, and after a few breaths, they completely covered the Black Warrior mech in the light curtain. At the same time, the Black Warrior mecha, which was over 1,000 meters tall, slowly disappeared. Soon, the light faded away. A very cool and beautiful woman was also left there. She was wearing only some light black and red armor, and her red hair was casually floating behind her. She clearly has a cold, frosty temperament. But that pair of red pupils were in front of Yijichi, very evasive. The high nose bridge and the ears hidden under the helmet. On the helmet, a red lens also appeared in the eye area at this time, completely covering the eyes. The legs were covered in black and red armor, with some small white patches exposed. The waist size is perfect too, as long as the upper body is also a set of black and red light armor. Well, in this form, my combat power is about 75% of that in mecha form. I can't use some of the darkened superlimit skills. The Darth Vader's voice was even softer. If Yijichi had not seen the transformation of the Black Warrior mecha with his own eyes just now, he would have thought that the person standing in front of him was most likely a living person. In addition, The temperament of the Black Warrior is gentle, but also a bit cold. These two somewhat opposite temperaments were cleverly combined together at this moment. Yi Zhiqi took a deep breath. Although sometimes Jiang Yunxiao and Hu Tianhe were dressed very beautifully, it did not cause any reaction from him. But Darth Vader is different. This light armor greatly attracted Yi Zhiqi's desire. Okay, in this form, you can also enter the environment card similar to the Dwarf Dead City before, but can you add more armor? In Yi Zhiqi's opinion, such a set of light armor is beautiful. But he didn't want the Dark Knight to appear in front of others in this way when needed in the future. How can you let others look at your good things casually? Of course, in this lightly equipped state, the speed can be exerted at a higher level, and the combat power in the China League 1 state is more balanced. A few more black lightning flashed. The Black Warrior was fully armed with a set of light armor. Only the red hair was sticking out from the helmet, although it had completely covered the exposed skin just now. But this outfit is still very eye-catching. Okay, that's not bad. Skynet, how much time will it take for the second mecha? Yi Zhiqi naturally did not forget that he had a second mecha that was in the process of being manufactured. 4 hours. In another 4 hours, the Frost Howler will be manufactured. According to my preliminary calculations, the grade of the Frost Howler is probably at the low level of 2 stars. The Frost Howler that was just made can also change into a mecha form, but like the Black Warrior, it still needs to improve its quality so that it can speak without lag. Skynet explained the second mecha very clearly. After all, the second mecha, the Arctic Howler, is about to be completed. Most of the mecha's appearance has been revealed. Just some final polishing left. Of course, detailed data will only be available after the Arctic Howler is manufactured. Okay, as expected, there is still a lack of materials. Are those Dwarf series materials from before enough? The utilization efficiency of the Dwarven series of materials is extremely low for the Arctic Howler. If all of about 6% is used up, it will indeed strengthen the Arctic, but it will not. Chapter 53 Chicken Cub. Yi Zhiqi nodded slightly. The materials he had previously obtained from the Dwarf Dead City. They are all corpses of dwarf puppets. These materials essentially have earth and metal attributes, and also have some cursed properties. However, such properties are extremely messy and can be classified as a material without attributes. Well, then keep all those materials. As long as the utilization efficiency of the materials is at least 80%, use them. If the efficiency is less than 80%, don't use them. The Skynet projection blinked. Yes, my lord. Yi Zhiqi discovered that his territory basically did not require any planning. After the territory space was completely upgraded to the low-level 6-star, he, as the lord of this space, could naturally feel it. His own lord space has been expanded to a certain extent, and the expansion is not small. At least it is 3 to 4 times larger than when it first started. In theory, the lord space of a mid-level lord is twice that of a low-level lord. Those with better talents may get a little more than twice as much. His current territory is 3 or 4 times larger than when he first started. It can be compared to some intermediate 8 or 9-star lords. The development of the territory is in your hands, Skynet. Skynet's projection nodded, as a sign of agreement. Then Yi Zhiqi turned his attention to the Black Warrior. He always felt that the Dark Warrior's figure was much more solid than Skynet's projection. It's as if it really exists. Etc. Skynet's humanoid figure is a projection. The humanoid form of the Dark Warrior mecha is the second form of the mecha's transformation. Dark Warrior, come to me. Yi Zhiqi suddenly felt hot inside. When the Black Warrior heard Yi Zhiqi calling her name, she took a step forward and came directly in front of Yi Zhiqi. This speed seems like a space jump. Incredibly fast. A strong wind blew directly towards Yi Zhiqi. Naturally, this strong wind was nothing to Yi Zhiqi. The red hair behind the Black Warrior began to flutter. Yi Zhiqi didn't care about these details at the moment, but stretched out his hand and gently reached towards the Black Warrior's face. It was at this moment that the Dark Warrior took off his helmet. The fair and tender cheeks were completely exposed. At this moment, Yi Zhiqi also saw the appearance of the Black Warrior up close. Finally, Yi Zhiqi's hand touched the Black Warrior's face. That feeling was like touching a piece of soft meat. Then Yi Zhiqi instinctively pinched it a few more times carefully. Well, it feels really good. The more you squeeze it, the hotter the meat feels. The Black Warrior's red eyes darted around. He didn't dare to stay on Yi Zhiqi at all. Well, it's time to go find materials for you guys. After pinching it a few times, Yi Zhiqi came back to his senses. Sure enough, heroes can hardly leave that gentle land. Looking at what he did just now, he almost wanted to stay in the territory space. And the Black Warrior and the others never left. Suddenly, I thought of Jiang Yunxiao and Hu Tianhe again. To be honest, Yi Zhiqi didn't dare to have such thoughts before. But now it's different. Now that he is so powerful, why can't he have some ambition? Then Yi Zhiqi also left the territory space. The Black Warrior discovered that after Yi Zhiqi left, his body temperature immediately dropped. Yi Zhiqi returned to reality, turned his head and looked out the window, and found that the sun seemed to have just risen. It's already the second day. It's been so long without me noticing. Yi Zhiqi walked out of the room. When we arrived at the hall, the servants began to prepare breakfast. This time, Yi Zhiqi was too lazy to cook himself. However, he was also shocked by the local news that was constantly updated on the projection TV. Shock! Loud noises continued to be heard from Qingting Academy, and the environment cards were heard to shatter, as if a true genius had appeared. What is going on? Han Yong, one of the top 10 disaster-level lords, why would he protect him? The Sheng family of Nantian City released news that a second genius appeared in the Sheng family, Sheng Wanhao. The reason why Sheng Wanhao became a genius was actually related to him. A young man broke into the Hu family and has not been kicked out yet. Good job. It seems that yesterday's news has not yet been fully spread. This news is about to make the headlines today. Fortunately, there are no photos of him in these news, otherwise he would not have to go out today. Oh my, isn't this the genius of our Qingting Academy? You got up pretty early today. How was your breakthrough? Do you need my help? I have broken through to the level of low-level Lord 2 stars today. Come on, beg me. After Hu Tianhe came down from upstairs, he also saw Yi Zhiqi. In fact, Hu Tianhe had already received those news, but he didn't care. But when she went downstairs, she rarely saw Yi Zhiqi having such an embarrassed expression. Naturally, I couldn't help but make a few jokes. But she was just joking with what she said later. Relying on the Black Warrior mech, even if Yi Zhiqi stood still, the monsters attracted by the territory promotion could not break the defense at all. Therefore, Hu Tianhe felt that there was no possibility of any accidents in the promotion of Yi Zhiqi's territory. Let me see, what is the current level of your territory? 6 stars. Great, you upgraded your territory to 6 stars in one night. Once the Lord's territory is successfully promoted, the Lord's own aura and pressure will be enhanced. Unless you're deliberately hiding it. Otherwise, with just a slight perception, you can know it clearly. Hu Tianhe estimated that Yi Zhiqi would be 3 to 4 stars. She had never expected that Yi Zhiqi's territory level was already a very low 6-star level. Yi Zhiqi also noticed that Hu Tianhe was teasing him just now. So the corner of his mouth raised. Oh my, no way, there won't be someone who is so complacent after breaking through to 2 stars. Oh, I'm actually pretty useless after breaking through to 6 stars. Come to think of it, I originally planned to stop at 5 stars. Yi Zhiqi paused here. He raised his eyes and looked at Hu Tianhe. I found that Hu Tianhe's face was as swollen as a bun. Oh my, I was careless, not paying attention, and suddenly, hey, I reached 6 stars. Wow, Yi Zhiqi. Hu Tianhe let out a strange cry and swooped down the stairs towards Yi Zhiqi. Yi Zhiqi caught Hu Tianhe in the air like catching a basketball. Yi Zhiqi is not short in height to begin with, and Hu Tianhe is 1.5 meters tall. The petite body was held by Yi Zhiqi as if it were a chick. Chapter 54, Opening a Wild Team Again. For a moment, after Yi Zhiqi caught Hu Tianhe, the air was inexplicably quiet. The servants who were cooking nearby couldn't help but laugh when they saw this scene. But they held it back. If they laughed today, they wouldn't have to stay in the Hu family. If you come to someone else's family to earn resources, you have to learn to be respectful. Otherwise, you'd better join a wild team or win prizes. The word safety is also very valuable. Brother, where did you carry a big bucket of water from so early in the morning? At this extremely quiet time, a very childish voice came from upstairs. Yi Zhiqi immediately turned his head to look. He found out that the person who said this was his sister, Yi Xiaoli. It was early in the morning, and the little guy was still confused. This is not. Hu Tianhe couldn't hold it any longer and immediately struggled out of Yi Zhiqi's hands. As soon as it landed, Yi Zhiqi, Lord, fight to the death. I want Hu Tianhe to destroy you today. After a lot of playing around, the two of them had breakfast. This time, Yi Zhiqi plans to find a wild team on his own. Hu Tianhe's mouth was crooked with anger. And after yesterday's incident, in her opinion, Yi Zhiqi was so smart that he didn't need to be taught a second time. What's more, with Yi Zhiqi's strength as the foundation, even if you meet someone blind, there won't be any trouble. The various troubles that ordinary lords may encounter may not be effective on Yi Zhiqi. After all, the lord who had just awakened had the combat power to crush the intermediate lord. I'm afraid there has never been such a thing in the entire history of the empire. If Qingting Academy had not been afraid of embarrassing itself, it would have spread the news that Yi Zhiqi could defeat a mid-level lord long ago. Of course, Everyone with eyes and ears has already found out about this. The Land of Corruption and Frost, an intermediate 7-star environment card. This environment card has been explored 5 times. You don't need to worry about the rental history of the card. Our team wants an elite. Everyone, tell us about your abilities, don't hide anything. Even if you don't contribute, as long as you can provide help with the environment card, you will get at least 10% of the reward. The leading woman looked at the 5 people present. There are 6 people in their team. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Showdown. Perhaps after this trip, we can still team up together. My strength is intermediate 7 stars, ordinary biological lord. Ordinary biological lord. The meaning is very simple. They are the main soldiers in the territory, mainly ordinary beasts, humans, or other organisms. Ordinary means that it has no special features at all, and at most its basic attributes are slightly higher. Yijichi looked carefully at Showdown in front of him. There was a scar on the woman's face, and it looked like it had appeared not long ago. There are generally 2 situations in which scars are left without medical treatment. One is to regard scars as a badge of honor or as having some special meaning. The other is simply being poor, reluctantly spending star power to buy a skin repair potion. Generally speaking, items or potions related to the Lord's beauty are sold at very high prices. Compare the clothing items in an environment card. In addition to the price of the treasure itself, there is also a price bonus for the appearance of the clothes. A few years ago, Yijichi heard that a low-level 8-star clothing was sold at a sky-high price. Dark Attribute Soldier, Intermediate 4-star Lord. Fire Attribute Soldiers, Intermediate 5 stars. Intermediate 1 star. My soldiers are good at exploring the environment. Soon, it was Yijichi's turn, along with another very young and beautiful woman. Intermediate 8 star. The type of soldier should be considered Dark Attribute. Wuxing looked at Ayu. Ayu's troops are indeed very helpful in exploring environmental cards. But she turned her gaze to the other 2 and said that she was from the Dark Attribute Army. Her intuition based on years of family environment told her that there was something wrong with these 2. As for Yijichi, well, like a young man, the strength is definitely not that good. He probably just wants to come out and see the world for himself. The number of times a wild team uses the environment card will definitely not exceed twice. The next moment, everyone's eyes slowly turned to Yijichi. What is your strength level? How many stars are you at? You and Gao Wei are relatives, right? They strongly recommended you to me. I can give you my 10%, but you should also be careful with the environment card this time. After all, it is a mid-level 7-star environment card. The look on Sodenhong's face was serious. She was the one who built this team. As for Yijichi, it was because of Gao Wei that Showdown paid attention to him. Yijichi was stunned for a moment. It seems that this so-called wild team also has its own circle. Wuxing's eyes lit up. Is this how ordinary people join a wild team? Relying on some connections of their elders and so on, they join a wild team to gain experience. This method is indeed safe, but the growth rate is a bit slow. For Wuxing, only in a desperate situation, one becomes cautious and still has a desire for revenge in one's heart. In such an environment, strength can be improved rapidly and potential can be brought out well. Ayu and Wuxing were just out for a trip, it didn't matter. Showdown casually glanced at the other 2 people. The 2 of them looked at each other. They seemed to make eye contact. There are no unnecessary movements. However, if you look closely, you can see the indifference and cold murderous intent in their eyes. It's Gao Wei and his group. Well, they are pretty nice people. I'm not really their relative. As for my strength, it's at the low 6-star level. Yijichi began to feel a little favorable towards Showdown. There is always a natural affinity between friends of friends. Especially, Showdown took such good care of him. This made Yijichi feel even warmer. I have a better impression of him. Low-level 6-star? Okay, make sure you don't fall behind. Then let's prepare to enter the environment card. Everyone adjust your status. Showdown glanced at everyone. Yijichi didn't make any move. Wuxing and Ayu also did not take any action. As for the 2 Dark Attribute Lords, a murderous intent flashed through their minds, but they quickly hid it. Yijichi instinctively sensed this murderous intent. At the same time, in the Lord's space, in the center of Blackland, the Black Warrior is sitting cross-legged and constantly refining his Black Thunder power. Suddenly opened his eyes. Roar! Above the sky, hundreds of Black Thunder Dragons roared. Chapter 55 Biomaterials. The Black Warrior Mecha did not stand up this time. She just sensitively sensed the faint murderous intent coming from the outside world. These murderous intentions were accompanied by some familiar auras. The breath of Dark Attribute. You are so weak, yet you dare to provoke me? Because I felt that the murderous intent came quickly and went away quickly. The Black Warrior thought that the other party was provoking him. At this time, Skynet's projection appeared nearby again. No, those two people had murderous intentions towards another person. They did not show any murderous intentions towards our Lord. In the Lord's space. Because Yi Zhiqi has given Skynet extremely high authority, Skynet can observe the outside world through Yi Zhiqi. However, mechas like Darth Vader do not have capabilities like Skynet. At most, he could vaguely sense the situation outside through Yi Zhiqi. It is not like Skynet, which can directly check the situation outside. Except for the Lord, all those who are not surrendered are enemies. Kill them all, destroy them all, and win the victory for the Lord. After hearing what the king said, the Black Warrior Mecha said this again. These words also express her true inner pursuit. The king did not say anything else at this moment, but dispersed the projection. Outside world. Yi Zhiqi also noticed it. The murderous intent of the two men quickly disappeared. The corners of his mouth suddenly lifted. The murderous intent was not directed at him, but at Suo Danhong. Sure enough, if you hang out in a wild team, you have to pay attention to your own safety at all times. But what are these two lords sure of? Just two people? Yi Zhiqi was a little curious. Shaoqi, have you prepared everything? Don't be distracted. We must be well prepared every time before entering an environment card. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome if we get hurt inside. Suo Danhong noticed that Yi Zhiqi seemed to be a little distracted and reminded him. This behavior made Wu Xing a little sensitive. She also hopes that someone can care about her. Unfortunately, this thing can only be hope. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Continued to remain silent. However, at this moment, her mentality suddenly changed. As for those two people, we'll find a chance to get rid of them later. I made eye contact with AU. AU immediately understood what Wu Xing meant. At the same time, those two people just now exuded a bit of murderous intent. His face looked somewhat solemn. For some reason, they suddenly had a very bad feeling. This premonition made them feel as if something was staring at their backs. This is not a good thing. Well, I've packed my things, let's go. Yi Zhiqi responded immediately. Yi Zhiqi naturally wouldn't show any displeasure towards those who cared about him. After all, if someone respects me 1 foot, I will respect him 1 yard. Suo Danhong nodded, said a few more words of advice, and then took out the environment card. The next moment, everyone entered the environment card. As soon as I landed, I found that there was a faint mist in the space of this environment card. Although it doesn't have a very big impact, this atmosphere makes people feel inexplicably uncomfortable. There is fog. It seems that the markings on this map I bought are quite accurate. These 5,000 star sources are not wasted. Wu Xing stretched his head and listened carefully. Although she had played environment cards, it was purely for the purpose of developing her own territory. The maps and other things were all handled by AU alone. There is no need to be so anxious now. So she had to take a closer look at the general process for ordinary people to form a wild team. Reconnaissance. Suo Danhong saw AU and did nothing. I was a little confused. At this moment, AU immediately summoned the soldiers in his territory. These soldiers were lifeless and full of dead air. Although they had human shapes, some of them were made of wood and some of them were made of iron. Puppet. A race of puppet-like soldiers. The combat power of this race is generally not very high, but it can be used to explore the environment around the environmental card or monsters and trigger certain mechanisms in advance. It can be said to be a good consumable. The two men had cold eyes, and once they entered the environment card, their expressions became even more indifferent. However, the corner of his eyes still drifted towards Suo Danhong from time to time. Of course, I don't have any passionate thoughts about Suo Danhong. Most likely it was out of revenge. Yi Zhiqi also speculated so. How is it? What's the situation around us? Suo Danhong asked directly. Ayu scratched his chin. How to put it? She felt that their luck was not very good. There were monsters in every direction. It's okay to have monsters, but these monsters are just wandering monsters. They are not guarding anything. This means that there is no treasure nearby. At least get to the next area. The situation is not good, Captain. We are surrounded by monsters. There are fewer monsters on the road to the north. Let's head in that direction. When Suo Danhong heard this, his expression became normal. The wild team explores the environment card. If there are treasures around them as soon as they land, it will be a good start. But after landing, there were no treasures around, which was actually normal. But what I'm afraid of is the kind that I've walked all the way. It turned out that quite a few monsters were indeed killed. But if you haven't encountered any treasure yet, that would be unfortunate. The reason why most ordinary lords have been stuck at the intermediate level is, to a certain extent, due to this reason. Well, this is the only way to go. Yi Zhiqi used Skynet to scan the monsters in the environment card space to see what the effect would be if they were used as materials. Skynet scans the surrounding monsters. Mainly, scan to see how effective these monsters are for the Black Warriors. Receive Lord's instructions. Scanning. Scan completed. Intermediate 8-star biomass material. Black Warrior Mecha utilization efficiency 60%. Arctic Howler Mecha utilization efficiency 15%. The efficiency of the Sky Rift Town will be 70%. It is recommended that the host can collect a large amount and manufacture a large number of Sky-Splitting Town generals, or accumulate them and manufacture more powerful mechas after the territory is promoted to the intermediate level. Biomass materials themselves are living materials to a certain extent. The current computing power of Skynet cannot be used to the maximum extent if it is used for manufacturing. Therefore, Skynet strongly recommends that this material be used to manufacture the Sky-Splitting Town in large quantities. According to Skynet's primary scan, if all the monsters within a kilometer area were killed, it would be enough to create 4 Sky-Splitting generals. Chapter 56. Just 2 reptiles. Good job. It has to be Skynet. It was all analyzed in no time. However, Yijichi felt that it was mainly because his territory space had been upgraded to a low-level 6-star. It has a low-level 6-star enhancement. The current Skynet is also very different from the original one. Not only that, its computing power is also several times stronger than before. All the previous bonuses are now displayed at this moment. Good. In that case, then we won't wait any longer. Kill them? Yeah, I agree with that. But before that, I think we should pay attention to our surroundings. Yijichi spoke at this time. His words immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the team. Everyone didn't understand what Yijichi meant by these words. Suwa Danhong also looked confused. Pay attention to your surroundings. There are no monsters around us or very close to us. What Ayu thought was that Yijichi was being approached by monsters around them. No, I won't talk about this. Are you two still hiding yourselves? I have already discovered your intentions before entering the environment card. My soldiers can detect other people's malicious intentions to a certain extent. If nothing unexpected happens, you two want to kill our captain. Yijichi turned his head and looked at the 2 men who were also dressed a little eerily. You brat. What? Soden's eyes narrowed and he immediately summoned the soldiers in his territory. At the same time, he also brought some soldiers and summoned them directly to Yijichi's side. Her army type is plant-based. There are more than 100 green bamboo figures. Upon closer inspection, there are petals on the bodies of these bamboo figures. These petals seem to be growing on the bamboo man's body. Yijichi didn't care about this scene. In his opinion, it would be good if every soldier summoned by the Lord looked good. It's good as long as it's not something weird and can cause mental harm. The next moment, Suwa Danhong planned to take Yijichi away from this environment card space. Suwa Danhong often hangs out in wild teams. In addition to having his own circle, he is more aware of the dangers. It's just a pity that if you stand by the river too often, you will get your feet wet. Right now, those 2 people would not just watch Suwa Danhong leave. Wanna leave? No way. Space blockade card. In order to kill you, a sponsor has offered our guild a very high price. 5 million star sources for your body. Damn, this kid almost ruined our good fortune. It's harmless. She can't run away at all. The guild's space blockade is here. As long as she's not a high-ranking lord, we don't have to worry about her running away. For a moment, because of Yijichi's words, the situation changed instantly. Ayu's fingers moved secretly. She planned to directly summon her own territory's elite army of soldiers to crush these 2 bastards. Compared with ordinary people, the people in the family sometimes have a certain gap in combat power and knowledge, apart from their talents. It's like being born in Rome. Some people spend their whole lives on the road to Rome. Even a slave in Rome has more knowledge than a person who goes to Rome. Wu Xing gave you a look. Don't take any action and wait and see how it ends. Wu Xing's heartbeat quickened slightly. This feeling of despair and danger brought back some memories. Certainly not a fond memory. Wu Xing decided to beat the offal into a paste and then burn it clean with fire. You two seem to be from the Dark Blood Guild. I didn't expect someone to offer a bounty on Sodenhong. I haven't gotten any treasures recently. The last time I went to the environment card was 2 months ago. Suwa Danhong was a little confused. She is a relatively poor person and is definitely inferior to the children of a big family. She hasn't offended anyone recently. You are quite observant. You actually know about our Dark Blood Guild. Yeah, great. Then we 2 brothers will leave you an intact body. Damn, it's all because of that kid. I was planning to get some extra money. It seems that I can't get it. It doesn't matter. After we deal with her, we can kill these guys and get some extra money. The so-called extra money is waiting to explore this environment card with Suwa Danhong. When they finally have time to go back, they will make another move, and this way they can get more. And you can also find out the strength of the people around you in this process. In case, Showdown frowned. It is simply impossible to ask the Dark Blood Guild to hand over the employer's information. Showdown was also very confused. Firstly, she hadn't offended anyone recently, and secondly, she hadn't obtained any treasures. To put it in a common saying, it's like you've just opened your business and haven't made a penny yet, but already someone's coming to collect protection money. They should have no grudge against you. Let them go. Otherwise, I will fight to the death. The two of you. The petals on the bamboo men suddenly fell off. A pink mist appeared and quickly sprayed towards the two people. I already knew your information. Intermediate poison resistance card. Damn, this card cost us 1 million star resources to buy. Well, that's not a loss. If we take her down, we'll have a guaranteed 3 million star sources. If we add in the sundry stuff, we'll get a lot. Seeing such a scene, Showdown frowned. He was really in trouble this time. Poison resistance card? There is actually such a card. Yijichi originally thought that war cards were those that could improve basic attributes such as speed or strength. A slightly more advanced one is one that directly increases melee damage. The two can be superimposed. Boy, you don't understand this. This kind of card is called a special war resource card. It is generally used less frequently, but once used, it can sometimes be very useful, just like now. Showdown, do you want to come with us? Maybe the financier doesn't want to kill you, and this way we can save some effort. Showdown ignored the two of them and turned to look at Yijichi. Helplessly, he showed a very embarrassed expression. I'm so sorry. Gao Wei and I have been through a lot of environmental barriers together before. They saved me a few times. Now I can't even get you out. However, there is still a chance next time. You must seize it. Yijichi's face changed. He felt that Showdown's aura had changed greatly and became somewhat unstable. Wait, they are just two reptiles, why bother? Chapter 57 No Mistake. Yijichi said this. It made everyone a little dumbfounded. Two reptiles. Boy, you are really arrogant. No, that's not right. You are not arrogant, you are stupid. I think it's better to kill you first. One of them rushed directly towards Yijichi. This person obviously did not follow the ordinary lore development style, but instead directly piled all the resources on himself. Let's call it something a little more childish, the hero development model. Go to hell. I'll show you what the so-called reptile power is like. Thousands of armored Yuju soldiers. Go. Stop him. Showdown's face tightened. Ayu was also preparing to summon the soldiers in his territory, of course not for Yijichi, but to protect Wu Xing. Wu Xing was unmoved at this moment. She really hoped that Yijichi would survive. Then, Showdown died because of Yijichi. I think at that time, Yijichi's heart must have been filled with hatred. Wu Xing was too lonely, and now she found out that there was someone who was about to face a similar experience as her. Yes, it's this kind of helplessness and despair. Even if you don't take the initiative to say it, they will still take action in the end. What will you do? Wu Xing's voice was very low, so low that only she could hear it. Suddenly, the sky darkened. It was as if the sun in the sky was covered. There was also light in the distance. Only they are covered in shadow here. For a moment, except for the man who rushed towards Yijichi and Yijichi who already knew what was happening, everyone else immediately raised their heads. Eyes widened. Sizzle dash. A black electric current suddenly appeared from nowhere and directly electrocuted the person who rushed towards Yijichi, turning him into black ash. Even the core inside his body that connected him to his own overlord's world was completely destroyed. The next moment, he turned into light and disappeared, leaving only a bead in his place. The gem of the territory. After the death of the lord of this world, everything in his territory will condense into a bead. With this bead, you can directly plunder the resources of another territory. But there are many cracks on this bead. What? The other member of the Bloodkill Guild was completely stunned. What just happened? After his partner rushed over, it seemed that he was hit by the black electric current before he could even land a strike, and was directly turned into a pearl. He slowly raised his eyes and looked upwards behind Yijichi. The mecha body is 1,000 meters tall. There is also a black thunder dragon entwined on it. For a moment, the air fell into a state of silence. There was only the sound of the thunder dragon wreaking havoc on the mecha. This mecha is naturally Yijichi's black warrior mecha. You couldn't even withstand a single blow, and you still say you're not an ant. At least the teachers in my academy managed to withstand a blow. No, that doesn't count. Before, I hadn't even broken through to the low-level 6-star level. Yijichi suddenly remembered the beginning. The Dark Warrior mecha has not received any enhancements yet, and at that time his strength was still low-level and sporadic. It relies purely on the combat power of the Black Warrior mecha itself. This kind of mecha, Are you the monster genius who graduated from Kingvian Academy? You can't be considered a genius. You can only be considered lucky. You were quite arrogant just now. How about this? I will be arrogant too. You run away now. Maybe you can avoid the attack of the Black Warrior Mecha. Of course, it's okay if you can't avoid it. In life, there are shortcuts. You are one step ahead and took the shortcut first. That's not right. It should be your brother who was faster than you. He has already finished the shortcut. After Yi Zhiqi finished speaking, a devilish smile appeared on his face. The man from the Assassination Guild also came back to his senses at this moment. He immediately planned to leave this environment card. The premise is that once he leaves, the space blockade card used before will automatically become invalid. Of course, this space blockade card is only effective against him if he dies. However, if he dies, this space blockade card will also become invalid. Boom dash. It is a pity. No matter how fast he could not be as fast as the Black Thunder. Snap. Another pearl left behind by the Lord. This pearl left by the Lord also has many cracks. At this moment, Yi Zhiqi finally understood that among the intermediate level, there might not be many people who could survive in his hands. Okay, now that we've dealt with these two pieces of trash, it's time to clean up this environment card. You just said there are the most monsters there. Ayu, Wu Xing, including Suo Danhong. All three of them felt that their worldview had been greatly impacted. A low-level 6-star lord summons a hero with almost the same combat power as a high-level lord hero. He killed 2 mid-level lords just because of a disagreement. The whole process was smooth. It's like stepping on an ant to death. Very relaxing. It wasn't a two-way battle. There were no troops deployed at the beginning, no sneak attacks, and no war resource cards were used. Of course, the 2 used before don't count. A was also a little dazed. In all these years in the Wu family, she had indeed seen some geniuses, but a genius like Yi Zhiqi, no, should be called a monster. He had never seen it before. Yi Zhiqi, you are Yi Zhiqi, right? Brother, I should have brought the right person, with your strength. Suo Danhong has now come back to his senses. At this time, she couldn't call Yi Zhiqi's name anymore. The opponent's strength is too terrifying. Yi Zhiqi nodded. If you know Gao Wei, then you didn't bring the wrong person. Yesterday we just finished exploring an intermediate environment card called Dwarf Dead City. As soon as these words came out, Suo Danhong knew that he had not brought the wrong person. Suddenly, she seemed to understand why Gao Wei asked her to bring Yi Zhiqi along. This is obviously a newbie with strength close to that of a high-level lord. I just entered the wild team circle, and I don't know anything. In other words, the news she had seen before was actually true. Then, that's right. That's right. You wanted to protect me just now. I thank you here. Yi Zhiqi raised his hand and took back the 2 lords' pearls. A scan by Skynet revealed that there were no valuable materials or resources inside. There is indeed something there, more or less. But there aren't many. That is, some buildings and some blueprints can be used for analysis and decomposition. Chapter 58 How to Go? Go sideways. Yi Zhiqi intends to directly push through this environmental card space. At the same time, in the Dark Blood Guild, a dozen people were sitting in the lobby of the villa rented by the guild. These people are all shareholders of the Dark Blood Guild. You can also say he is the boss. Everyone, based on the information I received from many families, it has been confirmed that Yi Zhiqi is not someone we can afford to offend. He has 2 mechanical creations, one of which has the ability to fight against a mid-level lord. The other mechanical creation can crush a mid-level lord. Do you believe these words? This is no longer a question of belief or disbelief. The problem is that this is the case in both the news and the information I received. And according to my information, Zhu Guangfu from Qingting College can't do anything to him. Zhu Guangfu is a high-ranking lord. How could he be afraid of a low-ranking lord like him? There are many reasons for this. If you still don't believe something, you can ask your people to investigate. Nantian City has been very unstable recently. We should also be more reserved and not provoke those people. There are some people we really cannot afford to offend. This is the truth, everyone. After a dozen people argued for a while, Yi Zhiqi was designated as a person who should not be provoked. What should we do next? At this moment, in the environment card of the corrupted and cold land, Ayu was sweating profusely as he kept searching for monsters around him. At the very beginning, she felt that it was just an ordinary investigation and there was no problem at all. Wow. As we got to the back end and kept exploring, the number of puppets we released increased. The images transmitted back to my mind are also increasing. If she wasn't careful in controlling it, these memory images transmitted back would turn her into a fool in an instant. Wu Xing was also very excited at this time. Such strength is much stronger than those people from the family. Maybe she could talk to Yi Zhiqi later. Yi Zhiqi was not controlling the Dark Warrior mech at this moment. but let the Dark Warrior mech play freely. Even if the Black Warrior mecha didn't use any mecha mode beyond its limits, it could still sweep away these ordinary monsters. How do we go? Of course, we go sideways. There are so many monsters here. Kill them all. These materials will be of great use to me. As for the treasures, I can give them to you. Good. Can. You should take a few more of these treasures. I have already taken 5. You are the one who will lead me in this environment card. Yu and Wuxing quickly agreed. The two of them saw at a glance that with Yi Zhiqi's strength, even without any reconnaissance, basically no monster could stop him. Not to mention, there are hundreds of black thunder dragons roaming in the sky. These thunder dragons are not special effects or decorations. Sometimes they will fall directly and strike some monsters. It's okay, you can just take 10%. It's your 10%. Gao Wei also took 10% at that time. It's a good opportunity for you to improve your strength after you go back this time. You are being targeted, but you don't know who is targeting you. It's obvious that the other party wants to kill you. Suo Danhong had a complicated expression. She couldn't understand why someone was keeping an eye on her for no apparent reason. She really didn't understand. Take advantage of this opportunity. Wuxing also spoke. Since you are so capable, I wonder if you are willing to do me a favor. We can discuss the compensation in detail. Of course, for a genius like you, I will not let you suffer any loss. Wuxing's voice is very quiet and sounds endearing. But Yi Zhiqi is no longer a novice now. Yi Zhiqi, who had seen the Black Warrior in human form in the territory, was completely immune to this kind of sound. How can my own baby not be good looking? Yeah, okay, let's talk about it after we finish scanning this environment card. Next, Yi Zhiqi took the 3 women and rushed through the entire environment card. Along the way, no monster could survive a round under the Black Warrior mech. Au took 10% of the treasures. Wuxing took nothing. Suo Danhong took 10%. All the remaining treasures belonged to Yi Zhiqi, but what Yi Zhiqi valued most were the corpses of these monsters. These corpses were considered materials by Skynet. Now she has used these materials to create a total of 6 sky-splitting generals in the territory space. Even if we let the Dark Warrior mech go back now, let Lycong Town come out directly. Yi Zhiqi felt that after a few shots, there would be nothing left in this environment card. Not to mention the treasures in the environment cards, even the monster corpses are probably not intact. It was during these times that Suo Danhong finally understood. Why did Gao Wei strongly ask her to bring Yi Zhiqi with her, and even drew a picture of Yi Zhiqi's appearance for her on the spot? Seeing this, Suo Danhong thought that Yi Zhiqi and Gao Wei were related. Now I understand. This is not a relative at all. This is just a thigh, a very big thigh. In a private room of a tea house, Yi Zhiqi and Wuxing sat opposite each other. Yu was standing and did not sit down directly. If I'm not mistaken, you are the mechanical lord who graduated from Qingting College. That Jiang Yinshao has some relationship with you. Hearing this, Yi Zhiqi frowned slightly. It seems that this is the door. However, the other party is so confident. It seems that these families cannot be underestimated. Yes, if you have anything to discuss, just get straight to the point. Yi Zhiqi lost his patience in an instant. Wuxing had long since developed the ability to read people's expressions. Don't get me wrong. I just heard about you and made some inferences based on that information. Among the graduates of this generation, only you have such strength. Although the other 3 colleges also graduated a lot of students today, their strength is not that good. Of course, compared with previous years, it is still good. If you are compared with them, it is simply a world of difference. If you don't explain your purpose, I'm leaving now. I'm very busy and don't have time to play with you. Yi Zhiqi slowly stood up and planned to leave the room. Since there was nothing to talk about, he left. Don't be so anxious. I admire a strong man like you. As long as you help me with this, you can name your price for resources and other things. To some extent, what I am going to do is also related to you. Even the same plan as you. The previous words were actually tests to see whether Yi Zhiqi was the person Wuxing thought he was. Now it seems exactly. Chapter 59. What's the point of drinking water? 2 cups of bitter tea. After planning for so long, there was no way she would make any mistakes at this time. For so long, she has always been cautious. At the same time, she is testing Yi Zhiqi at this moment because of her caution. For the sake of her plan, she had to be as sure as possible. Same plan as mine. Yi Zhiqi became extremely alert. Although the woman in front of him looked like a young student, these few words gave Yi Zhiqi the feeling that she did not look like a student. Like a veteran who has worked hard. He must be extremely cruel at heart. If he wasn't ruthless, he would definitely not survive. It seems that the environment in the wild team circle is not that simple, but rather complicated. That's right. I hate the Wu family too. Believe me, when that day comes, you will know who I am. After all, you are doing this for Jiang Yunxiao, and I am doing this to wipe out all the bastards in the Wu family. Wu Xing's expression remained normal until he said that he wanted to destroy the Wu family. His expression changed slightly. It seems that this is an enemy. Yi Zhiqi didn't think much about it. The change in the other person's facial expression was very obvious. Anyone with such a change was obviously an enemy. So they are the Wu family's enemies. Did they do anything? I don't mean anything else. I just asked casually. Yi Zhiqi also calmed down at this moment. It seems that the tests just now were just to confirm whether I am trustworthy. They killed my parents and my brother. It's that simple. Now I have grown up enduring humiliation, and I must take revenge. If we cooperate well this time, we can continue to cooperate next time. When saying this, Wu Xing had a slightly proud look on his face. Card makers can be guests of honor no matter which force they are in. In the entire Nantian city, there is no family that is a card maker. As long as you become a card maker, resources can be used more efficiently to a certain extent. For example, 1 million star sources can create a mid-level 1-star environment card. I don't know how much profit there is. In addition, you can also make some environmental cards with traps. Oh, so there is more than one family in Nantian City that is your enemy? Wu Xing's face stiffened slightly. What do you mean by there is more than just an enemy? The future cooperation I mentioned is not referring to this. Au next to him had an inexplicable smile on his face. That's not what I meant. What I meant was that I'm a card maker, and we can continue to cooperate in the future. After all, I've seen your strength. If I want to make an environment card of better quality, I must remove most of my control at the moment the environment card is created. In this way, the quality of the environment card will be greatly improved. Otherwise, if I use all my strength to control the environment card while consuming the same amount of star power, then it means that the quality of the environment card is not very good. For example, when the card maker is making an environment card, if he does not let the environment card develop on its own, the quality will not be very high. Similarly, when the environment card is made, it is completely controlled by the card maker, and the card maker has great control over the internal space of the environment card. However, the quality of the environment card will not be very high. Generally, no card maker would choose to do this. Oh, a few blue veins popped up on Wu Xing's forehead. I've said so much, but did you understand one thing? I'm a card maker. A card maker. Roaring. Wu Xing's chest kept rising and falling. She felt like she was going to be pissed off to death by this man. Many people are extremely respectful and have a very good attitude towards card makers. When it comes to Yi Zhiqi, the situation is completely different. I am actually an intermediate card maker. I can now produce a 1-star intermediate war resource card and a 1-star intermediate environment card. Do you understand? Wu Xing's expression was extremely serious. His eyes were fixed on Yi Zhiqi. Those eyes seemed to be able to pierce through Yi Zhiqi's skull. Oh, well, it's good. Yi Zhiqi was confused. Isn't he just a card maker? What's wrong? Is there any difference? Can you create an intermediate 1-star environment card? For Yi Zhiqi, his way of entering the environment card to explore is different from that of others. Most of the others rely on their luck and experience. But he himself will not be suppressed by too many environmental cards. So basically, ordinary environment cards are the same to him as long as they have not been explored 7 or 8 times. Fine. If Yi Zhiqi said, oh again, Wu Xing would lose interest in Yi Zhiqi. But Yi Zhiqi said something very good. Suddenly, a nameless fire slowly rose in Wu Xing's heart. Just when she was thinking about whether she should reveal her masterpiece, a fake intermediate eternal environment card. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but after thinking about her years of planning, she decided to just forget it. I have endured humiliation for so long over the years. But you can't give away everything just because she was angry. Wu Xing naturally could not accept such a result. What is this? Yi Zhiqi also noticed that something was wrong with Wu Xing. What's wrong with this woman? Then Yi Zhiqi discovered that there was nothing in the private room of the tea house except for a table and 2 sofas. Au stood aside. He is most likely Wu Xing's bodyguard. Bite dash. Yi Zhiqi looked as if he understood, and then gently pressed the bell on the table. Soon a waiter pushed the door open. Hello, what can I do for you? Give me 2 glasses of boiled water. Yi Zhiqi thought about it and realized that he actually didn't have any star source now. There were many treasures and intermediate materials in the Lord's space. In addition to the treasures, those materials were taken by Skynet to create the Sky-Splitting Town General. And there are at least 10 Sky-Splitting Generals inside. For Yi Zhiqi, the more of these mechanical products for artillery support, the better. After hearing this, Wu Xing also understood Yi Zhiqi. This is really a strange person. I have seen so many people, and I have a clear picture of each of them. But this person is simply weird? What do you want? 2 cups of bitter tea. Wu Xing took a few deep breaths. It doesn't matter. Experts usually have eccentric personalities. She can understand someone like Yijichi. Perhaps it is this different way of thinking that is one of the signs of becoming a master. Wu Xing could only deceive himself with these few words. Although she now looked like she was going to slam the table onto Yijichi's face. Chapter 60, 1 month left. Not long after, Yijichi also left the private room of the tea house. Wu Xing looked at the empty seat in front of him and felt inexplicably empty in his heart. Now, the thing she feared and hated the most came to her again. Lonely. Goo goo. Wu Xing picked up the tea on his desk and drank it all in one gulp. Ayu, where do you think this divine man came from? Wu Xing frowned slightly. To be honest, she really didn't understand Yijichi at all. His train of thought is so bizarre. Was she just talking about drinking tea? Why? Ayu raised the corner of her mouth. She had never seen Wu Xing like this before. At least for you. This person will become a good friend in the future. This may be your luck. Ayu's face was full of smiles. She could feel it during those moments just now, especially when Wu Xing and Yijichi ordered tea. From a certain perspective, Wu Xing's mood is also quite good. Friends? Well, it's something worth celebrating. Wu Xing's face straightened. Just now she also mentioned in passing that the two of them had already agreed on her plan. As long as Yijichi helps her take care of the Wu family's last breath, she is willing to give out most of the Wu family's resources. It is indeed worth celebrating. So are we going back next? Well, let's go back and dress up first, turn into Wu Hao, and go find Jiang Yanxiao. One can hear some envy in his tone. If that incident had not happened in their family back then. Now she can also gain a sincere love like Jiang Yanxiao. Haha, I didn't expect you would envy others like this. Envy? What envy? I'm not envious at all. I'm just sighing that this woman is lucky. What envy? Don't talk nonsense. Ayu nodded with a smile on her face. Tiger's home. Wu Xing's expression was complicated. His eyes were like those of an angry tiger. His father's body could no longer bear the strain. I was quite happy before, especially when I saw Yijichi brought back so many intermediate set series treasures. On the one hand, that feeling is that the strength of my family has been enhanced. On the other hand, in the eyes of the old man of the Hu family, Yijichi is his own grandson. Some of them suit his temperament. You can't tolerate any sand in your eyes. And I respect him very much. How's it going? Wu Xing saw a lord who was particularly good at healing. He walked through the door of his father's bedroom and immediately greeted him. The lord also knew that this was the Hu family. He himself also has some cooperation with the Hu family. His face didn't look very good at the moment. Wu Xing's eyes widened when he saw this scene. He immediately knew that the situation was not good. However, the old man of the Hu family is no longer able to live. He Wu Xing is the mainstay of Hu Yangon. You said, I know some of my father's conditions, and I won't blame you. This is not your problem. Tell me first, how long he can hold on and how to treat him. Wu Xing suppressed his anger and rage. There is nothing weak about his character. It's just that the old man has always suppressed his anger and temper. Otherwise, he would have dared to confront the academy and the Wu and Jiang families directly before. There is no other reason. Just relying on his A-level lord talent, the angry beast. Their family, up to Hu Tianhe, still had this lord talent. The lord shook his head slightly. The thing on the old man's body can't be considered a disease, nor can it be considered an injury. It should be considered a curse. It's easy to break this curse, but it's also difficult to break it. All you need is an intermediate 8-star purification card. This kind of card is rare in the Empire, and can even be said to be extinct. It is generally only available in Western countries. There is another way, which is to use the power of dark attributes to break the curse, and use the intermediate 8-star healing card in the process. Treatment card. This card is almost the same price as the environment card, even more expensive, and it is also relatively rare. For most people, an intermediate 8-star environment card is like a second life. Whether it is used on the Lord himself or the Legion under the Lord, it will have a very good effect. If it's a low-level item, you can buy it by spending some star resources. But the intermediate ones are really rare. It can even be used as a trump card. Because at the critical moment of the battle, a healing card suddenly appears, which can directly heal the seriously injured soldiers in your elite legion and restore them to their best condition. In some ways, this type of treatment card is even more rare than a purification card. First, you have to be a card maker. There is no need to say much about the card maker. It is considered lucky to have one card maker like this among 10,000 people. The second condition is the issue of talent and soldiers in one's own territory. The soldiers in your own territory must be proficient in medical care. Otherwise, even a card maker would not be able to create such a healing card. Wu Xing's face changed drastically. Take the fact that the Hu family has been somewhat weak in recent years. These two methods can be said to be relatively difficult to implement, or even impossible, with the current financial resources of the Hu family. Even if you sell your family, you may not be able to afford an intermediate 8-star healing card. As for the purification card, this is the first time that Hu Xing has heard of this kind of card since he was born. Okay, fine. You go back first. I will transfer the star source from the public to your account later. The Lord also nodded. After the Lord left, the old man's voice came from the door. Come in. I still have a month to live. Don't cry. Don't think I'm dead now. There's no point in crying. Although Hu Xing didn't make any sound, he didn't dare to go in directly. There were already traces of tears on her face. Over the years, the Hu family has relied on their own abilities and their bottom line, so they have been neither up nor down among the families in Nantian City. Squeak dash. Hu Xing pushed the door open and walked in. Old man Hu Yangon twisted his neck, not caring at all about what the Lord said after examining him. What? Do you dislike me, your old man? No, I don't dislike you. I have never disliked you. Humph. I know you don't have the guts to do that. Curse, humph, is just a dark attribute power. I never thought that the old man would be killed by this thing. Chapter 61. Something unexpected happened. There was no trace of sadness on Hu Yongan's face. In his opinion, he no longer has to worry about his granddaughter in the future. Before, he just couldn't let go of his granddaughter. Now that Yi Shiqi is here, Hu Yangon thinks that he is now a tiger. With just 1 or 2 years of development, Yi Shiqi would be able to become a mid-level lord. By then, his combat power will surely be close to that of a high-level lord. As for the Wu family and the Jiang family, the old man had already calculated it, so there was no need to worry too much about these two families. The Hu family was not a family that had everything. Besides, his son Hu Xing is so fierce that if the enemy really attacks him, he will fight to the death. The Hu family is a tough bone for the other two families to chew. There is not much meat on this bone. Time flies by so fast. I thought I could live another 2 or 3 years, but it seems I can't wait any longer. The expression on Hu Yongan's face was very natural and relaxed. Only Hu Xing was like a 3-year-old child at this time, with snot and tears flowing continuously. I don't think that kid will give up in the end. When the time comes, you can take the Hu family to help him. If anything goes wrong, take him and Tianhe and leave Nantian City directly. Hu Xing nodded slightly. Hu Yongan's words are very important to Hu Xing no matter when. Okay, if you keep crying I'll slap you. Don't cry in front of me. If Tianhe sees you, the little guy will ask questions again. You know, the child looks like her and has the same personality as her. Hu Xing immediately wiped away his tears. However, what they both didn't notice was, in the hall, Hu Tianhe appeared at some point, with tears in the corners of his eyes. She also wiped away her tears very skillfully. Women are indeed born actors. In an instant, he looked like he had just returned from outside. Not long after, Yi Shiqi also came back. Yi Shiqi was busy checking his own territory and did not notice anything wrong with the Hu family. Captain, these are the talents worth noting in the other 3 houses. Baisu looked at the list his confidant handed to him. Nod slightly. Just pick 1 or 2 at random. The people here are actually no different from previous years. Unfortunately, that kid will not join our division. The confidant next to him was stunned. Then he asked in confusion. How could that be? He hasn't come yet. How can you conclude that he will not join? Many people have tried every possible way to join the Empire's division. That's for other people. This kid is different. I have carefully investigated his information in the past few days. From the time he entered school to the time he graduated, all his actions were well prepared and planned. You think that a person who has been following his own pace for 3 years, although he finally awakened his mechanical talent, he was not discouraged and created a mecha like that. Would such a person enter the division and become a law-abiding soldier? He must be a rising star, and I cannot subdue such a person. Yi Shiqi's appearance kept appearing in Baisu's mind. He wouldn't necessarily join us, let alone the entire division. The only good thing about him is that he is very principled and loyal. Otherwise, if such a person has no ties and does whatever it takes, it would be a real problem. The confidant heard these words. His eyes were wide open. He had never expected that Baisu would give such an evaluation. That thing is about to happen. I didn't expect that there would be such a scene here before that. When the time comes, we will go and see how strong he is. Does he dare to show up at the Wu and Jiang family's engagement ceremony alone? Even if he relies on that mecha and has some more fortress, do you really think he has that kind of combat power? It seems you don't believe it either. You believe it. Sometimes the truth is often unexpected. My intuition tells me that he has such fighting ability. Of course, this is not a unique idea of Baishu. The main thing is that he accidentally found out about it yesterday from a friend of his distant cousin, who is a friend of his brother's uncle's son. At this moment, another confidant pushed the door open. Captain, the Wu and Zhang families are planning to get engaged early. They have sent invitations to all the famous families in the city, and we have 3 of them. Bai Su raised the corner of his mouth. It seems that something unexpected has happened. However, it's not a big problem and has nothing to do with us. I am looking forward to what that kid is going to do. Among the Wu family, Ayu was being scolded harshly. The Wu Hao next to him looked silly, like a 3 or 2-year-old child. Do you know what you are doing? Wu Hao is very important now. How can he run away? Even if he dies, he has to die in the family. An elder of the Wu family had a greasy face, and it was obvious that he ate very well every day. Ayu nodded quietly, with some murderous intent in her eyes. Her family background was also ruined because of these people from the Wu family, and now she is left alone. Fortunately, she and Wu Xing have supported each other over the years. I want to go back to my little house and play with building blocks. Let's go. This old man is so fierce. Wu Hao instantly became like a child. I was scared to tears by those few yells. Hear these cries. The elders of the Wu family, Zhang Yunxiao who was watching the show, and the Zhang family were all stunned for a moment. A look of admiration flashed in Zhang Yunxiao's eyes. As for the others, the expressions on their faces were one of disgust that was not concealed at all. The Wu family's elder who had been cursing just now suddenly changed his expression. That's enough. You, take him back to that house now. Nothing can go wrong tomorrow. You are smart enough to take him to meet the Zhang family first. Ayu nodded quickly immediately. Then he walked away quickly with Wu Hao, holding Wu Hao's hand, and rushed directly into the yard, into a house at the far edge. Seeing this scene, the elder of the Wu family immediately waved his hand, and then put on a smiling face. I'm so sorry, dear guests from the Zhang family. These things are not our intention. You are here today to discuss the cooperation between our 2 families, right? An old man headed by the Zhang family also nodded. Yes, it is indeed for the sake of our cooperation. There was a hint of sarcasm in Zhang Yunxiao's eyes. At this time, she also looked at her parents. However, her parents ignored her gaze. Extremely indifferent. Chapter 62, I don't want to involve you. When Zhang Yunxiao noticed that his parents deliberately ignored his gaze, she knew in her heart that she was just a pawn in this family. If you don't have talent, you have to use your remaining energy for the family. She is not like her cousin, who is very talented and has obtained many resources and treasures in the family, and gained the support of the entire family. For a moment, Zhang Yunxiao was extremely disappointed. But at this moment, she felt a little bit of anticipation in her heart. Wu Xing did not tell her about Yi Zheqi, but only told her that he planned to take revenge on the Wu family. Let her stay a little further away at that time. Otherwise it would be bad if it affected her. Thinking of this, Zhang Yunxiao was not so sad anymore. Being sad all the time doesn't help. It may even hurt your spirit. It's a pity for your girl to marry the son of our Wu family. Do you want to be the concubine of the heir of our Wu family? Of course, we will also give up more profits. It was still the Wu family's great elder who was speaking. The old man from the Zhang family fell into deep thought because of this sentence. The only person whose expression changed drastically was Zhang Yunxiao. What? This? Zhang Yunxiao knew that Wu Hao was actually Wu Xing in disguise. Wu Xing is a woman and she would not do anything to Zhang Yunxiao. But the other person in the Wu family is definitely a man. It was also at this time that a young man walked out from the back of the hall. Hello, my name is Wu Cheng, and I just graduated from Blue Sky College. I heard that your graduation from Ivy League College was messed up because of a monster, but it was just a coincidence. After all, he relies on a mecha and some kind of mobile aerial fortress. These mechanical products can be easily controlled by AI, and their future potential is clearly visible. If you follow me, I will not treat you badly. I will give you resources and treasures. Wu Cheng's face was filled with confidence. He himself also has great confidence. Although his talent is not very high, with the help of his family, he has an A-level talent. As for Zhang Yunxiao, he had heard of him a long time ago, but he had gone to see him specially some time ago. At one glance, just one glance, Zhang Yunxiao's appearance entered his heart. How could such a woman be given to that fool? Wu Cheng looked at Zhang Yunxiao's face, and the more he looked, the more he liked her. With such beauty, he would never give up her no matter what. Zhang Yunxiao stood back. An annoyed expression appeared on his face. She really disliked Wu Cheng and even wanted to punch him away. Don't be so scared. He won't eat you. This person is the real heir of the Wu family. Zhang Yunxiao felt inexplicably familiar when he heard this. When he turned around, he saw that it was his mother. Mom, what are you doing? What's wrong? Mom is doing this for your own good. Don't be so disobedient. We are doing this for you. If you follow young Master Wu Cheng, you won't have to worry about anything in the future. How comfortable it is, and you also have face. You know, if you married that Wu Hao, that stupid guy, wouldn't you be very reluctant? Look, this Master Wu Cheng is different at first glance. Jiang's mother also pushed Jiang Yunxiao forward. It's like selling a product. I made the decision for this child. She will be fine. This is her luck. For a moment, Jiang Yunxiao felt that his mother was extremely strange and indifferent at this moment. She even felt that her mother was not someone who cared about her at all. I just want to use myself to gain more benefits. I have to say, at this moment, Jiang Yunxiao actually saw it very clearly. Haha, my little girl is a little shy. We can do some ideological work for her. The old man from the Jiang family said this directly. Jiang Yunxiao didn't plan to struggle at this moment. The Wu family's eldest elder took a look at his grandson's expression and nodded slightly. Okay, then let's change it tomorrow. I'll tell you directly tomorrow. This way, I won't treat your Jiang family unfairly. Great. It seems that the cooperation between our two families will be able to reach a higher level in the future. No matter whether it was the Jiang family or the Wu family, people from both sides did not spend too much time on Jiang Yunxiao. It is obvious that the people from these two families only care about their own interests. That was Wu Cheng, who was looking at Jiang Yunxiao with a greedy look. At this moment, Jiang Yunxiao felt inexplicably desperate, even more helpless. The person she had always relied on had now become the sharp weapon that destroyed her. This was something she had never expected. At the same time, in the Hu family, Hu Tianhe was sitting in front of Yi Zhiqi, and there was also Hu Xing. The old man was lying in the bedroom. You mean to say that they are going to get engaged tomorrow? Yi Zhiqi asked with a little surprise. He was not panicked at all at this moment, because the second mecha manufactured in the territory had been completed not long ago. Frost Howler. Low level 6-star. Mecha durability. 600W/600W. Energy shield. 8000W/8000W. Special skills. Absolute ice, ice heart, transformation freeze, space-time freeze, falling ice feathers. Introduction. The Frost Howler mecha has extremely high attribute energy and absolute ice power, which makes each of her attacks have extremely cold effects. Once the frost effect can affect the enemy, it is only a matter of time before the enemy is frozen. The Frost Howler can completely crush icy creatures or any creation. Because of its own overly strong cold attribute, it will be greatly restricted when entering a high heat attribute environment card. It cannot exert its full strength. At this moment, in Yi Zhiqi's territory, a loli who was even shorter than Hu Tianhe looked up at the sky and blinked. Her white eyelashes are so cute. At this moment, Yi Zhiqi still didn't know the second form of the Arctic Howler. Like the Darth Vader, she also carved out an area for herself as her residence. This is an area covered with frost, snow is falling from the sky, and there is also a cold wind howling. When she was made, Yi Zhiqi was notified by Skynet on this day. However, in the Hu family, he inexplicably felt that the atmosphere was a little off. So that's what you're talking about. Then I'll go there tomorrow. I'll go with you. You want to go with me? I don't really want to drag you into this. This matter is my business. Chapter 63, Let's Make a Bet. For Yi Zhiqi, he didn't want the Hu family to get involved. The Hu family gave him a place to live, and he is also very nice to his sister. He should be treated as a son. Yi Zhiqi could also feel that sense of intimacy from the old man. Besides, he didn't know how to repay Hong Yong for the favor and support she had shown him. Yi Zhiqi is very clear about his situation. He planned to use the resources obtained from the Wu family to repay Hong Yong and the Hu family. Now my sister still lives like a member of the family. Yi Zhiqi also knew something about Hu Tianhe's thoughts. Hu Tianhe himself didn't mind it, and he, Yi Zhiqi, would not be a hypocritical person. Yi Zhiqi also likes Hu Tianhe very much. However, Jiang Yunxiao is about to get engaged to someone else, so in the past 1 or 2 days, Hu Tianhe and Chun Yu have tacitly not mentioned their relationship. You can't say that. You know the relationship between Jiang Yunxiao and I. Is it wrong to stick up for a friend? Hu Tianhe was a little anxious. In her opinion, Yi Zhiqi has 2 mechanical creations, and their combat power is strong enough. But the problem now is that the people of the 2 opposing families at least added up to more than 30 mid-level lords, and these mid-level lords are not like the teachers in the previous academy. Almost everyone watched. How could Yi Zhiqi withstand the attack and siege by more than 30 lords together? Furthermore, the senior lords of these 2 families will definitely be present. They might even bring other families in to take action. Hu Tianhe didn't want to see such a situation. Take Zhu Guangfu for example. No one knows what that guy is planning now. Jiang Yunxiao was suddenly getting engaged so soon, and the original 1-week schedule was shortened to tomorrow. If there was no Zhu Guangfu and the shadow of Qingting Academy behind this, she would never believe it even if she was beaten to death. Kid, I know you have great potential, but I hope you won't try to be too stubborn. This shouldn't be you. The duel between lords is not like exploring environment cards. Monsters may not actively look for you. The monsters' fighting methods are also a bit too rigid. The battle between lords is a test of both sides' trump cards and their war resource cards. Hu Xing looked into Yi Zhiqi's eyes very seriously. He found that Yi Zhiqi's eyes were full of confidence. It's as if he has some confidence. I know all this. Tianhe, just do me a favor and help me take good care of my sister. No matter what the result is, I must go there in person. As you said, she is your friend. I am going there not only for myself, but also for you. Yi Zhiqi didn't know how to convince Hu Tianhe. Only at this time can I try to use something like morality. Hu Tianhe suddenly fell silent. Hu Xing lit a cigarette for himself. As for Hu Xing, he seldom smoked cigarettes. Suddenly, he had an idea. Okay, kid, if that's the case, go ahead and make a scene. Tianhe and I will be watching from the dark. When you are about to die, we will take you away from Nantian City. Hu Xing felt that the burden on his shoulders seemed to have become heavier. After all, they are two children. I don't know the cruelty of this lord's world yet. Yi Zhiqi nodded accordingly. There is no point in saying anything at this moment. Only turning the tide tomorrow can explain everything. But what made him feel strange was why the old man of the Hu family stayed in the bedroom and did not come out. Could it be that he has grown old but has not given up his craft? That shouldn't be the case. South Pond Pavilion. In Nantian City, no matter in terms of price, venue, or food, it is recognized as the best restaurant in the entire Nantian City. The entire building has 59 floors. It can almost be said to be a landmark building of the entire Nantian City. However, today, the Wu family and the Jiang family directly booked all floors from the 56th to the 59th. As for booking the entire Nanchi Pavilion, well, it's unlikely. Even if you sell both families, you still can't own the entire Nanchi Pavilion. City Lord, I didn't expect you to be here. For a weirdo like you, just go to the top floor. In front of the door of Nanchi Pavilion, an elder who was in charge of receiving guests had a huge smile on his face. Because he found that the invitations sent out by both the Wu family and the Jiang family attracted quite a few people. Hong Yong from Shuowu Township, the Lord of Nantian City, Bai Su, the 4th captain of the Empire's 7th Division. The Lord of Nantian City had a resolute look on his face. He came here just to watch a good show. Let's see, will a genius who rises against the heavens appear, or will two stronger families appear in the future? No matter which one it is, the result is almost the same for him as the City Lord. I came here to take a look and also to make myself familiar with the face. On the 59th floor, an edge corner, a woman with an elegant look was sitting beside her with a still young girl. Teacher Hong Yong, do you think, will my brother come? This little girl was none other than Yi Xiaoli. At this moment, she still had some food in her mouth. Huh, you are so cute. Just enjoy your meal. Don't worry about your brother. That kid, there is no way he will lose in this place. If someone breaks the rules, I will stop him. But I can't stop them all. Otherwise your brother will be too embarrassed to see anyone. The image of Yi Zhiqi suddenly appeared in Hong Yong's mind. Yi Zhiqi is actually very handsome. The most important thing is to know how to be grateful. When she first stepped forward, it was just because she couldn't stand it. Unexpectedly, Yi Zhiqi was not just talking. He really remembered her and sent her a lot of resource cards. She actually had no shortage of resource cards and the like. It was just that this was the first time she had experienced someone like Yi Zhiqi outside of her family. That kid should not be too arrogant. It is normal for him to lose facing two families. Why? Little guy, you only listen to the last part of my words. Eat your food. You will understand when you grow up. Another table. The number of people is also relatively small. As long as there are 7 or 8 of them. You should know that this floor is as big as a football field. The size of the table is also extremely wide. You're the one who pushed for this. Bai Su looked at Zhu Guangfu, who was sitting one seat away from him, with a calm expression. He had known it for a long time, but no matter what the result was this time, he would not protect Zhu Guangfu anymore. Yes, yes. Zhu Guangfu always feels so lacking in confidence when facing Bai Su. Hey, let's make a bet. Chapter 64 Marry Again. Let's make a bet. This sentence completely confused Zhu Guangfu. He knew his teacher very well. He was a very strict person and he would never gamble on anything. Could it be that after not seeing him for such a long time, his teacher has changed a lot? Zhu Guangfu felt strange. At this moment, he felt that he didn't recognize his teacher anymore. Okay, what do you want to bet with me? Tisk, well, let me think about it. Let's bet on whether you will lose. I bet you will lose, and you will lose miserably. Bai Su said this. Don't even mention Zhu Guangfu. Even several directors of Qingting College and 2 confidants of Bai Su. Everyone's eyes were wide open. If someone else said such things, most of them would not take it to heart. But who is Bai Su? He is the captain of the 7th envoy of the Empire. There is no need to say much about his strength, and his knowledge is even more extraordinary. Especially when he said such words at this time, Baisu obviously knew a lot of things. And they also understood what Baisu was referring to. You mean, I will lose to that kid? Zhu Guangfu looked incredulous. If he were to take action at that time, the Wu and Zhang families would definitely take action together. And based on his understanding of Yi Zhiqi, he knew that Yi Zhiqi would definitely come at this time. If he counts the Wu family and the Zhang family, there are 2 families, which means there are 3 high-level lords in total. But what about Yi Zhiqi? Just a low-level lord? Yi Zhiqi hit with his head? Zhu Guangfu didn't believe it at all. But Baisu said nothing. At this moment, Zhu Guangfu's hatred for Yi Zhiqi reached its peak. Just wait and see, I will definitely win. Zhu Guangfu said something in his heart, and did not make any unnecessary movements. Soon, more and more people came. Today's engagement party is different. Of course it's different. Jiang Yunxiao is one of the most beautiful girls in Qingting College. When she was in Qingting College, she had many suitors, but she rejected them all. Really? By the way, I think I heard something happened at Qingting College today. It can't be called something. It should be said that their academy has indeed produced a genius. I heard that this genius used the power of a low-level lord to attack 2 mid-level lords. What? How is this possible? I don't know either. Anyway, the final result is that most people in Qingting Academy know about this world, and that the environment card is broken and can no longer be used. I think it's just some rumors. I don't know if it's a rumor or not, but I do know one thing. Jiang Yunxiao had a crush on someone when she was at Qingting College. Who? No matter who it is, it's definitely not a member of the current Wu family. The Wu family and the Zhang family joined forces because of that incident. Let's get off topic. Who does she like? The person she likes is called Yi Zhiqi, the genius from Qingting Academy who makes a living by picking up scraps. How did rag picking get associated with the genius of Ivy League? Because this is a person. I understand. The story of a princess falling in love with a slave is really nice. But it's a pity that the princess is going to marry the prince of the Wu family now. Anyone who can be invited by both the Wu family and the Zhang family must be a member of the family. Either they are in Nantian City and are extremely powerful, with their strength almost reaching that of a 5-star intermediate lord. You can also attend this engagement party. On another angled table, everyone seated at the table was a member of the Sheng family. Cousin, I remember you also liked that Jiang Yunxiao before. Sheng Wanhao listened to his cousin's words and then shook his head. Before, I couldn't see clearly what I wanted. Now I know what I want. Sheng Wanhao was also angry at this moment. He had heard quite a few voices from people around him, especially the voices mocking Yi Zhiqi. It fell into his ears, making him feel extremely annoyed. After all, to some extent, he was enlightened because of Yi Zhiqi. Yi Zhiqi, come quickly and show these trash what a lord is and what strength is. The back hall. There were already 2 tear marks at the corners of Jiang Yunxiao's eyes. She looked out the window with hope in her heart. Until the last moment, she will always have some expectations in her heart. Finally, Jiang Yunxiao was numb as she was helped to put on makeup. As soon as it comes out, the first person she saw was her mother and other members of the Zhang family. There are also many noble people on the 59th floor. The Wu family was also not far away. Is that Jiang Yunxiao? She is really beautiful. It's a pity for her. Look how sad she is. Alas, if you are born into a family with no potential and no strength, this is the fate you will end up with. That's not right. I remember that Jiang Yunxiao had good talent. Why can't she be nurtured by the family? Humph, the heir of the Zhang family is standing over there. Have you forgotten that the heir of the Zhang family is called Jiang Mingyun? Jiang Mingyun, I remember now. No wonder Jiang Yunxiao's talent seems to be not good enough in front of Jiang Mingyun. I heard that Jiang Mingyun's strength is already an intermediate 6-star lord. With the cultivation of my family and my personal talent, it is not bad to be able to reach this level. The voices of the people around her fell directly into Jiang Yunxiao's ears, making her feel even more desperate. However, at this time, her mother did not comfort her. Why do you look like that, kid? Don't you know what day it is today? Zhang's mother started scolding without any mercy. If there weren't so many people watching around, she was about to take action. At this time, Wu Cheng frowned slightly, and just when he was about to say something, a voice suddenly came from a distance. Hey, you are a really good mother. You are so considerate of your daughter. Why don't you marry again for the Zhang family? The words were full of energy and sounded like they came from a young person. Moreover, from the sound of the voice, one could tell that the person coming was not an ordinary person. At once everyone turned their heads to look over there. It turned out to be a young man who was dressed up carefully. It was clearly an ordinary suit, but when he wore it, It was as if a spotlight was shining down from the sky, directly onto him. Yijichi. Chapter 65. Old man, I've been waiting for this moment for too long. Whether it was the Wu family or the Jiang family, they had all seen Yijichi's portrait. At this moment, the happiest person was Jiang Yunxiao. She didn't expect that Yijichi actually came. Just when she wanted to rush towards Yijichi, an elder of the Jiang family grabbed her and held her down. Wu Cheng's veins bulged. This was really too embarrassing for him. And this is a huge loss of face. When you get engaged, it's not the same as getting married. But this engagement can be said to be of extraordinary significance. On the one hand, it was for family cooperation, and on the other hand, the heir of the Wu family was getting engaged, so the people he invited were all well known. If you lose face in front of these people, there's no way you can get it back. Yijichi, you actually dare to come here. Aren't you afraid of death? At this moment, Wu Cheng was so angry that he was about to explode. Yijichi's face suddenly couldn't hold back the expression. Huh, you talk as if you can do anything to me. These words directly ignited Wu Cheng's anger. He glanced around. The development of his territory was just an ordinary territory development, not a heroic development that accumulated all the resources on himself. So his physique is only slightly stronger than that of ordinary people. Are you guards here for nothing? This guy is here to cause trouble. Why don't you take him down for me? The words fell. A dozen guards rushed directly towards Yijichi. Hong Yong, seeing this scene, was about to take action. Suddenly, she froze. This kid is really a monster. Not just her. Among the present, all the intermediate lords are 5 stars and above. They all widened their eyes. They all had some knowledge of Yijichi's intelligence. He is a lord who relies on mechanical creations. To be honest, it is already amazing that Yijichi was able to establish a territory. Everyone knows very well what the mechanical lord is like. To put it bluntly, he is a waste. Yijichi also took action immediately. His physical fitness is enhanced by the Black Warrior Mecha and the Arctic Howler, which is stronger than that of the average intermediate 2-star lord. The guards here are all low-level 8 or 9-star guards. Intermediate high-star guards don't have to be guards anymore. Wouldn't it be better for them to directly join other people's territories? The resources provided are several times more than those provided by guards. The next moment, Yijichi disappeared. Came in front of Jiang Yunxiao. First, he punched the elder who was pressing on Jiang Yunxiao's shoulder and knocked him back. Then he slowly picked up Jiang Yunxiao. The two looked at each other. Wu Cheng was about to explode with anger at this moment. You guys are on top of me. Wu Cheng was so angry that his eyes glowed red. Boy, you are looking for death. The elder of the Jiang family also planned to take action. Just when the elder of the Jiang family was about to launch a lord-to-death duel against Yijichi. It was also at this time. Hu Tianhe and Hu Xing, the father and daughter who had already sneaked in, planned to take Yijichi and leave. Don't be impatient. Wait for me to get your dignity back for you. Jiang Mengyun, who was standing next to him, sneered. Boy, I have to say that you are very courageous, but you are also arrogant. As a mechanical lord, you have established a mechanical territory. This has never happened in the history of the empire. Another point is that when you were a low-level lord, you created 2 powerful mechanical artifacts. You also have the physical combat power comparable to that of a low-level 9-star hero lord. I have to say that if you were born in a family, you would be the son that we cannot look directly at. Unfortunately, you were not born in this family. Jiang Mengyun spoke. The people from the Jiang family immediately stopped what they were doing. Jiang Mengyun is the heir of their Jiang family, so her power can be said to be extremely great. When the head of the family is away, the heir is the first. However, the next moment, what Jiang Mengyun said made them almost pop their eyes out. However, I am no worse than my cousin. You might as well marry me. I admire you so much for being able to fight your way out of such an absolute adversity. We are the same kind. Come, put my sister down, and now, just hold my hand. Jiang Mengyun licked her lips. All along, no matter what the environment card was, or what the matter was, as long as she wanted to do it and followed her plan, she could do it steadily. But just now, Yijichi was only wearing an ordinary suit, and the confidence on his face made her inexplicably fascinated. Yijichi looked around at this time. It seemed that he had no intention of responding to Jiang Mengyun. Where have you been? If you don't come, I won't be able to perform well. Yijichi's words left everyone confused, not just the people around him. Even the father and daughter Hu Tianhe who came and looked at them with wide eyes and had no idea what was going on. However, at this time, another voice came out. Haha, didn't I give the stage to you? Let the two of you be gentle with each other for a while. After all, we're going to kill each other in a bit, and there's going to be bloodshed. A slightly pleasant voice came from somewhere. Squeak dash. The door was pushed open forcefully. Wu Hao. and a Yu walked in one after the other. At this moment, it was the Wu family's turn to be confused. Originally, they didn't plan to bring Wu Hao today because they were afraid of making a fool of themselves. However, the voice of Wu Hao sounded extremely like that of a woman. Everyone from the Wu family, you should all be here, as well as the current real head of the Wu family, Elder Wu. This Wu Hao is naturally the one Wu Xing had been pretending to be. At this moment, the Wu family's great elder was also surprised. You, is there actually nothing wrong with your brain? Have you been pretending to be an idiot for so many years? After saying this, the Wu family's great elder broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, no one around, including Hong Yong and others, dared to say a word. It was the right decision to come today. Let's not talk about anything else, just this wave of the Wu family. They really don't know anything. Wu Xing smiled. Then he tore off his clothes and the leather cover on his head, showing a healthy figure. At the same time, there is also a cool and elegant atmosphere. It's me, old man, Wu Hao's biological sister, Wu Xing. Padash. The teacup that the eldest elder of the Wu family had just picked up suddenly fell to the ground and broke into pieces. However, no one paid attention to Zhang's thing at this moment. Old man, I have waited for this moment for too long. I have prepared something good for you. Chapter 66, I'll show you something good. Wu Xing's words made everyone in the Wu family shudder, because they felt the enormous resentment in Wu Xing's mouth, and the murderous intent that penetrated deeply into his bones. Let me show you something good. This environment card. Wu Xing took out an environment card from his pocket. The strange thing is that this environment card exudes the aura of an eternal environment card. Moreover, the atmosphere of this environment card is particularly familiar to people from the Wu and Jiang families. How did this card end up in your hand? The elder of the Wu family immediately took out an environment card from his own territory. This environment card is also an eternal environment card. Generally speaking, the aura emitted by each environment card is simply different. However, the aura emitted by these two eternal environment cards is exactly the same. You and that stupid Jiang family have been fooled by me. Actually, I am a card maker. These two pseudo-eternal environment cards are my masterpieces. Card maker. Pseudo-eternal environment card. Putting these two things together is enough to shock everyone. People with broad horizons like Bai Su and Hong Yong all widened their eyes. Yijiqi, it's up to you from now on. Remember, you can't let the Wu family have it easy. I want them to feel fear and despair. Most importantly, remember to leave me your last breath. Yijiqi nodded. Well, you can, but your space needs to be open more stably, otherwise. Ha ha ha, you should know me better. How could I make a mistake at this time? Old man, let me tell you what the environment card in your hand is. Wu Xing took out a dozen cards directly from his pocket. When these dozen cards were taken out, everyone swallowed. The most terrifying thing about a card maker, besides his connections, is that when this card maker takes out a handful of environment cards from her pocket, she is also very hostile towards you. Intermediate World Card. Activate. Intermediate Space Blockade Card. 12 activated. Intermediate Control Card. 5 activated. Bang. There are more than a dozen cards, including the card in the hands of the Wu family's eldest elder, disappear together. The next moment, a pulling force from space came. At this moment, no one resisted. As for the Wu family and the Jiang family, they all wanted to resist, but they simply couldn't. In a flash, there was a huge blank space, with only wasteland around and blue clouds and a red sun in the sky. All the figures appeared one after another, all concentrated on this wasteland. This space is the most stable, even if hundreds of high-ranking lords come, because it has no self-protection mechanism. At the same time, I will make the rules for this space. Dear guests, if you want to leave, you can do so with just a thought. Of course, I will not let you go, Wu family and Jiang family. Wu Xing's voice rang out in this space. Bai Su quickly calmed down. After finding a place, he took a chair directly from his own territory. The same goes for others. Anyway, we're not going to cause them any trouble, so why not just watch the fun? At this moment, Zhu Guangfu was more anxious than anyone else. He quickly rushed to Yijiqi. He immediately released his high-ranking lord's pressure. Then, just as he made this move, he was targeted by another person with murderous intent. This murderous intent was filled with blood and madness. There were also some roars. Don't move. How can you, as a high-level lord, bully a low-level lord? Hong Yong's voice reached Zhu Guangfu's ears. Zhu Guangfu's expression changed immediately. Hong Yong's murderous lock was nothing to him. But the problem is that he really doesn't dare to confront Hong Yong. At this moment, Jiang Yinxiao hid her head deeply in Yijiqi's arms. Yijiqi wouldn't mind at all. Teacher Hong Yong, I am sorry to bother you again. However, you don't need to help me this time. I also want to try the quality of a high-level lord. Hearing this, Zhu Guangfu's expression suddenly changed. This kid. Bai Su frowned slightly. You are so arrogant. Too arrogant. It seems that I have overestimated your evaluator. Only the city lord was looking at Yi Zhiqi and others with excitement. For so many years, Nantian City has been stagnant. It's different now. Finally, there is some movement. There has been some improvement, but some troubles. Generally speaking, the more times like this, the more geniuses will emerge. Isn't this kid a little too arrogant? Who knows? You won't be arrogant if you have a card maker to back you up. No, there is definitely information here that we don't know. That kid seems very confident. If he is so confident, it means he must have something else to rely on. That mecha of his? We'll know once we see what's going on. Jumping to conclusions too early will only prove our own stupidity. It's time. Sheng Wanhao's cousin, Sheng Fan, looked at his cousin with some surprise. He found that his cousin seemed to have a calm expression from beginning to end. Is this what you want me to see? The two mechanical creations he's going to rely on next. Sheng Wanhao didn't answer in a hurry. The people from the Sheng family around him were also looking at him eagerly. He took out a bottle of wine from his territory and drank it quietly. Sometimes, when faced with despair, it is not easy to remain rational. Just watch carefully his power, that kind of vast power. Sheng Wanhao once again thought of the environment card he had prepared in college. That is the environment card of the extremely cold world. He saw with his own eyes the gigantic mechanical war fortress that could block out the sky and the sun. At this moment, the Wu family and the Jiang family are no longer fools. Directly summoned their respective elite legions. Only Jiang Mingyun remained unmoved and just stood there quietly. Zhu Guangfu looked at Yi Zhiqi with murderous intent. Boy, summon that mecha. There was already a card in his hand. This card to counter AI control was something he had spent a lot of money to get. At this time, Yi Zhiqi also heard the prompt sound of Skynet in his ears. Scan the AI counter card in the opponent's hand. AI level 4. Threat level 0. Black Warrior AI level. AI level of the Frost Howler. Skynet AI level. Lord, please rest assured that the opponent's AI cannot pose any threat. Wow, Zhu Guangfu took out a special type of AI control card. No wonder this old guy suddenly became so confident. Chapter 67, he has the qualifications. It seems that he still has evil intentions. I still miss my Darth Vader mech. You are so confident. Do you have any backup plan? Yi Zhiqi was not in a hurry at the moment. The Wu family members also looked unhappy now, but they did not dare to move rashly. The rules of this environment card are controlled by Wu Xing. If they accidentally violate a certain rule, they will definitely pay a huge price. It is even possible to die on the spot. The Jiang family came because of Jiang Yunming. After summoning the elite legions in their respective lord spaces, they stayed where they were and did not make any further moves. Yes, but if you don't summon your mecha, how are you going to stop me? And these two families? Why? Are you relying on your body, which is probably at the intermediate 2 or 3-star level? Don't make me laugh. Zhu Guangfu raised the corner of his mouth. Finally, he managed to turn the tables on Yi Zhiqi. He glanced at Bai Su and found that Bai Su had no expression at the moment. Zhu Guangfu's slightly good mood just now disappeared immediately. Damn Yi Zhiqi. I will let that mecha attack you in a moment. I want you to feel what it feels like to be attacked by your own mechanical creation. Hong Yong frowned slightly. During this trip to Nantian City, she met people she hated, but also people she admired. I can only say that it is half good and half bad. Don't let this kid drag on. If he dies, there will really be nothing left. Hong Yong looked a little nervous. At this moment, in this space, in a secret place where no one was paying attention, Wu Xing was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Frowning slightly. If Yi Zhiqi is not so good, that's impossible. If he were to say so, his confidence definitely comes from more than just that mecha. Wu Xing was also nervous at this moment. Not just her. Hu Tianhe and Hu Xing, father and daughter, who have now been dragged in, are also confused. Seeing Yi Zhiqi's confident look, I also thought of how Yi Zhiqi had taken out so many treasures from the environment card before. Was he taken down by Zhu Guangfu just like that? That's unlikely. At the same time, Yi Zhiqi also instructed the Black Knight in advance, asking him not to move around after coming out. Zhu Guangfu, it seems you are very confident. Immediately following, Yi Zhiqi snapped his fingers. The next moment, a huge mechanical object suddenly appeared, its shadow covering almost a large area of the field. The moment this mechanical device appeared, everyone's eyes widened. Even Wu Xing, who was observing secretly, was the same. How could it be? This mecha is 1/5 bigger than before. It's only been one night, and he's already. Wu Xing was a little surprised at first, and then he became extremely excited. The stronger Yi Zhiqi is, the more beneficial it will be for her. When she was in that environment card with Yi Zhiqi before, she noticed that Yi Zhiqi's strength was extraordinary. That mecha can sweep the entire intermediate environment card. Now that mecha has become even stronger. How could it be? When we were in the extremely cold world, this mecha wasn't this big yet. How did this mechanical object become so big? Could it be that he really made it? That seems to be the case. He can only disassemble and modify a mecha quickly if it is one he built himself. He definitely has the blueprint for this mecha. The question is, even if you are a mechanical lord and you have the blueprint, can you improve a mechanical artifact in 2 days? No, this kid is really a genius. Unfortunately, we didn't know him before he awakened his talent. The directors of several Ivy League colleges made the biggest noise. The two people, Director Shui and Director Wang, who were also present, were so surprised that they were speechless. Among all the people present, they were the only two who faced Yi Zhiqi's Black Warrior mech and survived. Do you think they don't know about the Dark Warrior mecha? It can be said that I understand it very well. Even extremely clear. Can we still control this mecha? I don't know. It depends on whether the card prepared by the dean will work. Bai Su, who was not far from them, had a mocking look on his face. To invade such a powerful mech, one can almost become a heroic general unit in the space of a high-level 1-star lord. How could it be so easily hacked by an AI control card? Although Bai Su didn't know much about mechanical products, his intuition told him that it would not be so smooth. Whatever they can think of, this kid should be able to think of as well. He definitely has some defensive measures. Bai Su was excited. It has been a long time since I saw such a powerful genius. In just a few days, he has reached this level. Don't forget that Yi Zhiqi is just a low-level lord now. Base dash. Bai Su immediately stood up from his chair. This kid will definitely have the strength to reach that level in the future. He has the qualifications, so we must let him join our division. If such a genius is released. A little cold sweat appeared on Bai Su's forehead. He knew very well that the realm after the high-level lord was the real beginning in the star field. Captain, what do you mean? This kid does have such talent. He is a low-level 6-star. I remember he is a mechanical lord. It has only been a short time. This is too fast. He is different from us. He has a qualification. Bai Su's two confidants couldn't help but sigh. One of them also looked surprised. Even Hong Yong, who was a little suspicious of Yi Zhiqi at the beginning, was stunned for a moment. Then she let out a clear laugh. Her smile is like a flower slowly blooming in spring, making people unable to take their eyes off her. But not many people pay attention to this place at this time. Their eyes were all on Yi Zhiqi's mecha. It was also the first time that Hu Xing saw Yi Zhiqi's mecha. His intuition told him that even if this thing summoned his black tiger beast tide, it might not be a match for this mecha. No, it's not necessarily. It's definitely not a match for this mecha. This kid's mecha actually looks like this. This is really, really cool. Hu Xing is also a man. It has to be said that everyone present felt that the Black Warrior mecha was extremely handsome the moment they saw it. The black and red colors of the Black Warrior mecha are extremely eye-catching. The color scheme of black and red intersects, and the huge body is 1,000 meters high. Chapter 68. Women are not allowed to stay in college. Standing there, I have a sense of reliability. However, this feeling was shown to be unreliable when it came to the Wu and Zhang families. But it's terrible. When the Black Knight stayed in Yi Zhiqi's lord space, he could hear the sounds outside to a certain extent. You can also sense some of the conditions outside. Of course, only Skynet can fully scan what is going on outside. So when he was in the lord's space, the Black Knight kept asking Skynet about the details of the situation outside. As for Wu Cheng of the Wu family, at this moment, others were already standing there in a daze. What is this? He has an A-level talent as a lord inherited from his family, and now he has more than 100 soldiers in his own territory. Low-level 3 stars. This level is considered good among the new graduates in Nantian City. However, now this so-called low-level 3-star lord was defeated in the blink of an eye by Yi Zhiqi, leaving not even a trace. Zhang Mingyun looked at the Black Warrior mech with great vigilance. For some reason, she could sense some murderous intent from this Black Warrior mecha. This murderous intent was very pure, and there was no disguise or concealment. The kind that is exposed nakedly. This mecha wants to kill her. How is this possible? This mecha should be a dead object. It must be controlled by a person or AI, and it shouldn't show any murderous intent, right? The confusion on Zhang Mingyun's face was so profound. But at this time no one could answer her question. At this moment, Zhu Guangfu saw that Yi Zhiqi successfully summoned the mecha, so he activated the AI invasion card in his hand without saying a word. Boy, today I will teach you a good lesson about how powerless mechanical objects are when facing AI invasion. As he spoke, Zhu Guangfu threw the card directly at the Black Warrior mecha. Because of the warning given by Skynet before, Yi Zhiqi is not panicked at all now. However, in order to see what other tricks Zhu Guangfu had, he decided not to move for the time being. Black Warrior Basic Firewall Skynet is set up, Level 4 AI is detected. Data is being decomposed. Decomposition completed. Skynet computing speed increased by 0.0001%. The AI is too low-powered, only 3 levels higher than the lowest-powered robot vacuum cleaner. A series of mechanical sounds from Skynet rang in Yi Zhiqi's ears. Yi Zhiqi was also stunned for a moment. Well, he was just looking forward to it, wondering how Skynet wiped out this AI or something. Wow, it was directly decomposed. I couldn't even last 3 seconds. However, the Black Warrior now set his sights on Zhu Guangfu. His killing intent surged. Zhu Guangfu's eyes widened. What's going on? That card is invalid. For a moment, the whole person felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. However, the next moment, the murderous intent of the Black Warrior mecha disappeared. Yi Zhiqi breathed a sigh of relief. The opponent hasn't played all his cards yet. After all, he is a high-level lord, so we don't know what other cards he has, so we have to be cautious. His plan was to let the Dark Warrior pretend to be controlled. You? What did you use? How did you control my Black Warrior mecha? Yi Zhiqi asked with a puzzled look on his face. In fact, I was already on high alert in my heart. If Zhu Guangfu had directly let the Black Warrior kill him, then there is no need to test it any further. Ha ha ha. No matter how talented you are just a low-level lord. You probably don't know that there is a special kind of card in this world called an AI control card. Zhu Guangfu raised the corner of his mouth. Seeing Yi Zhiqi's expression finally change, he was so happy in his heart. He waited for this moment and didn't know how long he had simulated it in his mind. Finally, this moment came true. AI control card. So it's that kind of card. Oh, this kid is still too young. In this case, even if he has other mechanical products, they will be useless if they are invaded by the AI control card. Humph, the AI control card is not that powerful. An AI control card can only invade a mechanical body or a mechanical network. Alas, all efforts were in vain. It's such a pity for this kid. When everyone around saw this scene, there was an expression of regret on their faces. After all, in their opinion, Yi Zhiqi has reached his current position through his own efforts and talent. Although he was born in a humble family, he had extraordinary gifts and talents. This alone has already won over most of the people present. Zhu Guangfu glanced at his teacher again. I found that my teacher had stood up from his chair. Suddenly, Zhu Guangfu's mood became better. In fact, Baisu stood up from his chair simply because he was shocked by Yi Zhiqi. At this moment, the expression of a confidant beside Baisu changed slightly. This kid is careless. Baisu raised his eyebrows. Humph, careless? Take a good look at that boy. Don't you think he is actually very calm? Now that your greatest support has disappeared, will you still be as calm as he is? As soon as these words came out, the confidant next to him suddenly stopped talking. There was some disbelief in his eyes. After looking at Yi Zhiqi carefully a few more times, he suddenly felt some emotion in his heart. This kid, not to mention his aptitude in that area, just based on his character, if he wants to become the captain of a division, he can achieve it within 2 to 3 years. In many cases, absolute strength and military exploits determine the right to speak for the Empire's divisions. Hu Tianhe suddenly became a little anxious. Just as she was about to take a step forward, her father Hu Xing grabbed her shoulders. What are you going to do? Father, can't you see? His mecha has been controlled. He is in danger now. Have you forgotten our original plan? Hu Tianhe was so anxious that tears came to his eyes. Tears flowed from my eyes like a faucet. Fortunately, at this moment, everyone's eyes are on Yi Zhiqi. Otherwise, this action would definitely be discovered by everyone. Come back, take a closer look at that kid. Look at him. Is he panicking? You usually have a good eye, so why are you so confused now? Hu Xing sighed slightly in his heart. After all, girls can't be kept when they grow up. Come to think of it, this boy Yi Zhiqi is quite lucky, with his daughter and the Jiang family cousins. Intuition also told Hu Xing that Hong Yong would most likely. Chapter 69, I have a second one. Hu Tianhe widened his eyes and looked over carefully. I found that Yi Zhiqi was not panicked at all. Zhu Guangfu, on the other hand, was so excited that he seemed like he was on fire. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistakes, I will not interfere in your affairs with the Wu family and the Jiang family. Maybe I will even protect you. Think about it. Boy, a man's knees are as precious as gold. Zhu Guangfu was very excited. But he hadn't completely lost his mind. After all, Yi Zhiqi is a genius favored by his teacher. For his teacher, nothing is impossible for Zhu Guangfu. Rather than being angry with Yi Zhiqi, It would be more accurate to say that Zhu Guangfu wanted to gain recognition from Baisu. You rely on controlling my Darth Vader mech? That's going too far. Yi Zhiqi frowned. But if you look closely at his facial expression, you can see that he was not panicking at all. He was just pretending and trying to fool Zhu Guangfu. If I control your mecha, you won't be able to summon that powerful war fortress, and you won't be able to turn the tables. I won't attack you, but I don't know if the Jiang family and the Wu family will let you go. Zhu Guangfu smiled like a flower. He was so proud at this moment. In this way, he should have won the bet with his teacher Baisu. Yi Zhiqi was also very happy. Well, I thought you had some other tricks up your sleeve, but that's it. However, Yi Zhiqi not only fooled Zhu Guangfu, but also fooled Jiang Yinxiao. At this moment, Jiang Yinxiao poked her head out from Yi Zhiqi's arms. He quickly tapped Yi Zhiqi's face. Yi Zhiqi was stunned. I'm sorry, I'm weak. If I were strong enough and worked as hard as you when I was in the academy, I might not have become a victim of the family. I'm glad you can come today. I'm very happy. Tears were streaming down Jiang Yinxiao's eyes. People like Yi Zhiqi hate to see women crying the most. When he was at his lowest point, his sister cried because of him, and now he actually made Jiang Yinxiao cry. For a moment, Yi Zhiqi was at a loss as to what to do. At this time, Director Wang and Director Shui also came to Yi Zhiqi. Give up, kid. At least you can survive. You should have done this when you were in school. If it weren't for that low-level environment card, you would have been dealt with by us long ago. Hey, Jiang Yinxiao is from a big family. Why would he fall in love with a beggar and even shed tears? He is really worthless. Zhu Guangfu frowned slightly. But after all, he is his lackey, and his character is actually like this to some extent. It's just because Baisu is around that he is more restrained. Yi Zhiqi ignored him at this moment. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at Jiang Yinxiao. I said, I will bring your dignity back, just trust me. Yi Zhiqi slowly raised his head and looked at Director Wang and Director Shui. That look seemed to contain bloody murderous intent. It made both of them feel cold in their hearts. No more tricks, right? They were both stunned for a moment. Director Wang and Director Shui have not yet come to their senses. It was Zhu Guangfu who spoke directly. There's no more tricks. With just this one trick, you've already lost. Bang dash. Bang dash. There were several more sounds of breaking through the air. Several other directors of Qingting College and some people from the Wu family came forward at the same time. The Wu family also immediately summoned out their elite legion inherited from their family. Sorry, Yi Zhiqi, if you don't let Wu Xing let us out, we will kill you. TSK, for a mechanical lord to have achieved this, it's amazing. Unfortunately, you are still a little short of it. At this time, the Wu family felt that the situation was settled. Yi Zhiqi sneered. Then he lowered his head. At this moment, Jiang Yinxiao still wanted to struggle. I'm sorry, I didn't think about you for a moment and didn't expect to deceive you. After hearing this, Jiang Yinxiao looked confused. What's the matter, Yi Zhiqi? Are there other mechas? At this moment, it was Zhu Guangfu's turn to be a little flustered. There is another one? Director Wang and Director Shui both had cold sweat on their foreheads. Damn, I was careless. Not only them, but everyone's eyes were wide open as if they were about to fall on Yi Zhiqi. Looking at Yi Zhiqi's expression, it seems like he really still has one. Even if you have another one, it won't be of much use. It won't necessarily be as powerful as this black warrior, right? At this moment, Zhu Guangfu was completely gambling in his heart, betting that Yi Zhiqi's second mecha was not as powerful as this one. What if the second mecha can also summon a war fortress or a space-level battleship? Thinking of these, Zhu Guangfu felt unwell. In fact, he didn't even have full control over Yi Zhiqi's black warrior mecha. I have a second one. I'll let her out in a moment. Also, you don't really think that you can control my Darth Vader just like that, do you? As soon as these words came out, Zhu Guangfu fell silent instantly. His face also turned pale. However, he did not have time to give orders to the Dark Knight. Yi Zhiqi said one more sentence. The people of the Wu family will be left alone. This is what we agreed on before. The people from the academy can just kill them. I allow you to use any level of power. This environment card is very stable. Sizzle dash. Suddenly, more than a dozen thunder dragons emerged from the body of the black warrior mecha. Okay, I will carry out your orders perfectly, Lord. I will control the strength of those two ants very well, and I will definitely make them feel even greater pain. Darkening. The dark warrior was almost going crazy just now. The person whom he protected wholeheartedly was scolded in the face by others. The temperature of the core power reactor was about to burn the protective layer into water. Boom dash. Boom dash. In an instant, this originally clear wasteland, where the weather was relatively clear, was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Roar dash. In the dark clouds, black and red thunder dragons were roaming around. Padash! Padash! Two bolts of lightning fell from the sky, shocking everyone so much that their scalps felt numb. A black lightning-constructed sword and a red one. One on the left and one on the right fell on the left and right hands of the black warrior mecha respectively. You low-level life forms must protect yourselves well, because only in this way can I make you feel fear. The actions and words of the black warrior mecha could be said to have been seen and heard by everyone present. Chapter 70 My Meal. At this moment, even Hong Yong and Bai Su were so shocked that they were speechless. The reason is very simple. They have never seen such a self-aware mechanical creature that is like a living person. Disappear in fear and despair. Star-slashing strike. The black warrior mecha swiftly raised the black thunder energy sword. At this moment, Zhu Guangfu quickly came to his senses. Not good. Run. How is this possible? The people from the Wu family who had just rushed over immediately came to their senses, turned around, and ran away. Puff dash. Many people in the Wu family had their legs cut off. Some members of the Wu family even lost half of their bodies. The next moment, before Zhu Guangfu could summon the elite legion in his territory, he was slashed by the sword again by the black warrior, who suddenly appeared behind him. Star-slashing attack. Puff. An arm was flying in the air. At this critical moment, Zhu Guangfu immediately summoned hundreds of soldiers from his territory to block the attack. However, he still couldn't avoid the sword. Director Wang and Director Shui, who had just confronted Yi Zhiqi, both had glazed eyes. Why is this black warrior mecha different? No, the appearance is indeed a lot taller, but the combat power is doubled compared to the original, right? Wu Xing, who was in the dark, had beads of sweat the size of beans constantly appearing on his forehead. The black warrior controlled the power of black and red thunder, making her feel that this space was slowly collapsing. Why didn't he say that his mecha has become stronger, and its attributes can now strongly affect the stability of the environment card? He is simply a monster, and an ordinary high-level lord can't do such a thing. However, Wu Xing saw the black warrior chop off the hands and feet of those members of the Wu family with one sword. She immediately said yes. After more than 10 years of resentment, it's finally coming out. All these years of endurance have really not been in vain. This kind of terrifying mecha, they have no chance of winning, even if there are two high-level lords. This kind of mecha. Shang Hao, how did you survive? At this moment, everyone in the Shang family was looking at Shang Wanhao. There is no other reason than Shang Wanhao has remained calm from the beginning to now. He had a glass of wine in his mouth and never put it down. A look of admiration flashed in Shang Fan's eyes. This is a fight to the death for the Lord. Fighting with such a person, it is impossible to survive, especially in the environment card. The college graduation ceremony is also very cruel. It is normal for people to die, with 1 or 2 dying every year. The Lord's world is so cruel. Shang Wanhao felt helpless. How did you survive? Why are you bringing up something that is not relevant? What can he say? He could only say that he was enlightened, but he couldn't say that he had a piece of tiger skin stuck on his back with Skinny 2 written on it, and the light almost illuminated the entire environment card. Can this be discussed? I can't say it. I can't say it for the rest of my life. To be honest, if it weren't for Yi Zhiqi, Shang Wanhao would have planned to leave Nantian City forever. Not for any other reason, just because of one thing. Now people are talking about Yi Zhiqi. After all, those who know about his affair must also know Yi Zhiqi. Look, he has another mechanical creation, and that one is really terrifying. This mecha is just a child's toy, but even if it is a child's toy, most people can't deal with it. The Shang family has been sitting on the daitai from beginning to end, not moving. No one dared to mock Yi Zhiqi directly. Because of Shang Wanhao, they all knew that Yi Zhiqi was not simple. Hong Yong was also surprised at this moment. This boy is really good at lying. He made 2 little girls cry. Don't you think so, Xiaoli? Hong Yong turned her head and looked at Xiaoli beside her. Xiaoli wiped his eyes, which were still a little swollen, mumbling, "Nonsense, Xiaoli didn't cry." Hong Yong laughed. He pinched Xiaoli's face lovingly, and then put his palm on Xiaoli's eyes. "Be good, it will stop swelling soon. By the way, Xiaoli, your brother will become stronger soon. His speed of growth is beyond my reach. I will be leaving Nantian City soon. Teacher Hong Yong, are you leaving? I see you care about my brother a lot, don't you?" A look of self-mockery flashed across Hong Yong's face. "Little guy, don't say anything careless. I just admire him and give you something. You can keep it well. It will be very useful when you awaken in the future. In this way, no matter who it is, after knowing that you have awakened such a talent, no one in the Empire will dare to bully you easily. Little guy, you have to learn to become stronger." Yi Xiaoli felt that his eyes were not so swollen anymore. At the same time, she also felt that there was a red heart beating in her mind, and this heart was emitting some red mist. Teacher Hong Yong, in my mind. Bang! Hong Yong immediately covered Yi Xiaoli's mouth. This is a gift from me to Xiaoli. Xiaoli, you are not allowed to tell anyone except your brother. Do you understand, Xiaoli? There was a rare serious look in Hong Yong's eyes. It was the first time that Yi Xiaoli saw Hong Yong so serious, and he nodded immediately. Alas, the two families are going to be gone, and there is no way to win over this genius. Lord City Lord, why do you think there is no way to win this person over? Geniuses like him who were born in a wild way are rare. How do you know there is no way to win him over if you don't try? When the city lord heard what the servant beside him said, a smile appeared on his face. First, this guy is already quite strong. Many people will never reach his current level in their lifetime. Second, we are not the only ones who want to win him over. The help or convenience we can provide him can definitely be provided by others. For example, if the Imperial Division is not here today, we can still try to win him over. The city lord shook his head helplessly. The Imperial Division? That's right, they will definitely not let go of such a genius. And it just so happens that the people who came here are Bai Su, who values military exploits and strength. There are also some people in the Imperial Division who value relationships. But they are a minority, because people with strength and relationships may not necessarily be willing to stay in the division. The city lord sighed slightly. I had been planning to make some friends and get an investment today, but wow, I just arrived and I don't even have a bite to eat. This is the food from the top floor of the #1 restaurant in Nantian City. The servants standing by had no idea what the city lord was thinking at the moment. Chapter 71. Have we overlooked something? Whether it is the city lord, Bai Su, or Hong Yong, they all knew one thing, that after today, Yi Zhiqi's reputation as a genius would spread throughout the entire Nantian City. Since he is a genius, there will definitely be many people who will try to win him over. The Wu family and the Jiang family. These two families seem to be more powerful when they unite together. However, there will definitely be forces in Nantian City that will declare war on these two families in order to win over Yi Zhiqi. Not to mention, after today's fight, both the Wu family and the Jiang family suffered serious injuries. The most important thing is, don't forget that Wu Xingke is a card maker. There is not a single card maker in the entire Nantian City, and people who possess this skill are extremely rare. It's like a mutant suddenly appears among a group of plants. This kind of situation may not happen for decades. This is probably the case with Wu Xing's appearance. Therefore, no matter what the final result is, Yi Zhiqi and Wu Xing will definitely not die. One is a genius, the other is a card maker. On the other side are two families that are about to be crippled. In this situation, everyone knows what to choose. This kid is already extraordinary. He is no longer a weak fledgling, but an eagle that can soar into the sky. With such strength, no matter which force he is in, he will have to give him some face when he goes out. Yes, this is genius. Sometimes you just need to work a little harder to surpass most people. Is it possible that after he entered the academy, he started picking up trash and worked hard to improve his studies? All these factors and experiences made him what he is today. It's not impossible. Anyone who can survive such a situation must be extremely strong in heart. Even if he doesn't have any extraordinary means, he will definitely not be weaker than ordinary people with his strong heart. It seems that the Wu family and the Jiang family are in trouble today. Failed? Not necessarily. As long as the card maker Wu Xing is around, the Wu family will definitely not fail. We can only say that there will be a blood transfusion later. As for the Jiang family, it should be failed. I never thought that we would actually witness the birth of a genius. Genius? Such a person should be called a monster. Is there anyone here who is sure that he can be defeated by himself? First of all, let me make it clear that I don't have that ability. For a moment, the atmosphere became silent after these words were spoken. No one around spoke again. Nonsense. The people present here are all representing their respective families and coming here to eat and gather intelligence. The strength must not be that strong. And look at the Black Warrior Mecha released by Yi Zhiqi. The height of the mecha is like a giant, and his own human form is not even as big as the Black Warrior Mecha's fingers. In this situation, how can we fight? There are also some people who immediately deployed troops in the territory space. The tallest one is only about 100 meters high, but Yi Zhiqi's mecha is 1,000 meters high. Can this be fought? Are you going to hit him with his head? You can't hit him at all. Wait, have we overlooked something? He just said that he has a second mecha like this. Hiss. For a moment, the people around took a deep breath again. It's fine that there's only one mecha in front of me, but there's actually a second one? This. I also remembered that he seemed to have a second mecha. He didn't look like he was joking. Two mechas. Both are 1,000-meter high. If I'm not mistaken, the aura on his body seems to be only a low-level 6-star. Oh, it's too scary. Fortunately, I am not from the same class as him. Otherwise, if I had seen such strength, I would have despaired a long time ago. Two such mechas, and both have their own consciousness. This kind of mecha is not an ordinary mechanical product. I'm afraid no one else in the world can make such a thing except him. Right now, drops of cold sweat appeared on Zhu Guangfu's forehead. He could feel that the Black Warrior mech was still holding back and was not using its full strength. And he could just dodge every attack from the Dark Warrior. The death that came with the lightning sword made him feel more and more fear in his heart. The feeling was slowing him down. Although he didn't have to take the initiative to fight and only relied on the soldiers in his territory, losing an arm didn't have much impact. But the problem now is that he is not the only one confronting the Black Warrior. There is also the Great Elder of the Wu family and the Clan Elder of the Jiang family. All three of them are high-level 1-star lords. This kind of strength actually felt extremely pressured when facing Yi Zhiqi. No, to be precise, it is Yi Zhiqi's Black Warrior mech. However, the Black Warrior mecha was also a little angry at this moment. She can use her own strength directly and deliver each attack perfectly, all of which she can do easily. But when it comes to how to control her own strength and not let Zhu Guangfu and the others die too easily, this is her goal. So the Dark Knight was actually feeling a little uncomfortable at this moment. If she killed him directly, she would not feel satisfied. There is no way to go on like this. Sooner or later, we will be consumed to death by this mecha. If he directly summons that war fortress, then we really have no hope of turning the tables. Zhu Guangfu's mood right now is as bad as bleeding. 1/5 of the soldiers in his territory have died. And this is when there are two other high-level 1-star lords fighting against the same enemy as him. If he were the only one, he was afraid that he would have been chopped into pieces by the Black Warrior long ago. The Wu family's Great Elder's expression changed. What did you say? You mean his second mecha is more powerful than this mecha? Is it called the War Fortress? That name does sound like it's not a small thing. The eldest elder of the Wu family and the elder of the Jiang family said something to each other, almost making Zhu Guangfu angry. What do you mean it's not a small thing? Have you ever seen how big that thing is? Suddenly I thought that these two people had never actually seen Yi Zhiqi in the environment card space. No one told them any detailed information about Yi Zhiqi. Thinking of this, Zhu Guangfu felt somewhat relieved. No, that's not it. I haven't seen his second mecha either. The other mechanical thing I mentioned, the War Fortress, is much more powerful than this mecha. Zhu Guangfu's brows were tightly locked together. Chapter 72. War Fortress is not the second mecha. A mechanical creation with even greater lethality. Where on earth did this guy come from? I never thought that that damn guy Wu Xing could find such a person. The Great Elder of the Wu family was also shocked and angry at this moment. The first to bear the brunt of the attack were the Wu family. There were only 5 or 6 people still able to fight, and the rest had either lost half of their bodies. Either their hands and feet are broken or their breath becomes weak. I'm afraid I won't live for too long. We have to think of a way. We have to end this battle quickly. Once he lets this Black Warrior mecha summon the War Fortress, we won't have to fight. Zhu Guangfu was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The two teammates were confused by the enemy intelligence. And it seems that it hasn't realized that this mecha is not actually using its full strength. The main reason was that he felt that this mecha was mainly targeting him. Wait, targeting him? Zhu Guangfu's eyes lit up. He immediately turned his head and looked around, and found that Director Wang and Director Shui were still standing there in a daze, not moving a single step. He must have been frightened. The other directors of Qingting College did not dare to move at this time. The main thing is that the Black Warrior mecha chopped it down with a sword. Those mid-level lords of the Wu family who are still alive are close to death. As for Wu Cheng of the Wu family, well, the low-level lords and the Black Warrior mecha didn't notice his presence. Zhang Mingyun also summoned the soldiers from his territory to fight against the Black Warrior mecha. Unfortunately, her soldiers were also not capable of direct combat, and she even used up all of her war resource cards, but the result did not change. It would be fine if you were far away, but if you were too close, the Black Warrior's sword would be enough to kill you. Don't be stunned, Director Shui, Director Wang. You two should call the others to control Yi Zhiqi immediately. Don't let him use the Black Warrior mecha to summon the War Fortress. Zhu Guangfu's roar could be said to have echoed throughout the entire space. Many people even pricked up their ears. War Fortress? What kind of mechanical thing is that? Is Zhu Guangfu so scared? War Fortress? What is that? It should also be a mechanical artifact. Could it be the second mecha that Yi Zhiqi mentioned? It shouldn't be. As for the second one, there's no need for Zhu Guangfu to ask again. It's probably a large bombing-type aerial mechanical device, and it can only be summoned by this mecha. That should be it. Indeed, this should be considered a kind of sacrifice. I remember that some of the Lord's soldiers can be sacrificed to summon more powerful soldiers, but there is a certain chance that such soldiers will go out of control. The things summoned by Yi Zhiqi's mecha must be controllable. Don't forget, when Zhu Guangfu tried to use the AI control card to invade and control it, it didn't work at all. This Yi Zhiqi has already jumped over the dragon gate and become a true dragon. How old is he? Yet he can face 3 high-level 1-star lords alone. It's not him, it's his mecha. There seems to be another mecha of this level. It's simply terrifying. Counting the war fortress that even Zhu Guangfu is afraid of, if this kid's strength is added to a family, it won't be long before that family is the most powerful family in Nantian City. No doubt about it. Yeah, let's see what Zhu Guangfu is planning. Although the others saw that Yi Zhiqi's Black Warrior mech was indeed very powerful, they were not too afraid in their hearts. The reason was simple. They were just spectators at most. Yi Zhiqi would not choose to kill them. Of course, no one dared to be so shameless as to scold Yi Zhiqi. If you continue to curse at this time, you are either a fool or almost a fool. War Fortress, what is that? Baisu looked puzzled. Didn't I just hear that Yi Zhiqi has a second mecha? But this War Fortress doesn't look like the second mecha at all. At this time, the confidant next to him spoke up. Captain, have you forgotten? When the 2 directors of Qingting College came out of the environment card, their first step was to talk to Zhu Guangfu about the War Fortress. Baisu's eyes widened. Yes, he remembered. How many surprises can this kid bring me? If he joins the division, with this kind of strength, it will be no problem for him to become a vice-captain within 2 or 3 months. The position of vice-captain? A confidant nearby was surprised. A division will be divided into 8 to 12 teams, each with at least 5,000 people. Among the 5,000 people, there are new recruits and old soldiers, and many positions. However, in a team, the person with the highest authority is the captain, and the position is the vice-captain. If you want to become the captain or vice-captain, strength and military exploits are the best passes. This has been the tradition of the empire for thousands of years and has never changed. That's right. As for the captain, maybe because he is too young, the empire may not give him the position, but the position of vice-captain can be obtained by those who are truly capable. After thinking about what Baisu said, the 2 confidants nodded at the same time. This is indeed the case among the empire's divisions. As for why the 2 of them are not vice-captains, the reason is very simple. They are weak. Director Wang and Director Shui were immediately brought back to their senses by Zhu Guangfu's loud shout. When they saw that Yi Zhiqi's Black Warrior mech was not under control, they were completely shocked. This loud shout now brought the 2 of them back to their senses quickly. The next moment, members of the Jiang family and several other directors of Qingting College also came to them. Go, kill Yi Zhiqi. At this time, the 3 of us will hold back the Black Warrior mecha. Zhu Guangfu immediately summoned the soldiers from his territory again. After this summoning, he felt a little swollen on his forehead. Senior lords constantly summon soldiers from their own territories, which actually takes a toll on their spirits, especially when a large number of their own soldiers were killed or wounded. If soldiers were killed or wounded, there would also be some backlash of mental damage. As a result of all this, the recovery of my mental strength could not keep up. This is the case with Zhu Guangfu at this moment. But he still gritted his teeth. Now he could only take a gamble. After all, no matter how many people piled up in front of the Black Warrior mecha, they would just be moving wooden figures. Chapter 73, You've Fallen into the Trap. After the words, Kill Yi Zhiqi came out, Director Wang and Director Shui could clearly feel as if they were being stared at by the god of death. His whole body was shaking nonstop. Director Wang's legs were shaking like a sieve. He attacked Yi Zhiqi directly. To be honest, at the very beginning, that is, when he was in the academy, he did not take Yi Zhiqi seriously. However, he attached a little importance to the graduation ceremony. When Yi Zhiqi summoned the War Fortress, he took it very seriously. Finally, and until now, he would rather have never met Yi Zhiqi in his life. Just him? Directly attack Yi Zhiqi? How to fight? How to kill? Hit him with the head? Director Wang couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. It's impossible to fight. Even though there are members of the Jiang family around now, and others are mid-level lords, there are also some people who are 7 or 8 stars. But Director Wang didn't have the confidence at all. Suddenly, Director Wang's eyes narrowed. He suddenly thought of a rumor. The internal space of the environment card is actually limited. If you reach the edge of the environment card, you can leave the environment card directly, regardless of whether this environment card is controlled by a card maker. As long as you reach the edge of the internal space of the environment card, You can feel the space outside. There is actually a prerequisite here, which is that you must be a mid-level lord. If you are a low-level lord, you will not be able to sense the outside space even if you reach the edge of the environment card. In that case, let's make it quick and decisive. Director Wong suddenly became full of fighting spirit. Director Xuen next to him widened her eyes and stared at Director Wong. However, at this moment, Director Wong seemed to have found an invincible path. His face was firm and natural. I'll just give you an example, because only if we attack together can we possibly hurt him. I don't know if we can hurt him if we attack together, but the chance of me getting stopped will be much smaller. At this moment, the Jiang family, Director Xue, and other directors of the college all stared at Director Wong with wide eyes. I felt a sense of admiration for him for some reason. What does it mean to live towards death? See, this is called living towards death. Director Xue also slowly came back to her senses. Okay, if that's the case, then I can't back down. I haven't seen his second mecha yet. I think his second mecha was just manufactured not long ago, so it shouldn't be too strong. According to normal logic, Yi Zhiqi's second mecha should be weaker than the first one. After all, materials are limited, and more materials will definitely be used to improve stronger mechas. If you directly make a second one, not only will it consume more materials, but its strength may not be as strong as the first one. Of course, this follows normal logic. But the problem is that Yi Zhiqi's mecha manufacturing and territory development are all handed over to Skynet. Combined with his own talents and Skynet's powerful computing capabilities, the materials can definitely be used very effectively. What limits Yi Zhiqi's strength now is not just the materials, but also the fact that the territory level is too low. If the territory level was higher, he felt that the Black Warrior mecha would become even stronger. At this moment, the Black Warrior mech also stopped and turned its head. The main reason why she had never dealt with Director Wong and Director Xue was that they were too weak for her. The kind that could kill you if you just blow on it. That's why she didn't keep caring about it, and took action against Zhu Guangfu first. Don't worry about them. I'll leave those three to you. As I said before, just keep the Wu family alive. Yi Zhiqi spoke at this time. At the same time, Zhang Yunxiao was also put down. He wanted to see what these two directors and the Zhang family would do next. The Black Warrior mecha naturally obeyed Yi Zhiqi's words. The next moment, the speed of the Black Warrior mecha increased to another level. In an instant, the pressure on Zhu Guangfu and others doubled, and they didn't dare to pay any attention at all. If one's concentration is distracted, the head and body will be separated in the next moment. Maybe you didn't even notice it when it happened. Yi Zhiqi looked at Zhang Yunxiao. I will not choose to hold back on those members of the Zhang family. Zhang Yunxiao nodded first, with some tear marks on her face. Yes, sure. Just kill them. I don't want to see them again. Before, I knelt down and begged them, but they... Hear this. Yi Zhiqi rubbed Zhang Yunxiao's head with some heartache again. To have something, and then lose it, this pain is enough to drive a person crazy. Zhang Yunxiao didn't go crazy just because he was there. Okay, I got it. Director Wong took a step forward and summoned many soldiers in his territory at the same time. This action made Director Xue standing by dumbfounded. Shouldn't this lord try to keep himself in a safe position when fighting? No matter which college you go to, this topic is taught in the first class after you enter college. However, Director Wong simply ignored the looks of people around him. He even took out 2 cards from his pocket. Intermediate 3-star Speed Enhancement card. Activate. Intermediate 3-star Lightness card. Activate. The Speed Enhancement card, as the name suggests, enhances the speed. The Lightness card reduces the weight of your body, gravity, and the resistance in front of you when you rush forward. After using these 2 war resource cards, Director Wong's speed increased dramatically. The speed is as fast as flowing light. Yi Zhiqi was also on high alert. It seems that Director Wong not only developed his own territory, but also accumulated resources for his lord's body. Okay, that's great. I also want to fight you. Yi Zhiqi. Director Wong shouted and came directly in front of Yi Zhiqi. Yi Zhiqi was also ready to take action. Look behind you. You've been tricked. Yi Zhiqi was stunned. If any creature that is hostile to the Lord approaches the Lord, and the Lord does not notice it, Skynet will alert the Lord. This human has no hostility towards the Lord. The 2 mechanical prompts from Skynet made Yi Zhiqi pause. At the same time, he was somewhat confused. How come Director Wong has no hostility towards him? But the next moment, Yi Zhiqi understood. Director Wong looked past Yi Zhiqi, and the expression on his face changed from determination to a smile in an instant. That smile was like that of a 300-pound child. Chapter 74. 20 guns is not an overestimate. Haha. Yi Zhiqi, you didn't expect that. After completely passing Yi Zhiqi, Director Wong turned around and smiled while continuing to rush forward. The speed is so fast. I tell you, no matter what kind of environment card it is, as long as I reach the edge, I can leave directly. No matter if there is a card maker controlling this environment card. Ha 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 ha. Such speed that there was an afterimage behind him. Yijichi looked up at the sky. The next moment, Wu Xing's words rang in his ears alone. He's right. It's true. No matter what kind of environment card it is, it's a container of space. You may not understand what I'm explaining to you, but he's right. But he can't get out. Because I added 2 rules at the edge. One is that when perceiving the outside world, it will disrupt its own perception and guide the target to the center again. The more he perceives at the edge, the more he will be deceived by his own feelings and walk back. When Yijichi heard this, he was like, wow, Wu Xing really made thorough preparations. How much hatred does he have for the Wu family? Yijichi felt that even if he was not there, it would not be a big problem for Wu Xing to destroy the Wu family by himself. It is like setting up a maze at the edge of the space. You should know that in the environment card, the edge can only be known through perception to see whether you have reached the edge. It is simply not visible with the naked eye. Many people in the Wu family have heard what Director Wang said, and there is excitement on their faces. That's right, they are moved and they want to run too. So it's not impossible to escape. Unfortunately, a large area of the surrounding space was completely covered by the thunderclouds of the Black Warrior Mecha. Want to run? A thunder dragon struck down, and he was not far from death. The person who was most dazed at the moment was Director Shui. He doesn't know what to do now. Go straight up? I really feel that I can't beat Yijichi. Just run away like Director Wang? Stop joking. The first time, Yijichi didn't pay attention. He wanted to come a second time, but given his situation, his physical body had not used up any resources, and if he went over, he would probably be crushed like tofu. Can't run away? Even if he can't, I don't want to wait for him to come back. Since he's in such a hurry, I'll personally send him off. Lycong Town General. Go. Yijichi snapped his fingers. A huge mechanical creature suddenly appeared beside him. This is the second mechanical creation summoned by Yijichi. Everyone stared with eyes wide open. After all, with a beautiful jade like the Black Warrior in front of him, Yijichi's second mechanical creation cannot be too bad. All eyes were on this mechanical creation. They also heard Yijichi's voice. It seemed that he was called Lycong Town General. I saw that the chassis of this Lycong Town was made up of 4 thick mechanical arms. Above is a huge cannon barrel, which is about 60 meters long. Looking from the bottom up, it is about 150 meters high. The town of Lycong will be a mixture of orange and white colors. The appearance looks very good. A support-type mechanical artifact. It looks like a cannon. The cannons currently used by the Empire can penetrate a planet within 20 shots. I wonder what this mechanical artifact is like. Bai Su felt that this Lycong Town General seemed to be a little bit good-looking except for his appearance. There are no other features. Moreover, there are 12 artillery pieces, the Emperor's Wrath, in service in the Empire now, and I heard that the 13th will be completed soon. But the size of that body is about 3 times that of the Dark Warrior Mecha. It is mainly used in interstellar warfare. Base dash. Bai Su sat directly on the chair again. This mechanical creation is quite standard. Next, let's see its firepower. It is so small, it can still be used in wars on the surface of the planet. There are relatively few times when fighting in StarCraft. Most of the time, the battles take half a year in the interstellar space, and during this half year, the surface of the planet is cleaned up. Cleaning the surface of the planet takes a lot of time. After all, the other party won't just wait and ask for support. Sometimes, if there is really no other way, and the size of the planet is still at the planet level, the Empire will directly break it up, and then quickly collect star sources during the explosion. The star sources collected in this way will be at least 30% to 70% less than if the planets were still in a complete state. However, if the stalemate continues, sometimes you will get nothing, and may even lose a lot. Hong Yong, the city lord and the others, as well as those who were watching from all around, all had even more indifferent expressions. Well, an ordinary mechanical support artillery machine, nothing big. This kid finally came up with something a little more normal. Yeah, I thought this kid was going to take out some mecha again. Listen to the name. It's called Sky-Splitting General. This name is not ordinary. It is indeed not weak, General Lycong. I think it should be able to shatter the meteorite within 20 shots. In this lord's world, the power of artillery fire is measured by how many shots it takes to smash a meteorite, how many shots it takes to smash an asteroid, and how many shots it takes to smash a planet. As for blasting stars to pieces, there aren't many forces that would do that at the moment. The star represents a seed. With this one seed, everything exists. Directly extracting the seed is a method of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Not only the Empire, But even the most vicious force in the Southern Star region, the Cave of Despair, would not do this. 20 shots is the minimum limit for the Empire's artillery to be in service in a war on the surface of a planet. I'll give a higher estimate, 18 shots. 18 cannons. The latest support artillery device that the Tianqiu Consortium intends to develop is 720 cubic meters in size. This cannon is only this small. 18 cannons is overestimated. Well, I think it's a bit overestimated. He may not be an all-rounder. He may just be particularly talented in mechas. And look at the Black Warrior mecha he built. It is a melee mecha. This proves that his long-range firepower setting ability is not very good. Your analysis seems to make some sense. No one took Laikong Town General seriously. In their eyes, it was just an ordinary artillery support mechanical device, nothing too special. After all, it's a little bigger. The bigger and higher the barrel, the stronger the firepower will naturally be. This logic is clear to everyone. Chapter 75 Energy Artillery. This thing is only this small. Can it blow up Director Wang? Hong Yong fell into a state of doubt. Looking closely, the support artillery summoned by Yi Zhiqi was not very big. Among the artillery pieces in the Imperial Service category, it is considered a small item. Such small items are usually used to sell to interstellar pirates and other forces. After all, it is small and easy to carry and install. When it is put into the battlefield, the construction speed will be fast. Unlike the Empire's most powerful artillery currently, the Emperor's Roar, it is much larger than Yi Zhiqi's Black Warrior mecha. This means that space technology must be used. The speed of erection is also relatively slow. She had heard of the first version, and it was assumed that it would take 20 minutes to get it to the point where it could be fired at any time. Of course, that was the first edition. Hong Yong is not sure how long the current version will take. After all, she is not from the division. Not applicable to people like Hong Yong. The Sheng family on the side turned their attention to Sheng Wanhao, and everyone had an expression of seeking knowledge on their face. Is this the second mecha? It seems a little small compared to the first one, and it doesn't seem to be as intelligent. This shouldn't be the second mecha, it's just a cannon, but this cannon is too small. Wanhao, is the power of this cannon the one you said? This is the cannon, the one that can shatter planets with one shot? Everyone in the Sheng family had been told about Yi Zhiqi's information by Sheng Wanhao before. At the very beginning, few members of the Sheng family believed it. In other words, only based on Sheng Wanhao's form, Sheng Fan felt that he didn't seem to be lying, so he believed it a little. Until this moment, after witnessing Yi Zhiqi's strength, they believed more and more in what Sheng Wanhao said. At this moment, Sheng Fan's gaze was carefully examining General Laikong. The reason is simple. On the one hand, it is because of what Sheng Wanhao said before. On the other hand, the appearance of this Laikong Town General does not look bad either. As for how powerful the artillery fire is, it is probably enough to smash a meteorite with about 20 shots. Such artillery firepower, coupled with such a speed of installation, was quite good in Sheng Fan's opinion. Cousin, this mechanical creation is a good thing to take out, but is this thing the Star Destroyer that you and we have? No matter how Sheng Fan looked at it, he felt that this support artillery was a little different from the Star Destroyer cannon that Sheng Wanhao had mentioned before. Then the Star Destroyer cannon, even if we talk about it, it can't be this small, right? Can this blow up the planet? It's more like lighting a candle to the planet. No, of course not. Sheng Wanhao was very surprised. He understood that this was a new mechanical creation that Yi Zhiqi had taken out. If it was someone else, he wouldn't take it to heart. But for someone like Yi Zhiqi, Sheng Wanhao felt that it was impossible for Yi Zhiqi to take out an ordinary object. The Star Destroyer I told you about before is on his war fortress. As for this support artillery, to be honest, he has never taken it out before, so it should be new. Sheng Wanhao glanced at the entire audience. Many people from the Jiang family are still alive. The people of the Wu family, well, they were in a pretty miserable state. They weren't dead yet, but they were not far from it. As for the senior one-star lords of Zhu Guangfu and Wu Zhang's families, there are 3 people in total. When fighting with Yi Zhiqi's Black Warrior mech, it was just like they were in school, fighting the highest difficulty simulation battle. Basically, it's all struggle. Fight back? No kidding. None of the summoned soldiers could withstand a single touch from the Thunder Dragon in the sky, not to mention getting close to Darth Vader. Sheng Wanhao felt that the power of that star-slashing attack was almost as powerful as its name suggested. What a pity. Sheng Fan frowned slightly. What a pity. There was no concealment of the regretful look in Sheng Wanhao's eyes. He also said these words. It's a pity that you can't see it. In this situation, no one can force him into that desperate situation. Otherwise, you might have seen that huge mechanical creation that was big enough to cover the sky. I still remember its name, War Fortress, Stop the War. The sound of the mechanical AI artillery being charged seems to echo in my ears. However, this small object and small artillery should not be very powerful, so we can just take a look at it. Sheng Wanhao didn't want to say anything more. At that time, some teachers in the college gave him a key in order to please him in exchange for better resources. That's why everything happened afterwards. In fact, it's a good thing that the Wu family jumped out now. If it weren't for the Wu family, Sheng Wanhao felt that it was unlikely that Yi Zhiqi would come to settle the score with him. But now the Wu family appears. Yi Zhiqi had already treated him as a fart. At this moment, Sheng Wanhao was watching the Black Warrior's attacks. Every time he dodged, his face almost turned white with fear. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. What a good person. Yi Zhiqi didn't waste time either. Aim, then shoot. Not only did Director Wang get angry in front of him, he also laughed at him while running away. It's really courageous. For such a warrior, shouldn't we treat him well with some high-standard things? The sky-splitting general only has basic AI. But now, Yi Zhiqi's order was given, and Skynet directly took over the summoned sky-splitting town general. Gun barrel opening. Automatically detect. Current status. Can fire. Scanning target location. Already aiming. 10000% fault tolerance. The bomb drop location is not close, so there is no need to activate the energy shield. Shockwave. The impact degree is 0.0001. Lord, no need for protection. Following the mechanical prompt sound issued by Skynet in Likong Town, the barrel quickly split into 4 branches. Blue energy gathers in the center. When this energy gathered, it seemed to attract the surrounding light. No matter who it was, when they saw this moment, a little cold sweat broke out on their face. The appearance of this sky-splitting general can be deceiving. However, when the energy ball in the artillery fire condensed, the feeling it gave to everyone was unmistakable. This thing is the most intuitive. How can it deceive people? This doesn't seem to be an ordinary cannon. This kind of ammunition belongs to the energy category. I remember that the only one who mastered this technology was the Blue Stripe Chamber of Commerce. Indeed, the most powerful artillery in the Empire, the Emperor's Fury, uses high-calorie ammunition, not energy ammunition. Even if this kid's artillery is not very powerful, it relies on energy technology. If it is taken out, it can buy half of the family. Chapter 76. This shot will force all Imperial artillery to retire. Countless people were somewhat surprised. Energy artillery. The main problem is that the energy condensed by the turret is not easy to control. Except for the Empire's ally, the Blue Vein Chamber of Commerce. Baisu nodded slightly. This kid always brings some unexpected surprises to people. If he has some talent for command, then he will be like a duck in water in the Imperial Division. He may even be received by the Emperor in the future. Emperor. Baisu's confidant was so frightened that he almost jumped up. Emperor of the Empire. Yes, Emperor. Bang dash. Suddenly, a huge noise seemed to explode in everyone's heart. It felt like all the skin on my body was being torn off. All sense of security disappeared in an instant. Some people even shivered instinctively. There was a roaring sound coming into my ears. Base dash. Baisu had just sat down, and before his but could even warm up, he immediately stood up from the chair. The whole person's speed was much faster than before. His eyes widened even more. Yi Zhiqi's mechanical creation gave him the feeling that it was much larger than the Dark Warrior Mecha. Even a little too big. Damn it. This one shot has made the Emperor furious. How the hell did this energy cannon fire out of such a small object? Baisu was suddenly numb with shock. Most of the person's cultivation is gone. As the 4th captain of the Imperial 7th Division, he was personally fortunate enough to have seen the Emperor's wrathful firing. The sound could be heard clearly almost everywhere around the planet. He had witnessed the power with his own eyes. It directly created a large hole in the planet. It's exactly what its name suggests. Now he saw Yi Zhiqi's Likong Town general opening fire here. It almost startled him to jump up. It's not just him. Even the city lord, who had squinted his eyes at first and didn't pay much attention to all this, had a changed expression at this moment. Fuck, where did this guy get this thing? With this one shot, most of the Empire's artillery will be retired. Shit, this is over. There will definitely be a lot of people from the Imperial Division coming. The city lord suddenly felt a severe headache. The reason is simple. When the Imperial Divisions arrived, and there were quite a few of them, if they were captain-level figures like Baisu, he would just need to say hello and give them a small treat. It doesn't even matter if we don't entertain you. But he had to entertain the captain's superior, the division commander, who was at that level. If there is more than one such person coming, bring a few trusted people with you. Think of this. The city lord felt like he was about to faint. I finally had a life of being far from home, but now I can't slack off. Lord City Lord, you don't seem very happy. It is a great honor for such a genius to appear in our Nantion city. But what the hell, you don't think this is a good thing, do you? I tell you, this kid has become a dragon now, and we can't stay in this small pond anymore. Moreover, if someone from the division comes, our Nantion city will attract a lot of attention. Do you understand? The city lord was so angry that he wanted to slap the servant who was asking him questions and send him flying. If it weren't for the fact that this servant had been with him for more than 10 years, he would have been slapped to death long ago. At this moment, Director Shui and the Jiang family members around him stayed where they were, not daring to move. He directly summoned out the soldiers in his territory and did not let them charge, but let these soldiers guard them closely, if for no other reason than to have some sense of security in my heart. After the energy bomb flew from the gun barrel in Laikong town, it flew rapidly towards the distance. It only took a few seconds. Then it disappeared. Boom dash. The next moment, a blue ball of energy rose from the ground, and an extremely impactful ripple spread out directly. At this moment, even those who are not human directly summoned the cannon fodder soldiers in their own territory to block the front. I can't use my body to resist the shock wave. They are not Yijichi. Not to mention resisting, it's already good enough to be able to stay in place during this shock wave. Resistance? Their physique is equivalent to that of a low-level heroic lord of 4 or 5 stars. With such explosive power, if you use your body to resist it, you will probably die. Who just said this thing is an object? Can this be called a small object? What are you yelling about? It's not me who said that. Damn it. The dust and mist from the shock wave flew into my mouth. I think we should get out first. I have the same idea now. However, if we go out, we may not be able to see such a battle in our lifetime. If we don't go out, well, it may be a bit dangerous. You guys should go out, but you can't even withstand a shock wave. You are just useless. You managed to hold on? How did you summon so many cannon fodders to block you? Also, why are your legs shaking? I have a leg cramp, can't you see? Can this be called a cramp? Your legs shaking like a motor can be called a cramp. What do you know? This is our family's inheritance. When it comes to me, it must be better than the original. It has been strengthened. You don't understand. Many people had the thought of leaving. But think about it carefully. If he really left like this, they will never have the chance to see such a battle scene again. You know, they came here on behalf of their respective families, so they must have no strength or talent. I can only help the family with business or something like that. I'm afraid I'll never see such a scene again after I go out. Some people said it, but no one intended to leave. Hu Tianhe, father and daughter, opened their mouths wide at this moment. How should I put it? Hu Tianhe had a certain understanding of Yijichi's strength because of his previous experience in the academy. But after that, she went to the environment card for family training. As for Tiger Walk, that was even more shocking. He had never imagined that Yijichi could come up with such a mechanical artillery. At the same time, in some secret place, Wu Xing spat out a mouthful of blood. If it weren't for the support of several control cards before, Wu Xing felt that this shot could take half of his life. This old fellow was still on guard against me. He didn't even say a word when he used this kind of heavy firepower. Wu Xing frowned and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 77. Why are you still standing there? After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Wu Xing immediately sent a message to Yijichi. This thing of yours is very powerful. I can't repair the space over there anymore. It's also very stressful for me. I can't handle it anymore. Wu Xing's voice suddenly rang in Yijichi's ears. After hearing this voice, Yijichi couldn't help but smile. Didn't you say you were very capable? I haven't even taken out my big baby yet, and you can't do it anymore? Shut up. I can only maintain this for an hour at most. After an hour, this environment card will inevitably break. It's like a plate. You can fix it when it's not in use, but if there's food on it, it can't be fixed at all. Wu Xing stayed in a very secret place in the space. After hearing Yijichi's reply, she gritted her teeth. His chest was rising and falling with breath. Next to her is Ayu. At this moment, Ayu was also covering her mouth, and from her constantly shaking shoulders, it could be seen that she was actually trying to hold back her laughter. If Yijichi was not by her side, she would have definitely given Yijichi a slap in the face. Wu Xing took a deep breath in his heart. That's enough. Let's make a quick decision and deal with them all. If we keep waiting, we might be targeted by the void beasts, and then we'll be in trouble. Also, the space of this environment card can still resist. Of course, you can't fire a second shot on your mechanical energy cannon. If you fire a second shot, this environment card will explode, and we'll all be dead. Wu Xing suppressed his rising and falling anger. By the way, I also told you all the current situation in great detail. These things must be explained clearly to Yijichi. If Yijichi let Laikong fire another shot, then everyone would be doomed. They didn't have to go back and die directly in the void. By then, the first bizarre case in Nantion City will have occurred. Yi Zhiqi also knew that Wu Xing was not joking with him at all. In that case, let Lycong go back. In other words, as long as the damage is not caused to a large area in an instant, you can repair it, right? Well, you can understand it that way. Yi Zhiqi snapped his fingers and directly took the Lycong town general back to his territory. Anyway, we can't fire anymore. If it starts, it is inevitable that Wu Xing will not be able to resist. At the same time, the people in the Sheng family were all a little dumbfounded at this moment. It's a small item, so it shouldn't be very powerful, which is a pity. These words appeared in their minds, and many question marks emerged in their hearts. It is indeed more appropriate to call it an object, but its power should not be great, so it can be called not great. This is almost too big. This power is enough to surpass the Empire's most powerful artillery and the Emperor's wrath. It's a pity? This is not a pity, as the people of the Sheng family have never seen such artillery in their lifetime. It's an eye-opener to see such a cannon today. This is the little thing you mentioned, a small cannon. It's not very powerful. At this moment, he is the most talented person in the Sheng family. Sheng Fan had already started stuttering when he spoke. There were a few drops of cold sweat on his face, and his eyes seemed to be trembling. Compared with what is about to happen in Nantian City, this one shot is just a trivial matter. No, it's not even a single thing. Not far away were Zhu Guangfu, the great elder of the Wu family, and the elder of the Jiang family. The three of them moved a little slower. They looked at each other. They could all see great fear in each other's eyes. How to fight this? Not to mention Director Wang. Even the three of them were hit by the thing. That would be like taking a shortcut in life. The speed is so fast. Even the burial step was skipped. Why? Being yourself in the midst of gunfire, you will be vaporized directly, without even a trace left. So how can you bury it? So, you are afraid of long-range attacks like energy cannons? The Black Warrior Mecha was like discovering a new continent. Everyone could feel that the Dark Warrior Mecha seemed to be somewhat happy. In fact, their perception is not wrong at all. The Black Warrior Mecha was indeed happy at this moment. Just now, she couldn't find a way to make these three people feel afraid. These three people were under pressure and were hovering between life and death. After all, these three people are people who often walk between life and death. The feeling that the Black Warrior made them experience again naturally didn't matter to the three of them. How could people who often walk on the single plank bridge be afraid if they were asked to walk on it again? It's just that not jumping will speed up a lot. But the fear that he felt was even more of a fantasy. If that's the case, then I can handle it easily. You don't think that I can only chop around with a sword, do you? The Black Warrior sneered in his heart. Release your palms. The next moment, the black lightning energy soared in his palm, turned into several tiny lightning snakes, and slowly disappeared into the air, as if it had never happened. In a moment, Zhu Guangfu suddenly felt a sense of fear in his heart. The unknown is the greatest fear. For example, now they don't know what the Dark Warrior Mecha is going to do. The Black Warrior raised his right mechanical arm swiftly. The mechanical palm was aimed at Zhu Guangfu. Dark matter. A huge amount of dark energy quickly gathered in her mechanical palm. In the sky, the Black Thunder Dragon continued to emit roars that were even louder than before. Almost all the light sources around were completely swallowed up by the dark energy in the palm of the Black Warrior Mecha. Dark matter. This mecha can use dark matter. She can control that kind of thing? How is that possible? I don't think it's fake. You guys can quietly take the thing in her mechanical hand. The dark energy ball is about to condense into substance. That is to say, this mecha has the ability to attack from a distance. It's simply omnipotent. If only it could fly. Flying? I don't think it's certain. The celestial phenomena near her are already controlled by her. It's not difficult for her to fly. Even if she doesn't have any means of long-range attack, this kind of combat power is not weak. A mecha defeated a high-level 1-star lord. If I remember correctly, that guy seemed to be only a low-level 6-star. It's a low-level 6-star, right? Low-level 6-star? Yes, it's a low-level 6-star. Don't worry about what realm Yi Zhiqi is at for now. The problem now is that she is about to fire. Why are you still standing there? Chapter 78. Hurry up and catch him. What are you standing there for? Everyone was stunned at first. Then they all reacted immediately. They almost couldn't withstand the shockwave just now. This Black Warrior Mecha is so huge, and the dark energy and thunder energy on its body are constantly surging. This formation is much bigger than the one that split the sky. If this shot was fired, and this distance, retreat, retreat. Damn, just stand still and help me block it. Wait for me, you're still blocking? What the hell, with the power just now, you used your head to block it. I think this Black Warrior Mecha can create a gap in this space with one shot. Indeed, this is how the strong fight. If you want to watch the show, You have to pay attention to your own safety. Pay attention. One of the two parties is a low-level lord. That's it. Can you call this a low-level lord? Do you think I can't see that mecha? Oh, just tell him if he is right. A group of people were just drinking tea in a calm and peaceful manner. Good man, they didn't sit there for long. They had to retreat. If they didn't retreat, they would have taken a shortcut in life. Baisu is the 4th captain of the Imperial 7th Division. Everyone feels a little numb at this moment. This sky-splitting commander is not named in vain. If we have a few more artillery batteries like this, how can those guys from the realm of corruption fight us? No, I have to go meet this guy in person later. With his arrogance, I am afraid that I may not be able to wait until next year to see him. Baisu's heartbeat was so fast that it seemed like it was about to jump out of his body. There is no need to explain this feeling. The two confidants beside him could see it. Baisu was so happy at this moment, even happy like a child. He knew very well that if there were people like Yi Zhiqi in the Imperial Division, the strength of the Empire would be greatly enhanced in the next 1 or 2 years. And once this kid reaches that level, not to mention the Imperial Division, Yi Zhiqi must also have a place among the Emperor's 8 guards. Captain, have you changed your mind? Are you planning to go find him in person? Wouldn't that be inappropriate? A confidant asked. Baisu immediately shook his head. This is not a question of suitability. After what happened today, I'm afraid that in a few days, other divisions of the Empire will come to snatch people. Not only the Empire's division, but even the 9 top families in the Empire will come to find Yi Zhiqi. By that time, Baisu would no longer be able to queue. Even if you walk over to them, they may not even look at you. Therefore, it is better to do it sooner rather than later. Not suitable. There is nothing inappropriate. His current strength is not weaker than most people in the division, but his realm is only the low-level 6-star realm. If he enters the level of intermediate lord, who do you think can fight him in the 3 basic realms? Not to mention siege, let's talk about one-on-one. Who do you think is confident? The two confidants lowered their heads and thought for a moment. No matter who he is, he must be at least a high-level lord or above, but the problem is that this kid is only at the low-level 6-star realm. Hiss. He took a breath of cold air. Wow, it's just a low-level 6-star, but this low-level 6-star already has such combat power. Then there is no need to say much about the future potential. This guy is not only the first mechanical lord in the Empire with high-level lord combat power, but most importantly, he can manufacture his mechanical products as long as he is given the materials. From his support artillery, I heard that the name seems to be called Sky-Splitting General. If he breaks through to the intermediate level and the division provides materials for him to manufacture an intermediate flying battleship, I think at that time, Baisu and his two confidants. In the minds of the three. In a galaxy of stars, a warship flew over quickly with a cannon extending from it, which slowly opened into 4 branches. Then an energy cannon fired, shattering a planet that was blocking the way ahead. This is simply, Captain, this boy must join our division. If he joins our division, then we won't have any problems at all. Not only that, if this guy joins the 7th Division and becomes our subordinate, we will provide him with all our resources, and he will definitely be in the top 10 in today's division hunting competition. Yes, Captain. Once we win the hunting competition, then... You don't need to tell me. I now understand his importance. By the way, there is also the little girl from the Wu family. We will satisfy any requests he makes. In 1 or 2 years, we will definitely be able to change the current situation. Baisu has already started his own plan. Hong Yong was also extremely surprised at this moment. Boy, even if I'm not here, I'm afraid those people won't be able to affect you. There was great appreciation and admiration in Hong Yong's eyes. If she awakened talents like the Mechanical Lord, she might not be able to get out of it. However, Yi Zhiqi was a genius when he was in college. After awakening the talent of the Mechanical Lord, the difference is more than just can be explained in a few words. Yi Xiaoli pouted. Hey, teacher Hong Yong, do you like my brother? Let me tell you, my brother Wu. Yi Xiaoli had just said half a sentence when Hong Yong covered his mouth. Little guy, don't say anything careless. If you do, I will tell your brother to take you to a place for cultivation. Believe me, you will not like that place very much. Yi Xiaoli looked at Hong Yong's narrowed smile in front of him. I felt a sudden shock in my heart. Be good, Xiaoli, don't say anything careless. In Yi Xiaoli's eyes, Hong Yong's smile was essentially no different from that of a devil. Dark Warrior. You cannot use the dark matter cannon. Part of the space in the west has been shattered. This environment card can only last for an hour. You must die quickly. Yi Zhiqi's sudden voice attracted everyone's attention. The crowd of spectators who were about to retreat stopped at the same time. The Black Warrior was stunned. Then she realized that Yi Zhiqi wanted her to deal with these people quickly. For a moment, the heartbeats of Zhu Guangfu and the other 3 people accelerated rapidly. After Yi Zhiqi finished speaking, Zhu Guangfu said in panic. What are you waiting for? He can't let the machine fire anymore. Hurry up and catch him. Chapter 79 Ice Creatures. It has to be said that Zhu Guangfu's huge roar gave Director Shui and others a great shock. The next moment, they came back to their senses. Yes, Yi Zhiqi said it himself just now. Not allowing the Dark Warrior mecha to fire. What does this prove? This is obvious, proving that the internal space of this environment card is already somewhat unstable. Under such circumstances, there will naturally be some restraint. For a moment, Director Shui raised the corner of her mouth. When the wind is against me, I am definitely the most cowardly, but when the wind is in my favor, I must be the most crazy. Yi Zhiqi, I gave you the chance, but you didn't make any use of it. Come on, everyone from the Jiang family, let's do it together. Director Shui seemed to have not finished speaking when suddenly an inexplicable chill appeared. At this time, white snowflakes were also falling from the sky. It's like entering a winter. But they could already endure normal winters. But this temperature was really too low. Come out, Frost Howler. After Yi Zhiqi's voice fell, the surrounding ground began to freeze rapidly. At the same time, a figure much shorter than Yi Zhiqi suddenly appeared in front of him. Just after the extreme cold howler appeared, a cold wind blew directly in the area where Yi Zhiqi was. The cold wind seemed to blow directly into the soul, make them feel unusually cold. This feeling is so uncomfortable. What's going on? Why did he summon a little girl? Can you call her a little girl? Look at what the surrounding space and land have become after she came out. Yes, originally this was a large wasteland. Look at it now. There are thunder clouds all over the place, black thunder dragons are roaming everywhere, and ice is spreading on the ground. The Jiang family and the Wu family are in trouble. Even if there was no little girl, it wouldn't take long for the Black Warrior Mecha to kill those 3 people directly. The spectators around had already retreated a lot because of the shot fired by Lycong just now. However, the icy aura emitted by the extreme cold did not affect them this time. But they could also feel the cold wind. Many people shivered when they first felt it. Some of them did not dare to imagine what it would be like if they were in that center. Not only would they have to face such a cold wind, you also have to pay attention to the ice on the ground. They don't think of these things as decorations. The ice, coupled with the extremely crazy cold wind, was simply impossible to deal with. In such an environment, the types of soldiers summoned from each territory are greatly restricted and may not even be able to exert half of their combat power. Is this a mecha? Isn't this a biological soldier? Unlike others, Baisu was not affected by the cold wind. After all, he was a high-level 4-star lord. Between high-level lords, the difference of 1 star is a huge difference. Sometimes it's not even the resources that matter, but talent. This is also why, after the empire has developed for so long, there is still no guarantee that a senior lord will emerge among thousands of intermediate lords. The 2 confidants beside him gritted their teeth because they could feel the biting chill. It shouldn't be a mecha. Perhaps it's a creature unique to his territory. This ice creature is not weak either. I have to say, this kid is really lucky. Yes, there is a certain probability that an indigenous race with certain attributes will appear on the lord planet of each lord's lord space. Of course, this is also probabilistic, and the probability is relatively low. Faced with such a race, only a few lords were able to subdue it. Most lords could only beat it to death. The reason is relatively simple. The development of a lord's territory requires resources. The development of these indigenous peoples also requires resources, so the contradiction between the two is naturally difficult to reconcile, unless one side defeats and conquers the other. However, the natives in these lord spaces generally do not obey their lords. So the lord who was able to conquer it, there must be some talent. 1 step faster, every step faster. After his territory was built, with such mechas, it must be very easy to tame other indigenous races in his territory. If other races are still useless, they should have been destroyed by him. This method is very normal. The difference is that the strength of each lord is. Speaking of this, Baisu felt a little jealous. The soldiers in his territory space were all summoned through the territory buildings after the construction of his territory was completed. The number of soldiers summoned in this way is relatively limited. But this is how most people summon their first batch of soldiers. So no one cares too much about this shortcoming. Captain, what's wrong? Just say whatever you want to say. Why bother hiding it? Baisu frowned slightly, but his eyes were still on Yi Zhiqi's side, without moving at all. The whole person was extremely excited. He had already thought about what would happen after he brought Yi Zhiqi into the Imperial Division. What kind of scene will it be? At that time, let Yi Zhiqi adapt a little first. As long as he adapts to the environment of the division, he will immediately apply for external war. Yi Zhiqi's mechanical support artillery will be the main offensive force. After a few shots, Baisu was 100% sure that he could take down all the strongholds of the Consortium, the Chamber of Commerce, or the Holy Hall. As long as we capture a stronghold planet, we will be able to change the current situation of the 7th Division. The 7th Division was originally the weakest division, and its presence has been almost lost in recent years. If this continues, they may all be incorporated into the logistics core. This is really embarrassing. Captain, what I mean is that this kid already has such a fighting force, and there are so many people watching here. We are only the 4th team of the 7th Division, and we may not be able to provide many resources. How can we compare with other forces that are trying to win him over? Just by saying, are we from the division? As soon as these words came out, click, Baisu, who was still extremely excited, suddenly turned into a stone statue. Yes, how should he win over Yijichi? Yijichi is not the same person as he was at the beginning. If it was at the beginning, he would have been able to come to the door directly. Chapter 80 Struggle. And there is not necessarily freedom within the division. A top genius like this. No, it should be said that he is a genius who has grown to a certain level. They must have their own personality. Especially Yijichi's strength is simply a monster. The strength he is showing now is only limited by this environment card. Only if he really goes to the star field can he make an absolute assessment of Yijichi's strength. At least now, the combat power of the advanced 2-star is inevitable. So the question is, just as his confidant said, how should he win over Yijichi? Rely on resources? Baisu thought deeply about it. If it really depends on resources, he feels that he may not be able to compare with the family in Nantian City. Coupled with the strength Yijichi showed today, there will definitely be people visiting him continuously in the future. What can be lacking in resources? It is simply indispensable. No, there is one thing that these people absolutely do not have. Renewable Resource Core card. This kind of card is more precious than ordinary environment cards. Among the planets, it is second only to the Eternal Environment card. Well, it's not impossible. Baisu was already feeling a little uneasy. This time, the original intention was to deal with the cracks that were suppressed under Nantian City. That incident was not a big deal. He even planned to take this opportunity to see how many people in Nantian City could survive in the void crack. When the time comes, he will recruit them into the division. But halfway through, Yijichi suddenly appeared. If Yijichi is around, why would he still consider these issues? Recruiting Yijichi can directly replace 3 high-level 1-star lords. Even if he could recruit all the talented students in Nantian City into the 7th Division, the problem was that the growth of geniuses also took time. Not everyone is like Yijichi. There has been a change in strength in just a few days. Only geniuses can maintain such speed in the early stages, that is, when they break through to the low-level 5 or 6 stars. If it were to reach the intermediate lord level, the speed would slow down. And what about Yijichi? It is already a low-level 6-star now. If it is just this star level, it is not unacceptable, but the problem is that Yijichi's current combat power is not that of a low-level 6-star. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. If we can recruit him, that's the best. If not, forget it. At least we should go over and say hello and make a good relationship with him. Otherwise, we won't even be qualified to stand by his side in the future. Baisu knew too well what this world was like. Before reaching the rank of high-level lord, before having been outside the planet, before having participated in a large-scale interstellar war, the so-called Lord Deathmatch is nothing more than some playing house. Hong Yong also looked ahead with anticipation. She also knew that it was time for all this to come to an end. For a moment, all the forces were concentrating and no longer talking to each other. Director Shui and the others stopped where they were again. When Director Shui shouted the slogan just now, everyone wanted to go up. However, at this moment, Yijichi summoned out the Arctic Howler. Everyone stopped where they were again. Some of the lords were almost frozen into ice sculptures. It's extremely cold, just freeze them to death. Dark Warrior, don't think about torturing them, just chop them to death. Yijichi had lost all his patience at this moment. It's time to wrap up everything. It fell along with Yijichi's words. The people who suddenly felt the pressure doubled were Zhu Guangfu and 3 others. Zhu Guangfu already knew that the Black Warrior Mecha was not using its full strength. At this moment, Zhu Guangfu's fighting qualities were revealed. Without saying a word, he summoned a cannon fodder from his territory and stepped on the opponent's back. It ricocheted directly to the rear. The elders of the Wu family snorted in their hearts. They were now able to handle the situation with ease. As long as the Black Warrior Mecha did not use that cannon, they were not afraid at all. The Jiang family's great elder also had the same mentality. His ideas were almost the same as those of the Wu family elders. However, they were both dumbfounded at the moment. A red light suddenly flashed at the retina module of the Black Warrior Mech, and murderous intent surged. Star slashing attack dash. Base dash. The elder of the Jiang family suddenly stopped in space. Most of the people present couldn't even see the shadow of the black warrior when he swung the sword. Then, a little bit of cold wind blew over. The elder of the Jiang family turned into 2 strips of meat and fell from the sky. What? When the elders of the Wu family saw this moment, they were so frightened that their courage seemed to be about to jump out. Not only him, but Zhu Guangfu was the same at this moment. He was so scared that he almost lost his mind. His whole body was shaking constantly. Suddenly, he thought of his teacher who was still standing there and looking at this place at this moment. He had already disappointed his teacher greatly, and he didn't want to die and still disappoint his teacher. The elder of the Wu family immediately took out several war resource cards, ready to risk his life. At the same time, directly summon all the combat forces in your own territory. In addition to his own elite legion, there were also a lot of cannon fodder that directly occupied most of the sky, putting a high-level 1-star lord into such a desperate situation. The opponent turned out to be a low-level 6-star lord. If they hadn't seen this situation right before their eyes, they would never have believed it. However, such an unbelievable scene happened right before their eyes. Even before their eyes, it was happening step by step. When the Black Warrior saw the elders of the Wu family summoning so many soldiers, he didn't care at all. Base dash. Another red light flashed in the sky. The next moment, all the soldiers summoned by the elders of the Wu family disappeared again. It turned out that the tip of the Black Warrior's red lightning sword had pierced his heart. You. Boom dash. The tip of the red lightning sword directly triggered a thunderstorm. Not even a trace of the Wu family elder was left. Even the shock wave emitted by the huge red thunderstorm explosion caused many people's hair to fly. Advanced 1-star, all-round enhancement card, activated. Zhu Guangfu also immediately summoned the elite legion in his territory and used an all-round strengthening card. Chapter 81 Dark Thunder Naturalization. The Dark Warrior didn't feel surprised to see this scene. There wasn't even a trace of fluctuation in my heart. It is indeed difficult to control the force of crushing the ants without crushing them, but it does not require much effort to crush the ants directly. However, after being strengthened by the advanced 1-star strengthening card, the aura of the Legion even reached the level of a 3-star advanced lord. After all, this is an all-round enhancement card. Don't underestimate me. The next moment, Zhu Guangfu immediately began to command his legion. The feeling that the entire legion gave to the Dark Knight was no longer that of a weak chicken. That's interesting. Ever since I was created by the Lord, no opponent has ever been able to withstand a single blow from me. Your army is pretty good. I only killed a few of them with 1 blow of my sword. The Dark Warrior suddenly became interested. However, the huge murderous intent he had towards Zhu Guangfu did not diminish at all. Humph, you are nothing but a mechanical creation. When Zhu Guangfu said this, he himself felt a little lacking in confidence. Because just now, after the Black Warrior mech slashed at his legion with a sword, 1/10 of his legion was killed or injured. A few more strikes from the sword, and this legion will be gone. In fact, it was also because the Black Warrior mecha had relatively little combat experience. Every time he went into battle, he would either kill the opponent or leave him half dead with 1 strike. If the battle situation was not like this, it would prove that I was still a little weak. Indeed, that war fortress is dozens of times more powerful than me. Even if I use my full strength, I don't think I can defeat the war fortress. In the eyes of the Black Warrior, the first requirement to get Yi Zhiqi's attention is absolutely strong strength. For example, the war fortress controlled by Skynet is so powerful that it is terrifying. Even now she can only withstand 2 shots. War fortress? Zhu Guangfu's face changed. Wow, that war fortress is indeed different. And it seems that this mecha is also somewhat dissatisfied with Yi Zhiqi. It's probably because of the imbalance of resources. As a lord, there will sometimes be some soldiers in each lord's territory. Their strength is not weak, but not the strongest either. The resources that the lord allocates will be in a certain proportion. For this reason, some soldiers will feel dissatisfied. There is a very small probability of rebellion, but it is not impossible. Zhu Guangfu immediately seized this opportunity. If you join my territory, I will at most give you more resources. In my opinion, you definitely have more powerful potential than that war fortress. Zhu Guangfu was also slightly delighted. Yi Zhiqi, you are still too young. While this mecha is powerful, you also give it wisdom that is no less than that of a human. Humans are the most complex animals. You. How dare you incite me to rebel? Damn you. I won't let you off. The thunder dragon that was wandering on the Black Warrior mech suddenly became violent, and its speed also increased a lot. The murderous intent in it is even more frightening. At this time, Many spectators felt that the blood in their bodies had solidified. In this case, how is this possible? Dark thunder naturalization. Swish dash. Sizzle dash. The thunder dragon that was wandering on the Black Warrior's mecha suddenly exploded completely. Even the dark clouds in the sky are shrinking rapidly. All the thunder dragons turned into electric currents and quickly rushed towards the Black Warrior mecha. These electric currents gradually gathered behind her into a pair of wings made of black and red lightning. At the same time, the Black Warrior mech exuded a low-level 8-star aura. This is only 8 stars. But no one dared to underestimate it. His eyes suddenly bulged out. They didn't feel that the strength of a low-level 8-star was the same as those low-level 8-star soldiers they had seen before. Zhu Guangfu was completely stunned. So, this is the full strength of the Dark Warrior mecha. The previous one was not considered full strength. Star-slashing attack dash. At this moment, Zhu Guangfu felt that he had been completely locked in a murderous aura. He stood there in a daze, unable to move at all, not to mention any other actions. Of the whole body, the only thing that can move is your eyes. How is this possible? No, there is no other way. Base dash. Another swift strike of the sword came down, but this time the power was not as strong as before. The elite legions summoned by Zhu Guangfu himself began to disappear the moment they fell, just like the falling snowflakes. Even Zhu Guangfu felt that half of his body had lost consciousness. Everything in the past was playing in his eyes like a movie. Ever since he could remember, he had received Bai Su's wholehearted cultivation. Later, he found that it would be difficult to develop without resources and relying on his own talents. But he didn't want his teacher, who was also his adoptive father, to be disappointed in him. After all, his adoptive father was the second captain of the Imperial Division. Later, he used his own methods to frame many people, and even an entire family was killed by his scheme. He gained a lot from it. After all, he lacks talent and understanding, and he has to calculate everything to achieve something. Soon his crimes were exposed, and he violated the laws of the Empire. In order to protect him, Bai Su fell from the second captain of the Empire's 7th Division to the 6th captain of the Empire's 7th Division. In the end, Bai Su conquered another planet, so he was promoted to the 4th captain of the Empire's 7th Division. Why? Everything in front of me feels heavier and heavier. In a trance, he seemed to see his teacher's smiling face again. A smiling face he hadn't seen since his youth. At this moment, half of Director Shue's body was almost frozen into an ice sculpture. He also didn't have time to pay attention to the situation of Zhu Guangfu and the others. At this moment, they were facing the extreme cold, and even a struggle was extremely difficult. Someone from the Jiang family just took out a few cards. The whole person turned into an ice sculpture. The card fell to the ground with a snap. No, how can I die here? The Black Warrior mecha has turned into red starlight and disappeared on the spot. She dealt with 3 high-level 1-star fighters as easily as cutting vegetables. Yi Zhiqi naturally let her go back. The Black Warrior noticed that there was a look of praise in Yi Zhiqi's eyes. Chapter 82, Semi-Dormant State. It was just a very simple look. For the Black Warrior, it is simply the best treasure. For a moment, his own power furnace even became hot. It's like a child receiving praise from his parents. You know, some children never get such a thing in their entire life. From a certain perspective, this kind of thing is very precious. The disappearance of the Black Warrior mecha. It didn't attract much attention. Many people swallowed deeply at this moment. The 3 high-level 1-star lords were cut into pieces like a few worms. There was another one who was actually quite resilient. Well, he took one more blow. From another perspective, he is worthy of being a dean. He knows knife skills. At this moment, Director Shue struggled to pull out a card from his lord's space. Intermediate 4-star, Ice Resistance card. Activate. Intermediate 5-star, Life Recovery card. Activate. 2 cards in a row. Director Shue suddenly felt that the blood in her body was no longer frozen and began to flow. At this moment, he didn't even think about fighting with Jihan in front of Yi Zhiqi, but turned his head to another direction. That's right, he also planned to use the gun. Not only him, but also some members of the Jiang family who had not been completely frozen had a strong will to survive. They don't have much hatred towards Yi Zhiqi. Maybe Yi Zhiqi will give them a chance to escape. Some people think so. However, the reason for this situation, it's simply because extreme cold hasn't fully awakened yet. She is in a state of hibernation, which allows her to continuously accumulate her ice power. Is this child slow to react? This is also the first time that Yi Zhiqi let Jihan come out to fight. Frost Howler, Semi-Dormant State. Low-level 6-star. Mecha Durability, 600W/600W. Energy Shield, 8000W/8000W. Special Skills, Absolute Ice, Ice Heart, transformation freeze, space-time freeze, falling ice feathers. The projection of Skynet appeared beside Yijichi at this time. Jiang Yunxiao was stunned for a moment when he saw the Skynet that suddenly appeared. Who are you? It is mainly a projection of Skynet, dressed very seductively. After Skynet noticed her look, he immediately changed his clothes. Completely included from top to bottom. Although she is still a projection now, not even a real entity. However, Skynet still cares about the appearance. Because she could scan the time outside through Yijichi, however, with her extremely high computing power, she would naturally be able to notice it. Yijichi would stay on some 18-year-old girls for a second or two longer. Skynet, the manager of the Lord's territory, the operator of the war fortress, the developer of the territory, the calculator of the territory. Don't be afraid, you are not our target. The sudden appearance of Skynet projection. The somewhat stiff expression on his face attracted a lot of people's attention. What is that? A projection? There is such a highly intelligent AI in his territory. The level of this AI should be over 30. Well, it should be over level 30. Any AI above level 30 can have a projection. With an AI of over 30 levels, no wonder he's not afraid of Zhu Guangfu's AI control card. Humph, AI control cards. This thing actually has a lot of disadvantages. Sometimes it can be counter-controlled by the AI in the environment card. The degree of its effect is too limited. This kid can't stay in this city anymore. This Nantian city seems too small for a guy like him. It is said that a bystander sees more clearly. At this point in time, the spectators around are all very clear about the situation. After that, Yijichi would definitely not stay in Nantian city for long. Let's take a simple example. A person who has achieved some financial success at a young age cannot stay in a small place forever. This Nantian city is not small for other people. But, for people like Yijichi, it was like a whale entering a pond. Not to mention turning over. Even taking a step felt too crowded. Under these circumstances, it would be a miracle if one could stay here. Not far away, the city lord, who was also in a state of surprise, slowly came back to his senses. His face turned slightly darker. It's not that he couldn't say these words, but he, the city lord, was still here, and the words went directly into his ears. Squire, do me a favor. Well, okay, what do you want to do? Do you want me to knock them over? The servant beside him also came to his senses immediately. The main reason is that such combat power comes from a low-level 6-star lord. This is simply a fantasy, but this is the current situation. No, there's no need to knock them. They will give gifts to Yijichi sooner or later. After all, they are all representatives of different families. So what you mean is that we should go directly to those families. Stupid, I don't want to get involved with my family. There will be no tolerance under the laws of the empire. The city lord frowned slightly. What about you? It's simple. After you leave this environment card, go find some people, and when they are about to leave, trip them up. It would be best if they all fall down. After saying this, the city lord calmly took out a fruit from his territory and wiped it very carefully with a tablecloth. Then put it in your mouth and take a gentle bite. His expression was calm. There are also some appointments. Servant. Yijichi was also looking at Skynet. He was not surprised by its appearance. Will extreme cold always be in this state? Well, I remember that it was difficult for her to wake up directly except when you got angry. Her temper was actually very violent, and even she herself couldn't control it. Her consciousness now should be only half of that in the awake state. Yijichi was stunned. Skynet nodded slightly. When I make each mecha, I use all my strength and integrate all the souls and the materials into it. The Black Warrior absorbed all the materials in the territory, and her personality is extremely complex. The materials used to make the extreme cold are the corpses and treasures of ice monsters, which form an ecosystem of their own. However, the corpses of those monsters also account for a large proportion of the materials. The combustion furnaces in the war fortress can't hold too many either. This also leads to her unstable personality. Once she gets angry, she is like a beast. A lot of data flashed across Skynet's eyes. If you want her to wake up completely, you have to tell her that it's time to eat or that it's time to eat. My voice is useless. You have to do it, Lord. Chapter 83 Resurgence. When Yijichi heard Skynet say this, a strange look flashed across his face. Okay, these children all have their own personalities and selves. The character of the Black Warrior Mecha is cold, but also strong and gentle. At the same time, I can't tolerate any sand in my eyes. This can be seen from the fact that they want to torture and kill Zhu Guangfu and others. As for this extreme cold, it's a bit like a wild beast. Xiaoan, it's time for dinner. Yijichi patted Jihan's little head. Jiang Yunxiao, who was standing by, had a strange look on his face. Hey, she is also a mecha? Well, yes, she is also a mecha. The people around looked at this scene with equally strange expressions. This is clearly a living creature. Could it be a cyborg? It's not impossible. He has the skills to make mechanical objects, so it's not impossible for him to make a semi-mechanical creature. But why can't I see any other materials on this creature? She is really a cyborg. Now many spectators no longer care whether Yijichi can defeat the opponent. Instead, he was paying attention to what Yijichi took out. At present, Yijichi has taken out 3 mechanical products. One is the Black Warrior mech, the other one is the Sky-Splitting General, and the current one, it is not yet certain whether it is a mechanical thing. Sudden, the cold wind began to pick up speed. The temperature is 1 or 2 times lower than before. At this moment, Director Shue's rapid movement suddenly froze. There was a lot of frost on his face. Other members of the Jiang family who were also planning to escape gradually slowed down their speed, and this speed reduction was not what they wanted. It's purely because of the sudden drastic drop in temperature. Roar dash! The Arctic howler suddenly roared. The next moment, he jumped high. The whole figure turned into an electric current projection and slowly disappeared. Immediately afterwards, an extremely huge mechanical white tiger with wings appeared in the sky. With this kind of figure, if it were to stretch out, it would be able to completely cover the entire sky, especially the pair of white wings. I didn't expect this to be his second mecha. With this kind of combat power, as long as he has some combat merits to assist him, he will be like a fish in water in the division. Baisu clenched his fists tightly. In his opinion, a genius like Yijichi would be their 7th division as long as he arrived. Then he cultivated it personally. In fact, it is not his turn to cultivate. After all, Yijichi's Lord mode is different. The division will divide the lords into various factions. But for so long, no mechanical lord in the empire has established a territory. It can be said that it is a completely new aspect. There is simply no one who can guide Yijichi. No matter what, I will give it a try later. If it doesn't work, I will use my position to provide him with some convenience. Captain, you can't do this anymore. Before, you have already helped Zhu Guangfu. Captain, how can this be possible? Baisu sighed slightly. I helped Zhu Guangfu because I promised my comrade. Now, helping this guy is also for ourselves and for the 7th division. This is an investment that everyone knows will make money. So this is different from before. The next moment, Baisu disappeared from the spot. Although Zhu Guangfu had done a lot of wrong things, he is now dead, and he should take Zhu Guangfu's body back. This can be considered a complete beginning and an end. It doesn't matter what the body looks like, it will eventually be put in a box. Now, Director Shue was still running forward with gritted teeth, but his current speed was several times slower. I was almost losing feeling in my lower body. The blood in the body is also gradually freezing. At this time, a strong suction force came from behind. At this moment, Director Shue was unable to take any step forward. She first froze in the air, and then slowly moved backwards. No, impossible. The suction coming from behind is getting stronger and stronger. He turned his head and looked. The pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a pinhole. I only saw the direction behind him. The Arctic howler, when entering the mecha form, is a flying white mechanical tiger. At this moment, the mechanical tiger has opened its mouth wide. When the upper and lower teeth are fully opened, it is like the sky has opened up. It was pitch black inside. Finally, the powerful suction force completely sucked him in. After a few breaths, he flew into the pitch-black mouth. After killing Director Shue and the Jiang family, some members of the Jiang family survived. The main reason is that these people didn't even have the qualifications to take action from the beginning to the end. There are 2 more special people. They are Jiang Yunxiao's parents. Your parents are here. Do you want me to help you? Of course, spare their lives. Jiang Yunxiao's parents saw that the extreme cold in the sky had swallowed most of the Jiang family into its mouth. Director Shue was naturally the focus of attention and was also swallowed into its mouth. See this situation. Jiang Yunxiao's parents couldn't sit still anymore. They immediately rushed towards Jiang Yunxiao. Xiao Yun, I am your mother. You can't let your son-in-law kill us. Yes, you can't do such a rebellious thing. After hearing this, veins suddenly popped out on Yijichi's brows. This is fucking incredible. However, no matter what, the decision-making power lies with Jiang Yunxiao, and it is Jiang Yunxiao's own choice to make. Yijichi immediately took back the extreme cold. There was no other reason. He was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and let Jihan beat the 2 men to death. It was Jiang Yunming who suddenly came to his senses. Her face was filled with shock. From the beginning to now, her whole brain has been in a trance. Before I noticed Yijichi, she also thought about her own lifelong event. Sheng Fan, etc. There are also a group of geniuses in Nantian City. But in her heart, she was still somewhat dissatisfied with that group of geniuses. After all, those geniuses were all approached by her before, and their strength was just so-so. Some geniuses were even packaged by their families, and their abilities were mediocre. This was simply an insult to the word genius. However, she had just noticed the existence of Yi Zhiqi some time ago. First of all, let's not talk about Yi Zhiqi's personal strength. Yi Zhiqi alone came in alone. Even an ordinary suit can be worn so elegantly. The Jiang family is now in name only. Chapter 84. She can't, but I can. Jiang Yunming turned his head and looked around, and found that there were still a lot of young people in the Jiang family. In another 3 or 4 years, relying on herself, this family may be saved. After Hu Tianhe heard what Jiang Yunxiao's parents said, he felt terrible. She was so angry that her teeth ached. Before this, she had met Jiang Yunxiao's parents. Such behavior really opened her eyes. It can be said that whatever outrageous things Jiang Yunxiao's parents did were all within Hu Tianhe's expectations. The reason is very simple. She had already noticed this long before these things happened. But since she was Jiang Yunxiao's best friend, she couldn't say anything. These two are simply, me. You can't go over there. She has to do this kind of thing herself. Hu Xing had a complicated expression. It is not uncommon for some families to use their children as tools to gain benefits. However, most of them are unable to resist and can only sadly accept their own fate in the end. Hu Xing has been in Nantian City for more than 30 years. Since he took over most of the affairs of the Hu family, he has been paying attention to such issues. But that is the behavior of other families. If the Hu family did this, then they should just change their surname to Hu. Humph, I begged you before. What did you tell me? You said I should sacrifice for the family. Now everyone in the family has died in the battle. Why don't I see you sacrificing yourself? Jiang Yunxiao didn't have much anger in her heart. But the 1 or 2 words that came out of her mother's mouth made her angry on the spot. When selling a daughter, it was for the family. When it comes to doing it for yourself, what you shout out is emotion. Whatever is most effective for you, just do it this way. When it comes to reason, they act like hooligans, and when it comes to unreasonableness, they start talking about reason. Jiang Yunxiao was so angry that he clenched his upper and lower teeth together, and his whole body was shaking. Others watched the scene coldly. It is best not to interfere in other people's family affairs. Otherwise, it's easy to get into trouble afterwards. Yes, no matter how you look at it, we are also. That's enough. You two are simply insulting my eyes. Another cold and beautiful female voice came. It turned out to be Wu Xing, but her breath seemed a little weak. Yi Zhiqi frowned slightly. I stopped all the Wu family members. Why do I feel like you are injured? Nonsense, if it wasn't for that shot from you, how could I be hurt? You didn't even tell me when you fired the shot. Fight what? Yi Zhiqi was stunned. Jiang Yunxiao on the side was also stunned, looking back and forth at the two men's faces in disbelief. Hu Tianhe was also stunned. Hong Yong, who was feeding Yi Xiaoli snacks not far away, also glared. A handful of snacks were stuffed into Yi Xiaoli's mouth without her noticing. What? This guy looks quite serious, why? At this moment, Jiang Yunming began to doubt herself. This person, on the surface, looked. Shut up. I'm so pissed off. I mean, your support artillery machine has almost half the firepower of a star-shattering machine. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Wu Xing was so angry. If there weren't so many people watching around, she would have slapped Yi Zhiqi to death no matter what. Every time she talks to this person, she feels inexplicably uncomfortable. Oh, you are too quick to speak. I just said that we have only met twice. Yi Zhiqi smiled. Wu Xing was even more confused. Then she turned around and saw Jiang Yunxiao's parents. I immediately felt murderous intent in my heart. Back then, my parents sacrificed their lives for me and my brother's bone marrow was even extracted. At that time, I was young and could only helplessly watch it all. Wu Xing said here. A cold smile suddenly appeared on his face. In my opinion, people like you are exactly the same as those old immortals in the Wu family. So let me ask you first, you two must love Jiang Yunxiao very much, right? Wu Xing's smile made everyone's heart shudder. After all, in order to successfully wipe out a family, the other party had been patient for many years and had been planning until now. Everyone knows this clearly. Even if Yi Zhiqi didn't appear, she, Wu Xing, must have a way to deal with the Wu family. At this moment, Jiang Yunxiao's parents could only nod in agreement with Wu Xing's words. Ah, that's great. I'm going to kill Jiang Yunxiao now, but I prefer to torture people. Since you two love her so much, you should die for her. Bang. Yi Zhiqi immediately held her shoulders. Don't be so arbitrary. This is not your business. Wu Xing glanced at Jiang Yunxiao, then at Yi Zhiqi. The corners of his mouth popped out into a smile. Okay, I'll just play with the people from our Wu family first. Oh, Wu Cheng, you're still alive. Oh, this is so fucking great. I've been dreaming about chopping you into minced meat. Wu Xing went to play with the Wu family. Jiang Yunxiao looked at his parents, and suddenly some murderous intent appeared in his eyes. After feeling these murderous intentions, Jiang Yunxiao's parents were stunned. No, you can't do that. She can't, but I can. Now, as the heir of the Jiang family, I am depriving you of your qualifications to be a member of the Jiang family. This farce should end now. From now on, you will no longer enjoy all the resources of the Jiang family. Jiang Yunmeng spoke at this time. Jiang Yunxiao and Jiang Yunmeng looked at each other. Jiang Yunxiao nodded slightly. Jiang Yunmeng suddenly felt confident. She didn't want to conflict with Yi Zhiqi. The thoughts in one's mind are one thing, but the future development of the Jiang family is another, and now the situation has been seriously damaged. There should be an understanding. In the end, all the people of the Wu family remained in this space with strange mental appearances. Some people vomited halfway through watching it and chose to leave directly. As for Jiang Yunxiao's parents, no one cared about them. Yi Zhiqi took Jiang Yunxiao and planned to return to the Hu family. As soon as Yi Zhiqi left, most people left too. Especially since Bai Su was in a hurry to visit Yi Zhiqi, he immediately caught up with him as soon as he left. Of course, I didn't dare to stop him directly. If you block the road directly, it will give the other party a very bad impression. Bai Su would naturally not do such an extremely stupid thing. What's more, for Yi Zhiqi, he still had some plans in mind. Chapter 85. The City Lord is a little anxious. For a moment, the City Lord was the only one left on the top floor of Nanshi Pavilion. Soon the waiter came in with the meal. Dear guests, you have been waiting for a long time. These are our. Behind the leading attendant was a row of food carts. However, on the 59th floor, in this extremely vast hall, at this moment, the only one left is the City Lord. Well, it's raining outside, so they all went home to collect their clothes. Don't worry, I've heard about the food at your Nanshi Pavilion. It's delicious, with all the right colors, aromas and flavors. I haven't eaten it for more than half a year. In fact, it was purely because his salary as a City Lord was low. In the Empire, the best salaries and benefits are offered in divisions and other places where you can gain military merit. City Lords like them are mainly responsible for reporting to their superiors every year on how many geniuses there are. That's basically it. The City Lord felt somewhat proud at this moment. Humph, let this group of people regret it. This is the food on the 59th floor of Nanshi Pavilion. Any dish would be so delicious that it would kill you. I've been craving the food here for a long time, and today I'm going to eat it all. The servant breathed a sigh of relief. Then a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Okay, I've heard that the City Lord is very busy. Someone, move the tables and put them in front of the City Lord. Set out the food for me, and arrange it in the style of a huge banquet. Not long after, the City Lord wiped his mouth. I have to say that Nanshi Pavilion is worthy of being the #1 restaurant in Nantian City. It tastes delicious. Before I knew it, it was getting late. Well, I'm almost full. Not bad. Let's go back. At this time, the servant suddenly appeared from somewhere. Lord City Lord, this is the bill. Please take a look. Not long ago, the Wu family was going to settle the bill. However, a lady named Wu Xing said that the diners would pay the bill, so we decided to settle it with you. And because you are the City Lord, we decided to give you a 20% discount. After the servant finished speaking, the air fell into a state of extreme silence. The City Lord still had a simple smile on his face, as if he had just finished his meal. This smile looks very much like a famous painting. A minute or two passed. The City Lord still had that indifferent smile on his face. Lord City Lord, please settle the bill. The City Lord took a deep breath and continued to smile. Go and call the boss of your Nanshi Pavilion for me. I have something to say. The boss is not here. The Prime Minister is my brother. My brother went to Nanha City to do some work today. I am in charge of everything here now. If you have any requests, you can tell me. Is the food wrong? Or do you want to take it away? Sorry, the food in Nanshi Pavilion will go bad once it leaves Nanshi Pavilion. I hope you can understand this. The City Lord's face froze. It's over. Please let the others go out first. You stay here. I want to discuss some issues with you in detail. The City Lord looked at the servant and gave him an embarrassed look. The attendant took a closer look. Understood. Add more food. There will be other people coming soon. No, that's not right. It should be the City Lord who plans to pack some things up and take them away. After all, he had just seen the City Lord eating so happily. Ahem, everyone else go and get busy. The 59th floor will be closed today. Notify the kitchen staff and add another. The City Lord's eyes suddenly widened and he blinked rapidly. The attendant took a look. 3 blinks. Good, I understand. 300. And save a few hundred extra. City Lord. He shook his head quickly. The attendant raised the corner of his mouth. His skills in judging people over the past few years have not been in vain. The mysterious city lord has understood his intentions. Everyone, remember, what happened today cannot be told to anyone. If anyone tells anyone, don't blame me for being ruthless. Send the food to the kitchen. The city lord is a bit anxious. The city lord's face froze. Tiger family. In the hall, the old man of the Hu family paced back and forth. He was already fully dressed. According to the plan of Hu Xing and Hu Qianhe, father and daughter, they should leave Nantian City at this time. But at this time, none of them came back. Hey, at this point, it looks like something is wrong. Squeak dash. The door was suddenly pushed open. Hu Xing, Hu Tianhe, Yi Zhiqi, and Jiang Yunxiao all walked in. The expressions of several people were so relaxed and natural. Especially Hu Tianhe. After returning home, he jumped onto the sofa and barely moved. Haha, you never expected that, Grandpa. Let me tell you, you can't even imagine how things will turn out after we go there today. The old man blinked rapidly, his face full of confusion. What's going on? You little guys, stop looking confused and tell me, what's going on? There are dozens of question marks over old man Hu Yong'an's head. Let me tell you, in the Lord's Guild, today is a strange day. Not a single family came to the guild. Humph. I also want to see the strength of these Nantian City family geniuses. Compared with our Nanha City family geniuses, who is stronger? Don't worry, they will come sooner or later. If nothing unexpected happens, they should have received the news that we are coming here, so they are just preparing. That should be the case. There are people from more than a dozen families. Each of them is extremely young, and they came from Nanha City. One of the reasons for coming here this time is for the spot in the underground crack of Nantian City. On the other hand, it is also to suppress the families in Nantian City. For them, this time is also a chance for each of them to gain a foothold here for their own family. Everyone, I just received news that today is the day of the marriage between the Wu family and the Jiang family. However, it seems that because of a genius, it has ended. The current head of the Wu family has been replaced. The same seems to be true for the Jiang family. One of them walked in slowly from outside. His words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Does this mean that all the family forces in Nantian City went to participate in the marriage between the Wu family and the Jiang family today? We came all this way, don't they know that? Why did they choose this time? Don't be angry. They're just doing things according to their own schedule. You can't say they have any prejudice against us. The person who just pushed the door open seemed to have not finished speaking. That's not all, everyone. I heard a piece of news. That genius killed most of the Wu and Jiang families, and he did it with mechanical products. This genius is also a mechanical lord. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent, but they immediately looked at each other. Chapter 86 enough. Half a minute passed quickly. Huh, mechanical lord, genius? Don't you know the meaning of these two words? What a joke. Mechanical lords cannot establish territories. The materials they require to establish territories are extremely strange. Some of these materials cannot even be found in the Wankai reference map. A lord who cannot establish his own territory means that he cannot develop his territory. If the territory cannot be developed, there is no fighting power. What does having no fighting power have to do with being a genius? In my opinion, this is not a marriage at all. They are just looking for an excuse to fool us. Humph, you want to give us a head start before the rift quota competition. After all, there are many blueprints in the underground rifts of Nantian City, and there are only 60 quotas. And the families of the two cities are competing for it. Since they did it first, we can also cause trouble for them. Do we have to be a coward here and let others bully us? In the guild, there is a group of young people who are full of vigor and vitality. In addition, they are all well known in Nanha City and are considered talented elites of their respective families. The families in Nanha City and Nantian City in the past also had some disputes. But both sides are very clear about one thing. There is not much difference in their strength at all. It can even be said that they are on par with each other. The only thing missing is the town resources. Their Nanha City did not have a good place to eat like Nanshi Pavilion, nor did it have any underground alien world cracks. It can be said that the resources are not as good as Nantian City. Moreover, the size of the town is not as big as that of Nantian City. In the competitions they hold every 3 years, they can always compete with Nantian City on a par. A few years ago, the first prize was even won by the genius from their Nanha City. Until this year, they knew that their strength was no weaker than those families in Yun and Tian City. But being treated and ignored like this naturally made me feel uncomfortable. The person responsible for reporting the news just smiled and didn't say anything extra. Sometimes, some truths may not be believed by others. Grandpa, that's right. Let me tell you, Zhu Guangfu is worthy of being the president of Qingting College. He withstood 2 swords before he died. You know, The great elder of the Wu family and the great elder of the Jiang family couldn't even withstand a single sword from a black warrior. Hu Tianhe told Hu Yanggan everything about the situation at the scene. The whole person was so happy. He was not very tall and was just able to lean on Jiang Yunxiao. However, at this moment, Yi Zhiqi was sitting with Hu Xing. Just sat there quietly, saying nothing. At this moment, the door was pushed open again. A servant came in. Master Tiger, the captain of the Imperial Division, Bai Su said he would come to visit Yi, Master Yi. The attendant thought quickly. Yi Zhiqi is now famous. One person has the power to destroy 3 high-level lords. With such strength, he called Yi Zhiqi. Not to mention that Master Hu would not spare him. It would be a miracle if he could still stay in the Hu family tomorrow. Moreover, for him, it might be impossible for him to achieve such genius in his entire life. Talent sometimes limits many people. Bai Su, Zhu Guangfu's teacher. Yi Zhiqi's face suddenly turned cold. I actually forgot about this. What is this? After the little one is beaten, the old one comes? It's just the right time to clean it up. Yi Zhiqi's eyes suddenly showed murderous intent, as if he were his parents. Xiao Yi, don't show your murderous intentions to him. If he had a problem with you, he wouldn't have come here in person. I guess he wants to invite you to join the Empire's division. Hu Yanggan smiled. At the same time, at this moment, he was very surprised. Just now I listened to Hu Tianhe telling him what happened at that time, and that was a feeling. But after he personally felt the murderous intent from Yi Zhiqi, just now, he finally understood how terrifying Yi Zhiqi's current strength was. Just after feeling this murderous intent, he felt a chill on his back. This feeling is unbearable. In that case, let him in and see what he means. Yi Zhiqi nodded slightly. The other party didn't come directly to the door. He should not have reacted immediately. After all, this is not the end of the world. You have to be on guard everywhere. It's about who strikes first and knocks the other person down. The attendant nodded immediately. He didn't dare to respond to Yi Zhiqi's words. Sometimes it's like this. The weak can never remain calm when facing the strong. The attendant did the same thing at this moment, closing the door very respectfully. Not long after, the person who opened the door again was no longer the servant. This man had a resolute expression on his face, a hint of excitement in his eyes, and a lot of murderous aura about him. He is also quite sturdy. It also has a kind of majesty that only the strong have. However, Yi Zhiqi completely ignored these things. He was curious about what the other party was going to say, because he didn't feel any hostility from the other party. Strange thing. It seems that you think I'm weird. You killed my student, but I don't have any hostility towards you. Yi Zhiqi didn't say anything, but that look is enough to explain everything. As for Hu Tianhe, he simply lay down on Jiang Yunxiao's legs, too lazy to move. The fact that the other party was related to Zhu Guangfu made her feel bad about him. Jiang Yunxiao didn't say anything either. The Hu family father and son remained silent. Bai Su suddenly felt that the last time Zhu Guangfu came here, he wanted to take Yi Zhiqi over with him, which was indeed a bit too much to ask. That's the situation. Can you walk? Well, Zhu Guangfu is actually the son of my comrade. I just helped take care of him. My comrade saved my life before, and before he died, he entrusted his son to me, so I raised the child. Unfortunately, I was often in the division, and sometimes I couldn't educate him well, and then his personality changed. He did countless wrong things. Now his story is over. Bai Su paused. Then he said, I think people like you shouldn't stay in this Nantian city. For example, a place like the division is very suitable for you. I will give you my greatest support. As soon as these words came out, Hu Xing and Hu Yong'an's expressions changed. The support of a captain of the Imperial Division, this so-called support, is not something that can be expressed with just a few words. This stuff actually has plenty of volume. Chapter 87. You should go. The simplest thing about the support of an Imperial Division captain is that it can bring a lot of divisional prestige. These influences are usually invisible. But in the elections for some positions, there are also some resource exchanges. They all have great convenience. These are still some benefits that can be seen. There are also some benefits that are not visible, but they often appear at very critical moments. Support. Yi Zhiqi simply couldn't feel what effect this so-called support had. What support? Support me spiritually? Is this world so awesome when it comes to recruiting people? Is it just a blank check? They are so resourceful that they can just get something for nothing? Yi Zhiqi's eyes widened even more. Yes, that's right. I will give you my greatest support. Even if I am demoted because of this, I will still support you. However, as long as you can help the 7th Division in the future, I will be satisfied. Bai Su nodded slightly. I feel a little emotional. Time flies by so fast. Back then, he originally wanted to regard Zhu Guangfu as his pride. However, when he was young, he had neglected to discipline Zhu Guangfu. As a result, There is no way to change Zhu Guangfu's personality. After all, once a personality is formed, it is difficult to change. It may even be impossible to change. Now, another person caught his eye. The difference is that this person is not like Zhu Guangfu. He has some special characteristics. Yi Zhiqi is a person who relies purely on his own strong strength and talent. When these words fell into Yi Zhiqi's ears, it was a completely different story. Xiaoyi, you have to work hard. I have high hopes for you. After all, you graduated from and are a top student. You are still young, so don't worry about the salary. The memory of the dead suddenly began to attack me. Yi Zhiqi's face turned a little stiff. Well then what? At this moment, Bai Su was a little stunned. You know, he never said such words to Zhu Guangfu. It is the same even if Zhu Guangfu is the child of his comrade in arms. Therefore, in the division, if you have the support of 3 captains, you can directly compete for the position of division commander. If you add some personal strength and military achievements. Once all these things are taken into account, then the position of division commander is basically unavoidable. Well, I think my support. When the words came to his lips, Bai Su didn't know what to say, because he found that the other party seemed to be uninterested in this thing. And when he mentioned the division, the other party's eyes were very calm, which can directly prove one point. The other party was not very interested in the division. After all you've said, you just want me to join the division? What's the benefit? Just your moral support? Yi Zhiqi couldn't help but laugh and asked. However, in his heart, he looked down upon the captain of the division. Wow, I've seen people who offer all kinds of resources to recruit others to join, but when it comes to you, you just give them to me for free. Of course not. In the division, I can give you more channels and some low prices for the rare resources that can be exchanged for military merits. For example, a mechanical environment card, etc. The division has them all. And as long as you show enough talent in the division will also provide you with a lot of resources. Yi Zhiqi picked his ears. A look of indifference. As for the Imperial Division, he actually didn't really want to go. After all, joining a division definitely means that you have to obey the division's command, and you don't know what the rules are. I've been under control since I traveled through time. So when he first traveled through time, he worked so hard just to be able to be controlled by someone in the future? What a joke. As for resources, I have several ways to get them, and I don't have any resources I want for the time being. For Yi Zhiqi, any material and any treasure can be used. It's just a question of quantity. The more materials used, the stronger the mecha will be. Even the sky-splitting generals, which require relatively low manufacturing materials, have several of them. Besides, I have those 2 mechas in my artillery. With these mechanical products, I can try the intermediate 9-star environment change card now. It can be said that Yi Zhiqi's words were not arrogant at all. The people present saw everything that happened before. 3 high-level 1-star lords were beaten on the head by the Black Warrior Mecha. This was the case when the Black Warrior Mech did not use its full strength. After using its full strength, no high-level 1-star lord could withstand 3 swords. If you think about it carefully, this guy is still a low-level 6-star lord. This kid's strength cannot be estimated at all. It's too terrifying. Yi Zhiqi glanced at Hu Tianhe. Since your division is so short of talent, here's this doubting next to me. She's pretty good and has some strength. I think she'll be a good fit for your division. Yi Zhiqi glanced at Hu Tianhe next to him. Hu Tianhe was lying lazily, but suddenly she felt that everyone around her was looking at her, so she sat up immediately. Beans. Yi Zhiqi. As there are outsiders present, Hu Tianhe will definitely not show his power for the time being. Bai Su was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. His main goal now is no longer to recruit Yi Zhiqi into the division, but to establish a relationship with Yi Zhiqi. There is no need to say more about Yi Zhiqi's future strength. Hu Xing also looked at Yi Zhiqi at this time. Xiaoyi. Well, let's go with Xiaoyi. Doubting and I are the same age. Yi Zhiqi immediately smiled at Hu Xing. After all, I was living on someone else's territory, even though the other party didn't say anything. But he should remember the good things about others. Hu Tianhe's expression gradually became irritable. When the whole face puffs up, it looks like an enlarged version of a squirrel. A pair of eyes stared at Yi Zhiqi. That look seemed as if he wanted to swallow Yi Zhiqi. If looks could kill, then Yi Zhiqi would have died hundreds of times by now. Well, I think you should go to the division, the headquarters of the 7th Division, but it is much better than this Nantian city. Hu Xing's thoughtful look made Yi Zhiqi feel a little curious. There is nothing good in this Nantian city. The only good thing is the underground crack, but the things in it may not be useful to Yi Zhiqi. Inside are some turret blueprints or some construction blueprints. But think about Yi Zhiqi's mechanical products. Any one of them can turn the blueprint produced in the crack into ashes in seconds. Chapter 88. I haven't paid the rent yet. I have to say, sometimes, friends' words can be very persuasive. It's almost the same now. After Hu Xing's words came out, he no longer felt so resistant in his heart. Bai Su's eyes, on the other hand, immediately lit up. The divine light swept over Hu Xing's body. Great. As expected of the Tiger family's management family, you have a long-term vision. I approve of your vision. Yes, that's right. Our division has a lot of materials, especially high-level mechanical materials. These kinds of things are hard to find on the market because few people buy them. Even if you go to the Lord's Guild, you may not be able to buy them. And with my help, you can have priority when buying anything you want through military merit or something like that. In the 7th Division, I can do that. Bai Su felt weak all over. No matter what chips you put out, the other party may not be able to appreciate them. Ahem. That's right, kid. For this broken place of Nantian City, I also suggest you go to that division to take a look. I heard that there are lords who have broken through to the level of high-level lords in the division. I am right about this, Captain Baishu. Old man Hu Yangan also showed a smile on his face. But his smile was a little difficult. Seeing this scene, the expressions of Hu Xing and Hu Tianhe suddenly tensed. They naturally knew that Hu Yong'an's body was almost unable to hold on. But they have no idea how long they can hold out. Hu Yangan was in a good mood at the moment, because he had already seen the details of Yi Zhiqi's conversation with Hu Xing just now. Such people are grateful and repay kindness. The Hu family didn't do anything either. But Yi Zhiqi will definitely not turn a blind eye to the Hu family. Knowing this, Hu Yangan felt relieved. Bai Su was so excited that he wanted to nod. Originally, I thought that maybe because of Zhu Guangfu, he was prepared to be rejected. When I arrived, I found out that there were 2 invisible teammates. This feeling is simply. Then, Bai Su's brows frowned slightly. Because he felt the breath of curse from Hu Yangan. How could a place like this smell like a curse? Well, in that case. Hey, old man, are you feeling unwell? Yi Zhiqi turned his head and looked at Hu Yangan. The muscles on Hu Yong'an's body were still bulging one after another, and his white beard fell to his chest. The whole person's aura is like that of a crouching tiger. However, Yi Zhiqi could feel something was wrong with Hu Yangan at this moment. The Black Warrior Mecha shared Yi Zhiqi's powerful physique. As for extreme cold, in addition to sharing a small part of the physical constitution, it also shared extremely sharp perception. Since the general condition of a creature, whether it is weak or healthy. As for Skynet, there are no shared attributes. However, Skynet's fast burn scanning capability is something that neither mecha has. Ha 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 ha. Kid, what can happen to me? I just feel a little old. Yi Zhiqi is very intuitive. He sensed from Hu Yangan that he didn't want to trouble others. Bai Su did not say anything at this moment. Some things, when spoken out, depend on the situation and the people present. It is easy to offend people if you speak without restraint. I don't even know how I offended someone. Bai Su would naturally not make such a mistake. Yi Zhiqi did not continue asking questions, but directly asked Skynet to scan. Receive the Lord's order. Quickly scanning for life forms. Scan completed. Hu Yong'an's current state is on the verge of death and has a dark attribute curse on him. Dark attribute curse strength 3000. It allows the Black Warrior to use stronger dark energy to break the curse on Hu Yangan. As a price, Hu Yangan will lose most of his power. Or, use the purification energy that comes with the light attribute to cleanse the body, and the curse can be lifted. Skynet scanned Hu Yong'an's condition clearly in an instant. Even the curse on his body was discovered. Old man, please don't be embarrassed. Don't forget that I haven't paid the rent yet. I have been in the Hu family for so long. It's not wrong for you to tell me that you have a curse. A curse, if you think of a way, there will always be one. Yi Zhiqi had a smile on his face. I feel very uncomfortable. If I hadn't scanned it today, he would never forgive himself as soon as the old man of the Hu family passed away tomorrow. After all, at worst, he could also let the Black Knight directly break the dark curse on Hu Yangan. Although this would cause Hu Yangan to lose most of his power. But after doing this, at least there is something. Hu Yangan can survive. Jiang Yunxiao, Hu Xing, and even the old man, all widened their eyes. Hu Xing's eyes widened. How did Yi Zhiqi figure this out? Ha. Old man, I'm being polite to you. Ha. It's a pity that this curse has been with me for more than 10 years. I have always been able to resist it for so long, and this year is no exception. Seeing that the old man was so stubborn, Yi Zhiqi didn't force it. Well, of course, I think this is nothing to you, but this thing sounds bad, and it's not good to wear it on your body. Mr. Bai Su, right? There should be purification cards in the Imperial Division. Bai Su was so excited when he heard this. It was immediately like a typewriter. Nodded quickly. Yes, of course we have such things. Whether you want intermediate or advanced ones, we have them all. However, as I said, we can provide you with a priority channel. but you have to get the military merit yourself. Yijichi nodded slightly. I was calculating the time in my heart. This is definitely not something that can be completed in 2 days. It will take at least a week. Skynet, can the old man survive a week? According to calculations, there are still 19 days left. However, the characteristics of a living being should fluctuate within these 19 days, so it doesn't necessarily have to be 19 days. It is suggested that the Lord can ask the Black Warrior to inject a dark energy into his body. Although it will hurt for a while, it can help him resist for half a year. Or he can completely control the dark power that the Black Warrior injected into his body and remove the curse. Calculating the possibility of life forms controlling dark attribute power. The probability that a living being can completely control the dark attribute power is 24%. Chapter 89 The Tiger Family's Business is My Business. 24%. Okay, it seems that I have to go to this division. How is it? What do you think? As for Nantion City, I think they must have looked for those purification cards. This kind of thing is a rare commodity in the Empire, and there are not many people in the Empire who use purification cards. So even if they have them, they usually can't be sold for much. Baisu was so excited. Finally, we invited this great god back. Once he brought this great god back to the division. So, who knows how many things will happen during this year's new recruits competition. Well, if that's the case, then I'll go out with the division. Old man, I'll give you a gift. Yijichi spread out his palms. A small ball of dark energy appeared in his hand. This ball of dark energy can help you hold out for half a year. Of course, during this process, you can also try to control this ball of dark energy, which is also very beneficial. After Yijichi finished speaking, the dark energy in his hand flew towards Hu Yangon. And Hu Yangon didn't dodge or anything like that. First of all, he completely trusted Yijichi. This was the first point. Secondly, he did not feel anything wrong from Yijichi. Dark energy enters the body. Hu Tianhe and Hu Xing stared at Hu Yangon with their eyes wide open. As soon as that ball of dark energy entered the body, suddenly, Hu Yangon could feel his body suddenly become much more relaxed. Because of this, he could even feel that the curses in his body seemed to have disappeared. However, he knew very well that the curse in his body had not disappeared, but simply hidden. At the same time, the dark energy began to patrol his body like a constable. Hey, this is great stuff. I feel a lot more relaxed. Hu Yangon said this with a smile. At this moment, he was also very shocked. You know, he secretly thought of many ways to deal with this curse. All kinds of methods have been used. However, the most uncomfortable thing about this curse is that it is getting stronger day by day. Until now, he can hardly bear it anymore. Haha, that ball of dark energy can suppress the curse on you for more than half a year. It shouldn't be a big problem. After Yijichi finished speaking, everyone also noticed that Hu Yongon's aura was much better than before. It's like a patient who suddenly recovers. Old man, if there is anything happening in the Hu family in the future, remember to tell me. After all, the affairs of the Hu family are my affairs. After saying this, without waiting for the old man to reply, Yijichi turned his head and looked at Baisu. I've heard of you. Your name is Baisu, right? So, shall we set out tomorrow? Baisu had more than 100 opinions in his mind. Not to mention tomorrow. He would be willing even the day after tomorrow. There is no way. Yijichi's strength is even more terrifying than those so-called geniuses. There's not even any comparison between the two. That genius, when he was only a low-level lord, was able to crush a high-level one-star lord. No one would believe such a thing if you told them to others. But I've seen it with my own eyes before. Afterwards, Baisu also left the Hu family. When leaving, Baisu was extremely excited. In this year's new recruits competition, let's see who can beat him. However, it's a bit strange that the boy agreed so quickly. He must go to the division. At night, things about Yijichi began to ferment. However, many people did not believe that Yijichi alone had destroyed 2 families. They even beat to death the dean of a college like Zhu Guangfu. Yijichi was originally a graduate of Qingting College. The low-level lords killed the high-level lords. Many people see this kind of news. There was a flash of sarcasm in his eyes. What are you doing? Can a low-level lord kill a high-level lord? This is a joke. However, some people noticed that Zhu Guangfu was indeed dead, and the Wu family had a new patriarch, who was also a card maker. Although the Jiang family has become weak, with Jiang Mingyun around, the Jiang family is still able to keep a lot of things. But now what is kept is probably only 2 of the original 3 branches. But if you think about it carefully, it is also remarkable that Jiang Mingyun has achieved this when most of the Jiang family's elite combat forces are gone. It can even be said to be somewhat rare. And she is a woman. Night. You go to the division, I'll stay at the Tigers. Jiang Yunxiao acted like a little woman, acting coquettishly in Yi Zhiqi's arms. Hu Tianhe, who was standing by, looked a little jealous. Wow, these two started after they finished their meal. Fortunately, it didn't start during mealtime. Otherwise, Hu Tianhe would have been so angry that she wouldn't have been able to eat a single bite of food. Of course, it's almost the same now. Well, I have to go to the division. Whether it's because of the so-called higher-level lord or the old man's illness, if there is only one of these two reasons, I have to go. Yes, I must go there. Hu Tianhe screamed strangely at the side. He also rolled his eyes at Yi Zhiqi. After seeing this roll of eyes, Yi Zhiqi couldn't help but smile. Then he looked at Jiang Yunxiao again. Jiang Yunxiao also understood Yi Zhiqi's expression. In fact, she had no objection to Yi Zhiqi taking Hu Tianhe as his wife. After all, Yi Zhiqi's strength is already there. Moreover, the laws of the empire do not impose any restrictions on emotional relationships between lords. Haha, you little girl. Yi Zhiqi gave Jiang Yunxiao another look. Jiang Yunxiao stood up tacitly, went to the door, and closed it. Click dash. And it was locked. Hu Tianhe's eyes suddenly widened. What are you doing? You. Hu Tianhe looked up and saw the desire in Yi Zhiqi's eyes. He swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva hard. So fast. Wait, it was Yunxiao who closed the door. For a moment, Hu Tianhe's heart was beating like a drum. The originally fair little face suddenly became much rosier. Yi Zhiqi wished he could transform into a wolf at this moment. However, after waiting for Jiang Yunxiao to come over, he pushed Jiang Yunxiao onto the bed. Actually, I really like eating hamburgers. Hamburger. The two girls were stunned for a moment. Then, they understood what the hamburger in Yi Zhiqi's mouth was. Chapter 90, I can't use that much for now. Daylight poured in from the window. Yi Zhiqi rubbed his eyes. How should I put it? My waist feels a little tired. Now the tiger crane is still hanging on his body. As for Jiang Yunxiao, she was also sleeping next to him. No wonder they say that even a hero cannot resist the temptation of a beautiful woman. Now Yi Zhiqi wanted to just lie here and not move. However, thinking of the old man's curse and the realm after the high-level lord, Yi Zhiqi decided to get up first. He raised his head, just stood up, and gently pulled Hu Tianhe to the side. Yi Zhiqi also saw a few bloodstains on the bed sheet. Then he turned his gaze to the two men. Yi Zhiqi sighed inwardly. After coming to this world, he has developed a bond by doing this. At the same time, in Yi Zhiqi's lord space, the black warrior mech sat cross-legged. However, her power reactor is extremely hot. The thunder dragons roaming around seem to have fire attributes. It emits a little heat. At this moment, the black warrior also transformed himself into a humanoid form. The mechanical form can perfectly exert 100% of his strength. However, now that she was in the lord's space, there was no need for her to keep herself in a mechanical posture. When will I be able to get a reward like that? The dark warrior muttered. Suddenly, some data fluid flashed by, and the next moment, a projection appeared. Don't be in a daze. The Lord cannot understand this for the time being, unless you think of a way. What is the solution? Here are some manuals you can read. Once you have learned them, you can teach me. There are some things I cannot understand. Skynet palms for a while. Several books constructed with data appeared in front of the Black Knight. This is... The Black Warrior stared at the books with wide eyes. What is attraction? How to attract male creatures. In 3 steps, I made men fall in love with me. The Dark Knight also has full trust in Skynet. She looked through the books very carefully. Coming? Are you ready? Shall we go now? There were only 4 men in the hall of the Hu family at this moment. Yi Zhiqi, the Hu father and son, and Bai Su. Of course, they had already had breakfast. Yi Zhiqi, on the other hand, was completely transparent. In his previous life, he was not so insightful. However, it is good enough to enjoy the happiness of having 2 wives in this life. I don't plan on joining the division completely. I just want to go and see it. And by the way, change that card. Yi Zhiqi still wanted to come back. The main reason is that after joining the division, I can't go home every day. Both wives are at home, but they can't go home. Yi Zhiqi didn't want to experience this feeling, so he explained it in advance. Bai Su also thought about it yesterday. Yi Zhiqi was mainly dissatisfied with the lack of freedom in the division. Well, you'd better join, because only after joining can you exchange the resources in the division. This is a must, even with my support. Also, if you are dissatisfied with the lack of freedom in the division, you can rest assured that everything in the division is based on military achievements. As long as you show your strength, not many people in the division will care about you. Strength and military achievements are the 2 sources of confidence within the division. Only these 2 things account for a very high proportion in the division. Of course, if anyone in the division dares to rely on his or her status to bully others, The consequences will not be easily resolved by simply writing a report. Oh, it seems that the rules of the division are different from what I thought. I thought there were many requirements. Haha kid, those rules are set for the weak in the division. As long as you are strong enough and have military merits, the division will not be too strict with you. Yijichi nodded slightly. In this sense, the Empire's division is a pretty good place. There is everything in it, you just need to exchange it with permanent military merits. As for things like military merit, Yijichi felt that if others could get it, he could definitely get it too. Good. Yijichi planned to set off. Hu Yong'an's upper body is naked at the moment. It can be said that the old man's physical condition today has directly returned to what it was a few years ago. Haha. Kid, I'll be waiting for your good news. Don't worry, old man. It will be quick. It's just some military exploits. I can finish it in a week or two at most. Ha 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 ha, great. The old man liked Yijichi more and more. He even had a feeling that Yijichi was his own son. Look at Tiger walk again. For some reason, he always wanted to take off his slippers and hit Hu Xing's head with them. Well, having such a feeling proves that Hu Xing is indeed his biological son. Hu Xing suddenly felt a chill on his back. It was as if something was staring at him. But the next moment, this feeling disappeared. This is his own home. How could he feel like this? Xiaoyi, these are resource cards, sent by the families at the banquet. Hu Xing waved his hand casually, and a lot of resource cards appeared on the desktop. There are all kinds of resources. The development of the territory is completely inseparable from these things. However, for Yijichi, it doesn't matter what kind of resources and materials they are, as long as they are resources and materials. Relying on the creator's talent, he can create anything. Did the Tiger family take it? The Tiger family took it. Then you have to take more. My 2 mechas are still being upgraded, so I don't need so many for the time being. As he spoke, Yijichi picked up 3 resource cards at random and put them into his lord space. He left all the remaining resource cards to the Tiger family. As for the number of these resource cards, there are already quite a lot. But there are not many above the intermediate level. Now Yijichi only cares about the grade of the materials and then the quantity. Alright. The corners of Hu Xing's mouth also slightly raised. He also admired Yijichi a little. It must be said that although Yijichi had such strength at a young age, he was not arrogant at all. There is no such thing as an arrogant attitude. After all, Hu Xing is the manager of the Hu family. I have met quite a few people in this Nantian city. He had seen the temperaments of some geniuses. Some geniuses are okay, but some are simply unsightly, arrogant and conceited. Of course, this kind of thing will suddenly become very mature after a month or two. After all, when people are still young, there will always be things that teach them how to behave. Chapter 91. You're out. Yijichi turned his head and looked upstairs again. It seemed that the 2 men had woken up. Then Yijichi turned his gaze to Bai Su. Captain Bai, wait for me. Yijichi's words seemed to be asking for Bai Su's opinion, but in fact, Yijichi's words could not be refused at all. Bai Su didn't know what Yijichi was going to do next, but he will still follow Yijichi. It was difficult to get Yijichi to agree to join the division. Nothing can go wrong in this final step. Yeah, okay. Seeing that Bai Su agreed, Yijichi went upstairs without saying a word. After all, I just asked for them yesterday. It seems inappropriate no matter how you look at it. He just walked away early in the morning. Bai Su turned his attention to Hu Yong'an again. The thing he gave you just now is pretty good. As long as you try to master some of its power, you can withstand it for a year. Of course, if you master it well enough, you can even absorb the dark attribute curse in your body. Bai Su stared at Hu Yong'an carefully. I have to say that Hu Yong'an still has some basic strength. However, the dark curse in the body has been corroding for quite some time. In Bai Su's opinion, if Hu Yong'an wants to control these dark energies, it will take at least a month. Not to mention complete control, but a little bit of control is still possible. Well, but I'm afraid I can't completely control it. Hu Yong'an didn't intend to hide it in front of Bai Su. He himself is well aware of his physical condition. And Bai Su is, after all, the captain of the Imperial Division, so his vision must be very sharp. Forget it. Actually, it doesn't matter to you. After all, with him here, you don't have to worry about these things at all. Bai Su said as he took out a badge from his arms. Put it on the table. This badge has some favors from me. If there are any problems when he is not around, you can take this badge to the Lord of Nantian City. Bai Su had a calm expression on his face, and there was a rare hint of confidence in his eyes. To be honest, he had met Yijichi since he came to Nantian City. The confidence in his eyes gradually disappeared. City Lord, Hu Xing and Hu Yong'an looked at each other. Their faces all looked a little strange. What's wrong? No, nothing. Bai Su nodded slightly. Don't look at that man as frivolous and weak. His strength has reached that level. If it weren't for what happened that year, he would be a teacher now. Alas, there was a look of reminiscence in Bai Su's eyes. The people in the division are fine. However, among the forces such as the Chamber of Commerce, the Foundation, the Church, and the Space Pirates, few of them are good. When Hu Yonggan and Hu Xing heard this, their eyes widened. That realm? He broke through to the high-level lord level. Hu Xing was very surprised. It's not like he hasn't seen the city lord before. The whole person looks ordinary, as if he is lonely. And he is quite stingy in doing things. In short, he is a rather strange city lord. As for the city lord's strength, I had heard before that he was a high-ranking lord. However, this city lord usually doesn't care about things. So not many people care about this city lord. After hearing Bai Su's words, Hu Xing suddenly felt that this city lord must have a great background. And the origin of this is quite unusual. Yes, it is that realm. There are too many regrettable things in the division. Especially in recent years, the division needs a strong and powerful person to deter those villains. When he said this, Bai Su's eyes turned a little red. If it weren't for our 7th Division's previous battle with the Price Chamber of Commerce, those rubbish wouldn't have the chance to yell at us. After saying that, Bai Su took another deep breath. It's not that he is not calm enough. It's just that when some things come to mind, no matter who you are, you can't stay calm. The same is true at this moment. I'm sorry, but at least I feel relieved now. With him here, within half a year, if he is willing. Bai Su stopped when he said this. Hu Xing and Hu Yonggan looked at each other. They know it very well. Yi Zhiqi gently pushed the door open and walked in. It was also at this time that Hu Tianhe and Jiang Yunxiao, who had just woken up and were about to take action, lay down directly. Pretend you haven't woken up yet. When Yi Zhiqi saw this scene, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He came to the bedside and reached down with both hands. The next moment, the two of them woke up with extremely rosy faces. But they were just about to take action. I felt as if my whole body was torn apart. Extremely painful. Okay, just rest in bed. Jiang Yunxiao doesn't have to get married today. Yi Zhiqi made a casual joke. Jiang Yunxiao on the bed rolled her eyes at Yi Zhiqi. I'm leaving now. Hu Tianhe and Jiang Yunxiao, who had a slightly happy expression on their faces, suddenly froze. Then they came to their senses. Yi Zhiqi did this because of Hu Yong'an's problem. At the same time, it is also for the purpose of improving one's own strength. No matter how you look at it, the place of Nantian City is relatively small. Don't worry, I'll be back soon and won't be away for too long. After the three of them were affectionate for a while, Yi Zhiqi went out and went downstairs. When Bai Su saw Yi Zhiqi coming out, he immediately became very excited. He had been waiting for too long. In fact, it only took Yi Zhiqi a few minutes to go up. However, it was during these few minutes that Bai Su saw. It's just like a year. Every moment feels a bit tormenting. At least now, Yi Zhiqi has finally come out. You're out. Very good. I have a teleportation card here. We'll go directly through the division's special passage and arrive soon. My two confidants have already returned to the division. You shouldn't have anything to pack. Bai Su said this as he took out a card. At the same time, one hand quickly rested on Yi Zhiqi's shoulder. The whole process is like a phantom. The speed is so fast. Yi Zhiqi didn't react. I'm filled with sighs. Well, he is worthy of being a high-level lord, and worthy of being a captain-level figure from the division. People like Zhu Guangfu are simply no match for him. No, it can't be compared at all. Do we need to pack anything? Yi Zhiqi raised his eyebrows. There was a helpless smile on his face. He could sense that Bai Su really wanted him to go to the division at this moment, but he was afraid that he would run away. Chapter 92, Playing House. After a flash of light, the two of them disappeared right where they were. Guess how long it will take for that kid to come back? Hu Yonggan Jindao immediately sat on the sofa. I felt so proud in my heart. He could never have imagined that he already had 1 foot halfway into the coffin. It was at this moment that I was able to see my family stepping into the universe. Hu Xing stroked his chin. His eyes scanned his father's face. At this moment, Hu Yonggan couldn't hide the smile on his face. Hu Xing smiled slightly. About 2 months. Haha, 2 months? How is that possible? In my opinion, it will take a month. Hu Yong'an's expression was very serious. When Hu Xing heard his father say this, he was stunned. So maybe a month? It will take at least 2 months. Although he had never been to the division, he had learned about the new recruits of the division after they joined the regiment and before they were assigned to the team. There is always a big competition and a trial. It took a full month and a half to complete all these things. For 2 months, he had been saying this on purpose for Hu Yonggan. In his mind, it would take at least 3 months. 1 month? This is too fast. If it takes 1 month, he won't even be able to finish the things he did after joining the division. How can he get military merit? Hey, Xiaohu, you can also be stupid like this sometimes. The smile on Hu Yong'an's face became even more intense. At this moment, Hu Xing was a little confused. He came to this conclusion only after careful calculation. How can you say he was stupid? For a moment, Hu Xing was still very unconvinced. It is said that no one knows a son better than his father. Hu Yanggan could tell at a glance that Hu Xing was feeling depressed at the moment. Have you forgotten that geniuses are treated very differently? Moreover, as the fourth captain of the 7th Division, Bai Su has considerable personal influence. Although it was due to Zhu Guangfu, the position of the deputy commander of the 7th Division is still vacant. Do you know what this means? Since he knows Yi Zhiqi's strength, do you still think he would let Yi Zhiqi waste his time on those trivial things? How is that possible? Believe it or not, if he really asked Yi Zhiqi to play those house games, do you think Yi Zhiqi would turn around and leave? That kid is only polite to us. He is very proud in his heart. Don't forget that when he was a low-level lord, he could kill high-level lords. This news will soon spread to the ears of many forces. Because in the history of the empire, there has never been such a thing as a low-level lord slaughtering a high-level lord. Do you understand what this means? Hu Yong'an's series of words completely stupefied Hu Xing. But then he reacted. What Hu Yong'an said is indeed correct. And considering Yi Zhiqi's identity and what he had done before, if it really was spread out, then there must be a force willing to get a purification card for Yi Zhiqi. There are too many forces trying to gain resources. Churches, chambers of commerce, and foundations. Especially things like purification cards. There are so many of them in the church. Most of them are used by believers for meditation. Many thoughts flashed through Hu Xing's mind at once. However, after thinking about it, he finally nodded. Because what Hu Yanggan said is absolutely correct. Bang. Don't relax, kid. Look, ever since Xiao Yi came into the family, you want to let go of the Hu family. Hu Yanggan patted Hu Xing's head gently. Hu Xing touched his head and nodded slightly. This is indeed the case. In the past, if he saw the captain of the Imperial Division, he would definitely be respectful. But today, when Bai Su entered the room, he was brought in by servants. He sat casually on the sofa. What Captain Empire? I can't see him. I can't see him at all. This place is a dedicated transfer station for the Imperial Division. Generally, only members of the division can use it. Many members of the division also open shops here. Of course, what they use for trading is the combat merits of the dead divisions. By the way, don't think about using star resources to buy war merits. The purchasing power of the war merits you buy will be directly reduced by 80%. Because of this incident, there was a big commotion within the division, and many people lost their lives at that time. Yi Zhiqi listened to Bai Su's introduction and nodded slightly. At the same time, his eyes kept scanning the surroundings. I have to say, this place is huge, 4 or 5 times bigger than their Ivy League college. It seems to be half the size of Nantian City. Where is this place? Why haven't I seen this place on the map of the empire? Yi Zhiqi's words stumped Bai Su. Then Bai Su reacted. Oh, I understand what you mean. This transit station was opened up in the void. It's not impossible for you to do this when you reach that level in the future. That realm. Kid, I'll tell you when you become a high-ranking lord. Bai Su pretended to be mysterious. Finally, we are in a place where we can suppress this kid. Low-level lords can slaughter high-level lords. Well, I don't think anyone would believe it if I told them. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Okay, it won't be long. At this moment, Yi Zhiqi was thinking in his heart whether he should find a time later to break through to the intermediate lord level first. At this moment, a man came out of a portal with a dozen young people like Yi Zhiqi. Hey, isn't this Bai Taitu? Why is he so nervous after not seeing him for a few days? The middle-aged man had a face full of stubble. But he also has an aura of majesty without being angry. It's just that the way he said this doesn't quite match the momentum. It's quite weird. Bai Su's face turned a little dark. This guy is considered my friend. I really hate him. Yi Zhiqi looked at the middle-aged man with a stubbled face. Then he nodded slowly. This, made the middle-aged man unable to hold back. Damn it, Bai Taitu. I'll remember you. What's going on this time? Why did you only recruit one person? Is there no genius in Nantian City this year? This shouldn't be the case. Do you want to bring your good-for-nothing kid over here? The middle-aged man has walked to Bai Su's side. However, every word the middle-aged man said was a bit sarcastic. But Yi Zhiqi felt that this middle-aged man should have a very good relationship with Bai Su. Chapter 93, he was beaten to death the day before yesterday. You mean that good-for-nothing kid? Well, he was just beaten to death the day before yesterday. Bai Su said these words calmly. This sentence immediately silenced the middle-aged man. Okay, just pretend I never said anything. The middle-aged man scratched his neck and frowned. So tell me, who did this? Even though that guy is pretty bad, we should at least ask him what happened. If that guy didn't offend someone first, then? The middle-aged man is like a beast that has just revived. This sharp, threatening aura. It was immediately caught by Yijichi. The middle-aged man also noticed Yijichi at this time. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. This kid is extraordinary. His perception is so sharp. It seems that he is no ordinary genius. I don't know what the combat power is, maybe a few stars at the intermediate level. I heard that a genius emerged from the 5th Regiment. The combat power has reached the intermediate 4 stars. Are there just so many talented people this year? A lot of thoughts flashed through my mind in an instant. The next moment, the middle-aged man still kept his eyes on Baisu. Well, that kid did something wrong, and I watched him die with my own eyes. Thank you, Li Zhu too. The middle-aged man curled his lips. If you hadn't said those 3 words, we would still be friends. But, that kid is also a high-ranking lord, right? If he is a lord, how could he be killed so easily? That's a city, not a universe. It's not a rift. What's the matter? You are such a cruel godfather that you did it yourself? I can't tell. For middle-aged people, that's a lot. Yijichi felt like his ears were about to get calluses. However, looking at those people behind him, who had just graduated, it seemed that the expressions on their faces had become numb. Apparently, they were used to hearing it. You didn't see it, did you? I didn't see it at the beginning either. Look, the guy next to me is the murderer. There were 2 high-level 1-star lords joining the battle at the time, and neither of them could withstand it. Baisu's words stunned the middle-aged man. As soon as these words came out, the people behind the middle-aged man widened their eyes and stared at Yijichi. They wanted to see what Yijichi was capable of. He was actually able to kill a high-ranking lord. You must be kidding. Not everyone feels this way. Hey, it's rare that Baitaitu would joke with me. I want to take this kid through the recruit trials directly and prepare for the competition. After the competition, I won't care about him anymore. He really needs military merit. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man thought Baisu was going to treat him the same way he treated Zhu Guangfu. Treat Yijichi. For a moment, he frowned. No, Baitaitu, what are you thinking? Have you forgotten what happened before? My confidence does not come from my identity, but from this kid's strength. The middle-aged man's eyes widened. Then he looked carefully at Yijichi. Boy, what's your strength? Low-level 6 stars, maybe. Phew. The middle-aged man laughed immediately. Taitu, I'm not saying that he's too weak. The genius is behind me. That person's strength is not a low-level 8-star. I tell you, Taitu, there are many geniuses this year. There is a mid-level 4-star in the 5th division. Do you understand? Humph, intermediate 4-star? Humph. Baisu snorted twice in a row, and the look in his eyes was full of contempt. Intermediate 4 stars. Are intermediate 4 stars really that cool? How awesome is he? Can he defeat a high-ranking lord? The genius of the 5th division you mentioned. Can he defeat a high-level lord at the intermediate 4-star level? The requirement is not high, just a 1-star high-level lord. You're still a 1-star high-level lord. You're just kidding. Let me tell you, there has never been a genius in the entire history of the Empire who said he could beat a 1-star high-level lord. Baisu tickled his nose. Although nothing was taken out, but it still bounced to the side. This posture and action inexplicably made the middle-aged man explode with emotion. Baisu, let's make a bet. The guy next to me can kill a high-level 1-star lord. I'm not kidding you. If you don't believe me, just follow me. After saying that, Baisu walked straight forward. Yijichi followed immediately. The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. Hey, damn, let's go to the 4th Regiment first. The young people following the middle-aged man kept looking at Yijichi. They did not sense any danger from Yijichi. As for testing them by using the Lord's pressure, they did not do so. After all, this place is the transit station for the division's portal, not a place for them to play. Otherwise, Yijichi will definitely be tempted. The Imperial 7th Division, the 4th Squadron, the Stronghold, the Training Ground Number 3, the Wasteland. This place feels so familiar. For Yijichi, the Wasteland environment is too familiar. Wasn't it in such an environment that Zhu Guangfu and his men were killed before? Well, this is the number 3 training ground for our 4 teams. There aren't many people here these days. This is a perfect place for a competition. Yijichi nodded. It's not impossible. He could also hear what was said just now. Baitaitu, tell me, how do we compete? It's not going to be you competing with me, right? That's the point of competing. The middle-aged man took a look at the wasteland terrain. Others may not know, but the middle-aged man knows very well that the terrain of this wasteland is a training ground for large-scale planetary surface warfare. These people who have just graduated definitely don't need such a training ground. That is, only these high-ranking lords. There are still hundreds of thousands of soldiers. If they are summoned, they can fill up most of the space in this place. You want to bet with me in this place? Are you sure you're not trying to hit me? For a moment, the middle-aged man's eyes widened. No. What I mean is, let's compare those geniuses you brought with me to this kid. Of course, you can give it a try in the end if you want. When the middle-aged man heard this, he felt inexplicably relieved. Okay, so that's how it is. Damn, you just like to scare me. Wang Ran, come out. You are just a low-level 8-star. Go easy on that kid and don't beat him to death. After all, his face is not important. But I can't lose my face. The young man named Wang Ran also smiled. Their captain has a special way of speaking. However, at this time, Baisu shook his head again. Hey, what's wrong? Chapter 94. What the hell is this? This kid is weak alone, too weak. Let you bring those people with you. You can go up at the end if you want. Baisu's words are arrogant. He even took out 2 chairs directly from the Lord's space. Without saying a word, he sat down. Needless to say, the chair next to it is for middle-aged people. Hey no, Baisu you are. Li Wensheng, I'm not kidding you. If you believe me, let them come together. Don't be fooled by this kid's superficial level. When we fight, stand farther away and don't get so close. Baisu's expression was extremely serious. As for the middle-aged man, it is naturally Li Wensheng. After Li Wensheng heard this, he looked at the young people behind him again. Each of these young people is also a genius from academies in other cities. Now he is like a passerby, treated as a small fish by others, so naturally there will be no good expression on his face. Baisu, are you sure? Stop talking nonsense. Come and sit down. Let's talk about the bet. Okay, you guys, be careful and don't let anyone get killed. After Li Wensheng finished speaking, his figure disappeared, and the next moment he sat directly on the chair next to Baisu. After Li Wensheng left, the young men slowly walked towards Yijichi. So many of us versus just you? That seems to be the case. This should be a bet between the 2 captains. We can't admit defeat to you. If you don't want to get hurt, just surrender. Low-level 6-star. In fact, you were able to get in with your strength. You must have used a backdoor. Not really. Low-level 5-stars can try to join the division, but low-level 5-stars still need a test before they can join. Low-level 6-stars are not impossible. Yijichi smiled slightly. We haven't fought yet. Actually, I'm in a hurry. I'm here to get some military merits, and then exchange them for something I want. After that, I may leave the division. Who isn't? I came to the division just to get more resources. It seems that you are not going to surrender? Let's not waste time talking to him. Let me help you test his quality first. Another young man also waved his hand and summoned hundreds of soldiers from his own army. These centaur soldiers were wearing armor made of unknown materials. Some of them held battle axes in their hands. Some people also say that what he is holding in his hand is a giant bow. However, there seemed to be some wind wrapping around the giant bow. Obviously, this is not an ordinary giant bow. This is my Holy Horse Legion. Their weapons are carefully matched by me. I also used a lot of materials to build all-round equipment for them. What about you? Summon your legion. The young man had a look of arrogance on his face. The others looked at this army of centaurs and nodded slightly. Yijichi took a glance. Well, how should I put it? They are not as good as the dwarf puppets in the previous Dwarf Dead City. But that's right. The level of those dwarf puppets is intermediate and starts at the intermediate 7-star level. The young man opposite him was just at the low 8-star level. How to compare? That's all. What about you guys? What do you mean only this many? I have 100 men here, each with carefully matched equipment. Are you looking down on me? I don't need them. One of me is enough now. The young man frowned immediately. He is also considered a genius and is respected wherever he goes. But Yijichi's attitude made him feel a little disgusted. The others just stood there, motionless. Okay, then, come out, Darth Vader. The Black Warrior was in Yijichi's Lord's space, looking at the books that the king gave her. Suddenly, Yijichi's call was heard. In a desperate situation, some black lightning flashed. All the books turned into black powder and disappeared into the air. Dark Warrior. The Black Warrior in human form was stunned. The 2 empty hands grabbed again. Outside world. Yijichi waited for a few seconds and found that the Black Warrior seemed to ignore his call. What's going on? Where are your soldiers? The Dark Warriors? What kind are they, can I ask first? How many dozens of soldiers do you have? The young man opposite was a little anxious. He is now taking this battle very seriously. But in his opinion, Yijichi was careless and casual. This attitude made him feel extremely disrespected. Moreover, how could the soldiers in his own territory not obey orders? For a moment, the young man's gaze towards Yijichi became increasingly cold. At the same time, he was also extremely angry. You are really going too far. In Yijichi's Lord's space, the Black Warrior was still standing there in a daze. Don't just stand there. The Lord is calling you. He won't blame you for doing anything out of line in the territory. It's just a few books. I can give them to you later. The most important thing now is that some humans are hostile to the Lord. Skynet's projection instantly came to the side of the Dark Warrior. At the same time, she immediately set up a transfer network on Yijichi's body. if the other party attacks suddenly. At that moment, she would directly summon a temporary robot nearby, and then exchange the positions of the robot and Yuzuchi. The Dark Warrior suddenly came to his senses. It turned out that someone was looking for trouble with Yuzuchi. And just now, she was still in a daze. In an instant, the anger in my heart reached its peak. Well, what's going on? Yuzuchi was about to immerse himself in the Lord's space when he suddenly heard a notification from Skynet. Report to the Lord. The Black Warrior was just training his own strength. He has now completely entered a wartime state. Should we warp into the War Fortress? No thanks. Forget about the War Fortress. The young man opposite looked more and more upset. Just when he was about to question Yuzuchi, suddenly a huge crack opened up behind Yuzuchi. Bang dash. A mechanical arm about 400 meters in size suddenly stretched out from it. When the young man saw the black and red mechanical arm, he froze in place. The men he summoned instinctively took a few steps back. This mechanical arm, several hundred meters high, was simply a huge monster to them. What the hell is this? Li Wensheng, who was originally whispering in by Su's ear, was so shocked when he saw the Black Warrior's arm that he jumped up. Chapter 95, Plans After. Li Wensheng's eyes widened. With his eyesight, he could clearly see the owner of this mechanical arm. The strength is only at the low level 6 stars. To be honest, a high-ranking lord like him would not take this level of aura seriously at all. But the problem was that he smelled something dangerous in this mechanical arm. This kind of aura made his hair stand on end. It seems that this mechanical creature has entered a state of anger. Machines can get angry too. Li Wensheng's eyes were as big as 2 copper bells. Immediately swept over by Su again. At this moment, Bai Su was very calm and composed. Calm down. Come, sit down and talk. Don't panic. Don't be confused. As the captain of the empire, how can you be so unstable, Xiao Li? You have to learn from me. Bai Su spoke calmly. But if you look at the corner of his mouth, you will find that he is in a very happy mood at this moment. Humph. The people Bai Su, brought back must be different. You brought back so many geniuses, but was it useful? Is it useful? Who can beat Yuzuchi? Bai Su couldn't stop smiling at all. Fuck, you even installed it on me, right? Tell me, where did you trick this monster from? My goodness, the saliva flew directly onto Bai Su's face. Bai Su wiped it indifferently. Then let's talk about our bet. Now that we've started, we have to have some jackpots. What's the point of betting in this situation? This guy is probably at the mid-level 5 or 6-star level. Wait, you said this guy killed Zhu Guangfu. Li Wensheng looked incredulous. Zhu Guangfu knew that his strength was at the level of a high-level 1-star lord. Now the problem comes. A high-level 1-star lord was killed by a low-level 6-star lord. This joke can't be made like that. The next moment, Li Wensheng quickly turned his eyes towards Yuzuchi. At this moment, on Yuzuchi's side, the entire body of the Black Warrior Mecha had jumped out of the space crack. The entire mechanical body is 1 kilometer in size. Even here, they can cover the foreign light. Seeing this scene, Li Wensheng swallowed hard. You said that if a high-ranking lord took out something like this, he would definitely be surprised. But the other party is just a low-level lord. That's right. Moreover, this guy has 2 more. One is a support cannon, and the other can transform between a biological body and a mechanical body. It's about the same size. As for the cannon, you may not believe me even if I tell you. You will definitely know about it in the future. The smile on Bai Su's face was no longer concealed at all. By the way, let me tell you about our bet. What are you betting on? I'm not going to bet. You almost got me screwed. Li Wensheng's face was filled with excitement. No matter how you look at it, Yuzuchi is also a member of their 7th division. No one could have imagined that the Empire's weakest legion, the 7th division, would have such a genius. I want to support this kid. You have seen the current situation of the division. We need someone to take charge of the situation. As soon as Bai Su said this, Li Wensheng instinctively wanted to retort. But when the words came to his lips, he suddenly realized that Yuzuchi was not like other people. Yuzuchi is now in the period of just graduating, and the period of increasing strength of the Lord has just begun. Generally, they are within 10 years of graduation. During this period of time, the difficulty of upgrading a territory is normal and is linked to the level of the territory itself. However, once the Lord's territory space exists for more than 10 years, starting from the 11th year, the Lord's space wants to be promoted. The self-test of the core of the territory will not only take into account the level of the Lord's space itself. The strength of the troops within the territory space will also be calculated. Moreover, if the Lord himself has reached the intermediate Lord level, it is extremely easy to attract the attention of the Void Beast. It can be said that basically, it will inevitably attract the Void Beasts to attack the Lord's space. Are you sure? Even if you support him, he must at least capture 1 planet. This is based on the assumption that he is a low-level lord. If he reaches the level of a mid-level lord, he must have 3 planets. Without planets, even with your and my support, it will be of no use. Li Wenxing frowned. When he saw the Darth Vader mecha, he understood. What genius of the 5th division? What intermediate lord is 4 or 5 stars? Even 8 stars are too weak. I know that, but you can also try to fight this guy? I haven't seen him use his full strength yet. What are you doing? Bai Su was thoughtful, and suddenly he remembered that when Yi Zheqi was in Nantian City, he had read Yi Zheqi's paper intelligence. Moreover, many people witnessed Yi Zheqi's war fortress in the environment card of Qingting Academy at that time. It is said that Yi Zheqi at that time was still a low-level lord. But once the war fortress appeared, under such circumstances, all the teachers and directors at the intermediate lord level of the academy were helpless. They even gave up resistance directly. However, Bai Su discovered that Li Wenxing had taken out a palm-sized machine and was doing something unknown. Can't you see? Since there are monsters like this, we won't have to conduct the rookie competition this year, as in previous years. However, if we want to change the rookie competition, we have to convince others. Just ask them to come here. They may not necessarily accompany you. Use this machine to record everything. Record all of this? That's right. This will certainly convince them. But how do you want to conduct this year's rookie competition? This kid doesn't even want to join the division right now. He hates being controlled by others. If this kid didn't value friendship, whether I could bring him here would be another matter. Bai Su recalled that when he first went to find Yi Zheqi, it was full of twists and turns. It's not easy. Even now, he felt that Yi Zheqi might not even want to join the division, and he came here just for the purification card. By the way, let's also see the realm of that high-level lord. If both of these things are done, Bai Su felt that Yi Zheqi would never come to the division again in the future. After all, now that we have such strength, where can we not go? As a genius, it's inevitable that he has some abnormal tempers. So next, he definitely can't go to the boot camp like the others. With his strength, he should go directly to the space battlefield. Chapter 96. You all come together. Space battlefield. Bai Su was stunned for a moment, looking at Li Wenxing with dull eyes. I haven't figured out how to let this kid develop yet, but you just set the tone directly? Bai Yi's speechless look appeared in Li Wenxing's eyes. The recorder has been set up at this moment. Li Wenxing didn't care and just sat on the chair. Don't look at me like that. This kid has such strength now. If he doesn't go to the universe battlefield, where will he go? During the time he goes, you take him with you, and I will go to persuade the others. And the area we are responsible for happens to have many pirate groups and pirate space stations. There are endless pirates to kill, so it's best to give them a chance to practice. Bai Su also nodded slightly. I have to say that Li Wenxing's arrangements are quite good, especially people like Li Wenxing. He knew them very well. They usually talked a lot and never said a single honest word. But it is still very reliable at critical moments. Just like now. Well, then it's settled. You go and convince the others, and I'll take that kid out for some fun. Bai Su was also feeling a little excited at this moment. I wonder what other people think after seeing Yi Zheqi's strength. Right now, the Black Warrior stood behind Yi Zheqi with murderous intent. Now she has not received Yi Zheqi's order yet. As long as Yi Zheqi gave the order, she would definitely enter the Dark Flower state as quickly as possible and then chop these people into pieces one by one. And the same. The dozen or so young men who had spoken rather loudly in front of Yi Zheqi just now had their eyes wide open. Some people even rubbed their eyes vigorously. They looked at each other. Basically, one thing can be confirmed, they are not dreaming. The aura emanating from Yi Zheqi is also that of a low-level 6-star. It can be said that everything is the same as what Yi Zheqi said. A soldier, a low-level 6-star level. But this huge mechanical artifact and a shocking murderous intent echoed in their hearts. Can this be called a low-level 6-star? Do they have any misunderstandings about the low-level 6 stars? It's a bit struggling for you to do it alone. You can call others to join you. It's just right. I want to see how strong you are. Yi Zheqi's tone was very casual. He now wanted to test the quality of these people, and then he had a rough idea in his mind of the strength of the low-level lords, that is, these new recruits, in the division. Afterwards, I asked Bai Su about the price of the purification card and how to get military merit, especially at the rookie level. At this moment, the Black Warrior also heard what Yi Zheqi said. I felt happy. Want to join me? These ants are just what I want. Sizzle dash. Some black and red thunder dragons suddenly appeared on her body and roamed around freely. Darken. Boom dash. A large dark cloud appeared in the sky. For a moment, in the sky, where there were dark clouds, the black thunder dragon and the red thunder dragon kept roaring in the clouds. This hell-like scene made several young men sit down on the ground subconsciously. Yi Zheqi had no intention of killing them. But the Dark Warrior's mood was not very good. In addition, they mistakenly thought that these people were enemies. Since he is her enemy, she will not have any mercy in her heart. The most obvious murderous intent was revealed directly without any disguise. They are not enemies. There is no need to do this. Come on, give it your all. Due to Yi Zhiqi's casual look, no one dared to directly summon the soldiers in their territory for a while. Even the young man who had just summoned the Centaur Legion, without saying a word, directly withdrew his legion. No, I am no match for your strength. I have put a lot of thought into these people, and I will not let them die in vain. The young man said one word. This immediately made Yi Zhiqi look at him with higher regard. That's right, there are not many people who know when to advance and retreat, and can still remain rational. I never thought you had such a mechanical creation. How could we be your opponent? Are you a mechanical lord? Mechanical lord? You really established a territory. I heard that if the mechanical lord wants to build a territory, the materials he needs are all kinds of strange and bizarre, and currently no one can collect them all. By now, everyone's eyes on Yi Zhiqi were no longer the same as at the beginning. At this moment, their eyes were filled with shock and surprise. Even the few young people who were still sitting on the ground stood up at this time. If you think about it, they are not really enemies. It was because of the pranks between Li Wensheng and Bai Su, as well as the dissatisfaction between them, that they planned to have a fight with Yi Zhiqi. However, in the end, there is no need to fight anymore. Considering the formation of Yi Zhiqi's Black Warrior mech, let alone fighting it, it was a miracle that he could survive the attack of the Black Warrior mech. Among his geniuses, only 2 of them broke through to the intermediate 1-star level. Well, I was lucky. I had established a territory, and I happened to know about those materials before. When the Black Warrior heard that these were not Yi Zhiqi's enemies, he immediately gave up his murderous intent and withdrew his concealment. Seeing that the other party didn't want to fight anymore, Yi Zhiqi let the Black Warrior mech return to the Lord's space. The main thing is that Yi Zhiqi doesn't want to waste time with these people. There is absolutely no need. You are still a mechanical lord. At this moment, Li Shengwen and Bai Su had already come to Yi Zhiqi's side. Yi Zhiqi nodded slightly. No wonder. If that's the case, I've also asked you to think about the future development of the division. Bai Su and I have discussed it. Yi Zhiqi's eyes suddenly lit up. Well, do you have an out-of-control AI environment card? The corners of Yi Zhiqi's mouth slightly raised. If there were that kind of environment card, he could get more mechanical creations from it. At that time, Skynet will dismantle them one by one. In this way, the mechas manufactured later will definitely be more powerful. As for the advanced 1-star environment card, Yi Zhiqi also planned to try it after he broke through to the intermediate lord level. And the current strength is sufficient. As for being promoted to the level of intermediate lord, for Yi Zhiqi, it would actually not take any effort at all. It can even be said that it is very easy and simple. Just let the Black Warrior mech stand there and fight monsters. This promotion also allowed Jihan to take action, so that Jihan would be strengthened later. Chapter 97, Space Battlefield. Out of control AI environment card. I don't have this kind of card, but there is something like this waiting for you in the division's resource exchange. After the rookie competition, at least 10,000 combat merits should be enough to buy an intermediate one. As for how many stars it is, I don't know. There was a smile in Li Wensheng's eyes. The more he looked at Yi Zhiqi, the more he liked him. If Yi Zhiqi is really trained, then the various problems of the 7th division will be solved. Even those problems can no longer be considered problems. Does the division have something like this? Do I have enough of those 10,000 combat merits to exchange for a purification card? Yi Zhiqi also did not forget his main purpose of coming to the division. Yes, it's just a purification card. However, a high-level purification card requires 10,000 war merits. Hey, I didn't see that either. Are you a believer? Most people use purification cards for meditation. Basically, these cards are bought by believers. Or they are people who are cursed and need a purification card to remove the curse. As for the environment within the Empire, there are too few people who play the curse game. There are so few of them that they seem like rare animals. Generally, an intermediate purification card is enough. This kid is not a believer. He plans to get a purification card for his grandfather. An intermediate one is enough. However, kid, don't rush to leave. There are still many good things in the division, and we won't restrict you. As long as you participate in a recruit competition later, you can do it. Bai Su now has some understanding of Yi Zhiqi. I know Yi Zhiqi is afraid of trouble, so I just said all the things that can be said. As for other things that have not been completed yet, I won't tell Yi Zhiqi about them. All right. Yi Zhiqi nodded slightly. After all, old man Hu Yangan could still hold on for half a year. But even so, Yi Zhiqi still wanted to return to the Hu family. I have 2 wives at home waiting to be taken care of, So my life would be so carefree every day. Why should I live so miserably? Li Wensheng and Bai Su looked at each other immediately. This kid really doesn't want to stay in this division any longer. This won't do. He must be kept here. Boy, we'll see each other in a while. I'm already looking forward to what kind of shock you'll bring to those people during this year's recruit competition, huh? For a moment, the geniuses who followed Li Wensheng were all shocked in their hearts. Although they don't know what this recruit competition is like. But this does not stop them from speculating. For example, probably on a few wider arenas. The other party probably summoned their own legion like them. Then Yi Zhiqi released the Black Warrior mech. Well, as expected, the opponent surrendered in less than a minute. Next, Bai Su took Yi Zhiqi to handle some procedures. Maybe it was because of what happened to Zhu Guangfu before. Yi Zhiqi could also feel that the division's eyes were looking at him with a little disdain. I don't know about other divisions, but in our division, we generally only value personal combat achievements and strength, and don't pay much attention to relationships. Even if the children of well-connected people come to the division, they won't say anything. Before, I took care of Zhu Guangfu. Now they should treat you as the same as Zhu Guangfu. Yi Zhiqi shook his head, indicating that he didn't care at all. It's not like he doesn't have the ability. If you have the ability, you won't care at all. Anyway, after waiting for the new recruit competition to be over, he would exchange for a purification card and leave. As for the division, I think it's better to forget about it. So, when does the recruit competition start? At the earliest, it should be in a month. The others will stay in the boot camp for a month. During that month, the strongest recruit will be selected, and then there will be the final competition. In a month. Yes, 1 month later. This is their necessary process. As for you, there is no need to play with them. I have applied for a space battlefield for you. It happens that the area that Li Wensheng is in charge of is relatively weak. You can go there to practice. When Bai Su said this, it was also very casual, just like he took a sip of water. Yi Zhiqi hadn't noticed anything wrong with the words. Not. Then I reacted immediately. Wait, you mean I'm going to the space battlefield? Yes, it's that place. There are often many space pirates lurking there. We can never kill them all. Usually we choose to look for them when we are testing weapons. Bai Su blinked. Yi Zhiqi was a little confused. What's going on? How come it's so fast? At this time, shouldn't he be some kind of environment card? For example, an environment card where elite recruits go together in a division. Then he played alone. How come this directly turned into a space battlefield? The ones we are fighting are still pirates. Anyone who can become a pirate in the universe must have some means. Can he fight now? How to play? Well, isn't the space battlefield too fast? I have never been to space. Why are you scared? Bai Su's eyes widened. Well, this is the first time in such a long time that he realized that Yi Zhiqi was so scared. This kind of emotion is always seen in others. But Yi Zhiqi, to be honest, with such a genius, if Bai Su had the strength of Yi Zhiqi when he was young, he would definitely be a crazy person. But Yi Zhiqi was not crazy at all. He was very measured. I'm not afraid, but how am I supposed to fight them? I haven't even approached them yet, and they're using their warships to fire at me. What if I do that? That's not the case. First, if you're alone, the target is too small for the cannon to aim at. Have you ever seen anyone use a cannon to kill a mosquito? Some of those pirates are lords like us, some are cultivating themselves, and some rely on high-tech weapons. But there are relatively few who have high-tech weapons. High-tech weapons are extremely expensive, and those who have that much money will not become pirates. Of course, there are some exceptions. Anyway, don't worry, you just need to get close to them and then beat them to a nearby microplanet. They are basically happy to do so because they also want the spoils. These words came out of Bai Su's mouth one after another. Yi Zhiqi immediately understood what was going on. I also feel a sense of anticipation for some reason. He had heard of the universe, but he had never been there. Chapter 98 for the future of the 7th Division. Of course, you can also directly start a Lord Deathmatch with them. The Lord Deathmatch is that the initiator forces the initiator to enter his territory. If you can't beat them, you will die. Of course, if you can beat them, he will die. Bai Su looked so relaxed and casual when he said this. Well, after hearing what you said, I still want to go. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to tell you, if you can kill those pirates, remember to bring back their heads. This thing can also be exchanged for military merit. Yi Zhiqi's eyes suddenly lit up. I just like being able to kill monsters this way. How much can one pirate get in exchange? Hey, how much more can you exchange? You think this is a monster from the environment card? Let me tell you, the price of each pirate is different. The cheapest minion is about 500 war merits, and the ones with a little reputation are about 2,000 to 3,000. Anyway, you'd better take it with you if you can kill it. Yi Zhiqi raised the corner of his mouth. Well, it's random again. This is a good feeling. First fight some pirates, then come back to exchange for some advanced environmental cards, then upgrade the territory, and finally use the materials to build a mecha or strengthen the Black Warrior or the Extreme Cold. What if some freak genius appears during the recruit competition and knocks him down? Those 10,000 military achievements would have been wasted. You have to work hard and not be arrogant. Okay, so when do I leave? You are in a hurry, kid. In one day, you have to prepare some things, such as teleportation cards, food cards, energy cards, and travel spacecraft. If you can prepare these things in half a month, it is considered fast. I will give you 1 day to prepare them. No matter how fast, it will be tomorrow. Bai Su felt a headache when he said it. But think about it. For the future of the 7th Division, he only needs to run once for such a thing now, and he won't have to run again in the future. The 7th Division will also continue to benefit from Yijichi. Let me make this clear. Although most of the pirates in that area are not very powerful, there are a few you need to be careful of. Those pirates have their own independent space stations. You may not be able to defeat them. Yijichi nodded to indicate that he had taken note of it. Soon, it was night. Yijichi himself was in a room assigned to new recruits. The room is for 2 people. All the new recruits are in 2-person rooms like this. Of course, if you have military merits, you can upgrade to a single room, but generally no one does this. At this time, it might be a good idea to get promoted in the territory. Yijichi thought about it and decided that he had nothing to do at this moment, so he directly upgraded the territory to an intermediate 1 or 2-star level. The next moment, Yijichi's figure appeared directly in the territory space. And as soon as he appeared, Skynet's projection followed closely behind him and appeared beside him. There is no change in the territory space at this moment. The war fortress is located in the center of the territory. There were dozens of sky-splitting town generals parked nearby. As for the Black Warrior, he was still in the Black Thunder land in the distance. The same is true for Extreme Cold. He transformed himself into a human form and lay straight in the snowy area. It's like he's sleeping. However, Yijichi felt that Jihan's aura seemed to be much stronger than before. Is Jihan able to improve himself by sleeping every day like this? Yijichi felt a little impressed. If he wants to become stronger, he has to get materials and upgrade the core of the territory. But Jihan became stronger by sleeping like this every day. This is simply a case of comparing yourself to others and getting pissed off. But if you have to say, Extreme Cold belongs to Mecha. Because of the special nature of Jihan, she is made of metallic materials at the beginning, and those materials are all living organisms. From a certain perspective, she is half biological and half mechanical. Normal hibernation can indeed improve her strength, but it will not improve so quickly. The reason why she can improve so quickly is because of the people she swallowed before and turned into nutrients for Jihan. Skynet is the creator of Extreme Cold. He has a very deep understanding of the properties and characteristics of Extreme Cold. Yijichi nodded immediately. Okay, so that's how it is. That's not bad. Please rest assured, Lord. When I first created the Black Warrior and the Extreme Cold, I thought that since they were to be used for normal warfare, they would definitely need a very high upper limit. So their current strength is actually about half of what it was originally. But the lower strength can offset the upper limit of their strength, so I think it is worth it. As for the sky-splitting town generals, their role is just temporary. Yijichi nodded slightly. He completely threw up his hands in disbelief as to Skynet's calculations and ideas. In return, he only needs to provide the materials. I came to the territory this time just to make the territory continue to upgrade, so let's upgrade it to the intermediate 2-star level. Yijichi felt that relying on the 2 mechas, the Black Warrior and the Extreme Cold, plus dozens of sky-splitting generals, he could succeed. He was confident that he could directly soar all the way to the advanced 1-star Lord level. However, after doing so, Yijichi felt that he might be sliced and studied. Why? There are still not enough materials. As long as there are enough materials, enough mechanical war machines can be manufactured. By then, you won't have to think about these issues at all. Yijichi has a clear understanding of materials. As long as there are materials, there is nothing Skynet can't create. If so, it proves that the level of his territory has restricted Skynet. Another thing is to give Skynet more AI. This way, after Skynet devours it, the computing power bonus will be higher. Blueprints are fine too. Once a blueprint is broken down, the benefits it brings are permanent. Almost all mechas will be improved. The most intuitive are the various artillery positions on top of the war fortress. For other lords, the process of promotion is like a fish leaping over the dragon gate, especially when being promoted from intermediate to senior level. But it was completely different when it came to Yijichi. Yijichi also found a chair and lay down quietly. The monsters are here, but they can't get through because of the Black Warrior blocking their way. Moreover, A large number of monsters were frozen into ice chips by the cold wind caused by the extreme cold and semi-dormant state before they could rush over. There were dozens of sky-splitting generals behind them, but they hadn't fired a single shot yet. However, now his territory has been promoted to the low-level 9 stars. Chapter 99, A Simple Breakthrough. Yixichi was not panicked at all. It has been going on since the 7 stars period until now. So far, it's the Darth Vader who's fighting. Jihan is also playing in a slacking off style. And the Black Warrior didn't even open the hidden flower. How should I put it? The monsters projected by the tests for promotion to the core of these territories are a bit weak. It cannot be said to be a bit weak, but they are very weak. If we compare it with the army under the command of the guy who wanted to compete with him before. In fact, they are not as good as the troops under that boy's command. Until now, after the 9th star. The monsters summoned by these territory core projections are similar to those centaurs. However, upon closer inspection, there is still a slight difference. These monsters essentially rely on quantity rather than quality. Unfortunately, quantity is not enough in front of the Dark Knight. Just one shot of the Black Lightning Energy Sword would destroy countless monsters. Low level 9 stars. Intermediate 1 star. Intermediate 2 stars. Intermediate 3 stars. Lord, you have already broken through to the intermediate 3 stars. Do you want to continue? Yixichi was lying on the chair, almost falling asleep. The main thing is that there is nothing outstanding about those monsters. In the middle of the process, he seemed to hear a huge roar, but the sound seemed to stop abruptly, just halfway through. Well, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be a void beast that broke in. But he is obviously no match for the Dark Warrior. It was split in half with one sword. The body is still lying on the ground. It's already 3 stars? Well, 3 stars is enough. If I continue like this, if I break through to the advanced level, they will definitely slice me into pieces. Yixichi also knew in his heart that the problem that limited his current strength was not the level of his territory. It's just a matter of materials. As long as there are materials, Skynet can manufacture all kinds of machines. And the quality is absolutely guaranteed. There won't be any big problems at all. It was the sky-splitting general that was randomly improved and deduced. According to Baisu, it was already the strongest artillery that was not weaker than the Empire's. Emperor's anger. Yixichi was also curious. If Baisu knew, there was not just one sky-splitting general in his territory, but more than a dozen. I don't know what Baisu's expression will be at that time. However, Yixichi had decided in his heart that he would take this cannon with him when he went out next time. As for the second and third ones, forget it. After all, my strength has now increased by a great level. But what is the upper limit of this world? Yixichi was not so clear about this point. Moreover, when Baisu came, he mentioned that realm. The so-called realm is the realm after the high-level lord. However, Yixichi had no idea what that realm was called. It's impossible to call him some top lord. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. I'll get some military merits first and help the old man solve the curse problem. After that, I'll get some materials and then go solo. Yixichi's mentality at the moment is to wait until the problem with old man Hu Yangon is solved. He lives a carefree life with Hu Tianhe and Jiang Yunxiao. How cool is that? As for any big pursuits, Yixichi had none in his mind at all. The initial effort is to be able to lie down better in the future. Stop the promotion? Okay, the promotion has stopped. Darth Vader, you can stop now. The Dark Knight plays a major role in the entire promotion process of these levels. As for the extreme cold, it is always in a semi-dormant state and is too lazy to wake up. However, Yixichi also discovered that the extremely cold aura seemed to be much stronger than that of the Black Warrior. At this moment, the Dark Knight also heard Skynet's words. The next moment, directly transform yourself into human form. My lord, I have killed all those monsters. The Black Warrior came to Yixichi swiftly. Get down on one knee. His head was almost buried in his chest. I have to say, the Dark Warrior is actually quite interesting. Even more interesting than Jiang Yunxiao. The two peaks were covered with a black light armor. The hindmeat is also more curved. Such a beauty can attract a large number of people if she shows it out. Yixichi also noticed at this time that the Skynet projection on the side seemed to have become more solid. However, Skynet looks a little young. And after all, it's just a projection. How can he have any ideas about a projection? In this situation, would this work? That won't work. At this moment, the Black Warrior was extremely excited. She hoped Yixichi would give her some reward. Even a very ordinary compliment can make her very excited. Just like, for a child, no matter what age he is, the happiest thing must be the praise from his parents. Well, okay, come here, closer. Yixichi looked at the Black Warrior's limbs, and suddenly there was a little fire in his heart for some reason. However, at this moment he was in his own lord space. For a moment, Yijichi completely let go. The Dark Warrior looked up. She also wore a light helmet on her head. Some of the hair fell directly to the waist from the back. Yijichi stretched out his hand and reached towards the two peaks. Yeah, it feels great. It's soft and feels. I can't say anything. Soon Yijichi suddenly realized what he was doing. And it's still soft. Yijichi immediately retracted his hand. I actually had some inappropriate thoughts about my own mechanical creations. His brother in particular seemed to feel called upon at this moment. This feeling made him take a deep breath. The Dark Knight was extremely excited at this moment. Do you want me to remove my armor? Do you need access to my inner core? The Dark Warrior was extremely excited, although she didn't know why she was so excited. But this feeling seems to be very good for her. She didn't hate the feeling she had just had at all. Even more joyful in my heart. This kind of joyful emotion is somewhat rare in her. No. I mean, this is my compliment on your strength. I am very satisfied. Yijichi felt that the Black Warrior didn't really understand these things anyway. Just fool around with it. However, he didn't notice. Skynet, who was standing aside, slowly raised the corner of his mouth. His eyes glanced at the Black Warrior's chest again. It seemed that she understood a little more about human research. Chapter 100. It's too sinful. Really? That's great. I will definitely keep working hard. For you, I am willing to destroy everything that stands in your way. I will also become the most powerful blade in your hand. In the eyes of the Dark Warrior, absolutely powerful strength and able to help Yijichi become the sharpest knife in Yijichi's hand. She is worthy of Yijichi's praise. I will always remember your praise for me today. The Black Warrior also took off his helmet at this moment. Good job. After seeing the fanatical eyes of the Dark Warrior, Yijichi suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He felt like he was deceiving a child who knew nothing. Well, that's too sinful. Then, Yijichi opened the panel about the Black Warrior again. Extreme Darkness, Black Warrior Mecha. Intermediate 2-star. Mecha Durability, 4700W/4700W. Energy Shield, 32,000W/32,000W. Special Skills, Star Slashing Strike, Darkening, Dark Thunder Naturalization, Dark Matter Reflector Cannon, Super Limit, Dark Feather Sky Thunder. Basically all attributes are enhanced. Durability and shield need no further explanation. The most obvious growth is on the panel, and the quality has reached the intermediate 1-star level. Intermediate 1-star? Skynet, shouldn't the Black Warrior be promoted directly to the intermediate 3-star level? I remember when I broke through to the low-level 6-star level, the Black Warrior also broke through to the low-level 6-star level. Yijichi was a little confused, because this is a little different from before. This is because the Black Warrior's own strength is low-level 9 stars, but due to the original territorial restrictions of the Lord, he cannot fully exert it. As for the current intermediate 2 stars, it is the result of the Black Warrior's own practice and breakthrough. If the Lord wants to make the Black Warrior stronger quickly, he needs more dark attribute materials. Or let the Black Warrior absorb more dark attribute energy, or thunder attribute energy, or rare energy, such as killing intent. Skynet knows more about how Darth Vader becomes stronger than Darth Vader himself. After all, she was the one who created the Darth Vader. She also understands the character of the Dark Warrior. However, she still needs to test the Black Warrior's activity data. So that's how it is. Yijichi sighed inwardly. It seems that I am destined to be a worker. You have to provide materials. The people in this family all rely on his materials. In other words, extreme cold is better. Just swallow the food. In theory, when extreme cold devours creatures or materials, it will be enhanced. It's just a matter of how much. If the Lord gives extreme cold some ice-attributed materials, extreme cold's promotion speed will be faster, and it will also become stronger. Yijichi nodded slightly. Got it. 3 words, materials. Whether it is to create a new machine or to upgrade an existing one, materials are needed. As long as we have the materials, everything is possible. If there is no material, then it won't work. Understood. Immediately afterwards, Yijichi also opened the extreme cold panel. Frost Howler, fully dormant. Intermediate, 3 stars. Mecha Durability, 3900W/3900W. Energy Shield, 140 kilowatts per 140 kilowatts. Special Skills, Absolute Ice, Ice Heart, Transformation Freeze, Spacetime Freeze, Falling Ice Feathers. This mecha's durability and energy shield speak for themselves. By the way, wasn't there a regenerating ice attribute energy core before? Remember to feed it to Jihan. Yijichi felt that the extreme cold at this moment was definitely stronger than that of the Dark Knight. The main thing is that when the extreme cold is devouring living creatures, As long as they enter the mouth of the extreme cold, they become digestible materials. I've already fed it to her. Yijichi opened his eyes again. This promotion took him almost no time. After looking at the current time, Yija discovered that he was promoted directly from a low-level 6-star lord to a mid-level 3-star lord. The whole process took just 1 hour. However, it is already getting late. Yijichi looked outside through the window. Although this world has the technology to create an artificial sun, there will not be light 24 hours a day. The sky was dark now. It was night. Hey, aren't they coming back at this time? Yijichi still wanted to see his new roommates in the dormitory. Squeak dash. The door was suddenly pushed open. A young man with some bruises on his face walked in slowly. After the young man walked in completely and closed the door, he looked up and noticed Yijichi. Hey, you, who are you? Why haven't I seen you before? The young man was somewhat evasive when he spoke. It seems that he has no confidence. I am an accident. I came to the division just to gain military merits and exchange some materials and environment cards. I might leave in the future. What about you? Yijichi did not directly ask the other person how the bruises on his face came about. It seems a bit excessive to ask this question before the relationship is familiar. Me? As for me, after graduating from the academy, I didn't want to join any guild or consortium, and I didn't want to become a thug for those families. So I came to the division. How did your captain assess you? Our third captain just looked at my lord level and let me pass. Yijichi scratched his head. As for me, I was the only one recruited by Captain 4. He should have tested me at some point. What are you doing today? There are no dormitories or anything like that. There's just a low-level 9-star environment card. The captains asked us to hunt some monsters in it, and the heads count as points. Upon hearing this, Yijichi understood. Points. This thing is probably given to people in the training camp first, and then assigned a ranking. However, when the boy said these words, his head was completely lowered. Well, a real person who just graduated from college. The student aura on his body has not faded at all. Yijichi, my name, you know? The young man was stunned for a moment. He then realized that it was Yijichi who was making friends with him. For a moment, he felt a little hesitant. Lu Wenxing. My family hopes that I will be moral and civilized, so they gave me this name. After thinking about what happened today, his eyes became even more evasive. It seemed as if he was afraid that Yijichi would laugh at him. Well, I also like being civilized, but the premise is that the other party is also civilized like me. Your name is good. Speaking of which, my parents actually hope that I will study hard. What is reading? Yijichi seemed to see himself in high school in this person. Suddenly I realized that this was not my previous life. Nothing. You just want me to be civilized. Chapter 101 Friends. After hearing what Yijichi said, Lu Wenxing also smiled in a naive way. A stone fell from my heart. However, when he heard the 3 words, Yijichi, he felt inexplicably familiar. But this feeling soon passed. Now, he finally has a friend. But when I thought about what the soldiers summoned from my territory would look like, I started to feel sad again. Hey, some goblins again. Garbage man, summoning garbage goblins, this is normal. This guy who summoned goblins dares to compete with us for monsters? Hey, look, this goblin guy seems to be angry. Wenxing, don't just stand there, why don't you put some potion on your face? Or use some healing cards? Yijichi said casually. I didn't ask what kind of result Lu Wenxing achieved. No thanks, just leave it like this, I'm used to it. Okay, have a good rest. I need to rest too. See you tomorrow night. Lu Wenxing was a little confused by this sentence. Aren't we all in training camp? What? This place is indeed the dormitory assigned by the training camp. I will live here for a month. However, I don't come back very often because I have some personal tasks. Yijichi is not a person who likes to show off. He just said it casually. By the way, what kind of troops do you lead, exotic beasts or something else? Yijichi's question made Lu Wenxing a little dumbfounded. He was a little overwhelmed. Because since graduation, every time he let people know that the soldiers he summoned were goblins, he would always be ridiculed by the other party. This is also the reason why I came to the division. My military branch is. Seeing that the other party seemed to be hesitant, Yijichi did not force him. After all, if the other party didn't want to say it, why should he force him? Forget it. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't talk about it. Get some rest. Tomorrow, you will definitely have to get up early or something like that. It can't be the same as going home. Yijichi tried to change the subject. Lu Wenxing was a little anxious. He felt like he had neglected this friend. Goblin, the only type of soldier I can summon is Goblin. Goblin. Yijichi was stunned. Great. After being in this world for so long, he finally heard of a species that he was familiar with and yet had a fantasy. And he still met the Real Lord. Lu Wenxing suddenly felt a little regretful. Goblin, how strong do you think they are? Are there any powerful variants, such as fire goblins or ice goblins? For a moment, Yijichi suddenly remembered a copy he downloaded when he was playing DNF. Later, the first copy I went to in the other world was the Goblin Kingdom. Especially this copy of the Goblin Kingdom, he was extremely familiar with it. The goblins inside are so scary. Oh, Lu Wenxing was stunned. It was the first time he saw someone not mocking him after hearing that he summoned goblins. The main reason is that the goblin army is very weak, but its reproduction ability is extremely strong. For example, in his current territory, there are 100,000 goblins. Of course, the strength of these goblins is at least low-level 0 stars, and at the highest level, it is low-level 4 stars. And his own lord level is also low-level 7 stars. It's quite a coincidence. It is with this level, plus the 100,000 goblins in his own territory, that he was able to pass the test. However, these 100,000 goblins are basically like skeleton soldiers. Moreover, he cannot summon too many at once, as his mental strength simply cannot withstand it. A few thousand is the maximum limit. But after these thousands of goblins encountered other people's legions, they became nothing more than grass on the roadside. You can step on a whole area with 1 foot. But facing the monsters in the environment cards is another matter. The health of the monsters in the environment cards will not recover on their own, and it won't summon more monsters. There are a certain number of them, so he can also rely on this to hunt monsters. The second day, when Lu Wenxing woke up, he found that Yijichi had disappeared from the bed opposite him. Then he also left the dormitory, came to the square in the training camp. Today, no captain was present. They are all instructors. Everyone line up. The environment card will be activated in a moment. Before you line up, you can go to the exchange counter on the west side to exchange for some points. I told you about the points yesterday. The points are the only thing you can spend in the training camp. Of course, there are some good things in the training camp, but you also have to pay attention to your ranking at all times. The higher the points, the higher the ranking. Lu Wenxing turned his head and looked around, but did not see Yijichi. Then he also released some of his own perceptions. Isn't this the Goblin King? What? You want to fight me? Sure, there's no need to test me like that. Isn't there a fighting stage over there? We can demonstrate. A few young people came to find Lu Wenxing. As the saying goes, big fish eat small fish eat shrimps. That's the case right now. In a division, all that matters is strength and military achievements. In their training camp, all that matters is strength. There are all kinds of people. In addition, there are usually captain-level figures around. But today, they all went to a meeting somewhere and did not come. I'm just looking for my friend. Lu Wenxing instinctively took a step back. The bruises on his face haven't disappeared yet. Do you have any friends? Okay, stop making us laugh. You don't even have any friends. How can you call them friends? Who would want to be friends with you? That's right. I want to hit you when I see you. Lu Wenxing, right? I've seen your name. Let me tell you, in the division's training camp, especially when the environment is stuck, it is normal for people to die. Lu Wenxing's face turned pale. He was so scared that he took several steps back. What are you trying to do? What? Nothing. I just want to tell you that you have to help me kill some monsters. That way, our points will be higher. Yes, come to think of it, didn't you say you had a friend? It would be best if you could introduce him to us. Well, forget it. Why don't we go find him ourselves? What's his name? Lu Wenxing originally wanted to say Yijichi's name, but after hearing these words, he didn't want to say a single word. Chapter 102. We don't have to play anymore when he comes. The man in the lead had a smug look on his face. He actually enjoyed this feeling. When you bully others, they don't dare to resist. Such things seem to be able to bring him great joy in his heart. That is actually the case. After waiting for a few more minutes, they found that Lu Wenxing did not speak. I feel inexplicably angry. Speak up, what's his name? Didn't you say you have a friend? Brother Zhang. I don't think he actually has any friends. Let's just go. The young man called Brother Zhang was suddenly a little angry, but he couldn't take action here. If he took action, those instructors would definitely teach him how to behave. Pooh dash. A mouthful of spit landed directly on Lu Wenxing's face. Lu Wenxing was even more annoyed. But when he thought about it, Yijichi was actually his only friend after graduation, or after he awakened his lord talent and could summon goblins. He didn't want to say Yijichi's name. Moreover, Yijichi should probably be relatively weak. If you are strong, you should be a genius, and if you are a genius, you should stay in this training camp. For example, the first-place genius, Zhu Yan. I heard that he is a mid-level 4-star lord with extremely powerful strength. Then, the second, third, fourth, and fifth, I heard, were all taken up by a group of people from Team 6. Because of this, Captain 6 also became famous. I don't know who found out the name, but it seemed to be Li Wenxiang. What are you doing here? At this time, an instructor had already realized that things were a bit too much, so he walked over. The one called Brother Zhang immediately turned around and left. As long as you don't offend the instructor and run away quickly. The instructor is too lazy to pay attention to you. Of course, if you dare to offend the instructor, you will be in trouble. A bunch of trash. Boy, work hard. Go to the redemption counter to get a treatment card. The training camp will not spend any points on treatment cards. Lu Wenxing nodded. Just when he was about to leave, a group of people suddenly appeared. This environment card puts a lot of pressure on us. We killed so many monsters. What's this little monster? If we compare ourselves to that monster, we really don't even have the qualifications to fight back. No wonder he didn't come to this training camp. If he came, that number 1 genius, Zhu Yan, intermediate 5-star, it would be a joke. Let alone her. All of us are a joke in front of him. So we have to work harder. Lao Wu, go and exchange some resource cards. We'll wait here. We have to hurry. We are too weak. Lu Wenxing, the instructor beside him, and some other people all stared at this group of people who suddenly appeared with wide eyes. This group of people has a lot of monster blood in their bodies. It was the man who had previously served under Li Wenxiang. After they had a battle with Yi Zhiqi, it couldn't be called a battle. It would be more accurate to say that after they saw Yi Zhiqi's mecha. I was deeply shocked. It was not until they arrived at the training camp that they gradually came to their senses. To this end, they decided to team up together and take advantage of the environment in this training camp. The effect of doing this is quite significant. Their current strength has risen to a higher level. Who is he? At this moment, Lu Wenxing suddenly widened his eyes. Naturally, he listened to what these people said. Almost the moment he heard these words, he thought of Yi Zhiqi. But he didn't think about it carefully. There is also a voice in my heart. The preparation couldn't be so coincidental. He made a friend who was an absurdly strong genius. However, at this time, a female voice came from the side. You guys, since you have taken all the rankings behind me, it proves that you have the ability, but you don't have to say that to me. If any of you are dissatisfied, you can challenge me to a fight, right? Everyone turned their heads to look over. I saw a woman with a very good-looking appearance, but there was a bit of evil spirit about her. Obviously, these geniuses have fought their way through real battles. It's not some family package straw bag. She is Zhu Yan. It's Zhu Yan. This is going to be a good show. These two groups of people are colliding with each other. Yes, one is a mid-level 5-star genius. The rest are all mid-level 1 and 2-star, and there are also low-level 9-star people. These people are all under the command of Captain Li Wenxiang. It seems that Captain Li Wenxing's requirements are quite high. This should be the most talented person in their area. No, you don't have any gossip. When they first came, they actually had a fight with others, but they didn't win. And from what they said, they didn't win even when they came together. Did they go and beat up the captain? Bullshit, what captain? He is the same as us, but until now, I have never seen this person. Neither have I. I just heard that the man's name seemed to be Yi Zhiqi. I'm not sure. The voices of the people around him made Lu Wenxing tremble. Yi Zhiqi. He was very familiar with this name. It could be said that he was very familiar with it. This is his only friend. Zhu Yan also heard this name. He frowned. Then he turned his head and looked at the ranking list floating in the sky. The mental power of these lords is extremely strong, and their eyesight is also excellent. The entire list was quickly scanned. Then, his face turned slightly darker. You guys are really noble. You made up a name to suppress me. How come I didn't see this Yi Zhiqi in the rankings? Zhu Yan's words made everyone react. Yi Zhiqi. This is a name. But the question is, why doesn't this name appear in the list? Nonsense. If he comes, none of us will have to practice anymore, and all the resources here will be his. That's right. We have never seen him use his full strength. However, even if we attacked together at that time, we would not have any confidence at all. You said we made up a name to suppress you? Zhu Yan, don't be too arrogant. If you think you are stronger than him, why not let 2 or 3 of us attack you together? He asked all of us to attack him as soon as he opened his mouth. You? We don't have time to pay attention to you. Do you understand? The young man took a step forward, and then several people suddenly appeared behind him. Chapter 103. Do you know him too? Zhu Yan's face turned cold. Are you planning on fighting me? Well, then you can all come together. Zhu Yan's face was even more angry at this moment. At the same time, there was still some contempt in his eyes. In her opinion, these people are somewhat powerful, but also despicable. Just you? I am enough on my own. Although my strength as Du Ho is not that great, your words will not put any pressure on me at all. Okay, then let's have a good fight. The instructor on the side didn't say much at this time. As long as there was no fighting in the camp, he wouldn't care. Anyway, there is an arena in the camp, so there are plenty of opportunities for these people to vent. However, at this moment, Lu Wenxing suddenly became anxious. You guys also know Yi Zhiqi. Lu Wenxing's words immediately attracted everyone's attention to him. However, Lu Wenxing had never experienced this feeling before, and he immediately lowered his head. Hey, this guy also mentioned Yijichi. I'm curious, does this person really exist? Brother Zhang, who was just about to leave at this moment, actually witnessed the whole process of everything happening halfway. He even wrote down all the details. Basically, he is also on Zhu Yan's side. Boy, you don't think that just because you know Yijichi, you can become stronger or change the status quo, right? Just be a good goblin. Zhu Yan frowned. She was a little uncomfortable with this person. But at the moment she was confronting Du Ho, so she didn't say much. Lu Wenxing was quite angry after hearing this. You. However, Du Ho shook his head. A fool like you is worthy of his attack. Du Ho winked at the people behind him. The person behind him immediately stood up. If you have the ability, then go and play with him. Anyway, let me put my words here. At that time, even if all of us attacked together, we couldn't last more than one round in front of him. We even lost the confidence to take action at one point. He has lost the qualification to take action. Du Ho did not say all of the following words. At this time, the instructor also said something. At the same time, a faint evil aura emanated from his body. If you want to make trouble, come to the ring. Once these evil spirits were released, no one except Du Ho and his friends felt the truly despairing sense of oppression from the Black Warrior Mecha. The others all felt a chill in their hearts at the same time. This feeling is not common. For a moment, everyone stopped looking down on the instructor. In the end, Brother Zhang, who bullied Lu Wenxing, left and had no intention of actually going to the ring. However, Du Ho and Zhu Yan did go on the stage. As for the final result, Zhu Yan did win, but it was not an easy win. You are very strong, but you are no match for him. If you are still dissatisfied after the training camp is over, go find him. At this time, Zhu Yan was also thinking in her heart. Could it be that there really are such people? Has the strength reached the intermediate 7 or 8 stars? This time, after confirming Du Ho's strength, she did not feel that Du Ho was making it up. If someone has such strength, he must not be a villain. And he must have a certain degree of confidence in his own abilities. Since you are confident, how can you directly admit that others are better than you? The reason seems to be simple. That means the other party is really defeated. Zhu Yan did not respond at this moment, but turned around and left. In that case, let's talk about everything after we leave the training camp. Different from what happened here. Now, Western region of the Empire, 7th District, area number 19. Baisu brought Yijichi to a place that was similar to a large registered space station. Hello, 4th Captain. Baisu, what brings you here? Currently, nothing special has happened in Area 19. The number of pirates has increased by about 10% compared to last month. However, overall, we can control this area. A middle-aged man who was in charge of registration reported the current situation meticulously. Apparently, he has been doing this kind of work here for a long time. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so skilled. Yijichi looked around curiously. This space station is extremely spacious. There is a large bar where drinks and some recreational entertainment can be purchased. Then there are a lot of private rooms. There are also a bunch of public chairs. This place is somewhat similar to the high-speed rail station that Yijichi had seen in his previous life. It's just several times bigger than the high-speed rail station. And there seem to be quite a few registration desks like this. In the center of the hall, there is an extremely huge screen. Tasks are pushed one after another. According to what Baisu told him later, if he wanted to take on this kind of mission, he could take on such missions with a group after becoming a first-level soldier. Of course, if you are alone, you can't be a level 1 soldier. Generally, they are new recruits who have just come out of the training camp, and they will be led by some veteran soldiers for the first month. Although the probability of death is 30%, but the pension given is quite a lot. No one objects to this. If you are afraid of danger, you don't have to join the division, you can go to a guild or a consortium. Well, I'll take a task for this little guy. Baisu didn't beat around the bush and said it directly. The middle-aged man standing at the registration desk was stunned for a moment. He quickly glanced at Yijichi. If I'm not mistaken, judging by the bracelet on Yijichi's hand, Yijichi should be a new recruit. Why isn't a recruit in training camp? Besides, aren't new recruits brought here at this time every year? How come this year went by so quickly? Did he sleep for a month or two during his lunch break? That shouldn't be the case. If I'm not mistaken, he should be a new recruit. Yeah, that's right. This kid is very talented. I think it's a bit of a waste of time for him to stay in the training camp. This is not just my consideration. Li Wenxing also thinks so. The expression on Baisu's face was slightly helpless. Because he had helped Zhu Guangfu to get through the back door before, everyone in a position in the entire 7th Division knew about it. Moreover, no matter which division it was, they all looked down upon such a situation. If he hadn't taken over a planet in the first place, and he has some friendship with the current division commander, Without any one of these two, he might not be able to stay in the division. Chapter 10 for I'm just reminding you. Bai Su is also a strong-willed person. Originally, at the very beginning, he still had some hope for Zhu Guangfu, but the development of things never follows one person's will. It's like a flower that is watered every day, but the flower is still dead. Are you kidding me? You should know that a captain cannot lead a team of new recruits, because the captain's strength will not allow the new recruits to get enough training. Only veterans can lead them. On the one hand, the safety effect is just right, and on the other hand, it is also to let the new recruits see blood. The middle-aged man glanced at the recruit bracelet on Yi Zhiqi's hand. A new recruit came directly to the space battlefield. Although there is no overly powerful force in this area, well, except for a bunch of pirates who can never be killed, there is nothing left. Moreover, this area is the first stop for new recruits coming out of the training camp every year. Well, believe me, this kid can do it. I have high hopes for him. I remember you said the same thing a few years ago for the man named Zhu Guangfu, although you didn't tell me. And he may not be strong enough to survive here. I can use my connections to assign him to a team. The middle-aged man's words are an understatement. It's also very casual. Yi Zhiqi's ears suddenly perked up. There was no other reason. He could tell at a glance that Captain Bai Su was giving him a convenient passage. Originally, he thought that these would be very difficult for Captain Bai Su. No, with his strength, he doesn't need to be assigned to a team. I have already applied for a transport ship for him. I just need to give him an F-level mission. I believe that this mission can prove his strength. Bai Su felt a little helpless. However, if he did it again, he would still not regret it. He was a principled person, and if he promised something, he would definitely do it. Whether it's before or now. And now the overall situation of the 7th Division is not very optimistic. The 7th Division now desperately needs someone who can take charge of the overall situation. You are kidding me, right? This guy is just a new soldier. Does he know how to fight? How strong is he? He doesn't think that if he shouts, "Lord, fight to the death," the other party will fight him one-on-one, right? In a division, the relationship between superiors and subordinates sometimes does not require one to obey the orders of the superiors. Of course, except for the emperor's order. In the division, military achievements are always used to speak between superiors and subordinates. The more military achievements you have, the more respect you will receive from your subordinates. Of course, if you don't have many military achievements but are still the captain, then no one will care. One day, someone may even doubt your strength and challenge you. Especially when connections are involved. You will even get some contempt. After all, a division is not just a guild or a consortium. Sometimes the relationship between these two forces is very useful. It doesn't matter. I will tell him exactly how to fight. You can rest assured about that. Now all we need is an F-rank mission. There was a hint of pleading in Bai Su's tone. It is hard to imagine such a tone coming out of the mouth of a man of great determination. After hearing this tone again, Yi Zhiqi suddenly felt unsettled. If it doesn't work, I can also. Bai Su raised his hand to stop him from continuing. It's just an F-class mission. Among F-class missions, the strongest are probably at the advanced 2-star level. They mainly rely on some destructive weapons. I believe that these are nothing to that kid. The person at the registration desk looked indifferent. There was no reaction to this sentence. There is even a little bit of disgust. You know, when Bai Su used his connections to help Zhu Guangfu, although he got the upper hand, he also offended a lot of people. This is not a question of interests. This behavior is to directly throw the division's most important military achievements on the ground and trample on them. Some people even think that the reason why the 7th Division has always been so weak is because of people like Bai Su. It can be said that after some previous events, Bai Su alone offended most of the people in the 7th Division. In other words, except for Li Wensheng, everyone else met without saying a word. I can vouch for it with my reputation. When Bai Su said this, he seemed to have lost a lot of strength. Yi Zhiqi's eyes widened. It seems that this division is really as the outside world has said before, and it attaches great importance to military achievements. But he came here not for anything else, just to accumulate some military merits, and then exchange them for a purification card that can remove the curse from old man Hu Yangon. That's all he did. Let others sacrifice for him. To be honest, this is what Yi Zhiqi hates the most. Without waiting for Yi Zhiqi to react, the middle-aged man in charge of registration looked down at the projection screen in his hand. Okay, F-class ones, right? There are still quite a few here. This one is relatively safe. According to the scout, the leader of this pirate group is called Yafu, and his strength is that of an intermediate 4-star lord. He has more than 300 subordinates who are intermediate 2 and 3-star lords. Why don't you choose an E-class one? After all, you have put so much effort in, and the impact will definitely be great later. Unless this guy can conquer a planet or something, otherwise. F-class, if this guy dies, all your efforts will be in vain. Of course, I have no objection if you let him perform an F-level mission. I'm just reminding you. The people who registered nearby said a lot. But without exception, he could agree to Baisu, but his words also meant to tell Baisu that it was not worth doing so. However, what Baisu saw was the future of the 7th Division. He has already paid a lot, and he is willing to pay some more for the future of the 7th Division. Anyway, Li Wensheng is here. Even in the worst-case scenario, as long as Yi Zhiqi can grow up, there won't be any problems. That's it. Baisu, who had seen Yi Zhiqi's strength, knew very well that the so-called intermediate lord was nothing but a vegetable in front of Yi Zhiqi. To say that he was trampled on was a bit of an overestimation. He should be considered just a piece of grass. Okay, take this sign. You can put the heads of those bandits in it. If you plan to exchange the spoils for war merits, put the war merits in it. Good luck. Chapter 105, Take Me to the Launch Pad. The middle-aged man behind the registration desk put a card directly on the desk. Baisu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the card being taken out. Very good. Great. This way, everything will go in the direction he imagined. Good. Baisu immediately took the card and handed it to Yi Zhiqi. At this time, Yi Zhiqi also noticed that Baisu's face looked a little haggard. It seems that Baisu was busy for a long time when he was lying in that dormitory yesterday. Okay, 3 planets. Take this card and follow me. We are going to the launch pad. On the way, I will tell you how to kill the pirates. There are actually 2 ways. You just need to get close to their location or directly break into their space station and summon the soldiers in the territory to kill them. The other way is to use the ability of the battleship to directly destroy the opponent's battleship. But what I applied for you is a transport spaceship, which is 500 meters in size, and some oxygen protection cards, so that you can stay alive in the universe after leaving the spaceship. There are also some transmission cards, which I have put in your transport spaceship. Yi Zhiqi took the card. He turned and looked at the middle-aged man behind the registration desk. As long as I take down 3 planets, it will be okay? Then I can be forgiven for everything he has done. As soon as these words came out, the middle-aged man behind the registration desk laughed. He couldn't hold it in any longer. In his opinion, these were words that could be said by young people who were too arrogant and had no idea of their own limitations. In this large space station, it wasn't just the 3 of them either. You know, there are at least 300 registration desks in this large space station. As for the public seats, there were still quite a few people. They also heard Baisu's conversation. At this moment, the middle-aged man behind the registration desk immediately restrained his smile. I know in my heart that it is just a temporary thing, but if I keep laughing, it is a moral problem of mine. Yes, that's right. The resources on a planet are controlled by at least a dozen pirate groups. In the area where we are located, there are several planets where these pirate groups have always been independent and hostile to each other. They can betray each other for their own interests, so the Empire doesn't often care about them. Instead, it uses this place as an annual training ground for new recruits. You may not know what it means to capture 3 planets. First, you must eliminate the pirate groups near the planets. Apart from other things, each planet has at least 1 high-level 3-star lord. This is still the minimum state. Most of them are 5 or 6 stars. Among his subordinates, there may be more than a dozen high-level 1 or 2-star lords. This is just the case of a pirate group. Even if we want to take over such a planet, we have to pay a price, but the price is not proportional to the benefits. That's why it is reserved for new recruits every year to use as a test. Yi Zhiqi frowned. It wasn't that he felt scared, he just felt that it might take a month to capture a planet, so he wanted efficiency and speed. It is unknown how many soldiers a lord can summon. Several hundred lords are considered a pirate group. Even if these pirates stand still and are hacked to death one after another by the Black Warrior, it may take more than a month to kill them all. The middle-aged man behind the registration desk thought Yi Zhiqi was a little scared. It's okay, kid. If you can complete the F-rank mission alive, and it's not done with the help of Captain Baisu, most people will look up to you. Of course, Captain Baisu must have paid some price. After all, the division only values military merit. You may not understand it now, but you will understand it when you are no longer a rookie. I don't want to bother with that. Can I just smash the planet to pieces and recycle the star source? As soon as these words came out, the middle-aged man behind the registration desk no longer had the same expression as before. He has made it so clear, but the other party is still so arrogant. He is obviously a fool. Okay, let alone 3. If you can destroy 1 and recycle the star source, it will be a huge fortune. By then, the entire division will have to make way for you. There is no way around it. The division has such merits, especially those that have just been won. Almost everyone has to bow and nod when they see them. But kid, let me remind you that the most powerful artillery of the Empire, the Emperor's Wrath, requires 20 shots to penetrate a planet. Baisu can't help you with this, and those pirates are not fools. They won't watch you fire 20 shots. Do you understand, moreover, it takes at least half an hour for the Emperor's wrath to fire once, and it cannot be interrupted during this process. The cooling potion and fire control aiming cannot stop. I am honored to have served in logistics before. Well, let me think about it. Including me, there are still more than 200 people. Boy, just complete this F-level mission. Said so many words. The middle-aged man behind the registration desk also let go of his prejudice against Yi Zhiqi a little. After all, everyone had a time when they first entered the division and were ignorant of the world. This kid is a little crazy, but he doesn't look ugly at all. It gives people a good sense of affinity. Do you have blank cards for Star Source? Yi Zhiqi's words immediately made the air around him quiet. It's not just the middle-aged guy behind the registration desk. Even some of the people who were listening to the conversation had strange expressions on their faces. In their opinion, Yi Zhiqi was no longer arrogant, but simply stupid. Ridiculously stupid. Middle-aged people no longer want to say anything more. Bang. 3 blank cards were thrown up directly. There is no good look on his face at all. 3 times of persuasion. The other party still has this attitude. This way of speaking is simply outrageous. Yi Zhiqi didn't care about these things. Sometimes, a pale explanation would only result in more ridicule and contempt. Baisu on the side glanced at Yi Zhiqi. He was not afraid of anything else. He was mainly afraid that Yi Zhiqi would run away. After all, Yi Zhiqi is a young man, and he didn't have any particular desire to stay here. The result was quite unexpected. Yi Zhiqi took the 3 blank cards. Come on, take me to the launch pad. After meeting Yi Zhiqi's eyes, there was some surprise in Baisu's eyes. This kid's mentality and vision are already better than many young people. Chapter 106. It's not that imperial people can't talk business. Baisu looked at Yi Zhiqi. I feel it more and more in my heart. If Yi Zhiqi's strength could be doubled or tripled, then count some military achievements. If the star sources of the 3 planets were really taken back, then Yi Zhiqi's desire to become the commander of the 7th Division would be a foregone conclusion. That's what the division is like. Seniority is not important. Only combat achievements are important. Combat achievements are everything in a division. This is absolutely true. Let's go. Don't waste time. Since I've accepted the mission, I know the process. But I really don't recognize the launch pad. You're not going to let me go by myself, are you? Yi Zhiqi's tone was rather casual. This is the basis of self-confidence. At this moment, even Baisu, who knew that Yi Zhiqi's strength was actually extraordinary, was a little confused. Why is Yi Zhiqi so confident? You are just a low-level 6-star. Even if you... Suddenly, Baisu just noticed that Yi Zhiqi's strength had reached the intermediate 3-star level. This level surprised him. When you are at a low level of 6 stars, you can directly kill a high-level 1-star lord. If it reaches the current mid-level 3 stars, Baisu himself didn't dare to think further. You broke through? Well, let's go. This time, Baisu was pulled away by Yi Zhiqi. Only at this moment did Baisu realize from the bottom of his heart that Yi Zhiqi truly deserved the word monster. It's only been a few days. How many levels has this jumped directly? This is a direct jump to a higher level. Directly jumped from low-level 6 stars to mid-level 3 stars. If this matter were to be made public, it would scare people to death. However, everyone also has some secrets in mind, and Baisu did not ask too many questions, but just arranged some precautions regarding the cosmic battlefield. There are also some details that are difficult for others to notice. The middle-aged man behind the registration desk watched Baisu leave. Slight sigh. Baisu, why are you doing this? Zhu Guangfu is related to you, and you raised him as your own son, but he is too disappointing. Can't you see that this young man is so arrogant that he has no limits? After saying this, he shook his head helplessly. Most of the people in the division have lost their friends or brothers in the war zone. After all, in a division, it can be said that frequent wars are the main theme. Then some people, after losing their friends or family, are even more reluctant to leave the division. I just want to kill more enemies and avenge my family or friends. At one point, I couldn't even integrate into a normal life. Hey, Lao Wang, don't worry about them. They are looking for death. Give me an E-level exploration. You requested 2 exploratory missions this month. This is the 3rd one. Haha, Lao Wang, you don't know me. My strength is all in my mouth. It's not enough. And the soldiers in my territory can prove this. I failed the F-level mission last time. You know it too. It's not that I don't accept it, but that I don't have enough ability. The middle-aged man behind the registration desk is the one called Lao Wang. Shake your head slightly. All right, it's an E-level exploratory mission. Why don't you go check on that kid? Don't even think about helping him. If you can save him, then give it a try. If he's really looking for death, then you don't have to worry about it. In Lao Wang's opinion, no matter how you look at it, this young man Yi Zhiqi is still a genius. Anyone who can join a division at a young age must be a genius. And the current 7th division is really hard to describe. As for Yi Zhiqi's personality, to be honest, the more Lao Wang thinks about this kid, the more he likes him. With a little bit of character training, he can be a good candidate. Lao Wang suddenly had this thought in his mind. There was only one reason. It was because he discovered that Yi Zhiqi was actually very rational when he left. And she didn't get angry because he threw 3 blank cards specifically for Star Source. If you get angry, it proves that your character is also very ordinary. But he was not angry. He must have great confidence and absolute strength in his heart. Blue Dream TR. The following string of characters was something Yi Zhiqi had never seen before. This is a light board that is 10,000 meters in size. The characters on it were still lit. However, the various dried bloodstains on it made Yi Zhiqi understand that the space station in front of him definitely had a lot of history. There are a dozen more besides this one. Basically, these dozen or so space stations are located around a planet. There may be some space stations on the backside of this planet. Is this the pirate space station? From the outside, it looks like a port, plus an entertainment venue similar to a bar. Yi Zhiqi looked at it curiously at first. At this moment, he was sitting in the transport ship that Baisu had applied for him. This transport ship has no other capabilities. It means being able to travel in the universe. Well, that's all. Except for the cards that Baishu had prepared for him before. There are also 2 mechanical artifacts. One is a wind turbine. There is another one that is solar-powered. These 2 don't look very big, but the logo on them makes Yi Zhiqi understand. If this thing is used on the planet, it can fully charge the transport spacecraft. It doesn't take a long time. Move the transport ship directly over. At the same time, inside the space station, in the very center, a large round table is placed in the middle. One of them had a mechanical prosthetic arm, several scars on his face, and purple skin, and it was impossible to tell what race he was. Station Master. There's a transport ship from the Empire approaching. It's the only transport ship, and there are no other frigates. Should we attack the ship and the people on it? Bang dash. The person who reported the incident was of unknown race. At this moment he felt his head buzzing. It's like your own brain, constantly bumping against each other inside your skull. He shook his head. Why are you fighting? If the other party is so confident, will you be responsible if something goes wrong? Come on. Everyone, make way, prepare things, and entertain them well. It's not like we can't do business with people from the Empire. If you want to live long in this place, you can't just rely on fighting. You also have to please some people, especially those from the Empire. Don't forget whose territory we are playing on. We're still fighting. Believe it or not, if we blow up that transport ship now, then the Emperor's wrath cannon will be aimed at us. By then, we won't have to survive in the universe anymore. We'll just become scum. Do you understand? Chapter 107 The Iron-Headed Kid, Who Isn't Fearful of Death. After hearing this, the little minion next to him nodded quickly like a chick pecking at rice. In his opinion, what his leader said was actually correct. In particular, there is only one overlord in this area, and that is the Empire. This is something that all pirates are well aware of. The Empire will not take too much action against them. After all, there is no money to be made from them, and they are rather chaotic here. Under such circumstances, the Empire was too lazy to pay attention. It's not that no one has thought about gathering a group of interstellar pirates before, but unfortunately, that person's career was only halfway accomplished. He was betrayed and killed by the people around him. This jurisdiction also lasted for hundreds of years. Of course, anyone who can survive in this area for more than 3 years is considered a relatively powerful person. Araka. He has been the commander of this space station for just 8 months. For now, it seems that his strength has been temporarily stabilized. But at this time today, he never expected that such a distinguished guest would come to visit. Of course, this so-called distinguished guest naturally refers to Yi Zhiqi. If other pirates come closer, well, then it's time to go to war. Don't just stand there in a daze. Prepare yourself well. At least let them know our good intentions. After a while, it will be the time for the Empire's new recruits to be trained. Whether we can survive that time depends on now. Yes, Webmaster. When the numerous minions heard these words, they became even more energized. None of these races are humans. They all still have human form. But we still have to make another preparation. If the body-locking gun is taken away, if there is a person or if there is a chance, we can capture him. In this way, he will be our amulet. Araka gave the order. His words went straight through the loudspeaker and reached every level of the space station. These pirates are quite fast. I immediately cleaned up the first layer. After all, this first floor will be used for entertaining guests later. There can't be any carelessness. Station Master, lock the gun. A confidant beside him directly handed over a small pistol. From the appearance, it is just an ordinary pistol, even smaller than the average pistol. It seems that there is nothing special about it. Yes, it's a weapon from the Ion Consortium. This weapon is very useful for capturing humanoid creatures. It only requires a small energy battery. The station master is coming in alone. According to the humans, this boy seems to be very young. He also looks like a new recruit of the Empire. I saw his imperial bracelet. Uraka nodded. At the same time, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. One person, very young human. He should also be a lord, with about 200 to 300 soldiers under his command. Here, including himself, there are thousands of soldiers in various territories. Well, they can fight. It can even be said that it has overwhelming strength. But the problem cannot be viewed in this way. It is also possible that his status in the Empire is extremely noble, and only with such a status can he dare to come to their space station alone. We can't wait any longer. Be careful. Who knows, we can become legends in the future. What is a legend? It was during these 3 years that the average lifespan of pirates in this interstellar area was 3 years. Within 3 years, you may die from various reasons. But if you have done something different in these 3 years, it will definitely become a legend. Become the most powerful legend among other pirates. After all, in the interstellar universe, most pirates, in human terms, are out to get ahead. Of course, to achieve this you may need not only strength, but also some luck. Now, Uraka felt that his luck seemed to have come. Outside the space station at this moment. Port area. Yijichi has already walked out of the transport spacecraft. Seeing this vast universe, Yijichi felt like a grain of sand, insignificant in this universe. At the same time, the oxygen card in his arms was also activated by him. In the vacuum environment of the universe, if there is no oxygen, it would be simply seeking death. However, the manufacturing method of oxygen cards is also extremely simple. Just some improvements to the way the cards are activated will do the trick. The general principle is to form a protective shield around the human body. This shield is full of oxygen. This oxygen can probably be used for 7 or 8 hours. For Yijichi, these 7 or 8 hours are more than enough. Even he might not take 7 or 8 hours. It seems that they have already discovered me. But that's right. If I come to their door so openly, they will definitely see me if they are not blind. Yijichi thought to himself. Or after we go in, we can directly summon the Dark Knight and then blow up this space station. This thought only appeared in Yijichi's mind for a moment and then disappeared. You can't do that. If you do that, you won't get anything in return. In essence, Yijichi still wanted to obtain some materials or something from these pirates. In this way, the strength of his territory will be greatly enhanced again. Is this kid so brave? He went straight to Uraka's space station? Damn it. I hope there won't be a fight later. An old soldier's eyes seem to be bulging out of his head. Others don't know. He is a veteran here. He was not injured because of the injuries on his body, nor because of the large number of soldiers consumed in his territory. So in the past 1 or 2 years, I have been taking on some reconnaissance missions. Naturally, there is a lot of information about which pirates in this area are strong and which are relatively weak. It can even be said to be extremely clear. From a certain perspective, the information may be more detailed than the information previously circulated by the pirate group. Didn't he accept an F-rank mission? To destroy a pirate group like Uraka's is at least A rank. Besides, he's still a rookie, so he must have a lot of loyal people around him. This kid just walked straight into the wolf's den? At this moment, the old soldier was very confused. He didn't understand whether Yijichi was really stupid or just courageous. Well, this is no longer a question of courage or not. Forget it, kid, I'll just watch you from the side. If a fight breaks out, I'll help you once. Damn, where did Captain Baisu find the Iron-Head kid? Isn't he afraid of death? Chapter 108. I hope this kid won't be too crazy. At this moment, outside the space station, not far away, an old soldier who had been observing Yijichi had a gradually complicated expression. I hope this kid and those people won't be so arrogant. He is not like us, who are all people who hang their heads on their waists. He will not have any tolerant thoughts towards you. The old soldier felt a little toothache at the moment. After all, he also felt the aura of Yijichi. Intermediate 3 stars is a rare talent. I heard that the talents of this year's 5th team are the strongest, and many people are saying that they are at the intermediate 5-star level. Intermediate 3 stars, with such talent, how can he be so stubborn? Yijichi, who had already entered the space station, had never expected that. Except for those various humanoid creatures, it was more in line with his expectations. The rest of the situation is completely different. As for why I chose here, that's because Skynet scanned all the space stations around this planet. The threat to Skynet is not high. This means that they are just some small fish. After hearing about Skynet's scan, that's why Yizhou was so brave and went straight to the space station. If he fights outside the space station, he is actually more likely to be subject to some restrictions. After all, it's just a transport ship. If it's targeted by a cannon, it will definitely not be able to escape. Forget about dodging. If your body can't withstand a single blow, you're all finished. It seems quite arrogant. In fact, Yijichi has the confidence because of Skynet. After entering the space station, a full minute passed. Yijichi didn't say anything, and Uraka stared at Yijichi with wide eyes. The reason he was able to become the webmaster of this pirate group was not only his own strength, but also a junk product that had been discontinued by a certain consortium. Evaluate the prosthetic eye. It is a mechanical eye that can assess the combat power of a person's lord space to a certain extent. The prerequisite is that the other party is not wearing any special products or has any strange AI network on his body. Then his prosthetic eye will be effective. However, at this moment, in his evaluation interface with his eyes, the combat power value of Yijichi's territory space is a series of question marks. Since getting this artificial eye, Uraka has never seen such a situation before. He immediately used his artificial eye to look at the other subordinates around him. Combat power rating, 1494-1671. Obviously nothing was broken. He once again set his sights on Yijichi. Combat power rating. Uraka swallowed. He had never been this nervous when they were undergoing racial trials on their home planet. The other party walked in so swaggeringly. He definitely has extraordinary strength. Moreover, the other party seemed to be still waiting for them to take action. Well, there are some strong people who just want to see the ants struggling. It seems that you guys are quite welcoming to me. This is a little strange. I was surprised that you guys would start fighting as soon as I came in. When I saw the other side, I didn't say anything. Yijichi could only say one sentence first. But after saying it, he felt a little regretful. It is not known whether these humanoid cosmic creatures can understand what he says. If you don't understand, it would be a bit embarrassing. Uraka also came back to his senses immediately and smiled. Ha ha ha. You came here, for what? After these words were spoken, all the aliens nearby were stunned. That's not right, brother. Before this Imperial man came in, you didn't seem to say that at all. Didn't you also want a body-locking gun? Why not? And the tone is a bit wrong. Uraka's smile was a little stiff. He suddenly remembered. Back then, when he was not the leader of their pirate group, the leader had a confidant by his side. However, in his opinion, the confidant's strength was not that good at all. But he couldn't learn the skill of speaking at all. However, he was also very contemptuous at that time. But now, Uraka really hopes that he can learn to say a few nice words. But Uraka stuttered and couldn't even utter a complete sentence. You talk? Ah, I see, that's how your race is, right? But it's good that you can understand me. Yijichi was in a good mood. At least this alien could still understand what he was saying. Moreover, this alien has various mechanical prostheses on his body, and the smile on his face looks relatively kind. Ha 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 that. Okay, without further ado, I want to blow up this planet. Can you help me hold off the other pirates for a while? It won't take long, maybe 7 or 8 minutes. Yijichi had two thoughts in his mind. One is to use Likongzen to fight. Another is to use war fortresses. No matter which one it is, it can directly blow up the planet. That's not right. If you want to be the general of Likong Town, you may need 10 or more cannons. It would be enough to just deploy 10 Likongs. But during this process, Yijichi was afraid that some blind pirates would attack him. Get the star sources of the 3 planets as soon as possible, so I can go back and report back early. The main reason is that Yijichi feels that if Baisu continues like this, he may have to fight in this cosmic battlefield for half a month, and when he returns again, Baisu will have retired from the division. When he took on the task, Yijichi was also listening, and heard it clearly. Baisu lost a lot of relationships because of him. Yijichi felt really bad for such a stranger. At this moment, Uraka's face froze. Do what? Smash this planet and collect this star source. This person is from the Empire. What is his background? Is he the Emperor's son? As soon as the words came out, they were so powerful. Just go straight to the planet and take the star source, then you are a pirate. We don't deserve to be called pirates. Uraka felt like a sentence was stuck in his throat, and no words came out of his mouth. He didn't doubt Yijichi either. Mainly because of his artificial eye, he actually believed that Yijichi really had such ability. Sir. Let me ask politely, is the Empire planning to encircle and suppress this area? After Uraka finished speaking, his face turned as pale as the wall. It felt like all the oxygen in the entire space station had been sucked out. Chapter 109. Can you fight? Uraka swore that he had always believed that it was within the star field under his jurisdiction. That is star region number 13. He is very famous. and his pirate group is also very powerful. It can even be said that it is stronger than many other pirate groups. He had also secretly inquired about his own mission assessment in the Empire. It is an A-level task. When he learned the news, he was very excited and even took the initiative to spread the news. Relying on this news, many other cosmic refugees also joined his pirate group. At that time, Uraka felt that he was the most promising pirate group in the area near this planet. But today, the arrival of a young man taught him a direct lesson. Encirclement and suppression? Encirclement and suppression of what? I just want the star sources of the 3 planets. You just need to help me stop the other pirates for 7 or 8 minutes. When I am free, I will be able to deal with them. Yijichi's initial approach. It means first building a relatively large space station, and then using this space station as a fulcrum. Build a war fortress from this fulcrum, or directly summon the sky-splitting town general. At present, Yijichi has made a decision in his mind. That is to directly summon the sky breaker to blow up the planet. As for the war fortress, it is temporarily regarded as a trump card in hand if too many pirate groups attack directly. If the Black Warrior and Extreme Cold can't stop it, he will summon it out. But, we still have some products on this planet. Well, I mean, sir, can you give us some? Uraka stammered. Yijichi understood these words as soon as he thought about them. After all, the other party also relies on this planet to survive, and this planet may have other things such as energy. Only by relying on planets can we survive in this vast universe. If there were no planets, we would have no choice but to wait for death in this vast universe. Well, I can't share some of the star energy with you. How about this? After I destroy this planet, I will help you get rid of one of your enemies. I think I should be able to do it. Yijichi touched his chin. Well, I think I was a little too arrogant. But it's not too bad. The enemies of these pirate groups should be of similar strength. They are on par with each other, which is why they can become enemies. When Uraka heard Yijichi's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. That's great. Relying on this person's ability, it would be an easy task to destroy his enemies. It can even be said that it doesn't take any time at all. How about it? Yijichi frowned slightly. He saw that the other party didn't make a move first, so he didn't make a move first either. After all, if he took action himself, the other party had not provoked him and was just doing fine here, but he just came up and attacked him. It was a bit barbaric no matter how you looked at it. However, at this time, Uraka had extremely sharp eyesight. My lord, this is great. There is no better deal than this. However, let's make it clear in advance. I hope we can get their spoils. At the same time, our force can only hold off all the pirates in this planetary area for 20 minutes. This is the limit of our strength. However, we can at least hold off for 15 minutes. At this moment, Uraka spoke much more directly and fluently. If only I could reach an agreement with this person. Then, he could move further away from this area, so that he could completely avoid the Empire's annual recruit trials. During the annual recruit trials, many pirate groups were directly wiped out. By then, he would no longer have a huge future trouble. 15 minutes? Well, that's fine. You just need to be prepared. Now, I don't have a lot of time to waste. After Yijichi finished speaking, he looked around. Where is your platform? I need to deploy a few mechanical artifacts. Only with them can I smash the planet. This platform doesn't need to be too big. Just enough to hold 7 or 8 transport ships. Speaking of which, the size of Lycong Town is slightly smaller than that transport spaceship. Platform? Are you summoning from the territory? There is a natural platform at the top of our upper space. I will take you up there. Everyone else, please go into war mode immediately. You have heard the deal between me and this gentleman. Don't be in a daze. Hurry up. Uraka was also a little excited. However, some questions flashed through his mind. Logically speaking, isn't the Empire's most powerful artillery the Emperor's Wrath? That cannon is very big. Moreover, it takes at least 20 minutes to fire a shot, and a lot of logistical personnel are required. If it weren't for these logistical personnel, that Emperor's anger can't be used to fire a cannon. They say the one above is a natural platform, but it's actually just like a roof. The next moment, Uraka also brought Yijichi to the top of the space station. It must be said that this place is indeed flat, a platform, and there are several signal towers around, but Yijichi doesn't quite understand what those signal towers are used for. Of course, he didn't come out this time to steal the pirate's technology tree. It's for Xingyuan. Sir, this place can withstand the backseat pressure. Uraka looked a little nervous. Apart from anything else, the recoil of the cannons on such a large planet is generally extremely large. You have to build a city cannon base in advance. Don't worry about that. Yijichi snapped his fingers. More than a dozen sky-splitting machines appeared behind him at the same time. Judging from the appearance and the perspective of space artillery, These sky-splitting town generals are considered miniature objects. This thing can. Araka looked a little strange. Can such a small cannon destroy a planet? Being able to blow up a planet with one shot. How funny is that? It feels like going to target practice, and all the impressions are bound to be of various guns. There are such things as pistols, but it is not appropriate to use a finger-sized gun for a large target. Can this be fought? Well, these guys don't look very big, but I'm quite confident in their firepower. At this moment, Uraka felt as if he had been cheated. Chapter 1, Tenet really exploded. But at this moment, there is no turning back. And he still believes in his prosthetic eye very much. All along, he has avoided countless dangers with his prosthetic eye. Relying on this artificial eye, he has become the current leader of the pirate group. At the same time, numerous frigates and a considerable number of assault-class space battleships continuously flew out from a place similar to a warehouse below the space station. In the blink of an eye, there are more than 300 of them covering the surrounding area. There are hundreds of strange creatures on some frigates. Yijichi could recognize those creatures at a glance. Those creatures rely on soldiers summoned from the territory by others. Yijichi didn't know whether he was strong or not, but he thought that it should be able to enhance his combat power to some extent. At this moment, the aliens in the warships were also a little stunned. That thing doesn't look that big. Can it hit a planet? Let's not talk about whether it can be fired or not. I feel that it is still a question whether the shells of this cannon can land on the planet. They are too small, like a toy. But, after all, it is the Empire's stuff, and the Empire generally has high-quality requirements for stuff it uses. In my opinion, this kid is most likely the descendant of a noble in the Empire, and our station master is just playing with him to please him. It's not impossible. After all, it's such a small thing. How can we fight it? I can't fight it. It goes without saying that it should, but it just can't be defeated. If this thing can be defeated, wouldn't all the forces in this area be reshuffled? Yes, despite its small size, it has the power to shatter planets. The Empire should give it some leeway. Isn't that person from the Empire? What if he came here to test the Empire's new weapons? As soon as these words came out, all the aliens in the communication network suddenly fell silent. And Uraka is also in the communication network. His face paused at this moment. What if the other party is just a random soldier who comes to test the weapons directly? If he becomes familiar with the world in the future, won't he have an Imperial background? At that time, he wouldn't have to worry too much about people from the Empire taking action against him. Bang dash. Suddenly, the gun barrels of these dozen or so Licong town generals broke apart, split into 4 branches, and slowly opened. Then a huge amount of energy gathered there. The blue energy ball grew bigger and bigger. Energy type, artillery. Are you doing business with the consortium? Are you testing new weapons? When it comes to energy weapons, the size is generally not considered. Instead, the concentration of the energy and the size of the energy emitter are considered. He had already seen this size. According to his long career as a pirate, the power of the artillery of this white, 4-legged mechanical device is probably enough to penetrate a meteorite with 30 shots. But this is also an energy weapon. The energy sphere above is also getting bigger and bigger. Obviously, this kind of artillery cannot be measured by the size of the launcher. Moreover, the Empire does not use energy weapons. The Empire's most powerful weapon is controlled radiation nuclear weapons. Especially when it comes to large-scale bombing, the Empire seems to never be satisfied with it. Consortium, no, I made these myself. I think they are pretty. What do you think? Yijichi felt that the pirate next to him looked pretty good, although it's a bit ugly in terms of appearance. But he still felt that this way of speaking was very good. At least it's not brain dead. Is every space station like you? One person controls the entire space station. Yijichi was also a little curious for a moment. How on earth do these people survive in space? Is it just eating whoever you want every day, and then robbing each other? Is this how you live every day? When asked here, Uraka couldn't help but straighten his chest. This question can be said to have touched upon the area in which he is best. No, sir. In the area covered by this planet, there are 4 other people like me in my space station. As for the rest, there are 3 or 5 groups sharing a space station together. There was a hint of arrogance in Uraka's eyes. After all, compared with other pirate groups, this one is still quite impressive. Most of the space stations are occupied by 3 to 5 pirate groups. Of course, these pirate groups would definitely have a war in secret every now and then. This is also very common, especially in this chaotic area. The aliens who came here were either defeated somewhere and became deserters, or they came directly from their home planet and walked here. In short, there are many reasons for coming to this area. At the very beginning, it was just to survive. But later on, many people gradually understood. As long as you don't walk or run on the path of becoming stronger, one day, danger will chase you. So that's how it is. Buzz dash. Buzz dash. Suddenly, these sky-splitting towns gathered the blue energy ball at the gun barrel to the maximum extent. Sir, this. Well, ignore it. It will fire on its own. You'd better cover your ears. Uraka was somewhat confused. Energy weapons are generally known for their high stability, high power, and high maintenance. At the same time, the firing sound of energy weapons is not as loud as that of thermal weapons. Uraka knew this very well and did not ask any further questions. He still covered his ears with his hands. Of course, Yijichi's words are unnecessary. His current physique is also ridiculously strong. Originally, his physique was shared with mechas like the Black Warrior. After the Black Warrior and the others became stronger, Yijichi also became stronger. Bang dash. Bang dash. Then, the sound of more than a dozen energy balls flying out was heard. There was also some energy current flashing across the sky splitting town. But all this current is absorbed again. Apparently, that's the recoil. But at this moment, everyone's eyes were not on General Licombe, but on the planet in front of them. Boom! After many energy balls fell down, they saw that the planet seemed to shake a little, and then the unstable planetary energy increased rapidly. This planet is going to explode. Yijichi took out the blank card from his arms calmly. Chapter 1:11 Multidimensional Expansion. He just threw the blank card casually, and it started spinning into space. A strange light appeared, and the surrounding space seemed to be twisting, deforming, and breaking. Everyone saw that the shock waves, energy, and debris produced by the planet's explosion were all framed by an invisible box. It feels like an explosion inside an ice cube. You know the power of the explosion, and you see the process of the explosion, but the range of the explosion is contained within the ice cube. Very amazing. Then, Yijichi took back the card. Detected, planet-level resources. Resource collection begins. 1A level star core, 94,700 iron ore, 10,200 copper ore, 12,400 nickel ore, 1250 gallium ore, 3,500 uranium ore. Although the big explosion consumed a lot of the resources of an entire planet, a lot of them were still preserved. Good, Yijichi exclaimed. This multidimensional expansion card is worth it. It can expand multidimensional space within a certain range and absorb matter and energy. Even if the planet explodes, Yijichi can retain a lot of material resources thanks to this card. The pirates looked at Yijichi as if he were a god. A planet-scale explosion was dealt with so easily. It was simply unheard of. What card is that? Uraka asked, and the pirates surrounding him were also full of anticipation. Multidimensional expansion, a newly discovered SSS level card. Yijichi answered calmly. Isn't the highest level SSS? Why is this card so strong, far surpassing other SSS level cards? Could it be that the rules of the universe have changed? This is a card from a universe with a higher energy intensity. In their universe, the SSS level is 1 billion times stronger than that in other universes, which is normal. Yijichi explained perfunctorily, but his mind was not idle. He got this card by chance. Skynet has been studied for a long time, and we have just figured out its origin and usage. Just came in handy. In this universe now, Zhu Guangfu is dead, and no one except the Empire can pose a threat to him. But the Empire was too big for him to resist alone. This card brought him new hope. He is going to this higher energy level universe. The most important function of this multidimensional expansion card is to open a wormhole leading to the high-energy universe. But it requires more energy and resources. The resources collected in this big star explosion operation gave Yijichi inspiration. According to Skynet's estimation, the multidimensional expansion card would need the resources and energy of 9 A-class planets to open a wormhole. How many planets of this energy level do you know? Yijichi asked the pirates. Uraka and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Are you going to bomb the planet again? Right. Yijichi's affirmation surprised them. Oh my god, is this space madman obsessed with Operation Starblast? Are you not satisfied with blowing up a planet? You have to know that if a planet continues to develop, it can support billions of people for tens of billions of years. I don't need a habitable planet. A desolate mineral planet or an ownerless planet is fine. As long as the energy level meets the requirements, it will be fine. Yijichi felt that they were looking at him as if he were a weirdo, and he knew what they were thinking, so he explained. Uraka connected with him before and said that this was a card from another universe and thought of something. Are you collecting energy and resources to travel to a universe with higher energy? When these words came out, the other pirates were stunned. Pretty smart. Yijichi praised in his heart. What else? Can you take us me? Uraka changed the question a little bit. Bring all the people with you? Even if you think about it with your toes, it's impossible. So he narrowed the scope to himself. Behind him, there were murderous looks. But it doesn't matter, he thinks it's worth it. As long as Yijichi agrees. After all, in that universe, all abilities seem to be taken to the next level. If we get the resources over there and come back here, wouldn't that be like walking sideways? Even if I am abandoned by my friends and relatives, I will not hesitate. Uraka was full of pride at this moment. Well, Yijichi thought for a moment. This card can only be used by one person at a time. Sorry. Then when you get there, can you send a card over? Uraka was anxious. Others were also very curious. If one could be given away, then more could also be given. I don't know how much this card costs, nor do I know if there are any special restrictions on this kind of card in another universe. After all, I'm just a lucky guy who picked up the card. Sorry, I can't answer that. Yijichi sighed and replied. But after you pass, I will leave some drawings and information for you. You can explore on your own. In order not to disappoint the pirates, he dug a hole in himself when searching for the planet. Yijichi decided to pay them some attractive compensation. The pirates did as he wished, and after whispering and discussing for a while, their emotions calmed down a lot. After all, having obtained this information has already surpassed many teams. The Empire may have some understanding of the high-energy universe, but there has been no substantial progress so far. But Yijichi actually demonstrated it in front of them. So even though hope is discounted, it's better than nothing. Next, the pirates enthusiastically guided Yijichi to the required planet. It's the same process every time, setting up cannons, firing, planet explosions, multidimensional expansion, and collecting resources and energy. Then the next planet. Finally, when they arrived at the 8th planet, a large army sent by the Empire blocked them. After all, according to Yijichi's requirements, most of them are not habitable planets, but resource and mineral planets. As the largest military entity in the universe, the Empire owns the vast majority of planets. Although there are many ownerless planets in the universe, only a handful of them have reached Class A. As the most powerful force in the universe, the Empire naturally owns the most Class A planets. Of the 7 planets that were blown up, 5 were planets over which the Empire had clear sovereignty. Now the Empire can no longer tolerate this and directly sends out its most powerful space fleet to snipe Yijichi. Looking at the fleet in interstellar space like a swarm of wasps, the pirates had no choice but to tremble in fear. Although they had thought of this consequence before guiding Yijichi to blow up these resource planets. But he still held on to the fantasy that he could help Yijichi complete resource collection before the Imperial fleet arrived, and then leave after getting the information. Things don't always go as planned. Listen, people in front, you are surrounded. Please surrender immediately, or you will be bombarded by the Imperial artillery. Considering that you have already blown up 5 resource planets owned by the Empire, if you can hand over the weapons you used and return the collected resources, the Empire will consider reducing your sentence. Wow, are you kidding me? Chapter 112, another blank card. When the pirates heard about the sentence reduction, they all thought in unison that this was a fucking joke. Now that we have come this far, there is no turning back. Now they felt a little regretful. After all, the person who benefited the most from the star explosion was Yijichi, and they originally just wanted to have some soup. Don't worry. Yijichi comforted the pirates. The multidimensional expansion card can absorb all energy and matter within a certain range. It can absorb and preserve the energy from a Class A planet explosion. It's just a fleet. What are you afraid of? It will only slow down my progress in entering other universes. Oh, yes. The multidimensional expansion card can be used directly in front of the spaceship to absorb the energy of the attack, right? This is an all-round, 3-dimensional defense block with no blind spots. Why didn't you think of it? Uraka and the other pirates agreed that it was the tension of the Empire that suppressed their thinking abilities, and they refused to admit that it was because of their low IQ. Alright, after the Emperor Cannon's ground-clearing attack, they will have a period of firepower vacuum. You guys should hurry up and run away. Yijichi smiled and said to the pirates. The bridge of the Shrike, command ship of the Imperial First Fleet. Colonel Charles Larry discovered the highlight the moment he stepped in. The entire display screen in front is showing the power of the Emperor's cannon. In the abyss of the universe, all the light spots representing the Emperor's artillery densely hit one point, but the expected explosion did not occur. The light spot disappeared directly at that point. It was like a pile of beans fell into an invisible pit and disappeared without any ripples. What's going on? He was very confused. The view inside the bridge is very wide. Under the huge hemispherical screen are rows of workbenches. A group of technical soldiers are busy among various screens, keyboards, instruments, and communication facilities. All this reminded him of the ants working nonstop in their ant nest. General Alston and Gunnet sat in the command seat, staring intently at the sea of stars on the screen. He seemed equally confused about what had just happened. "Did you see that, General?" he asked. When Alston heard his voice, he raised his head, and his ice-blue eyes emitted a sword-like light. The ladies of the imperial family, on the other hand, preferred to describe his gaze as the frozen brilliance of stars, cold and mysterious. As one of the most handsome men in the upper class of the empire, although Alston is nearly 40 years old, he still wins the hearts of most women. "What's the matter with you?" he asked Charles, the young trusted officer, who was 23 years old, 190 centimeters tall, and weighed 85 kilograms. Because he had awakened the A-level talent of Fold Captain, which was particularly suitable for the Imperial fleet, he was specially recruited into the army and became a colonel. "It has nothing to do with the pirates now. I came to report the situation of the Imperial rebels to you. According to the report of the search ship, 3 groups of rebels are approaching our fleet in an encircling manner." Charles called up a holographic screen to show the general the rebels' route as detected by space radar. "The timing is very clever. It will arrive at the front of our army during the vacuum period after the firing of our Emperor artillery." Alston sighed. But there was no sign of worry, because these rebels knew nothing about the true strength of the Empire's First Fleet. Take the present for example. Charles can directly summon the warship, quickly cut into the enemy's command ship, and carry out an assassination attack. For example, launch the Emperor's cannon, and then jump back before the Emperor's cannon's firepower blows up the opponent. "What's up with that pirate? I see the Imperial cannon seems to have failed," Charles asked, because he also saw that Alston was worried about the pirates. "They used a strange energy field to absorb the energy of all the Imperial artillery, and then fled." Alston paused. "That energy field seemed to come from the blank card." "Blank card? Is that the one that has been circulating in the royal family?" Charles was curious. "Blank cards. There are 5 blank cards found so far. No one knows what they are used for, except that the resources required to activate them are astronomical." Alston clicked on the holographic screen, and all the blank card information that could be viewed appeared. In the 106th year of the Universal Era, the Emperor Wood III, who had been dead for 20 years, suddenly returned to the human world. The Empire was divided at that time, and 7 forces were fighting for ownership of the Empire. Wood III's fleet, with its Imperial artillery, swept across the galaxy and completed the unification. In his will, he wrote, the cause of his previous death was that he entered another powerful universe due to a secret military experiment. He lived and studied there for 20 years and mastered a lot of technologies beyond this universe. The Imperial cannon was the weapon technology he chose that was easiest to master. In addition, there were blank cards, of which he brought back 5. He said it was the key to that universe. But to activate it, enormous power is required. During a campaign to suppress rebels, he used a blank card to block the enemy's suicide attack. Afterwards, even though the galaxy was unified, there was still no way to gather enough resources to open the card again. After his death, he left 3 cards to the royal bloodline and gave the other 2 to his good friend and a trusted subordinate. It is now the 223rd year of the cosmic calendar. The scientists of the Empire have been studying the remaining 3 cards for more than 100 years, but have not produced any results. But now, this group of pirates actually used the same effect as when Wood III used the blank card. How not to be surprised? Among those pirates, the only famous ones are Uraka and a boy named Yijichi. Alston suddenly smiled. Another young genius. You should also be able to see all his achievements since his awakening. Indeed, it's incredible. Charles listened to Alston's introduction and also looked up relevant information himself. The SSS level talent that his Black Knight awakened is really terrifying. You know, the Mechanical Lord talent is a talent that consumes a lot of resources, which is basically the same as the resources of a blank card. But he can make full use of both, which means that he has special means to either generate a large amount of resources or significantly reduce the demand for resources. Alston analyzed. If that's the case, he's too scary. Charles was shocked. A person who can take on the resources needed for the development of the Mechanical Lord and can freely activate blank cards. What kind of monster is this? Chapter 113, The Chosen One. So what does he want to do? Charles asked. The blank card is the key to the high-energy universe. Activating it requires massive resources, and he is collecting resources now. What do you think he is going to do? Alston smiled. The high-energy universe is his goal. Charles was shocked. How can we stop him? Unfortunately, it can't be stopped. Alston shook his head. In this case, how can we explain to the Emperor? Perhaps 3 rebel armies can handle it. Charles thought carefully about the solution. Explain? Why do you have to explain? Alston's expression suddenly changed. You just need to explain to me. What? Charles suddenly felt a strong suction force around Alston. General, you activated the Devouring Lord talent. That's right. You, the elites of the Empire's First Fleet, and the 3 rebel forces that came to my doorstep will all be devoured by me and become stepping stones for me to enter the high-energy universe. Alston's handsome face became extremely ferocious at this time, and a blank card appeared in his hand. By the way, Alston is also a member of the royal family. I've been waiting for this day for too long. Hee. Where's this? Yijichi looked around. Is this the high-energy universe? It is surrounded by lush forests, with towering mountains in the distance and a large lake nearby. At this time, a girl in ancient costume came over, leading a large cat that was not sure whether it was a lion or some hybrid. Hey, who are you? Are you from the neighboring country? The girl was about 18 or 19 years old. She was wearing a white long gown that was common among women in ancient times, with a jade hairpin inserted in her hair. Her big eyes were blinking. I came from far away and got lost here. Yijichi answered her while observing her. Can you tell me where this is? This is Cheonglin Island, the southern part, the kingdom of beast taming. My name is Ma Xiaoling. What about you? The girl was very cheerful and seemed to have no scheming intentions. The beast taming spiritual kingdom. Yijichi muttered. Yes, everyone in the country has awakened their beast taming talents. Oh, I see. My name is Yijichi. I come from a very far away country, and I have awakened my mechanical talent. Yijichi answered honestly. Mechanical talent? I know that there is a country called Green thousands of kilometers away, and most of the people there have mechanical talents. Are you from Green? Ma Xiaoling asked. Oh no, it's just very far away. Yijichi touched his head. Forget it, just don't say it if you don't want to. Ma Xiaoling curled her lips. If you really want to know, I can tell you that I come from a blue planet in another universe, Dragon Country. Yijichi finally decided to say it. Another universe? Okay. Ma Xiaoling was still a little skeptical. Then how did you get here? I was being hunted by the Empire and had nowhere to go, and then I ended up here for no apparent reason. A nationally wanted criminal? Ma Xiaoling frowned. This man didn't look like a bad person. It's not what you think. I haven't committed any unforgivable crime. Yijichi waved his hands repeatedly. He couldn't clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. I'm just kidding. I don't think you're a bad person. Ma Xiaoling looked at Yijichi jokingly. Let me tell you, today is the day for the beast-taming spiritual kingdom to open its spirits. Open the spirit. Yes, it is to awaken the talent of beast control. Do you want to go and take a look? Okay. Yijichi had just arrived in this world and wanted to see it all. After the two of them left, a point of light fell into the lake, causing thousands of waves. After a while, the blonde and blue-eyed Alston, soaked all over, swam out of the lake. Where is this? He looked around in confusion. The surroundings were full of the breath of nature, without any sense of technology. It didn't match the high-energy universe he imagined at all. Look there. 2 people in Taoist robes flew over on swords. What's going on? They seemed to be wearing ancient costumes from the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom. Alston was full of doubts. Is this the chosen son that the sect leader mentioned? A fat Taoist priest in his 30s looked at Alston carefully. He felt a force of energy scanning him and immediately activated the Devouring Lord's talent to absorb the energy. The Devouring Lord has the talent to devour everything and use it for his own benefit. However, if the energy matter is too chaotic, it will produce a rejection reaction and eventually destroy itself. In the original universe, Alston used his devouring talent to absorb the fleet and 3 rebel forces and immediately transferred them to the blank card. This is how he avoided the consequences of his body exploding and dying, and at the same time used the blank card to come to this universe. It's just that this universe is completely different from what he imagined. Now, after absorbing the fat Taoist scanning energy, he found that there was no rejection reaction in his body, but it naturally merged with his own energy. What's going on? Alston felt like a curious baby, full of questions. See? He absorbed my heaven-swallowing technique power. The fat Taoist priest shouted as if he had discovered a new world. As expected, I am the heaven-chosen son of the heaven-swallowing sect. Fortunately, as an awakened SSS talent-devouring lord, Alston has raised his intelligence to an inhuman level. He had mastered the languages of many planets before, and the language spoken by these 2 people was the same as the language of the Blue Star Dragon Country, so he could understand it. It seems that this organization called Tian Tun Zone predicted that I would come, and I am the chosen one as they call it, probably similar to the Son of God in ancient religions. Alston understood it this way. It seems pretty good. My dear, what should I call you? Asked another thin Taoist priest who was more stable than the fat one. Alston Gunnet. What a long name, commented the fat Taoist priest. Talent makes one special. The thin Taoist priest added. We would like to invite you to join the heaven-swallowing sect. What do you think? Won't you introduce yourselves? Oh, sorry, I forgot. My name is Hongya. His name is Honghua, and we are both from the Tunshan sect. The thin Taoist introduced. Red leaves, red flowers, so strange, like a woman's name. Since Alstom was proficient in this language, he could of course sense the weirdness. The name is just a code name, please don't mind it. What does the Tian Tun sect do? Although Alston had determined that the Tian Tun sect should be suitable for him when he absorbed the special energy of the fat Taoist priest just now, he still wanted to learn more about it before joining. Chapter 114, Awakening F-Level Talent. Yi Zhiqi followed Ma Xiaoling to the beast-taming square of the beast-taming kingdom, which was packed with people. Everyone was divided into 4 teams and lined up to awaken. At the front of each team, there is a minter and a large floating magic ball emitting strange light. There is a small magic circle in front of the magic ball. Those who came to awaken stood in the magic circle. The minter will then activate the magic ball to emit energy, which will be absorbed by the awakened person, and his talent can be detected. In this country, most of the awakened ones have the talent of beast taming, and a small number have the talent of mutation. Number 43, Chen Qi, has awakened the snow rabbit talent, D level. Wow, D class, so cute. What's the point of being cute? You'll still be bullied. She's a girl who has awakened this talent. She can be a kindergarten teacher. I don't know how useful she is. You know nothing. Yes, life and work also need people to take responsibility. Don't always think about fighting and killing. A pretty woman ran out, covering her face. Number 78, Wang Weiji, has awakened the fire lion talent, level B. How amazing. A lion covered in fire. Tisk, he's only B rank. If he enters the army, he can be a captain at best. You're so mean. What talent do you have? A level, stone giant. How is it? Are you afraid? Just a meat shield, and such an ugly one at that. What's there to be proud of? Number 58, Louis Wearer, has awakened the Phoenix talent, SS level. SS level, Phoenix. Wow, who is this Liu Yue? How come I've never heard of him? It seems to have come from a remote mountain village. You must have never seen it. Liu Yue, I am now calling you to join the Spirit Kingdom Guards and to serve as a captain. Are you willing? Willing. The strange and bizarre beasts open Yi Zhiqi's eyes. I just don't know how strong the combat is. However, judging from the blank cards, the combat power here should be stronger than Yi Zhiqi's original universe, right? He really wants to find someone to fight with now to see how strong the person is. Seeing that he was very interested, Ma Xiaoling said, if you are also over 18 years old, you can also try awakening. Me? Yi Zhiqi heard this and thought that since he was not from this universe, it didn't matter even if he failed. Why don't we go and have a look? So he joined the team. By the way, I still don't know what Ma Xiaoling's beast is. After she arrived at the square, she put the beast into the beast taming space. It seems that this is what she said. By the way, what's the name of your beast? Yi Zhiqi asked. Ma Xiaoling looked around, leaned over and whispered to him carefully, water-avoiding golden-eyed beast, don't tell anyone else. Everyone looked at this pretty girl and the yellow-haired boy being so close, and they all sighed that the good cabbage was taken away by the pig, without considering that Yi Zhiqi was actually very handsome. After queuing for most of the day, almost everyone in the square had awakened, with only a few people left. Then it was Yi Zhiqi's turn, and the instructor in charge of the test was also lazy. Number 5023, Yi Zhiqi, start the test. Yi Zhiqi saw his mentor activate the magic ball, and a stream of energy was stimulated and entered his body. He instinctively wanted to resist, but the energy quickly merged with him. Number 5023, Yi Zhiqi, has awakened a mecha mutation talent. The level is unknown. The instructor in charge of the test was stimulated by the test information and instantly became much more energetic. Mutated talent? Unknown level? Student, can you summon your beast? No, Mecha, and let me see it? The tutor cautiously made a request to Yi Zhiqi. He was also very curious because this was the only mutant talent today, and it appeared in his team. If it was S level or even above, he would get a large reward. After hearing this request, Yi Zhiqi decided to summon the Black Knight. Don't let your jaw drop at his handsome and dashing appearance. While he was still immersed in his own fantasy, he heard some discordant sounds. That's it. He turned around and saw that the originally tall and mighty Black Knight had now turned into a puppet of the same height. Although the appearance of the Black Knight can be vaguely recognized, the material is actually wood. He was completely confused. Then he checked his Skynet and other mecha equipment. Except for Skynet, which is still a mechanical computer device, the others have become wooden mechas, or more accurately puppets. What's going on? He asked Skynet. Starting, Please wait 1%. After waiting for a long time, the progress bar rose from 1% to 5%. At this rate, it will probably take a few days to start. This made him very depressed. The instructor took one look at the Black Knight who had turned into a puppet and said, "F great." Then he walked away without looking back. There were a few people coming in 2s and 3s around, wanting to see what the only mutant talent looked like. When I saw it was a puppet, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Haha, puppet, F level, or a mutant talent. I am dying of laughter. I can't take it anymore. I have to go back and tell my mom. How disappointing. This is probably the worst mutant talent in history. Ma Xiaoling looked at Yi Zhiqi and comforted him. It's okay. My sect has a master who also has a talent for mechas. How about I introduce him to you as my master? Thank you. Yi Zhiqi was in a very low mood. Don't be discouraged. My sect is one of the top 10 sections. It's very powerful. Join us, and you won't be treated unfairly. Ma Xiaoling has few friends. Although it was the first time she met Yi Zhiqi, she felt very close to him. That's why I took the initiative to greet him and bring him together to awaken his talent. Now seeing how disappointed he is because he has awakened the lowest level of talent, I feel really bad. Yi Zhiqi thought for a while and decided that since he had chosen to come to this universe, he should be prepared to face all challenges. Skynet has not yet been fully activated, and the name of my talent is still displayed as Lord Talent, Creation Engine, Max. It should be that after entering this universe, the energy system has not been completely integrated. Everything will have to wait until Skynet is launched. Nothing. Will your sect accept someone like me with unknown origins? Aren't you afraid that I might be an enemy spy? Yi Zhiqi decided to make a joke to divert the emotional focus. Tisk, you're going to be an undercover agent like this? Ma Xiaoling curled her lips. We have a divine beast in our sect that can distinguish true from false. You are like this, your emotions are written all over your face. You can't even fool ordinary people, and you still want to get away with it as an undercover agent? No way. Yi Zhiqi didn't expect that in addition to being despised for his talent, his cunningness would also be ridiculed. Oh, life is hard. Chapter 115 Qingting Sect. Ma Xiaoling and Yi Zhiqi were on their way to the sect. So, in your world, talents are also awakened at the age of 18, but the people in your country and sect are mainly beast taming, while other countries have talents such as immortal arts, technology, transformation, magic, etc. Yi Zhiqi asked. Yes. For example, to the east of our beast-taming nation, there is a country whose main talent is immortal magic. They have a sect called the Heaven-Devouring Sect, which specializes in recruiting people with devouring talents. For example, some specialize in devouring iron blocks, and some devour stones. After devouring, they can absorb the energy in them and release corresponding spells. Ma Xiaoling explained patiently. Then if someone only devours gold, silver, and jewels, wouldn't that be very costly? Yi Zhiqi thought of a highlight. Ma Xiaoling smiled and said, yes, the resources they need to grow are increasing exponentially. If they awaken to devour gold, silver, and jewels, it is basically hopeless. Yi Zhiqi thought for a moment. In this case, if it swallows air and water, wouldn't it be very powerful? Ma Xiaoling smiled and said, you are so cute. What are you thinking about? People like this can't grow up unless they occupy a planet by themselves. It's not impossible to occupy a planet. Yi Zhiqi thought that he had blown up many planets before he came here. It's rare to monopolize a planet now. Basically, everyone shares resources and takes what they need. After all, the resources on a planet are not just air and water. There are also mineral resources or other resources that others need that can be exchanged. By the way, do you have environment cards? What is an environment card? Well, it's a card that can generate a small world. People who meet the required levels can go in to collect resources or train or something. Oh, a small world or a cave or a space fragment. It's very similar to what you said. Small world. A small world is just like the world we live in now. It has the rules of the world universe, but it is still growing and imperfect. The upper limit of cultivation is also relatively low. Generally, the world we live in is called a big world. Each sect will control a certain number of small worlds for disciples to practice or collect their special resources. For example, our sect has 13 elders, each of whom is in charge of a small world. Every year, they assign disciples to practice and collect resources. A cave heaven is a special small world that has already taken shape. The rules of their world have been perfected and finalized. Therefore, many sects will build their own sects in cave heavens, leaving only teleportation arrays leading to the big world or the small world they control. If there are sects that are on good terms, they will also establish teleportation with each other. Cave heavens are relatively safe, unless they are occupied by evil spirits. Of course, Evil spirits are unsafe factors no matter where they are. Space debris refers to the fragments that some large and small worlds are split into after experiencing a world-destroying battle. They are usually preserved by a powerful person, a sect's magic array, or some special opportunity. Generally speaking, they are quite dangerous. Ma Xiaoling said so much in one breath and felt a little thirsty. She waved her hand and a transparent glass bottle appeared, emitting white steam and with liquid shaking inside. Monkey wine, do you want to drink it? She asked Yijiqi. Take a bite. After taking the drink, Yijiqi felt refreshed all over, all his fatigue was swept away, and his 5 senses became much sharper. Very good. This is the wine specially brewed by my third uncle. Only 30 bottles are produced a year. Ma Xiaoling was a little proud. It seems that he loves you very much. Of course, as the two were talking, they arrived at the sect's gate. The 3 big characters, Qingting sect, made Yu Wenjia stunned for a moment. After going through so many twists and turns in the universe, it turned out to be Qingting again. Moreover, as a beast-taming sect, why name it after a plant like Qingting? Why not give it any other name? Ma Xiaoling saw his confusion, mainly because she was used to it. The founder of our sect had a mutated talent, and his controlling spirit is the 9 heavens green ivy. She proudly explained to Yijiqi. Is that so? Then what's so special about this 9 heavens green ivy? Yijiqi asked. 9 sky green vine is a growth-type imperial spirit, which is relatively rare in the entire talent. At first, the sect master thought it was an ordinary green vine, but after the green vine advanced for the first time, a 9 sky green vine heart sutra appeared in his sea of consciousness. After practicing it, it assisted the growth of the green vine, and finally became the 9 sky green vine, one of the pinnacle plant-type imperial spirits. After founding Qingting sect, he paid special attention to mutant talents, treating all of them equally regardless of their level and accepting them into the sect. Therefore, our Qingting sect is also one of the most tolerant sects in the world. Ma Xiaoling's tone revealed a sense of pride. Is this also the reason why you invited me to join the sect? Of course. However, there aren't many mecha talents in the sect. Apart from your future master, there is only one senior sister, a total of 3 people. So little. You 3 occupy a hilltop, so don't be ungrateful, okay? By the way, are there any formalities required to get in? As long as there is a master willing to accept you. Is it this loose? When you first entered the sect, your appearance was scanned and connected to the data center. Master will then enter your other information such as your name and talents. Hey, your place sounds so advanced. Uft, do you think our world is backward just because you see us wearing ancient clothes, practicing magic, and controlling spirit beasts? It's hard, isn't it? If they are behind, how can they accept your mecha talent? This. Stupid, this universe is diverse, and the talents in our area are just biased towards immortal methods. Wearing ancient clothes is just because it is easier to enter the state of cultivation. In fact, talents on the technological side, such as your mecha, are the mainstream in other regions, such as Luozhou in the West. So, I came to the wrong place. You have more of your kind in the Western continent, so it will be more convenient for you to practice. But in the later stages, everyone is flying around, so there is actually not much difference. Flying around? Mutation talents and immortal cultivation talents are mostly growth attributes. It's normal for them to have space teleportation in the later stages, not to mention the scientific and technological talents. So that's how it is. Okay, the mountain ahead is your master's, Qianji Peak. Following the direction pointed by Ma Xiaoling, Yijiqi saw a mountain with a unique painting style. Chapter 116 Qianji Peak. Along the way, although it cannot be called a holy land of immortals, at least it is a place with picturesque mountains and rivers, shrouded in clouds and mist, and where rare and exotic animals can be seen frequently. But when you get to Qianji Peak, the whole mountain is full of mechanical and technological feel. The armor-like facade flashed with metallic light, and some traffic lights blinked continuously. Various drones were flying up and down, some were patrolling, and some were shuttling between the mountains. When it passes through the edge of the earth, the drone will be covered with a layer of optical camouflage, making it look like a flying crane or some other flying spiritual beast, blending in with the real spiritual beasts. There is a signal tower on the top of the mountain. You can also see several hovercraft acting as elevators going up and down. In an instant, Yijiqi was full of confidence that his Black Knight could recover to his original state. Let's go in. Ma Xiaoling pulled Yijiqi, who was in a daze, and prepared to go in. Hey, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you already have a new boyfriend? A shrill male voice sounded. Sheng Tianhao, what does this have to do with you? Ma Xiaoling looked at the other party angrily. As a disciple of the law enforcement hall, isn't it normal for you to be wary of unfamiliar faces? Hearing this name, Yi Zheqi was shocked again. Could it be that he followed here too? When I turned around, I saw a handsome man in ancient costume who was as handsome as myself. If there were still fantasy idol dramas to watch here, he would definitely be one of the protagonists. Yi Zheqi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not that Sheng Tianhao. It was just a coincidence that the name was the same. Hello, I'm Sheng Tianhao, the deacon of the Law Enforcement Hall of Qingting Sect. Sheng Tianhao looked proud. Hello, I'm Yi Zheqi. I just came in, and I'm ready to become your disciple. Qianji Peak, Elder Qianji, is a famous mecha master. You have also awakened the mecha talent. Sheng Tianhao looked at Yi Zheqi with amusement. Exactly. Then why not go to Western Luozhou? The mechas there are more mainstream. Too far. Okay, who are you to Sister Ma? A friend I just met. Just met? Yes, we just met. Sheng Tianhao obviously didn't believe it. As an inner disciple who has awakened his SS talent, he has been pursuing Ma Shaoling for so long, but has not made any progress. This guy looks like an ordinary peasant. He thinks he is one of the rare handsome guys in the world, and other handsome guys are nothing in his eyes. But he can walk arm in arm with Ma Shaoling as soon as they meet. It made him feel jealous. Okay, I hope to see you at the initiation ceremony in 3 days. Sheng Tianhao decided to retreat in order to advance and find out the details of this kid first, lest you hit a brick wall. If he is really a grassroots, then don't blame yourself for killing him. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being born in the wrong family. Watching Sheng Tianhao turn and leave, Yi Zheqi fell into deep thought. Why do I always encounter such people? Ma Shaoling saw that Yi Zheqi didn't speak and thought he was frightened by Sheng Tianhao. Hey, are you okay? Oh, nothing. Yi Zheqi came back to his senses. What's the matter with that initiation ceremony? He sensed a subtle message from Sheng Tianhao's words. In addition to celebrating the joining of the sect, the initiation ceremony will also include competitions to test the basic abilities of the initiating disciples and rank them. Outstanding disciples will be given certain resource rewards and additional support. What's the connection with him? The competition will be held in the sect's unique small world, and the disciples of the Law Enforcement Hall will be the executive referees. Yi Zheqi was a little speechless. Well, no matter how brave he is, he can't do anything. You should become his disciple first. Ma Shaoling pulled Yi Zheqi onto a hovercraft, a round disc with a fence and a blinking signal light at the bottom. After going up, a gentle electronic female voice sounded. Please tell me the destination you want to go to. Only Qingting Sect. Qianji Peak Lobby. Ma Shaoling reported the destination. While flying, Yi Zheqi asked, why don't we use space teleportation or something like that here? Of course it's for environmental protection and energy saving. Space teleportation, just think about how many generations behind that technology is. Environmental protection. When Yi Zheqi heard this word from a girl in ancient costume, he felt a subtle sense of disobedience. Although he had seen many similar landscapes, he still couldn't adapt to them for the time being. The aircraft stopped, and the electronic gate detected someone and opened automatically. The sound reminded Yi Zheqi of the science fiction movies he had watched before. Shaoling, is this the new disciple you told me about? An old man with a white afro, a pair of holographic glasses on his face, wireless headphones on his ears, and wearing a white laboratory coat, said with a smile. Yes, Elder Agasa. Ma Shaoling was visibly happy. I have completed the game in my game console. Please replace it with a new one for me. I told you to call me Dr. Agasa, not Elder. Otherwise I won't let you change the game. When Yi Zheqi heard the name, he felt very familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. Forget it, ignore it. There will be many more strange things here in the future anyway. If we were to investigate every one of them, it would be really annoying. Okay, Captain Agasa, Doctor, don't be angry. Ma Shaoling secretly exclaimed that it was a close call. Fortunately, she changed her words in time. What do you want to play? Last time I played Day and Night Love. This time, Love and Case Files seems to have a good reputation, so I'll go with this one. Okay, I'll send it to you. Thank you, Agasa, Doctor. Ma Shaoling excitedly took out something that looked like a tablet and started playing with it. After finishing all these, Dr. Agasa turned to Yi Zheqi and said, I ignored you for a long time. Are you not angry? No. I was brought in by Senior Sister Shaoling. How could that happen? That's good. Let me introduce myself. I'm the leader of Qianji Peak, Dr. Agasa. What about you? My name is Yi Zheqi, and I have awakened my talent from mechas. Senior Sister Shaoling said that you are one of the most talented people in mechas, so I came here to learn from you. I don't deserve it. When Dr. Agasa heard that Shaoling was praising him, his face lit up with joy. Ma Shaoling heard what Yi Zheqi said. Although she did not say anything similar, her emotional intelligence was still there, and it would also be beneficial for her to have a good relationship with Dr. Agasa. After all, Dr. Agasa has so many fun games here. So she didn't refute it. Can you show me your talent in Mecha? Asked Dr. Agasa. Okay. Yujichi was a little hesitant. His Skynet had not yet been launched, and he didn't know whether he should tell him. After hesitating for a while, I decided to only show the Black Knight and see how the situation develops later. Chapter 117 Demotion. Mecha Talent, F level. The Royal Spirit Mecha is a wooden mecha Black Knight. Black Knight. Damage, 200. Mobility, 50. Defense, 100. Health, 1000 shared. Mecha Mastery, Elementary Combat Mastery, Elementary Flying Mastery, Elementary Swordsmanship. What does this linked sharing mean? Dr. Agasa asked with a frown. It's his life plus my life together. It's indeed a little weak now, but there is a high possibility that the mutant talent is a growth talent. You can strengthen your training and see what changes this mecha will undergo in the future. Don't be discouraged. Dr. Agasa comforted Yujichi. I know, I will work hard. Yujichi is not particularly worried at the moment. After all, his talent as a creator is still there. Dr. Agasa then registered Yujichi's information, arranged a dormitory for Yujichi, and assigned him some introductory mecha teaching materials. Is there anything else you want to ask? Dr. Agasa said with a smile. I heard that there is another senior sister in Shinji Peak. I don't think I saw her. Oh, you mean Bayasha? She's out on a mission. White Knight Demon. What a strange name. Yujichi complained a bit, but didn't think much about it. Ah, then there is nothing else. Okay, if you need anything, use the communicator. This is yours. Dr. Agasa casually threw a holographic glasses over. You can put it in the talent space. Dr. Agasa instructed. No. Lying on the bed, looking at the holographic screen that could be called out at any time, Yujichi summoned the Lord Core. I came to my own planet again. According to the definition of this world, this should be my own exclusive paradise. It just doesn't have the prosperity it once had. In his mind, he opened the task panel. Detect host soul, perfect match. The surrounding environment has been significantly changed. All supporting facilities and mechas need to be rebuilt. Please confirm. Looking at Skynet, which was still in the process of starting up, and the Black Knight who had become a puppet, Yujichi felt sorry for it. I asked, can we make modifications based on the original? System detection, please wait. Yes, please pay the corresponding resources to the system for transformation. The resources required are as follows. A level star core from another world 2, iron or 4700, copper or 1200, nickel or 2400, gallium or 1250, uranium or 3500, Mecha Core SSS Level 1. Creation Engine Max Launch. Startup failed. Please ask the host to upgrade his own level. Now we will start to activate other levels of creation engines to match the host's strength. Switch to start the creation engine LV9. Startup failed. Switching to start creation engine LV8. Startup failed. Switching to start creation engine LV1. Startup successful. Resource requirements are reduced to 1 dragon bone of this world, 2 phoenix feathers, 10 meteorite iron, 5 refined gold. Seeing this, Yujichi was stunned. As a world where cultivation and technology are taking off, there are now requirements for one's own strength. Then, where can we get these resources? He turned on the communicator and saw 2 lone contacts, Ma Xiaoling and Dr. A. Li. After hesitating for a long time, I ordered Ma Xiaoling first. Are you there? What's the matter? Ma Xiaoling replied sleepily. My mecha is upgradable. I would like to borrow some resources from you. I will definitely return them to you later. Yujichi hesitated and left his words half said. Oh, that's easy. What do you want? Ma Xiaoling is very familiar with Dr. Agasa and knows that mecha upgrades generally require iron, refined gold, etc. Yujichi's mecha is a puppet, and at most it can be upgraded to metal. I'll send you the list. Okay, send it to me. Dragon Bone 1, Phoenix Feather 2, Meteorite Iron 10, Fine Gold 5. Ma Xiaoling yawned and glanced at it casually. What? Then she suddenly woke up. Oh. Seeing Ma Xiaoling's surprised face, Yujichi knew that something was wrong. But this is already the resource requirement after reducing the demand. He is really at a loss for words now. Why? Is the price a bit high? He asked Ma Xiaoling. This is not an ordinary high price for a beginner disciple. Ma Xiaoling thought for a while. You may need to find Dr. Agasa, or find someone to buy it. Buy? By the way, when I used the blank card to teleport, I absorbed some of the resources of the First Fleet and did not use up all my savings, so I still had some left. He sent over the list of resources. 1 A-level star core from another world, 700 iron ore, 200 copper ore, 200 nickel ore, 150 gallium ore, 500 uranium ore, 1 SS level mecha core. Do you think these are enough? He asked eagerly. Wow, where did you get these? Ma Xiaoling was surprised. I brought it from my hometown. Yijiqi felt a little embarrassed. Otherworldly resources are very scarce, even though their energy and strength don't seem to be enough. But Dr. Agasa must like them very much, as he loves studying them the most. Ma Xiaoling looked at Yijiqi with a bit of resentment. Oh, I see. I'll go find Dr. Agasa right away. Yijiqi wanted to contact Dr. Agasa immediately. No, let's do it tomorrow. I think Professor Agasa will be asleep by now. Ma Xiaoling had a subtle expression on her face. Sorry to disturb your sleep. I was so excited because I found out that the mecha can be upgraded. Excuse me. Yijiqi quickly stood up and bowed 180 degrees. Okay, since you were so sincere, I forgive you. Ma Xiaoling waved her hand, turned off the communication, and went to bed. Only then did Yijiqi calm down, lie down on the bed, and wait patiently for the next day to come. Morning, Dr. Agasa. Good morning. Dr. Agasa had basically never received greetings like good morning from Shiroisha, so he was in a very good mood when he experienced being greeted for the first time. Dr. Agasa, I have some resources from another world and would like to exchange some with you. Although Yijiqi learned from Ma Xiaoling that Dr. Agasa was very fond of studying resources from other worlds, he was not sure whether his resources could be fully exchanged for what he needed for upgrading, so he was still a little worried. Oh, you have resources from another world? Dr. Agasa was very surprised. Yes, I myself came from another world. Wow, Ma Xiaoling didn't tell me this. Dr. Agasa thought, if you had told me earlier, I would not have treated him as an ordinary disciple yesterday. Is it too late to remedy the situation now? Oh, maybe she was too excited and forgot for a moment. Yijiqi recalled how she played games yesterday. Well, she was so engrossed in the game that she forgot about it. Well, let me see what resources you have. Dr. Agasa asked. Chapter 118 Knowledge is Power. Yijiqi immediately sent out the list of existing resources and the list of resources to be exchanged. That's about the same. Are you sure these are all you need? Dr. Agasa asked. Maybe you'll need some more later. Yijiqi knew that the creation engine could be upgraded, and it might require some resources in the future, but it would definitely not be as exaggerated as it is now. So leave a little wiggle room. Well, I'll provide it to you for free as long as I can. Dr. Agasa finally found an opportunity to make amends. Really? Thank you, Dr. Agasa. Yijiqi was overjoyed. It's nothing. As your master, I will help you as much as I can. Dr. Agasa saw Yijiqi's smiling face, and it worked. After Yijiqi obtained the resources, he immediately took out the Lord Core and entered his own exclusive planet. Open the panel and prepare to upgrade the Black Knight. But when I saw the creation engine LV1, it seemed that I forgot to find Dr. Agasa to practice the skills. Awkward. As the level of the creation engine increases, the efficiency of reducing consumption will also increase. It is not possible to cultivate the skills and one's own strength to the highest level, but I am currently a blank slate. As long as you learn a skill and reach the entry level, you can upgrade your creation engine by 1 level. Why not do it? He awkwardly clicked on Dr. Agasa's profile picture. Dr. Agasa, I am here to trouble you again. It's okay, go ahead. Dr. Agasa still replied with a smile. Do we have any cultivation techniques at Shinji Peak? Yijiqi asked cautiously. Oh. Dr. Agasa gave a strange smile. No. Yijiqi thought. Oh no, should I go find Ma Xiaoling? Didn't you read the textbook I assigned to you? There's a cultivation method in it. Oh. Now it was Yijiqi's turn to be dumbfounded. He thought the textbooks would contain scientific knowledge such as mechanics, electronics, and mathematics. I never thought about opening it. Result. Sorry, I've been busy these past few days and haven't had time to read it yet. Yijiqi hasn't blushed for many years, and now he feels extremely uncomfortable. It's okay, go check it out first. Dr. Agasa is offline. So embarrassing. Yijiqi hasn't felt like he was caught by his teacher for many years. He took a deep breath and used the holographic screen to open the textbook assigned by Professor Agasa. I saw a virtual image of Dr. Agasa starting to give a lecture. He was a little uncomfortable. I saw a button next to it to change my lecture image, and I clicked it without thinking. The image list that popped up included Ma Xiaoling, that annoying Shang Tianhao, the sect master, and other elders. That must be Ma Xiaoling. It was much better when a beautiful girl explained it. The entry-level technique of Qianji Peak, Qianji Ju. It is a new era technique based on traditional knowledge of cultivating immortals such as the 5 elements and 8 diagrams, and supplemented by modern science such as modern mathematics and physics. When Yijiqi heard this, he was numb. Am I here to study at university? Master's or PhD? Looking at the dazzling list of subject books, Yijiqi felt a little bit miserable. Fortunately, Getting started only requires knowledge at the elementary school level, and he at least has the knowledge of a high school student, so he was able to level up quickly. The cultivation levels are still divided into F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS levels. Among them, F is the elementary school level, E is the junior high school level, and so on. After 2 days of restorative study, he was promoted to level D. The creation engine has also been upgraded to LV3, and Skynet has also been restarted, although it has been downgraded to Class D. But at least it works. The resources and materials that he could previously only use to transform and upgrade the Black Knight can now be used to transform the entire base and mecha. It saves a lot of resources. If it is not university-level knowledge of mathematics, physics, etc., it is impossible to master it in a short period of time. He also wants to upgrade it to a higher level before renovating it. Now let's take a look at the results. Yijichi, 1000 machine skills, D level. Academic level, D level, high school. The war fortress, the place where war stops, has been rebuilt. It just changed from the size of a city to the size of a football field. It's more like a small warship or a space battleship. It has all kinds of defense towers, psionic towers, detectors, reactors, laboratories. At least they have all been reduced in size. The exploration mecha pursuit, the combat mecha hunter Shadow, and Skynet were all downgraded to D level. It's better to have something than nothing. The Black Knight finally regained some of his former strength. It's just that it's no longer a simple sense of technology. It's more like the black armored god of war in mythology. Finally not a puppet anymore. Thank God. There seem to be some new things in the combat skills. 1000 machine sword technique, 1000 machine fighting technique, 1000 machine cannon. It seems that the 1000 machine techniques comes with some combat spells and techniques. Has the Black Knight also learned them? He couldn't wait to let the Black Knight demonstrate it as well. Because of the size and energy used can be drawn from the base, the power and sustainability are greater than if you use it yourself. A mecha that can cast spells. In addition, what is shared through the link is not only physical strength, but also magic power, which is energy for the mecha. In other words, as long as the base has enough energy stored, you can also become a magic machine gun. Thinking of this, Yijichi jumped up excitedly and hit the metal wall directly. It hurt so much. He covered his head and prepared to find some medicine. No, Shinji-ju has healing spells and magic. Recite silently. Hey, my headache is gone. The bleeding has stopped too. Just when he was happy, Ma Xiaoling's news came. What are you doing? The initiation ceremony has begun and they are already calling the roll. When I clicked on it, I saw Ma Xiaoling's anxious face. When he looked at the time, it was already 10:10 in the morning. Oh no, I was so busy studying and upgrading that I didn't sleep for 2 days. It would be a real loss for me to attend the induction ceremony. But there is no choice but to go. He hurried to the sect square. There are only 3 people in my Chenji Peak. Master Dr. Agasa was sitting in the elder's seat. The team's opposite other elders were full of disciples, but his seat was empty. Elder Agasa, I heard that your disciple has an F-level talent. Did he give up automatically because he knew he couldn't win? The elder next door said with a wry smile. As the elder with the lowest strength, he has quite a few disciples, but the resources allocated to him are much less than those of Dr. Agasa. This made him dissatisfied with Dr. Agasa, and now that Agasa's new apprentice has not arrived, he can get more. But he couldn't help but be so mean and started to mock Dr. Agasa again. Dr. Agasa rolled his eyes and ignored him. At this time, Yijichi rushed to the square in a disheveled state, bowed to Dr. Agasa, and expressed his apology. Dr. Agasa smiled and said to the elder next to him, Isn't it here? Chapter 119 Senior Sister Huan. Looking at other peaks where each team had at least a dozen new disciples, Yijichi felt that he was really lonely. Wow, which elder's disciple is that over there? Why is there only one person? A woman in palace dress wearing large gorgeous earrings looked at Yijichi and asked in an exaggerated tone. Senior Sister Huan, that person is the disciple of Elder A. Li, the master of Chenji Peak. She was also wearing palace clothes, but her look was still a normal woman with ancient hairpins. She seemed to be Senior Sister Huan's junior sister, so she explained it to her. Qianjifeng, is that the one wearing armor? The junior sister smiled and said, Senior sister, that's not armor, it's a mecha. Is there any difference? Senior Sister Huan was very confused and asked with her index finger raised. Armor is equipment for people to wear. Mechas are more like yellow turban warriors, but they are mechanical creations, which is different. Oh, I see. Is he good? The fight hasn't even started yet. How would I know? Don't you know everything? You know half of what's in heaven and all of it on earth. Senior sister, you are making fun of me again. Forget it, no more jokes. What place are you sure you'll get in this entrance ceremony? In this ceremony, there are 10 SS talents and 1 SSS talent. Although I have an SS talent, I am a moon rabbit from the auxiliary system, specializing in healing. How dare I dream of ranking? The junior sister pouted and complained. It is said that due to the news of the invasion of the demon world, this initiation ceremony is mainly based on the team. A strong team support like you will definitely be very popular. Senior sister Huan hesitated for a moment and decided to reveal some information to junior sister. Really? Why would I lie to you? Originally, I wanted to team you up with a classmate with SSS talent, but his talent is dark, which doesn't match your attributes. If you know or meet the remaining 9 SS talents, you must seize the opportunity and team up with them. Who is SSS talent? Junior sister is a little curious. He is a disciple of Black Ripple Peak. His talent is that of Dark Lord, and he can summon a dark army. If you don't tell others, they might mistake him for someone from the demon world. Senior sister Huan paused for a moment. I was the one who tested it at that time. I was so scared that I wanted to call the law enforcement elder to come and slay the demon. But the law enforcement elder told me that this was a rare SSS talented Dark Lord. It summoned all kinds of weird and disgusting things. Strange and disgusting, what on earth is this? The junior sister's eyes flickered and she asked the senior sister curiously. Senior sister Huan didn't want to say it at first, but couldn't stand her cute look, so she decided to tell her. Just don't tell anyone else. I won't tell anyone else, but his participation in this ceremony will be exposed. Junior sister's retort left senior sister Huan speechless. If you keep scolding me like this, I won't say anything. Okay, my good sister, just tell me now. The junior sister took advantage of her cute looks and started to act like a spoiled brat. When he awakened his talent, he immediately summoned 3 dark creatures. One was a hound that was dark all over, had well-developed muscles, exposed teeth, and oozing mucus, was over 2 meters long, and had red eyes. It doesn't seem that scary. The younger sister pondered over the image described by the senior sister, and then said that it was very ordinary. TSK, you don't know how oppressive it felt when it appeared. If you were there, you would have screamed in fear. Okay, what about the other 2? One is a giant with 2 heads and a raging belly that is over 3 meters tall and smells foul. You can even see its intestines wriggling inside, and there are flies flying around on it. This is pretty disgusting. I'm impressed. Senior sister Huan looked at junior sister, and she didn't seem to be scared at all. The third one, its head is a triangular iron cone over 1 meter high, covered with bloodstains and stains. It's also over 2 meters tall, with knotted muscles and bulging meridians all over its body, and its body is covered with some rusty iron sheets. It looks like a common monster in horror games. Everything in the game is fake. This is real. How can this be compared? You really piss me off to death. Senior sister Huan stomped her feet, and a pair of large earrings swung back and forth. Senior sister, don't be angry. You almost knocked my earrings off. Okay, apart from this dark talent, if you can find the other 9 SS, try to join them. With your conditions, they will definitely not reject you. Well, I'll listen to you, senior sister. By the way, senior sister, do you think that disciple from Chinji Peak has SS level talent? Their talent for mechanical mechas is very likely to be a mutant talent. How about you try to get close to them? It's not good. I'm a girl, and I'm taking the initiative to chat with boys. What are you afraid of? He looks pretty good. Even if he's not a SS talent, it's not bad to have a handsome guy as a friend. Senior sister Huan smiled evilly. Hey, look carefully. My junior sister Wanner seems to be a good match for him. Say it again. I won't pay attention to you. The little junior sister called Wanner's face was as red as an apple at this moment. With her sweet face and big blinking eyes, she was definitely the favorite of Lolita Control. Yijichi listened to the boring speech, occasionally looking at the side, where a mature senior sister with big African earrings and palace dress and a pure little lowly sister were talking and laughing for half an hour, and they would glance at him from time to time. Humph, women, all they do is gossip about others. Judging from their expressions, they must have choreographed a lot of little dramas about themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't be laughing so happily and checking their own reactions from time to time. Isn't it just that I'm a little more handsome? Is that so? This initiation ceremony was held in the sect's small world, the Jade Universe. This world is dominated by immortal cultivation talents, and once gave birth to a sword immortal master of the realm level, the Jade Universe Taoist. Although it is called a small world, the world actually has perfect rules, many sects, and strict regulations. The location of this entrance ceremony competition is the Shitian Sword Tomb, which is recognized by many sects as the best trial site. This is the place where the battle between good and evil took place in the Yu realm 3,000 years ago. A total of nearly 100,000 cultivators participated in the battle, which was brutal, and 8 out of 10 of them died here. Therefore, many innocent souls and relics are left behind. It can be said that danger and opportunity coexist. Please grasp this opportunity well, new disciples. Finally, the Grand Law Enforcement Elder who presided over the initiation ceremony finished his speech, and the disciples' competition officially began. Please all new disciples concentrate your minds. Transmission will begin now. Below the square where the disciples are gathered now is a huge teleportation array. For a moment, runes flashed, and the new disciples were teleported away one by one. At this moment, Shang Tianhao, who was sitting in the referee area, suddenly smiled evilly. Chapter 120. The Void Godhound appears. Time goes back to when Yi Zhiqi first arrived at the square. High visibility bag. Shang Tianhao looked at Yi Zhiqi sitting alone in the square and couldn't help but complain in his heart. Then he looked at Ma Xiaoling, who was playing with her tablet, while occasionally looking up in the direction of Qianji Peak, where Yi Zhiqi was. What on earth is so good about this useless kid with F-level talent that he could attract Ma Xiaoling's attention? Also, the one next to him is Zhurong Peak's S-level talent, and her spirit is Bifang. The one next to him is junior sister Huan Huan, who has just entered the sect and has an SS level talent, and her spirit is Yuetu. Although the two of them seem to be chatting with each other, they have to look at this eye-catching bag from time to time. It really pissed me off. Shang Tianhao has been a child prodigy since childhood and has always been the focus of everyone's attention. He is favored by many beautiful and talented girls of the same age. It seems that because love comes too easily, he doesn't think much of it. Therefore, when Ma Xiaoling, who was not interested in him, appeared, she immediately caught his attention. He believes that his future life partner must be Ma Xiaoling. Now, the appearance of Yi Zhiqi has become his biggest threat. However, as a favored child of heaven, girls want to be his partner, and boys want to get close to him. Among the new disciples this time, many had heard of Shang Tianhao's name before coming in, and as soon as they came in, they vowed to become his younger brothers. This time, it depends on who among you can truly become my little brother. Thinking of this, he gave a wicked smile. Inside the Western Heaven Sword tomb, as soon as Yi Zhiqi was teleported down, he saw a huge ape head staring at him. Isn't it said to be an ancient battlefield? I thought there would be skeletons and ghosts walking everywhere. What is this giant King Kong-like, ape-like creature? I saw it stand up. It seemed to be more than 6 meters tall, half squatting, supporting itself with its furry arms, and white light flashing in its searchlight-like eyes. Fortunately, there is no malicious intent. Yi Zhiqi looked at it for a long time without moving, and it seemed that it didn't want to attack him, so he let out a long sigh. Then, a black claw that looked like a giant spider stretched out from behind the ape. The long nails, like huge blades, easily covered the monkey's head and then retracted it. The red and white substance burst out like magma. Then the huge claw twisted, and the entire head was lifted up like a broken watermelon, disappearing in the mist. Blood spurted out from the monkey's neck like a fountain, and the smell of blood was so strong that Yi Zhiqi wanted to vomit. He hurriedly raised the Qianji Ju shield to block the plasma. After a while, the monkey's body fell quietly to the ground. The blood had stopped spurting out, and there was a mess everywhere. But it was surprisingly quiet. It took Yi Zhiqi a long time to recover from this bloody scene. What the hell is this? The black claws reappeared, but they were covered with a layer of cyan flame mist. Then the other claw came out, and Yi Zhiqi saw the full picture of the monster. It looks a bit like a combination of a leopard and a lion, but its entire body is dark, and like its claws, it is covered with light blue flames. The claws seem to be retractable and should now be hidden in the pads. There were 3 pointed horns sticking out of its forehead, emitting a light red light, and the middle horn was broken off. His eyes were like burning gems, emitting red flames. The monster slowly walked towards Yi Zhiqi. Only then did Yi Zhiqi remember to summon the Black Knight. At this time, the Black Knight was more than 2 meters tall, and he raised his sword to block Yi Zhiqi like a warrior. No meat. Yi Zhiqi vaguely heard the monster say this. Then he jumped and left. No meat. What does that mean? Is it only interested in huge amounts of blood? Yi Zhiqi made this guess based on the fact that it had previously hunted the giant ape. Hey, the breath of the void demon hound. A female monk holding a sword appeared in front of him. What is your name? The other party asked. Yi Zhiqi. Although Ma Xiaoling is also dressed in ancient costume, her speech and manner are still very modern. He was not used to the fact that the nun asked such a flowery question right at the beginning. Are you a disciple of the Qingting sect, or a local? He remembered that the Western Heaven Sword tomb was in a small world of cultivating immortals. I am the spirit of Yi Bingbing. a disciple of the Qingting sect and the Wuwang Sword Immortal. What? Yuling, Sword Immortal. When Yi Zhiqi heard this name, he felt numb. Yuling can also be a Sword Immortal. Hey, Senior Sword Immortal, what did you find? A classical girl with a snow-white body and skin as white as ice and jade walked over. Another beauty. This is your fellow apprentice from the Qingting sect. There is also a corpse of a mutated ancient ape and the aura of the void godhound. Brothers. The woman felt strange, then she understood instantly. She didn't know who was older and who was younger. Hello, my name is Yi Bingbing. I'm 17 years old. She spoke very cheerfully, unlike her name at all. Hello, my name is Yi Zhiqi. I'm 19. Wow, we have the same last name. Then I will call you Brother Yi. You were able to escape unscathed from the double team of the mutant ancient ape and the void god beast. It looks like you must have SSS talent, right? Yi Bingbing guessed. Shame on you. Yi Zhiqi didn't know what to say for a moment. Actually, I didn't do anything. The ancient ape was killed by the void god. It took one look at my imperial spirit and left. Oh, this mecha is your imperial spirit. Could it be that it is too powerful and scared the void god away? That's not clear. The void godhound mainly hunts large flesh-bodied creatures with strong blood and vitality to replenish itself. This mecha should not be within its range of food. Neither should humans who are too weak. It turned out that he escaped because he didn't like himself and the Black Knight. It seems like I'm being looked down upon. For a moment, Yi Zhiqi didn't know whether to be relieved or sad. Brother Yi, your spirit is a mecha, one of the famous mutant talents, and its level should be no lower than S, right? My talent is SS level heroic spirit summoning, and what I summoned here is the Wuwang Sword Immortal who sleeps here. Yi Bingbing's eyes were full of pride. My talent is currently D level. Yi Zhiqi felt a little embarrassed when he said it. It's okay. There are basically ghosts and skeletons here. Non-biological mechas are actually very advantageous. Encountering the mutant ancient ape and the void god at the same time is just a bit of bad luck. Yi Bingbing comforted him. I think so. But what's going on with this mutant ancient ape and the void god? Yi Zhiqi decided to change the subject. Yi Bingbing looked at the Wuwang Sword Immortal. In fact, the mutated ancient ape and the void god beast were left behind by the good and evil factions who fought in this battle before. Ancient apes are one of the common beasts in beast taming sections. Occasionally they survive after a battle, but they mutate because of the heavy, evil spirit. Chapter 121 Scanning the Wuwang Dongshu Sword Technique. The Void Divine Hound is the pet of a certain demon lord. After the demon lord's death, the divine hound was also seriously injured, and its strength was only 1/10 of what it was, so it lingered here. Later generations used this place as a trial site, and it was also considered one of the trials. It can eat some blood every time it goes through a trial, and now its strength has recovered a little. After hearing Wuwang Sword Immortal tell these ancient anecdotes, Yi Zhiqi finally experienced the feeling of being a fairy hero. Looking at his own Black Knight, at least because of the last upgrade, some ancient patterns and decorations were added, so it didn't seem so out of place. Hey, who is this villain spying here? The Wuwang Sword Immortal raised his hand, and a white sword energy shot into the air. Immediately afterwards, after a quack sound, a crow fell down. Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing were both newcomers and were not familiar with these species, so they both looked at Wuwang Sword Immortal. This species of crow is not native to this world. That is to say, this crow is from the same sect as Qingting sect? Yi Zhiqi thought. He had just joined the sect and didn't know many people there, so who would target him? By the way, there is a Sheng Tianhao, but according to Ma Shaoling, he is just an executive referee. Does the referee use this for monitoring? He asked. Referee, we will all monitor through the eye of truth 10 miles in the sky. We will not use any private force. Yi Bingbing answered very affirmatively. In addition, this entry-level competition actually focuses more on teams. It is not ruled out that some people have already formed teams and are monitoring others as competitors, she added. Is that so? I didn't know that yet. Yi Zhiqi has been busy studying and practicing these days and has not collected any relevant information at all. How about we form a team? You seem to be a loner like me, Yi Bingbing suggested. A single man and a single woman. No, there is also a heroic spirit and a mecha. Yi Zhiqi thought that the other party had SS talent, and the heroic spirit he summoned was of the sword fairy level. Although limited by Yi Bingbing's own level, she is basically the one who can do whatever she wants among her peers. I can be considered to have curried favor with someone powerful. I don't know what talents the others have. I'm really looking forward to the battles to come. That hurts. A thin young man in black clothes covered his head and screamed. What's up? Is there something wrong with your psychic crow? A fat man asked him. There was a female monk I had never seen before who sent out a sword energy that directly killed my spiritual crow. Female monk? According to the information given by senior brother Shang, isn't Yi Zhiqi an F-class mecha talent? The fat man asked doubtfully. The female monk should be the heroic spirit summoned by Yi Bingbing. Yi Bingbing? Why is there only beauties around Yi Zhiqi, and some of them are SS-level talents? A hint of jealousy also appeared in the fat man's eyes at this moment. Forget it. Although I have the talent of SS-level druid summoning, I have no chance of winning against Yi Bingbing here. The thin guy seemed to be backing off. Don't worry. We still have an ace up our sleeve. What ace can beat the sword master? The thin guy didn't seem to believe it. SSS-level Dark Lord talent, Ma Tianqi. The fat man said softly. What? Senior brother Sheng took the initiative to invite him, but he still couldn't be persuaded. How did you do it? The thin man was very surprised. Because I have a teleportation talisman to the dark world. The fat man said, gritting his teeth. You've invested a lot of money. After hearing this, the thin guy felt sorry for the fat guy. If I hadn't awakened an ice summon that was biased towards light attributes, I really wouldn't have been willing to use this dark world teleportation talisman. The fat man paused, but it fits Ma Tianqi so well. I hope he can be more powerful. It would be best if I could just kill Yi Zhiqi directly. We have no grudge against him. We just want to teach him a lesson. There's no need to be so harsh, right? The thin guy doesn't seem to be that bad. Ma Tianqi's Dark Lord talent needs to be improved through killing. This is an ancient battlefield, and the murderous aura is particularly strong. When the battle is in full swing, it is not up to him. Summon a few more crows and go out to check the situation. Skynet detects advanced energy usage techniques and begins scanning. Scan completed. The name of the skill is Wuwang Dongshu Sword Technique. Analyzing usage methods. Please wait patiently. Current progress is 1%. When Yi Zhiqi heard the news, he was stunned. It seems like he is plagiarizing someone else's swordsmanship. Now we are classmates and teammates, and I would feel guilty if I didn't tell them. When Yi Bingbing saw Yi Zhiqi standing there motionless, she thought he had been bewitched by some evil spell and waved her hand in front of his eyes a few times. Seeing that he didn't move, he asked Wuwang Sword Immortal to take a look. He seems to be in a trance. Maybe he has some sudden enlightenment. Wuwang Sword Immortal observed for a while and stated his conclusion. Epiphany? Isn't he gifted in mechas? Could it be that he can also practice immortal arts? Yi Bingbing said in surprise. I've seen several of your fellow disciples before, and they all seem to have practiced similar techniques. Really? I thought I was the only one who practiced. Mechas and other technologically oriented things shouldn't. Science and technology? It is a completely different systematic knowledge system for interpreting the truth of the world and universe from your era. There really is nothing strange in this world. Wuwang Sword Immortal sighed. Oh, what happened to me? Yi Zhiqi saw what Yi Bingbing and Wuwang Sword Immortal were talking about, and he seemed to be stagnant for a while. You seemed to be in a trance just now. Yi Bingbing replied. Into meditation? Oh, it should be that Skynet was analyzing the swordsmanship of Wuwang Sword Immortal, and the consumption was too great, so it crashed instantly. Actually, it's like this. The full name of my mecha talent is Mecha Lord, which comes with a mecha cave, which contains my mecha base. Inside it is a super brain called Skynet. It just analyzed the sword that Wuwang Sword Immortal used to kill Crow, and it seems to have comprehended the swordsmanship of the immortal. Yi Zhiqi was a little embarrassed. Although he said he understood it, it was actually more like stealing knowledge. There is such a genius. Wuwang Sword Immortal said in surprise. The Wuwang Dongshu sword technique I use is the sect's unique martial art. It is impossible to master it unless you are a genius in swordsmanship. Who on earth are you, Tianwang? How could you learn the sword technique from my sword? Could you introduce it to me? I can also pass down the tradition of our sect. Wuwang Sword Immortal was very excited. After that war, the Wuwang Sword sect never recovered and has disappeared from this world. The Wuwang Dongshu sword technique she learned could not be taught to anyone without exceptional talent. We have never found a suitable successor to carry forward our sect's tradition. Now there is actually someone who can comprehend this sword technique with just one glance. How can she not be excited by such a sword genius? Therefore, she urgently hoped that Yi Zhiqi would allow her to meet this Skynet. Seeing Wuwang Sword Immortal's enthusiastic request, Yi Zhiqi was in a dilemma. When Yi Bingbing heard about the super brain, she also knew what was going on. Senior Wuwang, this Skynet is a mechanical device. Mechanical device? Chapter 122. Skynet begins to learn the Wuwang Dongshu sword technique. You can think of it as a magical weapon that has opened up spiritual wisdom. Yi Zhiqi thought for a moment and decided to explain it in a way that Wuwang Sword Immortal could understand. Fellow Taoist actually has a magical spirit with such qualifications. Wu Wang Sword Immortal can tell a person's character by looking at his aura, and knows that Yi Zheqi is still a rookie at the moment. In her opinion, it was like a child carrying gold through the market. It was a miracle that the magic weapon did not fly away or be snatched away by other powerful people. It seems that fellow Taoist is a person with great opportunity and can suppress this treasure. If it can really comprehend the Wuwang Dongshu sword technique, I am willing to teach it personally, as long as it accepts future generations as disciples and passes on the Wuwang sect's tradition. Wuwang Sword Immortal bowed and asked Yi Zheqi. Yi Zheqi wanted to refuse directly, but after hesitating for a moment, he decided to ask Skynet for its opinion. Please wait a moment. He took out the Lord Core and entered it. Skynet, this expert wants to teach you the Wuwang Dongshu sword technique. Do you accept it? Wait a few seconds. Suspended research. Suspension successful. Skynet is willing. Seeing Yi Zheqi coming out of the core, Wuwang Sword Immortal was also greatly surprised. I never thought that a disciple with only the strength of Qi refining great perfection could also possess a cave heaven magic weapon. It seems that he must be a future genius that the sect relies on. Thank you for your compliment, senior. Yi Zheqi felt a little embarrassed by what Wuwang Sword Immortal said. Coming out at the same time as him was a small humanoid mecha, which was used by Skynet to replace its own body and meet with Wuwang Sword Immortal. Hello, Sword Immortal Wuwang. The Skynet mecha raised its little mechanical arm and greeted Sword Immortal Wuwang. Greetings, fellow Taoist. I wonder if you are willing to accept the inheritance of my Wuwang Sword sect, become a disciple, and pass on the Taoist tradition of our sect. Wuwang Sword Immortal said seriously. Yi Zheqi finally understood. Senior, in fact, although this magic weapon Skynet has a high level of comprehension, its spiritual intelligence is very low. Basically, all matters, big or small, are subject to my decision, which is equivalent to my clone. To be honest, you can consider it a part of me. Teaching it has the same effect as teaching me. I don't know if you can understand what I mean. Very interesting. Wuwang Sword Immortal looked at Yi Zheqi and thought for a moment. In that case, I wonder if you are willing to accept the Wuwang Sword sect's tradition? Yi Zheqi glanced at Yi Bingbing and said to Wuwang Sword Immortal, I'd like to ask Master first, okay? It's my duty, replied Wuwang Sword Immortal. Yi Zheqi clicked on Dr. Agasa's avatar and said, Master, I met the heroic spirit of the Wuwang Sword sect, the Wuwang Sword Immortal, in the Sword Tomb. She wanted to take me in as her disciple to inherit and carry forward the tradition of the Wuwang Sword sect. We in the Qingting sect are inclusive and open to all. You can practice other skills, and the sect will not force you. What's more, this is an ancient Taoist tradition, and it is a merit to be able to pass it down. You can rest assured, Dr. Agasa said with a smile. Then I feel relieved. Thank you, Master. Yi Zheqi turned off the communication and said to Wuwang Jinxian happily, My master doesn't mind. Well then, today I will accept you as my disciple and teach you martial arts on your behalf. Teaching skills on behalf of the master? Yi Zheqi didn't understand what was going on for a moment. I am just a heroic spirit now, and I cannot fulfill the duties of a master. I am really unworthy of the name of master by merely giving you the secret book and demonstrating and explaining the skills to you. Wuwang Sword Immortal explained the reason. Stop nagging and just agree to it. Yi Bingbing almost had a heart attack watching the two of them arguing and going through all kinds of red tape, so she urged them hurriedly. Seeing this, Wuwang Sword Immortal smiled slightly and threw a jade slip into Yi Zheqi's hand. This is the Wuwang Sword scripture. Then he walked to the edge of the cliff and swung his sword at the swirling clouds. This sword contains almost all the basic sword intents. Compared to your Skynet magic weapon, it can record everything. If you have any questions in the future, you can contact Bingbing and find me directly. Yi Bingbing was depressed and became a messenger, who asked me to summon a heroic spirit whose strength far exceeded my own. If possible, please let me recruit more. Yi Zheqi took the jade slip and put it directly into the core of the mecha. Let Skynet handle the studying. Then he saw Wuwang Sword Immortal wave his hand, and a sword light flashed in the clouds. Ancient martial arts technique, Wuwang Sword Sutra detected, analysis and study in progress. Progress 1%. Detected Wuwang Dongshu sword skill demonstration, recording, analyzing, and learning. Progress 5%. Skynet was caught up in its busyness, and suddenly there was no response. Well, it's frozen again. Have you too found Yi Zheqi? A handsome young man with red lips, white teeth, and wearing a white suit stood on a big rock on the cliff and asked the two people next to him. My crow saw Yi Zheqi 2 kilometers to the west before. If nothing unexpected happens, they should still be there now. The thin young man in black answered timidly. You useless thing, Yang Wenkai, is this all you can do with your SS-level druid talent? You can't even track down a person with an F-level talent. Brother Ma Tianqi, don't blame Yang Wenkai. Yi Zhiqi is with Yi Bingbing, who has the SS-level heroic spirit summoning talent. She summoned a powerful female cultivator heroic spirit, and the psychic crow flying 3 miles in the sky was killed by her with one sword. There's nothing we can do. We can only wait for you, Brother Ma, to deal with them. The fat man couldn't stand Ma Tianqi bullying Yang Wenkai. After all, he was his brother. So he tried to excuse Yang Wenkai while trying to please Ma Tianqi. Oh, SS-level talent heroic spirit summoning. That's interesting. That useless F-level genius, if it wasn't for the Dark World card, killing him would simply dirty my hands. Ma Tianqi stroked his face narcissistically, then turned around and said to the fat man, Lan Qingzi, I heard that you also have SS-level talent, Tao Tai. Let me see. The fat man called Lan Qingzi felt a little uncomfortable after hearing this. Isn't it necessary? Our target is Yi Zhiqi. It's not a good time to consume our own energy now, right? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. Ma Tianqi shook his beautiful air bangs and pointed forward. Bloodthirsty hound, go. A dark-skinned, muscular hound with exposed teeth oozing mucus, over 2 meters long and red eyes pounced straight at Lan Qingzi. The situation is critical. If nothing is done, the bloodthirsty hound's shiny and sharp teeth will definitely bite the fat man to pieces. Lan Qingzi had no choice but to put his hands together and bow forward. A puff of smoke rose up, and a big dog's mouth opened, swallowing the aggressive and bloodthirsty hound directly. Ma Tianqi was stunned for a moment, and then heard a burp. The smoke cleared, and Lan Qingzi smiled. In Ma Tianqi's view, this was a naked mockery. Chapter 123 SSS Level Talent Dark Lord. Don't be too proud. The bloodthirsty hound is just a D-level creature I summoned. I just wanted to test your skills. Ma Tianqi's delicate face turned a little red. Yes, our common goal is Yi Zhiqi, and we shouldn't get entangled in these trivial matters. Lan Qingzi said with a smile. That's all. He thought to himself. I found them. Yang Wenkai suddenly shouted. They are indeed still there. Oh, that's great. Let's go meet them. Ma Tianqi's face returned to normal, and he spoke in his usual gloomy tone. What's wrong with you? You have a handsome face. Why do you speak in such a dark and cruel tone? Lan Qingzi now transformed into the complaining little fat man, constantly insulting him in secret. Come up, I'll take you there. Just as Lan Qingzi was complaining, Ma Tianqi summoned a dark pterosaur with a small platform on its back. He stood at the front and, without turning his head, invited Lan Qingzi and Yang Wenkai to come up. Seeing this dark pterosaur that looked like a small airplane, Lan Qingzi exclaimed, What an awesome dark pterosaur. It must be at least an A-level creature, right? Just enough for S rank. Brother Ma is so amazing. Although Yang Wenkai is 1 year older than Ma Tianqi, who can blame him for having an SSS talent? Although it only looks like there is one more S, the strength has increased exponentially. Stop talking nonsense and lead the way. Ma Tianqi's voice was as arrogant as ever. Yang Wenkai had no choice but to summon the psychic crow to lead the way. About 100 kilometers to go. He estimated the distance. Then hold on to the railing. I'm going to speed up. Ma Tianqi suddenly gave a strange smile. Then, the dark pterosaur turned into a shadow and flew into the sky. As everyone disappeared, a scream of awe was heard. Half a moment later, Ma Tianqi, with a gloomy face, stopped the dark pterosaur's flying. What's going on? Can your SS-level talent make a flying dragon dizzy? He looked at Yang Wenkai, who was pale and spitting out a small mouthful of blood foam. My spiritual crow is different from the ones summoned by ordinary druids. It is connected to my soul, and if it is hurt, it will also be transferred to me. Could it be that he was killed by that female monk again? No, I was leading the way, but was killed by your dark pterosaur when it accelerated. Brother, you have a very unfortunate fate. Not only will you be killed by your enemies, but you will also be killed by your companions. Lan Qingzi complained again. He turned his face away and managed to hold back his laughter. Blame me, Ma Tianqi said with a Sima face at this time. No, I don't dare. I just need to take a rest. Yang Wenkai waved his hands repeatedly. Sword tomb, at the bottom of a valley. Hiss, that damn sword energy. The void god hound looked at the flashing sword lights in the distance, his eyes full of solemnity. The broken horns on its head kept flashing. The heir of the Wuwang sword sect has appeared again. It was them who chopped off one of my horns back then. I will not be a human being if I don't take revenge for this. TSK, you are not a human being. So why do you swear not to be a human being? A human voice mocked within its sea of consciousness. Ning Wuji, I took in your remnant soul because you were my master in the past. Don't be ungrateful. The Void Godhound faced this extremely weak former master, who was only a remnant of his soul and did not dare to refine it directly. Fear is deeply engraved in its bones. You are nothing but a broken body. Don't be so arrogant, okay? If you don't practice my infinite soul refining technique obediently, you will not be able to recover. Demon Lord Ning Wuji, although living in the body of his former pet, and with only 1/10 of his strength, still speaks without restraint. The reason is that in addition to the infinite soul refining technique, there are also many other magic techniques in his mind. And those are exactly what the Void Godhound covets. Do you think I don't know that this technique has a backdoor? After you master it, you will definitely be able to possess my body. So stop daydreaming. The Void Godhound dreamed of learning 1 or 2 skills that were suitable for himself from Ning Wuji. Unfortunately, the other party was too cunning and always wanted to take over its body, so it had to be on guard. Possess a body? You have a body that is not even that of a true immortal. Is it worthy for me, the Demon Lord, to possess a body? You think too highly of yourself. You are so powerful. How come you are still alive in my body? A beast and a man started their daily bickering with each other. If the heroic spirit of the Wuwang Sword sect really finds a successor, they will definitely come to kill me first. If I die, the magic skills that you have in your head will be lost. The Void God stopped his boring rants and turned the topic back to the enemy. I am not the only one in the demonic path. Why should I be so anxious? The Demon Lord Ning Wuji's tone suddenly became weak. Although the demonic path was in disarray, no fellow disciples had come to the Sword Tomb to take a look in the past few thousand years. This was truly cold-blooded and made him feel a lot colder. However, I do have an idea about the heir of the Wuwang Sword sect. Oh, what idea? Back then, during the great battle between good and evil, the Qingshan Sword sect set up the 9 Heavens demon-breaking sword formation here, intending to kill the 6 Desire heavenly demons. But they underestimated the strength of the 6 Desires heavenly demon. Jian Yuanzi, who was at the center of the battle, was invaded by it, and the sword formation was polluted. Both sides perished together. But the combination of the 6 heavenly devil-breaking sword formation and the 6 Desire heavenly demons, buried underground, became a 6 Desire demon sword formation. There is no main messenger now. You can guide them in, or there may be a surprise. The Void Godhound wondered if Ning Wuji was trying to trick him again. I don't know the Qingshan Sword sect skills, nor the 6 Desires heavenly demon skills. How can I guide them? You just need to show up and seduce them physically. What if they don't come after me? Then you hunt them down. Good idea. What if I get killed? I asked you to chase and kill me. I pretended to chase and kill you, but I was actually trying to lure you in. Don't you understand? The Void God felt that his intelligence was insulted, so he stopped talking. He turned around and ran towards Yijichi. Report to the Lord. The analysis progress of Wuwang Sword Sutra is 10%, and the content of the first layer has been analyzed. The analysis of the Wuwang Dongshu Sword Technique image, combined with the Wuwang Sword Scripture, has been successfully completed. Black Knight and other mechas can immediately learn the first level of Wuwang Dongshu Sword Technique. Do you want to study? When Yijichi heard the news, he chose yes, without thinking. Then he heard a burst of electric sound. In his lord's core space, the Black Knight, after accumulating strength for a while, was surrounded by lightning. He swung a dazzling sword, and the space in front of him seemed to be cut open. Yijichi was very excited, because although the previous Black Knight was powerful, all the energy had to be prepared in advance. After using a certain amount, you need to temporarily replenish energy before you can continue. Chapter 124 Weakened version of 10,000 Swords arriving. After the Black Knight learned the 1,000 Machines technique, he was limited by the level of the entry-level technique and could only reach E level at best. He could only restore a portion of his energy each time, which was of little use. He didn't care. But the Wuwang Dongshu sword technique that I have learned now is a top-level martial art. Although it is unknown to what extent it can be cultivated in the world of immortal cultivation, according to the current rating method, it is at least S level. The efficiency of absorbing energy from the outside world is many times higher. The energy consumed by the Black Knight's attacks can be replenished by himself. This saved him a lot of resources at once. How could he not be happy? He summoned the Black Knight, drew his sword majestically, and swung it in front of Wuwang Sword Immortal. Wuwang Sword Immortal looked at the sword energy, thoughtful. Senior, what do you think? It has no divine will of its own. It is all imitation. But it doesn't seem to care, and can strike out with the sword without limit. When Yijichi heard the first half of the sentence, his heart sank. After hearing the second half of the sentence, I perked up again and said, yes. The Black Knight is just a robot after all, and certainly has no divine will. But the advantage is that it will not get tired, and can chop endlessly as long as it has energy. It is detected that the host has not learned the skill Wuwang Dongshu's sword technique. Do you want to open the sharing link? This hint made Yijiqi jump up at once. Is this possible? But then again, the Wuwang Dongshu sword technique is just like the Qianji Ju, both of which are cultivation methods for human cultivators. If the Black Knight can learn it, then of course he can too. But this method of cultivation is too much of a cheat. According to this, as long as Skynet can analyze to the top level, he can practice the Wuwang Dongshu sword technique to the top level. Without further ado, I chose yes. A current of information surged into Yi Zhiqi's sea of consciousness, making him feel extremely comfortable. The various sword training postures and energy exercising routes kept replaying in his mind. In the eyes of Yi Bingbing and Wuwang's sword immortal, Yi Zhiqi entered a state of enlightenment again. They all knew what was going on, so they all stood by to protect him. Half an hour later, Yi Zhiqi still hadn't woken up, and a group of people arrived from both sides. And he came with bad intentions. On the left is the direction where Wuwang's sword immortal is. Void Divine Hound. What is it doing here? Because he was seriously injured, the Void God Hound lived a very low-key life and never had any conflicts with outsiders in the Sword Tomb. He spent most of his time devouring local beasts such as mutated ancient apes and developing in a low-key manner. But now, there seemed to be a hint of provocation in its eyes. On Yi Bingbing's side, there was a black pterosaur with a wingspan of over 6 meters, carrying 2 people on its back. A handsome boy in a white dress and an ugly fat man. Next to it, there was a 2-headed chimera flying. When the 3 parties saw each other, they stopped. Ma Tianqi and his group were originally here to target Yi Zhiqi. But only the fat man Lan Qingzi and Yang Wenkai noticed Yi Zhiqi, who was in a trance on the scene, while Ma Tianqi was staring straight at the Void God Hound. What kind of creature is this? I have never seen it before in the Dark family tree. But the dark aura on it is so strong, and it even contains other mysterious auras. As a person with SSS level Dark Lord talent, he only came into contact with creatures from the dark world most of the time and did not know much about the demons commonly seen in the world of immortal cultivation. This was the first time I saw a demon creature, and I was immediately attracted to it. The Void God Hound looked at Yi Zhiqi, who was in meditation, intending to snatch him away and then seduce Yi Bingbing and Wuwang's sword immortal into the 6 Desires demon sword formation. But after Ma Tianqi appeared, he sensed a hint of ominous aura, which faintly implied that the demon lord had suppressed it in the past. It was shocked. Could it be that another demon lord appeared? No, it must not continue to be a pet. There would be no dignity in that. The tragic scenes of the past replayed in its mind like slides. For example, cutting off limbs and soaking them in blood can be used to test their regeneration efficiency. Breeding with all kinds of strange monsters, regardless of gender. Females are fine, but as for males, well, I won't say anymore, it's all tears. Therefore, after feeling Ma Tianqi's joyful gaze and the oppressive aura similar to that of the demon lord, its first reaction was, run. Ma Tianqi chased after him immediately. In an instant, only Yang Wenkai, Yi Zhiqi, and 3 others were left on the field. Oh no, Yi Zhiqi was still in meditation. There are only Yi Bingbing and Wuwang's sword immortal. Yang Wenkai felt that there was no hope, so he followed Ma Tianqi and chased after the Void Divine Hound. The fair-skinned boy just now has an aura very similar to that of the demon lord back then. Do you know him? I know him. He is Ma Tianqi, the recognized number 1 among our sect's new disciples. He is a Dark Lord with SSS level talent. Is the Demon Lord the one you wanted to deal with back then? The full name of the Demon Lord is the Void Demon Lord. He is one of the 9 monarchs of the demon race. The Void God Hound is just one of his pets. Wuwang's sword immortal recalled the past. What's the matter with this Dark Lord talent? People in our world will awaken a talent when they reach adulthood, and they are divided into different levels according to their potential. Yi Bingbing explained to Wuwang's sword immortal. So the SSS level is equivalent to our previous Daozu. Oh no, it's 1 level lower than Daozu in talent. Interesting. In other words, this Ma Tianqi does have the potential to be at least a demon lord. The flying dragon he rides on looks to be A or S level, so his own ability is at least A level. Yi Zhiqi's epiphany now is likely to be C level after awakening. And you, because of your special talent, can downgrade and summon me, who was originally SS level, but downgraded to C level. Is that right? Wuwang's sword immortal made some reasoning. Wow, Senior is really smart. You guessed it right away. It's not a guess. In the world of immortal cultivation, there are methods to detect the power of the other party. The most common one is the chi reading technique. It's just different in each school. Can you teach me this? In fact, even if you don't tell me, I will still teach you the Wuwang sword scripture and all my life's learning. After all, you summon me with only a trace of my soul, which is equivalent to giving me a second life. Teaching you is the only way I can repay you. But whether you can learn it depends on your aptitude. How long do you think it will take me to learn it? At the fastest, it will take 10 years. At the slowest, it will take hundreds of years. Oh. Yi Bingbing looked at the Black Knight who had swung the sword earlier and was hit hard. I'm kidding. With your SS level talent, you should be able to get started within a month. Wow. I didn't expect that such a serious swordsman like Wu Wang would actually play tricks on people. Yi Bingbing felt that her three perspectives were impacted. At this time, Yi Zhiqi woke up, let out a long roar, and unconsciously swung towards the valley. In an instant, sword energy filled the air and the sound of swords continued. In the sword tomb, countless broken swords flew in, surrounded Yi Zhiqi, and hovered in the air. Chapter 125, Jin Yuanzi's 360-year plan. This is a weakened version of 10,000 swords arrive. Wu Wang's sword immortal could not hide the shock on his face. Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing's F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS respectively correspond to the levels of Qi refining, Qi combination, spirit communication, Yang God, Dan formation, Golden Dan, Golden Immortal, Realm Master, and Saint in their world of immortal cultivation. Yi Zhiqi is now at sea level, which is equivalent to Yang Shun. The phenomenon he experienced when he upgraded to a higher level turned out to be a weakened version of the Sword Realm Master. What kind of freak is this? Isn't it said that only when one's understanding of the way of the sword reaches an extraordinary level will strange visions appear? Could it be that Yi Zhiqi is really a kendo genius? What she didn't know was that it was Skynet who analyzed and comprehended the Wuwang Dongshu sword technique. As a top-level intelligent computer, it can be said to be extremely meticulous when it comes to analysis and research, getting to the bottom of every detail until there is nothing more to uncover. For example, for the simplest sword move of drawing the sword, the position of each finger, the amount of force used, and the angle of drawing the sword will all be simulated and tested, and it will not be completed until the best result is obtained. Every move and every detail was tested according to body size and the situation at the time. Such results and such understanding are simply not something that ordinary people can achieve. Therefore, it is understandable that when Yi Zhiqi was promoted, a small version of the 10,000 swords coming phenomenon appeared. Yi Zhiqi opened his eyes and was a little dazed to see so many swords pointed at him. I thought it was some powerful enemy coming to claim my life. Collectible heterogeneous high-energy metals have been detected, which can be made into various magical weapons. Do you want to collect them? There was nothing to hesitate about, and Yi Zhiqi directly chose yes. Yi Bingbing and Wu Wang's sword immortal saw the sword energy floating around them, continuously flowing into Yi Zhiqi's Lord Core. Under the sword tomb, a hexagram array was flashing continuously, with a coffin placed in the middle with a skeleton lying inside. All kinds of filthy, mutated demons and ghosts are busy around. They carried all kinds of broken armor, limbs, and soldiers everywhere, and put them away in different categories. Then put it into the furnace at the 6 corners of the hexagram array. After it is full, the furnace begins to smelt, and the energy obtained from smelting is transmitted to the coffin in the middle through the connecting wires. 66, 360 years. According to what is written on this parchment scroll, it can be refined into a 6 desires void demon sword. A white-haired old man coughed and held an old parchment scroll. When the time comes, I will use this to draw the demonic energy into my body, and I, Jin Yuanzi, will be able to be reborn in nirvana. Even though I will become half demon and half human, it is much better than being half dead now. He came to the side of the coffin, and the skeleton inside was wrapped in metal solution and black spiritual power. 6 desires heavenly demon. My junior brother used his body as a cage to trap you. Over the years, you have tried to escape several times, but my junior brother used up his soul to seal you. Now his soul has been scattered, and the seal is about to be opened. Are you excited? Jin Yuanzi smiled and paused. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Let me get the method to refine this void demon sword. It is said that the void demon lord used space as a weapon and never thought of refining a divine weapon. On the eve of the great war with my righteous sect, he suddenly decided to refine a void demon sword. The main material is the sword immortals who participated in this battle and the swords they held. Unfortunately, he failed at the last moment and perished together with Wu Wang's sword immortal, with his soul shattered. Leave this void demon refining array and the void demon sword refining method to me. but the spiritual energy of this place has been destroyed. Only the murderous aura, demonic aura, and resentment are left, and it is in chaos. I never thought that you, the six desires heavenly demon, are the kindest and know the meaning of transformation and fusion. Therefore, I use you as the sword spirit, combined with the sword-making technology of my Qingshan sword school in its later years, and the method of the Void Demon Lord to guide the demonic energy into the body for training, to create this 1 in a million six desires Void Demon sword to help me rebuild my body. The sword-making method of the Qingshan sword sect, the ability to unify the 6 desire demons, and the power of the Void Demon Lord to attract demons. Let me ask, after I am born, how many people can match me? Hee. A sinister laugh echoed underground. Suddenly, the top of the cave above Jian Yuanzi's head broke open, and a huge figure fell down. Just as he was about to hit the ground heavily, a layer of black magic shield emerged from the hexagram formation to drag it down. Jian Yuanzi retreated extremely vigilantly and took a closer look. Hey, isn't this the Void Demon Lord's pet, the Void Divine Hound? It has always been weak and has never dared to come near this side. How did it crash in today? There is a different world here. I have never seen the hexagram array before, and it is also filled with a strong dark aura. Ma Tianqi's fair and tender face was exposed, which was out of place with the dark and filthy scene here. Then a fat man's big face showed up. There are so many ghosts and evil spirits. What kind of formation is this? Why is it so evil? It makes me feel uneasy. Lan Qingzi was inexplicably surprised, then shrank back. Ma Tianqi smiled and said, "Today is a good day for me. I can receive so many dark creations at once. Are these all dark-themed?" Lan Qingzi cried out in his heart. It seemed that this time, the sect entrance competition would be won by this Dark Lord with SSS level talent. He saw Ma Tianqi's delighted face and thought, the sect has really taken great pains to train top-level talented disciples. To be exact, it is too biased. I should have thought of this earlier. But now, he can be considered to be on Ma Tianqi's side and has found a strong supporter. Wow, what is this? Yang Wenkai also rushed over. When Ma Tianqi saw Yang Wenkai recruit Chimera, he also thought about recruiting him. After all, the crow that Yang Wenkai summoned before and this Chimera are also dark creatures. It is reasonable to receive it into your own team. There seems to be a dark magic circle below, and it looks like it's quite powerful. At this moment, the Void God Hound was trapped by the 6 Desires Demon Sword formation and could not move. Ning Wuji, you lied to me? Void God Hound yelled at his former master, Void God Lord. In his sea of consciousness, his expression filled with anger and anxiety. As a pet that had been abused by the Void Lord, it knew that if it fell into his hands again, its fate would be miserable. It would definitely not be a simple matter of just killing it. Given his mood and torturous methods, he will not stop until he has toyed with it for more than 3 lifetimes. Now, its heart is filled with regret, anger, and anxiety. No, it will now tear apart the remaining soul of the Void God, Lord Ning Wuji. In the sea of consciousness, countless waves of thoughts began to float, vowing to find his remaining soul. Hard work pays off. Ning Wuji's shadow in a black robe was forced to appear in the sea of consciousness of the Void God. Under the impact of the soul, it kept twisting and seemed to be about to dissipate at any time. Chapter 126: The Correct Posture of a Dandy. TSK, Master, have you ever thought that one day you would fall into my hands? The Void God Hound looked at Ning Wuji, who was twisting his body and about to dissipate, with a playful look. I have thought about it. Of course. I have thought about it. Ning Wuji's voice was as intermittent as his figure, but there seemed to be no fear in his voice. But I will still torture you. Without negotiation. Do you know why? You are still stubborn even when death is imminent. Don't worry, I am not as cruel as you. I will make your soul fly away forever. TSK, my little dog. You are not allowed to call me like that. The image in the Void God's sea of consciousness suddenly expanded 3 times. Green fireworks were surrounding his body, the red light in his eyes became brighter, and a black light shot out of his mouth, heading straight for Ning Wuji's twisted body. Ning Wuji's illusory body was like smoke that was forcibly cut open and then twisted. Is that just this ability you have? Ning Wuji's wild laughter seemed to be intermittent, but the sarcasm in his voice was still clearly audible. You have been hit by the soul-destroying divine light, but you haven't dissipated yet. The Void God said in fear. Are you scared now? Ning Wuji's soul, which was about to dissipate, gradually became clearer and looked no different from a physical body. The Void Godhound realized that he would not be able to defeat the enemy in seconds, so he quickly activated the soul-destroying Divine Light, intending to attack for the second time. The black soul-destroying Divine Light shot towards Ning Wuji's body one after another like hail. A surprising thing happened. The soul-destroying Divine Light no longer penetrated the body. Ning Wuji's soul body was actually like a real entity, filled with soul-destroying Divine Light. The soul-destroying Divine Light itself is light, so why can it be inserted like a substance? Are you feeling weird? Ning Wuji's voice was no longer intermittent, but full of life. Why is it like this? The Void Godhound knew that the soul-destroying Divine Light was an innate skill driven by his own soul power. After the Divine Light is shot out and hits the opponent's soul, a part of it will be returned to oneself. Now, the Divine Light that hit Ning Wuji's soul seemed to be absorbed by the other party. You are my pet and my experiment. Your body, your hair, your spirit, your memory, your talent, your soul-destroying Divine Light. I personally created them bit by bit. It was originally just a pastime for me when I was bored, but after the great battle between good and evil, my soul was shattered and only this remnant soul remained. The resurrection backups left in other worlds were actually cleared out one by the righteous path. I thought my life was hopeless, but this boring thing of yours actually condensed a trace of my soul core. TSK, God really wants me to live. Although I tortured you and conducted countless experiments on you when you were alive, you are still my creation and you still have the aura of my soul. You idiot, you can actually let me enter the sea of consciousness. Ha ha ha. It's really ridiculous and lamentable that the Void Demon Lord who roams the world has fallen to the point of relying on his own toys to survive and revive himself. I can only sigh that fate plays tricks on me. Void God, you have done me great service in saving me. I will never forget you. When I ascend to the throne of the Demon Lord again, I will definitely resurrect you and share the eternal glory with you. Just as the Void God was trapped in the Six Desires demon sword formation and the struggle between the gods and humans within was ongoing, Jin Yuanzi discovered Ma Tianqi and others. Who are you? What are you doing here? He looked grimly at the three young men in strange clothes and the unprecedented monsters with them. Could it be that a new demon invasion has occurred now? Old Senior, we are disciples of the Qingting sect and are participating in the sect entrance competition. May I ask who you are and why you are here? Ma Tianqi was arrogant and proud. Seeing that the other party was obviously not as strong as himself, he was too lazy to greet him as a junior. He was busy checking the underground cave, magic circle, and other strange creatures, and ignored Jian Yuanzi's questions. Lan Qingzi started chatting with Jian Yuanzi in a tactful manner. Qingting sect, I've never heard of it. Is it a newly rising sect? Jian Yuanzi asked, tightening the parchment scroll in his hand. Senior, we come from another big world. Lan Qingzi replied with a smile. Another big world? Jian Yuanzi was a little surprised. Because these young people didn't look very strong, but they could penetrate two worlds? This is a strength that only a golden immortal, S-level, has. I don't think you have the ability to travel between the two worlds. Don't try to deceive me at such a young age. Jian Yuanzi said with a serious face that even though his current strength was not as good as those young kids in front of him, he still had to maintain the status of an elder. Senior, we were sent here by our seniors using extraordinary means. We certainly don't have the ability to travel between the two worlds. Lan Qingzi replied with a smile. A sect from another world sent a bunch of disciples over to take part in the entrance examination? Do you think this place is a place of trial? Generally speaking, only the powerful upper realm will send disciples to the lower realm for trials. It seems that the world these young people live in is extremely powerful. It's my honor, distinguished guest. I'm sorry that this place is in a dilapidated state and cannot accommodate you. Thinking of this, Jian Yuanzi became much more polite and no longer took advantage of his seniority. At such an old age, he should understand a little about the ways of the world, otherwise he would not have lived this long. It's just that I have my own big secret here, and it's a bit embarrassing to expose it in front of everyone. This is a forbidden area of my sect. Could you please avoid suspicion? Jian Yuanzi gritted his teeth and made the request. After all, it was a matter related to the recovery of his own strength, and it was an unorthodox method. These three young men don't look like serious people. If it is a decent faction, the demons will be slain. If it is an evil faction, it is likely that it will be robbed by the evildoers. No matter which one it is a result that I don't want to see. Therefore, he took the courage to give it a try. Would you like to sell this dark magic circle? Ma Tianqi asked. Lan Qingzi knew that he was a descendant of the Ma family, one of the four major families in the East. It has only been 3 days since the SSS level talent was detected. The clan headquarters, which is thousands of miles away, should only have time to send him letters and open a large amount of credit for him on an expedited basis. The servants and the like had not yet been delivered. Otherwise, he would not have accepted Shang Tianhao's invitation. After all, he has only been tested to have SSS level talent. Whether he can reach the peak strength of SSS level still depends on the accumulation of resources to help improve. Shang Tianhao's Dark World card was a very suitable resource for him. Now, the family's resource support should have arrived, so I can start shopping directly. This is the correct posture of a dandy boy. Chapter 127, Jian Yuanzi Lich Reincarnation. So, Jian Yuanzi closed his lips tightly, his head buzzing a little. This is my 360-year resurrection plan. My 6 desires void demon sword. Do you have any treasure or technique to restore my strength? Jian Yuanzi calmed himself down. After all, he was a visitor from the upper realm. If anything came out from between his fingernails, it would be enough to make him suffer. If it really exists, it may even allow you to take a step forward, and it's not just a delusion. Recover your strength? What's your current condition? Ma Tianqi looked at Jian Yuanzi with interest. He could vaguely recognize that this person should be the local swordsman. It seemed that for some reason, he had lost all his magical powers and was relying on some dark power to survive until now. It is most likely this magic circle, because I feel that it is refining and integrating various forces and resources, converging them in the coffin in the center. There are remnants of some top dark creature inside the coffin. This magic circle seemed to be refining some kind of dark creation, and he could feel that its potential was enormous. That's why I thought of buying it. When Jian Yuanzi heard the other party's question, "Hey, there is hope. As you can see, I have lost all my magical powers and am left with only a broken body. This formation is called the 6 Desires Heavenly Demon Sword Formation. It uses the 1,000-year-old sword-making technology of my Qingshan Sword School to suppress the 6 Desires Heavenly Demons in the middle, as well as the method of the Void Demon Lord to attract demons. The 3 are combined into one to refine a 6 Desires Void Demon Sword, which is used to help me become a demon and rebuild my body. If there is any magic weapon or technique for reincarnation or recovery, it can be used as an exchange." Ma Tianqi's eyes lit up when he heard Jian Yuanzi's introduction. The 6 Desires Heavenly Demon, the Void Demon Lord, the method to lure demons, the 6 Desires Void Demon Sword. Although I don't know what it is specifically, the name sounds like it fits my personality. What are the 6 Desire Heavenly Demons and the Void Demon Lord? He asked Jian Yuanzi. These are all among the 9 demon lords of the demon race. The 6 desire demons feed on the 6 desires of humans or other creatures. They are best at manipulating human desires and leading people into the devil. The Void Demon Lord is good at creating things out of the void and using void-related techniques. He is extremely cold-blooded and ruthless. Those who fall into his hands often suffer a fate worse than death. Jian Yuanzi couldn't help but sigh when he recalled these former opponents. Demons, there are demons here too? Ma Tianqi, Lan Qingzi, and Yang Wenkai, who was shivering in the corner, were all shocked. Why do these demon creatures have the same aura as dark creatures? Do they have some hidden connection? The 3 of them thought of something. Lan Qingzi and Yang Wenkai looked at Ma Tianqi. As the Dark Lord, could he be the Demon Lord? The so-called evil aura has no effect on me. They are just chess pieces that match my nature. Ma Tianqi thought for a while and said in a deep voice. That seems to be the case. Lan Qingzi and Yang Wenkai both recalled the relationship between themselves and their summoned creatures, which was more like that of a commander and his subordinates. Like Lan Qingzi's Tao Tai, when he summoned it, he never had the idea of greedily wanting to devour everything, but only regarded it as a weapon and a soldier. When Yang Wenkai used his druid abilities, the druid creatures he summoned did not make him feel awe of nature. They are really just their own pawns. You will have the same personality as yourself, and will not be disturbed or affected by the summoned creature. After figuring this out, the 3 of them felt that their strength was showing signs of a breakthrough. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. The one who laughed the loudest, of course, was Ma Tianqi. Because if my guess is correct, then the numerous ghosts, evil spirits, and remaining demons in this world will all become his subordinates and become part of his strength. In other words, this Qingting sect entrance competition was to prepare for him, the SSS level Dark Lord. He thought for a while, and said to Jian Yuanzi, "Here, I have a lich method that can not only restore your strength, but also make you immortal. Please don't lie to me." When Jian Yuanzi heard this, his first reaction was, "It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Restoring strength and granting eternal life. Where in the world is there such a good thing?" Besides, the body of the lich is from ancient times, born and grown. They are the original creatures, so how can these three be transformed? If so, why don't these three use them themselves? Why don't you use this lich method yourself? He asked. You explain it to him. Ma Tianxi said to Lan Qingzi. Yang Wenkai has a druid talent and is close to nature, so he may not get along well with undead creatures like liches. Therefore, he did not look for him, which was considered a kind act. But he ignored the realization he just had. The summoned creatures are just pawns, and they don't really matter to the Lord Summoner himself. Lich is usually the last resort when one's body cannot be restored. Simply put, it is to transform oneself into an undead creature. It is equivalent to the ghosts in your world, but much more powerful. Do you understand? Lan Qingzi said to Jin Yuanzi with a smile. Oh, I thought it was the natural lich body from the ancient times of this world. Jin Yuanzi said embarrassedly. Another point, after you transform into a lich, your life and death will be in my hands, so you must think carefully. Ma Tianxi said. Now that things have come to this, I have no other choice. Please do it. Originally, to use the Six Desires Heavenly Demon Void Sword to become a demon, one would have to draw demonic energy into the body. Not only would one be attacked back by one's own realm, but there was also a high chance of failure. Your cultivation level and lifespan can only be improved through your own practice. Now you can solve the problem once and for all, directly restore your cultivation, and gain eternal life, so why not do it? Ma Tianxi smiled, waved his hand, and a black light fell down and headed straight for Jian Yuanzi's head. Then black wind blew up around him, forming a small tornado, surrounding all the ghosts and skeletons. In an instant the underground cave became clean, without any feeling of darkness or filth. All that was left was the void godhound, covered in green flames, standing motionless, as well as the hexagram formation and the coffin on the ground. This scene surprised Ma Tianxi a little. Lich reincarnation is at least SS level magic. Although he had just mastered it, the hexagram formation, also known as the Six Desires Demon Sword formation, was SS level, so it was fine if he was not affected. The dark creature from Team and next to him was also unable to be shaken, which made him a little confused. So he released a ray of death light, shooting directly at the void god. The green flame was like a protective film, and it was easily blocked. Only then did Ma Tianxi realize that this black guy covered in flames was not as simple as he seemed. Lan Qingzi and Yang Wenkai also noticed it. He seems to be evolving. As an SS-level druid talent owner, Yang Wenkai is particularly sensitive to fluctuations in life energy and expressed his judgment. Chapter 128 She is alive? A black whirlwind was spinning non-stop, and faintly the sounds of ghosts crying and howling could be heard. A green flame jumped continuously, and the waves of spiritual fluctuations made people around terrified. Plus the dimly glowing hexagram magic circle below and the coffin placed in the middle. The three formed a strange balance. The first thing to change was the black whirlwind. After it gradually dissipated, a short and fat man wearing a green Taoist robe, a towering Taoist crown on his head, a long sword on his back, and a whisk in his hand appeared in front of people. Is this a lich? After Ma Tianxi, Lan Qingzi and Yang Wenkai learned that Jian Yuanzi would be reincarnated as a lich, they all thought that the other party would be in the form of a skeleton. The result is that a complete Taoist image appears. Jian Yuanzi stretched out his hands and bowed. Thank you for saving me, my benefactor. By the way, I am Jian Yuanzi, but I have not yet asked for your life. My name is Ma Tianxi. I have SSS level talent, Dark Lord, and these two are my fellow disciples. The fatter one is SS level talent, Tao Tai, Lan Qingzi, and the other one is SS level talent, Druid Summoner, Yang Wenkai. Ma Tianxi was also surprised when he saw this sword fairy lich. Jian Yuanzi was able to recover his original appearance and strength while maintaining his intelligence. It was impossible to confuse him with the other dark creatures. If trained well, he would be his perfect loyal subordinate. After all, the other party's life and death is completely under his control. When Jian Yuanzi heard these unfamiliar terms, he was a little stunned for a moment. I will explain these matters of the upper realm to you later. Now, take a look at the two people around you. Ma Tianxi said solemnly. The green flame of the void god kept flipping and jumping, and then tiny cracks appeared, revealing the flesh and bones inside. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Immediately afterwards, the void god hound changed from standing on all fours to standing on 2 feet. Its upper limbs gradually lengthened, and its 5 fingers gradually became clearer, transforming from the sharp claws of a reptile into human palms. The lower limbs also transformed into human feet. Then, although his whole body was still covered in green flames, he could clearly transform into a human form. In other words, in addition to the Lich Jian Yuanzi, the Void Godhound was also undergoing a humanoid transformation. Is this the time for it to be reborn and take human form? With the strength of the Void Godhound, it is still far from the point of transforming, right? Or is it some secret method? Hehehe. Ma Tianqi and the others were stunned. Jian Yuanzi sensed a familiar breath. Void Demon Lord Ning Wuji? The human form transformed by the Void Godhound turned around and automatically put on a set of royal grandson's clothes. The man on the street is as beautiful as jade, and the young man is unparalleled in the world. Or just praise people like him. Mature, elegant, and noble. He has affectionate eyes, red lips, and white teeth, and looks like a nobleman. Oh, Jian Yuanzi, long time no see. After taking a quick glance around, he found that there was no trace of Wu Wang's Sword Immortal and his group. However, there is a cute little boy who seems to have a special connection with him. Ma Tianqi felt the other party's gaze and detected it himself, but there was no reaction. In other words, this person who was transformed from the Void Godhound and was called the Void Demon Lord by Jian Yuanzi was at least on the same level as himself, or even higher. He couldn't help but feel his heart tighten. Don't worry, my lord. He is just bluffing. After the battle between the Void Demon Lord and the Immortal Swordsman, both died. This is just his residual soul taking over the body of the Void God. The reason why we can't see his cultivation level is because of his void magical power. Jian Yuanzi quickly came to the conclusion. Now is the best time to kill him. Just when they were about to take action, the Six Desires Demon Sword formation also underwent a strange change. The coffin in the middle opened and began to absorb energy crazily. The skull inside melted and slowly took the shape of a sword. There was smoke everywhere, and silhouettes of various little people appeared vividly, doing all kinds of dirty things. Finally, the metal solution gathered, and a simple black sword gradually appeared. Anyone who takes a look at it will feel inexplicably moved. Yang Wenkai, who had the weakest strength, walked straight over as if he had lost his soul. What are you doing? Lan Qingzi was also confused at first, but he came to his senses after a long time. Seeing Yang Wenkai's actions, he rushed forward and pulled him back. Yang Wenkai still hadn't come to his senses and continued to rush forward despite Lan Qingzi's obstruction. Brother Ma, please help. Lan Qingzi turned to Ma Tianqi for help. Ma Tianqi signaled, and Jian Yuanzi took action. He just pointed his hand, and the flying sword came out of its sheath, turning into a ray of light and flying straight towards the black sword. I will gladly accept this sword. The Void Demon Lord Ning Wuji used some unknown magic to put the black sword into his arms, then flew into the sky like a meteor and disappeared in an instant, as if he had never appeared. After the black sword disappeared, Yang Wenkai collapsed to the ground. Why don't you chase? Ma Tianqi didn't have the high-speed flying technique in the world of immortal cultivation, but Jian Yuanzi did. So he asked, so that my benefactor can know that the escape method used by the Void Demon Lord is the Void Escape method, and the destination can be any void. I am really powerless to do anything. Jian Yuanzi explained. The reason why Ma Tianqi blamed him was because he felt the breath of darkness from the moment the Void Demon Lord launched his attack. After hearing Jian Yuanzi's explanation, he became even more yearning for it. Must get him. Tell me all the detailed information about the Void Demon Lord. Don't leave out a single thing. Ma Tianqi's handsome face looked a little abnormally rosy at the moment. Yes. Jian Yuanzi replied respectfully. Not long after, Yang Wen woke up. What did you see and dream about? Lan Qingzi asked with a frown. Your hands kept touching around. No, nothing. Yang Wenkai said with a red face. In other words, unless the Void Demon Lord shows up, ordinary people will definitely not be able to find him. Ma Tianqi's voice came. It seemed that the information revealed by Jian Yuanzi caused him great trouble. Yes, he is the only one who looks for people. No one takes the initiative to look for him, because he is half the master of the void. Jian Yuanzi replied. Such a powerful person was actually destroyed by someone, leaving only a remnant of his soul to survive. The person who died with him. You said he was called Wu Wang's Sword Immortal. What did he look like? Ma Tianqi thought and asked. My lord, please look. Jian Yuanzi released a video clip, which was the period before the battle between Wu Wang's Sword Immortal and Void Demon Lord. Isn't this the heroic spirit summoned by Yi Bingbing? Ma Tianqi and the other two were shocked. You have seen her? Is she still alive? Hearing the three people's surprised words, Jian Yuanzi was also stunned. How could two people whose souls were completely destroyed survive? Oh no, I am actually a dead person too, but I survived as well. It is not unacceptable for these two peerless geniuses to survive. Chapter 129 Depressed Shengtianhao. Qingting Sect, Sect Square. The image seen by the eye of true vision was divided into pieces and projected onto a large screen. Each eye of true sight is watched by 2 referees. Sheng Tianhao's eye of true vision was firmly fixed on Yi Zhiqi. Damn it, he actually teamed up with Yi Bingbing, who was summoned by the SS level gifted heroic spirit. Another beautiful lady. How can this peasant be so lucky in love? His eyes were a little red. Brother, would you like some eye drops? These are made from ancient ice crystals and are very good for your eyes. His fellow referee who was on the referee team with him did not hear his inner monologue, but when he saw his eyes turn red, he quickly took out his family eye drops to flatter him. Oh no, still try it. Sheng Tianhao was originally ready to refuse, but when he heard about the ancient ice crystal, he changed his mind. Yeah, not bad. Then he put it in his pocket. When the junior fellow student saw that he had taken his eye drops, he was not angry, but happy instead. Because this means that he will be Sheng Tianhao's younger brother in the future. From now on, you can basically walk around freely among the disciples of Qingting's sect. Brother, do you want to recruit Yi Zhiqi as your henchman? He doesn't seem to have much ability, and his talent seems to be F level. On the contrary, Yi Bingbing next to him is an SS level heroic spirit summoner. Now this female cultivator heroic spirit looks very powerful at first glance. He thought that as a younger brother, he should change his previous cautious and taciturn attitude and express his own opinions. It's so noisy, Sheng Tianhao said impatiently. You come here and change him. He pointed at another more well-behaved junior fellow student next to him and said, Ah. The junior brother who had just offered the eye drops did not expect Sheng Tianhao to turn against him so suddenly. Give me back my eye drops. His heart was crying and screaming, but he couldn't say the words out loud. If he did, he would be beaten so badly that he couldn't leave the house tomorrow. Xiaozhe, how much do you know about Yi Bingbing? Sheng Tianhao acted as if nothing had happened. He stared at Yi Zhiqi, who was in a trance on the sky, and asked the obedient junior brother who had just been replaced. Yi Bingbing is a branch of the Yi family in the beast-taming kingdom. Previously, her reputation was average. Her father, Yi Wood, is an A-level talent, a blood lion, and is good at fighting. Her mother, Luo Feier, is a B-level talent, a sonic seagull, and is good at reconnaissance. They can be considered a good battlefield partner. The information about the junior fellow student named Xiaoza was very detailed. In addition, Yi Wood likes antiques very much, Luo Feier likes to grow flowers, and Yi Bingbing herself likes jewelry. Like jewelry? Sheng Tianhao had other ideas again. Yes, especially the ones that aren't so shiny. Ozawa added. What? Not so shiny. Sheng Tianhao thought he had heard it wrong. Yes, it's jade or something like that. Jewelry that's not too transparent. Ozawa explained. Wouldn't that be a good match for you? Sheng Tianhao knew that Xiaoza's talent was an S-level gem hunter. Well, it's just SOSO. Ozawa is a very shrewd man. It is usually difficult to guess what he is thinking from his face, but at this moment, he actually felt a little shy. Don't be shy, I can help you take him down if you like. Sheng Tianhao had a plan in mind. No, I'm sorry to trouble you, brother. Ozawa quickly declined. At this moment, Yi Zhiqi began to wake up in the sky. He made a breakthrough, and had a small vision of thousands of swords coming towards him. What's this? Why are all these swords flying up? It seems like they are all heading for the new disciple with F-level talent. Yeah, how did he do it when he's an F rank? Did Yi Bingbing, who's an SS rank next to him, do something? It shouldn't be him, right? I guess it must have been done by the female monk summoned by Yi Bingbing. But the female monk seems to be explaining something to Yi Bingbing. It's strange. How can he, with his talent for mechanics, resonate with ancient swords? Is it because it's all metal? It's hard to say. Although these swords are damaged, they are all spiritual. After a while, the small phenomenon of thousands of swords coming towards Yi Zhiqi subsided temporarily. The sword was taken into his core. Look, the swords have all been put into the core. They are obviously used as materials. Wow, the mechanical talent has this use. Wouldn't it make me invincible in mining in the future? F-level talent. Working as a miner is not bad. It's safe, and you won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life. Alas, those swords are wasted. They could be used to make finer weapons. Maybe he collected these to build mechas? Wow, a mecha made from scraps of magic weapons sounds pretty impressive. Yes, with his F-level talent, he really has come to the right place this time. What good luck. I wish I had this kind of luck when I was taking the entrance exam. As for luck, Ma Tianxi, who has SSS level talent, is the best. What do you mean? This ancient battlefield of Sword Tomb is said to be left behind by the great battle between good and evil. Those evil creatures are very suitable for the Dark Lord's talent. But I see he hasn't encountered or received much payment so far. Happy. Look, The blue flame monster he followed is obviously a dark type. It ran so fast that it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hey, there's a big hole in the ground. Wow, there is a whole new world underground. The six-pointed star formation is usually a dark ritual. You can tell at a glance. Look at all those ghost demons, and there's a coffin in the middle. The hexagram formation is clearly refining those body parts and moving them to the coffin in the middle. Wow, that old man can actually speak. Is he talking to Ma Tianqi? It seems like they have reached some kind of agreement. Isn't that a lich transformation ritual? Ma Tianqi waved his hand, and the lich transformation ceremony began just like that. I remember that we need to prepare a lot of materials and sacrifices, right? Is this Dark Lord with SSS level talent so strong? SSS level talent is very powerful in both the world of immortal cultivation and the world of magic. It is equivalent to a saint or a magic master. What do you think? This is too horrible. Look, that old man is actually a sword master. Yi Bingbing, who has SS level talent, summoned the sword Immortal Heroic Spirit, and Ma Tianqi, who has SSS level talent, actually created a sword Immortal Lich. Sword Immortal, Lich, they are all top-level combat power. Who else can be stronger than him in this competition? The first thing is that he must not have escaped. Listening to the noise around him, Shang Tianhao was speechless. These three people from Ma Tianqi ran away halfway when I asked them to help deal with Yi Zhiqi. They took in a sword fairy lich instead. They really don't take me seriously. He was very angry, but helpless. After all, the strength of this SSS level talent is there. Chapter 130 Good News. Qingting Sect's Gate Square, Rostrum. The elders of each peak and their disciples performed their respective duties, monitoring the situation of the new disciples displayed on the sky screen. Sect leader Wiyazi is resting with his eyes closed. There have been a lot of disturbances in the outside world recently, and there is also a competition for new disciples. Even though he had the intention, he was exhausted at this moment. After giving an introductory speech, all other matters were handed over to other peak masters. He took this opportunity to rest. Master, a mysterious person who looks like a demon appeared in the Western Heaven Sword Tomb. Not long after closing my eyes, I was interrupted by a familiar voice. Demons. He opened his eyes and saw that the previous turmoil was that all the major sects joined together to go to the border to block the demon army, and they were arguing with each other and were in a mess. Now the demons appear in the small world? Could it be that they secretly have a special channel? The Yu realm was discovered by the sect and occupied and developed for nearly 500 years. But there are still secrets. First, Yi Zhiqi discovered a void godhound. It is said that this beast was the pet of the void demon lord of this world 3,000 years ago. After the great battle between good and evil, the void demon lord's soul was scattered, and the godhound's strength was only 1/10 of what it had been, and it has survived to this day. The sect thought it was a good trial item and kept it. As a result, this creature provoked Yi Zhiqi and Ma Tianqi today, and then escaped underground. He happened to run into Jian Yuanzi of Qingshan Sword Sect underground. He used the remaining skills of the Six Desires Heavenly Demon and the Void Demon Lord, combined with his own sword-making technique, to forge a Six Desires Heavenly Demon sword, achieve a demon body, and return to the peak. Unexpectedly, in the sea of consciousness of the Void Godhound, there was the remnant soul of the Void Demon Lord. After the Demon Lord took over the body of the Void God, he stole the Demon Sword. Jian Yuanzi, with the help of Ma Tianqi, the sect's genius with SSS level Dark Lord talent, successfully transformed himself into a sword fairy lich. After the Void Lord got the magic sword, the demonic energy in his body became stronger. According to Jian Yuanzi, he used the Void Escape technique, which was extremely magical. But judging from the aura of his attributes, the Void Demon Lord is suspected to be a member of the current demon clan. The leader of the third peak, Wang Zhongho, summarized all the previous news and told the sect leader Wiyazi, "According to your estimation, what level is this Void Demon Lord?" Wiyazi frowned, stroked his beard and asked. He was dressed in a white Taoist robe, with white hair and beard, and looked like an immortal, with the demeanor of a hermit. Wang Zhongho was relatively tall and thin, with a sallow complexion, a goatee, and a crown. He looked like a wandering Taoist priest who told fortunes while traveling around the world. He had a wine gourd hanging around his waist, which was filled with monkey wine he brewed himself. The Void Godhound has killed a C-level mutant ancient ape in seconds before, so it is rated at least A. The Void Lord took over its body and rated it S. After taking away the magic sword, its rating can be raised to SS. Wang Zhongho gave the Void Demon Lord a rating as if he was adding. From the fact that he used the Void Escape technique, It involves the law of space, which is one of the fundamental laws of the world. In my opinion, it is not an exaggeration to rank it SSS. Wyazi sighed. I thought that this UU realm was just a small world, and its upper limit of strength wouldn't be that outrageous. Now it seems that we were wrong. It is said that there were 9 demon lords in the past. Together with the righteous forces, there are more than 20 in total. Can such a small world support so many powerful beings? Wang Zhonghe was somewhat confused. The reason why the small world is called a small world is, on the one hand, because for the big world where Qingting sect is located, it takes a certain amount of time to explore its boundaries. Moreover, it is obvious that the rules of the world are constantly evolving and improving, and some world laws may be missing. Once it is missing, the upper limit of power will be affected. Once the power exceeds the upper limit, the will of the entire world will prioritize suppressing or killing those who are too powerful. This is also why there is a concept called overcoming tribulation in the world of cultivating immortals. If it cannot be killed, the whole world is in danger of collapse. Therefore, thousands of years ago, after UU Taoist achieved sainthood, SSS level, he left UU realm and ascended to the upper realm. It may mean that the world rules of UU world have been perfected, and it will soon be upgraded from a small world to a big world, on the same level as our world. It's just that because of its short history, its overall strength has not yet developed. Wyazi made some inferences and said to Wang Zhonghe with a smile, "Do you know what this means? The Jade Universe is now a small world under our control. Could it be that we will control a larger world in the future?" Wang Zhonghe was shocked by this idea. No, we can't control it. After it becomes a big world, it will have its own complete domain and space channel. This is written in the law. Its contact and communication with other worlds will become more and more frequent, and it is beyond our control. Our advantage is that we have mastered it for so long in advance and have the first mover advantage. Wyazi stood up and paced back and forth to release the excitement in his heart. We need to expand our influence in the UU realm and establish a branch of the sect. Then, what should we do with the Void Demon Lord? Asked Wang Zhonghe. Indigenous demons like them are not a threat, but after the Jade Universe becomes a big world, they will definitely get in touch with the demons in this world. We can do something about it, such as arranging a sleeping arrangement. In this regard, we have an absolute advantage. Wyazi pondered for a while and asked, "What do you think of Ma Tianqi?" Wang Zhonghe was surprised. "Are you willing to give up this SSS level talent? He doesn't need to do it himself. He can summon clever dark creatures. Besides, doesn't he know the Lich transformation ritual? As a Dark Lord, he can control 3 SS level Liches. Isn't it possible for him to contribute one of them to be an undercover agent? And if a Lich goes to the Demon Clan to practice, it will be twice the result with half the effort. It is definitely a good thing for him." At this moment, Wyazi couldn't help but reveal a long-lost smile on his face, and the fatigue of the past few days seemed to have been relieved a lot. It's indeed a good idea. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. The sect master has a brilliant idea. Wang Zhonghe clasped his fists and began to flatter him. "Stop flattering me. What's the news about other people?" Although Wyazi was grinning from ear to ear, he still gave Wang Zhonghe a warning. As for the other, Yi Zhiqi, who has an F-level mecha talent, seems to have the potential to become an SSS-level mecha lord. His strength requires the accumulation of resources. He was measured as F-level during the test purely because he had too few resources. After he accepted the guidance of the SS-level heroic spirit summoned by Yi Bingbing in the Sword Tomb, his strength was really improved to C-level. He also absorbed a lot of swords from the Sword Tomb, and his resources should have been accumulated enough. There is a chance to upgrade again, Wang Zhonghe said with a smile. That is to say, there are actually 2 SSS-level talents among the new disciples who have entered the sect. God is really going to prosper our Qingting sect, haha. This was another piece of great news. Wyazi was completely overjoyed. Chapter 131 Picnic and Mutation. In the Western Heaven Sword Tomb, Yi Zhiqi is located in the west, and Ma Tianqi is located in the east. At this time in the north, a team of 4 was trapped by vines, surrounded by magic wolves, and was preparing to attack. The red hair stands out among the 3 black-haired ones. This is especially true for the demon wolves that love blood. Therefore, the red-haired fat man received special attention from the magic wolf. "Junior Sister Warner, save me." Although the situation was critical, the fat man's voice sounded somewhat artificial. "Brother Sue, wait a minute. I'll be there soon." The pretty girl named Warner changed her palace dress in the square into a tighter, knight-errant outfit. She was the first to break free from the vines and start running. Although her movements were not so smooth, her petite figure made her look like a rabbit raised by a little princess when she moved. She jumped up lightly, holding a pink staff with a pom-pom on the top in both hands, and smashed it down. The cute little rabbits ran towards the red-haired fat man. The fat man showed a relieved expression, as if he had regained his energy and strength. He stood up and stretched himself out, and a black bear figure appeared behind him. The demon wolf was pushed away by him like dust on his clothes. Then the black bear changed from a shadow into a real entity and began to kill the demon wolves. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The black bear seemed to enjoy the pleasure of killing. Thank you, Junior Sister Warner. The fat man didn't care that the other two fellow disciples were still fighting with the demon wolf and came straight over to thank Warner. Warner looked at his fat face approaching, then turned and pointed at the other two fellow disciples. Senior Brother Jiang and Senior Brother Luo are still in danger. Go help them. As she pointed her finger, the rabbit ran towards the other two fellow disciples, and when it jumped onto them, the vines disappeared. After the two brothers untied the restraints, one of them looked at the surrounding demon wolves, smiled slightly, and several lightning bolts fell, instantly roasting the demon wolves. The other one snapped his fingers, and several ice giants appeared and fought directly with the magic wolf. Although the ice giants were eventually broken, the magic wolf was also frozen to the ground, not moving at all, and must have been frozen to death. Seeing that the situation was not good, the other demon wolves fled in all directions. Thank you, Junior Sister Warner, for saving us. The three senior brothers said in unison. It seems that you can get away without my rescue. Warner looked at the three senior brothers with some suspicion. She pursed her lips, as if thinking about something. All men are pigs. Senior Sister Huan often says this. She never knew what it meant, and she still doesn't know it now, but she just thinks it fits the current situation. The fat man with red hair is called Su Chong. He has SS level talent, beast summoning, and should be very strong. These demon wolves are much more powerful than the vines, but he pretended to be trapped by the vines and waited for me to rescue him. Thought I couldn't see. The other two too. He is dressed in blue tights, has a medium build, average looks, has SS level talent, the son of lightning, a senior brother named Jiang Wan, and there is also a senior brother Luo Tianyi who is from the SS level talent ice and snow royal family. They are all SS talents with explosive combat power. Facing a B-level demon wolf and a D-level vine, they both acted so weak, it really pissed me off. The three brothers looked at each other, and then Brother Luo spoke. Junior Sister Warner, are you tired now? If you are, I brought a picnic blanket and some fruits. How about we camp here? Yeah, I brought some barbecue and a grill. I'll help you grill it. I just happen to have some cakes and drinks. Come and have some too. Are you here for a picnic? Warner complained in her heart. Chingting sect square. Hey, why is Warner's team having a picnic? Wow, during the sect competition, they openly pick up girls. How shameless. Why didn't you call me? It's good to be strong. With 4 SS level talents forming a team, how can the others survive? But isn't it a bit too arrogant to have a picnic in this place? This place is the trial site for the sect's new disciples. Most of them are below S level. Of course, the 4 SS are fearless. But the heroic spirit summoned by SS level Yi Bingbing before was also SS level. If they meet, they may not win. Yes, the A-level Void Divine Hound that escaped seems to have been possessed by some powerful person. If its strength is restored, it is still unknown who will win. After all, this is the ancient battlefield where good and evil fought each other 3,000 years ago, so it's better to show more respect. The other disciples looked at the images coming from the sky and expressed their comments and opinions. What nonsense! Wang Zhongho, the master of the third peak, was very dissatisfied when he saw this scene. Because I just learned from the head of the sect that the Yu realm is likely to leap from a small world to a big world, and its upper limit of strength is almost the same as that of this world. There is a high probability that other SS level and SSS level enemies will appear in large numbers. These youngsters are being too reckless. Just as Wang Zhongho shook his head, something strange happened in the sky. The ground cracked where Warner and her 4 companions were. The giant pillar rose up, and Luo Tianyi, who had the talent of the ice and snow royal family, summoned a giant ice and snow sculpture. The 4 of them sat on the back of the giant eagle and rose into the air. I saw a ruined palace rising below, with gear mechanisms connected to each other. In the center was a statue with black smoke rising. I couldn't see what was inside clearly. Only a few flashes of lightning were leaking out. Then the sky was covered with dark clouds. The sky gradually darkened, lightning and thunder appeared, and there were faint voices of ghosts and gods. The fat man sitting on the giant eagle shivered suddenly. Brother Luo, your giant eagle's back is so cold. Luo Tianyi tightened his collar, his nose shrank, and said, This is not because of my giant sculpture, it is caused by the mutation. What exactly happened to cause the changes in this small world? Jiangwen asked, hugging his arms tightly. The Yu realm has been controlled by the sect for hundreds of years. This is not the first time that it has been used as a trial site. It should be safe, right? Warner said, and breathed a cold breath. Warner, I have a coat here. Let me show you how to wear it. Luo Tianyi took out a snow-white coat and handed it to Warner. Wow, brother, where did you get it? I want one too. The fat man looked at the coat with his eyes shining. There are indigenous people in my ice and snow world. I took it from them. Luo Tianyi took out 3 black jackets, wore one himself, and gave the other 2 to his junior brothers. Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing saw the sky darken, and there were lightning and thunder far away from them. Hey, is there rain in some areas here as well? Yi Zhiqi asked curiously. It's interesting to say there will be rain in some areas. Yi Bingbing laughed out loud after hearing this. There is a demonic fluctuation there. I think some demon is about to be resurrected. Wu Wang's sword immortal looked solemn as he looked over there, his hair fluttering in the wind. Chapter 132, Dark Manufacturing Bureau. If I remember correctly, that is the base of a very unique sect of the demon race on the battlefield. Wu Wang's sword immortal looked at Yi Zhiqi with a hint of amusement in his eyes. What? Why are you looking at me? Yi Zhiqi was a little strange. Senior, please stop keeping me in suspense. Yi Bingbing was also very curious. Could the alternative sect that Wu Wang's sword immortal mentioned have any connection with Yi Zhiqi? Its name is the Dark Manufacturing Bureau. It contains numerous mechanical devices, most of which are powered by dark energy. Now, most of their creators have died in battle. I don't know what caused this abnormal movement. Wu Wang's sword immortal recalled the previous battle. Some of these dark creatures were half living and half mechanical. For example, a mechanical beast equipped with magic cannon. The injured demons who have lost their bodies and the ability to regenerate their limbs, leaving only their heads, are combined with magic artillery. This way they can move, aim, and shoot on their own. No one else needs to intervene. Because they can still practice, they no longer need charging magic crystals. The demon lords specially customized a new technique for them to absorb and exert the power to the maximum extent and transform them into magic energy cannons. The skills are also divided into different attributes such as ice, fire, poison, etc. to meet different battlefield needs. As for the airships, spaceships, and even flying fortresses used for transportation, after using the minds of living creatures, it used to take dozens or even hundreds of years of practice to cultivate them like magic weapons. At that time, all you need to do is replace the demon's head. Even if this head falls off, you can just replace it with another one. Cruel? Of course it is cruel, but that's how demons are. Don't take life seriously. Maybe the demon whose head was removed and whose body was locked in a mechanism was unwilling to accept it, but he had no way to resist. After all, these wars were the demon lord's idea. Fortunately, there are not many demons with human-like intelligence. The thinking of the 6 desire demons is relatively close to that of humans. After all, they rely on the 6 desires of humans as their main food, so they are more or less influenced by them. But most of the other demons are driven by instinct and desire. For example, the Yaksha tribe, their instinct and desire is to kill. Only high-level demons, starting from level A, gradually developed intelligence and self-awareness. Most of the leadership are A-level demons or above. At the same time, because they act based on instinct and talent, the demons are far inferior to humans in group strategy. Their greatest advantage is reproduction. The lower-level demons are just like insects. As long as they have food and energy, they can reproduce and are almost impossible to kill. Thinking of the previous wars, when there were overwhelming demons and demon mechanical devices, Wu Wang's sword immortal could not help but sigh. He fought against the Lord of the Void, shattering the space and creating countless space fragments. It was impossible to locate the demon lord while he was flashing, which made her feel like she had no power to use. Finally, for some unknown reason, the space changed and the Void Demon Lord's void escape technique could only move within a certain range. This gave her the opportunity to die with him when her energy was running out. What I didn't expect was that this cunning guy actually had a trace of his soul left. And according to her perception, the Void Demon Lord should have taken over the body of the Void Divine Hound and possessed a complete body again. Along with him went a demon sword blazing with devilish flames. Although the Void Demon Lord is alone and cannot hold the fortress alone, he is still an irresistible enemy for the Jade Universe, which is now short of talent. How about we go over and take a look? Yi Zhiqi suggested. Hurry up, I want to see what the dark creature looks like. Yi Bingbing was filled with joy. Wu Wang's sword immortal shook his head helplessly. In fact, She was also very curious about how the dark creation could reappear after losing the support of the demon clan's dominant force. You know, even someone as powerful as the Void Demon Lord was only resurrected by relying on a wisp of his remaining soul to take over the body of his pet. After making the decision, Yijiqi and his group flew to the other side of the Sword Tomb to take a look at the strange dark manufacturing bureau that was somewhat similar to Yijiqi's mecha. The rainstorm came suddenly, and the sky was as dark as if it was stained with ink. The huge waves washed the dam violently, and the water mist was spreading, as if they were about to leap over at any time. It's amazing. Alstom and Gunnet were in a transparent cover and were not touched by any rain. What kind of ability is this? He asked. Hey, haven't you ever practiced martial arts? Hongya asked back in surprise. What is a technique? Alstom was puzzled. Another new term. Gongfa is a set of processes and methods to absorb the energy of nature, guide it into the body, and then release it through special techniques. Honghua said, that sounds a lot like magic. Alston has read a lot of entertainment works, including novels, television, and movies, and has some understanding of civilian entertainment. I forgot, your clothing style is the same as the people in Luozhou. They also call it magic over there, but we just call it skills here. Hongya slapped his forehead and suddenly realized. Next, you need to learn the technique, and it must be the top-level technique. Honghua and Hongya took turns talking to him, like they were performing a crosstalk. Oh, I can understand this as top-level magic, right? Alstom is more accustomed to magic. Haha, even if it is so. The red leaves and red flowers smiled at each other. Arrive. They stopped in front of a Taoist temple outside the city. There were 3 big characters, Tunshin Sect, written on the door. The Taoist temple is shabby and doesn't look very wealthy. As a member of the royal family, Alston looked at this scene and wondered whether he should turn around and leave. But after coming to this world, his devouring ability seemed to have been greatly weakened. Just now, along the way, he tried to swallow everything he could, but seemed to have failed. Only a trace of air and weak energy could slowly replenish his body. Hongya and Honghua are obviously much stronger than him. Therefore, he could only curl up and wait for the opportunity. As a member of the royal family, he is very good at intrigue. From this we can see that a person who looks glamorous and beautiful does not necessarily have a glamorous heart, but if you dig it out, it is likely to be black. Hongya Honghua took him in. Along the way, the winding paths lead to secluded places, which is a unique experience. As a high-ranking official in the empire, Alston has spent his entire life shuttling back and forth between royal palaces and high-tech space battleships. When you suddenly see this lush greenery, full of Chinese garden style and architecture, you can also feel a novel beauty. Unlike the strong artificial feel of the empire, everything here is so harmonious and integrated. Something in Alston's heart was touched. He stopped and a soothing force spread through him. Chapter 133, Alston joins the heaven-devouring sect. Seeing that he didn't move, Hongya and Honghua thought of reaching out and fiddling with it. Unexpectedly, a clear light like smoke and mist drifted away from Alston. Then, the filthy substance came out directly from his body surface, and in an instant, the place became smelly. Is this a revelation? Red leaves and red flowers. I am quite familiar with this feeling. That is, after entering the door, the marrow is cleansed and the meridians are cleansed to expel the impurities. This is a process that every disciple must go through. Now they haven't taught Alston yet, but he just passed by the Taoist temple and understood it directly. This is simply genius among geniuses. Based on this point alone, it is no exaggeration to give his devouring talent an SS level. It seems that the sect leader really made the right bet. After a while, Alston completed the marrow removal and meridian cleansing. He opened his eyes and was shocked to feel himself covered in sticky and smelly things. He thought it was Red Leaf and Red Flower who threw feces on him. Why did you do this? He roared angrily. As a member of the royal family, he may have been the cleanest person in the country since he was a child. Now he is covered in filth, which is more painful than killing him. This is not our doing, it's you. Hongya said to him with a smile, and Hongya nodded beside him. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Find a place quickly, I need to take a shower. If there hadn't been 2 strangers in front of him, and if there hadn't been a bit of self-respect and stubbornness, Alston would have taken off all his clothes. Don't worry, take your time. Hongya waved. Hurry up, I can't stand it anymore. Alston was about to collapse. He raised his fists and waved them continuously, and some dirty things were thrown everywhere. The red leaves and red flowers once again hold up the cover. Alston suddenly remembered that it was still raining outside. He quickly took off his shirt and ran out, letting the rain wash over him. Half an hour later, he came back dragging his wet body. It's finally a lot cleaner. He raised his hand and smelled it again, but there was still some lingering stench. I'm going to take a shower. Do you have any change of clothes? He asked Hongye and Honghua, with resentment in his heart, and his blue eyes seemed to emit light, piercing the hearts of the two. Hongye laughed, stood up, and said, "Follow me." Alston followed him, and after many twists and turns, they arrived at a courtyard with a well and a large vat in the middle. Hongye pointed to the big vat. Alston was confused, and then he understood something. "You don't want me to take a shower in here, do you? This is an open-air bathtub with no obstructions." Alston was about to curse. Although he liked the open-air bathtub very much, it was in a beachfront villa or a mountaintop villa, surrounded by beautiful women who handed him fruits and gave him body massages. Now there is a black clay jar in this dilapidated courtyard. When he thought that the two fat guys, Hongye and Honghua, might also be taking a bath here, he couldn't help feeling nauseous. In the end, he compromised. Asked Hongye Honghua to go out and take a shower by the well. He vowed never to use that big bathtub. Hongye and Honghua stood outside and said, "People should not be bound by external appearances. Soon, we will know how good that jar is." Hongye looked at the rain clouds that stopped and dispersed, revealing the golden afterglow of the setting sun, feeling a little emotional. The next day, Alston changed into the same Taoist robe as Hongye Honghua. They took Alston to finish a simple breakfast and then took him to become his apprentice. After having breakfast, Alston was actually a little hesitant about whether he should go. After all, this breakfast was too unpalatable for him, who was used to eating delicacies from land and sea, and every meal was a delicacy. This gap was unbearable for him. He was afraid that if the meal lasted too long, he would go crazy. But reason told him that he was still very weak and in danger in this world. The seemingly downtrodden Tunshan sect where Hongye Honghua is located is a sect that is very suitable for him. The feeling on the first day alone, the joy of the red leaves and flowers, and the marrow clearing and meridian cleansing that I learned on my own, can all be proved. The place for worshipping a master is in the ancestral hall, and the tablet here is a little special. They are not common shapes, but different ones. Some are swords, some are pots, some are flowers, and some are stones. Alston had previously conducted some research on the Blue Star Dragon Nation. You know that these tablets are generally a piece of plaque with the name of the ancestor to be worshipped. The current situation left him a little confused. What are these? Alston couldn't help it and asked. The tablets of our ancestors. The reason why they are in different shapes is due to our cultivation methods. They are usually the natal objects of the cultivation method. Hongye explained. So the meaning of flowers is that he can only devour flowers. I can understand stones and swords. But basins? Alston frowned. Not all heaven-swallowing techniques are used in combat. The great master of the devouring basin is mainly responsible for logistics, cooking, and transporting things. This time it was Honghua who explained to him. This is not quite what Alston thought. His devouring talent is so domineering that he can swallow everything. Before coming here, it swallowed a lot of soldiers, space battleships, weapons, etc. How come here? This high-energy universe seems to have regressed. This is not the life he wants. He began to feel resistance in his heart. Okay, let's start the apprenticeship ceremony now. Hongye said, "Kneel on that futon," he said, pointing at the black and white futon. Although Alston was reluctant, he knelt down. When was the last time you knelt? If I remember correctly, it was when I was 18 years old and the Emperor of the Empire awarded me my first medal. Since then, he has never kneeled again. Now, people have to kneel down in front of some inexplicable tablets. His heart was in turmoil. Well, I am the weak one now, and I need to know the current situation. Immediately afterwards, Hongye lit a stick of incense. In a trance, Alston returned to the day when he was 12 years old and participated in the birthday parade of the Imperial Emperor. He walked in a long parade, with a majestic military band in front of him. The sound of the trumpet made his ears calloused. Behind him are the Emperor and the Empress. It was a magnificent imperial capital, a huge cosmic fortress. The surrounding sky did not simulate the atmospheric sky as usual, but one could directly see the starry sky. Golden pieces of paper were scattered everywhere, and this winding procession was like a blood vessel in the imperial capital, flowing slowly. At the beginning, there were all kinds of normal square teams. For example, the civilian blocks have various professions, wielding their tools of labor. For example, the military blocks are neat and tidy and strong. The flags of various territories, legions, and planets fluttered in the air and collided with each other. A variety of celebratory songs mixed together and echoed over the imperial capital. Chapter 134, Alston's Choice. What attracted Alston's attention most was a group of magicians. Some of them held a shining ball of light in their hands, which they threw high up, drawing a series of swirling arcs in the air, and then exploded at the highest point, transforming into an invisible waterfall of brilliant light. These waterfalls surround the emperor and empress, and you can also see clouds of water vapor floating in the air. For a moment, the emperor and the empress seemed to be in a fairyland, and he was just their doorman. At the age of 12, he now had a ray gun in his arms. He could end this empire at any time if he wanted to, but he didn't have that courage at that time. The one who enters the illusion now is his adult self. He looked at his teenage self and thought about it. Then the two merged into one. This time, he drew his gun very covertly and aimed at the emperor. I can take that place instead, he thought. He didn't see the end and then woke up. Hongya and Honghua looked at him, and the three of them remained silent. Then Honghua turned around, bowed to the tablet, and said, "Please come, Master." An elliptical space-time gate opened from the void, and soon, a blurry figure seemed to be walking from a distance. Finally, a 12-year-old boy with red lips and white teeth and wearing a Taoist robe jumped out. If it weren't for the fact that he still looked like a blue star dragon with skin color and eyes, Alston would have thought he saw his teenage self. It was the same self that I saw in the illusion just now. This took him by surprise. "Alston, why don't you pay your respects to the master?" Hongya reminded. Is he really the master of the sect? Alston had doubts in his mind, but since Hongya said so, then it should be true. So he bowed down. "Very good, from now on, you are the eldest disciple of the Tiantun sect." Although he looks like a teenager, he speaks with the accent of a mature uncle. Alston has now become somewhat indifferent and is not surprised by the mismatch between his voice and appearance. This is a world full of more magical powers. He is quite adaptable. Yes, you actually cleansed your own marrow and meridians, and it was so thorough. The illusion just now shows that you are indeed an ambitious person. My Tiantuan sect needs talents like you right now. The clan leader had the appearance of a 12-year-old child and used a condescending tone to comment on this former member of the royal family, a top genius who was now nearly 40 years old and had SSS level talent. Now you have two choices. One is to practice with me, and the other is to go undercover in the nominal Tiantian sect headquarters. Which one do you choose? The clan leader asked. What headquarters? What undercover? Aren't they all from the Tiantun sect? Alston was puzzled. Hongya began to explain. Our Tiantian sect is currently divided into two factions. One faction is us. We believe that everything can be swallowed, and our only goal is to become stronger. We are the orthodox Tiantian sect. The other faction was the capitulation faction. In order to cater to other sects, they chose to develop those gentle and kind devouring talents. They did not seek to make progress at all, but only tried to please others. With the help of outsiders, they drove us out. Because they don't seek to improve themselves, they will absorb those with devouring talents who are dangerous to the outside world, and wash away or weaken their talents. This is really a heinous crime. Now you have two choices. One is to learn from the sect leader, strengthen yourself, and then destroy the surrender faction after you become powerful. The other is to disguise your devouring talent as a mild talent, such as only devouring food, etc., sneak in as an undercover agent, become a high-level official, and correctly change their belief orientation. If that fails, then you can serve as an insider when we launch an attack. Which one do you choose? After hearing this, Alston was actually speechless. No wonder the territory of this sect is so dilapidated. No wonder there are only a few cats and dogs in this sect. It turned out that he was exiled because he failed in the internal struggle. But, as a new employee, do they trust me so much to go undercover? Aren't you afraid that I'll be turned against you after I go in? Alston thought about it and suddenly thought of the incense that Hongya lit and the illusion. Knowing something about magic, he realized that this was a mysterious spiritual ritual. They may have left some kind of imprint or backdoor deep in their souls, so that if they feel rebellious again, they will immediately strike back. Only in this way can we explain why they are so reassured. Cunning Orientals. Alston admitted defeat. It is definitely impossible for him to stay here. The extremely harsh environment here is enough to torture him to death. Therefore, the answer is obvious. I chose to go undercover. He lowered his head and waited for his master's orders. The red leaves and red flowers smiled at each other, as if this was the result they had expected. Okay, Hongya Honghua, tell him the details of the surrender faction and what he wants to do. Also, teach him the basic cultivation techniques. After he gets started, you can set off. After the young master gave his instructions, he tore the door of time and space open again with his hands and went in. Where did you go, master? Alston watched the space-time gate get smaller and smaller and then disappear. Master is practicing in a very secluded space. You will go there in the future. Don't worry. Hongya clasped his hands together like a monk. I will teach you the basics first, and you follow me. Manhwa called ours to come over and led him towards the inner courtyard. Qingting Sect Square. Look, what is that? A palace? A shabby palace. Wow, what the hell is this? How could there be a palace on an ancient battlefield? Hey, those corpses and filth look so evil and disgusting. There's an armored vehicle, and the head on it looks like it still has brain tissue, and there seem to be rotten worms on it. I want to vomit, wow. That cannon is still alive? I saw that, I blink. Really? Let me see. Is it fake? A mirage or something? What's fake? Didn't you see that the 4 SS teams flew into the sky to avoid the limelight? This must be the product of an evil sect. It's so obvious. That little world has this weird technology. It's really amazing. I wonder how powerful it is compared to the ones made by Professor Agasa of Qianjifeng. The one made by Dr. Agasa is much better looking than these. What do you know? This is called Dark Wind. Maybe it belongs to some decent sect. Wow, would a decent sect use a living person as the control center of the mechanism? How do you know it must be a living person? Whether or not this person is alive, this style will definitely be heavily criticized by the public. But these things have a different kind of beauty to them. They're amazing. Your aesthetic is disgusting. You dare to call something so cruel aesthetic? We'll break up. Chapter 135 Know It All Luo Wendao. Master, this palace seems to be a combination of half machine and half biological. Wang Zhongho looked at the palace of flesh and blood that was slowly rising in the image of Ma Tianxi on the sky. Weazi frowned and pinched his beard. Based on the data collected about the battle between good and evil in the Jade universe, this palace belongs to the Dark Manufacturing Bureau of the demon race. Dark Manufacturing Bureau, a bright middle-aged beautiful woman, came over. She was wearing a green cheongsam with a high slit, a jade hairpin on her head. Her eyebrows and eyes were like autumn water, her skin was like jade, her body was charming, and there was no trace of time on her. The other elders also gathered around in 2s and 3s. Master Yulua, haven't you heard of it? The Dark Manufacturing Bureau is a very strange existence. Another middle-aged master of the peak spoke up. He had a square face, a goatee, and wore gold-rimmed glasses. He looked like a scholar and was very elegant. Oh, then I'll have to trouble 4th senior brother to introduce me. The leader of Bingyue Peak, named Yuluo, said to him with a chuckle. Junior sister Yuluo, there's no need to be polite. I will tell you everything I know. The 4th senior brother is the master of the 4th peak, Xuanji Peak, Luo Wendao. He had a fawning smile on his face, and his previous demeanor and scholarly temperament suddenly became a little vulgar. The master of Yuluo Peak secretly felt contempt. The Dark Manufacturing Bureau was developed after the powerful demons accidentally obtained a mechanical inheritance from the human race. They don't have complete technology and are unable to design decent circuits and chips to drive the mechanism. But the demons are cruel by nature. They dismantle the bodies of their weaker counterparts and use their heads to make the main control of mechanical mechas to replace the functions of chips. In places where mechanical arms are normally used, demon arms or tentacles will also be used directly. This way it is more convenient to use. According to this idea, they built the outer walls of the palace with metal and stone, covered them with demon eyeballs for surveillance, and used many demon brains inside as the center of the palace to control energy, access control, and mechanisms. The assembly line for manufacturing machinery also uses a lot of demon creatures' arms and tentacles as a substitute, supplemented by demon creatures' eyeballs for detection, and the center is also controlled by demon creatures' brains. The half-demon and half-mechanical creations they created include demon artillery, demon airships, demon warships, and so on. When used in war, due to its reproducibility and repairability, the demon's combat effectiveness is greatly increased. With the terrifying reproductive power of the lower-level demons, they served as cannon fodder. After their death, they could be used as flesh and blood materials for mechanical creations. That's why they fought with the upright people in the Jade universe, and both sides suffered losses. Until now, the extraordinary strength of the Yu realm has not yet recovered. After Luo Wendao finished speaking, he took a sip of water and looked at Master Yu Luofeng eagerly, as if he was expecting something. Yu Luo saw this. Although he was not very happy, he still forced a smile at him. I see. Listening to Senior Brother Luo's words is really better than reading 10 years of books. Senior Brother Luo is worthy of being the most knowledgeable scholar in my sect. Luo Wendao blushed when he heard this and waved his hands quickly. Thank you for the compliment. I am just a few years older and have read a few more years. It's not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. Then what's the matter with the Dark Manufacturing Bureau's revival now? Although the sect leader Weazi felt that Luo Wendao was a bit pedantic and had the desire but not the courage, he still recognized his reading volume and knowledge reserves. His knowledge of the universe far exceeds that of ordinary people, so he can be considered a half-know-it-all. Resurrection, my guess is this. The center of the Dark Manufacturing Bureau is the brain of the demons. In this ancient battlefield sword tomb, there seems to be signs of being suppressed. The new disciple Yijichi, who had a talent for mecha, triggered a weakened version of the 10,000 swords approaching phenomenon when he was learning the swordsmanship of the Wuwang Sword School, absorbing many broken weapons left behind by upright people, which weakened the seal that suppressed the dark creatures. In addition, Jian Yuanzi refined the Six Desires Demon Sword, which also consumed a lot of remnants and corpses, further reducing the suppression seal on the Dark Creation Bureau. Then the Void Demon Lord took over the body of the Void God Hound and took away the refined Six Desires Demon Sword. The seal of the Palace of the Dark Creation Bureau was completely removed. Therefore, it revived. The above is just my humble opinion. As for the details, you still have to explore it yourself. Facing the clan leader, Luo Wendao regained some of the demeanor of a Confucian scholar and spoke eloquently. Although I humbly say that it is a foolish opinion, in fact, I have already determined in my heart that my inference is the correct answer. Yes, that makes sense. You are indeed my sect's know-it-all. Wiazi stroked his beard and praised as he paced. Brother is indeed very knowledgeable, and his reasoning is very precise and concise. I admire him. Yes, the Palace of the Dark Creation Bureau has just revealed its face. Senior brother was able to deduce so many things. He must be a genius. His brain is really sharp. Seeing that the sect leader also appreciated it, everyone started to flatter Luo Wendao. As a scholar, Luo Wendao does not have many opportunities to show his face, so this moment greatly satisfied his vanity. However, he still occasionally stole a glance at the head of Luo Peak and saw that the other party was just smiling. Although he didn't say anything, he felt that the smile was praising him, so the happiness in his heart reached a new level, and the villain in his heart began to rub his hands happily. How about this? The sect leader paced and thought for a while. Just in case, Dr. Ali, Luo Wendao, you Luo, the three of you go to Yu Realm to investigate. The Void Demon Lord has been resurrected, and the Dark Creation Bureau has revived. I'm afraid that if something happens to the new disciples below, it will be a bad ending. Dr. Agasa has the talent of an SS-level mechanical scientist and is proficient in mechanical technology, which makes him a perfect match for the Dark Creation Bureau. Luo Wendao is an S-level gifted knowledge elf. He is knowledgeable and knows how to deal with any unexpected situation at the first moment. Yulua, the SS-level plant goddess, is good at healing and containment, so you should be in charge of logistics. The leader said to the three people, "What do you think?" The sect master has given orders, and no one dares to disobey. The three of them saluted to the sect master. Okay, pack up, and then each of you choose a few disciples and send them over quickly. The sect leader waved his hand and walked onto the podium. After the leader left, Luo Wendao said to Dr. Ali with a smile, "Hey, it seems that you only have 2 disciples. Bayasha hasn't come back yet, and the new disciple Yijichi is in the sword tomb. Doesn't that mean you have to go down alone?" "What do you know?" Dr. Agasa said arrogantly and summoned a bunch of nano-flying mechas, which flew around him like wasps. "I will never be short of people at Qianji Peak." "Yes, there are many mecha robots in Qianji Peak." Yu Luo echoed from the side. Chapter 136, Demonic Aircraft Carrier. Yijichi spread a pair of black mechanical wings and flew into the sky. Yi Bingbing and Wuwang Sword Immortal rode on flying swords and moved forward. White clouds floated around and strong winds blew, but fortunately, thanks to the Wuwang Sword Immortal's chi shield, Yi Bingbing was not troubled by her messy hair. Yijichi looked envious. "Brother Yi, your talent for mechas looks so unique. It's like you can do anything. I'm so envious." Yi Bingbing looked at the pair of silver-gleaming mechanical wings that were full of technology and power, her eyes full of envy. "To tell you the truth, I actually have an SSS-level Mecha Lord talent. I have a mecha core with a small cave inside and a war fortress called Jigu. It is a main base where you can build various types of mechas. The only drawback is that it requires a lot of materials and energy. This pair of mechanical wings was made by melting the swords just collected. It can also transform into a mechanical motorcycle and a yacht. Your world is really peculiar. Unlike us, where we have to practice everything, you only need to awaken these strange talents. You are truly the darlings of heaven." After hearing this, Wuwang's Sword Immortal sighed. "No, our talents are good and bad, strong and weak, and most of them cannot be improved. Whatever you are like after awakening is what you are like. In your world of cultivating immortals, you can rely on skills, elixirs, and magical objects to change your fate. I can only say that each has its own advantages and disadvantages. Yi Bingbing carefully analyzed the differences between the two worlds and felt that each had its own strengths and weaknesses. That's true. After hearing this, Wuwang's sword immortal felt that it made sense. Hey, Yi Zhiqi also wanted to say something. Just don't say anything. It's like cheating. After awakening your talent, you can also practice the immortal cultivation method. It's okay to just practice the skills, but it's also easy to learn so quickly. It's really infuriating. Yi Bingbing pouted, looking resentful. After hearing this, Yi Zhiqi didn't know what to say and could only touch his head to hide his embarrassment. I'm not yet. He wanted to say that his talent was very resource-consuming, but when he saw that his Lord talent, the creation engine, was now at level C, the resources consumed had been reduced a lot and would be even less in the future until it was upgraded to the max SSS level. He naturally shut up. Who said he was the chosen one? He suddenly started to show off again. Look, we're here. Below is the palace of the Dark Creation Bureau. Yi Bingbing pointed down and said. At this time, the Dark Creation Bureau palace has been completely revealed. Seen from above, it looks more like a battleship. But this battleship is very large, and the central area is like a small palace. As the top creation of the demon race, it should be able to fly. In other words, this is a demonic aerospace carrier. It is comparable to Yi Zhiqi's war fortress, Zhiga, but it is exclusive to the demons. Yi Zhiqi and his companions lowered their flying altitude a bit, preparing to take a closer look at the aerospace aircraft carrier of the Demon Dark Manufacturing Bureau. At this moment, the dark clouds and lightning in the sky had dissipated, but all kinds of black air were still lingering on the aerospace aircraft carrier. The deck was littered with broken armor, tangled remains and organs of various humans and demons, and was filthy everywhere. From time to time, one or two small mutant monsters or small demons would jump out, pick up a shiny part that could be used as a weapon, or take a bite of an unknown object that they thought could be eaten as food, and then hide in a corner or cave. Occasionally, they would accidentally trigger a mechanism that would extend a tentacle to entangle them and drag them into the depths, or open their bloody mouths to swallow them, or spray out a cloud of poisonous mist and die, melting into a pool of blood and being absorbed by the deck. In short, everywhere is weird or dangerous. Just as Yi Zhiqi and his team were circling in the sky and observing, they suddenly heard a whistle. Steam-age stuff? Where did it come from? Yi Zhiqi was a little curious. He took a look and saw a big chimney-like thing coming out of the middle of the demonic aerospace battleship below, humming and spewing out black smoke. And in that place that looked like a ship's bridge command center, a few figures could be vaguely seen. The Qinji Ju and Wuwang Sword Sutra that Yi Zhiqi learned both contained techniques to enhance eyesight. However, he felt unsafe at the moment, so he took out a high-magnification military electronic telescope from the core of the mecha. Small, but can see far and clearly. As the magnification continued, he could see more and more clearly. That's Ma Tianqi. There's also the fat guy and the thin guy around, both of whom I've seen before. There was also a short and fat Taoist priest wearing ancient Taoist robes and looking like an immortal. I didn't recognize him. What are they doing? Could it be that they can already control this demonic aerospace carrier? Yi Bingbing does not suffer from farsightedness and does not have any observation tools such as a telescope. She looked at Yi Zhiqi eagerly as he took off the telescope. Quick, let me see it. It's Ma Tianqi, Yi Zhiqi said to Yi Bingbing and Wuwang's Sword Immortal, then handed the telescope to Yi Bingbing. It's really Ma Tianqi. Yi Bingbing took the telescope and looked towards the command center immediately. How did they get there? Her face was full of confusion and shock. Aren't these the group of people who rushed over when Yi Zhiqi had his epiphany? Do you know them? There seems to be a short and fat Taoist priest among them. The immortal Wuwang Sword used his eyesight to see everything clearly. This Taoist priest seems familiar. Who is he? Wuwang Sword Immortal began to recall. Could it be the same heroic spirit as the predecessor? Yi Bingbing was also very curious. Judging from his attire, this Taoist should be from the same era as Wuwang Sword Immortal. Ma Tianqi's Dark Lord talent seems to have the ability to summon the undead, but looking at this Taoist priest, he looks like an immortal, not like an undead. Could it be that he really knows how to resurrect? Yi Bingbing was shocked by her own idea. Who wouldn't want the resurrection technique? If it is true, Ma Tianqi might be forcibly abducted by the major sects. Oh, I remember now. This is Taoist fellow Jian Yuanzi from the Qingshan Sword Sect. Wuwang Sword Immortal suddenly raised his head. He was in charge of the Qingshan Sword Sect's 6 days demon-breaking formation at the time, and he just said hello. 6-day demon-breaking formation. What is this? Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing were both very curious. This is a formation specially set up for the 6 desire demons of the demon race, intended to suppress and strangle them. When Wu Wang's sword immortal mentioned the 6 desires demon, his expression suddenly became serious. Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing could both feel her growing fighting spirit. Could it be that the immortal swordsman Wu Wang has some grudge against this 6 desires demon? Chapter 137. Exploring the demonic aerospace carrier. Senior, what's going on with this 6 desires demon? Yi Bingbing asked. The name of the 6 desires demon sounds like someone who is not easy to deal with. The demons of the demon clan are divided into 5 major races. The 6 desire heavenly demons, the void demons, the powerful demons, the yiksha, and the 100 ghosts. Except for the 6 desire demons, they are all entities. The 6 desires heavenly demon is like a ghost that roams the universe, and it uses the 6 desires of other races as energy for cultivation. They usually pull their prey into a fantasy world, inducing greed, lust, and other desires in their hearts. After amplifying these desires, they make people do things they regret, and then they swallow them up in one fell swoop when they are in extreme bliss, using them as their own nourishment. Many people with weak minds or loopholes in their hearts have been caught by it, causing them to sink and fall, and have a miserable end. After Wu Wang, Sword Immortal, finished speaking, he fell silent. So as long as you have a firm mind, you can avoid disaster? Yi Bingbing thought about it, and felt that she was easy to deal with. This is not a question of whether your mind is strong or not. It also includes emotional loopholes. For example, if you accidentally lose your master's magic weapon, or if you accidentally injure a fellow disciple, negative emotions such as guilt and regret can also become loopholes for it to seep in. And it's usually easier than trying to tempt you head-on and break your resolve. It can seize on the slightest unhappiness and use it as an opportunity to break through. Yi Bingbing was a little surprised to hear that it was Yi Zhiqi who explained it, not Wu Wang Sword Immortal. You know a lot. SOSO. The two of them started fighting and playing. Yi Zhiqi is right. That's right. The 6 desires heavenly demons are the most dangerous demon clan, and because of their special nature, they are very difficult to deal with. This is why the Qingshan sword sect mobilized all its strength to deal with it. Wu Wang Sword Immortal didn't know whether he was looking at Jian Yuanzi, but he was heading in that direction. And was it successful? Yi Bingbing asked curiously. They succeeded and sealed the 6 desires demon inside the sword formation. Wu Wang Sword Immortal had a calm expression on his face. Isn't this a good thing? Sealing away the 6 desires heavenly demons is truly a great achievement. Yi Bingbing asked again. The seal is meant to be continuously suppressed. Now it is obvious that the 6 days demon-breaking sword formation has been destroyed. Although Jian Yuanzi is in human form, I can't feel his popularity. I'm afraid that Jian Yuanzi might have been possessed by the 6 desires heavenly demon, but he doesn't have the aura of the 6 desires heavenly demon on him, which is very strange. The beautiful eyes of Wu Wang's Sword Immortal were full of doubts. Hey, why don't we just go down and ask him? Yi Zhiqi said carelessly. The 6 heavenly devil-breaking sword formation has been broken, and the 6 desire heavenly demons have escaped and are nowhere to be found. If you go down, what if you are caught in one fell swoop? Wu Wang's Sword Immortal raised a difficult question. How about I send a small mecha down there? Yi Zhiqi said tentatively. Hey, good idea, this is safe. Yi Bingbing was very supportive and gave a thumbs up. Yeah, that's a good idea. Wu Wang's Sword Immortal also expressed his agreement. Yi Zhiqi ordered. Skynet, build an exploration mecha. Zhuai Mia. Yes, Lord. Mecha manufacturing. Using raw materials. 1 A-level energy core, 100 iron, 200 alloy. Creation engine C-level activated, raw material consumption reduced to A-level energy core, iron 10, alloy 20. Production completed. Number 1 exploration mecha, chasing. Mecha parameter list. Damage, 200. Mobility, 2000. Defense, 20,000. HP, 20,000. Mecha mastery, digging mastery, mining mastery, exploration mastery, 1000 machine skills mastery, C-level, can automatically absorb energy and use attack spells. Introduction, the most common basic working mecha in the mechanical territory, mainly responsible for mining all the resources that can be mined, excavated, and collected on the entire Lord planet. Apart from requiring slightly more resources, the basic attributes are directly doubled. In addition, the 1000 machine techniques are learned, which enables automatic endurance and a certain ability to attack and protect oneself. Because the shape is mixed with some broken sword metal from this world, the edges and corners have a sense of sharpness for some reason, which is very beautiful. Go down there and get some information. Yi Zhiqi issued an order. Zhuai Mi flew down directly. Wow, Your little mecha is so cute. When Yi Bingbing saw it, stars appeared in her eyes. It looks very agile and doesn't look like a mechanical creation. When Wuwang Jianxian saw Yi Zhiqi's mecha for the first time, he compared it with the stupid mechanical creations he had seen before in his memory and thought that this mecha was really good. If there is a major war, it would save a lot of trouble if we have this kind of mecha for reconnaissance and logistics. She added, actually, this is a functional mecha. I also have a combat mecha. Yi Zhiqi is quite proud of his mecha. Now we have the special metal materials for cultivating immortals from the Yu realm, as well as the 1,000 machine technique, a cultivation technique shared by humans and machines. Unfortunately, the unpredictable Sword Sutra still has certain requirements for the quality of the machine, and currently only the Black Knight can perform it. Otherwise, his fighting power will be further improved. But at the moment, I'm still learning. I should be able to play soon. Although the Black Knight had learned the Wuwang Sword Sutra before, the subsequent content that Yi Zhiqi comprehended was too huge, and it took some time to input it into his memory. It is currently on standby for study and cannot be taken out. Otherwise, I have to let Wuwang Sword Immortal see the Mecha Sword Cultivator or the Sword Cultivator Mecha. He was also looking forward to seeing how powerful the Black Knight would become after he was trained. At this time, Zhuemi had already reached the bottom. After wandering around for a while, he found nothing but flesh and mechanical devices. Occasionally you can see one or two ghosts looking for something. When they saw the Zhuemi mecha, they were stunned for a moment. They thought that this shiny metal object was not something they could deal with, so they ran away immediately. However, there were still some short-sighted ones. A big octopus-like creature stretched out its tentacles and surrounded and chased after it. Zhuemi struggled for a while, but found that it was impossible. His eyes flashed red and swept directly towards the tentacles. A burning smell came, and the tentacle broke into 2 pieces. The octopus monster didn't give up and waved its tentacles and pounced forward. The broken tentacles also jumped up, as if trying to be reconnected, but the cut surface had turned into a jelly-like state and could not be reconnected. When Zhuemi saw the octopus's fierce look, he didn't show any politeness at all, and his eyes flashed red. The octopus monster was cut into pieces, and its big head was split into 2 pieces, emitting a foul stench and leaving black blood all over the ground. Yi Bingbing was in the sky, and even from such a long distance, she felt nauseous and almost vomited. Who killed my summon? Ma Tianqi's voice was transmitted through the loudspeaker, echoing in waves. Hey, it's Ma Tianqi. Chapter 138. You're a waste. Yi Bingbing called out Ma Tianqi's name in surprise. How can the dark creatures he summoned hunt on this demon's aerospace carrier? Yi Zhiqi felt the malice of the octopus monster, as if it was really hunting. Ma Tianqi, what do you want to do? He conveys his words through the sound-making device he pursues. Ma Tianqi, who was standing in the command center, then noticed Yi Zhiqi and his group flying in the sky. That's fine. I'll complete Senior Brother Sheng's commission here. It can be considered as repaying a favor. Ma Tianqi made the decision immediately. As the Dark Lord, he immediately invaded the core of the aerospace carrier of the Dark Creation Bureau. How could a demon brain whose strength was only 1/10 of what it was today withstand the call of the Dark Lord with SSS level talent? He immediately became Ma Tianqi's subordinate. When he got the new toy, he couldn't wait to explore its functions and uses. Now, seeing Ma Tianqi flying in the sky, he directly ordered, "Take off." "Yes, master." The ship's spirits are the dark brains of some unknown demonic creatures. Right in the center of the command center, there is a transparent cover. When receiving and sending commands, it emits bursts of green light. Then, a huge aerospace aircraft carrier began to slowly rise into the air, emitting bursts of faint light and roars. The tentacles above also began to tighten and stop dancing. There was a sudden earthquake, and dirt and all kinds of debris kept falling from it. The skeletons, ghosts, and mutant creatures hiding nearby all ran out. Some stopped and looked at the giant rising, not knowing what was happening. Those who were unlucky were directly killed by falling metal, stones, or other heavy objects, leaving a pile of bloody corpses on the ground. Yi Zhiqi felt a surge of energy below and checked with Skynet's detector. Looking at the approaching demon aerospace aircraft carrier, although it looked fierce, he was not panicked at all. Because according to the results of the detector, this aircraft carrier does not have enough energy. Sure enough, halfway through the flight, the aircraft carrier stalled, the faint light disappeared, and it went into a free fall. The other creatures below that didn't have time to hide suffered again and were crushed into meat patties. Dust and smoke were flying, but fortunately the aircraft carrier looked relatively strong and did not break even after falling from midair. Produced by the Dark Manufacturing Bureau, it is indeed trustworthy. Ma Tianqi's handsome face was filled with anger and his eyes were red. You're a piece of trash. He waved his hand, and a black light wave directly shattered the black brain of the command center along with the cover. Jian Yuanzi was lucky enough as he released a light shield directly to avoid being stained by the black liquid and broken brain tissue. Lan Qingzi and Yang Wenkai were not so lucky. They were covered in the dirt, which made them black and smelled terrible. They are about to vomit. Ma Tianqi was safe and sound. He looked at the two of them with disgust and said, "You two, clean this up." Then he flew up with Jian Yuanzi. "It's all the fault of that bastard Yi Zhiqi. I'm going to teach him a lesson and let him know what terrible consequences will result from angering the SSS class." He summoned the dark pterosaur again, like a sharp arrow. Yi Zhiqi and his group did not expect Ma Tianqi to arrive so quickly. He was directly carried away by the airflow from Ma Tianqi and somersaulted before he could stabilize himself. Wu Wang Sword Immortal and Yi Bingbing were merely blown left and right. Then they managed to stabilize their bodies. After Ma Tianqi rushed past them, he turned 360 degrees. Confronted with Yi Zhiqi and his group in the air. "Brother Ma." On the surface, he is F level, Yi Bingbing is SS level, and Ma Tianqi is SSS level. In this world where strength is respected, it is only right to call Ma Tianqi senior brother. "Who is your senior brother? Watch out." Ma Tianqi was furious, and a black light wave shot directly at Yi Zhiqi. "Wow, didn't I just send a mecha to detect your aircraft carrier and accidentally killed a small dark creature? It was the one that took action first. How come he acted so ruthlessly right away, as if he had committed vengeance against someone for murdering his father and mother?" Yi Zhiqi dodged in panic. "Brother Ma, wait a minute. Is there any misunderstanding?" "Misunderstanding? There won't be any misunderstanding." Ma Tianqi stared at Yi Zhiqi fiercely. "Jian Yuanzi, go." Jian Yuanzi was a little hesitant because he still retained his own intelligence and was not like the other dark creatures summoned by Ma Tianqi, who obeyed his orders. Then waves of pain came over his heart. This was the Dark Lord's special talent for controlling his subordinates, dark control. Jian Yuanzi was instantly distracted, his eyes temporarily lost their luster, and he mechanically raised his sword. Qingshan Demon Breaking Sword. 36 sword lights suddenly emerged from behind him, and after a brief pause, they shot towards Yi Zhiqi like a rain of swords. It happened so quickly that Wu Wang's Sword Immortal flew directly in front of Yi Zhiqi before he could react. Just draw a circle with the sword, ding ding dang, and block it directly. If you have the guts, don't hide behind a woman. Let's fight one-on-one. Ma Tianqi flew high again and challenged Yi Zhiqi. Yi Zhiqi was also furious. He hadn't done anything wrong. Why did he kill him? Who was afraid of whom? He also flew up and faced Ma Tianqi directly. Yi Bingbing looked at the two of them, extremely anxious. "Brother Yi, Brother Ma, we are all fellow disciples. Can you please stop?" "Stop talking nonsense. Senior brother Ma won't stop." Lan Qingzi and Yang Wenkai caught up at this time. "Who are you?" Although Yi Bingbing had seen the two people before and knew that they were from the same school, she didn't know them. "Let me introduce myself. I am Lan Qingzi, a SS level talent Tao Tai, and this is Yang Wenkai, a SS level talent druid summoner." Lan Qingzi bowed and introduced himself, thinking he was being very gentlemanly. "Lan Qingzi, you are from the ancient martial arts family, the Lan family. Aren't you already in seclusion?" Yi Bingbing still knows some secrets. "Our Lan family owes the Sheng family a favor. I was invited by the Sheng family to protect their family's current generation's genius, Sheng Tianhao." Lan Qingzi answered truthfully. "But hasn't senior brother Sheng already been a disciple for a few years and is now a referee?" Yi Bingbing was very confused. "Don't delve into this." Lan Qingzi chuckled. "Then why did senior brother Yang want to be with Ma Tianqi? I remember that you are from the Yang family of the four great families." Yi Bingbing turned her attention to Yang Wenkai again. "Well, I can't really say. Yang Wenkai was caught by Sheng Tianhao with some evidence that could ruin his life, so he came to deal with Yi Zhiqi. Of course, he would not expose his shortcomings like Yi Bingbing. It seems that they all have stories." At this time, Jian Yuanzi, who had lost his mind, swung his sword again, and his target was still Wu Wang's Sword Immortal. The Wu Wang Sword Immortal made a gesture of receiving, closed his eyes, and silently recited a spell, then pointed at Jian Yuanzi and a ray of light shot into his face. Then black gas emerged from his head, and Jian Yuanzi regained consciousness. Chapter 139 4 SS Teams. The 4 SS teams who were having a picnic initially saw dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and thought it was just a simple thunderstorm. Pray that the black clouds will not drift over here and affect the picnic. After a while, the black cloud dissipated and the three boys breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to themselves, Fortunately, the black cloud did not come over, but if the black cloud came over, perhaps they could share an umbrella with Warner. For a moment, I didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Warner sat on the picnic blanket, looking at the juicy and juicy barbecue, the various exquisite pastries, the fresh and juicy fruits, and the various wines and beverages in beautiful bottles that she couldn't name, and she sighed that it was good to be rich. A child from an ordinary family like her may never be able to eat such good food in her entire life. Can I eat these? Her cautious look, coupled with her cute little girl face, caused great harm to the three boys present. Is it not possible? Seeing the three people stunned, and without any reply for a long time, Warner asked a little sadly. She thought, these rich people must look down on me. Thinking of this, she felt a little aggrieved and lowered her head. At this time, the three boys finally reacted. Oh, I was just thinking about something. Junior sister Warner, come and try this piece of barbecue. It's made from top-grade A5 beef. The red-haired fat man Su Chong picked up a piece of tender beef with a fork and brought it to Warner. Eat some pastries first to whet your appetite. It's not good for your health to eat so much greasy food right away. Luo Tianyi brought out a beautiful piece of tiramisu, which was pink and heart-shaped, the kind that girls would like. After fighting for so long, you must drink something to quench your thirst first. Jiang Wen picked up a peach-shaped, transparent glass cup. The light golden liquid inside was shaking, looking very tempting. Warner saw three people holding things and surrounding the front. She was indeed hungry. Well, I won't be polite. Before the three boys could see clearly, they just felt a breeze blowing across their hands, and then they all disappeared. Looking up, Warner burped. Wow, it's delicious. She tilted her head back, her bangs blown by the breeze, and the sunlight poured through her head and through the ends of her hair. The three boys were stunned. At this time, a rumbling sound was heard. Warner looked around quickly and saw that where the black clouds had gathered before, a giant aircraft carrier-like aircraft suddenly rose up. The three boys also discovered it. Although beautiful women are a common hobby of the three of them, this giant military creation is also their favorite. My mouth was watering instantly. What is this? The three asked in unison. They had never seen such a huge military structure that could take off. Now it can really make their jaws drop. Immediately afterwards, this huge aerospace aircraft carrier fell down. It created a huge wave of dust. The sound of the landing was so loud that it could be felt echoing when it reached them. Then something flew up from the carrier and rose into the air. It was not until this time that they discovered that they could vaguely see a man with huge wings hovering in the air. The few spots of light that rushed forward also seemed to be humans, and the two sides started fighting as if there was a conflict. Wow, that's amazing. Should we go over and take a look? Although Warner's last sentence was a question, her tone was full of affirmation, without any hint of doubt. This was exactly what the three boys wanted. They all wanted to see what that giant military creation was. Let's go and take a look. Su Chong, who had the SS level talent of Beast Lord, directly summoned 3 Pegasus, while Luo Tianyi, who had the SS level talent of Ice and Snow King, summoned a snow sculpture. The 4 of them flew together towards the place where Yi Zhiqi and Ma Tianqi were fighting. After Jian Yuanzi regained consciousness, Ma Tianqi was the first to sense it. What are you still standing there for? Kill the other person quickly and come up to help me. As a sword fairy lich, Ma Tianqi is also the host of the lich transformation ceremony. He has a certain connection with Jian Yuanzi and has given Jian Yuanzi a new life. It is difficult for Jian Yuanzi to refuse Ma Tianqi's request. Even though he regained consciousness, he still had no choice but to take action again when facing his former friend and fellow Taoist friend Wang Jianxian. Yi Bingbing saw her heroic spirit fighting with Jian Yuanzi, and she had no burden towards Jian Yuanzi. He directly used his SS level talent, heroic spirit summoning, and in an instant, this place was available for summoning heroic spirits. As an ancient battlefield where good and evil battled, those who become heroes are basically decent people with certain strength. Currently, Yi Bingbing can summon 1 SS-level heroic spirit, and this position is occupied by Wuwang Sword Immortal. It can also summon 1 S-class or 2 A-class. Even if it is F-class, it can only summon 4, and they are useless when they are on the field. The opponent seemed to be from Qingshan Sword Sect, so she deliberately avoided the heroic spirit of Qingshan Sword Sect. But there were no S-level ones, so it was decided to have 2 A-level ones, Lu Qingxi from the Wuwang Sword Sect, and Lu Shuangtian from the Black Snake Sword, respectively. Hey Qingxi Shuangtian. Wuwang Sword Immortal immediately sent out the heroic spirits of his fellow disciples. She felt very surprised because Yi Bingbing had told her before that her ability was limited and she could only summon her. What's happening now? I, Yi Zhiqi, have made a breakthrough and wondered if I could do the same. So I tried to practice the Qingting Sect's Qingting Ju, and surprisingly succeeded. After the breakthrough, I can also try to summon more heroic spirits. Senior Wu Wang, why don't you teach me the Wu Wang Sword Sutra as well, so that I can become stronger? Yi Bingbing tasted the sweetness of cultivating immortals for the first time. Now with the presence of Wu Wang Jianxian, an SS-level senior cultivator, she will definitely want to get more benefits. No problem. Thanks to the help of Qingxi and Shuangtian, Wu Wang's Sword Immortal can now deal with Jian Yuanzi with ease. Moreover, she and Jian Yuanzi did not have any deep hatred. Now all she needed to do was to tie him down and prevent him from joining Ma Tianxi to deal with Yi Zhiqi. After Lu Qingxi and Lu Shuangtian were summoned, they saw and heard the conversation between Wu Wang Jianxian and Yi Bingbing, and knew what their relationship was and what their current situation was. Therefore, without any further ado, he and Wu Wang's Sword Immortal directly joined forces to entangle Jian Yuanzi. Senior sister, long time no see. Lu Qingxi was commanding the flying sword to fight Jian Yuanzi while chatting with Wu Wang's Sword Immortal. Yes, it's been many years. I never thought we would see the light of day again. Wu Wang's Sword Immortal was very emotional. Senior sister, do you think it is possible for us to reshape our bodies and revive the Wu Wang Sword sect? Lu Shuangtian asked. Maybe I didn't have any idea before, but after seeing this strange thing and Jian Yuanzi, I have some ideas. Wu Wang's Sword Immortal answered while fighting with Jian Yuanzi. Chapter 140. The Mutation of Ma Tianxi. What is Jian Yuanzi's state? He seems different from us. Lu Qingxi looked at Jian Yuanzi and he seemed to be a real entity, which was different from their illusory, heroic spirit state. According to Yi Bingbing, Jian Yuanzi is now a lich, which is similar to the witchcraft and ghost techniques in our world of immortal cultivation. Wu Wang's Sword Immortal replied, Witchcraft and ghost arts? Isn't that an evil way? Lu Qingxi and Lu Shuangtian were greatly surprised. Jian Yuanzi used to be an upright person like them, slaying demons and eliminating evil together, and was full of righteousness. Colleagues admire him very much and his character is also well known. Why are you turning to evil ways now? Well, Yi Bingbing and the others are from another world. According to them, we belong to a small world, and they belong to a big world. Their cultivation system is different from ours. They only need to wait until they reach adulthood and awaken their talents to possess extraordinary powers. And the innate ability may be the immortal magic like ours, or it may be what we call evil magic. But it does not affect their minds. It is just a different attribute. Just like gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, darkness is also an attribute, and lich magic belongs to the ability of darkness attribute. The real evil that influences them is another race, the demons. Wu Wang's Sword Immortal tried to explain to them the abilities of Yi Bingbing and others as concisely as possible. Demons, they have demons there too. Isn't it the same as our world? Lu Qingxi hated demons deeply. Lu Shuangtian was more concerned about another aspect. Small world? Big world? What do these mean? The big world is the world's rules, and it has a higher upper limit of ability. Relatively speaking, the small world is constantly developing and improving, and some world rules are still lacking. When the strength reaches a certain level, one can only ascend, such as Yu Taoist is a clear example. Regarding the question about the demon clan, we are a small world, and the demon clan is just a branch of the demon clan in the big world. Wu Wang's Sword Immortal sorted out what Yi Bingbing usually said and answered the two people's questions. So, is there any problem with us just going through the motions with Jian Yuanzi like this? Lu Qingxi and Lu Shuangtian both discovered that Wu Wang's Sword Immortal was actually just slacking off, and so was Jian Yuanzi on the opposite side. No problem. Actually, Yi Bingbing is participating in the sect entrance competition now. We are all from the same sect, so there is no need to fight to the death. Wu Wang's Sword Immortal curled his lips. After hearing this, Lu Qingxi and Lu Shuangtian were both speechless. The two of them, Wu Wang's Sword Immortal, and Jian Yuanzi in front of them, were such powerful figures in the past, but now they have become summons and thugs of other sects. The gap in my heart makes me extremely uncomfortable. Actually, think about it. You were originally a dead person. Now you have been resurrected. Although you don't have a physical body, it is better than having your soul scattered. And judging from Jian Yuanzi's situation, we still have a chance to restore our physical bodies and start over. Wu Wang's Sword Immortal had the same idea when he first came out. But she knew that if Yi Bingbing didn't summon her out, she would be a dead object. Therefore, Yi Bingbing could be said to have given her a new life, and no matter how she repays this favor, it would not be excessive. Jian Yuanzi was also surprised when he first saw Lu Qingxi and Lu Shuangtian coming out. I thought to myself that I had failed my master's trust. As a result, the other party did not kill him, but became more leisurely. They even started chatting on the other side. Now he was really confused. The other side's tactics are like playing. Later, he figured it out. This was his master's sect entrance competition. They were all fellow disciples, and there was no need to fight each other over life and death. Therefore, he felt relieved and just followed the other side and pretended to do it. It's really a bit funny. At this time, what they didn't know was that the 3 peak masters sent by the sect had also arrived. Dr. Agasa led the way, driving a circular aircraft that was open to the sky and surrounded by railings for easy observation. On both sides stood the master of the 4th peak, the know-it-all Luo Wendao, and the master of Bingyue Peak, Yu Luo. It looks like nothing serious. Luo Wendao looked around and saw that only Yi Zheqi and Ma Tianqi were facing off. The others were just playing house, performing fancy moves and pretending to be serious. On the demon's aerospace carrier, apart from a few cats and dogs, there are only common ghosts and skeletons, but no large monsters or demon lords. It was really a false alarm. After Yu Luo confirmed that his waner was on the way and there was no major trouble, he carefully observed the battle situation below. The sect entrance competition seems a bit too much of a joke. Yu Luo was a little dissatisfied. Yi Zhiqi and Ma Tianqi are fighting in a proper manner, but what's wrong with Yi Bingbing, Lan Xingzi, and Yang Wen? Are they just staring blankly? Luo Wendao took a look and expressed his opinion. Since everything is fine, how about we go to this aerospace carrier down there and take a look around? Dr. Agasa suggested. I see you are just interested in the mechanical device of the aerospace aircraft carrier. I won't go. I'll wait here for my apprentice waner. Yu Luo crossed his arms over his chest, summoned a flower stand swing, suspended in the air, and then stepped on it and sat on it. As a plant goddess with SS level talent, these are common operations for her. Luo Wendao, who possessed an SS level gifted knowledge elf, wanted to go up, but he was too eye-catching and felt embarrassed. And it was obvious that Yu Luo's seat was for one person. He had no choice but to fly down with Dr. Agasa. I thought it was just a routine inspection and the work of an ownerless dark creation bureau. Suddenly there was a loud noise. What are you two doing up here? I could tell it was Ma Tianqi's voice. Dr. Agasa and Luo Wendao were startled, and when they realized it was Ma Tianqi, they were a little angry. I am obviously his senior master. How can I be so rude? Ma Tianqi, watch your tone. Dr. Agasa decided to show some dignity as an elder. Although he was usually very respectful to his elders, he must be unhappy to be yelled at by a junior. Pay attention. What attention? Humph. Ma Tianqi's tone suddenly became serious. At the beginning, Yi Zhiqi was fighting with him back and forth. The opponent suddenly started to exert force. Ma Tianqi's expression changed. His whole face became paler. His eyes were filled with strange red lines. Black smoke was rising from behind him, and a pair of black wings spread out. There was no hair on them, only shiny skin with a leather texture. He flapped his wings and flew above Yi Zhiqi's head. Die! Ma Tianqi's roar continued to echo among the clouds. Then a huge ball of light appeared, surrounded by black lightning, which made people feel frightened at the sight. The previously off signal lights on the demonic aerospace carrier below also began to flash. There were constant electric flashes, and various bloodshot eyeballs used for surveillance were blinking. The tentacles seemed to be activated and were shaking like claws and fangs. Chapter 141, Repairing the Sword Formation. Dr. Agasa and Luo Wendao, who were on the aerospace carrier, felt that the giant seemed to come alive. Those bloodshot eyeballs don't look like they have good intentions at all. Some half-body flesh and blood puppets had no legs and began to climb around on the deck using only their 2 hands. The broken skeleton's eyes rekindled their fire, and they began to pick up bones and put them together. Some of them even had conflicts over this and fought for a piece of intact hand bone. At first, they just thought that the demon's aerospace carrier had revived and a demon was planning to attack them, until they saw a pack of bloodthirsty hounds surrounding them with fierce eyes. There are also several rotten 2-headed giants and triangle heads behind. These are Ma Tianqi's iconic dark summons. Ma Tianqi, what do you want to do? Stop the aerospace carrier and the dark summons. Dr. Agasa opened the energy shield, started the aircraft, and flew directly into the sky. The bloodthirsty hounds jumped into the sky like flying fish in the sea, but their strength was limited. They couldn't catch up even after jumping 10 meters high. Then they fell straight down. The lucky ones survived with their bodies intact, but the less lucky ones were torn into pieces and became food for other hounds. The triangle head was better. The top opened and sprayed out some dart-like things, which caught up with Alapos's aircraft, but were blocked by the energy shield and fell down. If someone falls from a height of dozens or even hundreds of meters, anyone who gets hit will surely meet the king of hell. A few 2-headed giants who were unlucky were pierced from head to toe by a dart. It was really miserable. Ma Tianqi didn't say anything at this time, but shook nervously. Then he saw the huge ball of energy in front of him. Go. His voice was hoarse, completely different from his previous arrogance. Yijichi felt very strange. Can't you just keep these? He asked. Someone has invaded my mind. He said his name is the Six Desires Demon. Ma Tianqi spoke every word with great effort, as if he couldn't say it without effort. Six Desire Heavenly Demons? Isn't this one of the 5 major races of demons that Wuwang's sword immortal mentioned? Yijichi thought that if he could really invade Ma Tianqi's brain, he would definitely be at the SSS level and would be the Six Desires demon who was best at manipulating people's hearts. If Ma Tianqi couldn't hold on, the SSS level Dark Summoning plus the SSS level 6 Desires demon would be extremely terrifying. Senior Wuwang, Yi Bingbing, Lan Xingzi, Zhang Wenkai, Senior Jin Yuanzi, come up quickly. The Six Desires Heavenly Demon has invaded Ma Tianqi. He shouted down below. What? Yi Bingbing and others were shocked when they heard this. What was going on? Everyone stopped and looked at each other. Only then did they discover that not only did a large ball of light appear above them, but the demon aerospace aircraft carrier below had also been activated at some point. Another aircraft flew up with an energy shield. Peak Master A Li, Peak Master Luo. Yi Bingbing was the first to recognize them. What's going on with you? Dr. Agasa said angrily. Why is that bastard Ma Tianqi so rude? Master A Li, Yijichi just sent a message saying that Ma Tianqi was invaded by the Six Desires Heavenly Demon. Yi Bingbing quickly conveyed the news she had just received. Six Desires Demon? Know-it-all Luo Wendao certainly knew what this was. This is going to be tricky. Although Lan Xingzi and Yang Wenkai were on Ma Tianqi's side, they had no idea what was going on. Wuwang Sword Immortal, Lu Qingxi, Lu Shuangtian, and Jian Yuanzi had fought against the Six Desires demon before, so they certainly knew how difficult it was to deal with. Jian Yuanzi stepped forward at this time and said, as long as the sword formation below is repaired, it will still be effective. It's just that we are short of materials and personnel now. Who is this? Dr. Agasa was a little curious. This is Senior Jian Yuanzi, the top swordsman of the Qingshan sword sect in this world. In the past battles between good and evil, he was the one who presided over the 6 heavenly demon-breaking formation and sealed the 6 Desire Heavenly Demons. Now he has been transformed into a sword fairy lich by Ma Tianqi. Yi Bingbing replied quickly. Can the sword immortal lich be like this? Even the knowledgeable Luo Wendao heard of it for the first time. SSS level talent. That's how abnormal it is. Dr. Agasa replied. I have some materials and a lot of robots that should be able to help. You make a list and then tell me what to do. At this time, the master of Yulua Peak was on the swing, thinking that there would be no danger, and fell asleep. Now that Ma Tianqi made such a big noise, she was also awakened. Finding something wrong, she flew to Yijichi and asked, what happened? Yijichi was also very confused when he saw a beautiful middle-aged woman suddenly appear in front of him. Well, Ma Tianqi was invaded by the Six Desires Heavenly Demon. I felt that the other party had no hostility, and to be able to approach me so silently, his strength must be much stronger than mine. Although he didn't know the other party, he decided to cooperate with the other party first. Seeing his silly look, Yu Luo also chuckled. I am Yu Luo, the leader of Bingyue Peak. You can just call me Leader Yu. Master Yu Feng, Yijichi called out. What should we do now? I am a SS level plant goddess with healing talents. Although I can summon some combat plants, they are definitely not enough. You should take the lead in the battle, and I will assist. There are a few more below, and they should also be taking action. Okay. Yijichi had no choice but to release the Black Knight. The Black Knight now looked more like a god from heaven, with an immortal air. With the sword in his hand and the Wuwang Dongshu sword technique, he slashed directly towards Ma Tianqi. Ma Tianqi's eyes turned blood red again at this time. A mere trifle. The voice was obviously sinister, and it was obvious that the one in control now was the Six Desires demon. He just waved his hand, and several giant beasts brandishing clubs jumped out of the void, rushed towards the Black Knight. The two sides were entangled together. Even though the Black Knight now knew the immortal sword technique, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. What's more, the opponent had not only 4 hands, but 8 or 10 hands. It was difficult to separate them for a while. After Ma Tianqi summoned the giant beast, he continued to focus on the huge ball of light in front of him. It was obvious that he wanted to kill them all in one fell swoop. Below, on the aerospace carrier, Dr. Agasa, under the guidance of Jian Yuanzi, directed the robots to move materials and repair the sword formation. The rest of the people were resisting the various dark creatures summoned by Ma Tianqi, as well as the attacks from the aerospace aircraft carrier itself. At this time, the 4SS teams also arrived. They saw fighting in the sky and on the ground. For a moment, I didn't know who to help. Come here quickly, don't just stand there stupidly. Luo Wendao said that Master Luo Feng saw them and called them over. Chapter 142. Will it expand into multiple dimensions again? Su Chong, Luo Tianyi, Jiang Wen, and Wan'er couldn't help feeling nauseous when looking at the ghostly skeletons and various flesh and blood creatures around them. But soon, a pack of bloodthirsty hounds pounced on them. Dr. Agasa's robot detected it and fired a few beam cannons at them. Only after they helped them kill a few did they react. Su Chong, a beast elf, summoned thick-skinned and tough prehistoric giant lizards, Tyrannosaurus rex, and others to fight in close combat in front. Luo Tianyi, the king of ice and snow, not only summoned the meat shield ice giant, but also summoned an ice dragon. Strands of ice dragon flames spewed out, and the bloodthirsty hounds, two-headed giants, and other flesh-type dark creatures were directly frozen into ice sculptures. The ice giant hit it with another stick, and it shattered into ice chips that scattered all over the ground. Jiang Wen, the son of lightning, summoned species such as thunderbirds that could release lightning to burn the weaker dark creatures to a crisp. The more powerful ones would also be electrocuted and paralyzed half of the body, giving the ice dragon time to spit. Wan'er summoned groups of moon rabbits, which kept rushing around the battlefield, healing her own summons and adding buffs such as acceleration, frenzy, and defense. Soon, their fully equipped team arrived at the magic circle where Professor Agasa and his team were. An oversized energy shield protected them inside. Various robots are busy all the time. The huge hexagram array gradually began to appear, and energy began to flow in the middle. What is this? Wan'er asked, which was also the question the other three boys in the 4SS team wanted to ask. Dr. Agasa is busy and will definitely not answer. This is called the 6 Heavenly Demon Breaking Sword Formation, and it is used to seal the 6 Desire Heavenly Demons. Yi Bingbing took on the responsibility of answering. The 4 of them were confused. Yi Bingbing started from the beginning. So, the ones dealing with each other in heaven now are Yi Zhiqi and Ma Tianqi. Ma Tianqi's brain has been invaded by the 6 Desires demon. In the world of immortal cultivation, this seems to be called possession of another's body. Luo Tianyi usually reads some immortal hero novels, so he has a clearer understanding of the concept. Yes, but I haven't completely succeeded in taking over the body yet, Yi Bingbing affirmed. Then, wasn't the 6 Desires Heavenly Demon refined into the 6 Desires Void Demon Sword? How could it still come out to make trouble? Jiang Wen used his clever little cerebellum to find the bright spot. That's not clear. Yi Bingbing had only heard about it, and she was not very clear about the details. It is possible that the Void Demon Lord has completely mastered the 6 Desires Void Demon Sword, and the 6 Desires Heavenly Demons have become sword spirits and were released by him. Jian Yuanzi, who was repairing the sword formation, heard their conversation and expressed his opinion. Although the Void Demon Lord has just succeeded in taking over another body, his strength has not yet recovered to its peak. However, the 6 Desires Void Demon Sword is a fusion of his skills and the 6 Desires Heavenly Demon itself, plus various magical materials. After it is refined, its power will definitely be impressive. The main technique of the Demon Sword comes from the Void Demon Lord, so it is reasonable that he has mastered it. Jian Yuanzi analyzed. So, even if we seal the 6 Desires Demon now, we still have to deal with the Void Demon Lord? Luo Tianyi thought about it, and came to a conclusion. The sword spirit of the 6 Desires Void Demon Sword, the 6 Desires Heavenly Demon, is the main fighting force of the Void Demon Lord. After the 6 Desires Heavenly Demon is dealt with, the Void Demon Lord has not yet reached a high level of cultivation and is not to be feared. You didn't even understand what I heard. Jiang Wen expressed disdain for Luo Tianyi's conclusion. This is the best-case scenario, but the 6 Desires Heavenly Demon is trying to take over Ma Tianqi's body. If successful, with Ma Tianqi's SSS level talent as a Dark Lord, it will be a great help to the 6 Desires Heavenly Demon and the Void Demon Lord. Luo Wendao hadn't spoken for a long time, but that didn't mean he hadn't thought about it. How about we go up and help Yi Zhiqi now? Wanna suggested. Dr. Agasa and Luo Wendao looked at each other, and then looked at the various dark creatures that were helpless and furious outside the protective shield. Okay, go ahead. The 4-member SS team, Yi Bingbing, Lan Xingzi, and Yang Wenkai, each took their own summoned creature and rose into the sky to help Yi Zhiqi. We're here to help you. Wan'er first summoned the moon rabbit to buff everyone. For a moment, all kinds of flying creatures such as ice dragons, thunderbirds, chimeras, etc. covered the sky, and there were lightning and thunder. Wuwang Sword Immortal released his flying sword, ready to strike. Feeling the pressure from this side, the Six Desires Heavenly Demon also began to drive Ma Tianqi to summon a large number of dark creatures. The two sides confronted each other in the air, and a war was about to break out. At this time, a black flying sword appeared above Ma Tianqi, with a figure with green flames behind it. Demon Lord of the Void. Wuwang Sword Immortal recognized the other party. His strength has recovered. Lu Qingxi and Lu Shuangtian also recognized him. This is a difficult situation. The huge ball of light in front of Ma Tianqi was almost as big as the aerospace aircraft carrier below. Once it explodes, the consequences will be unimaginable. At first I thought this was a method used by the Six Desires Heavenly Demon. After it exploded, it might be a heavenly demon dance similar to the night parade of 100 demons, releasing evil demons all over the sky. With the strength of our summons, we can still give it a try. But at the moment, it seems that this is the method used by the Void Demon Lord. It is most likely the power of the Void. After the explosion, it will shatter the Void, and a huge void black hole will appear, absorbing and destroying all matter. Irresistible. With the appearance of the Void Demon Lord, the convulsions that Ma Tianqi had previously experienced while fighting for control of his body with the Six Desires Demon were now almost gone. In other words, the Six Desires Heavenly Demon is about to succeed in taking over another's body. Wuwang Sword Immortal and her fellow disciples Lu Qingxi and Lu Shuangtian took the initiative to attack the Void Demon Lord. 10,000 flying swords gathered, and the sky was shining with golden light. Then the swords changed their formation, forming some kind of mysterious rune. Lightning lingered in the air, and then 10,000 swords were fired at the same time, shooting directly at the Void Demon Lord. The false Demon Lord seems to be unavoidable. But when the flying sword touched his body, bursts of black light appeared on his body, and he moved to another place in an instant, leaving only an afterimage. For a moment, it seemed that the entire wall opposite was covered with the shadow of the Void God, and every flying sword from Wuwang Sword Immortal's side pierced the shadow. After the flying sword ended, the shadow disappeared, and only the Void Demon Lord was left. That's it. There was a sneer on his face. Don't get complacent too soon. Jin Yuanzi's voice came. The Six Heavens demon-breaking sword formation was repaired, with light flowing everywhere and energy flowing on the rune nodes. Then a huge beam of light shot straight into the sky, enveloping the Six Desire Heavenly Demon Ma Tianqi and the Void Demon Lord. After the beam of light disappears, retreat back to the sword formation. Everything returned to calm. Even the huge ball of light was gone. Ma Tianqi's body fell down like a broken kite. Lan Qingxi flew up and caught him. It seems that the Six Desires Demon and the Void Demon Lord were absorbed by the seal. When everyone was ready to cheer for victory, the sword formation was filled with light, and a huge ball of light appeared. Black lightning flashed around at high speed, and crackling sounds were heard. It is detected that destructive energy is about to explode. Please prepare the multidimensional expansion card to seal its energy. Note, after the multidimensional unfolding card is sealed, please use it immediately, otherwise unimaginable consequences will occur. Yijiqi was speechless. Is this the rhythm of returning to Blue Star? Chapter 143 The Rebirth of the Demon King. Expand the multidimensional expansion card. Yijiqi ordered. Insufficient multidimensional expansion cards detected. Expand failed. Yijiqi's eyes widened. What? Not enough cards. Are you kidding me? At this moment, the Six Heavens demon-breaking sword formation vibrated, and a figure flew out from it and stood above the sky. The Six Heavens demon-breaking sword formation lost its light. Ha! Yijiqi, thank you so much for letting me absorb the power of the sword formation. Not only has my body been repaired, but it has also made me stronger. Ma Tianqi had a crazy look on his face, and laughter came down from the sky. Yijiqi stared closely at Ma Tianqi, who was controlled by the Six Desires demon in front of him. He could feel that the threat posed by Ma Tianqi now was beyond their imagination. Yijiqi felt a chill in his heart as he felt the dark power emanating from Ma Tianqi. He frowned, his eyes revealing worry and concern. Ma Tianqi's strength after being possessed by the Six Desires demon completely exceeded what they could deal with, and now he is even stronger than them. At the same time, Su Chong stood aside, holding the black talisman tightly in his hand. This talisman represents the power of the beast spirits and can summon thick-skinned prehistoric giant lizards, Tyrannosaurus rex, etc., to fight. I didn't expect that we fell into a trap. Now we have no choice but to fight to the death. He took a deep breath and prepared to fight at any time. Luo Tianyi stared at Ma Tianqi. As the king of ice and snow, he can summon tanky ice giants and ice dragons to protect himself and his teammates, and freeze dark creatures into ice sculptures. He knew that this method was unlikely to be effective against the 6 Desire Heavenly Demons, but he was still prepared. Jiang Wen tightly grasped the magic weapon in his hand, and a series of flashes of ideas appeared in his mind. As the Son of Lightning, he can summon species such as thunderbirds to fight and release powerful lightning abilities. Even in the face of powerful dark forces, Jiang Wen still maintains his determination to fight. Warner stands quietly behind the team. She can summon groups of moon rabbits to heal and speed up her teammates. She knows she isn't the strongest fighter, but she does her best to protect her teammates and provide them with support. Dr. Agasa stood in front of the team, with various runes hanging on his robotic arms. I understand. There was a flaw when I was drawing the sword formation earlier, which allowed him to absorb the power of the sword formation. Hold him back. I will restart the sword formation. Through the robots and the 6 heavenly demon-breaking sword formation, he is confident that he can seal the 6 Desire Heavenly Demons and the Void Demon Lord. Jian Yuanzi stared at Dr. Agasa, giving instructions on the formation and blocking the enemy at the most critical moment. Good. Yi Zhiqi felt the power surging in his body, and he knew he couldn't retreat. At this time, Ma Tianqi in the sky disappeared. A chill came from behind. Yi Zhiqi looked back and saw a black figure slowly walking towards them. The Ma Tianqi in front of him no longer seemed to have the gentle face he had before, but a terrifying existence filled with dark power. Yi Zhiqi, you can't compete with me at all, Ma Tianqi said in a low voice. You are just a weakling bound by a low rating. Yi Zhiqi did not answer, but there was a hint of determination in his eyes. He knew that he was powerful, far beyond what his ratings could measure. He knew in his heart what Ma Tianqi's goal was, and this Dark Lord was the one who was truly worth worrying about. You guys are useless, Ma Tianqi sneered. Today, I will let you see real fear. At this time, Su Chong stood up, his eyes flashing with determination, and said, Yi Zhiqi's strength is far beyond the rating. Ma Tianqi, don't underestimate us. After Su Chong finished speaking, the black talisman in his hand suddenly emitted a black light, and the whole scene was filled with strong energy fluctuations. Luo Tianyi and Jiang Wen also stood up in unison, and they no longer retreated. Luo Tianyi said coldly, Ma Tianqi, who do you think you are? We will not be threatened by you. Jiang Wen said eagerly, I just learned a new spell. Let's see if my lightning power can make you feel bone-chilling cold. Although Warner did not stand up in person, she prayed silently. She believed that her teammates would be able to defeat the Dark Lord. Dr. Agasa manipulated the runes on the robot arm while wielding the 6 Heavens demon-breaking sword in his hand. He looked at Jian Yuanzi and said calmly, Jian Yuanzi, come and help me. Qin Yuanzi followed closely behind and used his sword formation to help Professor Agasa repair the damaged sword formation. Black Knight, come out. Don't do anything. Let me do it first. A dark figure appeared. Yi Zhiqi leaned closely against the Black Knight, feeling the burning energy emanating from his body, and his physical strength recovered as a result. Suddenly, the Black Knight moved. He became taller and more powerful, and the long sword in his hand created a strong wind as he swung it. Ant die. Ma Tianqi summoned wave after wave of dark creatures, which swept over wantonly, spitting venom and fire from their mouths. The dark creatures let out shrill roars that echoed in the cold night sky. Yi Zhiqi and the Black Knight worked in perfect harmony, using their agility to dodge these terrifying attacks and counterattack at the same time. They alternately blocked, dodged, and counterattacked the dark creatures. Flames shot up into the sky, forming a curtain of light around the Black Knight. This light curtain is like a huge shield, blocking all attacks. Whenever a dark creature approached them, it was repelled by dazzling sparks and sword blades. Ma Tianqi actually felt a little panicked in the face of this situation. His dark power seemed to be suppressed by the Black Knight. When Yi Zhiqi saw this, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Yi Zhiqi and the Black Knight worked together in perfect harmony, and every strike of the sword was accurate. They nimbly moved among the dark creatures, sweeping past like a whirlwind. Time passed slowly, and the tense atmosphere gradually subsided. Ma Tianqi was silent for a while, then suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha! It seems you have some skills. But this is just the beginning. Before he finished speaking, the dark power in Ma Tianqi erupted again. He raised his hand, and the dark energy condensed into a huge black sphere, floating in his hand. Yi Zhiqi felt the air pressure in front of him suddenly increase. He looked up and saw that the black sphere was expanding, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations. Be careful. That's his ultimate move. Su Qiangda shouted. Yi Zhiqi stared closely at the black sphere in Ma Tianqi's hand, feeling the oppressive force it brought. He knew that the threat they faced this time was more serious. What should we do? Jiang Wen asked anxiously. The Black Knight looked around, tightly gripping the mecha sword in his hand. Yi Zhiqi looked at the Black Knight. Black Knight, go! Chapter 144 Battle. Upon hearing Yi Zhiqi's order, a red light flashed in the Black Knight's eyes. A white light flashed across the sky, and the Black Knight leaped up to meet the black sphere in Ma Tianqi's hand. Yi Zhiqi followed closely behind, fighting alongside the Black Knight. The forces of darkness and light collided violently in the air, bursting into dazzling light. The entire scene was surrounded by strong energy fluctuations. Yi Zhiqi and the Black Knight swung their swords, forming a beautiful and spectacular arc in the air. They used their agility to dodge the pressure from the black sphere and continued to fight back. Every time the sword struck the sphere, a dazzling light burst out, and the dark forces were gradually dispelled. Yi Zhiqi felt the endless power in his body, and his strength was further improved. The Black Knight radiated burning energy all over his body, becoming even taller and more powerful. He brandished the sword in his hand and used his agility to dodge the fierce attacks launched by the dark creatures while fighting back at the same time. In this fierce battle, Yi Zhiqi and the Black Knight cooperated tacitly and repelled wave after wave of attacks from dark creatures. Yi Zhiqi leaned tightly under the shield of the Black Knight mecha, feeling the strong and solid defense. He glanced around sharply, detecting every gap in the enemy's attack. Careful! There were worried voices coming from afar. Qin Feng quickly killed several dark creatures that attacked from behind, and then quickly used the mecha to fly forward flexibly. The blade cut through the air, slicing through the dark creature's body. Under Yi Zhiqi's control, the Black Knight mech shuttled among the dark creatures. Every sword swing was accurate, every dodge was timely. Time passed by minute, and the dark creatures were unable to fight against Yi Zhiqi and his Black Knight mech. The bodies of the defeated dark creatures were scattered on the ground, looking extremely miserable under the moonlight. Ma Tianqi looked at the ongoing battle in the scene with a grim face. You ants! How dare you block my way? Ma Tianqi roared and launched a frenzied attack on Yi Zhiqi and his Black Knight mech. He brandished the huge and heavy dark spear in his hand. Each attack brought terrible destructive power, but Yi Zhiqi and the mecha did not retreat at all and resolutely resisted all his attacks. Flames and dark forces exploded in the air, and energy fluctuations raged across the battlefield. The blades and flames of the Black Knight mechas burst into blazing light in the air, slicing the dark creatures one by one. Yi Zhiqi demonstrated strength beyond his rating. Each of his attacks hit the enemy accurately, leaving Ma Tianqi helpless. Ma Tianqi angrily launched a frenzied attack on Yi Zhiqi and the mecha, swinging the dark spear with terrible destructive power. However, Yi Zhiqi and the Black Knight mech did not retreat at all, and firmly resisted every attack. We have to hurry. Dr. Agasa was wearing glasses and concentrating on studying the structure of the sword formation, his fingers moving constantly on the drawing paper. Jian Yuanzi uses his extremely dexterous hands to trim tiny parts and complete the most complex operations in the shortest time. They cooperated tacitly, without any unnecessary communication. They understood that time was extremely precious in repairing the sword formation, and every second could determine victory or defeat. Jian Yuanzi felt a powerful sword intent flowing in his body. He firmly believed that as long as he repaired the sword formation, he would be able to defeat Ma Tianqi in one fell swoop. Dr. Agasa put away the drawing paper and placed his glasses on the table. He took a deep breath and said to Jian Yuanzi with a firm look, "It's almost done." Jian Yuanzi nodded, with a confident smile on his face. However, Ma Tianqi did not give them too much time to repair. A ball of blazing light appeared in his hand, and it seemed that he was about to launch a destructive attack. A smug smile appeared on Ma Tianqi's face, and he gathered the dark power without hesitation. A ball of light quickly formed in his hands, emitting suffocating heat and energy. Yi Zhiqi and the Black Knight mech immediately sensed the danger of Ma Tianqi's devastating attack. "Doc, be careful." They immediately stopped defending against the dark creatures. They knew that only by stopping Ma Tianqi's attack as soon as possible could they protect the entire world from the threat. "Let's go ahead. Yi Zhiqi can't handle it alone." At this critical moment, Su Chang, Luo Tianyi, Jiang Wen, and Wanner launched attacks at the same time, trying to distract Ma Tianqi's attention. Su Chang summoned the Tyrannosaurus Rex and rushed towards Ma Tianqi. Its huge body blocked the direction from which the light ball came. Luo Tianyi ordered the Ice Giant and the Ice Dragon to freeze Ma Tianqi. The cold air emanated from them, solidifying the area around Ma Tianqi into ice and snow. Jiang Wen guided the Thunderbird to release a scorching electric attack. Lightning drew arcs in the air and quickly approached Ma Tianqi. The sound of intersecting electric arcs is heart-pounding, and this power is enough to burn any dark creature to death. Wanner's moon rabbits followed closely behind, healing and speeding them up. They leap and dance, emitting healing energy, and shuttle between teammates at a swift speed to enhance their combat effectiveness. Seeing everyone display their unique skills together, Yixiqi was filled with gratitude and motivation. He knew that only by working together could they defeat Ma Tianqi, the SSS-level Dark Lord. The flames and swords were ready to attack again, and with the cooperation of Su Chong, Luo Tianyi, Jiang Wen, and Wanner, Yixiqi launched the final fatal blow to Ma Tianqi. Jian Yuanzi felt the sword intent in the sword formation becoming stronger and stronger. Ma Tianqi felt threatened by them, and a hint of uneasiness flashed in his eyes. However, he did not back down. He stared at Yixiqi, a sneer appearing on the corner of his mouth. Just as the flame and the sword were about to touch Ma Tianqi, a dazzling dark light burst out from Ma Tianqi's body. Dark energy swirled around his body, forming a black light curtain. The flames and sword blades were instantly absorbed by the black curtain and disappeared completely. Everyone was stunned by this sudden change. Ma Tianqi's smile became even more cunning. Do you think I can be defeated so easily? Ridiculous. Now you don't have any chance. Su Chong, Luo Tianyi, Jiang Wen, and Wanner looked at Ma Tianqi in shock. They all felt the threat from the dark side. This powerful energy fluctuation made them want to retreat, but they knew that if they wavered once, the whole world would be destroyed. We can't retreat. Su Chong shouted loudly, his eyes revealing determination and resoluteness. We must unite, or we will all be utterly destroyed. Luo Tian nodded, knowing in his heart that only by giving it his all could he have a chance of victory. He stroked the ice giant and ice dragon in his hands, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Jiang Wen held the Thunderbird's feathers tightly in his hands, feeling the electric energy contained in it. Chapter 145. Let me do it. Jiang Wen took a deep breath and prepared to release an even more powerful lightning attack. Wanner looked at the scene in front of her, and a feeling of determination surged in her heart. She knows that only by leveraging her own strengths can she help her teammates overcome difficulties. She concentrated her mind and prepared to summon more moon rabbits to support everyone. The four of them gathered together at the same time and nodded to each other in tacit understanding, demonstrating strong teamwork and determination. Let's defeat him together, Su Chong said, gritting his teeth. Ma Tianqi witnessed this scene and sneered. He felt the confidence emanating from the four strong men, but he did not waver. Instead, an even more smug smile appeared on his face. The black curtain became brighter and brighter, and an extremely powerful energy wave burst out in Ma Tianqi's hands. Dark forces continued to pour into the black curtain, forming a layer of black ripples in the air. Su Chong, Luo Tianyi, Jiang Wen, and Wanner stared at the ball of light and gasped. Their hearts were filled with uneasiness and worry because they felt a strong threat from the ball of light. We can't be intimidated, Su Chong said loudly, trying hard to control his inner fear. Do you think you can save the world? Ridiculous. Now you have no chance. Ma Tianqi's voice was full of sarcasm and arrogance. Ma Tianqi suddenly launched an attack and repelled the four people. He waved the black curtain in his hand and launched a powerful energy attack on Su Chong, Luo Tianyi, Jiang Wen, and Wanner. Energy waves filled with dark power rushed towards the four people like huge waves. Su Chong, Luo Tianyi, Jiang Wen, and Wanner were knocked out in an instant and fell to the ground in a mess. They were seriously injured, and the aura mixed with blood and energy spread, covering the entire battlefield. Waves of intense pain spread throughout the four people's bodies, but they did not lose confidence. They supported each other and struggled to stand up. Although their bodies were shaky, they still stared at Ma Tianqi firmly. Su Chong clenched his fists, a determined light flashing in his eyes. We can't stop. This will only make Ma Tianqi more proud. Luo Tianyi used the hilt of the knife to prop himself up and said calmly, Yes, we must continue to fight. We can't let this world become a kingdom of darkness. Jiang Wen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and forced a smile. He thinks he can defeat us easily? This will only make us stronger. Wanner tightly grasped the medical staff, with a determined light in her eyes. I will do my best to treat your injuries. We will get through this crisis together. The four heroes supported each other. Although they were seriously injured, their faith in justice and light still burned in their hearts. They knew now was the time to show their true strength. Ma Tianqi watched the four people stand up again and sneered. Huh? Don't you understand? You are no longer able to compete with me. Su Chong raised his head, his eyes revealing great determination. No matter whether we can defeat you or not, at least we will never surrender. Luo Tian said indifferently. We come from different races, but we will unite when facing a common enemy. Jiang Wen's eyes flashed with lightning-like sharpness. Ma Tianqi, you are not invincible. As long as we work together, we will be able to defeat you. Wan Er's eyes sparkled with tenderness. We have confidence, courage, and more importantly, we have each other. Ma Tianqi, you can't defeat us. Facing the four people's resolute resistance, Ma Tianqi's expression gradually became gloomy. He didn't think they would be the reason for his failure. Ma Tianqi sneered and waved the black curtain in his hand. I will show you the power of true despair and endless darkness. The black curtain gathered more terrifying energy fluctuations in Ma Tianqi's hands. On the ground, Yi Zheqi looked solemn and stared at Ma Tianqi in front of him with a firm look. He didn't dare to slack off and knew he had to take action. Suddenly, he shouted to Dr. Agasa, I will try to delay the time. You must hurry. Dr. Agasa and Jian Yuanzi immediately understood Yi Zheqi's intention and quickly made preparations. Yi Zheqi immediately activated his last resort and merged the Black Knight mecha with himself. Suddenly, a strong dark aura emanated from him, making the air around him heavy. The Black Knight was huge and massive, like a moving mountain. Its tall body was covered with solid black iron armor full of mysterious runes, and it carried a chilling, evil aura. In the darkness, the Black Knight's eyes shone with a sharp and cold light, as if it could see through everything. Yi Zheqi was covered in black knights, and his figure looked even more majestic in the darkness. He clenched the hilt of the sword in his hand, and his heart was filled with determination against Ma Tianqi. Come on, Yi Zheqi shouted in a low voice, his voice echoing in the silent and endless darkness. He used his strength steadily and firmly to delay time. Dr. Agasa and Jian Yuanzi silently observed Yi Zheqi's every move, with their hearts full of trust and support for him. They knew that the only thing they could do now was to protect him as much as possible and give him all possible help. Yi Zheqi, come on, Dr. Agasa encouraged. Jian Yuanzi held the hilt tightly, looking at Ma Tianqi firmly. His experience of using his sword formation to help Dr. Ali seal the 6 desires and the Void Demon Lord told him that as long as Yi Zheqi could delay long enough, they would have a chance to succeed. On the other side, Ma Tianqi felt the pressure. He originally thought that Yi Zheqi, whose strength was rated as F, was not a concern at all, but at this moment, he clearly felt an unusual threat. Boy, I will crush you with my own hands. Ma Tianqi roared and rushed towards the Black Knight with a fierce momentum. The Black Knight looked at Ma Tianqi indifferently and swung his blade suddenly when he approached. In an instant, a rainbow-like light flashed in the darkness, slashing towards Ma Tianqi with unstoppable force. Ma Tianqi did not retreat but advanced, easily dodging the attack of the Black Knight. He smiled mockingly, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness. Do you think you can defeat me like this? You are too naive. Ma Tianqi sneered. Yi Zheqi's face darkened, and he was angry at Ma Tianqi's contempt. He swung his sword again, making a sharp hissing sound. The power of the Black Knight burst out again, and several dense sword shadows formed in an instant, drawing strange trajectories in the air. This time, Ma Tianqi couldn't dodge. He was trapped by the sword shadow of the Black Knight and could only resist every attack. Damn it, Ma Tianqi shouted, and powerful dark energy burst out from his body. He transformed into a huge and terrifying Dark Lord, releasing terrifying malice and evil spirit. Chapter 146, The Sword Immortal appears. Seeing this scene, Yi Zheqi knew that things had become more difficult, but he had no intention of backing down, but faced Ma Tianqi more firmly. No matter how strong you are, I won't let you pass. A gleam of tenacity flashed in Yi Zheqi's eyes. The Black Knight mecha merged with him, forming an indestructible defense. He tried his best to use his sword to smash the impact of dark energy one after another. Accept your so-called fate, Ma Tianqi roared. He swung the weapon in his hand violently, and a fierce and violent dark energy blade slashed straight at the Black Knight. The Black Knight was unable to dodge and was hit by the sword light, causing his whole body to shake. However, it was not fatally injured, only a small wound was left. The Black Knight reacted quickly, flashing to Ma Tianqi's side at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. It raised its gigantic fist, ready to launch a fatal attack. Ma Tianqi felt the powerful pressure emanating from the Black Knight, and his brows furrowed slightly. However, at this critical moment, he had no intention of retreating. On the contrary, he looked determined. It's not so easy to defeat me. Ma Tianqi shouted, and the dark energy on his body began to gather. His body emitted a dazzling light, and the air around him instantly became turbulent. Ma Tianqi raised the weapon in his hand, let out a roar, and powerful energy burst out from his body. The dark energy gathered into a huge and terrifying sphere in his hands, emitting the power to destroy everything. Seeing this, the Black Knight knew he was facing a huge threat. It immediately retreated quickly, trying to avoid the attack that Ma Tianqi was about to release. However, as soon as Ma Tianqi swung his arm, the Black Knight felt an extremely dangerous aura behind him. When it turned around, it saw a burning ball of light in front of it. Bang! Yi Zhiqi was blown away by the scorching ball of light, his body spinning in the air and his limbs struggling weakly. Damn, this is so hard to beat. He felt as if his body was surrounded by scorching flames, which was unbearable. The light ball exploded with a huge energy wave, and a burning breath filled the air. Dr. Agasa and Jian Yuanzi were stunned. They watched intently as Yi Zhiqi was knocked away. They all knew that Yi Zhiqi was very powerful, but they did not expect Ma Tianqi to fight so fiercely. Yi Zhiqi finally landed on a patch of grass. The sound of the collision echoed around him, and he lay on the ground unable to move, his whole body aching and his breathing rapid. The scenery around him became blurry, and he could only try hard to stay awake. Dr. Agasa and Jian Yuanzi ran over anxiously to help Yi Zhiqi up and formed a protective formation in front of them. Qin Yuanzi used his sword formation to form a shield, while Dr. Agasa mobilized robots to provide support. "How are you?" The two anxiously asked Yi Zhiqi if he was injured and at the same time looked for a solution. Yi Zhiqi opened his eyes with difficulty, and a bitter smile appeared on his lips. "It's okay, just some flesh wounds." Although he said it lightly, Dr. Agasa and Jian Yuanzi could feel the dull pain in his body. Yi Zhiqi sat up with difficulty, and he felt a sharp pain coming from his whole body, as if countless knives were stabbing into his skin. He clenched his teeth and tried to control his breathing so that the wound could heal. Dr. Agasa and Qin Yuanzi looked solemn as they turned their gaze towards the rolling black clouds in the sky. This battle was completely beyond their expectations. The Dark Lord Ma Tianqi was so powerful that even Yi Zhiqi could not withstand his terrifying attack power. "Let's repair the sword formation again." Although Dr. Agasa was filled with despair, he was still unwilling to give up. Maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. Jian Yuanzi nodded, and the two of them silently pondered over the final step of how to repair the sword formation. But it seems too late. Black clouds covered the entire sky, releasing rich dark energy. Dr. Agasa and Kin Motoko exchanged glances and began to act tacitly. The two men placed their palms on the sword formation, ready to devote their last bit of strength. However, their efforts were ineffective. The sword formation vibrated slightly, but could not be activated. Dr. Agasa and Qin Yuanzi looked at each other, and despair surged in their hearts. The sword formation that once allowed them to seal the Six Desires Demon and the Void Demon Lord is now ineffective again. Dark Lord Ma Tianqi sneered as he approached them. "It seems that you have fallen into despair." His evil eyes swept over Yi Zhiqi and the two immortals. "You are powerless, give up." After hearing what Ma Tianqi said, Yi Zhiqi sneered. "Give up? I never thought about it." He stood up slowly, emitting a powerful aura. Although his strength was rated as F, he had already surpassed this level limit. Su Chong, Luo Tianyi, Jiang Wen, and Wan'er also walked to Yi Zhiqi's side. "We will not retreat." Su Chong raised his arms and shouted, "We will fight together to the end and never let the darkness spread." Buzz. At this moment, there was a sudden vibration sound from the sword formation, followed by a dazzling light emanating from the sword formation. The light was like the scorching sun in the sky, illuminating the entire battlefield. Everyone stared at this scene in amazement. Their expressions changed from surprise and confusion to shock and disbelief. They could all feel how huge and mysterious the power transmitted by this ray of light was. Qin Yuanzi and Dr. Agasa looked at each other with expressions of disbelief. They couldn't understand why this sword formation, which should have been ineffective, suddenly emitted such powerful energy. Yi Zhiqi felt the power fluctuations coming from the sword formation, and his heart was filled with expectation and hope. He knew that this light was his last chance to recover himself, and it was also the only hope for everyone to continue fighting. Su Chong, Luo Tianyi, Jiang Wen, and Wan'er were also attracted by this light. They stared at the sword formation with determination flashing in their eyes. They are determined to fight a desperate battle with the dark forces and never back down. The light in the sword formation became brighter and brighter, as if it was going to light up the entire sky. Everyone felt an invisible force gushing out from the sword formation, permeating everyone's body. This force was both solemn and sacred, and it made people feel an inexplicable sense of awe. The light gradually disappeared, and a figure walked out of it. It was the Wuwang Sword Immortal. The Wuwang Sword Immortal was as tall as a mountain, standing upright on the battlefield. Chapter 147. Come on, fight. Wuwang Sword Immortal held a long sword that was shining with cold light and charged towards Ma Tianqi without fear. The cold air permeated the surrounding space, forming a frost. Ma Tianqi. Wuwang Sword Immortal stared at him coldly, with a sharp light in his eyes, as if he could see through the deepest secrets in his heart. Ma Tianqi gripped the sword tightly in his hand, a look of determination flashing across his face. He took a deep breath and looked back at Wuwang Sword Immortal calmly. Wuwang Sword Immortal? Ma Tianqi asked, his voice full of determination and confidence. Wuwang Sword Immortal said word by word, "You are a powerful and dangerous existence. You must be eliminated." Wuwang Sword Immortal. Su Chang, Luo Tianyi, Jiang Wen, and Wan Er all called out his name in surprise. Yi Zhiqi, standing on the ground, looked embarrassed. Why did this old bidden come out just now? The Wuwang Sword Immortal pointed his sword at Ma Tianqi. However, at this moment, a crack suddenly appeared in the void, and a voice broke through the air. 6 Desires, Heavenly Demon. Your time is up. What appeared was actually the will of the Void Demon Lord. He looked at everything in front of him with a sarcastic smile on his lips. His arrival made everyone feel more pressured. The crack in the void grew bigger and bigger, and a strange and terrifying aura emanated from it. Darkness seeps into the battlefield, making people feel daunted. The Void Demon Lord slowly walked out of the crack, and behind him was a dark void world. This world seemed to have swallowed up all light and hope, leaving only endless darkness and terror. Dr. Agasa frowned. He knew that the power of the Void Lord was unstoppable. He quickly adjusted the robot's formation, preparing to resist the impending disaster. Wuwang Sword Immortal tightly grasped his sword and stared at the Void Demon Lord with a serious look. This is an existence that is more terrifying and powerful than the Dark Lord. Yi Zhiqi calmly met the gaze of the Void Demon Lord. We can't just sit there and wait for death, Yi Zhiqi said loudly, looking firmly at the Void Demon Lord. Although there is a huge gap in strength, we must not give up. Su Chang forced a smile and summoned the thick-skinned prehistoric giant lizards and Tyrannosaurus Rex from behind. Even if I am the weakest member of the beast spirits, I will fight to the end for justice. The Void Demon Lord sneered. He ignored the efforts of Yi Zhiqi and others, confident that he was about to win. Your resistance is unnecessary. The voice of the Void Demon Lord echoed throughout the battlefield. He raised his arm and a dark energy surged out, as if to devour Yi Zhiqi and others. Yi Zhiqi stared at the Void Lord with a determined look, but a fire of unyielding fire surged in his heart. The Void Lord sneered at Dr. Agasa and Jian Yuanzi and said mockingly, "You ridiculous mortals, do you still think you can resist me with your meager power? How stupid you are." Dr. Agasa smiled slightly, with a firm light in his eyes. "We may not have the endless dark power like you, but what we have is faith and friendship. As long as we unite as one, we can defeat any enemy." Jian Yuanzi nodded and responded without showing any weakness. "That's right. We have defeated countless demons in the 6 days demon-breaking sword formation. Now will be no exception. As long as we repair the sword formation, we will be able to seal you up." The two of them cooperated tacitly and began to repair the sword formation. Dr. Agasa debugged the robot control panel, precisely operating each button and switch, while Jian Yuanzi opened the treasure box and used the remaining spiritual power to fill the cracks in the sword formation. With every movement, the sword formation gradually regained its vitality. Countless golden runes flickered, emitting powerful energy fluctuations. This fluctuation made the Void Demon Lord feel a little uneasy. "Foolish mortals, do you think you can fight against me by repairing this broken sword formation?" the Void Demon Lord roared. He showed his terrifying power without any concealment, and dark energy gushed out from his body. "Ma Tianqi, why don't you wake up? You are so ridiculous now that you are being controlled." Yi Zhiqi mocked loudly. Ma Tianqi sneered, "Don't waste your time. He can't wake up. You don't understand the power you are facing. I am the Lord of the Void. You mortals can only tremble in front of me." Yi Zhiqi took a deep breath. The scars on his body did not discourage him. He looked at Ma Tianqi in front of him. "No matter what means you use to become so powerful, I will not succumb to darkness," Yi Zhiqi said firmly. Ma Tianqi looked at Yi Zhiqi coldly, with dark energy surging in his body. He started to sneer. "How can a fool like you resist me? Yijichi felt the surging power in his body. He took firm steps and stared at Ma Tianqi in front of him. Black Knight, I need to borrow your power again. As Yijichi spoke, the Black Knight mecha appeared beside him, surrounded by black flames, exuding a majestic aura. The entire mecha was shining with metallic light, as if it was made up of countless hard metals. Ma Tianqi sneered at Yijichi. You want to fight me with your little strength? Don't forget that my strength is SSS level. It seems you haven't understood yet. Yijichi said coldly. The Black Knight mecha not only contains my power, it also represents the truest side of my heart. After saying this, Yijichi stepped onto the Black Knight mech. In an instant, the entire mecha burst out with dazzling black light and merged with Yijichi. Ma Tianqi couldn't help but widen his eyes. He felt the strong sense of oppression emanating from the Black Knight mecha. The Black Knight mech took huge steps and slowly walked towards Ma Tianqi. Every step caused the ground to tremble and the air to twist, as if the whole world was trembling because of the duel between Yijichi and Ma Tianqi. Do you think you can defeat me if you become stronger? Although Ma Tianqi was trembling in his heart, he still tried to regain his confidence. You are just a mortal, and I am the Lord of the Void. Yijichi stared at the once invincible Dark Lord in front of him. Precisely because I am a mortal, I have more persistence and desire. The darkness may be defeated, but the light can never be completely destroyed. His voice was proud. As his words fell, the Black Knight mecha suddenly accelerated and rushed forward. Its body began to emit black flames, forming a huge shockwave, like a giant dragon carrying the power of destruction, rushing towards Ma Tianqi. Ma Tianqi felt the pressure brought by the Black Knight mech, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He smiled coldly and nimbly avoided the shocking shockwave of the Black Knight mecha. Chapter 148, Seizing the Opportunity. The dark power in his hand surged and turned into a giant axe, chopping towards Yijichi fiercely. Boy, let me taste my power. Ma Tianqi roared. Yijichi's eyes were deep. Fighting with Ma Tianqi was the most important task of his trip. He swung the extremely heavy hammer in the hand of the Black Knight mech without hesitation, and the hammer's shadow scattered, drawing a beautiful but deadly arc in the air. Two extremely powerful beings were fighting fiercely in the air. The shields bombarded the giant axes, sparks flew everywhere. Their figures crossed and shuttled in the night sky, and amazing sparks burst out between attack and defense. Do you think I will be scared by this attack? Ridiculous. Ma Tianqi laughed mockingly. He instantly flashed behind Yijichi and swung the giant axe in his hand, creating a terrifying dark whirlwind. Yijichi's eyes were sharp. He steadied his body and swung the heavy hammer indifferently in the Black Knight mech. As the dark whirlwind tore through him, he swung his hammer with all his might, without hesitation to block the blow. Boom! A violent crash resounded through the sky. Yijichi felt the powerful impact of the dark whirlwind, but his feet were as solid as a mountain. The Black Knight mecha emitted endless black light, forcing the terrible force back. Yijichi felt the powerful impact of the dark whirlwind, and his body gradually began to feel tired. He took a deep breath and gathered all his remaining strength. A surge of dark energy emanates from the Black Knight mecha. Ma Tianqi, you've reached your dead end. Yijichi murmured in a low voice, his eyes becoming firm and resolute. He rapidly activated his spiritual power, guiding the Black Knight mecha to absorb energy from the surrounding air. The fatigue in his body was thrown behind him, and the remaining strength surged and gathered in his body. In an instant, the entire night sky seemed to boil. A huge and deadly energy blade burst out from the hammer and slashed towards Ma Tianqi like black lightning. Ma Tianqi's eyes were solemn, feeling the terrifying power contained in this energy blade. With the help of the power of darkness, Yijichi suddenly released all the strength in his body. He felt that all the spiritual power in his body was concentrated at this moment. Ma Tianqi, your doom is here. Yijichi shouted with gritted teeth. We need to help Yijichi. Su Chong gripped the sword tightly in his hand, his eyes firm and calm. Relying on the power of the beast spirits, he felt the righteousness and natural force contained in the sword, and a strong desire to fight surged in his heart. Luo Tian held the staff in one hand, chanted a spell, and released powerful magical power. Ice giants and ice dragons emitting cold air rose up from beside him and launched a fierce attack on the dark creatures. The dark creatures were frozen into ice sculptures, unable to move. Jiang Wen was agile and moved around among the dark creatures, and every move he made was full of power and speed. He summoned the Thunderbird, which released lightning that turned the dark creatures into charcoal. The aftermath of the lightning echoed in the air, roaring in the night sky like a giant dragon. Wanner, with her mysterious bloodline abilities, can control fire and ice and use them for attack and defense. She maintained a powerful barrier of fire and ice at the edge of the battlefield, blocking the attacks of the dark creatures one by one. The four of them cooperated well and formed a tight defense line. They worked together, quickly switching positions on the battlefield, supporting and protecting each other. Su Chang's sword pierced the dark creature's body. Luo Tianyi released magic behind them to kill the enemy. Jiang Wen used his swift body movements to avoid the attack and counterattack, and Wanner maintained a powerful flame and ice barrier at the edge. Don't let them get close to Yi Zhiqi, Su Chang shouted loudly. Luo Tian nodded and stared closely at the movements of the Void Demon Lord. The Void Demon Lord was watching Yi Zhiqi and Wu Wang's sword immortal. We must get rid of these dark creatures as soon as possible and stop the actions of the Void Demon Lord, Jiang Wen reminded. Wanner looked at Yi Zhiqi's figure surrounded by dark energy and said with a firm expression, "We can't let Yi Zhiqi pay any more price. We have to buy time for him." The four of them started a fierce battle again. Their figures flickered in the night sky as they fought a desperate battle with the dark creatures. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the sound of energy collision was endless. Wu Wang's sword immortal restored Yi Zhiqi's strength and continuously used spiritual magic to peel off the dark energy body layer by layer. However, as time went on, he also felt more and more pressure. "Hurry up, we don't have much time," Sword Immortal Su Chang urged anxiously. Su Chang, Luo Tianyi, Jiang Wen, and Wanner burst out with their full momentum, turning into a storm on the battlefield. They always remain highly alert while also dealing with the increasing pressure from the enemy. The Void Demon Lord looked at everything in front of him with deep and cunning eyes. "You ants dare to stop my great cause? Ridiculous," he sneered and prepared to launch a more terrible attack. Just as the few people were about to retreat, a figure fell from the sky, wearing red clothes like fire and with sword energy. The Wu Wang Sword Immortal appeared and blocked Ma Tianqi's fatal blow at the critical moment. Yi Zhiqi seized the opportunity. Wu Wang's Sword Immortal shouted softly, and the Longhua sword turned into a stream of light as he danced. Yi Zhiqi looked at Wu Wang Jianxian with gratitude. Yi Zhiqi stared at Ma Tianqi, his eyes flashing with determination. There was no despair in his heart, but instead a strong fighting spirit was aroused. He took a deep breath, and a powerful aura began to emanate from his body. "Ma Tianqi, you are just a pretend Dark Lord." Yi Zhiqi's voice was calm and powerful. "I will prove to you that I am definitely not an ant." As soon as he finished speaking, a sword light pierced through the sky. The speed was so fast that it was dazzling. Wu Wang's Sword Immortal held the Longhua sword and danced quickly behind Yi Zhiqi. The sword light burst out with a dazzling red light, as hot as a flame. "Yi Zhiqi, this is my true strength. Now it depends on whether you can bear it," Wu Wang's Sword Immortal said indifferently. Yi Zhiqi nodded, his heart full of gratitude. He remembered the kindness of Wu Wang's Sword Immortal and was determined to do his best to repay him. Ma Tianqi sneered with disdain. He raised his palm, and a dark energy quickly condensed to form a thick, dark shield. Yi Zhiqi thought to himself, since direct attack is ineffective, let's defeat him from the inside. He gathered his strength, suddenly jumped up, and rushed towards Ma Tianqi with great momentum. Ma Tianqi was startled, then waved his arms to try to stop Yi Zhiqi from approaching. The moment the two fought, the sword light and the dark energy collided with each other. Fire and darkness intertwined, erupting into a hot and terrifying energy wave. Everyone gasped when they saw this scene. Yi Zhiqi's strength was rated as F level, which seemed insignificant, but the strength he showed at this moment was shocking. Chapter 149 Behemoth. "This is..." Su Chang opened his mouth wide. How could Yi Zhiqi have such a powerful force? Jiang Wen stared at both sides of the battlefield intently. "Yi Zhiqi is indeed not simple," he whispered to himself. Luo Tianyi smiled. With the help of Wu Wang's Sword Immortal, Yi Zhiqi can definitely turn the situation around. Wanner stared at Yi Zhiqi, a hint of admiration flashing across her eyes. "He is our hope." In the scene, Yi Zhiqi and Ma Tianqi were entangled, and their attacks became more and more fierce. The sword energy and dark energy were intertwined, and the heat and cold were overflowing. "Do you think you can defeat me like this?" Ma Tianqi sneered. "You are too naive." A powerful dark aura burst out from his body, making the air around him heavy. A giant dark hand emerged from the ground and instantly enveloped Yi Zhiqi. "Yi Zhiqi." Wu Wang's Sword Immortal's face changed drastically, and he was eager to rescue him. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. "Dr. Agasa, now is the time for you to act." Everyone turned around and saw Dr. Agasa standing not far away with a serious expression. He held the Six Heavens devil-breaking sword formation in his hand. His mind was focused, and a determined light flashed in his eyes. Okay, Jian Yunzi responded. His body gradually disappeared into the air, leaving only his hand tightly grasping the hilt of the sword. The six desire demons and the void demon lord sensed the dangerous aura, and they burst out with powerful dark energy, trying to stop Professor Agasa and Ken Yuenzi. Don't try to stop me. Dr. Agasa's face showed determination. My mission is to seal you. He swung the Six Heavens demon-breaking sword formation, and countless sword chi poured down like a rainstorm. At the same time, Jian Yuenzi also turned into a stream of light and passed in front of the void demon lord. Dark energy and sword energy intertwined to form a shocking explosion. A huge shock wave spread out, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. Yi Zhiqi, Wuwang's sword immortal, shouted anxiously. Just when everyone thought that Yi Zhiqi had been swallowed by the darkness, a golden figure suddenly rushed out from the darkness. I'm fine, Yi Zhiqi shouted loudly, with a golden light flashing on his body. Dr. Agasa and Jian Yuenzi stared at the sword formation in front of them, with joy and excitement in their hearts. They held the repaired sword formation runes in their hands, with solemn and hopeful expressions. A mysterious atmosphere filled the air around the sword formation, and the light flickered, emitting a heart-pounding power. It's finally repaired. Dr. Agasa murmured to himself, this is our last hope. Jian Yuenzi nodded. He clenched the rune in his hand and gently inserted it into the sword formation. Then, the sword formation emitted a dazzling golden light, and it soared into the sky like a giant dragon. Ma Tianqi sensed the breath of crisis, and a trace of fear emerged in his heart. He struggled to escape from the sword formation, struggling in the dark energy. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape. The power of the sword formation became stronger and stronger, trapping him in it. Ma Tianqi tried his best to fight back, but facing the sword formation that emitted endless light, he could only struggle helplessly. We succeeded. Jian Yuenzi waved excitedly at Dr. Agasa. Come and see. Dr. Agasa also showed his joy, and he inserted the last rune into the sword formation. The light of the sword formation became more dazzling, emitting a suffocating power. Now Ma Tianqi can't escape, Dr. Ali said. Next, we have to seal him. Ma Tianqi was bound by the sword formation. He struggled to break free, but to no avail. He stared at Yi Zhiqi and Wuwang Jianxian with gritted teeth, with a flash of anger and unwillingness in his eyes. Yi Zhiqi sneered, his eyes flashing with fighting spirit. Ma Tianqi, do you think you can escape? Wuwang's sword immortal opened his palm, and a light golden spiritual power condensed and turned into a sharp sword, stabbing towards Ma Tianqi. The sword tip carried a biting chill and endless murderous intent, pressing towards Ma Tianqi like ice piercing his bones. When Ma Tianqi felt desperate in the face of the powerful attack, an unyielding fighting spirit surged in his heart. He gathered all his strength, trying to break free and fight back. However, under the restriction of the sword formation, he could only exert a weak strength. Even so, when facing the attacks of Yi Zhiqi and Wuwang's sword immortal, he still showed extraordinary calmness and strength. Yi Zhiqi's attack came like a storm, and his sword energy was extremely sharp. But Ma Tianqi nimbly dodged every attack and was not hurt at all. His figure shuttled through the sword formation like a ghost, making Yi Zhiqi feel as if he was facing an elusive ghost. Wuwang's sword immortal's face changed slightly. He had not expected Ma Tianqi to be so powerful. He calmed down and quickly adjusted his tactics, focusing on long-range attacks. The spiritual power gathered in his palms showed a light golden light, and in an instant it turned into countless tiny light bullets aimed at Ma Tianqi. Ma Tianqi immediately sensed the danger and took quick action. He swung the dark sword in his hand, creating a lightning-like black shadow that shattered all the light bullets. At the same time, Jian Yuenzi and Dr. Ali are still performing the sealing ceremony. They know that time is running out, and they must complete the sealing as soon as possible. Otherwise, once Ma Tianqi breaks free, the consequences will be disastrous. Jian Yuenzi mobilized the power of the sword formation to strengthen the power to restrain Ma Tianqi. Countless silver sword beams surrounded Ma Tianqi, forming an indestructible barrier. Even an SSS-level Dark Lord could not launch an attack outside this barrier. Ma Tianqi, you have no way to retreat, Yi Zhiqi said coldly. No matter how strong your dark power is, it's just a paper tiger in front of me. Ma Tianqi stared at Yi Zhiqi with gritted teeth. He knew that the current situation was indeed very unfavorable to him. But he would not give up easily. He believed that he had a chance to turn the situation around. He concentrated all his strength, and black energy surged around him. The dark power surged into his body like a tide, and at the same time, a mysterious aura emanated from him. It seems you still have some tricks up your sleeve. Yi Zhiqi's eyes flashed with vigilance. But this doesn't change anything. Just as Yi Zhiqi was about to launch another attack, a golden light shot up from Ma Tianqi's body. In the light, Ma Tianqi's figure began to twist and change, turning into a huge dark beast. Yi Zhiqi and Wuwang Jinxian were shocked by this sudden change. After a brief surprise, they immediately took action. Yi Zhiqi mobilized his spiritual power, and the sword in his hand shone. Wuwang's sword immortal formed seals with his hands, and spiritual energy surged around him. The two launched an attack on the dark beast at the same time. Chapter 150 New Secret Realm. The dark beast showed its immense strength, dodging every attack and responding with a strong dark aura. The entire battlefield was filled with smoke and dust, and the earth and rocks were flying. The scene of the fierce fight was shocking. At the same time, in another corner, Su Chong, Luo Tianyi, Jiang Wen, and Wan'er also started a desperate battle with the dark creatures. They each played their own special abilities and worked closely together to deal with the enemy. Dr. Agasa stood in the center of the sword formation, holding the 6 heavenly devil-breaking sword formation, and cooperating with Jian Yuanzi's power to seal the 6 desire heavenly demons and the void demon lord. His face was solemn, and he was concentrating on sealing the void demon lord. After being successfully sealed, a powerful force burst out from the sword formation, shaking the entire battlefield. Everyone stared at the sword formation, watching the invisible sealing power. With the unremitting efforts of Jian Yuanzi and Dr. Agasa, the roars of the 6 desires demon and the void demon lord gradually became weaker. Dark energy churned in the sword formation, but was controlled by a powerful sealing force. Suddenly, the dark beast let out a sharp roar and disappeared in a puff of black smoke. Ma Tianqi's figure appeared in front of everyone again. He was pale, and his breath was extremely weak. Seeing this, Yi Zhiqi chuckled. Ma Tianqi, is this all you have? My teammates and I are more powerful. Ma Tianqi stared at Yi Zhiqi with anger on his face. You may be able to defeat me, but the next time we meet, I will make you pay a heavy price. After saying this, under the gaze of everyone, Ma Tianqi quickly disappeared into the darkness. His departure made everyone feel a little uneasy and regretful. Yi Zhiqi took a deep breath. He knew that now was not the time to be complacent. Ma Tianqi's threat was not over. We still need to continue our efforts and not let our guard down, he told everyone. Everyone nodded. They all knew that this battle was just the beginning and the threat from the dark forces was not over. But at this moment, they also felt a wave of fatigue rising in their hearts. Su Chong decided to take the prehistoric giant lizard and Tyrannosaurus Rex that he had summoned earlier back into his body and restore his strength. Luo Tianyi lifted the ice and snow barrier and rescued the dark creatures from the ice sculptures. Jiang Wen put down the Thunderbird pet in his hand and rubbed his eyes gently. My friends are already exhausted. I need to give them some space to relax. Wan'er quickly used the Moon Rabbit healing technique to recover from injuries and fatigue for her teammates. Everyone wait a moment. You will recover soon. Everyone felt Wan'er's healing energy, and their fatigue gradually dissipated. They looked at each other, their eyes revealing joy and deep mutual understanding. Although the battle had just ended, they knew that this level was just the beginning. The threat of dark forces may still be lurking, and Ma Tianqi may reappear. Yi Zhiqi walked up to Jian Yuanzi and Dr. A. Li, his eyes full of gratitude. Thank you for your help. Without your sealing power, it would be difficult for us to defeat Ma Tianqi. Jian Yuanzi smiled and nodded. This is what we should do. To defeat the dark forces, we need to unite as one. Dr. Agasa also added. However, we have not completely sealed the 6 desires and the void demon lord. They are only temporarily suppressed. We still need to find a more powerful sealing method. After hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. They understood that this successful seal was just the beginning, and there would be more difficult tasks waiting for them in the future. Just then, a sharp whistle was heard in the distance. Everyone immediately looked towards the source of the sound with vigilance. Yi Zhiqi suddenly felt that a more powerful force was approaching rapidly. His brows knitted slightly, and he keenly sensed the abnormality of this force. The sky ahead was overcast, as if foreshadowing that a more intense battle was about to come. He glanced at his teammates around him, and others also felt this power. They looked at each other, their hearts filled with confusion and worry. What's going on? Su Chong frowned. Could it be that the power we sealed before didn't completely suppress the 6 desires and the void demon lord? Jiang Wen tightly grasped the pet thunderbird in his hand, his heart filled with uneasiness. Yi Zheqi, have you noticed the specific location? Yi Zheqi closed his eyes silently, trying to capture the strange but powerful breath through his powerful perception ability. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes. That force comes from the north, and it's getting closer and closer to us. His voice was solemn. We must make a decision as soon as possible. Luo Tianyi frowned slightly. So should we fight or retreat? However, before everyone could answer, a huge white ball of light rushed into the sword formation. A huge tremor spread throughout the entire battlefield, and everyone was shaken by the sudden and violent tremor and lost their balance. The sword formation that sealed the Six Desires heavenly demon collapsed with a loud bang. Sword energy splashed everywhere, and brought about an incomparably violent energy wave. Seeing the battlefield, which should have been calm, fall into chaos again, everyone looked at the scene of the sword formation collapsing in astonishment, unable to believe what they saw. Fortunately, the demon did not appear. Before he had time to wonder, Yi Zheqi felt his body being pulled by a huge suction force, and the scenery in front of him changed instantly. He blinked and found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. This place is full of mystery and unknown, and is surrounded by vast void. Yi Zheqi couldn't help but feel his heart tighten. He knew that he had been sucked into an unopened secret realm. He looked around and saw a mountain range floating in the air in the distance, surrounded by clouds and mist, like a fairy mountain. A powerful spiritual energy fluctuation emanated from this mountain range, which shocked Yi Zheqi greatly. However, just when Yi Zheqi wanted to get closer to this mysterious mountain, he found that he could not move forward. Invisible resistance blocked him firmly, as if the entire space was rejecting his existence. At this time, other team members also caught up here. Su Chong tried to use the unique strength of the Beast Spirit clan to break through the resistance and shouted, "Yi Zheqi, are you in there?" However, Su Chong's voice seemed to have been swallowed up by this secret realm, and there was no response at all. Luo Tianyi stared at the mysterious mountain, his eyes revealing a hint of expectation and determination. We must find Yi Zheqi. He quietly mobilized the power of the Ice and Snow royal family, trying to freeze the resistance. Unfortunately, his efforts were in vain. Jiang Wen paced anxiously. What is this place? Why is there such strong resistance? Wanner quietly put down the group of moon rabbits she had prepared and prayed silently in her heart. I hope Yi Zheqi will be safe. Chapter 151 Monster. Within the secret realm, Yi Zheqi opened his eyes and felt something was wrong. He looked around and saw a familiar figure, Yi Bingbing. She stood quietly beside him, her face pale and her fists clenched tightly. Yi Zheqi narrowed his eyes slightly, frowned slightly, and tried to sort out his thoughts. He knew that they had been sucked into this unknown secret realm. This space was full of mystery and unknown, making him feel confused and uneasy. Bingbing, are you awake? Yi Zheqi called softly. Yi Bingbing blinked and replied softly. Well, I seem to have been sucked into this place as well. The two smiled at each other. Although they were facing unknown difficulties, they both firmly believed that as long as they united as one, they could find a way out. The other side. Su Chong used the unique power of the beast spirits to try to break through the resistance and shouted angrily. What exactly is this secret realm? Luo Tianyi stared at the mountains ahead, with a hint of determination in his eyes. No matter what, we can't give up. We must find Yi Zheqi. Jiang Wen paced back and forth anxiously, holding the gun in his hand tightly. Jian Yuanzi stood quietly at the front of the team, his eyes firmly fixed on the power barrier that prevented them from approaching the mountain. In the secret realm, just as Yi Zheqi was about to take action, a portal appeared in front of them. I don't know, let's go in and take a look. Yi Zheqi shook his head indifferently and walked towards the door. Seeing this, Yi Bingbing had no choice but to follow. Brother, wait for me. When they stepped out of the door, their eyes suddenly lit up. They couldn't help but freeze and widen their eyes. The scene before them surprised them. The interior of the secret realm was not a wasteland, but a thriving forest. The forest is lush with trees and blooming flowers. The sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves onto the ground, creating mottled light and shadows. The birds sang happily and drew graceful arcs in the air. A breeze blew by, bringing with it fresh air and the scent of flowers. Yi Zheqi looked at Yi Bingbing, with suspicion flashing in his eyes. This secret place was so beautiful and full of vitality that it was completely beyond their expectations. Yi Bingbing was also full of curiosity and excitement, and she bit her lips lightly. Let's go. Yi Zheqi took the first step. The grass under his feet was soft and moist, as if hugging him. They moved forward cautiously, their bodies occasionally touching the delicate branches, bringing a hint of coolness. As they went deeper into the forest, the two began to feel a powerful energy fluctuation. This forest seems to be full of unknown and mysterious forces. Do you feel it? Yijichi looked at Yi Bingbing. Yi Bingbing shook her head. Brother, what are you talking about? Yijichi frowned, speculating that this might be related to their arrival in the secret place. It's okay. There's something wrong with this secret place. It's better to be careful. What are you afraid of? I'm not afraid of anything as long as you're here with me. Yi Bingbing looked at Yijichi with a smile on her face. You girl. Yijichi looked at Yi Bingbing with a wry smile, and couldn't help but wonder if she was crazy or stupid. The surrounding forest became more and more dense, and the sunlight was blocked by the dense leaves, appearing dark. Suddenly, a slight sound came from behind the tree. Careful! Yijichi immediately looked behind him. Then a huge creature with a tiger head and a snake body appeared in front of them. It has a dragon head and tiger claws, its eyes flash with ferocity, and a stream of scorching flames spews from its mouth. Yijichi and Yi Bingbing immediately jumped away, nimbly avoiding the attack. The flames swept through, instantly burning the surrounding trees to ashes. Yijichi stared at the creature closely, his eyes full of fighting spirit. We can't retreat, he shouted. Yi Bingbing nodded firmly. We will face them together. The two exchanged glances in tacit understanding, encouraging each other to once again face the creature's attack. This creature with a tiger head and a snake body is extremely fast and moves swiftly through the forest. It nimbly dodged the attacks of Yijichi and Yi Bingbing, sometimes slapping with its huge claws and sometimes breathing flames. Yijichi gathered his inner strength, his figure flashed like lightning, drew an arc in the air, and attacked from behind the tiger-headed snake-bodied monster. His fist, with a strong force of wind, smashed hard into the creature's back. The creature let out a deafening roar and staggered for a moment, but quickly regained its balance. It turned its head, its eyes full of anger and cruelty. Brother, let me help you. At this moment, Yi Bingbing suddenly launched an attack. The long sword in her hand drew a cold light, leaving a beautiful arc in the air. The sword light pierced the creature's eyes. The creature closed its eyes instantly, dodging the fatal blow. But it couldn't hide the pain and anger it felt deep inside. It roared continuously and continued to attack the two. Yijichi jumped up and flashed in the air like lightning. He nimbly dodged the creature's attacks and quickly counterattacked. Every time a punch or kick strikes, there is a burst of strong wind and energy. At the same time, Yi Bingbing tightly grasped her bleeding arm, with a hint of determination in the corner of her eyes. She knew she couldn't back down and had to do her best to cooperate with Yijichi to complete the task. Yi Bingbing raised her sword, and a chill emanated from the sword. She quickly scanned the surroundings, finding the creature's weak spot. Although the previous attack did not hit the vital point, she believed that she could defeat it with another attack. The two of them cooperated tacitly and moved forward amid the attacks of the creatures. Yijichi dodged the creature's claws lightly and counterattacked quickly. His nimble movements showed a quickness that was disproportionate to his strength. Yi Bingbing stared at the creature, and fighting spirit ignited in her heart. She clenched the sword in her hand and stabbed at the creature's neck. The cold light flashed, and the tip of the sword did not retreat at all. However, at the last moment, the creature quickly dodged Yi Bingbing's attack and whipped her hard with its tail. Yi Bingbing was blown away and fell heavily on the tree trunk. Yi Bingbing! Yijichi shouted loudly and ran towards his junior sister. He was nervously paying attention to her injuries, and an endless sense of urgency surged in his heart. A stream of blood dripped down Yi Bingbing's arm, contaminating the surrounding land. Her wounds were made worse by the whipping of the creature, and the symptoms of poisoning began to appear. Yi Bingbing groaned in pain, and she tried to get up, but the pain of the wound made her unable to move. She looked at Yijichi, panting, her eyes full of determination. Don't worry about me, just defeat that monster. Yi Bingbing shouted with all her might. Yijichi's heart tightened. He knew he couldn't give up now. His brows were furrowed and his eyes were determined. He took a deep breath, and suddenly dark energy surged around him. Chapter 152. It's so hot, brother. The Black Knight mech slowly emerged beside Yijichi, exuding an oppressive aura. It is 2.5 meters tall and covered in heavy black armor. Metal fragments protrude from the body and surround it in sharp spikes. The tiger-headed, snake-bodied monster let out a low growl when it saw the sudden appearance of the Black Knight mecha. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to bite the mecha. However, under this extremely precise attack, the Black Knight mecha flexibly dodged the monster's attack. It used its body's strength to punch the monster in the face, making a dull thumping sound. The monster was hit hard by this blow, and its whole body shook. The Black Knight mecha swung its mechanical fist again, this time directly smashing the monster's head. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, intertwining with the surrounding trees, forming a horrifying scene. Yi Bingbing witnessed this scene, and a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. She clenched her teeth tightly and endured the severe pain from the wound. Yi Zhiqi ran to Yi Bingbing quickly, his face full of anxiety. "Are you okay?" he asked with concern. Yi Bingbing smiled bitterly and clenched her fists. "It's okay, the wound is just more serious. You are so awesome. That mecha is so domineering." Yi Zhiqi breathed a sigh of relief, but did not relax his guard. He looked around, scanning the darkness vigilantly for possible dangers. He said, "We can't relax yet. There may be more monsters here. We must keep moving forward, find the instrument, and destroy it." Yi Bingbing nodded and stood up firmly. She continued to move forward with Yi Zhiqi and embarked on a new journey. The Black Knight mecha followed closely behind them, emitting infinite power and shadow. They walked through grass and trees, over cliffs and streams. The whole forest was filled with a mysterious and dangerous atmosphere. Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing held their weapons tightly, ready to meet the next challenge at any time. "Brother, I'm injured and can't move now. Can you carry me?" Yi Zhiqi had no choice but to go up. Yi Zhiqi carried the injured Yi Bingbing on his back and looked around carefully. Now he had to find clues to the medicine to treat Yi Bingbing as soon as possible. They came to the depths of the forest and saw a solemn and ancient temple before them. The door of the temple is engraved with traces of the years, giving people a feeling of vicissitudes and solemnity. It is majestic and exudes a mysterious atmosphere. "This is..." Yi Zhiqi hugged Yi Bingbing tightly and carefully pushed open the door of the temple. The door creaked, as if it had not been opened for a long time. After the two entered the temple, they were immediately surrounded by the rich aroma of herbs. They walked along the bluestone-paved passage, surrounded by a sacred and solemn atmosphere. At the end of the passage is a huge hall, in the center of which stands a jade box that shines brilliantly. The jade box emits a pale yellow light, forming a beautiful and mysterious scene in the dim light. "Brother, what is that? It's so beautiful." Yi Zhiqi carefully placed Yi Bingbing on the ground and held his breath facing the jade box. He gently opened the jade box and found a herb inside that symbolized healing power. He stared at the herb, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Regardless of his fatigue and pain, he carefully picked the herbs and put them into Yi Bingbing's mouth. Yi Bingbing's body trembled slightly and then gradually stabilized. She slowly opened her eyes full of gratitude and tenderness. "Thank you, brother." Seeing that Yi Bingbing had recovered some strength, Yi Zhiqi breathed a sigh of relief. He helped her up again and prepared to leave the mysterious temple. However, just as they were about to leave, a voice suddenly came from the depths of the hall. "Warrior, please stay." Yi Zhiqi looked around vigilantly and tightened his weapon in his hand. He saw several torches lit deep in the hall. "Who are you? Why do you want to stay?" Yi Zhiqi asked in a low voice. "I am the guardian of this temple. I have been sleeping for 1,000 years. The voice gradually became clearer, and a figure could be seen through the shadows. The figure slowly walked out of the shadows, revealing a white-haired old man. He was wearing a gorgeous and simple robe, and his face seemed to be full of traces of time. "I am the guardian of the temple, responsible for protecting the secrets here," the old man said slowly. "You are able to break in here and discover my existence. I admire your strength." Yi Zhiqi held his weapon tightly and stared at the old man warily. He was puzzled. "What do you want us to do?" The old man smiled slowly. "Young man, your strength surprises me. I need brave and strong humans to help me unlock the seal and protect this mysterious place." Yi Zhiqi looked determined and nodded without hesitation. "Since there is an extraordinary task waiting for us, we are willing to take it on." Before he finished speaking, Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing were enveloped by a dazzling light. In the flashing white light, their figures disappeared in the hall. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a sea of hot lava. The air around seemed to be solidifying, and the scorching heat caused by the high temperature was suffocating. Yi Zhiqi immediately hugged Yi Bingbing tightly and held her in his arms. The scene before her made Yi Bingbing open her mouth in surprise. The lava flow formed by the eruption at the crater meanders like a giant dragon, and tongues of flames lick the sky, presenting an interweaving of destruction and rebirth in this area. Black magma continued to gush out, mixed with a strong volcanic smell. There seems to be a kind of vitality awakening in the flow of magma, and thrilling and mysterious myths and legends are played out in this area. "It's so hot, brother." Yi Bingbing kept fanning herself with her hands. We must find a way to leave here as soon as possible. Yi Zhiqi suppressed his inner shock and looked around, looking for a way to escape. They stepped on one rock after another that had sunk into the magma in the sea of hot magma, and their bodies were burned hot by the high temperature. But even so, Yi Zhiqi still tried to remain calm and firm. Suddenly, a huge eruption of lava rushed towards them. Yi Zhiqi immediately pulled Yi Bingbing up and avoided the gushing lava. We must find a safe place, Yi Zhiqi shouted. They turned a corner and saw an open space behind a huge rock wall. There is a cave entrance that looks stable, which, while still fraught with danger, is relatively the safest way to leave the area. Go in quickly. Yi Zhiqi took Yi Bingbing and ran quickly towards the cave entrance. Chapter 153 Vulcan. Before entering the cave, he looked back at the lava erupting from the crater. The two entered the cave smoothly, and the rock walls kept the high temperature and scorching air away from them. After entering the cave, they felt a breeze of fresh air blowing on their faces, which made their bodies feel a little relieved. We are finally out of danger temporarily. Yi Bingbing breathed a sigh of relief and carefully stroked her arm that was burned by the high temperature. Yi Zhiqi held Yi Bingbing's hand tightly, with a hint of helplessness and guilt in his eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't protect you well. Yi Bingbing shook her head gently and looked at Yi Zhiqi tenderly. Brother, you have done your best. It is a victory for us to be able to leave this dangerous place alive. Yi Zhiqi smiled slightly and held Yi Bingbing's hand tightly. That's right, we can't give up. Yi Bingbing looked at him with a smile and said gratefully, Thank you, senior brother. If you hadn't protected me, we might have already. Yi Zhiqi squeezed her hand and interrupted her. Don't mention it. We need to focus on finding a way to leave here now. They were in a dark and eerie cave with flickering cold light. The walls of the cave were covered with sharp and somewhat pointed rocks, and there were scattered bones and broken weapons on the ground. It seems that someone has tried to escape before, Yi Bingbing said with a frown. Yes, but they don't seem to succeed. Yi Zhiqi stared at the exit of the cave, thinking about his next move. Suddenly, there was a sound of flames spreading in the cave. The two of them quickly turned their heads and saw a burst of orange-red flames rushing towards them from the cave. Another fire elemental creature, Yi Bingbing shouted vigilantly. Yi Zhiqi reacted immediately, summoning the Black Knight Mech to resist the hot lava and flames. The Black Knight Mecha exudes a cool black light all over its body, isolating the heat and burning breath. Seeing this, Yi Bingbing also prepared to use her own skills. She held a blue sword in her hand and danced the sword like a phantom, slashing at the oncoming fire elemental creatures fiercely and gracefully. Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing acted separately in tacit understanding, nimbly dodging the gushing flames and hot waves in the cave. They cooperated well, launched precise attacks, and successfully repelled the fire elemental creatures. However, the danger does not end in this cave, where flames fly everywhere. The hot magma is still surging, and fire elemental creatures are still rising from the lava. We have to find an exit quickly, Yi Zhiqi shouted. Yi Bingbing nodded. She gripped the sword tightly, ready to face more challenges. The two continued to move forward, shuttling through the cave, looking for a path that could lead to the outside world. The temperature was getting higher and higher, and the flames were getting more intense. Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing were sweating profusely, but they persisted without backing down. They have only one goal in mind, to escape from this sea of fire. Finally, around a corner, they saw a glimmer of hope. An exit came into view, away from the gushing lava and flames, like a cool door to heaven. That's our way out, Yi Zhiqi said hopefully. The two hurriedly quickened their pace and arrived at the cave's exit in a few breaths. Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing finally reached the end of the lava sea. They passed through the rolling lava and gradually approached the end. A spectacular sight unfolded before their eyes. It was a huge lava waterfall. A river of fire fell from a great height, like a magnificent waterfall. The magma gradually solidified into a huge volcanic rock sculpture, which looked majestic and mysterious in the firelight. There was a scorching breath around the waterfall, and magma splashed on the surrounding walls, making bursts of shrill roars. Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing looked at each other. They knew that they had to cross this dangerous road in order to move forward. They stretched out their arms tacitly, supporting each other and moving forward slowly. Every step requires caution, because in this special environment of fire and magma, the slightest carelessness may lead to fatal danger. Yi Zhiqi felt the scorching breath emanating from the lava waterfall. His mind moved, and the dazzling flame pattern on the waist of the Black Knight Mech immediately blocked the attack of the lava and turned into a protective shield. Yi Bingbing held Yi Zhiqi's hand tightly, and a layer of light blue light rose from her body, dispersing the scorching power around her. They worked together and took firm and steady steps on the extremely dangerous lava path, as if they were walking in a tiger's mouth. As they passed over the lava waterfall, the flames gradually disappeared from sight, and the two finally stood firmly above the lava waterfall. "We succeeded," Yijichi said in a loud voice. Yi Bingbing looked at him with a smile, her heart full of admiration. "Brother, you are so amazing." Yijichi shook his head and turned to look at the huge and majestic volcanic rock sculpture in front of him. "This is something truly amazing." They stood quietly above the lava waterfall, with the firelight shining on their faces. At this moment, they fully felt the fearlessness and determination in the face of disaster. "Brother, what should we do next?" Yi Bingbing asked. "I don't know either. Let's wait and see," Yijichi said helplessly. At this moment, a mysterious fire god suddenly appeared in front of them. He was wearing a red robe and a hood, but there was a glowing red flame pattern between his brows. The whole person exuded a dazzling light like an endless blazing fire. "Warriors, you have successfully passed my test." The voice of the god of fire seemed to come from the depths of the magma, loud and majestic. Yijichi and Yi Bingbing bowed to the god of fire to express their gratitude. Yijichi raised his head and looked at the god of fire with awe. "In order to pursue the truth, we have to gradually embark on this journey deep into the magma. Now we finally meet Lord Vulcan, and I feel extremely honored." After saying that, Yijichi looked at Yi Bingbing, who was still in a daze and couldn't help but pull her. "Hey, come here and pretend." The fire god smiled slightly, with bright flames flashing in his eyes. "Your courage and wisdom have won my recognition. As a reward, I will give you this flaming sword. This is a treasure I forged using the power of fire that I have accumulated over thousands of years." After saying that, the god of fire stretched out his arm, and a sword appeared in his hand. Yijichi and Yi Bingbing looked at the sword in surprise. The red sword was filled with dazzling flames. When Yijichi slowly took the flaming sword, he felt the hot energy coming from his palm, as if it resonated with him in some way. Chapter 154, Ice Heart Necklace. His heart was filled with boundless strength and determination. "Thank you for your gift to us," Yijichi said devoutly. Yi Bingbing also took the flaming sword. She felt the heat spread throughout her body, and she seemed to have more strength. "We will make good use of this flaming sword to resolve the frozen obstacles in the rear," she said solemnly. Kagami nodded, looking them over with satisfaction. "I believe you will not disappoint me. I wish you a safe journey to embrace the truth." Yijichi and Yi Bingbing exchanged glances and were very excited about obtaining this flaming sword. They knew that this sword would be the key to solving the frozen obstacles that lay ahead. "Let's move on." Yijichi brandished the flaming sword, exuding the power of confidence. Yi Bingbing followed closely behind. "We will definitely be able to overcome all difficulties." In the light of the fire, their figures gradually disappeared into the mist. The fire god stared at their backs, his eyes revealing expectation and encouragement. "May you return successfully and bring victory in obtaining the truth." Then, the god of fire turned and disappeared into the magma. What was left was only the magnificent and dangerous magma waterfall, as if guarding the door of truth behind the fog. Yijichi and Yi Bingbing were surrounded by a strong chill. White snowflakes were falling from the sky, and the ground was covered with thick snow. The cold wind whistled past, slowing down their movements and condensing into white air. Yijichi hugged his body tightly and rubbed his cold fingers with his hands. The cold penetrated his bones, but he did not give up. "We must find an exit as soon as possible," he said through clenched teeth. Yi Bingbing wrapped herself tightly, and the cold breath in the air condensed into white smoke in the cold wind. "Yes, we can't stay here for too long." She forced a smile. "We have to hold on." The two encouraged each other and struggled forward in the snow. There was silence all around, only the crunching sound of the snow under their feet. Time passes quickly, but in this long and strange world, every second seems so long. They knew they had to find a way out as soon as possible. I don't know how long it took, but after passing through a vast expanse of white snow, a huge ice wall finally appeared. Ice crystals condensed on the ice wall, flashing a mysterious and alluring light. "Maybe that is the exit to the next trial site," Yijichi thought. Yi Bingbing nodded. "We should give it a try," she said with courage. The two stared at the ice wall in front of them, then waved their flaming swords in tacit understanding. The red flames appear particularly bright and eye-catching in the white world. When the flaming sword touched the ice wall, there was a loud explosion. Ice cubes splashed everywhere, and the cold air dissipated instantly, revealing a wide passage. Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing looked at each other, but continued walking without stopping. They know that in this strange and dangerous world, the only way to find the truth is to keep moving forward. At the end of the passage, they found another trial scene. This time the scene was an ice and snow storm with biting cold winds. The ice and snow flying all over the sky pierced them like sharp arrows. Yi Zhiqi tightly grasped the flaming sword and quickly dodged the flying ice cubes. Every dodge required a huge amount of strength, but he did not give up. Yi Bingbing was not to be outdone. She used the Qingting sect skills to weave a protective shield around her. The surface of the shield was covered with thick frost, which was extremely hard. The two of them cooperated well and continued to move forward in this raging ice and snow world. Yi Zhiqi held the flaming sword tightly, and the sword body emitted a red light. He swung his sword without hesitation, hitting the ice wall continuously, making a deafening cracking sound. Each heavy blow brought a huge impact of force. The ice wall began to collapse, and the cold air spread. Yi Bingbing stood aside to remind Yi Zhiqi the direction of attack, and was always ready to dodge any fragments that might bounce back. She looked at Yi Zhiqi with firm eyes, providing guidance and support at critical moments. The flaming sword was like a blazing lightning, cutting cracks in the ice. Every swing widened the crack. Finally, with the last heavy blow, the crack expanded to a size large enough for two people to pass through. Although they were covered with thick frost, Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing did not stop. They hurried through the gap and left the gloomy and terrifying maze. Standing outside the maze, the two people felt the long-lost warmth under the sunlight. They stared at each other, with surprise and relief in both of their eyes. "We're finally out." Yi Bingbing excitedly grabbed Yi Zhiqi's hand, a smile on her face. Yi Zhiqi responded to her smile and felt the warmth coming from her hands. He knew that this was the result of their unremitting efforts. "We still have a long way to go," Yi Zhiqi encouraged. "But as long as we unite as one, there is nothing we cannot overcome." Yi Bingbing nodded and said firmly, "Yes, we must not give up." Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing stood at the exit of the ice and snow maze, greeting the warm sunshine. The sight was incredibly beautiful. They found an exquisite box sitting on a huge, ancient block of ice. The outside of the box exudes an alluring blue-white light, as if it were energy from some mysterious universe. Yi Zhiqi carefully reached out and opened the box, revealing a necklace shining with blue and white light. This necklace is inlaid with a crystal-clear, pure ice heart like ice crystal. "This is," Yi Bingbing exclaimed. "It seems that we have found the legendary Bing Xian necklace," Yi Zhiqi said softly. He put on the necklace carefully and immediately felt a warmth flowing throughout his body. The biting cold seemed to be instantly repelled by the necklace. At the same time, he felt that he had a better ability to adapt to the cold environment. "Great," Yi Bingbing said excitedly. "This necklace can make us more adaptable in extremely cold environments, and it can also enhance our strength." Yi Zhiqi smiled and nodded, his eyes fixed on the necklace. At that moment, he suddenly felt a new and strange power emerging. He tried to use this power to control some tiny ice elements with the ice heart necklace. He clenched his fist lightly, and the air around him immediately condensed into an ice ball. "Wow, you can actually control the ice element now," Yi Bingbing exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 155, The Mysterious Door. "Yeah, this is something I didn't expect." Yi Zhiqi's eyes flashed with excitement. "With this new ability, we will become even more powerful." Boom. Just when Yi Zhiqi was excited, the ice and snow world around him suddenly began to collapse. Large chunks of glacier broke into countless small pieces, cold air filled the air, and terrible cold wind rolled up endlessly, like the roar of a devil. "Brother Yi, what should we do?" Yi Bingbing was shrouded in coldness and her teeth kept chattering. Yi Zhiqi clenched his fists and decided not to be afraid of this cold power anymore. He stared into the distance and found the exit after a fierce but short battle. "We can only go in that direction," he said, pointing to where the strong light was shining in the fog. The two men moved forward without hesitation, using their hands to push aside the dense fog in front of them as they trudged. My vision became blurred, and everything became hazy and unclear. Suddenly, in a flash of light, they were teleported to an unknown place by a powerful force. When the two regained their sight, they found themselves in a thinly shrouded area. Being in it, it feels like being in an endless fog. "Where is this?" Yi Bingbing looked around, confusion on her face. Yi Zhiqi carefully observed the surrounding environment and could feel a strange and strong energy in the air. "This place is full of mysterious powers," he said cautiously. Suddenly, a deep voice came from the depths of the fog. "Welcome to the Frost Realm." The two looked carefully and saw a girl in a white robe and a white veil slowly walking towards them. Who are you? Why are you here? Yi Bingbing held Yi Zhiqi's hand tightly and asked vigilantly. The girl smiled and replied, I am the guardian of the Frost Realm. I protect the balance in this realm. The two of you traveled through the cold world and put on the Ice Heart Necklace, which triggered a special power and transported you here. We just got the Bing Xian necklace by accident and didn't know this would happen. Yi Zhiqi explained. The guardian seemed satisfied with their answer and nodded slightly. The Ice Heart Necklace is an important treasure of the Frost Realm. Only those who are chosen can wear it. You two are the only ones who wear it. Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing exchanged glances. They understood that they played an important role in this unknown field. Since we have been chosen, what do we need to do? Yi Zhiqi asked. The guardian pondered for a moment and then said, You need to go to other realms through the mysterious door and solve the puzzles and challenges in each realm. Only after completing all the tasks can you return to the original world. After listening to the guardian's words, Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing nodded firmly. In the thin mist, the two took a step forward. At this moment, they felt the power of the necklace again. This cold yet warm energy would become their weapon to overcome difficulties. Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing carefully went deeper into the mist, relying on their hearing to judge their location and whether there was any danger nearby. Every step was taken cautiously, for fear of triggering some mechanism or attracting the attention of dangerous creatures lurking in the fog. A cold atmosphere lingered around the two of them all the time, and the chill made them shudder. Yi Zhiqi gathered his inner strength and formed a thin shield inside his body to resist the severe cold. Yi Bingbing clung to Yi Zhiqi, using the warmth emanating from his body to warm herself. Suddenly, a slight sound of footsteps came into their ears. Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing immediately stopped and looked around vigilantly. Did you hear that? Yi Zhiqi asked in a low voice. Well, there seems to be some movement. Yi Bingbing replied quietly. The two of them squatted down tacitly, trying to reduce their size as much as possible, and used their intuition to choose the most hidden place to hide. The sound of dull footsteps in the fog was getting closer and closer, as if a huge monster was approaching. Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing held their breath, waiting for danger to pass by. Just when the two were almost unable to bear this tense atmosphere, as the footsteps gradually faded away, the tension in their hearts was relieved. Fortunately, we didn't alarm it. Yi Bingbing breathed a sigh of relief. Well, we have to try our best to avoid conflicts with other creatures. Yi Zhiqi said solemnly. The two continued to move forward, crossing every inch of land in the fog. They rely on each other's intuition and tacit understanding, like a pair of dancers who cooperate with each other tacitly, dancing amazingly in this dark and mysterious realm. Time passed slowly, and in each dangerous situation, they were able to find a hiding place as quickly as possible and wait quietly for the danger to pass. Then, as they were about to reach the end of the fog, they felt a strong energy fluctuation coming from the front. We're almost there, Yi Bingbing said excitedly. Yi Zhiqi clenched his fists, ready to meet the upcoming challenges ahead. He could feel the power flowing through his body. That was the power given to them by the Ice Heart Necklace. They would not back down because of it. Finally, the two finally reached the end of the fog. The scene in front of them suddenly became clear, and a dazzling light pierced through the fog and entered the eyes of Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing. They squinted, trying to adjust to the light. As their vision gradually became clearer, they saw a huge stone door appear before them. There were mysterious and ancient rune patterns engraved on the door, which seemed to record endless secrets. That is the mysterious door. The guardian came over from behind. Only through this door can we enter the next realm. Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing stared at the mysterious door, their hearts full of anticipation and preparation. We will complete the task you assigned to us, Yi Zhiqi said solemnly. The guardian nodded and handed them a handful of shining raw stones. This is a gift from the Frost Realm. I hope it can help you overcome your difficulties. Yi Zhiqi carefully reached out and picked up the Lord's stone that the guardian handed to him. The raw stone shone brightly in his palm, emitting a powerful and mysterious force. Yi Zhiqi felt as if he was in an endless void. He could feel that this raw stone contained infinite power. It's an intoxicating feeling, like suddenly opening the door to a new world. The surrounding fog seemed to be illuminated by the Lord's stone as well. The bright and warm light enveloped the entire area, sweeping away the darkness and coldness. Wow, it's so beautiful. Yi Bingbing jumped happily. We finally succeeded. Yi Zhiqi couldn't help but laugh happily. Chapter 156 Puzzle. He realized that this Lord Stone would help him upgrade his territory, making it more powerful and prosperous. He looked towards the guardian gratefully. Thank you for giving us this opportunity, Yijichi said sincerely. The guardian smiled slightly, saying that they deserved this opportunity. He said calmly, remember, the Lord's Stone contains great power, but you also need to explore and discover it. Don't be blinded by it. Yi Bingbing nodded to show her understanding. She knew that this rough stone was a double-edged sword. If it was not used correctly, it might bring disaster. Yijichi held the Lord's rough stone in his hand, his heart full of excitement and expectation. This rough stone is the result of his hard search in the secret realm. To him, it represents infinite possibilities and power. Finally, Yijichi roared excitedly, his tone revealing the joy after victory. Yi Bingbing looked at the joy in Yijichi's eyes and couldn't help laughing. She knew that this rough stone was of great significance to Yijichi, and she was happy for him. Brother, you are amazing, Yi Bingbing joked. You will become even more powerful after you have the Lord's Stone. Yijichi smiled and nodded. Yes, junior sister. Although his strength was rated F, Yijichi had already proven that his strength far exceeded the evaluation. He can fight through the Black Knight Mecha and has shown extraordinary courage and wisdom in previous battles. Now that he has the Lord's Stone, he believes he can reach a higher level. Yijichi and Yi Bingbing sat on a huge rock, carefully discussing their plan to leave the secret realm. The surface of the rock is full of marks of time, as if reminding them that the challenge they face is not simple. We need to accurately calculate the time and space to leave successfully. Yijichi frowned, thinking about what to do next. Yi Bingbing picked up a dead wood and tapped it gently on the rock, with a serious expression. We have been in this secret place for a few days. Now it's time to think about how to return safely. Yijichi listened carefully to Yi Bingbing's suggestion and nodded. Yes, we must make good use of this Lord's Stone to successfully escape. I want to mobilize the power of the Black Knight Mecha to open a passage to the outside world. Yi Bingbing raised her head and looked towards the sky in the distance. You mean to use the power of the Black Knight Mecha to open the portal? But that requires a lot of energy and precise calculations. That's right. Yijichi smiled. We need to use the energy of the original stone and combine it with its own Black Knight Mecha system to realize this plan. Yi Bingbing hesitated for a moment, then said, but we don't know whether the speed of time here is the same as that in the outside world. How can we grasp the opportunity? Yijichi clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with determination. We can only rely on our inner feelings to judge. No matter how much time passes, in my heart, I believe that we have been here long enough. We must believe in ourselves. Yi Bingbing looked at Yijichi and nodded slightly. Okay, let's do as you say. I believe you can do it. Yijichi showed a confident smile and patted Yi Bingbing's shoulder gently. Thank you for always being with me. Now let's get started. The two of them stood up and left their mark on the rock. They walked towards the distance, holding their heads high in the face of the unknown and difficulties. The Black Knight mech stood majestically on the vast plain, and Yijichi and Yi Bingbing stepped into its cabin. A low humming sound came from inside the mech, and the Black Knight mech seemed to sense the owner's intention and began to operate slowly. The passage of time became blurred, and they could almost feel time passing quickly around them. The Black Knight mecha emitted a powerful energy wave, forming a huge energy vortex. Now, we must seize the opportunity, Yijichi shouted loudly. Yi Bingbing clenched the magic weapon in her hand, with determination and courage on her face. Let's open the portal to the outside world together. The two of them pressed the button in tacit agreement, and the Black Knight mecha emitted a strong light into the void. The light quickly spread out, dense and pure. In an instant, the Black Knight mecha and the surrounding space disappeared without a trace, leaving only a white and empty void. A strong wind blew from a distance, sweeping Yijichi and Yi Bingbing into it. Everything went dark before their eyes, and when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a completely unfamiliar and chaotic space and time. Are we in the wrong place? Looking at the horrific environment around her, Yi Bingbing couldn't help but grab Yijichi's sleeve. I'm not sure. Let's take a look first. The speed of time here is uncertain and the space is often distorted, making people feel confused and scared. Yijichi and Yi Bingbing held each other's hands tightly, giving each other support and encouragement. They looked around and saw a fascinating energy fluctuation all around them. Suddenly, an old man with white hair and deep eyes appeared in front of them. The old man was wearing a gorgeous robe and holding an antique yet exquisite cane. Young man. The old man's voice was deep and powerful. You have traveled through this chaotic space and time and successfully found me. Who are you? Yijichi asked vigilantly. The old man smiled and replied. I am the only person in this time and space who can help you leave, but before you leave, you must answer a time and space puzzle for me. Yi Zhiqi looked at the old man seriously, his heart full of determination. Excuse me, old senior, what is this puzzle? I will try my best to answer it. The old man nodded, and as he waved his cane, a space-time pattern appeared in the air. It was a vortex-shaped maze, and the space-time around it was constantly changing. You only have 3 minutes. The old man said solemnly. Excuse me, there are 2 exits in this maze. One leads back to the past, and the other leads to the door to the future. You must choose one and give a reasonable reason for your choice. Yi Zhiqi frowned tightly, thinking about how to solve this time and space puzzle. He knew not to rush things, and had to proceed cautiously with every step. Seeing Yi Zhiqi thinking seriously, Yi Bingbing said to him softly, We believe that you can find the correct answer. No matter which exit you choose, as long as we believe in ourselves, we will be able to get out of this chaotic time and space. Yi Zhiqi smiled slightly after hearing this, and felt Yi Bingbing's unwavering support and trust. Time passed, and 2 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Zhiqi looked up at the old man and said firmly, I choose to walk towards the door of the future, because no matter how full of memories the past is, only by facing the unknown can we continue to grow and progress. Chapter 157, Inner Demon. The old man nodded and smiled with satisfaction. Young man, your answer is very good. You have passed this time and space puzzle. Yi Zhiqi stared at the old man, making sure that his answer was correct. He said confidently, Thank you for your recognition, old predecessor. I choose the door of the future, because only by bravely facing the unknown can we create a better future. The old man's gaze stayed on Yi Zhiqi for a moment, then nodded. Young man, your choice is very wise. Believe in yourself, and you will always be on the right path. As he spoke, he raised his right hand and drew a strange symbol in the air. Suddenly, a time and space stone shining with bright light appeared in front of Yi Zhiqi. This crystal-clear gem is suspended in midair, releasing a powerful and mysterious force. Yi Zhiqi reached out and touched the stone of time and space, and immediately felt a surge of warmth and strength flowing into his body. He could feel that this time-space stone possessed extraordinary power and ability. Yi Zhiqi carefully put the time-space stone into his backpack and walked towards Yi Bingbing with joy. A hint of excitement appeared on his originally calm face. Seeing Yi Zhiqi approaching with joy, Yi Bingbing immediately smiled encouragingly. Congratulations, brother. I didn't expect that you would get such an important time and space stone in this assessment. She expressed her heartfelt congratulations to Yi Zhiqi on his achievement. Yi Zhiqi raised his fist with pride and high-fived Yi Bingbing to celebrate this important breakthrough. Yes, this is a rare opportunity. With this time-space stone, we can speed up the development of our territory. Whether it's building a base or manufacturing resources, it can be done faster. Hearing his senior brother introducing the functions of the time and space stone so excitedly, Yi Bingbing couldn't help but show anticipation and excitement on her face. Great! We finally have the opportunity to take our territory construction to a higher level. The future is really exciting. After Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing took a short rest in the area of chaotic time and space, a beam of light lit up, and Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing were teleported to the final level in a room. As soon as they entered the room, they felt a strong, mysterious atmosphere. The walls were engraved with ancient runes, reflecting the faint light. This place looks very unusual. Yi Bingbing looked around cautiously, her eyes fixed on the mysterious runes on the wall. Yes, these runes seem to have endless power. Yi Zhiqi also stared at the runes on the wall and felt an inexplicable attraction. At this moment, a deep and majestic voice suddenly came from the room. Welcome to the final test. Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing looked at each other. They were both a little uneasy, but they did not back down. We are here to pass the test. Yi Zhiqi answered resolutely. The atmosphere in the room became more and more solemn. Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing stared at the front, ready to meet the upcoming challenge. Suddenly, a powerful dark energy emerged from the wall and formed 2 ghostly figures. Yi Zhiqi saw his inner demon transformed into a hideous and powerful monster. It has fiery red eyes and exudes a black aura. Yi Zhiqi felt endless fear and pain rising from the bottom of his heart, but he did not back down. He clenched his fists tightly and stared at the inner demon firmly. Yi Bingbing closed her eyes, and the courage deep in her heart gathered in her body. She thought of all the difficulties and hardships she had experienced, and at this critical moment, she had to use persistence and courage to face her inner demons. Do you think you can defeat me? I am your deepest fear and pain. The inner demon said mockingly. his voice full of sarcasm and cruelty. Yijichi did not answer. He was silently thinking about how to defeat his inner demon. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. He thought of his Black Knight Mecha. This powerful weapon would be the key to defeating his inner demons. Black Knight Mech, I need you, Yijichi murmured in a low voice. In a burst of strong light, the Black Knight Mecha appeared beside Yijichi. It is tall and majestic, exuding a metallic luster. Yijichi entered the mecha without hesitation and felt the fusion of power and strength. Fear and pain are only temporary obstacles, Yijichi said to himself. I must overcome this obstacle before I can move forward. At this moment, the Black Knight Mecha stomped the ground with its iron boots, making a loud roar. It raised its hands high and released a powerful energy ray towards the inner demon. At the same time, Yi Bingbing suppressed the fear and pain in her heart, and she concentrated her strength with her eyes closed. She felt a powerful energy burst out from her body, forming a huge ice wall. The inner demon was surrounded by the Black Knight Mech and the ice wall, but it did not retreat. It laughed at Yijichi and Yi Bingbing's efforts. Although you are powerful, you can't defeat me. Yijichi responded unwaveringly. We will prove to you that we cannot be defeated. The Black Knight Mecha continuously released energy rays, each of which hit the inner demon's body. The inner demon's aura was getting weaker and weaker, but it was still struggling. Yi Bingbing also injected the energy she had gathered into the ice wall. The wall became stronger and stronger, trapping the inner demon tightly inside. Finally, under the combined attack of the Black Knight Mecha and the ice wall, the inner demon completely disappeared, and peace returned to the room. Yijichi walked out of the mecha. He looked at Yi Bingbing and said gratefully, Thank you for always being by my side and helping me defeat my inner demons. Yi Bingbing smiled and shook her head. This is a battle we fight together, and it is natural to help each other. After passing the level, Yijichi and Yi Bingbing stood in the middle of the room, revealing a hint of fatigue and excitement in their eyes. Their eyes fell on a pair of hard earrings, a reward for their successful victory over their inner demons, which are said to help them better understand and deal with their inner selves. Yijichi picked up one of the earrings and looked at it carefully. It emits a soft glow, giving people a sense of tranquility and calm. He frowned. What is this earring used for? It seems to be of no use. Yi Bingbing took the other earring with a smile. She could feel the warmth and strength emanating from it. Perhaps this earring can help us better understand our inner voice, she said firmly. After listening to this, Yijichi smiled bitterly and said, Hey, since you are interested, I'll give it to you. He handed the earrings in his hand to Yi Bingbing. Chapter 158 The Power of the Temple. Yi Bingbing happily took the earrings and thanked him. Thank you, senior brother. Looking at Yi Bingbing's smile, Yijichi felt a warm feeling in his heart. He clenched his fists and looked into his heart again. This process no longer made him feel fear and pain, but brought him strength and courage. Yi Bingbing carefully put the earrings on her ears and immediately felt the energy contained in them. She closed her eyes and lost herself in the sound deep inside her. Who are you? Why are you afraid of me? She asked herself. A soft and warm voice came from the earrings. I am your inner voice. When you face difficulties and challenges, I will guide you to find solutions to the problems. Yi Bingbing blinked her eyes and said with emotion, It turns out that there is such a force that has always been with me. Yes, we all have it. Yijichi also interjected. No matter what kind of difficulties we encounter, we can rely on the courage and strength deep in our hearts. The two of them exchanged glances, as if they had reached a tacit consensus. At this moment, the soul earrings floating in the center of the room emitted an even brighter light, as if celebrating Yijichi and Yi Bingbing's breakthrough. Yijichi and Yi Bingbing were standing in the center of the room celebrating, when suddenly a scroll fell from the sky. The scroll fell to the ground and unfolded gently, revealing an ancient and mysterious pattern. Is this a new reward? A hint of excitement flashed in Yijichi's eyes. He knew that this scroll might be a guide for their next step. Yijichi strode towards the scroll and stopped in front of it. Watching the scene on the scroll intently, I gradually understood the true appearance of the temple. It turns out that this is a place where ancient powerful men practiced. Yijichi whispered to himself. It is called the Broken Land. He carefully examined every detail on the scroll. The picture shows a thriving city with soaring towers and busy people. But around the city, there is bottomless darkness and bloodshed. It seems that this place is not just about fighting and training. Yijichi frowned. It also hides some unknown secrets. He knew that there was a large amount of Lord energy hidden here, which was exactly what he needed. A determination rose in Yijichi's heart. He wanted to figure out everything here and master this energy so that he could better deal with the next challenges. Brother, what did you see? Yi Bingbing walked to Yi Zhiqi and asked curiously. Yi Zhiqi raised his head and replied with a smile. This is the secret of the temple. In this broken land, there is a source of power hidden. If we can master it, we can go further. Yi Bingbing stared at the scene on the scroll closely, and she also felt the powerful energy of the Lord. She clenched her fists. I believe we can succeed. We will always be together. Yi Zhiqi patted Yi Bingbing's shoulder gently. No matter what difficulties we encounter, we can rely on each other. The two of them exchanged glances, as if they had reached a tacit consensus. Just as they were about to leave the room, the scroll instantly turned into dust and disappeared into the air. The light in the room gradually dimmed. Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing walked out of the room. Just as Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing left the room, in a mountain not far from them, Su Chong and others were discussing how to find Yi Zhiqi. I've sent people to look around, but there's no news. Su Chong said in a deep voice, this broken land is too vast. How can we find them? Just as they were discussing anxiously, suddenly their attention was attracted by a huge beam of light in the distance. The beam of light towered into the clouds, emitting a dazzling white light. It was particularly eye-catching in the darkness and exuded a mysterious atmosphere. Look! A sturdy and powerful man pointed at the beam of light rising into the sky and shouted, what is that? Su Chong and others gathered together, staring at the towering column of light, with expressions of confusion and curiosity on their faces. Such a shockingly powerful energy fluctuation was undoubtedly caused by Yi Zhiqi. This power, could it be Yi Zhiqi's? Su Chong said hesitantly. It should be him. Xiao Yu, a slender woman, bit her lips tightly. Only he can trigger such a huge energy fluctuation. We must hurry over and see what's going on, a young man with sharp eyes said anxiously. As a result, Su Chong and others quickly approached the direction of the light column. As soon as Su Chong said this, the others immediately realized that Yi Zhiqi might be hiding behind the light column. Tension and anxiety suddenly enveloped the team. They hurriedly packed their luggage and prepared to embark on the journey towards the direction of the light column. Their steps were hurried and firm as they crossed the dense jungle. The power fluctuations became more and more violent, as if telling an amazing story. Yi Bingbing clenched her fists, her eyes revealing her concern for the safety of her senior brother Yi Zhiqi. Xiao Yu prayed silently that he could find them as soon as possible. Suddenly, a dazzling white light appeared among the dense woods ahead. That's where the light column is. Su Chong stopped, turned around and shouted to his companions behind him. Everyone hurry up. We can see the truth after we pass this forest. The group quickened their pace, heading towards their goal almost recklessly. Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing returned to the outside of the temple, and the scene before them was unbelievable to them. The divine power emanating from the temple completely eliminated the toxins on Yi Bingbing's arm, and her arm slowly regained its smooth skin without any trace left. Yi Bingbing was stunned and touched her arm in disbelief. She felt the soft and tender touch and couldn't help revealing an expression of joy and surprise. She turned to look at Yi Zhiqi, gratitude flashing in her eyes. Senior brother, is this the power of the temple? Yi Bingbing asked excitedly. Yi Zhiqi smiled and nodded. Yes, this is the power of the temple. It can dispel all evil. He knew that he needed to give his junior sister a satisfactory explanation. After all, human society always had doubts and confusion about supernatural phenomena. Feeling her senior brother's calm and composed attitude, Yi Bingbing felt relieved. At this moment, she felt that she was really lucky to have her senior brother by her side. No matter what kind of danger she encountered, she would be rescued in time. Yi Zhiqi was about to sit down when Yi Bingbing's voice came over. Brother, what do you think that is? Turn around and pass by. Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing were both stunned. They stared at the center of the temple in amazement. Chapter 159, Su Chong arrives. There was a huge crack there. The cracks grew larger and larger, making crackling sounds, and strong energy fluctuations came from them, as if they were going to swallow up the entire temple. What's going on? Yi Bingbing asked in a low voice. Yi Zhiqi frowned, took a deep breath, and used reason to suppress his panic. Obviously, this is caused by an abnormal energy fluctuation. It seems that the help we just received did not restore peace to the temple. Yi Bingbing watched the crack grow bigger and bigger, and a trace of fear rose in her heart. She turned her head and looked at Yi Zhiqi. Brother, who do you think is behind this? Why did this change happen? Yi Zhiqi stared at the crack with a frown. I'm not sure who is manipulating this power, but I can feel that it is unusual. We must find out the reason as soon as possible and take action. After he finished speaking, he turned around and decided to walk into the temple, with Yi Bingbing following behind him. The two carefully walked through the rubble around the crack, making a creaking sound under their feet. Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing carefully walked through the rubble around the crack, and they discovered the dark creatures attracted by the power of the temple. Just as they were about to take action, a familiar figure appeared in their sight. That was their old friend Su Chong, a brave man who could summon thick-skinned prehistoric giant lizards and Tyrannosaurus rex. Su Chong was wearing a heavy suit of armor and holding a huge battle axe. He stood majestically in front of the dark creatures, like a fearless and inviolable warrior. He is the most powerful person in Qingting sect and the one who dares most to face the dark forces. Su Chong, why are you here? Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing looked at him in surprise. They knew that with Su Chong's help, they would be able to face these dark creatures more calmly. Su Chong walked up to Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing with a smile and said, "Are you okay? I just happened to be passing by here and saw some unusual changes in the temple, so I came over to take a look. It is obvious that these dark creatures are different from those we faced before," Yi Bingbing said, biting her lips tightly. Su Chong frowned and stared at the dark creatures. Yes, these dark creatures exude a cold aura, which is stronger than before. We must be careful and not take it lightly. Yi Zhiqi nodded firmly. You are right, Su Chong. With you by our side, we can fight them more calmly. Su Chong smiled and patted Yi Zhiqi on the shoulder. Don't worry, brother, I will fully support you. With the three of them united in their determination, they set out to fight the dark creatures. Yi Zhiqi summoned his Black Knight Mecha and started a fierce battle with the dark creatures. He dodged the attacks of the dark creatures and slashed at them with the blade in the mecha's hands. Yi Bingbing mobilized the spiritual energy in her body and transformed into a lightning-like figure, flashing through the air. She uses the power of wind to create a whirlwind of energy around the dark creatures, binding them. Su Chong strode towards the dark creature with big strides, and every time he swung his battle axe, he was able to cut off the dark creature's body. He waved his battle axe in the darkness like an inviolable god of war. The three of them cooperated very well. They worked closely together to eliminate the dark creatures one by one. They have a sense of mission and responsibility running through their bodies, and they stand firmly at the forefront to protect the people and things they cherish. After a hard battle, the dark creatures were finally defeated. Yi Zhiqi, Yi Bingbing, and Su Chong were sweating and panting, and they took a breath on the battlefield. Su Chong, do you know how to get the spiritual power in this crack? Yi Zhiqi looked at Su Chong. Su Chong put down the battle axe in his hand, and wisdom flashed in his eyes. He said to Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing with a focused look, I am looking for a mysterious beast spirit in this secret realm. Only by finding it can we obtain the infinite spiritual power contained in the crack. After hearing Su Chong's words, Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing both showed confused expressions. They knew that this task was not easy to accomplish, but in order to obtain the spiritual power in the cracks, they had to work hard to find this beast spirit. Senior brother Su, can you tell us more information about this beast spirit? Yi Zhiqi asked. After thinking for a moment, Su Chong replied, According to my research, this beast spirit is called the soul-splitting beast. It possesses extremely precious and powerful soul power and is an excellent resource for practitioners to improve their strength. Yi Bingbing frowned slightly. Then this kind of soul-splitting beast should be hard to find in the secret realm, right? Su Chong nodded. Yes, soul-splitting beasts will not appear on their own initiative. They often hide in dangerous places, and their soul power allows them to quickly sense any potential threats. Yi Zhiqi thought about it. He knew that this mission was not easy, but his heart was burning with desire for power. We must find the soul-splitting beasts and obtain their soul power. Only in this way can we be more powerful in facing the dark forces. Yi Bingbing looked at Yi Zhiqi's determined eyes. She knew she couldn't back down. Yes, we must not give up. In order to protect this continent and the people and things we cherish, we must do our best. Su Chong looked at the two of them with a smile. You are right. Although the mission is difficult, as long as you work together, I believe we will be able to find the soul-splitting beast. While the three were discussing, the dark creatures emerged again. Su Chong stood in front of Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing, and a huge Tyrannosaurus rex appeared out of thin air beside him. The Tyrannosaurus rex stood like a giant, the black scales on its body glowing slightly, as if it were the embodiment of darkness. The dragon roared, making a powerful and terrifying sound, causing the surrounding dark creatures to take a step back. Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing widened their eyes in surprise. They never expected that Su Chong could actually summon such a huge Tyrannosaurus rex. Su Chong turned his head and looked at Yi Zhiqi with a proud and complacent smile. He knew that he had chosen the right path, and that there was endless power hidden in this secret realm. "This is the latest Tyrannosaurus Rex I summoned," Su Chong said proudly. "Although it cannot completely drive away all the dark creatures, it can at least open up a path for us." He pointed to a place in the distance filled with shadows and dark creatures. Yi Zhiqi nodded gratefully to express his thanks. He understood deeply that everything Su Chong did for them was not easy. They could not let down their guard for a moment in this secret place full of dark forces. At this moment, footsteps were heard from behind. Chapter 160 Dark Creatures. "Brother Su, why are you running so fast?" Luo Tianyi's tall, icy figure was flashing a faint blue light in the darkness. He held a huge ice hammer in his hand and looked at Su Chong with a firm and cold expression on his face. Electric light flashed all over Jiang Wen's body. He raised his hands, and the Thunderbird turned into a blue electric current, drawing an arc in the air. Wanner leads a group of cute moon rabbits with round moon rune patterns on their backs. As Luo Tianyi, Jiang Wen, and Wanner quickly rushed to Su Chong and Yi Zhiqi, they stood in a circle tacitly, conveying trust and cooperation to each other through their eyes. "Yi Zhiqi, we are here," Luo Tianyi said lightly. He emitted a chilling aura that suppressed the dark creatures around him. Jiang Wen stared at the dark area in front of him and sneered. "These dark creatures are too weak." Then he raised his palm, and a vortex-like rotating thundercloud formed in the air. Wanner jumped up lightly, and the staff in her hand released soft moonlight, illuminating the surroundings. Her moon rabbits surrounded her, guarding her carefully. Yi Zhiqi looked at these companions who suddenly appeared, his heart filled with gratitude. He knew that in this secret realm filled with dark forces, it would be almost impossible to complete the mission alone. "Thank you for coming. Let's defeat these dark creatures together," Yi Zhiqi shouted without flinching. Luo Tian waved the ice hammer in his hand, and a cold breath came out from the hammer. The ice giant and the ice dragon appeared at his call and quickly attacked the dark creatures. In an instant, huge ice claws and ice fangs cut through the darkness, smashing several dark creatures to pieces. Jiang Wen aimed at the frozen dark creature and released dazzling lightning that drew an arc in the air, crushing the frozen dark creature into powder. Lightning's speed and powerful strength allowed Jiang Wen to remain calm. Wanner frowned slightly and pointed with her finger. The moon rabbits quickly dispersed and hovered around their teammates with healing power and recovery energy. Yi Zhiqi felt the healing power of the moon rabbits, as warm as the rising sun, and his wounds healed instantly. Luo Tianyi, Jiang Wen, and Wanner cooperated tacitly. They could understand each other's intentions without words. Luo Tianyi wielded his ice hammer, Jiang Wen released lightning, and the moon rabbits were busy healing and accelerating their teammates. They completed their tasks smoothly and in coordination with each other. Yi Zhiqi felt the power surging in his body. He rushed towards the dark creature without flinching, and a Black Knight mecha suddenly appeared in his hand, emitting a strong dark aura. The Black Knight mech's guns began to roar, flames gushed out, and completely wiped out the dark creatures. Yi Zhiqi drove the mecha flexibly, jumping and shuttling on the battlefield, and every attack was deadly. All of a sudden, the dark creatures counterattacked fiercely, and hundreds of shadows pounced on Yi Zhiqi. Luo Tianyi quickly swung the ice hammer, releasing cold energy to protect Yi Zhiqi. Jiang Wen stared at the enemy as thunderclouds roared and arcs of lightning crisscrossed in the air. Moonlight bloomed from Wanner's fingertips, forming a faint protective shield around her teammates. The eyes of the Black Knight mecha shone with a determined light. Yi Zhiqi drove the mecha to kill every dark creature. The threat he brought frightened the dark forces. Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing struggled to cross a broken battlefield. The remaining dark creatures around them had been wiped out by Luo Tianyi, Jiang Wen, and Wanner. The air was filled with the smell of blood and burning, and the debris left after the battle was everywhere. The two finally arrived at the edge of the crack, which was the source of the dark force. A powerful and strange energy fluctuation emanated from the crack, as if tempting Yi Zhiqi. "This is what we are fighting for." Yi Zhiqi stared at the crack, his eyes revealing determination and resoluteness. Yi Bingbing said softly, "Brother, I will also accompany you into this unknown." Her voice was full of determination and courage. Yi Zhiqi nodded slightly and looked at the huge crack in front of him. He took a deep breath and clenched his teeth quietly. Suddenly, a low and fierce voice came from the crack. "Finally, poor Yi Zhiqi, do you think you can stop us? Your strength is just a speck of dust in the dust." Yi Zhiqi raised his head and stared at the crack where the voice came from. "No matter who you are, I will fight to the end." His eyes were firm, and there was no fear on his face. Suddenly, dark creatures emerged from the cracks. They rushed towards Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing like a tide. Yi Zhiqi quickly mobilized the strength in his body, and the Black Knight mech appeared behind him. He gripped the control stick of the Black Knight mecha tightly and walked forward step by step. Yi Bingbing also released her own power, gathering a ball of brilliant green vine energy around her. The green vines tangled together to form a huge grid, which firmly bound the dark creatures before they pounced. "Junior sister, we have to cross over quickly," Yi Zhiqi shouted. However, when Yi Zhiqi was about to contact the spiritual power in the crack, a huge demon-like creature crawled out of the crack. This was the most powerful enemy they had encountered in the Broken Lands. The giant creature has a rough and crusty appearance, and it exudes a dark energy that makes people feel scared. Its eyes glowed red, like two devilish flames. It has countless sharp tentacles on its body, which tremble with the rhythm of its breathing. The teammates stepped back in panic, each drawing their weapons to prepare for this sudden challenge. Yi Zhiqi stood in front of the team, facing this devilish giant calmly. He felt a powerful force surging within him, as if it had been given to him to deal with this enemy. "Don't panic," Yi Zhiqi shouted. "We have overcome so many difficulties. We will not be defeated by such a guy." Zhang Wen and Luo Tianyi immediately came to their senses and cast firm glances at Yi Zhiqi. Wanner nodded silently with a firm expression. They knew that only by fighting this giant creature to the end could they open the way to the source of the dark forces. Yi Bingbing tightly grasped the green vine staff in her hand. She knew this was her chance to grow and become stronger. She gathered more of the green vine energy, preparing to unleash an attack more powerful than ever before. The huge creature rushed towards them, emitting a terrible and foul smell. The team took a few steps back, drawing their weapons and preparing to fight. Yi Zhiqi did not move. He stared at the terrifying and huge enemy in front of him. Suddenly, a strong light shot out from behind him. Chapter 161 Little Devil. The Black Knight mecha shone with metallic luster in the darkness. Black Knight mech. With a low shout, Yi Zhiqi jumped onto the mech. He stood firmly in the control cabin. The mecha released a low mechanical sound, and huge energy waves rippled around. Yi Zhiqi gripped the control stick tightly, and the Black Knight mecha headed straight towards the devilish giant. "Yi Zhiqi, be careful," Luo Tianyi hurriedly reminded loudly. The giant stretched out its tentacles, trying to grab the Black Knight mecha. Yi Zhiqi raised the corners of his mouth slightly and sneered. He aimed at the giant's tentacles and swung the giant's sword in the hand of the Black Knight mech. The sword flashed, and the tentacles were cut off. A dark aura gushed out from the fracture, but was quickly suppressed by the energy beam released by the Black Knight mecha. Seeing this, Yi Bingbing immediately launched her most powerful attack. The green vine energy formed slender and sharp thorns, which instantly penetrated the hard shell of the giant in the air. The giant let out a deafening roar and waved its broken tentacles towards Yi Bingbing. Yi Zhiqi quickly activated the Black Knight mech to block the tentacle attack. Teammates rushed forward and launched a fierce attack. They surrounded the giant and continuously used various powerful skills and spells. The battle was extremely fierce, and the air around them was filled with sparks and fluctuating energy. Yi Zhiqi was concentrating on driving the Black Knight mech, following the other teammates to attack the giant. Yi Zhiqi leaped forward, like a nimble cheetah, and avoided the tentacle attack of the giant creature. He held the sword blade in his hand and swung it, creating a wave of energy that instantly cut through the air. The teammates used their own special skills one after another, releasing powerful elemental energy, trying their best to prevent the giant from approaching. Yi Bingbing raised the green vine staff in her hand above her head, and the green vine energy burst out from the staff and condensed into countless vines in the air. These vines were like sharp sword blades, forming a huge and gorgeous wreath in the air. She waved her staff without hesitation, and the vines rushed towards the giant as quickly as flowers scattered by a fairy. Each thorn carried destructive force, leaving deep wounds after penetrating the hard shell. Zhang Wen used the wind magic he mastered to cause a strong storm in the air. This extremely violent storm, carrying countless sharp wind blades, attacked the giant like locusts. The wind blades cut through the giant's hard shell, causing serious damage. Luo Tianyi was wrapped in a layer of armor with lightning power. He moved lightly, drawing arcs of lightning around the giant. Each bolt of lightning carried powerful energy and caused severe damage when it hit the giant. During the battle, Yi Zhiqi kept sending signals to his teammates to cooperate with their attacks. He looked intently, always keeping an eye on the giant's ever-changing attack patterns and reacting quickly. Yi Zhiqi suddenly saw the giant twisting his body and suddenly pounced towards him. He calmly dodged the tentacle by moving sideways, while swinging the sword in the Black Knight mech's hand to chop it down. The sword light cut through the air sharply, leaving a trail of afterimage in the air. The powerful energy beam released by the Black Knight mecha suppressed the power of the giant to the point that he was almost unable to move. Teammates took the opportunity to launch attacks, targeting the giant's weak points. They cooperated closely, combining offense and defense, trying to completely defeat the giant. The battle was extremely fierce, with constant bursts of fire and elemental energy interweaving together. At the same time, the figure of the Black Knight mecha flashed with metallic luster, galloping freely on the battlefield. On the other side, Dr. Agasa and Kin Motoko rushed to the scene, and the scene before them made them gasp. Yi Zhiqi and others were trapped by a group of demons and could not break free. The demon's power is strong and evil, exuding a suffocating dark atmosphere. Dr. Agasa wore thick glasses and studied the equipment in his hands intently. He carefully observed the energy fluctuations released by the demons and silently calculated the solution in his mind. Jian Yuanzi was wearing a black tight-fitting suit and holding a sword that was flashing with cold light. His eyes were determined, and he waited attentively for Dr. Agasa's orders. "Qin Yuanzi, are you ready?" asked Dr. Agasa. "We can attack at any time." Jian Yuanzi answered without hesitation. Dr. Agasa nodded and began to operate the equipment. Through complex calculations and analysis, he built an efficient robot for himself. The robot looks huge and majestic, with black metal armor, exuding a cold aura. It is covered with various advanced weapons and can easily deal with various dangerous situations. "The robot is ready," Dr. Agasa said excitedly. Jian Yuanzi stepped forward quickly and jumped lightly onto the robot's shoulder. She gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, her eyes sparkling. The robot began to crawl, slowly moving towards the direction where Yi Zhiqi and others were. The demons sensed the unusual presence and turned their heads. They stared at Dr. Agasa and Kin Motoko with hostility. Two uninvited guests. "Do you want to stop us too?" a demon sneered. Dr. Agasa looked at them firmly, then pressed a button on the robot. The robot immediately attacked, releasing blazing flames and extremely sharp blades. Jian Yuanzi jumped up nimbly, turned into a black shadow in the air, and then killed a demon accurately. She is highly skilled in sword dancing, and every strike is precise and deadly. The robot and Jian Yuanzi cooperated tacitly, without any unnecessary movements. They quickly completed their respective tasks, and then approached Yi Zhiqi and others. Yi Zhiqi felt extremely relieved when he saw Dr. Agasa and Jian Yuanzi coming. He gripped the sword in the Black Knight mech's hand tightly, ready to launch another fatal blow. "Yi Zhiqi, we are here to help you," Dr. Agasa shouted loudly. "Thank you," Yi Zhiqi responded confidently. He and the Black Knight mecha worked in perfect harmony and launched another fierce attack on the demons. Flames, electricity, and violent storms once again ravaged the battlefield, and hot energy exploded in the air. Sword lights and flames intertwined, leaving a beautiful and terrifying scene in the air. Dr. Agasa and Jian Yuanzi followed the robots, shuttling back and forth on the battlefield. They fought a fierce battle with the demons, sometimes retreating and sometimes attacking, trying to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Jian Yuanzi's sword dance skills are superb, and every strike is precise and deadly. Her figure nimbly shuttled through the air, with swords and sabers flashing and shadows interlaced, killing the demons one by one. Her sword formation gradually expanded, from a small circle to a huge and extremely powerful sword and shield. Chapter 162 Victory over the Devil. Yi Zhiqi held the sword tightly in his hand, and the Black Knight mecha swung the blade with great power. The whole battlefield seemed to be controlled by the momentum of the sword. The demons were stunned. They couldn't believe what they saw. The Black Knight mecha's fierce attack was like lightning, shuttling through the enemy group, and every slash brought a strong energy wave. The demons were beaten to pieces by him, unable to organize an effective counterattack. Every swing made the enemy feel the threat of death. Yi Bingbing was stunned when she saw this scene. She didn't expect Yi Zhiqi to have such a strong power. She stared at the tall, mighty, and heroic figure in the distance, and she admired her senior brother even more in her heart. On the battlefield, Jian Yuanzi and Yi Zhiqi had perfect tacit understanding. Jian Yuanzi provided support in between Yi Zhiqi's attacks, protecting him from the enemy. The two were like a whole, and were very coordinated in both attack and defense. "Yi Zhiqi, this fighting style is so shocking," Jian Yuanzi shouted. Yi Zhiqi responded by giving her a smile. Their voices echoed on the battlefield, and their momentum gradually grew. Luo Tianyi, Su Chong, Jiang Wen, and Warner also joined the battle. Luo Tianyi summoned the huge meat shield ice giant and ice dragon to freeze the dark creatures into ice sculptures. Su Chong summoned the prehistoric giant lizard and Tyrannosaurus Rex to cooperate with the Black Knight Mecha to attack the demons. Jiang Wen released the lightning thunderbird to roast the dark creatures. In this battle, the protagonists showed their strength without showing any weakness. They cooperated well, and every move was just right. The demons' proud faces gradually became distorted, and they finally realized that these people were not to be underestimated. They wanted to fight back, but they couldn't find any chance. Yi Zhiqi stared at the demon in front of him, and a sense of determination came into his heart. He rushed over, and the Black Knight Mecha instantly approached the demon leader under his control. He swung his sword, and the energy contained in the blade swept towards the demon leader like a huge wave. The demon leader was shocked by this powerful force and could hardly resist. In the end, he was defeated by Yi Zhiqi's sword and turned into nothing. The entire battle was declared over, and the Dark Rule was about to disappear from this world. Yi Zhiqi felt a strong sense of accomplishment and joy of victory surge in his heart. Yi Zhiqi, Luo Tianyi shouted to him excitedly. You are so amazing. Su Chong also came over and looked at Yi Zhiqi deeply. You are worthy of being the most powerful person in our team. You were so handsome just now. Jiang Wen also smiled and said, I didn't expect you to have so much hidden strength. It's really surprising. At this time, the demon corpses next to him turned into beads, and all the beads gathered together to become a more dazzling bead. The bead radiates a dazzling light, like the stars in the night sky. Its surface is as smooth as jade, emitting a mysterious power fluctuation. The air around it seems to calm down, as if one can sense a strange and vast breath when approaching this bead. Yi Zhiqi and others gathered together, their eyes focused on the bead. They were all attracted by its beauty and mystery, and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Dr. Agasa observed the bead attentively, with surprise and excitement on his face. This bead is the legendary dream bead that can strengthen the territory, Dr. Agasa said excitedly. After hearing what Dr. Agasa said, everyone became even more excited. They realized that the value of this bead was extraordinary. Yi Bingbing moved closer and observed the beads carefully. She reached out carefully to touch them, but Yi Zhiqi grabbed her arm. Be careful, this bead may not be simple, Yi Zhiqi warned in a low voice. Yi Bingbing nodded, realizing that her actions just now were a bit impulsive. Luo Tian left Yi Zhiqi in the blink of an eye and stared at the spirit bead. He reached out and touched the surface of the bead, slightly feeling the mysterious power contained in it. Is this the dream orb? Luo Tianyi asked excitedly. Dr. Agasa nodded and said with joy, That's right. We finally found the legendary dream orb. This orb can strengthen our territory and make us stronger. Su Chong carefully observed the bead. His beast spirit instinct told him that this bead might have special meaning to them. He stretched out his palm, and a ball of pure energy slowly condensed in his palm. It seems that this gem will bring us more surprises, Su Chong said with a smile. Jiang Wen stared at the orb intently. He could feel the lightning energy contained in it. Warner moved closer and gently stroked the bead. She could feel the healing energy emanating from the mysterious power. Yi Zhiqi carefully picked up the dream orb and felt the mysterious power contained in it. The faint light on the surface of the bead attracted him, and he gently stroked the bead, feeling the energy flowing in it. Dr. Agasa looked at Yi Zhiqi with concern and reminded him, Be careful and be cautious. We don't know enough about this dream orb, so we must not take it lightly. Yi Zhiqi nodded to show that he understood and carefully placed the dream orb into a special box. This box was carefully designed by Dr. Agasa, and it has the function of isolating energy fluctuations to prevent the power of the dream orb from leaking out. After putting it in the box, the light suddenly became much weaker. At this moment, a distorted space-time gate suddenly appeared in the void. A strong breath emanated from the gate, making everyone feel a little scared. What's going on? Su Chong asked in surprise. Luo Tianyi stared at the time-space gate and said solemnly, This time-space gate does not seem to belong to our world. It should be from another space. Jiang Wen frowned, staring at the space-time gate. He could sense the danger hidden in it. He said, This space-time gate exudes a dark aura. We must be careful. Warner quickly took out a sheepskin scroll and began to recite the spell in it. A light golden light emanated from her body, forming a light shield that surrounded everyone. Yi Zhiqi felt the energy released by Warner and placed the dream orb in the light shield with peace of mind. He carefully observed the door of time and space. The door of time and space gradually expanded, attracting the attention of Yi Zhiqi and others. The door slowly opened, revealing a mysterious and blurred scene. The surrounding scenery seemed to become blurred, as if they were in a completely different world. Strong energy fluctuations surged in the air, making everyone feel excited. Chapter 163, Rootless Land. Jian Yuanzi was beside Yi Zhiqi, looking at him with concern, and said, "Are you ready? The danger we face when we enter the gate of time and space this time may be even greater." Yi Zhiqi clenched his fists and nodded firmly. He was already ready for the new challenge. "Don't worry," he said. "I will be careful and cautious." Jian Yuanzi smiled and nodded, then turned to the others. "Are you ready? We are about to enter an unknown world," she asked. Su Chong stroked the beast spirit tattoo on his arm and said with a firm look in his eyes, "My ancient giant lizard spirit and I have always been pursuing more powerful power. This opportunity cannot be missed." Luo Tianyi exudes the breath of ice and snow. "I am a member of the Ice and Snow royal family. No matter what danger it is, I will face it." Jiang Wen waved the Thunderbird staff in his hand. "The sons of lightning never fear the forces of darkness. I will definitely burn them to ashes." Wanner gently patted the Moon Rabbit staff in her hand. Everyone nodded in unison, their hearts filled with anticipation and curiosity, ready to enter the gate of time and space together. Jian Yuanzi reminded Yi Zhiqi again to keep the dream orb. "Don't drop this orb casually," she said solemnly. Yi Zhiqi nodded, took a deep breath, and looked at everyone with a firm look. "Let's go in together," he said. Everyone gathered in front of the door of time and space, staring at the mysterious world gradually unfolding before their eyes. The door exuded a faint light, and when it was fully opened, it seemed to swallow up everything around it. The world revealed by the time-space gate is like a colorful painting with dazzling colors. There are countless islands of different sizes floating in the sky, and each island is inhabited by unique and fantastic creatures. Below the island was a vast expanse of ocean, the surface of the water sparkling, giant sea lilies dancing on the surface of the water, and in the distance there were towering mountains, the tops of which were covered with falling snow. The focus is on describing and depicting this mysterious and tempting scene, making people feel as if they are in a wonderland completely different from the ordinary world. Everyone was looking at this beautiful and mysterious painting in front of them, and they were very excited. Yi Zhiqi took a deep breath and took the first step without hesitation. Following his footsteps, others followed. Jian Yuanzi, Dr. A. Li, Yi Bingbing, Jiang Wen, Su Chong, Luo Tianyi, and Wanner stepped out of the door of time and space one after another, and their bodies instantly disappeared into a strange world full of unknowns. When everyone passed through the time-space gate, their vision suddenly changed. Suddenly, the view in front of them became clear, and they were on a broad plain. The surrounding scenery was full of magical atmosphere, beautiful and mysterious. There were a few white clouds floating in the sky, as if they were made of fine embroidery, floating leisurely above the blue sky. The breeze gently caressed everyone's faces, bringing a hint of fresh and pleasant fragrance. Then, strange forests appeared on the plain. These trees seemed to be carved from colored crystals, and their leaves sparkled with colorful light, emitting charming colors in the sun. The lush green grass seemed to have been carefully laid out, and it seemed as if every blade of grass was shining with a faint golden light. The earth exuded a strange and diffuse feeling, as if hypnotic and calming. Yi Zhiqi and the others looked at each other with anticipation and excitement. Yi Zhiqi walked in front, feeling the power contained in this mysterious continent, and his heart was filled with the desire to explore. He turned and looked at his companions behind him. Yi Bingbing couldn't help but look around curiously. She had never seen such a vast plain. The scene before her was like a gorgeous dream, which filled her heart with amazement. Large expanses of green bloomed on the plain, like a huge painting unfolding before them. The trees were tall and dense, and the leaves exuded colorful light, sparkling like gems in the sun. The breeze blew over, bringing with it the faint fragrance of flowers on the grass, making people feel relaxed and happy. The sky was blue and wide, with a few white clouds floating lightly in it. The clouds had different shapes. Some were as exquisite as delicate embroidery, and some looked like strange animals. The sunlight shone through the clouds, forming mottled light and shadows on the plain. Yi Bingbing turned her head to look at Dr. Agasa beside her, hoping to get more information about the plain from him. Dr. Agasa raised his head, looked at the magnificent scene in front of him, and smiled. This world is called the Fantasy Continent. It is a mysterious place composed of various wonderful creatures and magical powers. Dr. Agasa explained. This plain is the most peaceful and harmonious area in the Fantasy Continent. It is called the Rootless Land. Yi Bingbing blinked and asked in surprise, Rootless Land? So the scenery here is created by magic? Dr. Agasa nodded and continued to explain. Yes, the plants, sky, and even breeze here contain powerful magical energy. That's why there are such beautiful scenery. Yi Zhiqi looked at a huge cloud in the distance and said thoughtfully, since this place is full of magical energy, will our combat effectiveness here be affected? Luo Tianyi interrupted and said, don't worry, we have already tested our strength through instruments before entering the fantasy continent. Even in this environment full of magical energy, we can still exert the strongest combat power. Dr. Agasa looked at the curious expressions of the crowd and continued to introduce the legend of the Rootless Land. He said that the Rootless Land is the most mysterious place in the fantasy continent. According to legend, a vibranium sword is buried here. The vibranium sword is a sword that will never break. Dr. Agasa described it passionately. It is made of the purest metal in the world, and countless magical energies were invested during forging, making it indestructible. Yi Zhiqi listened with great interest, secretly thinking about how powerful it would be to combine this magical vibranium sword with his Black Knight mech. He imagined the scene of the Black Knight mech charging into battle with the vibranium sword in hand in future battles, and his heart was filled with excitement. It is said that this sword can only be found in the Rootless Land. Dr. Agasa continued. However, the Rootless Land is not an easy place to enter and exit. In addition to being protected by magical power, there are many dangerous creatures and traps. Only those who are truly brave and capable have the opportunity to find the vibranium sword. After listening to Dr. Agasa's introduction to the vibranium sword, Yi Zhiqi's eyes flashed with a gleam of determination. He knew that this unbreakable sword and his Black Knight mecha would be a perfect combination, which would greatly enhance his strength. Chapter 164. Searching for the Fountain of Hope. Yi Zhiqi stood up and looked at everyone, his eyes sparkling with excitement. If I can find the vibranium sword, then my Black Knight mech will become even more powerful. Let's go find it together. He described this idea passionately. Su Chong was also very impressed with Yi Zhiqi. You are right. I summoned a prehistoric giant lizard with thick skin and flesh to serve as a pioneer to explore the way and resist traps and attacks. What about the rest of you? Luo Tianyi smiled and said, I can summon ice giants and ice dragons to freeze the enemies and turn them into ice sculptures. Jiang Wen patted his chest and assured, I can summon species such as thunderbirds to release lightning and blow up those dark creatures. Wanner smiled and said, I can summon groups of moon rabbits to heal and speed us up. Yi Bingbing thought for a while and said, although I am not as strong as you, I can help you see through the traps. After all, defense is also important. Yi Zhiqi watched as everyone expressed their willingness to help him, and he was filled with emotion. They were his most trusted comrades in arms, and an indispensable force in the exploration of the Rootless Land. This time, they would work together to find the vibranium sword. Thank you, everyone. Yi Zhiqi said gratefully. With your help, we will definitely be able to find the vibranium sword. Everyone nodded in agreement. Then, they began to discuss the plan seriously. At this time, Dr. Agasa suggested, we can go to a place called the Fountain of Hope to start looking for the vibranium sword. Yi Zhiqi nodded slightly after listening to Dr. Agasa's advice. He always trusted Dr. Agasa's judgment. He looked at Dr. Agasa with excitement on his face and asked, Dr. Agasa, where is the Fountain of Hope? Dr. Agasa clapped his hands excitedly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The Fountain of Hope is located in a mysterious cave hidden in the mountains at the deepest part of the Rootless Land. According to legend, there is a secret passage leading to the vibranium sword there, which can only be found through the water flowing in the Fountain of Hope. Yi Zhiqi was shocked. He didn't expect that this challenge would involve such a mysterious and magical place. He turned his head and looked at everyone. Listen, everyone. We are going to the Fountain of Hope. The companions immediately nodded in agreement. Yi Zhiqi felt a warm feeling in his heart as he watched everyone express their support and trust in him. Thank you, everyone. Yi Zhiqi looked at everyone deeply. We are going to find the Fountain of Hope. Everyone nodded in agreement again. Dr. Agasa stood aside, excitedly describing the magic of the Fountain of Hope to everyone. He described it with his hands and feet dancing, as if he were actually there. At this time, Dr. Agasa smiled confidently and took out a device that looked like a small robot from his pocket. He held it in front of everyone, his eyes flashing with excitement. Everyone, look at this. Dr. Agasa said excitedly, this is my latest navigation and pathfinder robot. It has efficient navigation and powerful detection capabilities. We can use it to find a way to the Fountain of Hope. He gently put down the robot, and moved his fingers on the device. Immediately, a huge and clear virtual map popped up next to him. The map clearly marked the location of the rootless land and the Fountain of Hope. Everyone was amazed. They stared at the device in Dr. Agasa's hand, full of curiosity about the navigation and exploration function of this robot. Yi Zhiqi walked up to Dr. Agasa and asked curiously, "What are the specific functions of this robot?" Dr. Agasa proudly introduced, "This robot can use its own high-precision positioning system to help us avoid traps and dangerous areas in the rootless land, and it can also sense the enemies around it. It also has high-speed flight and stealth capabilities to ensure our safety." Everyone looked at the device in Dr. Agasa's hand with surprise, and were full of expectations for the navigation and pathfinding functions of this efficient robot. Su Chong couldn't help but ask, "How does this robot perform in actual combat?" Dr. Agasa smiled mysteriously and tapped the button on the device lightly with his fingers. In an instant, its powerful strength was demonstrated in the scene. In the blink of an eye, the robot turned into a flash of lightning, darting through the air, nimbly avoiding the traps marked on the virtual map and scanning the surrounding environment with highly accurate detection instruments and sensors. Luo Tianyi exclaimed, "This robot is simply omnipotent." Jiang Wen couldn't help but admire. "It's amazing. With it, we will be able to find the Fountain of Hope more smoothly." Dr. Agasa smiled and nodded. "That's right. This robot will become our right-hand man, helping us to travel through the rootless land and guide us to find the Fountain of Hope." Everyone is full of expectations for this navigation and pathfinder robot. Yi Zhiqi looked at the expectant eyes of the crowd and felt their excitement. He announced loudly, "Let's set off now. Let's use this navigation pathfinder robot to embark on the journey to the Fountain of Hope." Everyone responded in unison, "Yes." Yi Zhiqi led everyone on the journey to the Fountain of Hope. They followed the route guided by the robot navigation, crossing the undulating terrain, and in front of them was a dense green forest. The sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves and falls on the ground, creating mottled shadows. The breeze makes the leaves rustle, giving people a sense of tranquility and mystery. Yi Zhiqi, wearing convenient equipment, followed the robot closely with firm steps. He looked around and noticed that Luo Tianyi was adjusting the posture of the ice dragon he controlled to find the best position in the lineup. Su Chong was concentrating on checking whether the prehistoric giant lizard he summoned was in good condition. Jiang Wen quickly flapped the feathers of the thunderbird in his hand, making a faint buzzing sound, while Wanner gently stroked the soft fur on the moon rabbit's belly and tried her best to maintain her balance to keep up with the team. "Everyone, be careful," Yi Zhiqi reminded. "According to the navigation map, we are about to enter a relatively dangerous area." Everyone nodded silently, and they continued to move forward nervously and excitedly, without wavering. A red warning sign flashed in front of the robot navigation, guiding Yi Zhiqi and others to bypass a pit. They jumped over it flexibly one by one without stopping. Everyone encouraged each other and continued to move forward with high morale. Yi Zhiqi and others followed the navigation robot and went deeper and deeper into the forest. They seemed to be in a fairyland forest world along the way. The trees were towering into the clouds, and the sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves, forming mottled light and shadows. The breeze blew on their cheeks, bringing a hint of coolness. Chapter 165, Camp. Yi Zhiqi and others walked along the narrow path, and sometimes small animals shuttled through it. Birds chirped happily on the branches, and little rabbits jumped through the grass. Being in this beautiful and mysterious forest, everyone couldn't help but feel relaxed and happy. However, they did not let down their guard because of the beauty of the environment, and they continued to be alert, ready to deal with any possible threats from dark creatures. Yi Bingbing felt a little thirsty, so she took out a water bottle, drank a few sips of water, and panted slightly. Jian Yuanzi approached her, patted her back gently, and asked with concern, "Can you continue?" Yi Bingbing nodded, indicating that she could hold on. Her eyes were firm. Although her strength was not as good as theirs, she had a strong will that would not lose to anyone. The group continued to move forward, going deeper and deeper into the forest. The trees became denser and the trails narrower. The robot navigation led them through this dense green world. Yi Zhiqi and his group continued to move forward. The forest became denser and denser, and there was no end in sight. They gradually felt exhausted, and sweat rolled down their foreheads, soaking their clothes. The light in the forest became dimmer and dimmer, with almost no sunlight able to shine through the dense leaves. The air was filled with a strong plant smell and a damp atmosphere, giving people a sense of oppression. The ground was covered with thick fallen leaves, which made a rustling sound when people stepped on them. Occasionally, branches would brush against people's cheeks from the side, leaving tiny scratches. Yi Zhiqi walked in front, frowning. He looked around, searching for the right path. Dr. Agasa followed behind him, pointing at the map on the navigation robot and explaining the location of the next destination. At this time, Jin Yuanzi supported the breathless Yi Bingbing and walked at the back. She called out to Dr. Agasa and asked anxiously, "Are you sure we are on the right track? This forest seems endless, and we have been walking for so long." Dr. Agasa patted his chest and assured, "I have been doing scientific research for so long and have never made any mistakes. It must be that the Fountain of Hope is hidden too secretly. We must persevere." Jin Yuanzi and Dr. Agasa's eyes met, and they understood each other's meaning tacitly. Jin Yuanzi nodded gently to Dr. Agasa, then smiled at Yi Bingbing, encouraging her to persevere. Yi Bingbing felt the support from the two people. She cheered up and readjusted her breathing. Although she was still a little tired, she knew that it was not easy to find the Fountain of Hope in this dense forest. Only by persisting can she win. Dr. A. Li understood Jin Yuanzi's meaning and waved to Yi Bingbing, signaling her to keep going. Although he usually looked a little confused, he was always able to give his partners the best support and encouragement at critical moments. Yi Zhiqi turned around and looked at the expressions of everyone in the team. He knew that everyone was working hard. As night fell, the stars sparkled, dotting the black sky. Yi Zhiqi stood in front of the team, looked around, and confirmed that this was a relatively safe place. He decided to let everyone camp here for a night. "Everyone is a little tired. Let's take a rest here first," Yi Zhiqi said in a low and firm voice. Jin Yuanzi, Su Chang, and others all nodded in agreement. The hard work had exhausted them, and everyone longed for a moment of peace and quiet. Yi Zhiqi took steady steps and found an open space nearby. He arranged for everyone to set up tents to provide shelter from the wind and rain at night. As the night deepened, the cold wind blew through the treetops, bringing a chill. Yi Zhiqi walked to the fire, and his slightly weathered face became even more solemn under the firelight. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone. We have come a long way, but we are still some distance away from the Fountain of Hope. We will continue to move forward tomorrow until we find it." Yi Zhiqi's voice echoed in the night. Every face in the team was filled with unshakable determination. The stars in the night sky seemed to twinkle with a faint but firm light under their determined gaze. Yi Zhiqi's arrangements were well organized, and everyone acted according to his instructions. Yi Zhiqi looked around, looking for a suitable place to set up camp. Finally, he found a flat and open place with no traces of wild animals, which looked relatively safe. Dr. Agasa followed closely and walked to Yi Zhiqi's side, carefully checking whether there were any potential dangers around him. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, he skillfully used his ability and summoned 2 folding tents in the blink of an eye, one for men and one for women. These folding tents may look ordinary, but they are actually made by Dr. Agasa using technological mechas. They are light and portable, and have good sound insulation and heat preservation effects. "Everyone listen," Yi Zhiqi shouted while standing next to the fire. "This is the only place where we can rest. I hope everyone can enter the folding tents according to their assignments. Boys go to the right, and girls go to the left." Everyone in the team silently followed Yi Zhiqi's instructions and cooperated tacitly. Although exhausted, they all remained highly alert and quickly entered the designated folding tent. Yi Bingbing followed behind Yi Zhiqi and gently pushed his back. "Brother, you should also take a rest. Don't work too hard." She was worried. Yi Zhiqi smiled bitterly and touched Yi Bingbing's head. "Junior sister, you too," he said, and walked back to the folding tent he was assigned. Yi Zhiqi looked at his teammates in the folding tent and felt relieved. Sitting in the folding tent, Yi Zhiqi rested quietly for a while and decided to check the surroundings again. He walked out of the tent and looked around. At this time, night had fallen and stars were twinkling in the sky. Next it was Jiang Wen's turn to perform. Jiang Wen mobilized the Thunderbird to patrol the surroundings to ensure safety. The Thunderbird spread its wings and flew high, circling in the air for a few circles before spreading out in all directions. Thunderbirds flapped their wings in the night sky, leaving dazzling arcs. With their keen perception and super-fast speed, they searched for potential dangers in the dark forest. Jiang Wen watched the Thunderbird's movements, hoping that it could detect any potential threats in time. These Thunderbirds were not only a manifestation of his unique abilities, but also an important means for him to protect his teammates. After circling around, the Thunderbirds told Jiang Wen that the area was temporarily safe. The teammates were all amazed at Jiang Wen's ability. After Yi Zhiqi heard the information from Thunderbird, his eyes flashed, and he immediately made a judgment and made the necessary arrangements. Chapter 166, Unknown Creatures. Yi Zhiqi turned around and gave an order to Su Chang. "Su Chang, summon your most powerful monster. We need a protective force that can blend in skillfully in the darkness. Su Chong nodded, pressed his palm on the ground, and chanted a spell in a deep voice. Immediately, the ground trembled, and a huge chameleon rose from the ground. The chameleon, with its large body and scaly skin, seemed to blend in perfectly in the darkness. It looked around sharply and quickly hid in the nearby woods. As they watched the chameleon hide in the darkness, they felt a sense of security. They firmly believed that Yi Zhiqi's decision was correct and wise. Luo Tianyi raised his head slightly and gazed at the dark forest under the starlight. Yi Zhiqi looked around and saw that Su Chong's chameleon had perfectly blended into the trees in the dark forest, protecting them tightly. He felt relieved and continued to guide everyone to the center of the tent. Everyone walked into the tent with peace of mind, and the whole space was filled with a warm atmosphere. Wanner stood in the middle of the tent, gathering a group of cute moon rabbits around her. The fur of these moon rabbits was as soft as snow, and their eyes were shining with bright starlight. They emitted a faint white light, making the whole tent look even more mysterious. Yi Zhiqi smiled and said to everyone, "Everyone come in. The moon rabbit summoned by Wanner can heal our fatigue and injuries." After hearing this, everyone stepped into the tent. They felt an indescribable sense of comfort, as if they were in a safe and warm environment. Wanner waved her arms gently, directing the moon rabbits to disperse to everyone's side. Each moon rabbit hopped gently, stroking everyone's tired bodies with their round little paws. When they touched the skin, faint white light flashed from them and penetrated directly into the wound. Yi Zhiqi felt the power of moon rabbits healing warm his body. He couldn't help but close his eyes slightly, and a surge of gratitude surged in his heart. He whispered to Wanner, "Wanner, you are so amazing." Wanner smiled shyly, retracted her arm, and signaled the moon rabbits to stop the treatment. She stood there quietly, watching everyone gradually regain their vitality. A fresh atmosphere filled the tent. Yi Bingbing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw that the wound on her body had completely disappeared. She turned to look at Wanner, her eyes full of gratitude. "Thank you, Wanner," she said softly. Wanner patted Yi Bingbing's head gently and smiled tenderly. Luo Tianyi looked at his companions around him who had fully recovered their energy and raised his head slightly. Jiang Wen stood beside Luo Tianyi, tightly gripping the lightning sword in his hand. Everyone looked at each other and could feel the strong affection between them. In the tent, the moon rabbits danced happily, as if to cheer everyone up. Under Wanner's moon rabbit treatment, everyone gradually recovered their strength. Their previous battle consumed too much energy, and now they can finally have a good rest for a night and prepare for the unknown journey tomorrow. The tent was filled with a sense of quiet and tranquility. Yi Zhiqi lay on the soft carpet, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep after feeling the treatment of Moon Rabbit. His face was full of traces of fatigue, and the endless battles in the secret realm had exhausted him. Luo Tianyi sat next to Yi Zhiqi, thinking about the future. Jiang Wen and Su Chong leaned against each other and exchanged glances without saying a word. Although their faces were still exhausted, their hearts were full of desire for battle. Wanner looked around at everyone in the tent and asked with concern, "Does anyone need anything else? If there is anything uncomfortable or needs adjustment, please let me know." Everyone shook their heads slightly, indicating that they were ready to rest. This night, they wanted to immerse themselves in safety and warmth to lay a solid foundation for tomorrow. The moon rabbits snuggled around the crowd, as if they were guardians watching over them as they fell asleep. They emitted a faint white light, making the atmosphere in the tent more peaceful. However, just as everyone fell asleep, Su Lei suddenly sensed the call of the chameleon. He opened his eyes, his heart tightened, and he thought it was not good. He immediately walked to Yi Zhiqi's side and whispered to him, "Yi Zhiqi, the chameleon has discovered that there are unknown creatures approaching nearby. We have to be careful." Yi Zhiqi opened his eyes and quickly woke up from his deep sleep. He glanced at Su Lei's nervous expression and knew that the situation was serious. He stood up and whispered to the others, "Everyone wake up. We may be in danger." Luo Tianyi, Jiang Wen, and Dr. Ali also woke up from their dreams immediately and sat up straight at Yi Zhiqi's signal. Luo Tianyi said solemnly, "We must be careful this time and not let those dark creatures succeed again." Jiang Wen and Dr. Ali nodded in agreement. At this moment, the tent was filled with a tense atmosphere. Yi Zhiqi frowned and motioned Su Chong to calm down first. He said to Su Chong, "Has Chameleon figured out the threat of this unknown creature? We must first understand the enemy situation before making plans." Su Chong looked a little excited. His chameleon could sense the breath of unknown creatures. He replied, "This creature exudes a strong energy and looks very powerful." Yi Zhiqi frowned, looking confused and worried. This is not good. We have been attacked by dark creatures before and know they are very cunning and dangerous. If their numbers are too large, we may be in a very difficult situation. Luo Tianyi looked at Yijiqi. Jiang Wen clenched the staff in his hand, and lightning flashed around him. Yijiqi looked at the crowd and felt their uneasiness. His face was heavy, and he continued to ask Su Chong. We need to know more about this unknown creature in order to make the best response strategy. Can you ask Chameleon to get more information? Su Chong nodded. He adjusted his mentality and concentrated on communicating with the chameleon. Chameleon, can you get closer and find out its strength and action plan? Su Chong took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. He closed his eyes and communicated with his chameleon. After a moment, he opened his eyes and told Yijiqi. The breath of the unknown creature is very weak, but the spiritual power emanating from it makes my chameleon feel uneasy. Yijiqi stared at Su Chong. This information made everyone feel uneasy. Luo Tianyi frowned. Such a weak breath exudes such a powerful spiritual power? What is so special about this unknown creature? Chapter 167 Searching for Unknown Creatures. Su Chong pondered for a moment, then said, perhaps this unidentified creature has some special ability to hide its existence and strength. He added, dark creatures are very cunning. We can't take it lightly. Yijiqi frowned, thinking about the information provided by Su Chong. He began to realize that a person or creature who can hide such a weak breath is likely to be a very dangerous molecule. Perhaps this is why he has been feeling uneasy. This is not just an ordinary dark creature. We must proceed with caution. Yijiqi finally spoke, his voice solemn and calm. Since the unknown creature exudes such powerful spiritual power but can hide its breath, it means that it at least has some advanced spells or special abilities. We can't take it lightly and must be fully prepared to face them. The others nodded in agreement, recognizing Yijiqi's point of view. Luo Tianyi stared into the distance, his eyes revealing seriousness and determination. Luo Tianyi said, we need to learn more about the unknown creatures and their potential threats. Yijiqi sighed and looked around at his companions with a serious expression. The atmosphere in the tent became solemn and serious. I'm going to go out and take a look. You wait in the tent. His tone was firm and resolute. Su Chong raised his head, his eyes showing worry. But Yijiqi, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Luo Tianyi clenched his fists and looked at Yijiqi firmly. We are a team. We can't let you take the risk alone. Jiang Wen and Dr. Agasa also expressed the same wish. Although they each have powerful abilities and combat effectiveness, when facing these unknown creatures, they would rather fight side by side with Yijiqi. Yijiqi looked at the sincere and resolute eyes of the crowd and felt warm in his heart. Although they all understood the danger of going out to explore, no one backed down or held them back. Yijiqi chose Dr. Agasa and Su Chong to walk out of the tent together. Only the sound of the breeze blowing through the leaves could be heard. The jungle was so quiet that it made people feel unusual. Su Chong followed closely behind, stepping carefully on the grass, fearing that others would discover his movements. Noticing Su Chong's nervousness, Yijiqi consoled him. Relax, we're just going to check out the situation. No matter what creature it is, we can handle it. Su Chong nodded and tried to adjust his mood. Dr. Agasa wore thick glasses and took out the equipment from his backpack and started to operate it. His fingertips nimbly tapped the keyboard, and a light curtain appeared in front of his eyes. Yijiqi, I have adjusted the frequency and wavelength of the instrument. Dr. Agasa said attentively, we just need to go near the chameleon's location to observe its signal. Okay. Yijiqi nodded in response. The three of them walked through the jungle in silence. Su Chong stared at the front and began to speculate on the strength of this unknown creature. After all, they were inevitably a little worried when facing such a mysterious and powerful existence. Finally, after walking for a while, they found something unusual in a clump of trees. It seemed that there was something hidden between the branches. Dr. Agasa paused slightly, pointed to the woods and asked, is that it? Su Chong's eyes flashed with excitement. Yes, that's where the chameleon is. Yijiqi and others walked to a bush where the chameleon was hiding. The chameleon in the bush crawled slowly, its body blending into the surrounding environment, almost unnoticeable. In the breeze, the grass leaves rubbed gently, making a slight rustling sound. The chameleon's eyes gradually locked on a dark place. They held their breath and stared ahead. Yijiqi quietly signaled Su Chong and Dr. Agasa to stay alert. Su Chong looked around vigilantly, ready to respond to any emergency at any time. Dr. Agasa focused on observing the movement in the bushes and aimed the instrument at the target area. Suddenly, a faint sound came from the darkness, like the sound of branches being broken or grass being crushed. The chameleon turned his head alertly, his eyes fixed in that direction. Yijiqi's heart moved, and he raised his hand, signaling everyone not to move. Suchong gently reached out his hand and touched the scales on the chameleon's head. Suchong's eyes were full of tenderness and kindness. This was a special tacit understanding between him and the chameleon. He knew how to comfort this uneasy creature. The chameleon's originally vigilant eyes gradually relaxed. After Suchong touched its hand, it began to lick its body back and forth with its tongue, as if expressing its trust and dependence on Suchong. "Good boy, it's okay," Suchong whispered to the chameleon. He continued to gently stroke the chameleon's head with his hand, feeling its rough and warm skin. Although the creature looked ferocious, it seemed so fragile in front of Suchong. Yijiqi and Dr. Ali smiled slightly after seeing this scene. Although everyone has their own unique strengths and characteristics, Suchong's affinity and sensitivity are unparalleled when facing wild animals. Yijiqi could also feel the indescribable bond between Suchong and the wild animals. This was exactly why Suchong had such a high reputation and status among the beast spirits. He was not only a warrior, but also a protector. Suchong said to Yijiqi beside him, "It's here." He pointed to a dense forest in the dark ahead. The leaves were stacked up layer by layer, forming a dark ocean. Yijiqi stared at the dark area with sharp eyes, holding the weapon tightly in his hand, ready to deal with any unknown creatures that might appear. He looked nervous and alert, with a determined expression on his face. Suchong stared at Yijiqi closely, his eyes revealing his affirmation of his ability. Although Yijiqi is very powerful, the enemy they are facing this time is too dangerous. Suchong took a deep breath. He believed that Yijiqi could handle this situation. Yijiqi stared at the dark. The unknown darkness made him alert. In the dense forest, he felt a gloomy breath, which made him feel heavy. The darkness seemed to hide endless dangers and unknown things, but Yijiqi was not afraid. He held the weapon in his hand tightly, ready to deal with any possible threats. Suchong stood quietly beside Yijiqi and felt his nervousness. He looked at Yijiqi gently and said softly, "Relax, we will face it together." Yijiqi nodded slightly, suppressing his inner tension. His eyes were still sharply fixed on the dark forest ahead. In the silence, he could vaguely hear the faint sound of leaves rubbing against each other. Yijiqi and Suchong stared into the darkness, their hearts filled with anticipation and tension. Chapter 168: The Appearance of the Little Girl. Suchong's eyebrows slightly frowned. He stared at that direction intently, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He seemed a little confident. He waved his hand lightly, and a huge prehistoric giant lizard ran quickly from a distance into the darkness. The prehistoric monitor lizard's body is covered with thick scales, exuding a frightening breath. It moves its powerful limbs, making a deafening impact and making the air around it tremble. Its eyes are firm and bright, as if it knows that it has an important mission. Yijiqi's eyes lit up, and he was very satisfied with the strength Suchong showed. Such a powerful and obedient prehistoric giant lizard was one of the best choices to deal with unknown dark creatures. Suchong and the prehistoric monitor lizard had a close connection, as if they were in tune with each other. When Suchong signaled, the prehistoric monitor lizard immediately obeyed the order and rushed into the dark without hesitation. The prehistoric monitor lizard deliberately made a piercing roar, piercing the silent night sky, echoing in the valley and shocking people. Its voice was as powerful as thunder, with a strong sense of majesty and oppression. The whole valley seemed to tremble, and an invisible storm was rolled up. The prehistoric giant lizard tried to provoke the unknown creature in the dark. However, the unknown creature in the dark seemed to be unaffected and remained motionless, as silent as a sculpture. It was hidden in the darkness and difficult to detect in the dark night. Suchong stared at the darkness intently, clenching his fists to try to catch any signs. He felt a little anxious, but he didn't show it. He knew that it was most important to stay calm and patient at this time. He hoped to lure the unknown creature out through the roar of the prehistoric giant lizard so that they could face the real enemy. Yijiqi clenched his fists, exuding a strong and confident aura. He stared into the darkness. The prehistoric giant lizard roared with all its strength, its huge body trembling slightly as it adjusted its posture. It was ready to roar even louder and more piercingly, hoping to attract the attention of the unknown creature. However, there was still no movement in the darkness. Time passed slowly in silence, and it seemed as if an eternal silence enveloped the entire valley. Dr. Agasa clenched his fists tightly, with a hint of uneasiness in his eyes. Just as the prehistoric monitor lizard was about to sweep the grass with its tail, a black shadow suddenly jumped up from the air, so fast that it was difficult to catch. The black shadow quickly approached the prehistoric monitor lizard and knocked it away with just one blow. The prehistoric monitor lizard's body drew an arc in the air and then fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them in amazement. They could hardly believe the swift attack of this unknown creature. Su Chang's eyes widened as he looked at the sudden black shadow in amazement. He was eager to know what it was, but he couldn't see it clearly. After being knocked away, the prehistoric giant lizard struggled in the air and tried to stand up again, but it was obviously unable to do so. Seeing this, Su Chang was filled with worry and fear. The strong smell of blood filled the air, making it hard to ignore. Yi Zhiqi frowned immediately, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. With his keen sense of smell, he detected the smell. He looked up, and with the help of the moonlight, he finally saw the true appearance of the unknown creature in the dark. Yi Zhiqi covered his nose with his hands, trying his best to endure the strong smell of blood. A hint of surprise appeared on his face, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. He quickly adjusted his posture and carefully observed the unknown creature in front of him. After Yi Zhiqi saw clearly, he was shocked. The unknown creature with extremely powerful combat power turned out to be a little girl. Yi Zhiqi stared at the little girl, and an indescribable fear rose in his heart. Under the moonlight, she looked even more terrifying and weird. She was covered in blood and wore tattered clothes. Her face was blurred by blood stains, and only a pair of emerald eyes stood out. Su Chang looked at the little girl with confusion, wanting to say something but not knowing where to start. Yi Zhiqi walked towards the little girl without hesitation. He had to know who she was and why she was here. When he approached, the little girl suddenly spit out blood and fell to the ground. Faced with the sudden fainting of the little girl, Yi Zhiqi hurriedly ordered Dr. Agasa to come for emergency treatment. Dr. Agasa quickly ran to Yi Zhiqi's side and carefully examined the little girl's condition. Her breathing is very weak, and it seems that she is unconscious due to excessive blood loss. Dr. Agasa said with a frown. Then what should we do now? Su Chang asked anxiously. Yi Zhiqi pondered for a moment and said, Dr. A. Li, tie her up with the smart rope first. We need to stabilize her injuries. Dr. Agasa nodded and approached the little girl cautiously. After observing her carefully, he took out a smart rope and slowly moved it towards her wrist. Dr. Agasa gently tied the little girl's wrists and ankles with the smart rope to ensure that she could not suddenly resist again when she woke up. Su Chang stood up and carried the little girl on his shoulders, preparing to return to everyone's tent. The little girl was carefully placed on the soft bed, and Su Chang gently patted her cheek, hoping that she would wake up as soon as possible. They were surrounded by torches, and the tent was filled with a warm and comfortable atmosphere. At this moment, there were loud and heavy footsteps outside the tent. Jian Yuanzi heard the sound and walked into the tent. His eyes fell on the little girl who was tied up. She frowned, obviously confused by this sudden appearance. Dr. Agasa stepped forward and explained, Kinmatoko, this little girl is a special case we encountered in the forest. Jian Yuanzi was puzzled after hearing this. Why tie her up? What's wrong with her? Yi Zhiqi took a deep breath, and faced with Jian Yuanzi's questioning, he calmly explained, there is a special energy fluctuation in her body, and we need to stabilize her injuries. This is just to ensure that she will not suddenly do anything dangerous. Jian Yuanzi heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. At this time, everyone gathered in a tent. Yi Bingbing frowned and thought for a moment. She looked at the frail little girl. She looked like she had serious internal injuries and had lost too much blood. Her heart was filled with sympathy. After thinking for a while, Yi Zhiqi felt that there must be something wrong with the little girl appearing here alone, and he might be able to learn the exact location of the Fountain of Hope from her. He decided to heal the little girl first, and then ask her about the Fountain of Hope after she regained consciousness. He turned to Wanner and said, Wanner, summon the rabbits to heal her. Wanner nodded, and while silently chanting the spell, moon rabbits appeared from the void. Chapter 169. The girl wakes up. They had snow-white fur and bright red eyes, and they jumped and played in the tent. Wanner stood beside the bed, waving her staff. In an instant, dozens of cute rabbits appeared from all directions. They quietly surrounded the little girl's bed, gently touching her body with their soft fur. Yi Zhiqi and others held their breath and watched the scene quietly. They knew that these rabbits had healing powers and could speed up the little girl's recovery. After Wanner used the rabbits to heal the little girl's wounds, she also cleaned the blood off her body. She gently stroked the little girl's forehead and observed her face carefully. The little girl's skin was pale and fragile, as if she had become even weaker after a life-and-death struggle. You will get better, you will. Warner whispered to herself, her eyes revealing that she was thinking about her thoughtfully. Yijichi felt a warm feeling in his heart as he watched Warner meticulously treating and cleaning the little girl's wounds. He deeply understood that this moon rabbit messenger not only possessed healing powers, but also radiated warmth and care. Thank you, Warner, Yijichi said gratefully. Warner raised her head and looked at Yijichi with a smile. This is my duty, you're welcome. The people around nodded silently, and Warner continued to concentrate on cleaning the little girl's wounds. Her movements were gentle but powerful. When she used magic to remove the blood, each ray of light seemed to jump like a fairy, restoring the wound more and more perfectly. Yijichi and others watched quietly as Warner stroked the little girl's forehead and turned away. At this moment, they could finally see the little girl's face clearly. She is delicate and pretty, and looks only about 11 or 12 years old, making people feel irresistible pity for her. The little girl has fair and delicate skin and a hint of innocence on her tender face, as if she is a character from a fairy tale. Her face was clear and bright, without a trace of impurities. The eyelashes tremble slightly from time to time, like butterflies fluttering, giving people a gentle and fragile feeling. Yijichi held his breath unconsciously. Others were also attracted by the beauty of the little girl and couldn't help feeling pity for her. Su Chong said softly, "This little girl is really beautiful." Luo Tian nodded. Yes, she is just like a princess in fairyland. Yijichi and others stared at her suspiciously, with frowns and serious expressions. They were confused and worried about the appearance of the little girl. A tense atmosphere filled the room. Yijichi frowned and asked, "What should we do? This little girl must have some problem to be here." After thinking for a moment, Su Chong said, "Maybe she was being hunted by the dark forces and was forced to flee here." Luo Tian nodded. Jiangwen interrupted, "But we can't just leave her here like this." Warner said softly, "I think we should first understand her identity and origins. Maybe we can find some clues from it." Bingbing echoed, "Yes." Everyone looked at each other and shared their guesses. They tried to find clues about the little girl's identity, but came up empty-handed. At this moment, Dr. Agasa took out a thick book and flipped through it attentively. He flipped through the pages a few times and stopped at a chapter. Dr. Agasa put down the book and explained to everyone, "According to my research, this little girl may be a resident of the rootless land." Yijichi and others turned their eyes to Dr. Agasa, expecting to hear him continue. Dr. Agasa continued to explain, "This little girl is most likely being hunted by someone." Everyone felt relieved when the little girl's identity was revealed, but they were still worried. Yijichi thought for a moment and said, "In this case, we should find the Fountain of Hope as soon as possible to see if we can help her return home." Everyone nodded in agreement. They decided to keep the little girl for the time being and protect her safety. At this time, the little girl slowly opened her eyes and looked around the room in confusion at the strange decorations and strange people. Her eyes revealed confusion and puzzlement. Yijichi and others stared at her quietly with solemn expressions. The little girl didn't react when she saw Yijichi and the others, so they remained silent and observed each other. She tried to speak, but found her throat too dry for any sound to come out. She coughed softly, hoping to get their attention. Su Chong immediately noticed the little girl's distress and quickly handed her a glass of water. The little girl took the cup and drank a sip of water with trembling hands. Everyone stared at the little girl in silence again, trying to find clues from her reaction. They exchanged glances, signaling each other to be alert. The little girl frowned and shouted impatiently, "I'm hungry." There was a hint of helplessness and frustration in her voice. She was obviously overwhelmed with hunger. Yijichi responded immediately after hearing the little girl's call. "Warner, Bingbing, go prepare some food for her." Warner and Yi Bingbing accepted the task silently and quickly left the room to make preparations. Yijichi watched their backs as they left, secretly wondering who this mysterious girl was and what secret she hid. At the same time, Su Chong walked over to the little girl and sat down. "Hello, I'm Su Chong. You can call me Big Brother," he said with a friendly smile. The little girl looked at Su Chong gratefully and nodded. Although her throat had not fully recovered, she tried to say, "Thank you. Thank you." Yijichi observed the entire situation, and his doubts about the little girl grew. He turned to Luo Tianyi and said, "We need to stabilize her emotions and find out her identity and origins as soon as possible. She is not an ordinary person because she can make monsters chase her." Luo Tianyi nodded gently. "Yes, we have to investigate it clearly. But before that, we have to protect her." Warner and Yi Bingbing here quickly opened the refrigerator and cabinets in the kitchen and took out various ingredients and seasonings. Wanner took out some fresh vegetables and cut them into small pieces to make a colorful salad. She carefully placed it on the plate and then added some homemade special sauce. The whole salad looked delicious. At the same time, Yi Bingbing had already brought a pot of steaming thick soup to the table. The soup contained a variety of meats, seafood, and vegetables, and it smelled mouth-watering. She also prepared some bread slices as a staple food. Chapter 170, Hearing the News. The two of them nervously and seriously prepared food for the little girl. They patiently placed bowls full of soup and fragrant salads in front of the little girl. The little girl watched their busy figures, and through her delicate sense of taste, she felt the careful care of Wanner and Yi Bingbing. Although she hadn't answered their questions yet, her gratitude to the two was palpable. At this time, Yi Zhiqi, Wanner, and Yi Bingbing looked at each other. They were all shocked by the little girl's sudden behavior and couldn't believe what they saw. After saying thank you, the little girl began to wolf down the delicious food. Her movements were quick and agile, with a satisfied smile on her face, as if she had been hungry for a long time. She can eat so much. Yi Zhiqi widened his eyes. Wanner nodded gently. It looks like you are really hungry. Yi Bingbing frowned and observed the little girl, feeling somewhat puzzled. She may not have eaten properly for a long time. The little girl seemed not to notice their surprise at her behavior and continued to enjoy the satisfaction brought by the food. She picked up the vegetables from the salad with her fingers and put them into her mouth without caring about her image. The vegetable juices spilled and stained her pure white clothes, but she didn't care. Yi Zhiqi looked at the little girl with serious eyes, expecting her to give clues about the Fountain of Hope. The little girl pondered silently for a moment, as if recalling some vague memories. Do you know the Fountain of Hope? Yi Zhiqi deliberately slowed down his speech, trying to elicit an answer from the little girl. The little girl raised her head and stared at Yi Zhiqi, with confusion and anxiety in her eyes. The Fountain of Hope, she murmured to herself. I seem to have seen it in a dream. Yi Zhiqi's heart moved, and he placed his hopes on the little girl. He sat up straight and continued to ask, Can you describe the scene in your dream? Or what do you know about the Fountain of Hope? The little girl frowned, as if trying hard to recall. I remember that in that dream, I was standing on a barren land. The surroundings were desolate and lifeless. She bit her lower lip lightly. Yi Zhiqi stared into the little girl's eyes, feeling the reality in her words. Then do you know where the Fountain of Hope is? The little girl shook her head, helplessness showing on her face. The scenes in my dreams are always blurry and unclear. I can only feel the warmth and power. Everything else seems to be obscured. Wanner and Yi Bingbing also looked at the little girl nervously, not daring to miss any details. The little girl suddenly exclaimed, I don't remember. I can't remember anything. You said you lost your memory? Yi Zhiqi asked in surprise, his eyebrows slightly frowned. After hearing Huahua's answer, Yi Zhiqi scratched his head and felt a little disappointed. He originally thought that he could get clues about the Fountain of Hope from Huahua, but now it seems that she is just a little girl with amnesia. The little girl shook her head gently, her eyes revealing a hint of helplessness and confusion. She told Yi Zhiqi that she only remembered being chased by a group of monsters. She counted on her fingers, trying to recall more details, but her face was still full of pain. I don't know what happened. I just woke up in a strange place and had no memory of the past. It was not until I was chased by those monsters that I met you. The little girl's voice was weak and trembling. A hint of sympathy and worry flashed in Yi Zhiqi's eyes. Don't worry, you are safe now. He smiled encouragingly. We will protect you and help you regain your memory. Yi Zhiqi smiled bitterly and shook his head, with a hint of helplessness on his lips. Wanner and Yi Bingbing also looked at Huahua sadly, their hopes of finding the Fountain of Hope becoming increasingly slim. After a moment's silence, everyone looked at each other tacitly, as if they had expected it. The hope they had placed on Huahua was shattered in an instant. Yi Zhiqi sighed and said, It seems that we really need to find other clues. Huahua stared at the lost Yi Zhiqi and noticed the doubts in his heart. Yi Bingbing walked gently to his side. Yi Zhiqi raised his head and looked into the distance with lifeless eyes. I have been thinking about the possibility of us finding the Fountain of Hope. He sighed, but now it seems that we are in a dead end. Yi Zhiqi frowned and stared intently into Huahua's eyes. He felt stuck and didn't know how to move forward. Yi Zhiqi stared at Huahua silently, his heart full of doubts and confusion. His eyes were shining with hope, but he still expected to get some key clues from Huahua. After a moment, Huahua suddenly smiled and said, I can tell you something for the sake of food. She paused, deliberately creating suspense. Yi Zhiqi's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to ask, Really? Do you know anything about the Fountain of Hope? Huahua's eyes met Yi Zhiqi's, and she revealed a mysterious smile. She shook her head slowly. I don't know, but I know a secret. Yi Zhiqi became nervous. Please tell me. Yi Zhiqi listened attentively, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. His heart was filled with longing for the fountain of hope, and he was expecting to get some key clues from Huahua. Huahua first asked them if they were looking for a sword. Yi Zhiqi's heart moved, and he couldn't help but look at her curiously. How did you know we were looking for the sword? Yi Zhiqi asked in a low voice. Huahua smiled and replied, because the people who are chasing me are also looking for me. Yi Zhiqi frowned slightly, and after a moment of silence, he said, please tell me what the sword looks like and where it is. Huahua described the appearance of the sword carefully. She said that the sword was black all over and the blade was inlaid with gems that sparkled with blue light. Yi Zhiqi listened attentively and silently memorized these key information in his heart. His brows gradually relaxed, and he looked at Huahua curiously. So, what is the sketch in your hand? Yi Zhiqi asked. Huahua took out a sketch very seriously and handed it to Yi Zhiqi. Yi Zhiqi carefully observed the lines and details on the sketch, and the sketch gradually became clear in his eyes. Yi Zhiqi observed the details of the sword attentively, his heart filled with shock and excitement. He carefully savored the patterns and runes on the blade in the sketch, as if he could feel the powerful force emanating from the sword. Dr. Agasa, who had been listening for a long time, showed a surprised expression and told Yi Zhiqi that this was the legendary vibranium sword. Chapter 171, Recovering Memory. He stared at the sketch with wide eyes and disbelief, an expression of surprise and excitement on his face. This vibranium sword is the weapon used by the guardian of the Fountain of Hope. It is the key we have been looking for, Dr. Agasa said to Yi Zhiqi excitedly. Yi Zhiqi quickly took the sketch, his heart filled with shock and excitement. He imagined himself holding this sword and fighting against the dark forces. He could feel the blood surging in his body and the desire for justice and hope. He was eager to get more information and looked at Huahua with sharp eyes. Huahua, can you tell me more about the vibranium sword? Yi Zhiqi's voice revealed a hint of expectation. Yi Zhiqi stared at Huahua closely, and he realized that things had become more serious. A series of possible scenarios flashed through his mind, and they had to solve this problem as soon as possible. Otherwise, the vibranium sword might fall into the hands of dark forces and bring great disaster to the entire world. Huahua's face was solemn, with a hint of fear in her eyes. She took a deep breath and said firmly, the vibranium sword is on the monster that's chasing me. Yi Zhiqi frowned. He knew very well the importance of the vibranium sword. It is not only a powerful weapon, but also the key to protecting mankind from the invasion of dark forces. Now this sword has fallen into the hands of dark forces, which makes Yi Zhiqi very worried. After hearing Huahua's words, Yi Zhiqi frowned, and his expression became serious and solemn. He knew that the vibranium sword was a very important item, and if the dark forces got it, it would bring unpredictable disasters to the whole world. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Are you sure the vibranium sword is on the monster that's chasing you? Yi Zhiqi asked. He hoped it was just a misunderstanding. Huahua nodded, her expression still solemn. Yes, I can feel the energy fluctuations of the vibranium sword emanating from them. In order to obtain it, the dark forces have sent a large number of monsters to hunt me down. Yi Zhiqi was silent for a moment, thinking about what to do next. He knew that he had to stop the dark forces from obtaining the vibranium sword as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. We must find the monsters that are chasing you and take back the vibranium sword. Yi Zhiqi decided to take action immediately. What happened? Su Chong asked, looking at everyone's faces. Yi Zhiqi briefly told them about Huahua's situation and the fact that the vibranium sword was targeted by dark forces. We can't let the dark forces succeed. Luo Tianyi said firmly. The vibranium sword is very important to the whole world. Jiang Wen and Wan Er also expressed their support. They knew the horror of the dark forces. If the vibranium sword fell into their hands, it would be an irreparable disaster. Su Chong walked to Yi Zhiqi and patted him on the shoulder, revealing a hint of comfort and determination in his expression. Brother Yi, don't worry too much. We will help you find those monsters and get back the vibranium sword. There was a firm light in his voice. Yi Zhiqi looked up at Su Chong, his eyes showing some uncertainty. But these monsters are very powerful. If they accidentally discover our whereabouts. Su Chong interrupted Yi Zhiqi and said, Brother Yi, you are an SSS level mechanical lord. Your strength should not be underestimated. And I am also a beast spirit. I can summon powerful combat partners to help us. As long as we work together, there is no problem that cannot be solved. After hearing what Su Chong said, Yi Zhiqi's brows relaxed a little. He understood that Su Chong was right, and he was indeed capable of dealing with these monsters. Well, since everyone supports me so much, I won't back down. He nodded. Yi Zhiqi and Su Chang looked at each other, and they felt that the situation had become more complicated. Hua told them based on the information she knew that the monsters had been chasing her, but the specific reason was a mystery. Fear was written all over her face as she recalled the horrific experience of her escape. When those monsters were chasing me, their eyes revealed strong hostility and malice. They seemed to know that I had something important on me, Hua said tremblingly. Her eyes were hollow, as if she was physically and mentally traumatized by the experience. Yi Zhiqi clenched his fists tightly, and anger surged in his heart. These monsters are so cruel. No matter what the reason is, we can't let them continue to do whatever they want. Su Chang frowned. It seems that we must first figure out why these monsters are chasing Hua so hard. Perhaps we should find a way to unlock the secrets that may be hidden in Hua. After hearing this, Dr. Agasa pondered for a moment and said, perhaps we can try to use my memory scanning device. It can explore the depths of a person's heart and perhaps help Hua regain her lost memories and solve this mystery. Yi Bingbing looked at Hua and said gently, Hua, are you willing to try it? Maybe this is a way for you to restore your memory and understand yourself. Hua hesitated for a moment, and she was full of trust in Yi Zhiqi and everyone else. Finally, she nodded. Okay, I believe you. The fear on her face was gradually replaced by determination and courage. So, Dr. Agasa began to perform a memory scan on Hua. The instruments emitted faint electrical sounds and flickering lights, and the whole room was filled with a mysterious and tense atmosphere. Su Chang watched Dr. Agasa's gestures as he operated the instrument, hoping to discover key information. Yi Zhiqi stood aside and watched Hua's expression change closely. As time went by, finally, with a faint sound of electric current, Hua's brows furrowed slightly, and she began to slowly recall her previous experiences. An expression of astonishment and shock gradually appeared on her face, as if she was struggling with some horrible memory. I remember, Hua said softly. Hua's voice became low and nervous. I remember, the leading monster was called Lang Ao. He was a werewolf monster, and he looked ferocious and powerful. Hua's eyes revealed fear of Lang Ao. Yi Zhiqi clenched his fists tightly, his heart filled with tension. He knew that the vibranium sword was very important to those dark forces, and it was the last hope to protect the rootless land. Now, if Lang Ao mastered the vibranium sword, the consequences would be disastrous. Su Chang frowned. We must find Lang Ao as soon as possible and take back the vibranium sword. His voice revealed firmness and determination. Luo Tian nodded. I can use my ice giant and ice dragon to track Lang Ao's breath. As long as we find his location, we can launch an attack. Chapter 172, Looking for Lang Ao. Jiang Wen suggested. We can use my lightning power to create a surprise attack and take back the vibranium sword in the chaos. Yi Bingbing thought for a moment and said, I can use my Moon Rabbit's ability to concentrate on healing and speeding up teammates to enhance everyone's combat effectiveness. Dr. Agasa interrupted. In addition, I can also create some special mechanical traps and weapons that can provide additional support in battle. Yi Zhiqi looked at everyone with gratitude and said, Thank you. We must act quickly to take back the vibranium sword and stop Lang Ao's plan. Hua held Yi Zhiqi's hand tightly and said, I will help you. Although her voice was trembling, her determined eyes revealed immense courage. So they discussed a detailed plan. Luo Tianyi used the ice giant and ice dragon to track Lang Ao's breath, and Jiang Wen launched a surprise attack and cooperated with Yi Bingbing's enhancement skills to perform at his best in the battle. At the same time, Dr. Agasa prepared various mechanical traps and weapons to provide support at critical moments. After listening to everyone's suggestions, Yi Zhiqi pondered for a moment. He felt that Hua's background was full of doubts, so he had to be careful. However, now they must first find Wolf Pride and retrieve the vibranium sword. Yi Zhiqi's expression became focused and thoughtful. His brows were slightly furrowed, and his eyes revealed determination and resolve. He knew that only they could stop Lang Ao's plan. Finally, Yi Zhiqi took a deep breath and said with a firm look, We must find Lang Ao and take back the vibranium sword. The others looked at Yi Zhiqi quietly, waiting for his decision. They understood that Yi Zhiqi was the leader of the entire team and that they needed to follow his arrangements for the next action plan. Yi Zhiqi looked at everyone's eyes, and a strong sense of responsibility surged in his heart. We can't just sit there and wait for death. Yi Zhiqi's voice was full of confidence and determination. Only if we find Lang Ao ourselves and take back the vibranium sword can we uncover the secret of Hua's life experience. Su Chang clenched his fists. That's right. I've been suppressed for too long. I want to defeat that damn Lang Ao with my own hands. Luo Tian nodded. We must find him and freeze him into an ice sculpture. Jiangwen stood up and said, I will roast him to a crisp with the power of thunder and lightning. Warner said softly, I will provide support and treatment for everyone. Dr. Agasa stroked his beard and thought for a moment before saying, In that case, we will set out at dawn tomorrow. Time is running out, and we can't delay any longer. Yi Zhiqi watched as everyone expressed their trust in his leadership and decision-making abilities. This trust made him feel extremely excited and proud. Let's prepare everything and set off at dawn. Yi Zhiqi's tone was firm and confident. Lang Ao can't escape our pursuit. Everyone nodded in agreement and started to get busy. Yi Bingbing walked up to Yi Zhiqi and asked softly, Brother, can we really find Lang Ao and take back the vibranium sword? Yi Zhiqi looked at the night sky in the distance and replied with a smile, With Huahua by our side, we will definitely find the answer. Hearing this, Huahua also smiled. Although she had not yet fully recovered her memory, she felt everyone's care and support for her. Afterwards, everyone went their separate ways to rest. Tired looks and relaxed expressions gradually appeared, and they had exhausted their physical strength and energy after a long period of tension. The night is quiet, and the stars are bright. Yi Zhiqi lay in the tent, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. He recalled the scene of his meeting Huahua, and his heart was filled with doubt and worry about Huahua. She is a mysterious girl who has lost her memory, and he can't help but begin to wonder if there is some connection between her and Lang Ao. Perhaps she was a spy sent to lurk among them, posing as a victim. However, whenever he saw Huahua's innocent and warm smile, these doubts seemed to be dispelled by a force. He knew that he couldn't easily misunderstand others, especially now that everyone needed to unite to face the challenges. Putting aside the troubled thoughts in his mind, Yi Zhiqi looked at the stars shining in the night sky outside the tent. He knew that the next mission would not be easy, but as long as everyone worked together, they would be able to find Lang Ao and take back the vibranium sword. At the same time, Su Chong was lying in another tent, thinking with his eyes closed. He recalled the battle with Lang Ao, and anger surged in his heart again. He secretly vowed to take revenge. Su Chong clenched his fists, determined. Luo Tianyi curled up in his sleeping bag, surrounded by the chill of the ice and snow royal family. He raised his palm and a ball of ice and snow flour condensed at his fingertips. Lang Ao, you will become my target for freezing, he whispered. Luo Tianyi firmly believed that his power could render the dark creatures completely immobile. Jiangwen leaned against the tree trunk and closed his eyes slightly tiredly. Thunderbird had calmed down, but the intense battle had left him exhausted. However, deep in my heart, I am still full of the strength to fight. Warner sat outside the tent, looking at the stars under the bright moonlight. Her heart was filled with care and worry for her teammates, but she was also looking forward to the upcoming battle. She will use her powers to provide healing and speed boosts to everyone, making them more powerful in battle. A slight snoring sound could be heard from the tent as everyone was resting and recovering their strength. In the brief period of peace, they all understood that only by getting a good rest could they be prepared for the next action. Yi Zhiqi closed his eyes and felt the steady and regular breathing around him. He knew that everyone needed enough rest to cope with the upcoming challenges, so he decided not to disturb anyone before dawn. The next morning, the warm sun slowly rose and sprinkled on the earth. Yi Zhiqi and others woke up from their fateful dream and quickly packed their luggage, ready to move forward at any time. Yi Zhiqi put on a thick combat uniform and checked his weapons. A determined light flashed in his eyes. Even though they had just been through a tough battle, he knew that this was just the beginning. They must continue on their journey to find Wolf Pride and retrieve the vibranium sword. Su Chong got up early and did a series of warm-up exercises on the dew-moistened grass. He used the unique agility of the beast elves to adjust his state, and a fighting spirit emanated from his whole body. Luo Tianyi climbed out of his sleeping bag, his body filled with cold air. He did not hesitate to condense ice and snow flowers and let them fly in the air. The power of the ice and snow royal family has become his most powerful weapon. Jiangwen put down the recuperated ptarmigan in the cage and walked out of the tent. There was a flash of lightning on his body, and a sense of confidence came over him. Chapter 173 Flower Sea. Although the battle made him tired, he had no intention of retreating. Warner breathed in the fresh air and gazed at the familiar group of moon rabbits in the distance. She smiled as she imagined her powers healing and speeding up her teammates, providing them with valuable support. Dr. Agasa was watching everyone's movements closely and reminding everyone to pay attention to details at any time. There was seriousness and determination in his eyes. As a knowledgeable inventor, he knew he played an important role in the team. The team divided the work and cooperated tacitly, completing their respective tasks in an orderly manner. Yi Zhiqi led everyone to pack their luggage. Su Chong prepared the fire and food. Luo Tianyi cleaned up the surroundings, making sure no traces were left behind. Jiang Wen checked whether everyone's weapons and equipment were in good condition. Everyone performs their duties and cooperates well. The tacit understanding and trust between them made the whole operation smoother and more efficient. After packing his luggage, Yi Zhiqi looked towards the mountains in the distance. He knew the next task would not be easy. Let's go, Yi Zhiqi reminded everyone. Everyone stood together in unison, with firm and determined looks in their eyes. At this time, Huahua walked up to Dr. Agasa. She carefully told him what she knew about Lang Ao's last movements. Dr. Agasa was stunned when he heard this, and immediately realized that this was an important clue. He quickly entered this information into his navigation robot, and asked it to find the flower field closest to them. A bright spot appeared on the navigation robot, indicating the direction of the sea of flowers. Dr. Agasa stared at the flashing path on the screen, hoping to find Lang Ao as soon as possible. Seeing how focused and serious Dr. Agasa was, the other people in the team came over. Yi Zhiqi felt everyone's determination and anticipation for the mission to find Lang Ao. Su Chong stood quietly by, his eyes fixed on the path displayed on the navigation robot. He knew that this operation was not only to obtain the vibranium sword, but also to protect the precious companions around him. Luo Tianyi placed his hand on the ice blade, and cold air surged out of his body. He smiled at the navigation robot. The glory and responsibility of the ice and snow royal family made him feel extremely excited. Jiang Wen leaned against the tree trunk, closed his eyes, and felt the electric current around him. He knew that he had a heavy responsibility, not only as a support to his teammates, but also as a pride as the son of thunder and lightning. Wanner stood in the middle of the team, and she felt the fighting spirit and expectations of her teammates. She prayed silently that everyone would be safe on the rest of the journey. Dr. Agasa continued to stare at the path displayed on the navigation robot screen, and prayed silently that he could find Lang Ao as soon as possible while waiting. As the only person in the team who had no fighting ability but played a crucial role, he felt the trust and expectations of all his teammates. The sun gradually became hotter and sprinkled on the earth. As time passed, the navigation robot finally indicated the specific location of the Sea of Flowers. Dr. Agasa excitedly lifted up the robot and took the lead to move in the indicated direction. Yi Zhiqi and his party followed the guidance of the navigation robot and walked into the dense Sea of Flowers. The beautiful scenery of the Sea of Flowers is intoxicating, as if you are in a fairy tale world. Colorful flowers sway in the breeze, emitting bursts of fragrance. Bees and butterflies flying among the flowers add vitality and vigor. The navigation robot emits a blue light and continues to lead the way. Yi Zhiqi followed closely behind, and beside him were Yi Bingbing, Jin Yuanzi, Su Chong, Luo Tianyi, Jiang Wen, Wanner, and the mysterious Huahua. They passed through dense jungles, crossed high mountains and ridges, and walked along steep mountain roads. The sunlight shone through the woods onto them, bringing a touch of coolness and hope. "It's so beautiful here," Wanner couldn't help but exclaimed. "The scent of these flowers is simply intoxicating." "Yes, this place is full of life and vitality," Yi Zhiqi said with a smile. "It is because of the existence of the Sea of Flowers that this land has become so precious." Su Chong looked at a tall flower in the distance, and a hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. "Perhaps in this Sea of Flowers, we will find clues about Lang Ao." Luo Tianyi placed his hand on the ice blade, and cold air surged out of his body. Jiang Wen leaned against the tree trunk, feeling the electric current in the air around him. Dr. Agasa looked up at the navigation robot leading the way. "The clues left by Lang Ao finally led us to this beautiful and mysterious Sea of Flowers." Everyone in the team was immersed in their own thoughts, but there was a tacit understanding between them. They would smile and say a few light-hearted words, bringing a sense of comfort to everyone. As time passed, the team gradually approached the target location. The navigation robot continues to guide the road ahead. It seemed that it could also feel the excitement and anticipation that the team members felt about being close to Lang Ao's location. "We are getting closer and closer to the Sea of Flowers," Su Chong said excitedly. "That's right, we must stay alert at all times," Yi Zhiqi reminded. Lang Ao is not an easy opponent to deal with. Everyone in the team held their weapons tightly. They knew that they were about to face a difficult and dangerous battle. The team finally arrived at the Sea of Flowers and prepared to take the next step. They followed the guidance of the navigation robot, passed through a dense jungle, and suddenly their eyes lit up. The boundless sea of flowers blooms with colorful flowers under the sun, exuding rich floral fragrance. The whole scene was dreamlike and incredibly beautiful. Yi Zhiqi and other team members couldn't help but stop and admire the beautiful scenery. This is so beautiful. I have never seen such a colorful sea of flowers. Yi Bingbing exclaimed. Yes, this is really spectacular. Jiang Wen patted Yi Zhiqi's shoulder excitedly. We should take a few photos as a souvenir. Good idea. Let's take a group photo. Warner shouted happily. Everyone gathered together and looked up at the bright sunshine in the blue sky. Dr. Agasa prepared his camera and felt excited as he clicked the shutter. Everyone smile, he shouted. They laughed out loud together, and the moment was captured in the photo. Laughter and joy spread throughout the sea of flowers, as if praising and celebrating this beautiful scenery. Okay, it's time for us to move on, Yi Zhiqi shouted, breaking the joyful atmosphere. Everyone regrouped and prepared to move forward. The navigation robot emits blue light, guiding in a specific direction. The navigation robot shows that we are not far from where Lang Ao is. Chapter 174 Monster Attacks. Dr. Agasa looked at the instructions on the screen intently. We must remain vigilant. He may have noticed our pursuit. Yi Zhiqi looked up at the navigation robot, then turned around and said to everyone, Okay, let's split up and reunite as soon as we find Lang Ao. The team members quickly dispersed and searched everywhere in the sea of flowers. Yi Zhiqi kept bypassing the colorful flowers, and he couldn't help but think of his previous fight with Lang Ao. Lang Ao, I must find you. Yi Zhiqi thought firmly in his heart. Yi Zhiqi looked at Jiang Wen and said with a smile, Jiang Wen, we need a higher vision to find Lang Ao. I hope you can summon the Thunderbird and let it fly up to the sky for a tour. Jiang Wen nodded and focused his attention. A bright light of lightning began to gather around his body. As the energy continued to accumulate, a huge Thunderbird emerged in the air. The Thunderbird spread its wings and flew high, drawing a beautiful and shocking arc in the air. Its wings flashed with lightning, like a sharp thunderblade. Yi Zhiqi, Luo Tianyi, Warner and Yi Bingbing looked up at the Thunderbird soaring high in the sky. Luo Tianyi stared at the Thunderbird frozen in the air and whispered to himself, lightning and ice and snow intertwined. This is really magnificent. Warner stared at the Thunderbird intently. My friends, please find Lang Ao as soon as possible. Warner prayed silently. Jiang Wen commanded the Thunderbird, which spread its wings and flew high in the sky, flying as fast as lightning. Jiang Wen felt as if there was a special connection between himself and the Thunderbird. He could feel the power and energy contained in the Thunderbird. Yi Zhiqi watched the Thunderbird quickly fly across the sky, hoping that it would bring them news about Lang Ao. Time passed by, and Jiang Wen directed the Thunderbird to search over the sea of flowers. Jiang Wen felt the emergency signal from the Thunderbird and immediately told Yi Zhiqi the news. Yi Zhiqi frowned. He knew that the Thunderbird would not sound the alarm without reason. There must be some danger approaching. He turned to the group and said, Everyone, pay attention. Thunderbird has spotted the danger. We need to be prepared. Everyone's expressions suddenly became tense. They immediately stopped what they were doing and prepared for the possible crisis. Jiang Wen commanded the Thunderbird, circling in the air, and looked around vigilantly. Suddenly, a group of monsters appeared in everyone's sight. There are 5 of them in total. Each of them is huge and powerful, and their bodies are covered with scales as hard as steel. They stared at everyone fiercely and made low, roaring sounds. Yi Zhiqi and Jiang Wen quickly stood at the front, ready to meet the attack of the monsters. They did not show any fear in the face of these powerful and fierce enemies. Yi Zhiqi said to his companions in a serious mood, Everyone, be careful. The enemy is approaching. Jiang Wen immediately nodded and replied, Yes, we are ready. Su Chong held the giant lizard whip tightly in his hand and stared at the monsters with a firm gaze. Let them see the power of the beast spirits. Luo Tianyi's eyes were bright, and the ice and snow staff in his hand exuded cold air. I will freeze them into ice sculptures. Warner had a confident smile on her face. I will heal and speed up everyone. Dr. Agasa adjusted his glasses and said calmly, I will provide support and strategies. Yi Zhiqi saw that his companions were ready and nodded. Then he took out the steel protective leather armor in his hand and put it on, and pulled the mecha controller to install the Black Knight mecha. The Black Knight mecha is tall and majestic, with shiny black metallic paint, just like a god of war descending. Everyone looked at each other. They have 100% confidence in Yi Zhiqi's strength and leadership ability and are ready to fight the enemy to the end. Yi Zhiqi took a deep breath and said, My friends, protect yourselves. We must resolutely defeat these monsters. The scene before him made Yijiqi's heart tremble, and a strong murderous aura filled the air all around. Dozens of monsters let out deafening roars and pounced towards Yijiqi and others. Each of these monsters is huge, covered with scales as hard as iron, and looks extremely ferocious. Yijiqi took a deep breath and felt the powerful malice emanating from the monster. He immediately mobilized his internal energy, and a layer of golden protective shield appeared on his arms to strengthen his defensive capabilities. A look of determination flashed across Luo Tian's eyes. He grabbed the ice and snow staff in his hand, and a chill filled the air. He used his skills without hesitation, and a huge pillar of frost shot out from his staff, directly freezing several monsters in the air. At the same time, he flew forward quickly, forming a huge ice and snow field in the air. Jiang Wen used the power of thunder and lightning to form a rotating thundercloud in the palm of his hand. He swung his arms violently, and dazzling electric light burst out, directly roasting several approaching monsters. The power of thunder and lightning formed a protective shield around him, protecting him from attacks by monsters. A hint of fighting spirit flashed in Su Chong's eyes, and he tightly grasped the giant lizard whip in his hand. He let out a soft shout, and instantly several prehistoric giant lizards emerged from the ground, looking huge and ferocious. They stretched out their tongues and directly rolled several monsters that wanted to approach into their mouths. Wanner also joined the battle. She gently waved the staff in her hand, drawing a faint moonlight in the air. Immediately, dozens of moon rabbits leaped out from the moonlight and quickly surrounded her. These cute creatures not only have healing abilities, but can also provide speed-up effects to teammates. Huahua hugged herself tightly, her body trembling. Although she had lost her memory, she was overwhelmed with gratitude for Yijiqi's rescue. She prayed silently that Yijiqi could overcome the danger before him. Seeing his companions display their unique skills one after another, Yijiqi felt filled with pride and determination. He gripped the Black Knight mech's controls tightly and felt the power flowing through the mech. He let out a low roar without hesitation, and the entire mecha suddenly burst out with powerful energy. The Black Knight mecha is tall and majestic, with shiny black metallic paint, just like a god of war descending. Yijiqi gathered all his strength and held the sword in his hand horizontally in front of him. As he shouted angrily, the sword tip streaked across the sky like a flash of lightning and headed straight for the nearest monster. When the sword collided with the monster, a sharp sound of metal collision suddenly erupted in the air. An extremely powerful energy wave swept up, sending the surrounding monsters fleeing in all directions. The monsters were pushed back by their companions' powerful and diverse attacks. He took a deep breath and shouted to his companions, "Be careful. These monsters are very powerful. Let's fight to the end together." The companions nodded in response, and determined glances flashed between each other. Chapter 175: Defeat the Monster. They had already tacitly understood each other's fighting styles and abilities. The battlefield before them became extremely intense. The monsters roared angrily and launched fierce attacks one after another. Yijiqi and his companions endured tremendous pressure and nimbly dodged the ferocious attacks of the monsters. The sound of violent energy collisions was endless, and blood and flesh flew all over the battlefield. The ice and snow field around Luo Tianyi expanded rapidly, forming a protective shield around him. He mobilized the power of the elves, summoned ice giants and ice dragons, and froze all the monsters that approached him into ice sculptures. Jiang Wen waved the thundercloud in his hand, and dazzling lightning burst out wildly. He moved across the battlefield like lightning, and every move he made was precise and powerful. He watched the movements of his enemies and used his keen perception and alertness to counter them. Su Chong tightly grasped the monitor lizard whip in his hand, and in an instant several prehistoric monitor lizards emerged from the ground. They opened their mouths wide, stuck out their tongues, and rolled several monsters into their mouths. There was a hint of coldness in Su Chong's eyes, and his beast's spirit power was displayed to the fullest. Wanner waved the staff in her hand lightly, and the moon rabbits quickly shuttled around her. She gathers her energy to provide healing and speed boosts to her teammates. The moon rabbits jumped swiftly, forming a small paradise on the battlefield. Huahua felt Yijiqi's powerful and stable aura. Yijiqi's face was full of determination as he kept dodging the monster's attacks. He used his agile body and precise attacking skills to accurately hit the monster's vital points with every strike. He observed the situation of his companions on the battlefield and made a quick judgment. He knew that only through close cooperation could he distract the monsters and defeat them one by one. He shouted loudly, "Everyone attack together. Focus your fire." The companions dispersed tacitly and attacked the same monster at the same time. They displayed a different fighting style than before, adopting a more flexible and powerful offensive strategy. The energy of the Black Knight mecha continued to gather, and Yi Zhiqi felt the power flowing in his body. He roared, and the entire mecha suddenly burst out with powerful energy. On the battlefield in front of him, groups of monsters exuded a chilling aura, accompanied by angry roars. They are full of ferocity and brutality, as if they are the embodiment of dark forces. Yi Zhiqi looked down at the chaotic battlefield with a frown on his face. He gripped the control console of the Black Knight mech tightly, a strong determination surging in his heart. He knew that victory could only be achieved through unity and cooperation. Luo Tianyi's ice and snow field was fully deployed, and ice giants and ice dragons kept spinning around him, freezing all the monsters approaching him into giant ice sculptures. Jiang Wen danced with thunderclouds, and with lightning he repelled several monsters, while reminding his teammates to pay attention to the enemy's position. The giant lizard whip in Su Chang's hand was like a coiled dragon, summoning more prehistoric giant lizards underground. They opened their mouths wide and caught the monsters that were pouncing on their teammates. Warner carefully drives the moon rabbit to provide healing and acceleration effects to teammates, allowing them to counterattack more quickly. Yi Bingbing looked at Yi Zhiqi beside her. His motionless body exuded a strong and stable aura. Her heart was full of trust and admiration for him. She waved the weapon in her hand and attacked the monster following the rhythm of the Black Knight mech. Yi Zhiqi's eyes were focused, and he controlled the Black Knight mecha to move flexibly on the battlefield. He transformed into a flash of lightning and quickly approached a monster. The sharp sword streaked across the night sky like a meteor, cutting off the monster's giant claws. The monster let out a shrill howl and pounced towards Yi Zhiqi angrily. But he was not afraid and cleverly dodged the monster's attack. At the same time, the companions released their most powerful skills and concentrated their firepower on the monster. Luo Tianyi's ice and snow field expanded rapidly, forming thick frost around the monsters, binding them. Jiang Wen mobilized the Thunderbird and released lightning at the monster, instantly roasting a dark creature. Su Chang's prehistoric giant lizard was wriggling underground, and suddenly drilled out from the ground and swallowed a monster directly. Hua was watching her teammates moving back and forth in the battle. Yi Zhiqi's eyes firmly scanned everything unfolding on the battlefield. He knew that there could be no slack at this time, so he ordered, "Everyone continue to attack. Don't give them a chance to breathe." The companions followed the command tacitly and once again concentrated their fire to repel several monsters. At the same time, the energy inside the Black Knight mecha continued to gather. While Yi Zhiqi felt the power flowing in his body, he also felt his body becoming as powerful as a huge wave. Yi Zhiqi let out a roar, and the entire Black Knight mech burst out with powerful energy, making his attack even more sharp. He decided to take advantage of this opportunity and lead the charge himself. The sword flashed instantly, and the Black Knight mecha rushed across the battlefield like lightning that cut through the darkness. Every slash hit the monster's weak point accurately. The monsters were beaten back step by step, but they did not surrender. They roared angrily and launched an even more ferocious attack. A life and death struggle unfolded on the battlefield. Yi Zhiqi's tense nerves gradually relaxed. He watched his companions fighting desperately, with endless gratitude in his heart. The battle continues, and the Black Knight mecha is invincible. Yi Zhiqi knew that victory was at hand, but he also understood that the battle was far from over. He must hold on until the very end. The more they fought, the braver they became. The companions and Yi Zhiqi cooperated with each other to resolve every attack of the monsters. The monsters were covered in blood and fell to the ground without any resistance. Yi Zhiqi approached one of the monsters, grabbed its neck tightly, and asked fiercely, "Tell me, where is Lang Ao?" The monster was trembling, and its fearful eyes revealed pain and terror. It replied in a trembling voice, "Lang Ao, he is no longer here." Yi Zhiqi did not let down his guard. He looked down at the monster and said coldly, "Your deception to me will only bring you more pain." The other partners also came forward, their eyes sparkling with excitement about victory. Jiang Wen said with a smile, "Finally, we defeated these hateful creatures." Luo Tianyi took a deep breath and nodded to Yi Zhiqi. "We did it. Now we can find Lang Ao." Yi Zhiqi put away his grim expression, turned to the other partners, and said, "Thank you for your hard work. This victory is the result of our unity and cooperation." Warner giggled and patted Yi Zhiqi's shoulder gently. "Senior brother Yi is really amazing. You can always lead us through difficulties." Yi Bingbing also looked at Yi Zhiqi with admiration. "Brother Yi, You are really powerful. Not only do you have the powerful strength of a mechanical lord, but you also have that Black Knight mecha. Chapter 176 Lang Ao appears. Hua quietly watched Yi Zhiqi interacting with other friends, but her heart was filled with ripples. She realized that her connection with them had deepened. However, deep down, she still felt lost. Dr. Agasa was standing aside and observing the whole scene silently. He was very satisfied with the battle and expressed his appreciation for Yi Zhiqi and his companions. At this moment, the monster finally couldn't help it and twitched a few times. Yi Zhiqi stared at the monster fiercely, with a cold, murderous intent in his voice. Is there anything else you want to tell me? Where is Lang Ao now? The monster was trembling, its eyes full of fear and helplessness. It replied in a trembling voice, he is in the Fountain of Hope, but it is difficult to enter there. There are powerful defense mechanisms. Yi Zhiqi clenched his fists and said coldly, don't think you can get away with it. Then, he threw the monster to the ground. Tell me how to enter the Fountain of Hope. Luo Tianyi took a step forward and looked at the monster with a cold expression. Don't waste time. Tell us how to get in. The monster was overwhelmed and said, I can tell you a secret passage, but you have to ensure our safety. Jiang Wen stood up and lit the lightning-attracting talisman, and lightning began to surround him. He sneered, if you dare to point us in the wrong direction or set a trap, I believe we will let you know what true pain is. Yi Bingbing patted Yi Zhiqi's shoulder gently and said softly, Brother Yi, don't be angry. The most important thing for us now is to find Lang Ao. Dr. Agasa stepped forward and said seriously, we need to enter the Fountain of Hope as soon as possible. This is not a place for us to stay for long. Yi Bingbing tightly grasped Yi Zhiqi's arm, with a determined light in her eyes. Brother Yi, we will definitely be able to find Lang Ao. Hua stood silently by, with ripples in her heart. Yi Zhiqi loosened his clenched arms and looked at the monster. You should know that no one in this world can escape from my palm. His eyes were cold and sharp. Now tell me where the secret passage is. The monster trembled and pointed to the back of the Sea of Flowers. It's right there, the Fountain of Hope. Yi Zhiqi glanced at the monster coldly, with a sly smile on his face. He raised the weapon in his hand, aimed accurately at each monster, and killed them easily. Every kill seemed so accurate and so cruel, and he exuded a powerful and terrifying murderous aura. Yi Zhiqi's figure appeared tall and majestic in the night, like an omnipotent god. With cold eyes and ruthless blade, he rules this dark world. He used his powerful strength and territory to build technological mechas to resist the forces of darkness. Luo Tianyi looked at Yi Zhiqi, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. As a member of the Ice and Snow royal family, he knew that he could not compare with Yi Zhiqi, but he still followed him firmly. Hua held Yi Zhiqi's arm tightly, and she felt his firm and fearless strength. Although she lost her memory, she knew she had an important mission in this team. Dr. Agasa walked in the front. He was the smartest and most resourceful person in the team. He told Yi Zhiqi and others what he knew about the Fountain of Hope. The Fountain of Hope is an extremely dangerous and difficult place to enter. Dr. Agasa said in a serious tone, we must proceed with caution, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Yi Zhiqi nodded. He knew very well that he couldn't be careless at all. There are many dangers hidden in the Sea of Flowers, and he must go all out to find Lang Ao. The team walked into the Sea of Flowers and into the direction of the Fountain of Hope. This Sea of Flowers is filled with various gorgeous flowers, exuding charming fragrance. But Yi Zhiqi and his companions had no time to appreciate the beautiful scenery. They only focused on the task at hand. Yi Zhiqi and his companions finally arrived at the legendary Fountain of Hope, and they were amazed by the scene before them. The scene before them was like a fairyland, leaving them completely speechless. The Fountain of Hope is crystal clear, with colorful petals floating on the water and a colorful sea of flowers surrounding it. The light shines through the Sea of Flowers, reflecting on each petal, forming brilliant colorful lights. From time to time, the sound of breeze blowing through petals can be heard in the Sea of Flowers, as if it were the sound of nature. Yi Zhiqi, Luo Tianyi, Jiang Wen, Su Chang, Wanner and others gazed at the beautiful and mysterious scenery. They were attracted by the vitality emanating from here. Yi Zhiqi felt the tremendous energy contained in the Fountain of Hope and saw endless possibilities in those deep and clear eyes. It's so beautiful here. Su Chang stretched comfortably. I've never seen such a fairyland-like place. Indeed, the Sea of Flowers and the Fountain of Hope here are full of powerful vitality. Luo Tianyi sighed. We must be careful and try not to touch anything. Jiang Wen nodded in agreement. He could also feel the powerful energy here. We should be on guard against the enemies around us and search for the traces of Lang Ao at the same time. Warner looked around and deliberately sped up the speed of the moon rabbit dancing around the team. She felt the rich vitality here and gave strength to her teammates in this beautiful yet dangerous place. Hua held Yijichi's hand tightly. In this helpless world, he was the symbol of her reliance and support. Dr. Agasa stared blankly at the fountain of hope. This is a sight I have never seen before. He couldn't help but whisper to himself, I think I'm going to make a lot of new discoveries. The team continued to move forward, carefully avoiding the flowers around them. As they walked, they felt the beautiful scenery in front of them and couldn't help but be intoxicated by it. At this time, Lang Ao, who was beside the spring, found them. Yijichi and his companion stopped and looked at Lang Ao nervously. They felt the pressure from this mysterious and powerful being before them. Lang Ao's tall and majestic body gleamed golden in the sunlight, and his blue eyes revealed a strong sense of vigilance and suspicion. He slowly approached Yijichi and his group, scanning everyone's face. Who are you? Where are you from? Lang Ao asked in a stern voice, with a strong murderous aura in his voice. Yijichi stood on an open grassland, looking at Lang Ao with a firm gaze. His face revealed fearlessness. He smiled slightly and replied to Lang Ao, I am Yijichi, and we are here for the vibranium sword. His voice was calm but firm. Lang Ao stood with his back to the sun, his figure appearing tall and dark. He sneered lightly, as if he didn't take Yijichi and others seriously. Chapter 177 Duel with Lang Ao. You dare to come to me? You really overestimate yourself. Lang Ao said coldly. Yijichi did not retreat, his eyes still fixed on Lang Ao. The vibranium sword you are holding now is not something you should have. Hand it over. His tone revealed a challenge and determination. Hearing this, Lang Ao was stunned for a moment. Then he fell silent, deep in thought. Just when everyone thought Lang Ao would refuse, he suddenly turned around and looked directly at Yijichi with a meaningful smile. Want the vibranium sword? Then it depends on whether you have the ability to take it. As soon as Lang Ao finished speaking, his aura burst out instantly. Yijichi's eyes were cold, and he was not shaken by Lang Ao's contempt. He clenched his fists and gathered his strength. Lang Ao raised his eyebrows in disdain, and his sneer echoed in the air. He looked at Yijichi and others, with a hint of disdain and ridicule in his eyes. He took a slow step forward, like a wild animal about to pounce on its prey. You guys think you can take away my vibranium sword with just a little bit of strength? That's ridiculous. Lang Ao teased. Everyone couldn't help but frown, and could feel the powerful aura emanating from Lang Ao. Su Chong was secretly shocked, thinking of the previous rumors. Lang Ao possessed the highest skill of the beast spirits, transforming into a wild beast. And it is the strongest wild beast, the war hyena. Luo Tianyi smiled coldly, and a chill suddenly surged from under his snow-white robe. Even the war hyena dragon can't defeat my ice dragon. Jiang Wen stroked the lightning necklace on his neck, with a flash of lightning in his eyes. Even if the war hyena dragon can quickly adapt to the electric current, he can't withstand being roasted by my Thunderbird. Warner gently stroked the moon rabbit in her arms, her eyes gentle but firm. If the war hyena dragon dares to approach, my group of moon rabbits will protect us. Hua was suddenly touched when she saw Yijichi, who remained steadfast in the face of a powerful enemy. She felt a power awakening deep in her heart. Yijichi stared at Lang Ao without wavering. He knew that any weakness or compromise was unacceptable in the face of such a powerful enemy. Lang Ao sneered, and his eyes suddenly fell behind Yi Bingbing. He saw Hua hiding there, her green eyes revealing a mysterious and terrifying aura. Lang Ao knew that this little girl was definitely not simple. It seems that you really care about this girl. Lang Ao laughed sinisterly. There was a hint of provocation in his voice. Leave her to me. Maybe I can spare your lives. Yijichi glanced at Hua indifferently, then shook his head resolutely. I will not use my friends as bargaining chips. Hua felt the firm gaze and power in Yijichi's words. She felt the awakening power deep within her grow stronger. Lang Ao frowned slightly, not expecting Yijichi to be so determined. He originally thought that the other party would give in for the sake of profit, but now it seems that this man is really difficult to deal with. Are you really willing to go against me for a girl? Lang Ao asked sarcastically. Yijichi took a deep breath, his eyes revealing a hint of determination. I'm not doing this just for Hua, but for my dignity. I will never give in on something like this. Lang Ao's face became distorted, with anger and unwillingness intertwined. He pounced on Yijichi and others without hesitation, and his speed was so fast that it was difficult for people to react. Yijichi immediately issued an order, asking his companions to protect Hua. Suchong's prehistoric giant lizard quickly leaped forward and protected Hua behind him. Yi Zhiqi himself reacted quickly, summoning the Black Knight Mecha to fight. The mecha emerged from the ground, tall and powerful, holding an energy sword. Lang Ao looked at this scene and couldn't help feeling a little panicked. He didn't expect Yi Zhiqi to be able to summon such a powerful mecha. The opponent had forced him into this situation before he had even tried his best. Damn it! Lang Ao growled with gritted teeth, and the dark creatures under his feet began to surge wildly. Yi Zhiqi faced the battle calmly and dodged Lang Ao's attacks nimbly. He held a sword of energy in his hand, and every time he swung it, a flash of lightning appeared, drawing beautiful arcs in the darkness. The companions and the mechas united to fight against Lang Ao's attack, and the scene was extremely intense. Suchong's prehistoric giant lizard twisted its body and whipped the dark creature with its tail. The Tyrannosaurus Rex opened its mouth wide and swallowed a dark creature directly into its stomach. Luo Tianyi controlled the ice giants and ice dragons to wreak havoc in all directions. In the cold air, the dark creatures were frozen into sculptures one by one. Jiangwen released the Thunderbird to continuously bombard the dark creatures around Lang Ao. Yi Bingbing stood aside and watched all this. She glanced at the battle scene and felt a deeper admiration for Yi Zhiqi. During the fight between Yi Zhiqi and Lang Ao, the Black Knight Mecha displayed amazing power. Every time the mecha swung the energy sword, it could create a huge and distinct scar. Lang Ao and Yi Zhiqi's fists and feet crossed, and every collision was full of power. Lang Ao was agile and his punches and kicks were continuous. His movements were casual and precise, and every punch and kick carried overwhelming power. Yi Zhiqi was agile and skillful, and he nimbly dodged Lang Ao's attacks. Every move and every style is accurately responded to the opponent's attack. The two men's lightning-fast movements intertwined, leaving afterimages. Their figures sometimes collided violently, and sometimes evaded lightly. The scene was extremely intense. Yi Zhiqi felt the tacit cooperation between himself and the mecha, and was able to quickly adjust his posture and position at critical moments. "You are not strong enough," Lang Ao shouted. "I will defeat you completely." Yi Zhiqi sneered. "Just you? Ridiculous." The two started fighting again. Yi Zhiqi swung the sword of energy, drawing beautiful arcs in the air, and each swing was full of power. Lang Ao was like a ferocious beast, letting out a low and powerful roar, and his punches and kicks brought with them the power of a storm. Their figures sometimes collided violently on the ground, and sometimes intersected quickly in the air. The Black Knight Mecha also attacked the dark creatures around Lang Ao with all its might, resolving their interference with Yi Zhiqi. Luo Tianyi controlled the ice giant and ice dragon, continuously releasing cold air and ice attacks, imprisoning the dark creatures in endless ice. Suchong struggled to control the prehistoric giant lizards and Tyrannosaurus Rex, which fought horribly against the dark creatures with their fangs and claws. Jiangwen released the Thunderbird to continuously bombard the dark creatures around Lang Ao. Chapter 178, Capturing Lang Ao. Every strike of lightning can blast the dark creatures into pieces. Wanner controlled a group of moon rabbits to revolve around Yi Zhiqi, releasing healing and acceleration magic in the air, allowing Yi Zhiqi to recover his strength and enhance his combat effectiveness. For a moment, the battlefield was filled with the sound of sparks and cold air. Yi Bingbing stared closely at the battle in front of her. She saw how calm and decisive her senior brother was, and how he was able to quickly find solutions to problems in times of crisis. "Senior brother, you have to work hard." Yi Bingbing silently cheered for Yi Zhiqi and was ready to provide support at any time. Yi Zhiqi felt warm inside when he heard Yi Bingbing's encouragement. He tensed his body and faced Lang Ao with full concentration. He knew that this competition was not only about personal dignity, but also about the honor of their entire team. Lang Ao also felt the powerful energy fluctuations from his opponent, and he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. But he had no intention of retreating. Instead, he aroused a stronger fighting spirit. He attacked Yi Zhiqi and the Black Knight Mech with one move after another, leaving lightning-like shadows in the air. Lang Ao kept changing his moves, sometimes violently launching continuous punches and kicks, and sometimes nimbly dodging Yi Zhiqi's attacks. Yi Zhiqi did not show any weakness, showing his strength and experience as an SS-level mechanical lord. Every attack landed accurately on Lang Ao. He gripped the sword of energy tightly and blocked Lang Ao's attack with his unyielding will. The battle has entered a white-hot stage, with both men displaying their skills without holding back. They competed with each other, surpassed each other, and decided the winner in this life and death contest. Who will win in the end? Everyone held their breath and stared at the fight between the two. At this moment, the battlefield was filled with a solemn and tense atmosphere. As the two men's fists and feet exchanged blows, Yi Zhiqi felt the huge and powerful force of the Black Knight mecha. Every movement of the mecha brought an earthquake-like impact, making it impossible for Lang Ao to keep his body steady. Lang Ao was forced to retreat continuously, unable to resist the suppression of the Black Knight mecha and the one-strike Wuji sword technique. The huge body of the Black Knight mecha shuttled across the battlefield, and every movement brought a strong wave of air. The energy sword in the mecha's hand danced like flying, and the sword's shadow crossed the sky, exuding a heart-pounding power. Yi Zhiqi sat inside the mecha with a cold and determined look. He focused all his energy on the battle. You are not strong enough. Lang Ao was forced to retreat step by the Black Knight mech and the Wuji swordsmanship, and roared, "I will not lose to you easily." Yi Zhiqi sneered. How ridiculous. Do you think you can defeat me with just a moment of bravery? The energy sword in his hand thrust out quickly, and the sword light split the resistance of the dark creature and went straight towards Lang Ao. The Wuji sword technique exerted amazing power in one strike. The sword was as fast as a rainbow and hit Lang Ao's body with lightning speed. The tip of the sword pierced into Lang Ao's body, making a series of sharp, tearing sounds. He was shaking all over and struggling to free himself from the sword. However, Yi Zhiqi mercilessly spun the sword of energy, enlarging the wound and flying into the sky dozens of meters below. How dare you? Lang Ao let out an angry and desperate roar. The entire battlefield fell into dead silence. The dark creatures sensed Lang Ao's failure and began to retreat. They understood that without Lang Ao's command, the battle could no longer continue. Yi Zhiqi retracted the energy sword, and the Black Knight mecha slowly stopped on the ground. He slowly stepped down from the mecha, his steps firm and indifferent on the bloody battlefield. Yi Bingbing looked at her senior brother's cold and determined figure, feeling both admiration and amazement in her heart. She saw her senior brother's indifference after the victory, and saw his confidence in his absolute control over the battle. Senior brother, Yi Bingbing called softly. At this time, Luo Tianyi controlled the huge ice and snow giant and walked towards Yi Zhiqi. Brother Zhiqi, you are so amazing. It's like a god descending. Su Chong also came over, his dragon crown emitting majesty. Zhiqi, your strength is amazing. Congratulations on defeating Lang Ao. Jiang Wen, Wanner and Hua also gathered around and expressed their admiration for Yi Zhiqi. The smart rope is a device invented by Dr. A. Li, which can automatically adjust the tightness and firmness according to the user's instructions. At this time, the intelligent ropes were tightly wrapped around Lang Ao's body, completely binding him. No matter how Lang Ao struggles, he cannot escape this predicament controlled by technology. Yi Zhiqi watched indifferently as Lang Ao was tied up by the intelligent ropes. He said nothing, but his expression revealed a hint of sharpness. Dr. Agasa stood aside, concentrating on operating the operating panel of the smart rope. It seems that you are not strong enough. Yi Zhiqi said lightly. I will make you understand that in this rootless land, only strength can win respect. Lang Ao's eyes were wide open with anger, and he was unable to break free while being tied up. He stared at Yi Zhiqi fiercely. Do you think you have one like this? I will never admit defeat. Yi Zhiqi chuckled but did not respond. He turned and walked towards Dr. Agasa, who was operating the intelligent binding rope, his eyes full of admiration. Doctor, your invention is excellent. Yi Zhiqi praised. The flexibility and strength of the smart rope will be a valuable weapon for us. Dr. Agasa smiled slightly and looked at the scene of Lang Ao being tied up with satisfaction. This is just one of the many devices I invented. I hope I can bring you more practical technology in the future. I will continue to improve it and make it more perfect. Yi Zhiqi looked at Lang Ao, who was tied up by the intelligent ropes, and stood aside calmly. He remained unmoved and seemed unfazed by Lang Ao's anger. Lang Ao's eyes were filled with anger and disdain. He shouted angrily, You shameless fellow, let me go. Yi Zhiqi's brows furrowed slightly, and a playful smile appeared on his face. He was well aware of Lang Ao's inner anger and struggle at the moment, but he did not feel afraid or uneasy because of it. Do you think scolding me can change the reality? Yi Zhiqi asked calmly. Wolf's face turned red with arrogance. You arrogant idiot. I will never admit defeat. I will find a way to get rid of you and make you pay the price. Yi Zhiqi's eyes were deep, as if he could see through Lang Ao's deepest thoughts. He walked slowly towards Dr. Agasa, ignoring Lang Ao on the way. On the battlefield, strength is the only rule, and Yi Zhiqi has long been accustomed to it. While Yi Zhiqi was talking to Dr. Agasa, Lang Ao struggled hard to break free from his restraints. He exerted all his strength, but the smart ropes wrapped tightly around him, forming an indestructible protective net around him. Chapter 179, Searching for the Vibranium Sword. Looking at Lang Ao's useless struggle, Yi Zhiqi said coldly, "You are still too stupid. You have been tied up, and it is futile no matter how hard you struggle." Yi Zhiqi's gaze turned to Lang Ao, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Tell me where the vibranium sword is," Yi Zhiqi asked in a heavy tone, his voice revealing firmness and majesty. Lang Ao regained his composure, and his eyes met Yi Zhiqi's. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if mocking Yi Zhiqi's stupidity. "Do you think I will tell you? Just because you are such a conceited guy?" Lang Ao replied with a sneer, his tone full of disdain. Yi Zhiqi frowned slightly, sensing the panic and uneasiness faintly revealed in Lang Ao's heart. He knew he had to keep pressing to get the answer he wanted. "You have to know that no matter how you struggle, you can't change reality. Tell me where the vibranium sword is, and maybe I can consider sparing your life." Yi Zhiqi's voice was majestic and firm. Yi Zhiqi stared deeply at Lang Ao, his eyes revealing determination and firmness. He was not shaken by Lang Ao's ridicule and disdain, but instead became more determined. "Do you think you can scare me? Don't think too much. The vibranium sword will not be handed over easily," Lang Ao said sarcastically, with a cunning light in his eyes. Yi Zhiqi smiled slightly. He was not shaken by Lang Ao's words. Instead, a powerful force suddenly rose in his heart. "I don't expect you to hand over the vibranium sword easily, but I will find it no matter what," Yi Zhiqi responded in a firm voice. After hearing Yi Zhiqi's words, Lang Ao frowned slightly. He felt the powerful energy emanating from Yi Zhiqi, which made him feel a little uneasy. He understood that if he didn't hand over the vibranium sword as soon as possible, Yi Zhiqi would probably take more drastic measures to force him. "Do you think you can threaten me? Stop dreaming. I will not let the vibranium sword fall into your hands easily," Lang Ao replied with a sneer. Yi Zhiqi frowned slightly. Luo Tianyi looked at Lang Ao coldly and slowly walked to Yi Zhiqi's side. A chilly breath filled the air, causing the air to freeze for a moment. "Lang Ao, you'd better stop resisting. We don't want to attack you, but if you refuse to hand over the vibranium sword, you will bear the consequences," Luo Tianyi said coldly. At this time, Dr. Agasa took out the truth pill. The truth pill is a special drug developed by Dr. Agasa that can quickly act on the brain of the user and make him unable to lie. Lang Ao glared at the truth pill in Dr. Agasa's hand, and a feeling of powerlessness surged in his heart. He knew that if he took the pill, he would no longer be able to hide the whereabouts of the vibranium sword. Yi Zhiqi smiled slightly. Looking at Lang Ao's pale face, he already felt a sense of victory in his heart. Dr. Agasa handed the truth pill to Yi Zhiqi with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. This inventor and Yi Zhiqi came to the rootless land to find the vibranium sword. And now, they finally got a breakthrough. "Take it, otherwise you will only waste your time. You also know that I will not let you go," Dr. Agasa said coldly. Faced with the threat of oppression and despair, Lang Ao was forced to take the pill. Suddenly, he felt as if the secret in his heart was about to burst out. Lang Ao blurted out the truth uncontrollably in an instant. "I threw the vibranium sword into the spring." Yi Zhiqi learned from Lang Ao that the vibranium sword was in the spring in front of him. Yi Zhiqi quickly looked up and saw a clear and tranquil spring in front of him. The breeze blew on the water surface, causing ripples. There was a hint of excitement and anticipation in his eyes. "The vibranium sword is here?" Yi Zhiqi asked, with a hint of disbelief in his tone. Lang Ao looked at Yi Zhiqi with hatred, his face twisted. He wanted to tear Yi Zhiqi into pieces. But at this moment, he was helpless. The truth pill made it impossible for him to conceal the whereabouts of the vibranium sword. Yi Bingbing held Yi Zhiqi's hand tightly, her eyes full of expectation and encouragement. At this time, Yi Zhiqi asked Lang Ao, "Why did you throw the vibranium sword into the spring?" Lang Ao's face was distorted, and he said hysterically, "When I took the vibranium sword, I found that the sword was not opened and could not be used. So I looked up all the information and found out that the water from the Fountain of Hope can unlock the seal." Yi Zhiqi stared at Lang Ao closely, his heart full of anticipation for the vibranium sword to release the seal. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Lang Ao's forehead, but he never stopped talking. "The vibranium sword needs the water from the Fountain of Hope to unseal it," Lang Ao said with sweat on his forehead. Only this mysterious spring can awaken the long-dormant power within it. Yi Zhiqi looked at Lang Ao and secretly prayed in his heart that the fountain of hope in front of him could unlock the seal of the vibranium sword. The conversation with Lang Ao aroused Yi Bingbing's curiosity, and she couldn't help but ask, "Brother, what is the fountain of hope? Why is it the only one that can unlock the seal of the vibranium sword?" Yi Zhiqi smiled slightly, with a thoughtful look on his face. It is said that the fountain of hope is a source of water with a unique energy that can awaken the powerful force dormant inside the vibranium sword. This power can allow the vibranium sword to show its true power. Dr. Agasa explained at this time. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. She was a young girl named Hua, wearing tattered clothes and with a confused look. She covered her face with her hands and looked at Lang Ao in horror. "Why are you chasing me?" Hua asked in a trembling voice. Lang Ao stared at her closely. "Because when I found the vibranium sword, you were next to it." Hua was stunned for a moment, her eyes showing confusion. Vibranium sword. Her voice was trembling. Yi Zhiqi frowned slightly. He felt that there was something strange about Hua's words. He took a step forward and looked into her eyes. "Is there any connection between you and the vibranium sword? Why are you being hunted?" Hua looked at Yi Zhiqi in surprise, as if trying hard to recall. Her voice revealed a hint of helplessness and fear. Yi Zhiqi pondered for a moment, frowning, holding his chin with his hand, his eyes confused and determined. He realized that the fountain of hope was the only way to unlock the seal of the vibranium sword. He decided to go to the spring to look for clues. He glanced at Hua. Her eyes were still dazed, as if she was lost in some memories. Yi Zhiqi hesitated for a moment. "Hua, you should be very familiar with this rootless land, right? Perhaps you can provide me with some useful information." Chapter 180 Spring Water. Yi Zhiqi said gently. Hua was lost in thought and did not answer him. They came to the spring. The spring water is crystal clear and as calm as a mirror. Yi Zhiqi stared at the water, and the scene of the vibranium sword being snatched away by Lang Ao emerged in his mind. He was determined that he could definitely get the vibranium sword back. They stood beside the spring, and Yi Zhiqi was still staring at the water, thinking about how to get the vibranium sword back. Suddenly, Hua bit her lips tightly, and her eyes flashed with anxiety and regret. Yi Zhiqi realized that Hua had something to say, so he quickly turned his head and looked at Hua's face with a puzzled expression. Hua took a deep breath and said hesitantly, "Yi Zhiqi, I didn't lose my memory. I lied to you before." Yi Zhiqi was stunned for a moment. Looking at Hua's face, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Yi Zhiqi was stunned for a moment. Looking at Hua's face, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. The doubt in his eyes caught Hua's attention. She bit her lips gently, with complex emotions flashing in her eyes. "I have been deceiving you." Hua took a deep breath and spoke hesitantly. Yi Zhiqi was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then smiled bitterly. "Why did you lie to us?" Hua was silent for a moment, and the scenes in her memories gradually emerged in her mind. She tried her best to suppress her emotions. As Yi Zhiqi and Dr. Agasa watched silently, their expressions revealed their deep longing and respect for her father. "My father is the craftsman who made the vibranium sword." Hua finally spoke. "He set up the vibranium sword so that only I can activate it." After listening silently, Yi Zhiqi sighed softly. He understood Hua's inner pain and entanglement. "Hua, I understand how you feel now," Yi Zhiqi said gently. Hua felt Yi Zhiqi's care and encouragement and nodded slightly. Then he continued. "The vibranium sword is a sword passed down from generation to generation, and it possesses great power. There is a special connection between my father and me, and he only taught me how to activate it. However, not long ago, when I was chased by a monster." Yi Zhiqi frowned, his eyes fixed on Hua's eyes, trying to find the truth behind her expression. Hua swallowed lightly and continued hesitantly. "At that time, my life was in danger. I could only pretend to have lost my memory to avoid being hunted by the monster." Yi Zhiqi's heart was shaken. He could feel the deep fear and uneasiness in Hua's words. Yi Zhiqi was shocked to hear the news, and his eyes widened. He looked at Hua in front of him in disbelief, with a complex emotion welling up in his heart, including anger and disappointment, as well as relief and touching. He calmed himself and asked, "Why are you telling me this now?" Hua looked at Yi Zhiqi's serious face. She bit her lip lightly and said with difficulty, "Back in the rootless land, I lost my memory and could only hide from the monsters. At that time, I didn't know who you were, and I knew nothing about the vibranium sword." Seeing the surprise and suspicion in Yi Zhiqi's eyes, she quickly explained, "At that time, I was worried that you were the one who came to snatch the vibranium sword. Yijichi fell into deep thought after hearing this. He understood Huahua's predicament and fear at the time, but still felt lost and dissatisfied in his heart. He silently told himself to understand Huahua and focus on helping her, but he also knew that this news was a huge blow to him. Yijichi took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. He asked in a firm tone, "So why are you confessing now?" Huahua gently stroked her forehead with her fingers, trying hard to recall. Her eyes gradually became firm, and her voice revealed a determination. "I met Lang Ao." Yijichi frowned when he heard the name. Huahua continued, "Lang Ao found me in the forest and threatened to kill me." She paused, then continued, "I was scared and ran away everywhere. After I met you, I was afraid that you were also bad people, so I lied to you." Huahua said that during the days they spent together, she was moved by the care and concern of Yijichi and others. She understood that they were all sincere to her, and Huahua didn't want to continue deceiving her. However, Yijichi did not feel angry or disappointed at this moment. He just felt a warmth surging in his chest. He knew that the care and help he and others showed to Huahua had gradually opened her heart. Seeing how Yijichi and everyone else have devoted their wholehearted love to her, Huahua could no longer bear the burden of guilt and lies. She took a deep breath and looked at Yijichi firmly. "Because you are all really good to me, I don't want to continue to deceive you." Yijichi held Huahua's hand tightly, and their eyes met, conveying deep understanding. Dr. Agasa smiled. "We always believe in you, Huahua. No matter what happened in the past, we will face it together." Yi Bingbing also held Huahua's other hand. She smiled and said, "You don't have to bear that guilt anymore. We are all here to support you." Huahua felt their warm company and encouragement. Her eyes slightly reddened. "Thank you. I'm really sorry." Yijichi gently patted the back of Huahua's hand and said, "Don't blame yourself too much. The most important thing now is to find the vibranium sword back." Huahua was moved to tears and made up her mind. She said to Yijichi, "I want to help you get the vibranium sword." After hearing what Huahua said, Yijichi felt a surge of blood in his heart. He understood that if he could gain the power of the vibranium sword, he would be able to better protect those around him. He decided to accept Huahua's help. "I accept your help." Yijichi looked at Huahua firmly. He felt the gleam of determination and resolve in her eyes. "Let's fight together." Yijichi continued, looking at her with a firm gaze. At this time, Huahua also revealed her firmness and determination. "I will fight for you too." She held Yijichi's hand tightly, as if she wanted to transfer all her strength to him. As the powerful and pure power was transferred between the two, Dr. Agasa couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Yi Bingbing also held Huahua's other hand tightly. "We believe you will make the right choice." Her voice revealed endless support for Huahua. Everything in front of her made Huahua feel warm and courageous. "Thank you, I won't let you down." Huahua held Yijichi's hand, walked across a green meadow, and came to the spring. Yijichi couldn't help but marvel at the scene before him. Chapter 181, Vibranium Sword appears. The crystal-clear spring water exudes a mysterious atmosphere, as if it contains endless power. Floey said gently, "This spring has the power to connect the rootless land to other worlds, and the vibranium sword is within it." Yijichi stared at the spring, feeling an extremely strong desire in his heart. He knew that only by obtaining the power of the vibranium sword could he better protect the people around him. "So how can we find the vibranium sword?" Yijichi asked. Floey smiled softly. "We need to go through a special ritual to awaken the vibranium sword. It will only reveal itself if you truly wish for it in your heart." Yijichi nodded, believing that his deep desire for the vibranium sword would lead him to find it. Huahua closed his eyes and whispered a spell, and suddenly a dazzling golden light came out of the spring water. The golden light gradually gathered into a ball, and then suddenly burst out, and a sword wrapped in golden light emerged from the spring. Yijichi looked at the sword emerging from the spring in surprise. He could feel the powerful aura it emanated. This vibranium sword looks ordinary, but the power it contains should not be underestimated. Huahua looked at the sword with satisfaction. She knew that this was the vibranium sword responding to Yijichi's true inner desire. She extended her hand to Yijichi. "Take it." Yijichi walked towards the sword and carefully reached out to touch it. When his fingers touched the surface of the sword, a weak but firm electric current spread throughout his body. He felt as if he had been reconnected to an endless source of power by the sword. The vibranium sword emitted a dazzling light, and the golden blade flashed with a strange and long-lasting aura. Yijichi could feel the endless power contained in the sword. "This sword is so powerful." Dr. Agasa was full of emotion. Yi Zhiqi looked at the vibranium sword in his hand, and a surge of excitement surged in his heart. He could feel the power contained in the sword, as if it itself was a powerful and mysterious being. The name of the vibranium sword reveals its special properties and abilities, which makes people imagine endlessly. This sword is truly amazing, Yi Zhiqi exclaimed. I can feel the endless power it contains. It's incredible. Hua smiled and nodded. The vibranium sword was destined to be inextricably linked to you from the moment it was created. Only you can truly control it and unleash its full power. Dr. Agasa was also full of curiosity about the vibranium sword. This sword looks very ordinary, but I believe it must contain very sophisticated mechanisms and energy. It is a rare treasure. A strange and long-lasting light shone on the blade of the vibranium sword. A strong idea suddenly arose in his mind, and he wanted to try the power of the sword himself. Can I try it out? See the true power of this vibranium sword? Yi Zhiqi asked expectantly. Hua smiled slightly. Of course. The vibranium sword can only exert its true power in your hands. Yi Zhiqi held the vibranium sword tightly, waiting for Hua's spell with anticipation. Hua closed her eyes and began to silently recite an ancient spell. Her voice was low and melodious, as if it blended into the whole world. As Hua's spell gradually sounded, the vibranium sword trembled slightly in Yi Zhiqi's hand. Golden light emanated from its blade and spread rapidly, like a flash of lightning across the night. There was a mysterious and powerful atmosphere in the air, which seemed to indicate that some incredible power was about to come. Yi Zhiqi felt that the surrounding environment became tense, as if time had stopped. At this moment, the vibranium sword suddenly flashed in the air and stopped in front of Hua in an instant. It floated there quietly, gleaming with golden light, like an ancient sword unearthed. Yi Zhiqi stared at the vibranium sword, his heart filled with awe and wonder. The mysterious aura emanating from the sword made him feel reverence, as if he was facing a true legend. Floey slowly opened her eyes, with magic gleaming in them. She reached out and gently touched the blade of the vibranium sword, and seemed to have established a tacit connection with it. Vibranium sword, obey my call. Hua whispered, let us defeat that dark land together. Yi Zhiqi's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he saw. He felt the power emanating from the vibranium sword and could sense the magic it radiated. This sword actually obeys Hua's call. Yi Zhiqi murmured to himself, his heart full of longing. He was determined to get this magical weapon. Professor Agasa walked closer to the vibranium sword and carefully observed its blade and material. He tapped the sword gently, making a crisp and pleasant sound. This sword must be made of a strange metal. Dr. Agasa's eyes flashed with excitement. If I can study and replicate it, it will be a great breakthrough. Yi Bingbing also joined in the observation. She carefully stretched out her fingers and touched the vibranium sword. A chill spread throughout her body, causing her to shiver. This sword seems to have life, Yi Bingbing said in surprise. Yi Zhiqi walked to Hua and stared at the vibranium sword floating in the air. Floey smiled and nodded, gently gripping the hilt of the vibranium sword. She could feel the faint vibration coming from the sword, as if responding to her determination. Yi Zhiqi, are you willing to lead me and this vibranium sword to explore that dark place? Hua asked. Nothing excites me more than this. A determined light flashed in Yi Zhiqi's eyes. I will use this sword to protect you and everyone who needs help. Hua turned around gently and handed the vibranium sword to Yi Zhiqi. Her eyes were gentle and encouraging, as if silently telling Yi Zhiqi that he could be trusted and that he could bear the power brought by the sword. Yi Zhiqi walked towards the vibranium sword wearily and carefully stretched out his fingers to touch the hilt. The moment he touched it, he felt a mysterious energy spreading from his fingers throughout his body. He trembled slightly and held the vibranium sword tightly. A powerful and dangerous force roared through Yi Zhiqi's body. Yi Zhiqi tightly grasped the vibranium sword and felt the power contained in it. He gently grasped the hilt of the sword, and the sword emitted a faint light, like a long-sleeping giant beast awakening. The vibranium sword was light and balanced, making Yi Zhiqi feel an unprecedented power. He could feel that the sword seemed to have some special connection with him, as if waiting for his order. Dr. Agasa clapped his hands excitedly. This vibranium sword is one of the most mysterious treasures in the rootless land. Chapter 182. Vibranium sword recognizes its master. According to legend, it can focus the user's will and release powerful power. Yi Bingbing looked at Yi Zhiqi's back as he raised the vibranium sword, and a feeling of pride and determination surged in her heart. She knew that this sword would become his weapon to defeat difficulties and enemies. Yijichi, Huahua whispered softly. I believe you can complete the mission. Hearing Huahua's voice, Yijichi seemed to be able to feel her determination and encouragement. He stared at the vibranium sword, a strong sense of determination rising in his heart. Yijichi raised the vibranium sword and slashed at a phantom in the air. In an instant, a dazzling golden light flashed on the sword, like a bolt of thunder across the sky. Dr. Agasa exclaimed, "This is the power of the sword." The moment Yijichi grasped the vibranium sword, the sword emitted an even stronger light. This light blooms like a flame, dazzling people. Yijichi felt that there was some change in the sword in his hand, and it seemed more willing to choose him as its master. "Yijichi, look!" Dr. Agasa shouted in surprise, pointing at the vibranium sword. Yijichi raised his head and saw that the light on the sword was getting brighter and brighter, like a dazzling meteor across the sky. He could feel the power contained in the sword surging continuously, as if it was going to illuminate the entire rootless land. "What's going on?" Yi Bingbing asked in confusion. Huahua was also startled by this sudden change, and her eyes revealed a hint of fear and worry. She had heard that the vibranium sword was an extremely mysterious, powerful, and dangerous treasure, and now it seemed that these rumors were not exaggerated. Dr. Agasa's eyes were shining, and he seemed unable to resist getting closer to the vibranium sword and feeling its power. "Yijichi, you have to be careful. This sword is quite dangerous," Dr. Agasa reminded nervously. Yijichi took a deep breath, and he felt that the vibranium sword in his hand seemed to have merged with himself. The streams of light on the sword spread out as if the seal had been lifted. Huahua exclaimed, indicating that the vibranium sword was willing to choose Yijichi. Huahua shouted in surprise, "The vibranium sword is willing to choose you." Her voice was full of disbelief and surprise, as if she herself had not expected such a result. When Yijichi heard Huahua's cry, his heart was filled with joy and surprise. He began to believe that he might actually have something special that could have some connection with the vibranium sword. At this moment, the vibranium sword suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and the entire sword was shrouded in the hot and dazzling light. This ray of light bloomed like a raging fire, illuminating the entire rootless land. Yijichi felt as if the air around him was burning. He gripped the vibranium sword tightly, feeling the powerful and mysterious force within it. "What's going on?" Dr. Agasa asked curiously. He could feel that the power contained in the light was so strong and pure that he found it hard to believe. After all, this kind of power was something he had never seen before. Yi Bingbing looked at everything in front of her, a hint of awe flashing in her eyes. She knew that the vibranium sword was a legendary treasure that possessed endless power and mystery. And now, this sword seems to have really chosen Yijichi as its master. "Yijichi, you are so amazing." Yi Bingbing patted Yijichi's shoulder excitedly. "The vibranium sword is willing to choose you. This is not something that ordinary people can do." Yijichi smiled and nodded. Looking at the changing vibranium sword in front of him, Yijichi deeply felt the power and mystery it contained. An indescribable excitement surged in his heart, as if this sword was his destined partner. Huahua closed her eyes and began to chant a spell. Her voice was calm and solemn, echoing in the air. Following Huahua's spell, the blade of the vibranium sword began to crack and slowly disperse. The originally clumsy-looking sword becomes delicate and gorgeous, with every detail appearing distinct and vivid. The sword is engraved with complex and mysterious patterns, emitting a dazzling golden light. Yijichi felt as if he had entered a whole new world. He approached the vibranium sword as if attracted, staring at the pattern shining with golden light. Suddenly, a strong force came from the vibranium sword and surrounded him. This power made Yijichi feel both strange and familiar. He seemed to see a battlefield, with the mighty figure of the Black Knight mech shuttling through it, and the enemies crumbling before him. He could feel the power of the Black Knight, an irresistible force. Yijichi took a deep breath and pulled himself back to reality from this illusion. He felt a strong desire burning in his heart. He wanted to master this power and become a true lord. "Vibranium sword, thank you for choosing me," Yijichi said in a low voice. Huahua opened her eyes and looked at Yijichi, gazing at the vibranium sword lovingly. She smiled and said, "You two are destined to have a special bond. The vibranium sword will become your most powerful weapon." Dr. Agasa was very curious about what was happening before his eyes. He couldn't help but walk towards Yijichi and Huahua. "This sword is so magical. What is its origin?" "The vibranium sword is a legendary holy weapon," Huahua explained softly. "It contains infinite power and only the chosen ones can master it. Yi Bingbing also came closer and stared at the vibranium sword with curiosity. What a stunning treasure. I have never seen such a powerful weapon. Yi Zhiqi stared at the vibranium sword. He could feel a unique energy flowing through the sword. I want to become the most powerful lord in the rootless land. Yi Zhiqi made up his mind. Under this ideology, Yi Zhiqi put the vibranium sword back into the scabbard. A powerful aura emanated, and the air seemed to be filled with an electric tension. Yi Zhiqi looked into the distance with a determined look on his face. Dr. Agasa was pleased with Yi Zhiqi's confident statement. Yi Zhiqi's fingers tightly grasped the vibranium sword and trembled slightly. He felt a huge force flowing into his body from the sword. His eyes revealed great firmness and determination, as if they had merged into one with the vibranium sword. Hua looked at Yi Zhiqi quietly, her heart full of admiration and satisfaction. She knew that Yi Zhiqi had entered a new realm and became a true lord. Behind him, Dr. Agasa approached Yi Zhiqi and stared at the vibranium sword in his hand. You must make good use of such a powerful weapon, Dr. Agasa encouraged. I understand. Yi Zhiqi nodded. I will use the vibranium sword to protect the rootless land and its residents. Chapter 183 Wolf Ao's Sneak Attack. In the scene before our eyes, the stream is flowing gently, emitting a golden glow under the setting sun. The flowers and grass are lush and green, swaying gently in the breeze. In the distance are rolling mountains, and the blue sky is pure white. These scenes seem to witness the bond between Yi Zhiqi and the vibranium sword. Hua stared into Yi Zhiqi's eyes and told him the news in a solemn tone. There was a hint of solemnity and awe in her voice. Yi Zhiqi, the vibranium sword has been unsealed. From now on, only you can summon it. Yi Zhiqi listened to Hua's words quietly. He could feel what this news meant to him. As an object of supreme divine power, the vibranium sword only obeys him, which means that he has truly become the master. Before this, although there was a bond between Yi Zhiqi and the vibranium sword, it was only a preliminary connection. Now, with the vibranium sword fully unlocked, this connection will become even closer and deeper. Thank you for telling me this news, Yi Zhiqi said to Hua with a smile. He looked at the lively and lovely girl in front of him with gratitude. In the short time they had spent together, she had become a friend he trusted and relied on. Hua nodded gently. I'm just doing my duty, she said firmly. The vibranium sword is an extremely powerful weapon, but it also takes someone who can wield it to protect the rootless land. Now, you are that person. Yi Zhiqi stared into Hua's eyes again, and he could feel the determination and firmness behind her words. I will do my best. Yi Zhiqi nodded solemnly and replied, I will stand up without hesitation in the face of any danger or threat. Dr. Agasa listened to their conversation quietly, with satisfaction and relief in his eyes. Yi Zhiqi decided to practice and use the power of the vibranium sword. He stood in an open field, the sun shining through the clouds onto him, outlining the black cape he wore. He looked at the vibranium sword in his hand, and a strong determination surged in his heart. This weapon of supreme power has been awaited for too long, and Yi Zhiqi knows that he cannot let it down. So he began to circulate the energy in his body and inject it into the vibranium sword. In an instant, the sword emitted a dazzling golden light, like a flash of lightning across the night sky. Yi Zhiqi stood there quietly, feeling the powerful force surging in his body. This power is both exciting and awe-inspiring. Hua watched him from the side, trust and expectation in her eyes flashing. Yi Zhiqi, you can definitely do it, Hua said encouragingly. She believed in Yi Zhiqi's strength and courage, and believed that he could protect the rootless land. Yi Zhiqi nodded slightly, his heart full of determination. He decided to practice hard and bring his strength to its fullest. Yi Zhiqi, you will become stronger and stronger, Dr. Agasa said solemnly. Yi Zhiqi stared ahead with a determined look, his goal already set. He sheathed the vibranium sword and recalibrated his breathing. Yi Zhiqi whispered to himself with a determined look. His voice echoed throughout the venue. Yi Zhiqi stood there quietly, feeling the powerful force surging in his body. He had just decided to embark on a new journey, but when his determination was about to be firmed, a chill suddenly struck him. At this time, the effect of Lang Ao's medicine disappeared, and he used magic to untie the smart rope and launched an attack on Yi Zhiqi. He rose into the air nimbly, the dagger in his hand flashing with cold light. Yi Zhiqi looked at Lang Ao's sudden attack in astonishment. Boy, I won't let you continue to try to destroy my plan. Lang Ao sneered, his voice full of malice. Before Yi Zhiqi could react, the vibranium sword quickly blocked in front of him, blocking Lang Ao's attack. The golden and black forces collided with each other, bursting into dazzling light. Lang Ao was pushed back a few steps by this move, but he did not give up. With a fierce look in his eyes, he attacked again. The cold light on the dagger flashed, and it attacked Yi Zhiqi like a poisonous snake. Yi Zhiqi's eyes narrowed, and he used his vibranium sword to meet Lang Ao's attack. The energy in his body circulated rapidly, making the vibranium sword even stronger. Black and gold intertwined to form a shield that blocked Lang Ao's attack. Yi Zhiqi stabilized his body and stared at Lang Ao firmly. He felt his own strength increase, and fought fiercely with his opponent without flinching. Lang Ao's body emanated powerful magical fluctuations, and he used the magic power to drive the dagger to dance like a tiger. He stabbed Yi Zhiqi quickly, and each attack was full of deadly murderous intent. Yi Zhiqi concentrated his mind and quickly dodged Lang Ao's attack. The vibranium sword followed closely behind, each swing carrying deadly power. The sword light and the cold light collided with each other, making a harsh metallic collision sound. Lang Ao, today I will make you pay the price. Yi Zhiqi shouted with gritted teeth. Boy, do you think you can defeat me? You are too naive. Lang Ao sneered. The two of them fought back and forth, and each move was dangerous and fierce. Yi Zhiqi displayed his superb fighting skills and met the enemy with the help of the vibranium sword. His sword moves were accurate, and each attack targeted Lang Ao's weaknesses. Lang Ao stared at Yi Zhiqi with a cold look in his eyes. He kept changing his attack methods, trying to find Yi Zhiqi's weakness. As time passed, the battle became more intense. The sword and dagger collided, sparks flew, and sword energy and cold air entangled together. Dr. Agasa watched the battle scene nervously and couldn't help but worry for Yi Zhiqi. Yi Bingbing clenched her fists tightly and cheered for Yi Zhiqi. At this time, Yi Zhiqi summoned the Black Knight Mecha. The figure of the Black Knight Mecha suddenly fell from the sky, and its huge iron feet stepped on the ground, making a deafening roar. The entire battlefield fell silent. Black Knight Mech. Lang Ao exclaimed in surprise. He didn't expect that Yi Zhiqi actually had such a powerful trump card. The appearance of the Black Knight Mecha exudes a sinister black light, giving people an irresistible momentum. It is tall and mighty, equipped with some sharp needles and cannons on its shoulders and chest. He held the vibranium sword tightly in his hand, and powerful power fluctuations surged on the sword. Prepare to die, Lang Ao. Yi Zhiqi growled, and the Black Knight Mecha roared and rushed towards Lang Ao. Lang Ao fell into a disadvantageous situation. He took several steps back and tried to find an opportunity to counterattack. But the Black Knight Mecha was as fast as lightning, wielding the vibranium sword and slashing at Lang Ao. Every swing carried the power to destroy the world, and the sword energy swept across the battlefield, stirring up a violent storm of sword energy. Chapter 184, Fighting Wolf Pride. Lang Ao retreated again, and the dagger in his hand changed into various wonderful dance postures, trying to block the attack of the Black Knight Mecha. But he soon discovered that the power of the Black Knight Mecha was too strong. Each attack brought a huge impact, making it almost impossible for him to resist. You damn guy, Lang Ao roared, with a hint of ferocity in his eyes. The Black Knight Mech remained unmoved and continued to attack Lang Ao. The vibranium sword slashed out rays of light that tore through the air like a rushing river, drawing gorgeous yet ferocious arcs in the air. The battle entered a white-hot stage, with sword moves and dagger dances colliding and intersecting. Sparks flew and thunderous crashes were deafening. Yi Zhiqi stood firmly in the Black Knight Mecha control room, commanding the battle calmly and firmly. Yi Bingbing clenched her fists tightly, with a look of determination in her eyes. She looked at Yi Zhiqi's devilish command in the Black Knight Mecha and couldn't help feeling proud and admiring. Dr. Agasa stared at the battlefield nervously and prayed for Yi Zhiqi. He knew very well that the Black Knight Mech was Yi Zhiqi's most powerful trump card, but he also knew that the key at this moment was to maintain stability and not lose control due to overconfidence. Lang Ao, do you have any other cards? Yi Zhiqi sneered, and his voice spread throughout the battlefield along with the roar of the Black Knight Mecha. Lang Ao lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then finally raised his head with a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Boy, do you think you can defeat me? You are too naive. Lang Ao sneered, and his body suddenly emanated a stronger magical fluctuation. The sudden change threw the battlefield into chaos. The Black Knight Mech was shaken by the impact of Lang Ao's magic fluctuations, and the power of the sword energy was obviously weakened a lot. Yi Zhiqi's expression changed, and he became secretly alert. He knew that this was the most dangerous moment, and he had to find Lang Ao's weakness as soon as possible. Vibranium sword, I need more power. Yi Zhiqi gripped the joystick tightly and shouted in a firm and steady voice. The Black Knight mecha seemed to understand Yi Zhiqi's orders, and it suddenly emitted even more powerful energy fluctuations. The vibranium sword also seemed to emit an even stronger light, illuminating the entire battlefield. Huh? What is this? Lang Ao looked at the changes on the Black Knight mecha in surprise. At this moment, the Black Knight mech quickly rushed towards Lang Ao. Every swing carries the determination and power to destroy everything. It was like a giant beast comparable to a god, attacking Lang Ao fiercely and ruthlessly. Lang Ao fell into an extremely passive situation, trying hard to avoid the attack of the Black Knight mecha. His brows were furrowed, his heart filled with anger and helplessness. The battle escalated further, and the sound of swords and daggers colliding continued to ring out. The Black Knight mecha ravaged the battlefield, ferocious and ruthless. Each swing brought devastating force, making it almost impossible for Lang Ao to fight back. You damned fellow! Lang Ao roared, emitting even more powerful magical fluctuations. Each move of the two brought a violent impact, and the battlefield was filled with ripples of energy. Afterimages flew everywhere, and a fierce battlefield formed between the Black Knight mecha and Lang Ao. Yi Zhiqi frowned slightly. He felt the extremely powerful force from Lang Ao. This made him secretly alert. He knew that he had to find Lang Ao's weakness in order to defeat him completely. Lang Ao's face was full of anger and determination, and he attacked every move without showing any weakness. The dagger danced in his hand, full of ferocity and ruthlessness, as if to force Yi Zhiqi into a desperate situation. A strong gust of air was stirred up between the two of them, causing huge waves on the battlefield. The vibranium sword emitted a dazzling light, and countless sword chi cut through the air like sharp blades, gathering into a sea of swords around the Black Knight mecha. Do you think you can defeat me? Yi Zhiqi sneered. Just relying on this broken sword of yours? Stop making fun of me. Lang Ao roared angrily, the murderous intent in his heart growing stronger. The attacks of the two became more and more fierce, and the scene became more and more chaotic. The battlefield was filled with energy fluctuations, and the ground was riddled with holes from the Black Knight mecha and Lang Ao's footsteps. Yi Bingbing stared at him intently. She clenched her fists tightly, and a determined light flashed in her eyes. Dr. Agasa stood beside Yi Bingbing, staring at the battlefield with a nervous look on his face. As time passed, the battle became more intense. Each collision was accompanied by sparks and thunderous noises. The Black Knight mecha and Wolf Pride are intertwined, like two irreconcilable forces confronting each other. Lang Ao gritted his teeth and launched a frantic attack, trying to suppress Yi Zhiqi. His sword-like attack almost trapped the Black Knight mech inside, but the Black Knight mech always maintained a firm position. In the fierce duel between Yi Zhiqi and Lang Ao's offensive became more fierce. His sword flashed and shone. His speed was so fast that it was difficult to catch a glimpse of his figure, and his power was so great that the ground shook. However, Yi Zhiqi demonstrated his flexible body movements and agile dodging abilities. Every time an attack came, he was able to dodge in time and respond with a precise counterattack. A battle full of sparks and sword energy ensued between the Black Knight mech and Lang Ao. The vibranium sword shone brightly in Yi Zhiqi's hand, and supreme divine power flowed on the sword. Yi Zhiqi gripped the hilt of the sword tightly and responded to every attack from Lang Ao. Every collision releases a powerful impact and energy fluctuations. The battlefield was filled with the pungent smell of gunpowder and the sound of electric current. The ground was constantly trampled by the Black Knight mecha and Wolf Ao, and countless cracks appeared. Yi Bingbing watched with her eyes closed. She felt nervous yet confident. She knew her senior brother's strength and believed that he would be able to defeat Lang Ao. Dr. Agasa sat on the grass, watching the battle. He was amazed at Yi Zhiqi's wisdom and strength, but also worried about him. This is a battle of life and death, and any mistake may lead to irreversible consequences. Time seemed to stand still during this battle. Every time the attacks intersect, it is dazzling. Yi Zhiqi nimbly dodged Lang Ao's attack, and then counterattacked with precise swordsmanship. Lang Ao became more and more angry at Yi Zhiqi's agility, and he launched a more ferocious attack. He swung the dagger mercilessly, each attack full of ruthlessness and murderous intent. Lang Ao's offensive became slower and slower, and he began to show obvious signs of fatigue. His breathing was rapid and heavy, and sweat was pouring down his forehead like rain. Yi Zhiqi keenly sensed Lang Ao's weakness and immediately seized the opportunity. He had already figured out Lang Ao's fighting style and weaknesses, and knew that this was the best time to launch an attack. Chapter 185, Death of Lang Ao. The Black Knight mecha rushed forward quickly, and the vibranium sword in Yi Zhaqi's hand emitted a dazzling light. A sword energy crossed the space and went straight towards Lang Ao. Lang Ao tried his best to dodge, but was still cut on the shoulder by the sword. Blood gushed out. He let out a scream, and his body swayed backwards involuntarily. Do you think you can defeat me like this? Lang Ao glared at Yi Zhaqi. You are too naive. Yi Zhaqi chuckled. I didn't say I wanted to defeat you. He slowly raised the vibranium sword in his hand. I just want you to know that in my hands, you can never defeat me. Lang Ao sneered. He knew deeply that his strength was far inferior to Yi Zhaqi's. But he was not willing to give up. He didn't want to be defeated by someone weaker than him. I am Lang Ao. I will never give up easily. Lang Ao shouted, and the energy in his body burst out again. However, no matter how powerful his energy was, it could not conceal the fact that his physical strength was gradually exhausted. His movements began to slow down, and his attacks were not as fierce as before. Lang Ao's screams echoed on the battlefield, and everyone was stunned with fear. They looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Lang Ao was actually killed by Yi Zhaqi with one sword. The vibranium sword in Yi Zhaqi's hand emitted a dazzling light. He stood in front of Lang Ao's corpse with a cold and arrogant look. With this sword, he completely defeated Lang Ao and proved his strength. Where can such a pathetic Lang Ao still exist? Yi Zhaqi sneered. Only I am worthy of possessing the invincible power in the world. Everyone was shocked. They had all thought that Lang Ao was extremely powerful, but they did not expect that he would lose his life so easily in front of Yi Zhaqi. Everyone stared at the vibranium sword in amazement, feeling the powerful force it exuded. Yi Zhaqi couldn't help but secretly feel lucky that he had this treasure. He never imagined that the vibranium sword would have such incredible power. Is this the legendary vibranium sword? Yi Bingbing couldn't help but exclaim. She has always admired Yi Zhaqi, but the scene before her made her admire him even more. That's right. Dr. Agasa was also shocked. The vibranium sword is known as a thing of supreme power. It can cut through all obstacles and only obeys the owner. It's so powerful. Hua jumped up excitedly. Yi Zhaqi smiled gently and said, I now understand that it will become an indispensable booster for me. Everyone nodded silently, and they admired Yi Zhaqi's strength even more. Yi Zhaqi carefully put away the vibranium sword and put it into his storage bag. He felt the powerful energy contained in the sword, and his heart was filled with excitement and anticipation. At this moment, Hua quietly walked to Yi Zhaqi and said softly, Brother Yi, I know you are very interested in treasures, but there is another thing in the rootless land that is just as important as the vibranium sword. Yi Zhaqi raised his head, his eyes flashing with curiosity and expectation. What is it? Can you tell me? Hua smiled mysteriously. Power crystal. I heard it can help you upgrade your Black Knight mecha and take your combat power to the next level. Upon hearing the news, Yi Zhaqi's eyes instantly shone brightly. His pursuit of machinery and technology has long surpassed ordinary people's imagination. If he could get the help of the power crystal, he believed that he would have even stronger strength. The power crystal is in the city of Shangle. Hua continued, It is a very prosperous city. It is said that there are many secrets hidden deep in the city. Yi Zhaqi frowned slightly. Then we have to go to Shangle City quickly to find the power crystal. I can't wait to upgrade my Black Knight mecha. Dr. Agasa also joined the discussion excitedly. The city of Shangle is indeed a very interesting place, with all kinds of strange technological devices. After listening to Hua's introduction to the power crystal, Yi Zhaqi was filled with excitement and the desire to obtain the treasure. He realized that this was a great opportunity to improve himself and make his Black Knight mecha more powerful. He looked at his companions around him, his eyes flashing with determination and resolve. Yi Zhaqi cleared his throat and attracted everyone's attention. My friends, I have decided to set out to find the power crystal, he announced in a firm voice. Dr. Agasa raised his eyebrows slightly. Yi Zhaqi, are you really ready? Shangle City is a dangerous place. Yi Zhaqi nodded. Yes, I believe we can cope with any difficulties. Yi Bingbing stood aside and clapped her hands gently. I support senior brother too. Hua jumped up and took over the conversation. That's right. If we work together, we will definitely be able to find the power crystal. Yi Zhaqi looked at the determined expressions of his companions, his heart filled with gratitude and motivation. Then let's set off together. Yi Zhaqi puffed up his chest and said confidently. The partners nodded and started discussing the next course of action. Dr. Agasa made suggestions on preparing supplies and equipment, while Yi Bingbing studied the terrain and possible obstacles. Everyone worked in an orderly manner and had worked out a detailed plan without realizing it. At this time, Yi Zhiqi frowned, and his eyes were cast towards Huahua, full of expectation and anxiety. Huahua, can you tell me exactly where the City of Joy is? Huahua looked at Yi Zhiqi's clenched fist gesture and smiled slightly. It is said that Shangle City is in the desert. Yi Zhiqi was shocked. Really? We found the clue of the power crystal, he said excitedly. The partners were also full of expectations. Dr. Agasa's eyes sparkled. If we can find the power crystal, it will be a huge breakthrough. Yi Bingbing said eagerly. Brother, I want to see the legendary Shangle City. Yi Zhiqi smiled slightly. Of course. We need you to provide detailed information about the city of Shangle. Huahua also joined in. I've heard people say that the City of Joy not only has many treasures, but also many dangers. We must remain vigilant. Yi Zhiqi nodded. I understand. In this desolate and dangerous world, the power crystal is the key to improving my strength. Dr. Agasa pondered for a moment and said, we need to be fully prepared. First, we must carry enough food and water. Second, we need to equip ourselves so that we can respond in time when we encounter danger. Yi Zhiqi clenched his fists. Yes, we can't take it lightly. The companions all nodded in agreement. Based on Huahua's description, Dr. Agasa used the navigation robot to search for the location of Shangle City. Chapter 186 Power Crystal. Dr. Agasa was operating the navigation robot in his hand with great concentration, his eyes sparkling with wisdom and light. The partners gathered together, anxiously awaiting the results. Suddenly, Dr. Agasa's finger stopped on the screen of the navigation robot. He frowned slightly, then smiled. I found it. The location of Shangle City, he shouted excitedly. Yi Zhiqi and other team members gathered around Dr. Agasa. Yi Zhiqi was full of respect for Dr. Agasa. Dr. Agasa, you are our guiding light. Dr. Agasa shook his head modestly. I just used some technical means. The one who can really find the City of Joy is Huahua. When Huahua heard this, her face was filled with pride. Hee, Dr. Agasa, you are too kind. Yi Zhiqi turned to everyone. Are you all ready? We are about to set off to the heart of the northern desert. Yi Bingbing jumped up excitedly. We are finally going to the City of Joy. Dr. Agasa looked at his companions' expressions and said expectantly, on our journey, remember to stay alert. The desert is a dangerous and complicated place. Yi Zhiqi nodded. We will be careful. Let's get ready to go now. The companions got busy, packing their luggage and checking their equipment. After a while, the navigation robot loaded the walking route of Shangle City. The location of Shangle City was clearly visible on the screen. It was flashing blue light, guiding the direction of Yi Zhiqi and others. Yi Zhiqi looked at the path flashing on the screen, feeling excited. He knew that the city of Shangle was the key to their search for the power crystal, and it was also the most important destination on their journey. Led by the navigation robot, we embarked on a journey to our destination. The heart of the desert is full of unknowns and dangers, but this will not stop them from moving forward. They crossed the golden sand dunes, which shone brightly in the sunlight. Dr. Agasa and Yi Bingbing walked in front of the team, carefully observing the surrounding environment. Huahua jumped and played in the desert, adding some laughter to the team from time to time. The road is not easy to walk on. Sometimes it is a steep slope, and sometimes it is a bottomless sand pit. But Yi Zhiqi and others have a tacit understanding with each other. As they advanced, they were attacked by some desert monsters. Those monsters were ferocious and fierce, but with the unity and cooperation of Yi Zhiqi and his partners, they were quickly defeated. Yi Zhiqi and others followed the navigation robot for a distance and came to a desert area. There was nothing in sight, no living creatures. The sun shone hotly on them, and everyone was sweating profusely. There was no wind in the desert, making the air unusually quiet. There were many cracks on the ground, and there was yellow sand and sand dunes all around. Yi Zhiqi frowned, looking at the desolate scene, an indescribable feeling of despair rising in his heart. He turned around and looked at everyone, and found that everyone looked exhausted. Su Chong's lips were chapped, and he was extremely thirsty, while Dr. Agasa was sweating profusely and was obviously overwhelmed. Why is it so hot here? Yi Bingbing complained. Let's find a cool place to rest. Yi Zhiqi nodded. He also felt that his physical strength was gradually exhausted. He looked around, trying to find a place that could block the sun. Suddenly, at the end of his sight, he found a slightly concave place. There's a pit over there. Let's hide there and take a rest. Yi Zhiqi said, pointing to the distance. Everyone immediately walked towards the pit tiredly. After they got in, they felt a hint of coolness. This is the result of the sun being blocked by the towering sand dunes, and the surrounding temperature is much lower than outside. Su Chong took out a water bag and handed it to Yi Zhiqi. Drink some water. I think you are almost thirsty. Yi Zhiqi took the water bag, took a sip, and finally felt a little refreshed. Su Chong stepped on the pebbles on the sand and muttered about the unreliability of the navigation robot. He poked the robot's screen roughly, hoping it would display some error message. This damn robot actually brought us to this deserted place, Su Chong said angrily. Yi Zhiqi waved his hand to signal Su Chong not to damage the robot. Calm down first. We need to find a solution. He looked at the mountains that were looming in the distorted air in the distance. Maybe we can find a way out over there. Dr. Agasa was concentrating on checking the robot's circuits and batteries. It doesn't look abnormal. Maybe there's a system failure. He frowned and thought. Yi Bingbing walked to the side of the navigation robot and observed it. Perhaps it's because this rootless land is too special that the robot has lost its positioning ability. She made her guess. Dr. Agasa carefully examined the circuit inside the robot, frowned, and looked a little puzzled. The robot's wiring appeared intact, and the battery was functioning normally, with no abnormalities. Yi Zhiqi and Su Chong surrounded Dr. Agasa, anxiously waiting for his diagnosis results. They all expected the doctor to find the problem and make the navigation robot function again. Dr. Agasa shook his head, indicating that the robot was not malfunctioning. This left everyone confused. Why did it mislead them to this desolate place? Maybe we should think about it from a different perspective, Yi Bingbing suggested. If there's something wrong with the robot, then there's something special about this land itself. Everyone pondered Yi Bingbing's words in silence. The desert before them was still some distance away from their originally planned destination, and there were no other signs along the way indicating that they were going in the wrong direction. Su Chong patted Dr. Agasa on the shoulder and said, Dr. Agasa, have you ever encountered a similar situation before? Dr. Agasa shook his head. No, this is the first time I encounter such a problem. It seems that we are trapped in a maze. A maze? Yi Zhiqi frowned. Then what should we do? Do we have to stay here and wait for rescue? Dr. Agasa shook his head gently. No, we can't just sit there and wait for death. His eyes were firm and determined. We have to find a way out. Everyone nodded silently. Dr. Agasa put down the robot and looked around. Maybe we can try to leave this desert and move in other directions. After walking for a while, Yi Zhiqi and others looked at the scene in front of them, and their eyes lit up. At the end of the desert, they saw a lush oasis. The lake water is crystal clear and surrounded by various exotic plants and trees, giving people a feeling of tranquility and vitality. Chapter 187 City of Joy. The sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves onto the ground, creating mottled light and shadows. It's so beautiful, Yi Bingbing exclaimed excitedly. This place looks completely different from the rootless land. Yao Wei smiled and patted her shoulder. Yes, this place seems like a paradise. Yi Zhiqi's eyes lit up and he cheered and ran quickly towards the oasis. Chong and Dr. Agasa also followed them and walked quickly. They imagined hopefully that they could rest and replenish their energy in the oasis. Yi Zhiqi and others came to the legendary oasis happily, with their hearts full of expectations. However, when they approached the oasis, the scene before them suddenly disappeared without a trace. Yi Zhiqi was stunned for a moment, while Yi Bingbing and Su Chong beside him also looked at the empty desert around them with a blank look on their faces. The lake and plants seemed so real just now. Why did they suddenly disappear when they approached? Su Chong couldn't help but frown. He gently patted Yi Zhiqi's shoulder, trying to comfort him. Maybe this is just an illusion. We should keep moving forward to find a real oasis. Dr. Agasa nodded and said, Yes, there must be some special mechanism or power to hide the entire oasis. What on earth is going on? Yi Bingbing asked in frustration. We clearly saw the oasis. Why did it suddenly disappear? Yi Zhiqi frowned as he thought about what had just happened. Suddenly, Huahua popped up and explained, This is a mirage. It is an illusion caused by the refraction of light in the atmosphere. After hearing Huahua's explanation, Yi Zhiqi immediately understood that the illusion was caused by the refraction of light in the atmosphere. He felt filled with regret. If Huahua hadn't explained in time, they might have continued to be immersed in confusion. It turned out to be a mirage. Yi Zhiqi said with emotion, We were actually deceived by the illusion before our eyes. Dr. Agasa nodded in agreement. Yes, mirage is a natural phenomenon that often appears in desert areas. The refraction of light through the atmosphere creates an illusory scene. Fortunately, Huahua helped us explain, otherwise we really don't know how to move on. Yi Bingbing said gratefully. Luo Tianyi also expressed his gratitude to Huahua. I didn't expect you to be a child who understands scientific knowledge. Hearing everyone's praise, Hua seemed a little proud. Of course. I am a child with a great imagination. Yi Zhiqi turned his head and looked at Luo Tianyi, and the two exchanged a knowing look. Yi Zhiqi looked up and saw that standing in the desert, he could clearly see a series of illusory and beautiful scenes. The mirage is filled with palaces, towers, and beautiful scenery, as if it were a dream world. Yi Zhiqi was deeply shocked by the magnificent and poetic scene. Is this a mirage? It's so beautiful, Yi Zhiqi exclaimed in a low voice. Dr. Agasa couldn't help but murmur. This is really a wonder of nature. Hua shouted excitedly. Wow, this is magical. This really is like a magic kingdom. She trotted around the mirage a few times, jumping in the light, looking very lively and cute. Jiangwen was also attracted by the spectacular scene and exclaimed, I didn't expect that we would see such a beautiful scenery here. It's so dreamy, Yi Bingbing said with emotion. Standing in front of the illusory scene, Luo Tianyi silently clenched his fists with a firm look. This world may be more wonderful than we imagined. As time passed, the desert sun gradually rose, emitting a scorching light. Yi Zhiqi and others felt their skin getting hot from the sun, and sweat was pouring down their foreheads. They couldn't help but feel extremely eager and anxious. Yi Zhiqi took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead, then looked at the others. Seeing that they also looked anxious, he felt a little comforted. He knew that no one could bear the high temperature in the desert anymore. Dr. Agasa moved his body, hoping to find a cool place to escape the heat. We have to find a place to hide quickly, he said with a heavy breath. Hua jumped and skipped around on the beach for a few times. I really want to find a cool place to play. It's too hot here. Yi Bingbing pulled the corner of her clothes to wipe the sweat from the corner of her mouth, her eyes flickering. Brother, let's keep going. The Shangle city is not far away. Jiangwen patted the sand off his body and said, That's right. We can't get burned by the scorching sun anymore. Finding a cool place is a top priority. Yi Zhiqi and others continued to move forward in confusion, their hope gradually disappearing. They kept walking on the scorching beach, their clothes soaked with sweat, but their inner desire and persistence made them move forward step by step. Just when they were feeling depressed, a bright light suddenly appeared before their eyes. Yi Zhiqi and others were stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. And where this light was, there was actually a magnificent city gate with unique characteristics. The city gate is tall and magnificent, made of jet black iron and covered with flowing gemstone textures. Each gemstone texture flashes a different color, exuding a mysterious and attractive atmosphere. Yi Bingbing couldn't help but hold her breath and stare at the majestic and magnificent city in front of her. Is this the legendary city of joy? She murmured to herself. Dr. Agasa took out his navigation robot and carefully examined its screen. His brows were furrowed, as if he was incredulous at the information he saw. Suddenly, he showed a look of surprise. Yi Zhiqi, this city is the legendary city of music, Dr. Agasa said excitedly. When Yi Zhiqi and Yi Bingbing heard the name, hope and excitement flashed in their eyes. They exchanged expectant glances. City of Shangle? Really? Yi Bingbing asked in disbelief. That's right, Dr. Agasa explained passionately. Upon hearing the news, Hua cheered and said, Great. We finally found our target. Everyone walked towards the city gate excitedly. The majestic and magnificent city gate seemed to be waving to them. As they got closer, they could feel the mysterious atmosphere emanating from the flowing gemstone patterns on the city gate. The gate was inlaid with gorgeous metal decorations, flowing gemstone patterns, and even detailed carvings. They gazed at the city gate in amazement, their hearts filled with emotion and joy. This city is like a maze, hiding endless mysteries and treasures. The light shines through the gaps in the city gate and falls on Yi Zhiqi and others, illuminating their tired but determined faces. They continued along the city wall, and the desert area behind them gradually disappeared from sight. Chapter 188, Entering the City. Su Chong touched the doorpost with one hand and trembled slightly involuntarily. His fingers touched the smooth and cool stone, and a spark of joy flashed in his eyes. He knew that they had finally found the city of joy. We really found it. This is the legendary city of Shangle. Su Chong murmured excitedly. Yi Bingbing raised her head and looked at the magnificent city wall on top of the gate. This city really lives up to its name. It looks like a maze. Dr. Agasa frowned slightly, and a hint of thought flashed in his eyes. Yi Zhiqi looked at the magnificent city in front of him and said with a smile, We are getting closer and closer to victory. His companions were not happy for long, because when Yi Zhiqi raised a question, the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. How are we going to get in? They stopped and gathered together to discuss how to enter the city of Shangle. Yijichi frowned slightly. He knew that successfully finding the city gate was only the first step. How to gain access to the interior of Shangle City became the next problem. This question made him feel a little helpless, but he was not going to give up easily. Yi Bingbing's brows also frowned. Brother, can we just break in? After all, we are here to find the power crystal. Yijichi shook his head. This city is not simple. If we break in casually, we will probably encounter a strong counterattack. We need to find a formal way to enter safely. Dr. Agasa rubbed his temple. According to my research, there is a strict defense system inside the City of Joy, and only people with specific identification can pass the verification. Hua jumped off Yijichi's shoulders and drew circles on the ground. Are we going to go back and look for that identification badge? A thoughtful expression flashed across Yijichi's face. They had gone through untold hardships to get to Shangle Jichin, and now that he had broken through to the outer realm, he was unwilling to give up easily. We can't just sit there and wait for death. A determined light flashed in Yijichi's eyes. The power crystal hidden in Shangle City is vital to us. We must find a way to enter the city. When his companions heard Yijichi's determination, they all showed expressions of disappointment and frustration on their faces. They thought they could enter the city smoothly after finding the city gate, but the reality was much more difficult than they imagined. Suddenly, a mechanical sound was heard, and Yijichi and others turned their heads almost at the same time, looking at the gate gradually opening in surprise. The sound of the door slowly opening reached their ears, like a mysterious call. There is a light coming through the door, which makes people want to go in and take a look. Yi Bingbing's eyes flashed with excitement. What's going on? Is someone waiting for us to go in? Yijichi did not answer immediately. They exchanged glances, feeling a little surprised and nervous. The door actually opened by itself. They all began to have questions and curiosity. Perhaps it was someone in the city who took the initiative to invite us. Dr. Agasa speculated on the possible reasons. There is a power crystal hidden in Shangle City. They may have noticed our purpose. Yijichi and others stared at the open door in amazement. They couldn't help feeling curious and excited. The gate of the city of Shangle exudes a mysterious atmosphere, as if inviting them into a whole new world. This is really unexpected. Yi Bingbing couldn't help but say excitedly. Just then, Hua walked between them. She gently touched the open door and turned to face the group. As far as I know, only those who truly desire to find the City of Joy and show a strong desire can open this door. Hua explained in a gentle voice. Yijichi's heart moved, and he was very interested in the meaning of Shangle City. As a mechanical lord, he has been looking for ways to improve his own strength, and the power crystal is exactly what he urgently needs. We came to the city of Shangle in the hope of finding the power crystal. Yijichi expressed his thoughts. I believe I will find what the vibranium sword wants me to find. Hua smiled mysteriously. If you also have urgent goals and wishes, then Shangle City may become our common goal. Yi Bingbing's eyes were firm. I followed my senior brother to this world just to learn more powerful mechanical technology. Dr. Agasa looked at everyone and nodded. Since we all have different but interrelated goals, let us enter the city of Shangle and see what it can bring us. Yijichi and others stepped into the gate of the city of Shangle and entered this mysterious city. They were immediately shocked by what they saw. The streets are bustling with people coming and going. Various vendors are hawking all kinds of goods on the street, and the hustle and bustle of the city and the noise of human voices fill the air. Brightly colored buildings and ornate decorations sparkle in the sunlight. Colorful flags were hung above the buildings, fluttering in the breeze. Countless lanterns were hung all over the street, lighting up the night. There is a towering building in the center of the city, which makes people stare at it breathlessly. Yijichi and others exchanged glances of amazement with each other. They supported each other and gazed at this intoxicating scene. Dr. Agasa couldn't help but exclaimed, "This place is simply a miracle, so prosperous and beautiful." Hua also said excitedly, "I didn't expect that Shangle City would be so fascinating. It is so beautiful that it is unbelievable." Yi Bingbing's eyes showed longing. The technology and mechanical equipment here must be very advanced. I can't wait to explore it. Yijichi gripped the vibranium sword tightly, feeling its pulsating power. He said with a determined look, "We have finally arrived at the City of Joy." They decided to explore slowly along the street to see if they could find any clues about the power crystal. They carefully walked through the crowd and moved forward step by step. Before they could take a few more steps, a group of well-equipped guards suddenly appeared in front of Yijichi and others. These guards were dressed in silver armor, holding long swords that gleamed with cold light, staring at the passers-by, looking solemn and majestic. Yi Zhiqi and his companions were confused and nervous faced with the sudden obstruction. They looked at each other, trying to comprehend what was happening. Dr. Agasa pursed his lips and frowned. Yi Bingbing couldn't help but clench her fists, while Huahua grabbed Yi Zhiqi's sleeve tightly. A tall man among the guards stepped towards them, scanning everyone with sharp eyes. He exuded a powerful and oppressive aura that made everyone feel a little breathless. Chapter 189 Shikong. Yi Zhiqi and others looked at the guards who suddenly appeared with confusion, not understanding why they asked for a clearance token. Yi Zhiqi asked with a smile, "Pass token? We haven't heard of this." The man on guard glanced at everyone coldly and said indifferently, "Shangle City is one of the most prosperous cities in the rootless land. Why can anyone enter at will? If you don't have a clearance token, you must be inspected." Yi Zhiqi frowned. He didn't know the existence of the pass token. Although they came to Shangle City to find the power crystal and not for any other purpose, they did not expect such a cumbersome procedure. The guard leader frowned and said in a deep voice, "Shangle City implements a strict security management system. You cannot enter without a clearance token. If you have a legal identity or a special identity background, you can choose to apply for a clearance token." Yi Zhiqi shook his head slightly. They had no special identity or background, and it was impossible for them to apply for a clearance token in this place. Dr. Agasa smiled awkwardly, trying to ease the atmosphere with humor. He walked up to the leading man and said, "Haha, I didn't expect there would be such a request. We are just here to explore, and we don't have any passes." The leading man looked at Dr. Agasa coldly, not being shaken by his humorous words. "Exploration? Is there a need for exploration in the City of Joy?" There was a hint of disdain in his tone. Yi Zhiqi felt a little sympathy when he saw Dr. Agasa frowning. He knew that he was trying to help him out. The leading man frowned and asked his men to tie up Dr. Agasa. Dr. Agasa had his hands tied and looked helplessly at the leading man in front of him. He knew that all this was because they didn't have a clearance token. Although Dr. Agasa tried to diffuse the situation with humor, it obviously had no effect. The leading man frowned and said in a cold voice, "You don't have a clearance token. Since you can't produce it, we can only detain you and send you to the customs gate for inspection." Hearing this, Dr. Agasa's heart sank. He looked at Yi Zhiqi and others, his eyes revealing helplessness and anxiety. This meant that their search had suffered another setback. Dr. Agasa looked at Yi Zhiqi and others beside him in astonishment and said helplessly, "What should we do? We've been arrested." Yi Zhiqi looked solemn, aware of the tense situation. He took a deep breath and was not defeated by the predicament. Yi Zhiqi looked at the trapped Dr. Agasa, and a trace of worry flashed across his face, but he did not show any signs of panic. He took a deep breath, stood there calmly, and looked at the leading man in front of him. "Don't rush into action," Yi Zhiqi advised his companions calmly and firmly. "We should not clash with the people of Shangle City. We need to stay calm and rational in an unfamiliar area." Dr. Agasa was stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly to indicate that he understood. Yi Zhiqi smiled and slowly walked to his companions and gently soothed their nervous emotions. "Trust me, we can find a solution. Don't rush into action." Yi Zhiqi was not angry about this. He took a deep breath and raised his hand to signal to slowly approach. "We don't want to have any conflict with Shangle City. Please believe that we will not pose a threat to Shangle City." Seeing Yi Zhiqi's cooperation, the leading man couldn't help but smile proudly in his heart. He sneered and ordered his men to untie Dr. Agasa's ropes, but at the same time other guards immediately surrounded Yi Zhiqi and others, quickly forming an indestructible iron wall, preventing them from escaping. Yi Zhiqi frowned slightly, watching the leading man's every move. He was secretly thinking about how to deal with the situation. Although the current situation is not optimistic, he does not feel desperate. On the contrary, a fire was ignited in his heart, eager to challenge this seemingly impossible situation. Dr. Agasa's face was pale, and he did not show any panic or fear after the ropes were untied. He always maintained a firm gaze, looking at Yi Zhiqi with determination and trust. "You outsiders are ridiculous," the leading man said coldly. "Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you come to the city of Shangle? What qualifications do you, a small lord, have to be compared with us?" The guards pushed Yi Zhiqi and others to the door of the customs gate with a bad and impatient attitude. They looked at Yi Zhiqi and others with cold eyes and put pressure on them mercilessly. Yi Zhiqi had a determined expression on his face, gritted his teeth, and observed the customs gate intently. Although he was trapped here, he did not feel any reluctance. On the contrary, an indescribable courage arose in my heart. The leading man walked to the customs gate and knocked hard on it. His eyes were cold and proud, and he shouted to the people inside, "Open the customs door." The voice was full of arrogance and command. A trace of deep thought flashed across Yi Zhiqi's brows, and he was secretly calculating what would happen next. The leading man looked no ordinary person, and the aura he exuded made Yi Zhiqi feel a little uneasy. But Yi Zhiqi was not discouraged. He took a deep breath and calmed himself. Dr. Agasa stared at the customs gate, his face full of determination and resolve. As a knowledgeable inventor, he was accustomed to keeping calm when facing difficulties. The companions behind him encouraged each other and silently prepared to deal with the upcoming events. After the leading man answered, the customs door slowly opened with a dull sound. Yi Zhiqi and others followed the man closely and stepped into the door carefully. The lobby is simply and elegantly decorated. On the wall hangs an ancient landscape painting with undulating mountains and gurgling water. There is a mahogany round table and several chairs in the room. Light streams in through the windows, creating a warm atmosphere in the air. The leading man Shi Kong led Yi Zhiqi and others straight to the lobby. As they passed by, a man sitting in the lobby, wearing gorgeous robes and a tall hat, looked up at them. The man's eyes were bright and revealed a hint of unfathomable wisdom. "Why are you here, sir?" The man in gorgeous robes extended his hand to greet. Yi Zhiqi and his companions walked to the mahogany round table, and the leading man Shi Kong also stood beside them waiting for instructions. The man in the gorgeous robe smiled slightly and said in a leisurely voice, "Welcome everyone to the city of Shangle. I am Yu, the person in charge of the customs gate here." Yi Zhiqi frowned slightly, thinking about Yu in his mind. He did not intend to directly reveal the purpose of his search for the power crystal. After all, this was a highly confidential mission. Chapter 190 Yu. "Sir, we came to Shangle City to ask for something." Yi Zhiqi's voice was calm and firm. Yu smiled and raised his hand to signal, "Please speak." Shi Kong walked to Yu and whispered to him about the situation of Yi Zhiqi and the others. Yu stared at Yi Zhiqi and others with a serious and solemn expression. He seemed to be able to feel the powerful aura emanating from them. "Yi Zhiqi." Yu whispered the name softly, his eyes revealing deep wisdom and powerful momentum. "It's not easy for you to come to the city of joy." Yu finally spoke, and Yi Zhiqi frowned secretly. He had not expected such a situation. Yu walked quickly to Yi Zhiqi and others, slowed down his pace, and approached them. He signaled them not to panic with a confident look, and turned his gaze to Shi Kong. Shi Kong felt the sarcasm in Yu's eyes, and suddenly felt annoyed. But under the pressure of the majesty and wisdom of the person standing next to Yu, he could only lower his head and avoid Yu's gaze. Yu knew that they needed someone smarter and calmer to handle this matter, so he silently conveyed this intention. Yi Zhiqi and Dr. Agasa looked at each other and nodded in understanding. Although no sound was made, everyone understood Yu's intention. Yu then turned around and said to Shi Kong, "Let me handle this matter myself." Shi Kong snorted, a mocking smile on his face. "Do you think you have the ability?" Yu narrowed his eyes and stared at Shi Kong with a mocking look. He said calmly, "I believe I will give you a satisfactory answer." Shi Kong felt the threat and contempt hidden in Yu's eyes, and a surge of anger suddenly surged in his heart. However, he was also aware that there was a huge gap in strength between him and this person at the moment, and he did not dare to act rashly. After Yu glanced at Shi Kong, he turned sideways and nodded towards Yi Zhiqi. Yi Zhiqi understood what Yu meant, and also felt his confidence and strong ability. After Yu returned to his seat, his eyes fell on Yi Zhiqi and others. He did not ask a direct question, but gestured for them to answer his question. Yi Zhiqi and others felt this pressure. Yi Zhiqi took a deep breath and looked at Yu firmly. Facing Yu's questioning, Yi Zhiqi chose to remain silent. He kept his mouth tightly shut, his eyes deep and firm, as if he was answering Yu's question with silence. He knew he couldn't hide anything now, so he chose to remain silent. Yu looked at Yi Zhiqi's firm and deep expression, was slightly stunned, and then smiled. "You are very smart, Yi Zhiqi. It seems that we should have more communication between us." He deliberately teased. Yi Zhiqi looked at Yu calmly, seemingly unconcerned by his teasing. "Since we have shown our sincerity, there is nothing to hide." He smiled gently. "What I want to know is, why did you trick Shi Kong away?" This question is full of curiosity and teasing. When Yu heard Yi Zhiqi's question, he was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Yi Zhiqi to ask this question. After hearing Yu's question, Yi Zhiqi raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at him curiously. Yu gave an awkward smile and quickly returned to normal. "Well, this question." Yu touched the back of his head in embarrassment, and he avoided Yi Zhiqi's gaze guiltily. "Actually, I didn't mean to trick Shi Kong away. I was just worried that he would cause trouble in Shangle City, and I was afraid that the responsibility would fall on me. Do you understand? Yi Zhiqi frowned, with a hint of dissatisfaction and disbelief in his eyes. He did not completely believe the reasons Yu gave and felt that there must be other hidden secrets. Do you think I will believe such an excuse? Yi Zhiqi asked coldly. Yu felt that he was forced into a corner. He looked at Yi Zhiqi's indifferent expression, his heart filled with anxiety and uneasiness. He knew that if Yi Zhiqi discovered the secret he was hiding, the consequences would be very serious. You misunderstood. I didn't mean anything else. Yu clenched his teeth and tried to maintain his composure. I just think it's a better choice for Qi Kong to leave the customs gate. He will only cause more trouble and disputes here. A sneer flashed in Yi Zhiqi's eyes. He saw through the hypocrisy in Yu's words. Yeah, you don't have to lie to me anymore. I can sense your inner anxiety and fear of being blamed. Yu felt a chill on his back and looked at Yi Zhiqi in horror. He originally thought that he had hidden himself well, but he didn't expect to be easily seen through by Yi Zhiqi. Okay, since you insist. Yu sighed in frustration. In fact, I was afraid that Qi Kong would blame me for my poor management and cause trouble at the customs gate. I was afraid that he would complain to the queen, and then I would be in trouble. When Yi Zhiqi heard Yu's explanation, his eyes darkened slightly. He understood that Yu did this not for his own benefit, but to be responsible for himself. So he stopped his intention to continue asking. Yi Zhiqi looked at Yu's frustrated expression and sighed. He understood Yu's concerns and knew that he had no other choice in this situation. Yi Zhiqi told Yu everything about how he defeated Lang Ao and obtained the vibranium sword. Yu, I understand your difficulties. In order to find the power crystal, I have told you everything without reservation. Only with more information can we find its location. After hearing this, Yu exclaimed, You actually have a vibranium sword. That is a legendary weapon with supreme power. I used to think it was just a myth. Yi Zhiqi felt Yu's nervous gaze and felt a little embarrassed. He knew that the question Yu asked was a topic he had always avoided, but now he could no longer avoid it. A wry smile appeared on Yi Zhiqi's face. He saw the eager desire in Yu's eyes. He knew he had to give an answer, but he didn't know how to respond. Yu, you have to understand that this question is not easy for me to answer. Yi Zhiqi whispered. I didn't have the vibranium sword from the beginning. After hearing what Yi Zhiqi said, Yu's eyes widened, as if he couldn't believe what he heard. A question arose in his mind. Did you create all this yourself? Yi Zhiqi looked at Yu's wide-open eyes. He could feel the shock and surprise in Yu's heart. He took a deep breath, and the unforgettable memory emerged in his mind. Chapter 191 Queen's Palace. Memories of the past floated in his mind, returning to that moment of fighting. When he touched the sword, a powerful and mysterious power surged into him. Yu listened quietly to Yi Zhiqi's memories and was deeply attracted by this story. He imagined Yi Zhiqi's demeanor at that time and the adventures and battles he had experienced. It's incredible. Yu exclaimed, Your experience is incredible. You are a mythical being who can become an SSS level mechanical lord and master such a powerful Black Knight mecha and vibranium sword. Yi Zhiqi looked at Yu's wide eyes, and a sense of pride surged in his heart. He knew that this was the moment when Yu truly realized his strength and legendary experience. Taking a deep breath, Yi Zhiqi patted his sleeves lightly and took out the vibranium sword from his back. The sword radiated boundless light, like a meteor across the night sky. This is the legendary vibranium sword. Yi Zhiqi showed a frank and expectant expression. I believe you have been imagining how powerful it is. When Yu saw the vibranium sword, his eyes revealed admiration. The vibranium sword is one of the rarest treasures in the world. I heard that it cannot be cut and only obeys the orders of a true hero. It is not easy to get it. Yi Zhiqi nodded slightly. You are right. Only a true hero can wield a vibranium sword. This sword was once my perfect companion, giving me infinite power in battle. He stretched out his trembling hand and handed the vibranium sword to Yu. After Yu took the sword, his eyes flashed with excitement and envy. It is my honor to hold this sword. He carefully grasped the hilt of the vibranium sword, feeling the powerful and mysterious force. I hope you can understand its value. Yi Zhiqi said encouragingly. The vibranium sword is a symbol of bravery and infinite power. After Yi Zhiqi took the vibranium sword, a hint of frankness appeared in his eyes. He looked at Yu, trying to find out where the power crystal was. Yu said bluntly, Let's go see the queen first. This sudden answer confused Yi Zhiqi. He frowned. Why do you want to see the queen? I want to know the whereabouts of the power crystal more. Yu looked at Yi Zhiqi expressionlessly, with a hint of impatience in his tone. You are an SSS level mechanical lord, But in this rootless land, all kinds of rules are different from the world you are familiar with. The power crystal is the treasure of Shangle City, and only the queen can decide how to use it. Yu explained that the power crystal is also a legend in Shangle City, and only the queen knows the secret. His tone was full of mystery and awe, and Yi Zhiqi's expression after hearing it was a mixture of confusion and expectation. Yi Zhiqi frowned slightly, his heart filled with confusion. In the world he is familiar with, as a mechanical lord, he is almost omnipotent. But now he is in a rootless land, and all the rules are different from his world. He realized that he needed to learn more about the world in order to find the power crystal. Yu pointed to the Shangle City in the distance and said, "Only the queen knows the whereabouts of the power crystal. She is the ruler of this city and has supreme power." Yi Zhiqi stared at where Yu's finger was pointing, his eyes flashing with the desire to find the answer. He clearly felt that there seemed to be some kind of connection between himself and the power crystal, and this connection caused a strong desire to surge from deep in his heart. In that case, let's go meet the queen. Yi Zhiqi made up his mind. He believed that only by communicating with the queen face to face could he find clues about the power crystal. Yi Zhiqi stared at Yu closely, thinking about his suggestion. He could feel Yu's confident eyes and his awe for Shangle City and the queen. Although he knew nothing about this world, the desire surging deep in Yi Zhiqi's heart told him that the power crystal was in this city. Gradually, determination emerged on Yi Zhiqi's face. He nodded slowly, expressing his decision. "Perhaps the queen can give me some clues about the power crystal." Yu raised his eyebrows slightly and showed a satisfied smile. "You made a wise decision, Yi Zhiqi." He turned and took firm and powerful steps towards the City of Joy. As Yu walked into the city gate, Yi Zhiqi noticed changes in his surroundings. Tall and magnificent buildings stand in front of us, and their golden and magnificent colors sparkle in the sun. The bustling crowds shuttle through the streets, full of vitality and energy. Their costumes are different, reflecting their different identities and classes. The city of Shangle is so prosperous that it seems to have condensed all the prosperity of the rootless land. For Yi Zhiqi, this was a new and strange sight, but it also made him excited and curious. Yu took Yi Zhiqi, Yi Bingbing, Dr. A. Li and others to stand on the back of the giant pterosaur, which spread its wide wings and flew towards the queen's palace. The wind whistled past their ears. Yu tightly grasped the pterosaur's scales, feeling the incredible speed and power. He looked down at the shrinking landscape below him, filled with excitement and awe. Yi Zhiqi, Yi Bingbing, Dr. Agasa, and others stood beside Yu. They were attracted by the size and majesty of the giant pterosaur. Their eyes revealed anticipation and excitement, and they were full of curiosity about meeting Myril, the queen of Shangle City. "This is the tacit understanding I have established with the giant pterosaur," Yu explained to everyone. "It took us several months of getting along and training to reach this point." "Too amazing." Su Chong looked at the huge pterosaur flying by quickly below him, expressing envy and admiration. "I also want to have such a powerful mount." Yu smiled and looked at Su Chong. "Brother Su, this requires time and patience. As long as you are willing to work hard, I believe you can have your own fighting partner." As the pterosaur soared, the queen's palace gradually came into view. The palace is majestic and magnificent, and its golden and magnificent exterior walls reflect the sunlight, exuding an incomparable solemn atmosphere. The pterosaur slowly landed on the square in front of the palace. Yi Zhiqi, Yi Bingbing, and Dr. Agasa jumped off the pterosaur's back and walked towards the palace. Bursts of solemn music coming from afar make people feel a sense of solemnity. Entering the palace, Yi Zhiqi and others were shocked by the scene before them. The magnificent hall is filled with carved furniture and exquisite gold and silver utensils. The palace costumes were gorgeous and magnificent. Yi Zhiqi and others stood in front of the gate of the queen's palace, their eyes full of amazement. The palace stands on the top of the mountain, magnificent and solemn. The walls are painted with gorgeous murals. Chapter 192. Audience with Queen Myril. The lifelike pictures make people feel as if they are in a world of myths and legends. The magnificent roof sparkles in the sunlight, emitting a dazzling light. There are all kinds of flowers, plants and trees planted in front of the palace, exuding charming fragrance. Yi Bingbing leaned over and asked curiously, "How do these flowers stay so bright and beautiful?" Yu explained with a smile, "This is a species unique to Shangle City. After countless years of evolution and cultivation, it grows more luxuriantly in this place and has brighter and more beautiful colors than other places." Yi Zhiqi gazed at the queen's palace, his heart filled with awe. He realized that this palace not only represented Queen Myral's personal rule, but also was a symbol of the prosperity and civilization of the entire kingdom. Yu looked at Yi Zhiqi standing there in a daze, and knew what he was thinking about. He explained proudly, "This palace is a symbol of the civilization created by the City of Joy, and represents the prosperity and dominance of the Queen over the entire kingdom. We will meet Queen Myral here, and she will introduce you to the customs and practices of the City of Joy." Dr. Agasa exclaimed, "It's incredible, such a gorgeous building and exquisite garden." Yi Bingbing also looked around the palace with curiosity. "I have heard that the Queen's palace is very magnificent since I was a child. I didn't expect to be shocked when I actually came here." Yi Zhiqi turned around, his eyes full of excitement and anticipation. Yu, please take us into the palace. I can't wait to meet Queen Myral." Yu walked to the door and faced the heavily armed guards. The guard stood tall and mighty at the door, staring at Yu and others with sharp eyes. He was wearing silver armor, holding a huge sword in his hand, and behind him hung a banner with the Queen's emblem shining on it. Yu took a step forward respectfully, with confidence and determination on his face. He explained his purpose in detail to the heavily armed guards and showed the badge in his hand. The badge is engraved with the logo of the City of Joy, symbolizing their identity and mission. The heavily armored guard listened to Yu's explanation expressionlessly, then lowered his head to check the badge in his hand. His eyes gradually became respectful. Suddenly, he nodded to Yu and motioned for them to enter the palace. "The Queen has allowed you to enter," the heavily armed guard said in a steady and powerful voice. "Please follow me." Yu led Yi Zhiqi and others carefully through the gate and into the palace. The huge gate slowly opened, revealing the magnificent interior of the palace. The lights were bright, and luxurious decorations and valuable paintings came into view of Yi Zhiqi and others. Yu led them forward with confident steps, approaching the Queen's position step by step. They passed through spacious and bright corridors, and could hear lights singing and cheerful music along the way. The meeting room is located deep inside the palace, where the Queen handles state affairs, receives important guests, and makes decisions on major events. Yi Zhiqi followed Yu, with Dr. Agasa and Yi Bingbing following behind him. They gazed around them intently, taking in every detail. The palace is indeed completely different from what it appears from the outside, luxuriously decorated, elegant, and classy. The tables and chairs are covered with luxurious carpets, and the walls are hung with valuable paintings. On the way, they passed by a mural depicting Queen Myral holding a vibranium sword. Yi Zhiqi looked at it carefully, secretly admiring the Queen's power and status. Finally, they arrived at the door of the conference room, and Yu stopped. The door of the conference room was open, and through the crack one could see the solemn and dignified atmosphere inside. Yu turned around and nodded slightly to signal them to enter. Yi Zhiqi and others walked into the meeting room cautiously and felt a solemn and dignified atmosphere coming towards them. This room is more ornately decorated, and the light is soft and warm. Tea and snacks were already prepared on the table. As soon as Yu entered the room, he knelt on the ground, his body trembling slightly, and saluted the Empress nervously and reverently. The expression on his face was full of respect and awe, and he didn't want to offend Myral with any of his actions. Queen Myral sat on the gorgeous imperial chair. She was wearing gorgeous clothes, showing her majesty and dignity. She had long hair, a pretty and elegant face, and her phoenix eyes sparkled with wisdom. She was reviewing memorials in her hands, her eyes focused and deep. Yu whispered, "Your Majesty, I have something important to report." His voice was trembling, and seemed even weaker in this solemn atmosphere. The Queen was still concentrating on the memorial in her hand, and did not respond immediately. But the moment her eyes quickly swept over Yi Zhiqi felt that she was full of hostility towards him. "Go ahead." The Queen finally spoke, her voice majestic and gentle. "What do you want to report?" Yu frowned, and reported to Mirar in a nervous and anxious manner. He clenched his fists and used gestures to describe the process of Yi Zhiqi and others breaking into Shangle City, and his tone revealed his concern about the seriousness of the incident. "Your Majesty," Yu's voice trembled. "This is Yi Zhiqi and his companions. They broke into Shangle City to look for the power crystal." As he spoke, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Myral stopped what he was doing, looked up and finally noticed Yu. Myral's brows were furrowed, and his expression was unhappy. There was a hint of dissatisfaction and doubt in her jade-like eyes. She slowly put down the pen in her hand, raised her chin, and looked directly at Yu. "You said they broke into the city of Shangle and looked for the power crystal?" Myral's tone was low and indifferent, and her voice seemed to become sharp in the cold wind. Yu felt a sense of pressure, but he did not take a step back. He took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. Yes, Your Majesty. Yu looked at Myral firmly. Mirar thought silently for a moment, then suddenly stood up and paced on the large and magnificent dragon throne. Yijichi, she whispered the name softly, is a striking existence. Yu's heart beat faster. He looked at Mirar nervously, trying to find a glimmer of hope. He said carefully, Your Majesty, Yijichi possesses a legendary treasure, the vibranium sword. Myral's eyes suddenly widened into an expression of disbelief. She could hardly believe her ears. Yijichi actually possessed a vibranium sword. This is a legendary object of unparalleled power, said to only obey Yijichi. At this time, Yijichi slowly took out the vibranium sword from his arms. The sword, shining with golden light, exudes an unparalleled sacred aura. Chapter 193 Power Crystal Clues. Myral couldn't help but hold his breath, finding it difficult to take his eyes off the vibranium sword. Yu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Myral's shocked expression. He continued to explain, Yijichi obtained this vibranium sword during an adventure. This is an ancient artifact that can release infinite power in his hands. Myral suddenly stood up and walked towards Yijichi. She looked at the vibranium sword with a serious expression for a long time. Myral raised an eyebrow, the expression on her face changing from confusion to appreciation. Yijichi felt Myral's gaze on him and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He tried his best to stay calm and return the vibranium sword to his arms. Being able to attract the queen's attention did not bring him much joy, but instead added a bit of pressure. Yu looked at this scene and secretly rejoiced in his heart. He knew that he had found the right person. Yijichi's strength and treasures were enough to give Shangle City a new life. Myral finally walked to Yijichi. She curled her lips slightly to express her appreciation for Yijichi's actions. She smiled and said, Yijichi, you are indeed extraordinary. With such a magical weapon, you will definitely be able to obtain the power crystal. Yijichi smiled slightly, without any pride or complacency on his face. Your Highness, you are too kind, he said modestly. Mirar warned. But you must hide this sword carefully and don't let it fall into the hands of others. This sword is made of supreme divine power. It will be troublesome if the enemy gets it. Yu felt beads of sweat oozing out of his forehead. He secretly observed Mirar's expression and felt a little nervous. Although Myral had previously expressed his admiration for Yijichi's treasure, it was still unknown whether he was willing to reveal the whereabouts of the power crystal. At this moment, he clearly felt the tense atmosphere around him, which made him feel uneasy. Yijichi was waiting for Myral's answer with great anticipation, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation and anxiety. For him, the power crystal is the key to improving the strength of his mecha, and it is also one of the purposes of his coming to the city of Shangle. Although he got the vibranium sword, only the power crystal can truly unlock the full capabilities of the mecha system. Yijichi felt Myral's gaze and felt a little nervous. At the same time, he also felt the presence of sweat on Yu's body. He knew that his answer would determine the fate of the power crystal, which was crucial to him. After Mirar concentrated on thinking for a moment, he finally asked, Yijichi, what exactly do you want to get the power crystal for? Yijichi took a deep breath, looked at Myral firmly, and answered calmly. The power crystal is very important to me. It can help me unlock the full capabilities of the mecha system and greatly enhance the strength of my mecha. His voice was calm and firm, revealing determination and desire. He knew that he could not rely on others, and that the only way to survive in this world was to become stronger. Hearing Yijichi's answer, Mirar frowned slightly, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Myral looked at Yijichi, feeling the determination and desire in his eyes. She nodded slightly, with a hint of appreciation on her face. You are a person with aspirations, she said slowly. You hope to protect yourself and those around you through your own efforts. This is very respectable. Yu was observing all this silently from the side, feeling a surge of admiration in his heart. He knew that every word Yijichi said was true and honest, without any concealment. This firm goal and strong determination made him look at Yijichi with new respect. Dr. Agasa also felt the energy emanating from Yijichi. Myral suddenly laughed out loud, and her eyes flashed with appreciation and approval as she looked at Yijichi. Ha! Yijichi, you are exactly the ambitious person that the power crystal needs. Her laughter echoed in the room, like a breeze, stirring up the surge in Yijichi's heart. Yijichi was stunned for a moment, then smiled. He felt touched by Myral's strong appreciation and felt that the determination and desire he had shown had been recognized. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the compliment, he replied modestly. Myril took a deep breath and said slowly, "The power crystal is hidden in the beast training field in Shangle City. Only by reaching the highest level of the beast training field can you get this precious crystal." Upon hearing the news, Yijichi's eyes flashed with excitement and determination. He knew it would be an extremely challenging test, but also a necessary step for him to reach a higher level of power. Beast refining field, he repeated softly, his eyes gradually becoming firm. "I will overcome every challenge and obtain the power crystal." Yu Yu looked at Yijichi with admiration in his eyes. He knew that the young mechanical lord had won Mirar's recognition with his strength and courage. He also believes that Yijichi will be able to make it through the beast refining field and achieve his own victory. Dr. Agasa didn't say anything, but he stared at Yijichi's figure closely. He was deeply impressed by the determination and desire shown by the young man. This pursuit is also the spirit he most admires as an inventor. Myril said to Yijichi, "Our conversation is over." Myril turned to look at Yu Yu and ordered, "Yu Yu, take them to the beast training field." Yu Yu nodded and agreed quickly. "Okay, Your Majesty." Yu Yu excitedly led Yijichi and others out of the conference room, his eyes revealing an elusive depth. He silently led the group through the bustling palace halls, through corridors decorated with murals, and finally to a courtyard at the rear of the castle. The courtyard is very spacious and the air is filled with the fragrance of flowers and fresh grass. There was a dense forest at the edge of the courtyard. The sunlight shone through the gaps between the leaves, caressing Yu Yu's face, which was full of confusion and expectation. "Yijichi, it is not easy for you to gain His Majesty's recognition." Yu Yu said to Yijichi, "You must cherish this opportunity and win in the beast refining field." Yijichi nodded slightly with a firm expression. He understood that what Yu Yu said was meaningful, and he couldn't help but be alert as he continued to move forward. Although Myril is known as the Queen, no one in this world can help others without a purpose. Walking out of the courtyard, Yu Yu brought Yijichi and others to the main gate of Shangle City. The city gate is tall, with majestic towers on both sides, inlaid with exquisite, stained glass windows. Yu Yu pushed open the heavy door, and a wave of heat hit him in the face, making him feel comfortable. Chapter 194: The Old Man in the Beast Refining Field. Outside the city of Shangle is a vast plain, dotted with shops and houses of all sizes. This is a huge and prosperous city, like a paradise. People come and go, busy and full of vitality. Yijichi was attracted by the scene before him, and he couldn't help but look up at the huge city gate. The city is magnificent and gives people a sense of solemnity and grandeur. The city of Shangle is indeed worthy of its reputation. Yi Bingbing exclaimed, "I have never seen such a magnificent building. This is an extremely prosperous place." Yu Yu explained to her, "Shangle City has rich resources and technological development, and all kinds of powerful and rare creatures gather here." Leaving the main gate, Yu Yu led them into the city. The streets are wide and clean, dotted with flowers and trees. Walking along a wide avenue, Yijichi felt the vitality and prosperity of the city. Finally, they arrived at the entrance of the animal training ground. The beast refining field is located in the core area of the City of Joy and is the pride of this city. Before entering, a giant pterosaur glides over. It spread its huge wings, drew a graceful arc in the sky, and landed in front of the beast training ground. "Welcome to the beast training field in Shangle City." An old man over 50 years old came out to greet them. He was tall and straight, and dressed in simple and neat clothes. Although he is old, his eyes are still sharp and piercing, revealing a sense of majesty and wisdom. Yu Yu and the old man nodded to each other, showing their respect and trust for each other. "Yijichi." The old man smiled at Yijichi. "I am the person in charge of the beast training field. I heard that you have extraordinary strength and potential. I am looking forward to seeing it." Yijichi smiled slightly, feeling a sense of pride and confidence in his heart. He knew that coming to the beast training field was not only a challenge, but also an opportunity to show his strength. Yu Yu excitedly conveyed Myril's words to the old man. "Your Majesty asked me to take them to the beast training field for a duel." Yu Yu's words made the old man frown slightly. He lowered his head and thought for a moment, then turned around and led Yijichi and others to the arena. The arena was empty and silent, with only a vague atmosphere of tension in the air. "Yijichi." The old man smiled at Yijichi. "I am the person in charge of the beast training field. I heard that you have extraordinary strength and potential. I am looking forward to seeing it." Yijichi smiled slightly, feeling a sense of pride and confidence in his heart. He knew that coming to the beast refining field was not only a challenge, but also an opportunity to demonstrate his strength. As the old man walked, He explained to Yi Zhiqi and the others. This year's Beast Refining Conference is about to be held, and Queen Myril has ordered to find powerful challengers. The mecha you brought is rumored to be SSS level, and I heard that you also have a vibranium sword. He paused, then continued, I want to see your strength with my own eyes. Yi Zhiqi nodded and said nothing. He felt the solemn and mysterious aura emanating from the old man, and a trace of respect arose in his heart for the person in charge of the animal training field. The old man stopped and looked at Yi Zhiqi, standing in front of him. He stared at Yi Zhiqi, as if trying to see through his heart. Yi Zhiqi felt a strong pressure pressing on him, and his body seemed to be trapped by this gaze, unable to move. Only one person can go to the competition. The old man's voice was calm and solemn. You are the best among the many challengers, but Queen Myril requires that only the strongest person be selected. Yi Zhiqi's heart was pounding. He swallowed and mustered up the courage to face the old man. In that case, let me go. The old man nodded slightly, and Yi Bingbing clenched her fists nervously. As Yi Zhiqi's junior sister and assistant, she knew very well what this competition meant to Yi Zhiqi. The city of Shangle is a very prosperous and mysterious place. It is rumored that the power crystal contains infinite energy that can enhance the mecha to a new level. Dr. Agasa stroked his beard and said thoughtfully, Yi Zhiqi, you must remember that no matter what difficulties and challenges you face, you must remain calm and confident. We believe you can do it. Yi Zhiqi took a deep breath, feeling the power surging in his heart. I get it. I'm going to do my best to earn that opportunity. The old man smiled and nodded. Okay, then let's go to the arena now. Yi Zhiqi understood deeply that only he could move forward. Under the guidance of the old man, Yi Zhiqi walked towards the arena, his heart full of responsibility and determination. He knew that this task was very important, not only related to his own growth, but also to the future of the entire team. Follow the path to the tournament grounds. Yi Zhiqi walked with firm steps, looked at everyone with firm eyes, and said in a firm tone, Don't worry, I will get the power crystal as soon as possible, and then we can regroup. On the other side, Yu and his companions followed the old man's guidance and were teleported into the viewing room. As soon as they entered the viewing room, they were all shocked by the scene before them. The light is soft and warm, exuding a relaxing atmosphere. The walls are covered with huge crystals, and the surface of the crystals emits colorful light. These crystals are connected to the beast training field, and one can watch the situation on the fighting field in real time. Everyone was attracted by this beautiful and magical scene and looked around curiously. Dr. Agasa walked to the largest crystal and carefully observed the image displayed on it. The picture shows a battle going on in the arena, with both sides fighting fiercely. Not far away stands a young man, who is Yi Zhiqi. Jian Yuanzi and Zhang Wen shared their expectations for the beast training field with each other, excitement flashing in their eyes. Jian Yuanzi said excitedly, I really hope to witness him summon that powerful Black Knight mecha with my own eyes. Zhang Wen nodded and agreed. Yes, I heard that the power of the Black Knight mecha is comparable to the SSS level. It is simply invincible. Yi Bingbing stood quietly by the side, staring closely at the picture in the crystal. She was both expectant and worried. She hoped Yi Zhiqi would win, but she was also worried that he would be in danger. Su Chang, Luo Tianyi, and Huahua couldn't help but become interested in the fighting in the arena. One of them asked, Senior Yu, do you think we can see Yi Zhiqi's competition here? Yu smiled and replied, Of course. This viewing room is a privilege provided exclusively for evaluators. We can watch the situation in the arena in real time through these crystals. After hearing this, everyone's eyes flashed with anticipation, and they all walked towards other crystal observation platforms, trying to find the best viewing angle. Chapter 195 Level 0. In the viewing room, everyone was excitedly discussing their guesses about the fighting situation in the arena. They stared at the picture in the crystal intently, as if they could feel every move and every attack of Yi Zhiqi. The entrance of the arena exuded an ancient and solemn atmosphere. The heavy door slowly opened, revealing a wide and deep space. Yi Zhiqi followed the old man in, and the scene before him once again shocked him. The walls are covered with pictures of past winners and exciting battles, showing the fierce and exciting history of the menagerie. Every picture records a legend, and every winner becomes a legend of the beast refining field. Yi Zhiqi walked along the wall, his eyes sliding across each picture, his heart filled with awe and anticipation for the future. He knew he would be the next shining name on this wall. Continuing forward, Yi Zhiqi arrived at the center of the arena. This is where masters from all walks of life compete for glory, and it is also a stage for him to demonstrate his strength. He took firm steps and stared at the arena across from him. This is his chance to grow and also his moment to prove his strength. Standing in the circular barrier, Yi Zhiqi couldn't help but marvel at the scale of the arena. The pictures on the wall are just a glimpse into the history of the menagerie, but the scene before our eyes is a truly grand and magnificent expression. The arena was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder, and the towering auditorium was packed with people, all of whom were staring intently at a circular barrier in the center. Outside the barrier was an empty arena, the ground inlaid with complex magic array patterns that emitted a faint light. In the center of the arena, there stood a huge fighting arena, emitting strong energy fluctuations. Yi Zhiqi could sense the expectant gazes from Dr. Agasa and his junior sister Yi Bingbing. He turned his head and looked at the open space, smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will try my best to show my strength." Dr. Agasa nodded. "You are already strong enough, you just need confidence and calmness." He said this in an encouraging and affirmative tone. Yi Bingbing also joined in. "Brother, we all believe that you can win. You are the strongest." Yi Zhiqi smiled slightly, feeling a powerful aura on his body, which attracted the attention of people around him. He realized that since he was a member of the Beast training field, he must dare to challenge any opponent, no matter how powerful the opponent was. He took firm steps and stepped onto the fighting stage in the center of the arena. When he stepped on it, a rich and powerful energy wave emanated from the stage. The audience fell silent, and everyone was staring at Yi Zhiqi, who was known as the SSS level mechanical lord and possessed a vibranium sword. The circular barrier slowly rose up, isolating Yi Zhiqi from the outside world. At this time, the strong smell of gunpowder in the stadium became even stronger. Countless players and spectators gathered in the empty arena outside the barrier, and the complex magic array patterns on the ground emitted a faint light. The contestants stood in their designated positions, nervously and expectantly waiting for the game to begin. Yi Zhiqi stared at the fighting arena in the center of the arena, his heart calm and focused. He took a deep breath and focused completely on the next challenge. Suddenly, the old man walked to the edge of the arena. He was wearing a loose robe and leaning on a cane. The old man looked deep in his eyes and said to Yi Zhiqi solemnly, "In the Beast training field, you will fight against various powerful monsters and improve your level in the process." Yi Zhiqi nodded slightly. "Okay." The old man nodded and continued, "Very good. But at this stage, your level is 0. Level 0. Yi Zhiqi frowned slightly. The old man explained, "Yes. Players who have just joined the Beast refining field will start from level 0. You need to fight against monsters and win in order to upgrade your level." Yi Zhiqi stared closely at the old man's expression and movements when he spoke, not daring to slack off at all. The old man continued, "Here, you will face monsters of different levels. They have powerful strength and skills. You need to use your wisdom and strength to defeat them." Yi Zhiqi nodded. He understood the challenging environment he was in. No one would teach him how to win. He could only rely on his own efforts and wisdom. After the old man finished saying this, he turned and left the arena. Yi Zhiqi stood on the stage, feeling the tense and resolute atmosphere around him. The audience outside the arena stared at Yi Zhiqi on the arena with eager eyes, expecting him to show his powerful strength. Yi Bingbing stood in the viewing room, following Dr. Agasa. She clenched her fists tightly, with blessing and expectation mixed in her eyes. Dr. Agasa nodded slightly, full of confidence in Yi Zhiqi. On the fighting stage, Yi Zhiqi listened carefully to the old man's explanation. He knew very well that only by fighting against monsters could he improve his level. When the old man left, the atmosphere on the arena suddenly became tense. Yi Zhiqi felt the determined and nervous expressions of the players around him. Everyone was silently preparing and waiting for the start of the game. Yi Zhiqi looked around and found himself in a circular barrier. There was a weak energy flowing at the edge of the barrier, making the boundary inside and outside the barrier clearly visible, but Yi Zhiqi could not penetrate it. He realized that this was a protective measure set up by the arena to protect the spectators and contestants. Standing in the center of the arena, Yi Zhiqi looked at the contestants who were trapped by circular barriers on all sides. Some were sitting, some were standing, and they all waited for the game to begin with serious expressions. One of the energetic contestants looked at Yi Zhiqi, and both of their eyes revealed their desire for victory. Yi Zhiqi smiled slightly and turned his gaze to the fighting stage in the center of the arena. Level 0 means I need to improve myself by fighting monsters. This will be a severe test. The arena fell into silence again, and the contestants waited attentively and solemnly for the competition to begin. Suddenly, a dazzling light rose from the center of the arena and condensed into a huge disc in the air. The disc began to spin, making an exciting sound. In the center of the disc, a huge fox monster appeared leisurely. It was covered with a layer of golden hair, and its eyes were sharp and majestic. Yijichi couldn't help but be shocked. He could feel the powerful aura emanating from this fox monster. The surrounding contestants also looked at him with shock and fear. Yijichi stared at the fox monster, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. He knew he was facing a huge challenge at the moment, but he was not afraid. Chapter 196. The Fox Monster is Defeat. This is a legendary, extremely rare, and powerful golden nine-tailed fox demon. Yijichi stared at the fox demon beast, half-crouched, holding the vibranium sword in his hand, ready to meet the enemy. His eyes revealed determination and resoluteness, and he never backed down. The fox monster sensed Yijichi's aura, and suddenly let out a low roar, then pounced towards Yijichi with its huge body, as big as a mountain. The entire arena shook and dust flew everywhere. "Be careful," Dr. Agasa hurriedly reminded in the viewing room. Yijichi smiled. He used his lightness skills to avoid the attack of the fox monster like lightning. After the fox monster missed its attack, it roared angrily, and its tail turned into a sharp blade and stabbed directly at Yijichi. This is a fatal attack. The vibranium sword emitted dazzling golden light in Yijichi's hand and formed a golden shield to protect him at the critical moment. The sharp blade of the tail collided with the shield, making a sharp metal collision sound. Yijichi nimbly dodged the sharp blade of the fox monster, and at the same time, the vibranium sword in his hand glowed slightly, emitting a frightening breath. He gripped the hilt tightly, his eyes fixed on the body of the fox monster. Seeing that its attack failed to hit the target, the fox monster roared continuously, and its tail turned into a sharp blade again and pounced straight towards Yijichi. This time, it targeted Yijichi's position and was determined to give him a fatal blow. Yijichi's eyes flashed, and he remained fearless in the face of life and death. He quickly flew into the air and spun in the air to avoid the attack of the sharp blade of the tail. At the same time, the vibranium sword turned into a golden lightning, drawing a beautiful arc in the air. The fox monster felt angry and helpless about Yijichi's agility. It roared and pounced towards Yijichi, but each time it could only hit the air. At the same time, Yijichi tried to find an opportunity to attack. As the roar of the fox monster became more and more intense, Yijichi felt the opportunity coming. He stabbed the ground under the fox monster's feet with his vibranium sword. The moment the tip of the sword touched the ground began to shake. A powerful energy burst out from the ground, forming a huge and solid earth wall. Yijichi felt the huge energy burst from the ground, and he immediately retracted the vibranium sword and quickly retreated. The huge earth wall collapsed immediately, dust scattered, revealing a dark cave. Upon seeing this, the fox monster immediately pounced into the cave. It spread its nimble body and quickly passed through the entrance of the cave and entered inside. Yijichi followed without hesitation. He knew it was a dangerous decision, but he needed to find the power crystal in order to find powerful strength to defeat the monster in front of him. The approaching growls in the darkness grew more and more alert. The cave was dark, with only a faint light coming through the ceiling. With the help of the faint light emitted by the vibranium sword, Yijichi saw the surrounding environment clearly and found that this was an intricate and huge underground maze. Suddenly, a huge claw stretched out from the darkness and grabbed Yijichi. He dodged immediately, only to be hit hard by another claw. The huge force caused him to lose his balance and was thrown against a wall. Green venom flowed from its claws, leaving painful marks on Yijichi's body. He calmed down and knew he couldn't take it lightly. He struggled to stand up, ready to fight the monster again. Still, fighting the monsters in this dark maze is no easy task. Yijichi drew out the vibranium sword, ready to face the monster's attack again. The two sides fought again. Swords and claws collided with each other, releasing powerful energy waves. The sounds of roaring, tearing air, and energy collision continued to echo in the cave. As time passed, the battle between Yijichi and the fox monster became more and more intense. None of them had any intention of backing down, and both aimed to win. Yijichi's swordsmanship was skilled and superb, while the fox monster's claws were agile and ferocious. Yijichi took advantage of a gap in his evasion and quickly launched an attack. His vibranium sword drew a silver-white arc and directly hit the vital part of the fox monster. The loud explosion echoed in the cave, mixed with the screams of the fox monster. The fox monster was severely injured and defeated after being hit by Yijichi and turned into ashes. Darkness enveloped the cave once again, leaving only the lingering sound. Yijichi panted slightly and loosened his clenched fists. He looked at the ashes before him with triumph. The monster could no longer pose a threat. The death of the fox monster caused the black hole barrier to break, and Yi Zhiqi returned to the arena. You defeated the monster easily. The audience cheered and praised Yi Zhiqi for the wonderful duel. You are really amazing. Yi Zhiqi smiled. It's just a small matter. He put the vibranium sword back behind him and patted the blade that was shining with silver light. Yi Zhiqi nodded. He remained alert and kept a close eye on the monster's changing body. Fortunately, he was able to react quickly and deal with various unexpected situations in the battle. Suddenly, a dazzling light from the crystal screen came from the arena. Everyone looked up and saw Yi Zhiqi's name and portrait displayed on the lit crystal screen, shining brightly. The atmosphere on the field suddenly froze, and everyone held their breath, waiting for the solemn voice announcing the result. Finally, a majestic and solemn voice came from the crystal screen. Yi Zhiqi won, and got a 10-level rank promotion. This news was like a bombshell, instantly detonating the entire audience. Cheers and applause rose up, and people looked at Yi Zhiqi with envy, admiration, and worship. A feeling of joy surged in Yi Zhiqi's heart. He was recognized by everyone, which was the best proof that he would get the power crystal. He glanced at the crowd of people in the audience below. Yi Zhiqi felt extremely honored and satisfied. Standing in the center of the competition arena, he received the applause and congratulations from everyone. Cheers came one after another, surging towards him like a tide, making him unable to help but immerse himself in the joy of victory. Yi Bingbing clenched her fists tightly and stood in the viewing room, excitedly celebrating for Yi Zhiqi. Facing Yi Zhiqi's victory, she felt extremely proud and full of expectations. This senior brother who was once low-key and profound has finally shown his true strength and talent. Dr. Agasa couldn't help but wave his arms and nodded in praise to Yi Zhiqi. As a knowledgeable and inventor-level person, Dr. Agasa knows well what such an achievement means. Yi Zhiqi felt the support and encouragement from his partners, which generated great strength in his heart. Everything before my eyes seemed to become exceptionally clear and bright. Chapter 197 Level Up. Yi Zhiqi realized that he had more responsibilities and missions. Thank you, everyone. Yi Zhiqi smiled at the audience. His voice was calm and powerful, like a ripple in the air. Yi Zhiqi stood in the center of the arena, feeling the tense atmosphere in the air. He took a deep breath, his heart filled with immense excitement and anticipation. He knew that next, monsters of various shapes and forms would be teleported out from the disc. The disc in the arena began to rotate. Under the light, huge and ferocious monsters teleported out from the center of the disc. They exude a powerful aura, which arouses the excitement and anticipation of the audience. It looks like I'm going to face a fierce battle. Yi Zhiqi clenched his fists and stared firmly at the monster that was about to appear. The first thing that was teleported out of the disc was a huge monster with hair as hard as steel, fangs, and sharp claws. It let out a deafening roar, displaying its ferocious aura in the arena like a king of war. Yi Zhiqi smiled slightly. He had already made full preparations. The vibranium sword shone with supreme divine power. He let out a low roar, and the Black Knight mecha quickly appeared beside him. Yi Zhiqi jumped onto the mecha's shoulder and tightly grasped the joystick on the mecha's arm. The monster pounced towards Yi Zhiqi and released a blazing flame in the air. The Black Knight mech met the monster's attack, dodging the flames with ease and slashing its blade-like claws with its vibranium sword. When the audience saw this scene, applause and cheers broke out again. Yi Bingbing clenched her fists, her heart filled with pride and joy for her senior brother. Dr. Agasa watched the exciting and thrilling battle in the arena intently. The Black Knight mecha quickly swung the vibranium sword in the arena, and each attack accurately hit the vital points of the monster. The audience held their breath. They were shocked by Yi Zhiqi's superb skills and flexible movements. Yi Zhiqi drove the Black Knight mecha steadily, his full concentration on the battle. His eyes were sharp and determined, and his body was flexible in dealing with the monster's attacks. Every slash contained his powerful strength and superb swordsmanship. The vibranium sword emitted a dazzling golden light, cutting through the sky above the arena and completely suppressing the monsters. The Black Knight mecha exuded a righteous aura, and the entire venue was suddenly filled with a tense atmosphere. Look at that handsome and powerful Yi Zhiqi. He is so awesome. The audience exclaimed in admiration. In the viewing room, Yi Bingbing clenched her fists, her heart filled with pride and joy for her senior brother. She didn't expect Yi Zhiqi to be so powerful, and every attack was full of confidence and majesty. Dr. Agasa stared at the arena intently. He couldn't help but exclaimed, Yi Zhiqi's strength is getting better and better. He has surpassed my expectations. Just as Yi Zhiqi was about to launch the final attack, he suddenly felt a powerful energy surging in his body. He gathered his strength, and a black energy ripple gradually emerged around him from the Black Knight mecha. Immediately afterwards, a huge and majestic mecha slowly rose up and merged perfectly with Yijichi. The body of the Black Knight mecha is covered in black armor, full of power and majesty. When the audience saw this scene, they fell silent instantly. The monsters also felt the powerful aura emanating from the Black Knight mecha. They took a few steps back, appearing a little timid. "What is this?" Yu asked in surprise. Queen Myril, who was far away in the queen's palace, looked at the display screen. A hint of appreciation flashed in her eyes, and she had a deeper understanding of Yijichi's strength. The Black Knight mecha strode forward with mighty momentum, and every step shook the entire arena. The joystick in Yijichi's hand danced, showing superb skills and flexible movements. Every slash hit the monster's vital points accurately, which amazed the audience. The monsters were suppressed by the Black Knight mecha, and after several rounds, they fell to the ground one by one. His teammates cheered in the viewing room. They were extremely proud of Yijichi's strength. Seeing that Yijichi could face the powerful monsters so calmly, they respected and admired him even more in their hearts. Yijichi, wearing a black armor mecha, stood majestically in the competition field. The appearance of the Black Knight mecha made the whole venue quiet. The audience stared at Yijichi in amazement, shocked by this powerful force. Yijichi's strength has exceeded 100. Someone almost roared. "This is simply incredible. How did he do it?" Dr. Agasa was unable to hide his excitement. He exclaimed, "Yijichi, you are so amazing. I have never seen such a powerful force." In the viewing room, Yu and Dr. Agasa looked at each other and saw the surprise and appreciation in each other's eyes. They all agreed that Yijichi was an extraordinary person. The Black Knight mecha stepped forward, and every step made the entire arena tremble. Yijichi waved the joystick in his hand, the sword flashed, and the sword force was fierce and sharp. The audience held their breath and watched the duel between Yijichi and the monster. Every slash hit the monster's vital point accurately, making people unable to take their eyes off it. After several consecutive games, Yijichi successfully defeated every monster and his level exceeded 100. The audience burst into thunderous applause and cheers. All of them were shocked by his powerful strength. Yijichi maintained a calm expression the whole time. He was not overly proud of his victory. Instead, he became more humble and determined. He knew he still had a long way to go, and this was just the beginning. "Yijichi is so amazing," one of the opponents exclaimed. "I have never seen such a powerful force." "I envy him too," another opponent said. "He has unparalleled talent and strength. We should all learn from him." The audience expressed their desire to learn from Yijichi and work hard to improve themselves. They conveyed to each other their endless respect and admiration for Yijichi. In the viewing room, Yi Bingbing watched Yijichi defeat the monster, and a gleam of admiration flashed in her eyes. She knew that her senior brother's strength had surpassed her imagination. Yijichi stood on the fighting field, breathing rapidly and excitedly. He once again defeated a powerful toad monster. At this moment, the whole audience was boiling and the audience applauded and cheered wildly. The Black Knight mecha emitted powerful energy fluctuations, and Yijichi was like a god of war. Every audience member felt that unimaginable power. Chapter 198 Peak Moment. Suddenly, a solemn and deep voice appeared on the crystal screen. Yijichi is about to reach his peak moment. The whole audience fell silent, and everyone stared at the crystal screen with anticipation. Yijichi felt the power surging in his body. He clenched his fists, ready to strike. The vibranium sword seemed to have sensed the change in energy and emitted an even brighter light. Dr. Agasa, Yi Bingbing, and others were sitting in the viewing room, and they also felt this surging power. They exchanged an uplifting and encouraging look. At this time, everyone knew that Yijichi was about to show even more amazing strength. The crystal screen showed that Yijichi's energy value continued to rise, and even a few weak electric arcs appeared around his body. The audience held their breath and waited nervously. Time passed minute by minute, and finally, when the energy value reached the limit, Yijichi suddenly burst out with dazzling light. He seemed to have transformed into a god descending to the earth, and his aura was like that of a rare god. The light on Yijichi gradually faded, and the atmosphere on the field returned to calm. The audience was looking forward to seeing what amazing performance he would have, but Yijichi himself was also confused. He frowned, thinking about what the peak moment meant. Dr. Agasa, Yi Bingbing, and others were sitting in the viewing room, looking alert. They knew that Yijichi was a man who was good at thinking and acted cautiously, and there was a reason for his hesitation at this moment. The peak moment shown on the crystal screen had no specific explanation, only a calmness. The rest of the audience stared intently at the screen, anticipating what would happen next. The players around Yi Zhiqi were also watching him. After all, he was the most powerful player in this game. Yi Zhiqi slowly unclenched his fist, thought for a moment, and then said, "I'm not sure what the peak moment means, but I can feel that it contains a powerful force." There was a hint of hesitation and uncertainty in his voice. Yi Zhiqi stared at the crystal screen, his confused expression gradually turning into surprise. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure appear on the screen. He was an old man in a long robe, with a white beard and deep eyes. "Yi Zhiqi, if you can win the peak moment, you can get the power crystal," came the old man's solemn voice. Yi Zhiqi subconsciously clenched his fists. He didn't expect that the peak moment would be related to the power crystal, which made the importance of this game more clear to him. Everyone in the surrounding viewing rooms was attracted when the old man suddenly appeared. Dr. Agasa, Yi Bingbing, and others turned to the crystal screen and looked at the old man curiously. The old man nodded slightly, as if he knew that they were all staring at him. "It is very important for you to participate in the pinnacle moment, not only to obtain the power crystal, but also has a deeper meaning." Yi Zhiqi frowned slightly. He keenly felt the implicit meaning in the old man's words. The power crystal is the core of Shangle City. The owner of each territory needs a power crystal to maintain his own strength. However, it is not easy to obtain the power crystal, the old man said mysteriously. Yi Zhiqi took a deep breath and asked calmly, "Then how can I win the peak moment?" The old man smiled and replied, "Only by showing your true strength at your peak moment and successfully defeating all opponents can you gain the recognition of the power crystal." A determined light flashed in Yi Zhiqi's eyes, and he understood the importance of the peak moment. This is his chance to obtain the power crystal and find out his true strength. The companions in the viewing room exchanged glances. Dr. Agasa smiled encouragingly, while Yi Bingbing clenched her fists tightly, full of anticipation. The old man gradually disappeared from the screen. Yi Zhiqi stared at the screen, his eyes cold and alert. At this moment, a huge tiger monster was teleported from the arena disc. The appearance of the tiger monster made him feel a sense of danger. This huge tiger monster has a tall and mighty body, and its eyes are fierce and cunning. It seems that the peak moment is not that simple. Yi Zhiqi thought silently in his heart. The companions in the viewing room also sensed the dangerous atmosphere and became unconsciously nervous while staring at the screen. Dr. Agasa held the notebook tightly in his hand and began to record the tiger monster's every move. Yi Bingbing stood beside Yi Zhiqi, staring at the tiger monster. She had heard that the tiger monster was brutal and ferocious, but when she saw it actually appear before her eyes, she couldn't help but tremble in her heart. With this kind of attack power and speed, the beast training field has chosen its opponents carefully, Dr. Agasa said to himself. Just as Yi Zhiqi and others were preparing to meet the attack of the tiger monster suddenly opened its huge mouth and let out a deafening roar. Yi Zhiqi immediately felt a powerful aura pressing down on him. He steadied his body and gripped the vibranium sword without hesitation. An invisible energy wave emanated from the vibranium sword, making Yi Zhiqi's body seem to be injected with new strength. Yi Zhiqi raised his vibranium sword, ready to meet the attack of the tiger monster. His companions stared at Yi Zhiqi on the screen, hoping that he could defeat the ferocious tiger monster. An atmosphere of tension and worry filled the viewing room, and everyone prayed silently for Yi Zhiqi's safety. In addition to them, the entire audience also looked worried, and everyone's eyes were focused on the battle between Yi Zhiqi and the tiger monster. This match has attracted the attention of countless people inside and outside the city, and they all want to know whether Yi Zhiqi can defeat this powerful opponent. Yi Zhiqi took a deep breath and felt the support and care from his companions behind him. At this moment, inside the Black Knight mech, Yi Zhiqi was firmly waiting for the tiger beast's upcoming attack. The Black Knight mecha emitted a wave of black energy, and a layer of black light appeared around it, making it as indestructible as a fortress. The tiger monster roared and pounced on Yi Zhiqi. Its huge body drew a fierce and terrifying arc in the air, and its fangs flashed coldly in the sunlight. Yi Zhiqi's eyes were solemn, and his body flexibly dodged every attack of the tiger monster, showing his extraordinary reaction speed and fighting skills. The tiger monster roared and attacked with its claws like a storm. Each of his moves was filled with terrifying, murderous intent, causing the surrounding audience to panic. However, everyone witnessed Yi Zhiqi dodging the tiger monster's fatal attack as nimbly as a dragon. Chapter 199, Can't Back Down. Yi Bingbing clenched her fists tightly, and a look of determination flashed in her eyes. She knew very well that as one of Yi Zhiqi's closest friends, she could not retreat at this critical moment. Dr. Agasa also felt the tense atmosphere, and he silently prayed that the mecha he invented could help Yi Zhiqi overcome the difficulties. Yi Zhiqi clenched his teeth tightly. His body was as flexible as a fish under the attack of the tiger monster. The reaction speed of the Black Knight mecha was beyond imagination, and he easily dodged every attack. The tiger monster became more and more angry, and it increased its strength to defeat this opponent, who made it feel extremely humiliated. Yi Zhiqi suddenly dodged a fierce attack from the tiger monster. He circled around the tiger monster nimbly, and the vibranium sword danced under the control of the Black Knight mecha, the blade cutting through the space with a biting chill. Swinging the vibranium sword, Yi Zhiqi let out a thunderous battle cry. Black Knight mech, kill it! His body and the vibranium sword are perfectly integrated, and every chops is accurate, making people dazzled. Golden light danced around the vibranium sword, and the sword energy raged like a tornado, shrouding the surroundings in terrifying murderous intent. The tiger monster felt the threat of death and couldn't help but be surprised at Yi Zhiqi's quick counterattack. Dr. Agasa shouted excitedly, "Well done! Yi Zhiqi really lived up to everyone's expectations. His mastery of the vibranium sword has reached the pinnacle." Yi Bingbing clenched her fists, her eyes full of respect and admiration. She knew very well how hard Yi Zhiqi worked. He was like an unshakable mountain, always pursuing higher realms and strengths. This time, his efforts were finally rewarded. Yi Zhiqi stared at the changes of the tiger monster with a solemn expression. He knew that he had to go all out now to defeat this powerful opponent. A cunning light flashed in the tiger monster's eyes, and suddenly its body swelled rapidly, and its fur became thicker. It transformed into a giant beast form, scurrying around the field, exerting its strength to the fullest. A strong desire to fight surged in Yi Zhiqi's heart. He steadied himself, took a deep breath, and then took off into the air again. Black Knight mech, kill it, he shouted loudly. The Black Knight mecha and the vibranium sword became perfectly integrated, drawing a beautiful arc in the air and heading straight for the tiger monster. Golden light danced around the vibranium sword, and the sword energy raged like a tornado. A huge Black Knight mecha dropped from the sky and smashed heavily into the tiger monster. The tiger monster dodged quickly, but the Black Knight mecha's attack power was amazing. Each chop made the air crackle sharply and caused a violent storm around. Yi Zhiqi stared at the enemy with serious eyes. He could feel the power of the tiger monster's anger, but he could also feel the unstoppable belief in himself. Vibranium sword, I want you to chop this beast into pieces. Yi Zhiqi shouted harshly. The vibranium sword perfectly followed Yi Zhiqi's orders, circling the tiger monster in the air and slashing out a series of sword auras that shone with cold light. The tiger monster was unable to dodge and was severely injured by several sword energies, leaving deep wounds on its body. But it did not fall down. Instead, it roared even more angrily. Yi Zhiqi calmly thought about countermeasures. He realized that simple attack and defense could not defeat the tiger monster, and he had to use his ultimate killer move. Yi Zhiqi rushed forward, and the vibranium sword in his hand cut through the tiger monster's fur and hit the vital part. The tiger monster let out a scream and then fell to the ground. The spectators in the entire arena cheered and cheered for Yi Zhiqi's victory. They looked at the young man with eyes full of admiration and respect. Too amazing. This guy can actually kill the tiger monster with one strike. I really admire him. In the viewing room, Dr. Agasa, Yu, Yi Bingbing, and others also high-fived to celebrate. They expressed their sincere appreciation and admiration for Yi Zhiqi. Bingbing, did you see that? Yi Zhiqi is so amazing, Dr. Agasa said excitedly. Yi Bingbing smiled and nodded. Yes, senior brother is so amazing. He can defeat powerful enemies every time. The peak moment ended, and the atmosphere in the entire arena was still filled with warm cheers. Yi Zhiqi raised his head and found that an old man suddenly appeared in front of him. The old man was wearing a loose robe, holding a wooden stick in his hand, with an appreciative smile on his face. The old man walked up to Yi Zhiqi and looked at him with deep eyes, as if he was looking at a strong man who had defeated him. Yi Zhiqi felt a surge of honor in his heart. Yi Zhiqi, congratulations on your victory, the old man said with admiration. Yi Zhiqi smiled and nodded. Thank you for your compliment, you flatter me. The old man nodded slightly, then gestured to the people in the square below the stage. The entire arena suddenly fell silent. Dear audience friends, today we are fortunate to witness the great strength and courage of a young man. He marched forward bravely and defeated the powerful enemy with his unparalleled strength and wisdom. Here I would like to express my respect to him. The old man's voice was loud and clear, and everyone applauded and cheered. A shy smile appeared on Yijichi's face. He bowed to the old man and expressed his gratitude to him. I feel very honored to be appreciated by you. The old man smiled and patted Yijichi on the shoulder. Yijichi, you have unlimited potential and talent. You will definitely make achievements in the field of mecha in the future. I hope you can live up to everyone's expectations. After hearing the old man's words, Yijichi felt motivated. He was determined to work harder to practice and explore deeper mecha technology. Yijichi focused his eyes on the old man, waiting for his answer with great anticipation. He developed a strong interest in the power crystal and hoped to obtain this precious and mysterious treasure. The old man smiled slightly, and his eyes revealed a hint of obsession when he looked at Yijichi. You have developed a strong interest in the power crystal, not bad. In fact, there is a power crystal hidden in the city of Shangle, but it is not easy to obtain it. When Yijichi heard this, he was suddenly delighted. Excuse me, can I get the power crystal now? He hoped that this question would get the old man's affirmation and answer. The old man nodded and gently waved the scepter in his hand. A bright light emanated from his fingertips, passed through the air, and accurately shone into the body of the tiger monster. Then, a shining treasure box flew out from the tiger monster's body. Yijichi stared at the scene in amazement, completely shocked by the old man's mysterious and powerful abilities. His admiration for the old man reached its peak. Chapter 200 Upgrading the Black Knight Mech. The scene before him made Yijichi completely shocked by the mysterious power displayed by the old man. He stared in amazement as the old man carefully opened the treasure box, and inside he saw a brightly colored power crystal. This crystal emits dazzling light, as if it contains endless power and wisdom. Yijichi couldn't help but reach out his hand and touch the power crystal. Suddenly, a powerful energy was transmitted from the crystal into his body, filling him with strength and determination. The old man smiled and said, "This is the reward you deserve. I hope it can help you go further." He gently handed the power crystal to Yijichi. When Yijichi took over the power crystal, his excitement was beyond words. In that brilliant light, he felt as if he owned the whole world. Yijichi looked at the old man expectantly, unable to suppress his curiosity about the purpose of the power crystal. "Master, how do I use this power crystal?" Yijichi asked, with hope flashing in his eyes. The old man smiled mysteriously and looked into the distance, as if he was recalling something that happened long ago. He said slowly, "Power crystal is one of the most precious resources in Shangle City. Possessing it is equivalent to possessing unlimited power and wisdom." Yijichi opened his eyes wide and listened attentively. He could feel that his desire for this crystal had reached its peak. The old man continued to explain. "However, it is not easy to unleash the power of the power crystal. You need to go to the Queen's palace and receive guidance from Queen Myril." Hearing this, Yijichi became even more excited. He looked at the old man with admiration and silently accepted his instructions. Yu stood aside and agreed with a smile. "I will take you back to the Queen's palace." His tone was filled with confidence and pride. Yijichi and others followed Yu as he flew through the clouds on a giant pterosaur. The scenery before them was spectacular and charming. They stood on the back of the giant dragon, their bodies swaying a little in the wind, but they were very excited. Yi Bingbing held the handrail tightly, her long hair fluttering in the wind, making her look very heroic. She said to Yijichi excitedly, "Brother, we are finally going to the Queen's palace. I am looking forward to the power of the power crystal." Yijichi smiled and nodded. Yes, the power crystal was finally obtained. Dr. Agasa, sitting on the back of the pterosaur, was concentrating on studying the notebook in his hand, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. "According to my calculations, the power crystal has extremely high energy density and stability. If we can make good use of this resource, there will be endless possibilities." Everyone finally arrived at the Queen's palace meeting room. Queen Myril stood in the center waiting for Yijichi's arrival. She had a smile on her face and exuded the majestic aura of a queen. When she saw Yijichi come in, she immediately stepped forward and looked at him with eyes full of praise. "Yijichi, congratulations on successfully obtaining the power crystal," Queen Myril said lovingly. Yijichi excitedly bowed his head to thank Mirar. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your care and encouragement." Myril smiled and waved his hand. "You have achieved this through your own efforts. I am just giving you a chance." After hearing the Queen's words, Yijichi was even more moved. He was full of determination and confidence. Myril stood aside and gestured. "Now, You can try to summon your Black Knight mecha. Yijichi nodded and concentrated on preparing to summon the mecha. He took a deep breath, quickly activated his internal strength, and silently chanted the spell to call the Black Knight mecha in his heart. Yijichi closed his eyes tightly and focused his mind on the Black Knight mecha. Suddenly, a mysterious light emanated from him, and the power crystal began to flicker. At the same time, the staff in Myral's hand also released a dazzling light. Some strange patterns began to appear on the metal shell of the Black Knight mecha, becoming more and more complicated as the light flickered. Everyone watched this scene nervously, looking forward to the changes in the mecha. Yijichi felt that there seemed to be some kind of connection between himself and the mecha, and he was silently looking forward to the changes in the mecha. As he focused and determinedly activated his internal energy, the Black Knight mecha suddenly vibrated violently. Under the surprised gazes of the crowd, the Black Knight mecha began to expand in size, and fierce flames appeared on its surface. A few seconds later, when the flames dissipated, a huge and majestic black armor appeared in front of everyone. It is taller and more majestic than before, with a pair of huge wings spread out on the back of the armor like a black angel. The armor exuded a strong dark aura, as if it had infinite potential. The appearance of the Black Knight mecha began to change gradually. The originally dull armor began to glow, gradually forming a layer of golden lines, and the entire mecha was shining as if it was coated with a layer of metal. The golden lines spread rapidly and became more and more complex over time, with the details seeming to depict infinite mysteries. Yijichi watched this scene with excitement. He could feel the increasingly close connection between the mecha and himself. He realized that he was no longer the pilot of the mecha, but the master who had truly become one with it. It's an incredible feeling. Mirar smiled and nodded, saying affirmatively, Yijichi, you succeeded. You are no longer just the driver of the Black Knight mecha. Now you have become the true master of the Black Knight mecha, and you can demonstrate its truly powerful strength. She was very satisfied with the strength that Yijichi showed. When Yijichi heard Myral mention that the power crystal could enhance the effect of the vibranium sword, he opened his mouth in excitement. This was a surprise to him because the vibranium sword was already an invincible sword that could cut through everything. And if the power of the power crystal was added, he could imagine that the vibranium sword would become even more powerful, able to cut through enemy defenses that were even stronger than before. Yijichi turned to look at his companions beside him. Their eyes were sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Dr. Agasa's eyes sparkled with a desire for technology, while Yi Bingbing gazed at Yijichi with longing. This is really great. Yijichi finally spoke, full of excitement. The power crystal possesses infinite energy and mysterious power. Now we finally have the chance to get it. Yijichi couldn't wait to test the power of the Black Knight mecha after the upgrade. He couldn't help but imagine himself piloting such a gorgeous and powerful mecha into battle, beating the enemy to pieces. With excitement and desire welling up in his heart, Yijichi turned to Myral and asked if he could try out the mecha's new abilities.